In 2053, Eurasia was alone in his rented room, immersing himself in a virtual game while wearing a holographic VR headset, living the life of a 3-no youth in the new era. He has no home, no wife, and no children. His only possession is this VR headset. Born in 2026, he personally experienced the turbulent years of technological explosion and World War III. The year he was born, the so-called sycophant economy collapsed and housing prices plummeted. The government intervened urgently to try to stabilize the situation. After things stabilized, the Chinese people launched an unprecedented wave of scientific research, and talents from all walks of life emerged. In 2028, holographic projection technology will achieve a major breakthrough. By 2030, the country will have successfully mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology and classified it as a top secret. In 2032, this technology was discovered by other countries. Japan, South Korea, India and other countries, led by the United States, launched a full-scale espionage war in China in an attempt to steal secrets. In 2035, the Dongfeng Express 62 missile was successfully tested in outer space. With a range of 500,000 kilometers, it can strike any corner of the globe directly from the moon. The power of a single missile is enough to wipe out an entire island nation. In 2038, Yukong Deep Space Exploration Satellites 12, 13, and 14 will be launched into space. From 2040 to 2044, hostile forces led by the United States escalated the espionage war into a full-scale war, forcing China to use the Dongfeng Express 62 missile to end the war, and the world temporarily entered a nuclear-free era. Statistics show that the global death toll has reached 2.26 billion, making China the world's leading superpower. In 2049, China's aviation technology will achieve a breakthrough, mastering the ability to rapidly build a space station on the moon. In 2052, before the post-disaster reconstruction was completed, the Yukong Deep Space Exploration Satellite 13 suddenly discovered an asteroid with a diameter of 2,000 kilometers, which was heading towards Earth at an astonishing speed. The world has entered the countdown to the end of the world. Time remaining, 426 days. News of the meteorite impact was strictly suppressed. In the same year, China mobilized global resources to urgently build a super-large meteorite interception center on the far side of the moon and set up 3 lines of defense. The Dongfeng 62 missile was modified into an interplanetary missile, increasing its range to 20 hours of continuous flight. The Lunar Interception Center is 48 hours away from impact. At this moment, in the main command room of the Lunar Interception Center, final pre-interception checks are being carried out in earnest. Reporting, General. All 70 Dongfeng 62 missiles have been inspected. How long until the optimal launch time? Report. 17 minutes remaining. The Commander-in-Chief is Zhang Aochen, a top-level commander of China, who is 46 years old. When Yukong 13 detected the asteroid, he was given the urgent task of intercepting it. This interception had to succeed. There was absolutely no room for failure. But Zhang Aochen knew in his heart that the probability of success was extremely low. A small asteroid with a diameter of 2,000 kilometers is so large that he simply cannot have much confidence in intercepting it. The only hope is to change the asteroid's orbit, a solution derived by scientists worldwide after countless simulations and calculations. The method with the highest success rate is to detonate 10 Dongfeng 62 missiles sequentially on the side of the asteroid. If more interplanetary missiles are deployed, the asteroid will disintegrate prematurely, causing the power of subsequent missiles to be dispersed and unable to effectively break up the asteroid, thus increasing the difficulty of interception. Scientists have also calculated that if an asteroid breaks apart prematurely, it will turn into countless fragments that fly towards Earth. With the existing 3 lines of defense, it is simply impossible to intercept all of these fragments. It's not that we don't want to build more defenses, but rather that resources are simply too limited to support it. Report. 30 seconds until launch. Zhang Aochen calmly placed his palm on the palm print scanner and unlocked the launch button. The missile launch silo cover slowly opened, ready for launch at any moment. As the countdown reached 0, Zhang Aochen decisively pressed the launch button. 10 Dongfeng 62 missiles, spewing fiery exhaust plumes, hurtled toward the asteroid. At the moment of launch, everyone could only hold their breath and wait, unable to make any intervention. The missile has a built-in top-level guidance system, and once launched, it requires no manual operation. The missile can also accelerate itself, reaching a top speed of 30 kilometers per second after a 20-hour acceleration period. But now we are not facing a stationary target, but an asteroid traveling at 26 kilometers per second. If the attack were to be a direct strike on the celestial body, the operation would be quite simple. However, the current task is to achieve a precise, targeted explosion. The combined relative speed of the two was as high as 56 kilometers per second, and the guidance system had no time to react before they had already passed each other. Therefore, the only option is to have the missile detour and approach the asteroid at the same speed. In other words, the missile must accelerate to the same speed as the asteroid, and the remaining fuel can only be used to fine-tune the direction and speed. Although no action could be taken against the missile, the people people in the command room kept a close eye on its flight path. Governments around the world are also watching this moment closely, and they know perfectly well that success means surviving a disaster. Failure would mean the complete disappearance of humanity from the annals of history. 17 hours after launch, the Dongfeng 62 interplanetary missile had accelerated to 26 kilometers per second. 5 hours later, the missile entered a turning trajectory and began to approach the asteroid. After 2 hours of automatic adjustments, the missile has come close to the asteroid. Report. First interstellar missile detonated, 5 kilometers remaining. 3 kilometers. 1 kilometer. Begin real-time monitoring and calculation of the asteroid's trajectory. The asteroid's orbital offset angle is too small to calculate. The second missile is about to detonate. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, detonate. The asteroid's orbital offset angle is too small to calculate. The inability to calculate meant that the trajectory angle remained unchanged, putting everyone's hearts in their throats. General Zhang Aochen clenched his fists and remained silent. The third missile has detonated. Report. The asteroid's orbital deviation angle is still negligible and cannot be calculated. At this moment, the people in the command center felt almost desperate. The third missile still failed to change the asteroid's trajectory. The fourth and fifth missiles have detonated. Report. Asteroid angle shifted by 0.000001 degrees. The asteroid's angle has finally changed, but this is by no means a cause for relief, because it needs to be deflected by at least 0.34 degrees to avoid the danger of colliding with Earth. Now, they only have one last chance. If the deflection angle cannot be increased to 0.34 degrees after all 5 missiles are detonated simultaneously, the mission will fail, and the remaining missiles will have to be launched immediately to directly shatter the celestial body. Report. The last missile has been detonated. What is the offset angle? After the missile exploded, Zhang Aochen nervously asked the testing personnel questions. Report. Angle deviation 0.000005 degrees. Without the inspector saying a word, everyone immediately understood that the mission had failed. Everyone fell silent. Launch the remaining missiles immediately. Smash the planet. Missile self-check complete. Target locked. 5-second countdown to launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. 9 hours, 43 minutes, and 30 seconds remain until the target is hit. The remaining time was displayed on the large screen in the command center. Time ticked by, and despite having persisted for nearly 30 hours, no one dared to slacken their efforts, for this might be humanity's last moment. Report. 30 seconds remaining until target is hit. 25 seconds. 20 seconds. In this tense and suffocating moment, the monitoring personnel continued to diligently announce the time, but General Zhang Aochen couldn't help but interrupt her annoying time announcements. The time is clearly visible on the screen, yet you keep announcing it. It's completely unnecessary. Just one reminder would have been enough. This isn't telling time, it's practically tolling a death knell. The young monitor pouted, looking aggrieved, after being reprimanded by the general. She understood that everyone was working hard to save humanity, but she didn't understand the preciousness of life. At this moment, footage of the approaching asteroid was being transmitted in real time to the command center's large screen. Zhang Aochen stared intently at the screen, awaiting the final result. Suddenly, the screen flashed with light, but there was no sound, only the surging flames of the burning fire. Target hit. Monitoring star disintegration. Report. Target detected as disintegrated. Large fragments. 5841 pieces. Extra large fragments. 5 pieces. Calculating the probability of human survival. Report. The survival probability is 0. The monitor's voice trembled as he reported that despairing number. However, this did not shake General Zhang Aochen's resolve. He calmly issued the order, notify the frontline defenses to launch all Dongfeng 56 missiles, lock onto the super-large debris. The Dongfeng 56 is a weapon specially modified to break up such large fragments, and now is the time for it to show its prowess. Although its flight time is shorter than that of the Dongfeng 62, its power is in no way inferior to the Dongfeng 62. 2 hours later, the massive fragments disintegrated. The monitors immediately recalculated the chances of human survival, and all 3 lines of defense were put into full attack mode. Report. Human survival probability 0.00008%. It is still a disheartening number, but it has improved significantly compared to the previous 0%. After World War III, the global population plummeted from over 7 billion to 5 billion, and a survival rate of 0.00008% meant that only about 4,000 people survived. These 4,000 people are scattered all over the world and are simply unable to survive after the disaster, which is almost equivalent to the extinction of humankind. However, they still had 3 lines of defense, which became their last hope. But General Zhang knew that the 3 lines of defense could only intercept some small fragments. All available nuclear weapons in the world have already been converted into Dongfeng 56 missiles, and they have all been launched just now. In other words, there are no more high-yield weapons available globally. All that remains is to place our hopes on the 3 lines of defense. We'll do do our best to stop as many as possible and leave the rest to fate."
General Zhang Yaochen could only pray that his final efforts would increase the chances of human survival by a few decimal points.
The changing human survival rate has given governments around the world a glimmer of hope, prompting them to issue emergency evacuation warnings.
This can be considered the last effort made for the continuation of humanity.
In fact, the survival probability data has already taken into account the shelter factor in the statistics, and the error will not exceed 1 in a million.
Entering a shelter might seem to increase the chances of survival, but the post-disaster environment simply does not allow any life on Earth to survive.
The impact will also trigger various massive natural disasters and crustal movements on Earth. No matter how deep the shelter is, it cannot completely protect one from disaster. The only difference is the order in which people die. Although the threat of super-large debris is no longer present, there are still countless large fragments capable of destroying humanity worldwide. The difference between the two fragments is that one is certain to die, while the other may allow for survival. 2 hours later, the first line of defense launched its attack. The target is large fragments, and the first line of defense's mission is to destroy as many fragments as possible. The long defensive line launched a dense barrage of missiles, mobilizing all of its most powerful weapons except for nuclear weapons.
Report.
Human survival chances, 0.0012%.
And still increasing. Alright, keep attacking.
The mere 0.0004% increase gave General Zhang Yaochen hope for the continuation of humanity. The fierce attacks continued relentlessly, and 5 minutes later news came that the first line of defense had been breached.
Before long, the first line of defense was completely destroyed by the impact of debris.
The breakage rate for large fragments is only 7%. The chances of human survival have increased to 0.0056%. The second line of defense began its counterattack. Although the missiles were far less powerful, their numbers were enormous.
5 minutes later, the second line of defense also fell.
Large fragment breakage rate increased to 12%. The chances of human survival have risen to 0.0103%. The third line of defense is the last hope. Although it has lost its nuclear weapons, it has amassed its maximum firepower.
All the world's remaining non-nuclear missiles are concentrated here.
When the third line of defense launched its attack, anyone looking up on the surface of Blue Star could see that patch of fire. This last line of defense not only gathers non-nuclear missiles from various countries, but also deploys a large number of interception networks. In reality, interception nets cannot truly intercept any debris. Their only function is to slow down the debris' flight speed and reduce its destructive force when it hits the ground. Tens of thousands of missiles were launched in just half a minute, and all that remained was to wait for the results. The debris quickly broke through the missile launch platform, and a large number of interceptor nets were shattered. However, a large amount of the interception network was also impacted by the debris, penetrating towards Earth.
Report.
The debris has breached the third line of defense. The large debris breakage rate is only 24%. The probability of human survival has dropped to 0.0837%.
The global survival count is 4,185,000.
More than 4 million people have survived, and there is still a glimmer of hope for the future of humanity. However, the soldiers at the Interception Command Center could not hide their heavy emotions. Strictly speaking, the moon is the last line of defense, but the soldiers stationed at the lunar base are destined to all perish. This result was known the moment they set foot on the lunar base. But they were fearless. Their sacrifice was of great significance. They held on to the very last moment for the continuation of humanity.
Everyone, thank you for your contributions to all of humanity. You are all heroes. I am Zhang Yaochen, and I salute you all here.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yaochen solemnly saluted everyone in the command room. His gaze swept over each face, wanting to deeply remember these lovely faces before the end of his life.
Warning, warning, the base has been hit. 15 seconds remaining.
The base's early warning system suddenly sounded a piercing alarm.
Everyone stood up at the same time and saluted the blue planet.
They stood motionless, gazing silently at their homeland, quietly awaiting death.
Warning, warning, impact time, 5 seconds remaining. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just as everyone was preparing to die, there was no tremor, no sound, and no explosion. Everyone looked at each other, completely baffled. Even General Zhang Yaochen looked puzzled, but he reacted quickly, instructing the monitors to retrieve the surveillance footage from before the impact. The footage shows that, just before the impact, the debris flying towards the base suddenly turned into specks of light and disappeared without a trace. The debris that crashed into the base seemed to have eyes, circling the lunar surface and continuing its journey towards Earth. The debris that failed to bypass it also turned into specks of light and disappeared. This bizarre scene shocked everyone. They were completely bewildered and their minds went blank. "Mom, I saw a meteorite that can bend and it even glows." "Silly child, be good, let's not look at it.
Quickly, report the situation to Earth headquarters immediately."
General Zhang Yaochen came to his senses and hurriedly urged the communications officer. The communications officer responded urgently and quickly reported the unusual situation at the lunar base to Blue Star headquarters. The Blue Star headquarters, upon receiving the news, was also plunged into confusion. The fragments mysteriously disappeared, flying around the lunar surface, which cannot be explained by science. From the initial launch of Dongfeng missiles to intercept them, to breaking through 3 lines of defense, the process was tense but reasonable. They were prepared to face death, but they encountered strange phenomena that science could not explain. Inside the Lunar Base Command Center, Major General He Lingfeng, the adjutant, asked General Zhang Yaochen, the Commander-in-Chief, Commander-in-Chief, what exactly is the situation now? Zhang Yaochen himself was completely bewildered, and feeling anxious, he retorted without any patience, how the hell should I know? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? I'm not an encyclopedia. Go ask those experts. He Lingfeng was only asking the question instinctively, but he was met with a rude awakening from the Commander-in-Chief. This bizarre situation is baffling to everyone, and even experts are at a loss. The scientists at the base racked their brains and frantically ran the already burnt-out instruments in an attempt to find answers, but to no avail. 4 hours later, the bizarre scene reappeared on Earth. Not a single fragment struck the ground, they all mysteriously vanished, leaving only the debris and fragments of the interception net carried along when they crossed the defense line. People around the world, though confused, quickly began celebrating and embracing each other. I was prepared to die, but you're telling me nothing happened. Is this a joke played on governments and humanity worldwide? Or is it the latest 3D holographic projection technology? Just as the Blue Star headquarters was about to inquire about the latest situation at the lunar base, communication was suddenly cut off. No matter what they tried, they were unable to make contact with the lunar base. The situation at the lunar base was equally troublesome. They were completely unable to make any contact with headquarters on Earth. Commander-in-Chief, what should we do? We've tried everything, but we still can't establish communication with Earth's headquarters. From the moment the asteroid fragment reached Earth, they sent their last signal and then completely lost contact with Earth. The communications officer tried for 4 hours in a row, but still to no avail. Helpless, he had no choice but to ask Commander-in-Chief Zhang Yaochen for instructions. Zhang Yaochen pondered for a moment and asked, do we have any more usable satellites? Let's use satellites to remotely monitor the Blue Star headquarters. I've already tried, and it can't send or receive any signals, but the device isn't damaged, I'm pretty sure. What about the old-fashioned radio signals? I've tried that, but it still doesn't work. Continue to try to contact headquarters and re-establish communication no matter what. At that moment, a major rushed into the command post and reported to Zhang Yaochen, Commander-in-Chief, all our communications have been cut off. Zhang Yaochen retorted angrily, I fucking know. Major Wu Qizhe realized that the Commander-in-Chief had misunderstood and quickly explained. Commander-in-Chief, what I mean is, we can't even contact our brothers outside. The only way we can communicate now is by wired connection. Zhang Yaochen was shocked upon hearing this. Quickly find a way to send a signal to the people outside the base, so that they can return to the base first. Soon, the communications officer replied, report, unable to reach you. Only internal communications are still working. Damn it. What on earth is going on? Someone give me an explanation. Ignoring the Commander-in-Chief's anger, Wu Qizhe hurriedly reminded him, Commander-in-Chief, we need to quickly notify the brothers outside and tell them to come back first. Zhang Yaochen was so angry that he pointed at Wu Qizhe and cursed, are you out of your mind? If you can't make contact by radio, use a light signal. Have you gone crazy from reading too much? Do I have to teach you? It's no wonder Zhang Yaochen was angry, as Wu Qizhe himself majored in military communications. The current bizarre situation, coupled with the sudden communication outage, is already frustrating enough, but to make matters worse, I have to remind myself of even the most basic professional knowledge. Realizing his oversight, Wu Qizhe slapped his forehead and hurriedly went back to make arrangements. Although Zhang Yaochen was impatient, he still calmly analyzed the current situation. After a while, he asked again, is the telescope still usable? Report, satellite communication has been lost and is unusable. I didn't ask about the satellite, I asked about the base's telescope. Ha? Oh, I'll ask now. Zhang Yaochen was utterly exhausted. How could these guys react so slowly? Report, the base's telescopes are still usable. Okay, notify them immediately to send several teams into space to see if they can find an intact satellite and use the light signal to observe the Blue Star headquarters. The order was quickly issued, and 5 teams took off to search for satellites that had not been hit by asteroid debris. The only solution Zhang Yaochen could think of at that moment was to re-establish contact using a telescope and light signals. Since all radio signals have failed, surely the optical signals won't fail too? The biggest problem is that the base is located on the far side of the moon, making it impossible to directly observe the headquarters on Earth using a telescope. The only option is to find a satellite with telescope capabilities and use it as a signal relay station. 4 hours later, Blue Star's wireless communications, like those of the lunar base, were completely paralyzed. Cell phone signals, Wi-Fi, wireless TV and other civilian signals are all out of service. No matter how close you hold your phone to the base station, you can't receive any signal. The only usable option is a landline phone. Fortunately, both landline landline phones and the Skynet system rely on wired connections, which allowed them to maintain control even when the country was in chaos. But this caused the police to run themselves ragged, and they hurriedly contacted the military for assistance. 3 hours after the wireless signal failed, the thugs in the community, as if they had smelled blood, were the first to erupt in anger and chaos, venting their frustration at the government's previous concealment of the truth. Many mindless people were led astray, besieging government departments under the guise of demanding an explanation and seeking justice. The thugs took the opportunity to vandalize and rob, and when they discovered that the police response time was much slower than before, they became even more unscrupulous. During the few hours that Eurasia lost signal, he had no choice but to close his eyes and sleep. He said it casually, even if the sky falls, there are always tall people to hold it up. 6 hours later, the signal still hadn't been restored, and Eurasia finally woke up. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to take out his phone. Damn it, still no signal? Without signal, even getting food is a problem. It was already evening, and his stomach had been rumbling for a while. I thought I could order takeout after I woke up, but my phone turned into a complete brick. It can't connect to the internet, and it can't make phone calls. Apart from apps that don't rely on the internet, it's practically useless. He thought to himself, I'm not going to die from holding in my pee. So he rummaged through drawers and cabinets to find his bank card, intending to go to the ATM to withdraw some cash to solve his food problem first. There were far fewer pedestrians on the street than usual. There's a night market street nearby, which used to be bustling with people, but tonight it's about 70 to 80% deserted. Because there is no signal, many food stalls dare not set up their stalls at all, and only a few stalls that still accept cash are still open for business. There were so few that you could count them on 2 hands. Eurasia usually makes a living by trading online, but now that the signal is down, he has no hope of getting orders and his source of income has been cut off. I don't usually carry cash, but now if I want to get a full meal, I have to go to the bank to withdraw money first. He rode his old-fashioned electric scooter through the streets, becoming the coolest kid in everyone's eyes. All cars switched to palm print unlocking a decade ago. That's not a problem, but palm prints can only open doors. You still need a wireless key to start the car. This has caused trouble for many people who drive, and those who want to take the bus can't start either. The subway became the only mode of transportation still operating in the city, but without signal and with the dispatch system paralyzed, it had to be shut down. Many people have replaced their home locks with keyless locks in pursuit of a high-tech feel, only to find themselves unable to even enter their own homes. Only those devices that still use fingerprint unlocking or traditional keys were unaffected. Eurasia's rented room still uses an old-fashioned key to open the door, which is the case in many urban villages. As for his electric scooter, it was an older model with a key start, which he found on the second-hand market. I bought it so that I could go out for a walk when I feel bored sometimes. Unexpectedly, it has now become the only usable means of transportation in the vicinity. Many people looked on with envy when they saw that he could still ride a small electric scooter, but their envious glances were fleeting. Once the signal is restored, this old product will be completely phased out. Eurasia finally arrived at the bank ATM on his electric scooter, but they found a long queue. It seems everyone shares his thoughts. He had intended to try his luck at other ATMs to see if there would be fewer people. He happened to overhear a conversation among several middle-aged women, which reminded him, I don't know what's going on today. The signal hasn't been restored, so there are people everywhere rushing to withdraw cash. Yes, I came from several streets away and found that this place had the fewest people. Haven't you heard? A lot of people are hoarding supplies, saying the end of the world is coming soon. Didn't the end of the world happen a long time ago? Those meteorites didn't even hit us. Who said it was a meteorite? The sudden disappearance of a meteorite is already strange, and the sudden loss of signals is said to be the beginning of the apocalypse, so everyone is starting to hoard supplies. Isn't this just spreading rumors? The neighborhood committee has already issued a notice, and the signal will be restored soon. Who said it's a rumor? Think about it. If there's no signal, how did the neighborhood committee receive the notification? Shaw, you're overthinking it. The signal's down, but the landline still works. Ha, what's a landline? Young lady, it's normal that you don't know what a landline is. That's a wired phone, and nowadays, apart from government departments, almost no one in society uses it. That's right, otherwise you young people would think that the action of making a phone call came from these old-fashioned telephones. I see, thank you, ma'am. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to make money. The girl's name is Lee Seeing. She is a recent graduate who has just entered the workforce and is starting to learn and grow. She worked all day that day, and after the signal went out in the afternoon, there was basically nothing to do. After get off work, she thought about buying some groceries to cook at her rented apartment, but realized she didn't seem to have any cash with her, so she went to a nearby ATM to withdraw money. She was surprised to find that there were so many people withdrawing money. She walked all the way to the vicinity of her rented house and then found that the crowd had thinned out. Standing at the back of the line, Eurasia listened to their conversation and thought the so-called so-called end of the world was utterly absurd. However, it is still very necessary to withdraw more cash, buy some supplies to stock up, and solve the problem of 3 meals a day. After all, if the signal continues to fail, regardless of whether society will descend into chaos, at least one's own life should be guaranteed to be safe. So he decided to withdraw more cash to buy and stock up on daily necessities such as rice, flour, and cooking oil. Fortunately, he had a small electric scooter that could carry quite a lot of things.
More than an hour later, it was finally Yi Ruijia's turn to withdraw money. He couldn't help but complain. It's really unbelievable.
Now it takes so long to withdraw money. I'll hurry to the supermarket after I finish. After successfully withdrawing 2,000 yuan in cash, he went straight to a nearby supermarket, bought a 5 bucket of cooking oil, 50 of rice, some seasonings and snacks, and then returned to his rented room. After moving his things, he thought about it again and decided to go out and buy some more, because he found that he couldn't find anything like pickled vegetables. When he returned to the supermarket, there were even more people rushing to buy supplies than when he left.
Moreover, they buy things in huge quantities, snapping them up. On the surface, things seemed orderly, but Yi Ruijia always felt uneasy.
He experienced it once, during World War III.
The current buying frenzy is almost identical to the situation when the war broke out.
Influenced by them, Yi Ruijia also decided to join the rush to buy supplies as a precaution. He made more than a dozen trips to supermarkets, bottled water stores, and daily necessities stores, finally spending all 2,000 yuan, and the supplies filled the entire rented room. Then he started collecting tap water and went to a general store to buy several water buckets with lids to store the water.
It took until well past midnight to finally get things done.
There's barely any room to stand in his rented room now. After all, his room is small, just a single room, so it feels especially cramped when it's filled with supplies. He turned on his computer, which he hadn't used in a long time, and began looking up news related to the signal loss. If the older woman hadn't reminded him while he was queuing to withdraw money, he would have completely forgotten that his computer was plugged into the internet and might still be usable.
As expected, the computer could still access the internet normally.
However, most of the online comments are saying that the end of the world is coming. These posts were quickly shut down by the authorities, but there were too many people who posted them to delete them all. Despite the official denials and calls for calm, people who experienced World War III are unwilling to listen to the official narrative. The tragedy that affected more than 2 billion people is still fresh in our minds and cannot be erased by a single official statement. Those who want to stockpile supplies will continue to do so. Everyone's motto is, "I don't want to listen to advice." The signal was still not restored the next day, and even more people joined the rush to buy supplies. Realizing the situation was not good, Yi Ruijia decided to withdraw some more cash to buy supplies and self-defense tools. This time, he mainly bought compressed food and daily necessities, as well as some knives. He traveled a long way to find the knife at a farmer's market. The shopkeeper could tell he was hoarding supplies. A seemingly innocent and kind young man buying a machete and a pig slaughtering knife could only be for self-defense out of fear of death. However, it would be foolish not to make money when there is opportunity. These are all civilian knives, and the boss decides whether to register them or not. After bringing the items back to his rented room, Yi Ruijia went out again and bought a few steel pipes and screws for an electric drill. He planned to attach the pig slaughtering knife to the steel pipe and secure it with screws. Even without the apocalypse, it can be easily dismantled.
Who would want to do welding? You welded a butcher knife onto a steel pipe. Are you trying to wield a green dragon crescent blade?
After a lot of hammering and tinkering in the rented room, the large knife was finally assembled. The steel pipe, over a meter long, paired with a pig slaughtering knife, really does resemble a large knife. On the third day, the signal was still not restored, and chaos began to break out in society. Looting and vandalism occurred frequently, and people hoarding supplies became increasingly frantic. Many supermarkets have run out of stock, and the situation has worsened, with many people engaging in fierce clashes over supplies. On the fourth day, troops gradually appeared on the streets to reassure the people, and the chaotic situation was quickly brought back to calm. The public may not trust the government, but their trust in the People's Liberation Army is unwavering. Whenever the army appears, a sense of security arises in the hearts of the people. No one caused any more trouble or panic buying, and shops and supermarkets began to slowly restock with the help of the military. On the fifth day, restocking was still underway, a desperate measure. For several days, the public had been frantically buying and hoarding goods, almost emptying the market of supplies. Resupply has become extremely difficult, with widespread shortages across the country, a problem that cannot be solved in just 1 or 2 days. Fortunately, most of the military vehicles were purely mechanical and were not affected by the signal interruption. On the sixth day, the police continued to mobilize and began arresting those who instigated the disturbance. The military's intervention in social stability matters now has a clear objective: to settle scores later. Those who were previously overlooked will now face consequences. This operation also yielded some unexpected gains, including the capture of numerous island nation spies. As expected, the island nation's desire to destroy China remains undiminished, daring to show its face at such a time. There's no other reason, just one word, arrest. On the 10th day, the signal was still not restored, and the scientists' CPUs were almost completely destroyed, but they still could not find any cause.
The equipment was perfectly intact, yet it was unable to transmit a signal.
On the 17th day, the lunar base finally found a usable satellite and began attempting to make contact with the Blue Star headquarters.
On the 22nd day, society descended into chaos once again, with doomsday rhetoric becoming uncontrollable and panic buying of supplies resurfacing.
With repeated assurances from the military, my country has ample grain reserves and there is no need to worry about food shortages. While panic buying of food has been contained, panic buying of daily necessities is hard to stop, with many middle-aged women making dozens of trips a day to buy them. They firmly believe that as long as they make enough trips, they will eventually be able to find everything they want to buy. A month later, the lunar base discovered a shocking fact via satellite: the Earth was slowly expanding. The expansion rate is extremely slow, less than 1 meter per day, which, when spread over the circumference of Earth, is almost imperceptible. However, they were still unable to contact the Blue Star headquarters and had no way of informing them of this news. On the 50th day, global power suddenly went out, all electrical energy disappeared instantly, and the world was plunged into darkness. Numerous casualties have been reported from various locations, with the most severe casualties occurring at the lunar base, where the loss of power has caused the life support systems to cease functioning. Zhang Yaochen urgently ordered the use of all available materials and equipment to do everything possible to restore the life support system. The water problem was solved, but the oxygen problem remained unresolved. 2 days later, the oxygen gradually ran out, and many soldiers collapsed due to lack of oxygen. At the same time, strange phenomena appeared inside the planting warehouse at the base. The plants grew exceptionally fast. One cabbage even grew to over a meter tall. With this discovery, the base survivors began to try every means to transport lunar soil and plant a large number of plants by manually opening and closing gates. After 90% of the personnel at the base perished, the oxygen levels finally returned to equilibrium.
Commander-in-Chief, are we really all going to die on the moon? Zhang Yaochen didn't know how to answer.
This was the question asked by Tang Duer, the little girl who had told the death knell for the war. Her face was ashen. If there had been light, one could have seen that her face was scarred and ravaged by tears. She used to think death wasn't scary, since she was mentally prepared for it, but now this feeling of being forced to slowly experience death is almost driving her to the brink of collapse.
Her case is not an isolated one.
Most soldiers, due to severe lack of oxygen, choose to sacrifice themselves before their sanity is lost, ending their lives by being directly exposed to space. General Zhang Yaochen was powerless to stop his soldiers' self-sacrifice. If anyone wanted to die the most, it was him. These warriors had all come with him, and now that he could not bring them back to Earth, no one could understand the pain in his heart. But the soldiers knew in their hearts that they could die, but their commander-in-chief absolutely could not die. If the commander-in-chief falls, the entire team will descend into chaos, and all hope will be shattered. When the soldiers learned that the plant's oxygen production was far from enough to support everyone, they did not hesitate to choose to sacrifice themselves, and they had to do so before their sanity wore off. When oxygen deprivation is severe, reason has long since vanished, and like a drowning person desperately grasping at a straw, it is an irresistible impulse of human instinct. Thus, Zhang Yaochen could only watch helplessly as the soldiers walked out of the base one by one, opened their spacesuits, and ended their lives. At that moment, they were so fearless and so heartbreaking. Those inside the base could only vaguely see their figures in the dim light. Their bodies lay silently outside the base, with no one to collect their remains. Zhang Yaochen clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh, but these physical wounds were nothing compared to the pain in his heart. He blamed himself for not noticing the signs of the plant's rampant growth sooner, so that they wouldn't have sacrificed themselves in vain. But he didn't know that the plant's rampant growth actually started the moment the power went out, and the planting chamber was already out of space to grow more plants. Even if we urgently transport lunar soil now, and no matter how fast the plants grow, it will still take time. After the emergency relocation and planting, the plant's oxygen production gradually returned to balance, giving them time to think about why plants could grow so rapidly without relying on photosynthesis. However, this mystery is destined to remain unsolved. It is simply too bizarre. Seeing that Zhang Yaochen did not respond, Tang Duer said again, "Commander-in-Chief, do you think the rampant growth of these plants might be a sign of the revival of spiritual energy?"
Zhang Yaochen sighed. "Xiao Tang, I don't know either. Right now, I just hope there won't be any more casualties." However, Healing Feng somewhat agreed with Tang Duer's opinion. "Commander-in-Chief, I think it is indeed possible that spiritual energy is reviving."
Previously, asteroid fragments mysteriously turned into points of light and disappeared, followed by signal failure, and now there is a power outage and plants are growing wildly. All of this exudes an eerie atmosphere, and cannot be explained by science at all.
So, are you going to say next that we can cultivate immortality and then fly back to Earth after we've mastered it? Zhang Yaochen said helplessly to Healing Feng.
In the darkness, Healing Feng scratched his face awkwardly. He really did have that plan. Although it was pitch black all around around, Zhang Aochen still saw his movements and thought to himself that he hadn't misheard.
You really dare to think that way? Even if what you're saying is true, can our current situation solve anything? We're lucky to be alive.
After Zhang Aochen finished speaking, he muttered to himself, if it really is a spiritual energy revival, then I might have a chance to take you all back.
Ha! Commander-in-Chief, what did you just say? Someone suddenly asked.
I didn't say anything, just quickly arrange for the transport, move more lunar soil for planting, and try to plant some in every cabin.
I don't want to see anyone else sacrifice their lives.
He Lingfeng was about to leave to assign tasks when a soldier suddenly rushed into the command room.
Who's running around here? Don't they know it's dangerous? In the darkness, Zhang Aochen could only vaguely make out a figure rushing in.
But he noticed that this person was able to avoid all obstacles and crowds, and his movements were strange.
Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, I am Lin Jianjun from the 3rd Platoon, 7th Company. Why are you in such a hurry? What's the matter?
Ignoring his own doubts, Zhang Aochen first asked Lin Jianjun why he was in such a hurry. He was worried that another accident might occur, leading to unnecessary sacrifices.
Lin Jianjun stood at attention and saluted, reporting to the Commander-in-Chief.
I can suddenly see everything clearly. Zhang Aochen was stunned, almost unable to believe he hadn't misheard. Lin Jianjun seemed afraid that the Commander-in-Chief hadn't heard him clearly, so he said again, Commander-in-Chief, I can suddenly see clearly in the dark, just like this. After saying that, he walked to the side, picked up a small notebook, and began to read aloud.
This booklet belongs to the recorder Zhang Jiqiang, and he knows its contents perfectly well.
As Lin Jianjun read aloud word for word, Zhang Aochen's mouth dropped open, his shock barely concealed.
He couldn't help but ask, whose notebook are you reading? Report. It's mine, recorder Zhang Jiqiang. Lin Jianjun replied. Was there anything wrong with what Lin Jianjun just read? Report. Absolutely identical.
In the darkness, Zhang Aochen rested his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, and then spoke, Lin Jianjun,
give me paper and pen.
Lin Jianjun casually picked up a pen, turned to a blank page in the notebook, and handed it to Zhang Aochen. Because of the darkness, Zhang Aochen couldn't see the pen and notebook that Lin Jianjun handed him at all.
Commander-in-Chief, over here.
Lin Jianjun had no choice but to hand the items to Zhang Aochen. After taking the pen and notebook, Zhang Aochen said, Lin Jianjun,
attention, about face. A soldier's instinct compelled Lin Jianjun to carry out the order without thinking.
Zhang Aochen wrote a few words on a piece of paper, then said to Lin Jianjun,
about face. Tell me, what do these words mean?
Lin Jianjun looked at the notebook Zhang Aochen held up, hesitated, and asked doubtfully,
Commander-in-Chief, do you really want to say it? Yes, go to hell. The entire audience was stunned. What was going on? This soldier was too fierce.
He cursed the Commander-in-Chief on the spot.
Wasn't he afraid of being reprimanded? Just as everyone was in shock, Zhang Aochen burst into laughter. You don't read much, do you? The phrase go to hell is actually spring pancharm. Ha, you thought I misspelled a word?
No, it's just that the handwriting is too messy. But that proves that you can read things clearly. Ha, good. Lin Jianjun's face immediately burned with embarrassment, and he cursed inwardly, Commander-in-Chief, you're really too much of a liar.
It looks like go to hell no matter how you look at it. How did it become spring pool charm? Tell me, how did you suddenly become able to see things clearly?
Yes, just 10 minutes ago, I really wanted to see the brothers outside, so I kept pressing my face against the window to look. I was looking at it for a while when I suddenly saw it clearly. I thought the light had come on, but then I realized it wasn't, so I came to report it.
How do you tell if the light is on?
I can't explain it either, it feels very strange. Because on the way here I saw some brothers using glow sticks to light their vegetables, and I could tell the light was real.
Do you see the same things in the dark and in a lit place?
It's different, the colors you see in the dark are slightly paler.
Do you feel any difference in your body now?
No, I feel fine, there's nothing unusual.
Understood.
You can go now, and while you're at it, call Healing Feng back. Lin Jianjun quickly left the command room. As he left, Zhang Aochen carefully observed his figure again, making sure he hadn't bumped into anything and that he left the command room with very smooth movements. Half an hour later, Healing Feng groped his way back from the darkness. Zhang Aochen told Healing Feng about Lin Jianjun's situation in the 3rd Squad of the 7th Company in detail, which made Healing Feng even more convinced that spiritual energy had been revived. He strongly suggested that Zhang Aochen arrange for the soldiers to undergo testing, although Zhang Aochen was unwilling to admit that it was something as far-fetched as the revival of spiritual energy. He had no other way to explain it and hoped that it was indeed a revival of spiritual energy so that they would have a chance to return to Blue Star. The test began quickly, but no one knew how to conduct it, so they asked Lin Jianjun to serve as the tester and instructor. Lin Jianjun was apprehensive when he was suddenly assigned to be a tester and instructor.
The tester role is manageable, but what about the instructor role?
He's just a low-ranking soldier. He has no instructor experience whatsoever. The conference room was quiet at this moment, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Jianjun's figure on the podium. Although they could only vaguely see his shadow, he was under immense pressure.
Zhang Aochen noticed his embarrassment and said, Lin Jianjun, Just share your feelings when you awakened. Everyone is feeling their way across the river, so no one will blame you.
You were the first to awaken, and your personal experience is very valuable for everyone.
Just speak slowly.
After taking a deep breath, Lin Jianjun began to recount in detail his feelings during his awakening, without reservation, telling everything in detail.
Zhang Yaochen turned his head and asked He Lingfeng, "What do you think?"
"Commander-in-Chief, I can't explain this to you either. I'm completely baffled right now," He Lingfeng replied.
"So what are your thoughts, and how do you plan to test it?"
"Never mind, there's no point in asking you," He Lingfeng replied awkwardly. As a leader, He Lingfeng felt utterly derelict in his duty. At all times, leadership must possess the ability to react quickly and make optimal decisions.
But now, faced with the commander-in-chief's questions, he couldn't offer a single suggestion.
In wartime, such dereliction of duty would likely have landed him in a military court.
Zhang Yaochen was not affected by his embarrassment.
He frowned and pondered, wondering if he had been too hasty.
After all, there were no precedents to refer to.
Lin Jianjun was the only one, and he himself couldn't explain how he had awakened in such a muddled way back then.
Finally, Zhang Yaochen decided to have the soldiers try to concentrate on one thing and see if different results would occur. An hour and a half later, the experiment was still in progress, but on Blue Star, the same situation as Lin Jianjun's occurred.
Around the world, a very small number of people have suddenly awakened. Their abilities are diverse. Some possess extraordinary strength, some can jump extremely high, some can move objects through the air, and some can even create a strong wind with a sneeze. They possess all sorts of strange abilities, but none of them can explain why they are like this. In summary, it was as if they inexplicably and suddenly gained incredible power. Among the first batch of awakened individuals, some were eager to create chaos, especially those who suddenly became incredibly strong. They began to disregard the rules and cause trouble everywhere.
Without receiving any orders, the Chinese military responded swiftly, capturing the troublemakers one by one.
During the incident, some who refused to obey and threatened the lives of others were shot dead on the spot. Because they were unaware of these people's capabilities, some of the troublemakers took the opportunity to escape. Especially those who are agile, they can break through the encirclement with a few leaps and bounds and disappear into the vast sea of people. As night fell, the escapees became even more brazen. Their acts of vandalism and robbery are child's play. They frequently resort to killing people at the slightest provocation.
There are countless examples of men who would seize and humiliate any pretty girl they saw. They have turned the whole society into a mess. Local troops and police were completely unable to cope. Although the signal was interrupted before, they could still communicate via landline. However, once the power was cut off, all the landline phones lost their communication capabilities. The military and police can only make arrests based on tips from the public. Without electricity, they can't even drive a car, so they can only support patrols by bicycle or on foot.
Some people who knew how to skate put on their skates, only to find that skates were only good for patrolling and were of no use at all when making arrests. The situation in China is extremely chaotic, while those countries that yearn for freedom, such as the United States, are simply giving up.
"I'm just an employee, I have no support whatsoever, and you expect me to fight criminals to the death? Sorry, I quit. I'll just stay home quietly."
Anyway, no one's going to notify the higher-ups.
As for island nations in India, they have become hell for women.
They completely let loose, and when they caught a woman who was pretty and had a good figure, they assaulted her in the street. Every one of the rebels was beaten mercilessly, and many more were humiliated to death. Those who were unwilling to give up went after those who had long coveted the property, breaking into many houses and soon hearing various cries of agony from inside. Women who have awakened their abilities may have some ability to protect themselves, but most are just ordinary people.
They could only endure the humiliation helplessly and resentfully.
Soldiers and police officers from all over China constantly patrol the streets and alleys, protecting the peace of the region with their passion and dedication.
Thanks to their efforts, China did not descend into widespread chaos.
In particular, there were awakened individuals among the military and police who bravely charged to the front lines and apprehended criminals one by one. Yi Ruizha stood at the window of his rented room, looking at the chaotic scene outside, and felt glad that he had made the decision to stockpile supplies. Although he was relieved, the situation outside was so chaotic that he would have to go out sooner or later.
How to protect himself when going out has become a major headache for him. He has seen people scaling walls and leaping between buildings several times.
At first, he suspected that he was seeing things and that he might be hallucinating due to lack of sleep in recent days. But after seeing it several times, he finally realized he wasn't mistaken.
He just couldn't understand why these people could perform such exaggerated light-footed movements. Could it be that people from ancient martial arts families are causing trouble? Otherwise, how do you explain that these people can perform qigong, lightweight kung fu?
He prepared dinner early, and after eating, he filled the bucket with water. There's a power outage now, and it's affecting a large area. The water supply might also be cut off at any time, so storing enough water is a top priority. He collects only the amount of water he needs, even using plastic bags to collect it, his main principle being to be prepared for any eventuality. eventuality.
After dinner, I filled the water tank.
With nothing to do and unable to go out in the dark, I could only go to bed early.
In the middle of the night, with no electricity, no air conditioning, and no fan, Eurasia tossed and turned, finally managing to fall asleep with difficulty. But just as he drifted off to sleep, he was jolted awake by a nightmare. In the dream, he was walking down the road when suddenly his foot slipped and he fell into an abyss. The fear of death made him desperately try to grab the edge. In a panic, I lost my grip on anything and suddenly found myself on the rooftop. Startled awake, Eurasia looked around in horror. Did I die in a dream? Is this what the underworld is like? Full of skyscrapers? No, why does this place feel so familiar? He looked around carefully again to confirm that this was the rooftop of the rental apartment. He lived on the top floor and usually came up to dry his clothes, so he was very familiar with the place. How did I end up on the rooftop? Wasn't I sleeping? He stood up, calmed his still pounding heart, and began to recall the dream he had just had. I was just sleeping, and I had a nightmare. What kind of nightmare was it? I think it was about suddenly falling down. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, how could I have such a scary dream? It scared my heart half to death. Oh well, I'll go back to my room first. Touching his still wildly beating heart, Eurasia prepared to go downstairs to his room. However, when he arrived at the door, he was dumbfounded. I don't have my keys. No, I locked the door before I went to bed. Even if I had the keys, I couldn't open it now. He was utterly speechless. How am I supposed to get into the room? There's so much stuff inside.
Not only were they stunned, but they were also extremely helpless.
I don't even know how I got out, and I still can't get back in. No, I have to find a way to get into the room. Right now I'm only wearing my underwear and I'm naked.
He thought to himself, climbing out the window won't work. There are security bars on the windows, and it's 7 stories high. If I fall, I'll be done for. It's no use getting someone to unlock it. It's locked from the inside with a bolt. I've been too vigilant lately, locking the door every day. Naked, Eurasia paced anxiously back and forth at the doorway. He was most afraid that someone would come out downstairs with a candle lit. A woman in her 30s lives downstairs. The other room was occupied by a young, energetic man who was even younger than him. The last room is empty and no one has rented it. The young man wasn't afraid. After all, they were all men, and there was nothing to be afraid of. But if the eldest sister comes out, it'll be a complete disaster. Just as he feared, he heard the sound of a door opening downstairs, followed by a flickering candlelight. Based on the sound of footsteps, Eurasia was 100% certain that it was the woman downstairs. He screamed inwardly, "Hey sis, what are you doing out here? Don't you know it's dangerous outside? Damn it, I need to get back to my room. Let me in." Suddenly, Eurasia disappeared from the corridor and reappeared in his room the next moment. The sudden appearance caused him to lean forward and involuntarily take a step, accidentally kicking the foot of the bed. The pain made him let out a soft, hoarse cry. The woman downstairs walked to the corner of the stairs, peeked out, and saw no one, which she found strange. She couldn't understand it at all. She had clearly heard the guy upstairs say that he couldn't get back to his room, which was why she came out to check out him out of curiosity. But now, looking around, she couldn't find anyone at all, which made her feel uneasy. Could it be that someone with ulterior motives climbed up to the rooftop and came in? In a panic, she quickly ran back to her room and locked the door from the inside. He muttered under his breath, "It must be that the guy upstairs forgot to close the rooftop door again, and a thief slipped in." Eurasia returned to his room, touching his still painful toes, and looked around in a daze. "I'm back again? What happened? How did I get back?" I asked 3 questions, but unfortunately no one responded. He scratched his butt and then his head, completely bewildered, utterly dumbfounded. Without daring to think about anything else, he immediately put on his clothes, picked up his keys, and pulled the latch, a series of movements as smooth as flowing water. All of this was to prevent myself from suddenly disappearing again and being unable to enter the room once more. After confirming that everything was alright, he began to recall the strange things that had happened before. At first, I had a nightmare and suddenly appeared on the rooftop. Then the lady downstairs suddenly opened the door, and I suddenly came back. What is the connection between these events? That's true. Nightmare, rooftop, eldest sister. Damn, they have absolutely no connection. How the hell did I end up on the rooftop? And how did I get back to my room? My toes still hurt, so it's definitely not a dream. What exactly happened? He frantically pulled at his hair, completely baffled as to why this bizarre scene was happening to him. Calm down, take a deep breath, slowly figure out what happened. I was sleeping, having nightmares, dreaming that I was about to die, and then suddenly I found myself on a rooftop. Back at the door, I was afraid the woman downstairs would appear, and sure enough, she did. Wait, I'm scared. Both times I was scared. Could it be that fear is what made me suddenly disappear and reappear? After thinking for a long time, Eurasia felt that the possibility was unlikely, but he couldn't deny it. Rooftop, room, they're both buildings. Could there be some architectural connection between them? Rooftop, room, rooftop, rooftop. Just as he closed his eyes and frowned in deep thought, he suddenly disappeared again and reappeared on the rooftop. Sensing something was wrong, he abruptly opened his eyes. After confirming that no one was around, he shouted, exclamation point. Afraid of waking anyone, he quickly covered his mouth and muttered softly,
"How the hell did I end up back on the rooftop again?"
After looking around and making sure no one had noticed him, he began to ponder the strange scene he had just witnessed.
Did I suddenly gain superpowers? Can I walk through walls? Teleport? Instantly appear? Teleport?
No, we need to confirm this first.
How did I end up on the rooftop?
It seems like I've been thinking about the rooftop the whole time.
Now that I want to go back to my room, can I just think about my room and go back? Never mind, let's give it a try.
He was somewhat eager to try and began to try to recall everything in the room. He considered everything he could think of, the bed, the floor, the supplies that were already half used, the table, the computer, the phone, but he remained on the rooftop.
Is the method wrong? But damn it, can someone tell me how to open this? I just want to get back to my room. Back to my room.
As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished silently from the rooftop and reappeared in the room.
You're back. I was thinking about the room, but you weren't back. How come you're suddenly back this time?
Don't panic, don't panic. Stay calm and think things through first.
Thinking about the room alone won't work. I've already thought about everything in the room, so it's definitely not related to the items. Do I need to concentrate? But I've tried it before.
No, back then I was just thinking about going back to my room.
I had too many distracting thoughts and wasn't in a hurry.
That should work. Try again. This time, he tried to focus his mind on imagining the rooftop, but after a long time, he still couldn't get a response. However, when he thought of going to the rooftop, he found himself silently appearing on the rooftop. Once he realized he was really on the rooftop, he couldn't help but burst into laughter.
So that's how it is.
Not only do you have to concentrate on thinking about your destination, but you also have to actually want to go there.
Ha, I've become a superhero.
Ruwasia was so excited that he danced around, showing the joy of a child despite being only in his 20s. But before he could enjoy his happiness for long, he suddenly felt dizzy and then fainted. He didn't wake up until the next morning, his head throbbing as if he'd been hit several times with a sledgehammer.
However, his minor flaw is utterly insignificant compared to the earth-shattering events that occurred last night. Last night, plants around the world grew wildly. Plants that were just saplings grew into towering trees overnight.
The roadside grass quickly grew to over a meter tall, and the plants of the entire world became enormous. The scientists' CPUs burned out again, and they had no idea what was going on. When they tried to analyze various samples, they found that these plants were unusually resilient. It took 2 or 3 hours of chopping with various axes and machetes to finally cut off a single leaf from a giant blade of grass. Careful observation under a microscope revealed that the plant cells were exceptionally active and divided at an extremely rapid rate. In other words, these enormous plants are still growing. So the scientists found expert climbers to help them climb the fruit trees and pick the fruit. I thought that the fruit trees in giant grass would be just a matter of a little effort, but I didn't expect that the axe would break into succession. In the end, it took them more than 4 hours to successfully cut the huge fruit down. The fruit that was cut down was a peach, but peaches should not be ripe at this time of year. Normally, a peach is only the size of a baby's fist, but this unripe peach is as big as a head and weighs several kilograms. It's already this big even before it's ripe. If it were ripe, it would weigh no more than 10 pounds. When the peach fell to the ground, it created a dent in the ground, but the peach itself was completely unharmed, not even breaking its skin. After being sent for research, it was found that this giant peach was no different from the previous giant grass. However, through nutritional testing, scientists were surprised to find that the giant peach's nutritional value was 20 times higher than before the mutation. Moreover, this is in comparison to a ripe peach before the mutation. This news shocked scientists. The giant peach was already incredibly nutritious even before it was ripe. How amazing would it be when it was ripe? They fed the crumbs of the giant peach to several mice and found that the mice were unusually excited, seemingly craving more giant peaches. After observing the mice for a long time, no other abnormalities were found except for their excitement. So the scientists voted to select one person to try the giant peach. The selected scientist took a deep breath, mentally prepared himself, and carefully bit off a small piece of peach and put it in his mouth. Other scientists asked eagerly, "Xiao Wu, how are you feeling?" After tasting it carefully, Xiao Wu said, "It's similar to the peaches I used to eat, sour and astringent, but it's very difficult to chew, like chewing wood. But once you chew it, it's very juicy." The other scientists exchanged glances and then tasted the bits of giant peach flesh. "Ouch, my teeth." "Xiao Wu, didn't you say it felt like chewing wood? This feels like chewing stone. My teeth, they hurt so much." "Mr. Phone, if your teeth aren't good, you shouldn't eat it. Why are you blaming me?" "Old Phone, Xiao Wu is right. You have trouble even biting a pancake with your teeth. You shouldn't have gotten involved. Now you deserve it. Ha ha ha. Oldly, don't try to make fun of me. In 2 years, you'll be about the same." "Humph, my teeth are very stable now, and I can eat anything I want. Unlike you, who are only in your 60s and already have very few teeth. Now you've lost another one. Ha ha ha. I'm ignoring you all. I'm going to get my teeth implanted tomorrow." "Mr. Phone, have you forgotten that there's no electricity now? How are you going to get your teeth implanted?" Feng Chiwu was stunned when he heard Wu
Yishuan's words. He then realized that there was no electricity, so how could he get a dental implant? Why bother with dental implants? Tooth extraction is an option, though, since it doesn't require electricity.
After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the giant peach, scientists began to study why the mice were so excited about it. But after studying it all night, they still couldn't come to any conclusions.
The giantification of the plant triggered widespread panic after daybreak. Everyone was talking about how the plant had grown so huge overnight. If plants get bigger, will mice and insects get bigger too? And what about ferocious beasts like lions and tigers? If they also grow bigger, how will humans cope? Soon, the people discovered that the animals had not mutated and had maintained their original size, which put their minds at ease. However, within the military, many astute commanders have already ordered the distribution of ammunition to the soldiers in preparation for any unforeseen events. They all shared the same idea: if plants can grow larger, animals might follow suit. If the animals also grow larger, they must rush to the front lines to fight immediately. If the animals remain docile after growing larger, that's lucky, otherwise, it will likely be a fierce battle. After all, if plants grow 10 or 20 times larger, what would happen if animals also grew 10 or 20 times larger? Their enormous size, combined with the natural agility of some animals, is enough to send chills down your spine just thinking about it. Imagine a giant dog, the size of a small car, lunging at a human. What chance would the human have of survival? The answer is almost zero. There is a slightly higher chance that only a few severed limbs or broken arms will remain. Overnight, global chaos escalated rapidly, plunging countries that yearned for freedom into uncontrollable turmoil.
In countries like the Cigar Country and the Middle East, many regimes have already changed hands. Among all countries in the world, only those countries like China and Korea, which have absolute control over their military power, have maintained relative stability and have not fallen into chaos and out of control. With the power outage, long-distance communication was also cut off, and no orders could be transmitted. Troops in various regions could only organize themselves to maintain peace in their areas. When Yi Ruizha woke up, he was completely unaware that his lovely and respectable soldiers had been fighting all night to protect this land. He was throbbing with pain and extremely exhausted, which was difficult to alleviate even after just waking up, and he was also feeling intensely hungry. However, his only thought was to get back to his little nest as soon as possible and get some more sleep. He staggered toward his room, the ground seeming to shake with each step he took. This was definitely not an earthquake, but rather a dizzying illusion he experienced while walking.
Ugh, headache and dizziness, this is fucking awful. What's going on? He cursed inwardly.
After finally managing to get back to my room and lying down to rest for a while, my headache and dizziness subsided slightly. But the hunger in his stomach kept reminding him that he had to eat as soon as possible, or he would really starve to death. Seeing that his headache and dizziness had eased slightly, Yi Ruizha struggled to get up and rummaged through his stockpiled supplies to find compressed biscuits, which he then wolfed down. He ate the compressed biscuits and drank the milk in big bites, and finished a whole 1 kilogram bag of compressed biscuits and 4 boxes of milk in no time. However, Yi Ruizha still felt hungry, but he dared not eat anymore. After all, he was eating nothing but compressed biscuits. After 1 kilogram, his stomach swelled up, and he was afraid his stomach would burst. I can only endure the hunger for now and wait it out. Fortunately, he was smart enough that in less than 10 minutes, his hunger gradually disappeared, and he even started to burp. After satisfying his hunger, he finally had time to recall what had happened the night before.
Why did I suddenly faint last night? Let's count how many times I used Flash. Let's call it Flash. I feel like that name is quite suitable.
He started counting carefully on his fingers.
I had a nightmare once, then I kicked my foot when I went back to the door and entered the room. Then I tried it again and went to the rooftop, then tried it again and went back to the room, and finally verified it again, and then I fainted. That was 5 times in total. Is 5 times the limit?
I didn't experience headaches, dizziness, fatigue, or hunger in the first 4 times, so why did this happen the last time? He sat on the edge of the bed, chin in hand, eyes closed, trying his best to find the reason with his utterly incompetent intelligence.
A few minutes later, he gave up, because nothing beats experiencing it firsthand, no amount of guessing. As I was thinking, my headache and dizziness disappeared without me even realizing it, and now I no longer feel tired or hungry.
Let's give it another try and carefully feel the changes in our bodies. His idea was simple and direct, just like the physical law states that energy neither appears out of thin air nor disappears out of thin air. Headache, dizziness, fatigue, and hunger are signs of energy depletion in the body, and these symptoms are directly proportional to the number of times they occur.
When energy is exhausted, these symptoms will appear.
Without hesitation, he began to recall the feeling and operation of the previous night, preparing to experience it again.
After some effort, he disappeared from the room again and reappeared on the rooftop.
But as soon as he appeared, the headache and dizziness returned. However, this time it was much easier than before. The symptoms were significantly reduced, and I didn't feel hungry. He knew that if he forced himself to use Flash again, he would definitely faint, even more severely than last night, and might even lose his life.
Since I can no longer use my superpowers, I'll just have to walk back. After all, it's it's only 1 floor high. Back in my room, I lay down on the bed and closed my eyes to rest, but falling asleep was impossible. Besides excitement, he also had an even stronger desire to find out the truth about superpowers as soon as possible. In games, it's often said that Flash is a life-saving skill. How can you not master it quickly? Lying in bed with his eyes closed, he focused on thinking. His body gradually relaxed, his mind became more concentrated, and he unconsciously entered a meditative state. Humans are truly fascinating creatures. Even the most foolish person can lose track of time when they are focused and engaged. Just like when you're working 996 and you're desperately focused, it feels like you haven't even started to exert yourself before you're off work in the blink of an eye. Yi Ruizha was in this state at the moment. Time flew by, and more than 3 hours had passed. Waking up from his meditation, he felt refreshed and his mind was much clearer. After his mental state improved, he decided to continue trying his superpowers. However, this time we need to prepare a little and bring some food and energy drinks. After 3 hours of immersive thinking, he finally understood one thing. When teleporting, clothes and personal belongings are teleported together. Yes, he renamed his superpower teleportation, which is more fitting. He had 2 goals in this attempt. First, we need to confirm whether the maximum number of transmissions is a fixed 5 times, or whether it varies depending on the individual's physical condition. Secondly, we tested the maximum number of items that can be transported together, and whether there were any restrictions on the types of items. He carried food in case of emergency, and felt that it would be fine to put some food in his pocket. Once he was ready, he closed his eyes and began to concentrate. A slight dizziness washed over him, and Yi Ruizha knew that he had successfully teleported again. When I opened my eyes, I found myself back on the rooftop. I checked my body and found nothing wrong except for the slight dizziness I felt during the teleportation. The dizziness quickly disappeared. This feels like MP in a game. Is mental energy MP? Could there be HP too? Am I a mage? In most games, only mages have teleportation or teleportation skills. Never mind for now, let's keep trying. He focused his mind again, this time without closing his eyes, wanting to see what he could see during the teleportation. But with the visual obstruction, he tried for a long time without success this time. Am I really a talentless loser? If that's the case, I might be a Dharma king who has to be able to teleport anytime, anywhere. After encouraging himself, Yi Ruizha started trying again. Since opening your eyes doesn't work, try closing them first, memorizing the feeling, and then try opening them again. As soon as I closed my eyes and focused my mind, the dizziness returned. I opened my eyes and, sure enough, I was back in my room. Without pausing, he closed his eyes again, and this time the teleportation was a little faster than before. Moreover, I clearly felt that the dizziness was more severe than the previous 2 times. However, this slight dizziness was not the limit. He had to find out exactly where the limit was. He closed his eyes again, and the figure disappeared from the rooftop once more. We can keep going. Let's try again. The figure disappeared, and he returned to the rooftop. The dizziness was very severe, and he knew he couldn't continue, or he would definitely faint. In addition to dizziness, I am now also experiencing hunger. The food and energy drinks we had prepared came in handy. Without hesitation, he took it out and began to eat and drink it heartily. After finishing his meal, he felt much better, but still felt he wasn't in good enough shape to continue trying, so he had to drag his legs back to his room. Since we can't continue trying now, we might as well try a quick recovery method. The only way he knows to recover is to sleep. Isn't that obvious? Another uncertain method is meditation. Previously, when he meditated, he felt refreshed after only 3 hours. You should know that when he first fainted, he lay on the rooftop for 8 or 9 hours. He now has 2 options. One is the simplest, sleeping, which will ensure 100% recovery. Another option is meditation, but its effectiveness is uncertain. However, he has plenty of time. After all, he used to make money by playing games, but now that the games are over, he has more free time than he can use. If you have plenty of time, then of course try meditation first. If that doesn't work, then catch up on sleep. He closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, placed his hands on his thighs with his fingers snapping. 15 minutes passed without any effect, and he opened his eyes. I feel like an idiot. My legs are completely numb. He stood up and stretched his leg muscles. As the blood flowed, his legs suddenly felt like they were out of his control. He deserved to suffer like this. Ouch. My legs are even more numb than when I'm on the toilet. I need to lie down and rest. Enduring the numbness in his legs, he relaxed his body, blanked his mind, and did nothing. 10 minutes later, the numbness disappeared, and Yi Ruizha sat up. Just as he was about to grab something to eat, he suddenly realized that the dizziness had significantly lessened. What's going on? I wasn't in a meditative state at all when I was sitting cross-legged. Could it be that my legs went numb when I lay down? Does recovery always require my legs to go numb first? Thinking about this, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Although leg numbness is not a serious problem, it is extremely uncomfortable, especially when the feet are on the ground, when you can't even feel the soles of your feet. No, it can't be that my legs have to go numb first. When my legs went numb, I don't think about anything. Does that mean I can recover quickly if I don't think about anything? That must be it. Thinking
Thinking of this, he immediately took action, casually drank a beverage, didn't even eat anything, and lay back down on the bed and closed his eyes. 5 minutes later, he started to daydream, his mind filled with images of Japanese teachers' single-drive implantation, double flower eyebrow sticks, and 5 tiger generals, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself.
Damn it, what am I thinking?
I promised myself I would clear my mind and body, and sure enough,
women are really slowing down my cultivation.
He angrily shook off his wandering thoughts, and lay down again after calming down. Since you're going to let your mind wander, I'll just focus on thinking about my superpowers. Time passed slowly, and this time he didn't think about any teachers.
He focused on sorting out his superpower and considering its various possibilities and feasibility.
2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and it was completely dark. Uruasia opened his eyes and found that the dizziness had completely disappeared, and apart from hunger, he had no other physical problems. He got up and fumbled to light the candle. He glanced at the mechanical watch on the table. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening. He patted his stomach and prepared to make a big bowl of noodles with ham and eggs. Looking at the burning gas stove, he was glad that he smoked and had a flint lighter. All the electronic lighters were malfunctioning and couldn't be lit at all, otherwise even starting a fire would be a problem. After eating a large bowl of hot noodles that warmed his internal organs, he prepared to try again. With his food and drinks in hand, he continued to push the limits of how many times he could teleport. He felt that his mental energy seemed to be more abundant after using his teleportation superpower more often. As for teleporting with items, let's put that aside for now and talk about it later. Ready, he closed his eyes and disappeared. This time the speed increased dramatically. I had only closed my eyes for a few seconds when I was already on the rooftop. The speed isn't fast enough. It's not enough to control the game at will. A few seconds of wind-up is enough to kill me several times over. He lay in bed thinking it over and over again, and decided to use the same approach he had in the game. The more he thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. I am the Dharma King, so it's normal for me to be able to teleport.
Low MP levels can cause dizziness, but it will subside after rest, which is normal.
Skills have a proficiency level, which is reasonable. His most important task at the moment is to improve his proficiency, and then to confirm whether frequent use of skills will affect his MP. He didn't linger on the rooftop. He closed his eyes again and returned to his room. On the 5th round trip, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his MP seemed to have actually increased. Although I still feel a bit dizzy, I feel much better than before. Although I don't feel like I can use teleportation again immediately, the gap is not large. As long as I rest for a while, I should be able to teleport again. He hesitated, wondering whether to go back to his room to rest now or try teleporting again later.
The intense dizziness, almost to the point of fainting, was unbearable, accompanied by a fear of impending death, and he was reluctant to take any more risks. After much consideration, he finally gave up trying. My life is the most important thing. If I really ruin myself, then I'm really finished. When he returned to his room to rest, what's the situation now? How many people have awakened?
A total of 36 people have awakened, and 192 people are still working hard.
Good.
Have those who have awakened write reports on their awakening process as soon as possible and pass on their experience to their companions who have not yet awakened.
Don't worry, I will. By the way, did you awaken this time?
Healing Fang's lips curled up slightly as he stretched out his palm, concentrated his mind, and soon a small fireball appeared in his palm. Not bad, you've actually awakened fire-type abilities, which should be classified as combat-related superpowers. Hee. Faced with the Commander-in-Chief's command capabilities, how could I dare to act rashly? My ability is spiritual communication, which leans towards command, and it suits me very well. It's a perfect match. You have no idea how scared I was when your voice suddenly popped into my head, but your ability just happens to solve our internal communication problem. That's good, but I can only connect to a maximum of 10 people right now. I can't connect to even one more person. Commander-in-Chief, stop showing off. Putting aside the fact that you are the second awakened one, your cultivation speed is already the fastest in the entire base. If I had worked harder, I would have brought my brothers back long ago. Healing Fang fell silent. He knew how fanatical Zhang Aochen's cultivation was. He had almost lost his life twice before. If Zhang Aochen hadn't desperately shouted hungry, no one would have known how to save him. However, they discovered that the recovery rate was extremely fast after eating those giant vegetables. Moreover, it was discovered that previous space food had almost no effect other than slightly alleviating hunger. Eating 5 or 6 bags of space food is not as effective as eating a small piece of giant vegetable. They attributed this to differences in energy. They believed that the vegetables grew to enormous sizes because asteroid fragments mysteriously disappeared and transformed into a form of energy. As living organisms, the vegetables absorbed this energy and thus became enormous. Their awakening also stemmed from this strange energy. After awakening, using their powers consumes their internal energy, which needs to be replenished through rest and eating. Space food is prepared in advance and does not contain this kind of energy, so it cannot fill the body's deficit. However, they have not yet reached a consensus on what this energy actually is. Ultimately, Lin Jianjun insisted that this was spiritual energy, which is now called the spiritual energy revival. No one could refute him, so they had no choice but to go along with his wish and call this energy spiritual energy. Lin Jianjun, who firmly believed in the revival of spiritual energy, devoted himself to studying how to absorb spiritual energy, but no matter how long he studied, he made no progress. As the first to awaken, he was overtaken by those who followed. He has now given up on the idea of studying how to absorb spiritual energy and has instead focused on improving his proficiency. Because it has been verified by many people that as long as you keep using your superpowers and gradually deplete your body's spiritual energy, then consume giant vegetables, your body's spiritual energy will increase. Simply eating vegetables can only fill your stomach. No other effects have been observed so far. What they need now is to continue exploring, improving the strength of their abilities, and becoming familiar with their effects. At first, everyone thought that awakening superpowers was an exception, but it seems that this is not the case. However, they cannot be certain yet, as there are still more than 100 people who have not yet awakened, and it is too early to draw a conclusion. Alright, you've just awakened. Go down and cultivate diligently so you can go home as soon as possible. Healing Feng stood at attention and saluted solemnly. Yes, let's go home. Despite the previous communication disruptions and power outages, and the seemingly slim hope of returning home, they never gave up. Now that we finally see a glimmer of hope for returning home, we must train with all our might. Yi Ruizha practiced for 2 consecutive days, and his teleportation skills became increasingly proficient. Now, he can teleport within a second with his eyes closed, and as long as his mental energy is sufficient, he can hardly feel dizziness. The teleportation attempt was still not going smoothly, succeeding only twice out of 5 or 6 attempts. When preparing to teleport, I am always distracted by my line of sight. I can only practice teleporting with my eyes closed until I am proficient and firmly remember the key techniques before gradually challenging myself to teleport with my eyes open. In the past 2 days, more and more people around the world have become awakened. Moreover, a pattern emerges. The stronger a person's will, the faster and easier it is for them to awaken. Especially in the military, the awakening rate has reached 10%. Special forces are even more remarkable, such as firefighters and armed police, with an awakening rate of 20% to 30%. Even more specialized anti-drug and special forces units have a higher chance of awakening their powers, sometimes exceeding 60%. In addition, scientists have discovered the potential for giant food, but research progress has not been ideal due to equipment limitations. Kyoto, the Prime Minister's Office of the 5 Ministries. Have you made contact with Tianjin? Premier Xing Zhenyu asked Secretary General Zhao Fugua. The person I sent to make contact hasn't returned yet, Zhao Fugua replied. Sigh. With communications cut off, the country's control immediately becomes precarious. I really hope that those below can realize this as soon as possible and stabilize the situation. Premier, rest assured, even if the local government can't control the situation, don't you trust our soldiers? Of course I trust the local government and the military, but I'm worried that spies and spineless cowards will take the opportunity to cause trouble. Indeed, if they unite, it will be a big problem. Forget about them, quickly find people with communication abilities and fast movement capabilities. We must make contact with other cities as soon as possible. By the way, has there been any progress in your contact with Zhang Youchen? Sigh, no, it's still the last observation before the power disappeared. I have given a direct order, rebuild the telescope, even if it has to be assembled by hand, we must make one. The Academy of Sciences is working overtime and expects it will take another 10 days to assemble the new telescope, but I'm worried that things won't be good at the lunar base in 10 days. Without electricity, life support systems shut down, and I can't even imagine how they survived. What's more troublesome is that the base is on the far side of the moon, making it difficult to observe even with telescopes installed. Have the Academy of Sciences send more personnel. Life and death must be witnessed. If we can't see the body, there is still hope. Even if they all die, we must find a way to bring them back. They are our heroes, and we must not let them die far from home. We Chinese people worked hard for decades to bring back all the heroes of Goryeo, and we will never let them be an exception. I understand. You should rest first. Your condition can't withstand prolonged exertion. I know my body. Don't worry, I won't collapse easily. You go ahead and get back to work. Zhao Fugua wanted to say a few more words of advice, but in the end he didn't say them and left the office heavily. He knew the Prime Minister's character all too well. With China in turmoil, the Premier will not sit idly by and will not care about his own health. Otherwise, the physical and mental exhaustion he suffered during World War III would not still be a lingering problem. The military hospital could only barely control the condition to prevent it from worsening. Now, Zhao Fugua's only hope is to find a superhuman with healing abilities as soon as possible. Only in this way can the Prime Minister have hope of recovery. The next day, Yi Ruizha got up at 7 o'clock in the morning. He had never gotten up this early since graduation. I woke up early this morning because I made a major breakthrough in my practice last night. The maximum number of teleports has been increased from 5 to 6. His persistent efforts finally paid off, igniting an unprecedented fighting spirit within within him. Otherwise, given his old habit of not getting up until noon, it would be impossible for him to get up this early. In addition, he decided to start practicing teleportation with his eyes open today. The number of teleportations increased by 1 compared to before, and it can now teleport instantly with eyes closed.
While it's not entirely voluntary, it can definitely keep the time within half a second.
Just to be on the safe side, he carefully checked his belongings and, after confirming that nothing was missing, Yi Ruizha began to concentrate. He knew in his heart that he was likely to fail this time. Damn it, I refuse to believe it can't be done.
Take a few deep breaths to adjust your mindset and prepare to try again.
My eyes were sore from staring, but I was still in my room.
Damn it, I'm going to fight you to the death today.
Inside the rented room, Yi Ruizha swore every half-minute for more than an hour. The woman downstairs was a little confused.
What was wrong with the young man upstairs today? Why was he cursing all the time? However, she dared not meddle in other people's business now.
In the past 2 days, she has witnessed 2 instances of chaos caused by people with superpowers. On one occasion, a girl was robbed in a rental apartment across the street.
Another time was even worse.
When I went out to buy something, I passed by a shop and saw that the shop owner and his entire family had been killed. I heard it was for revenge. These 2 experiences made her afraid to go out easily anymore. Yi Ruizha practiced for more than an hour without success, but he still persisted.
But the setback was huge.
The less successful he became, the more anxious he became, and the more anxious he became, the more he failed, completely falling into a vicious cycle. Devastated, he had no choice but to patiently stop practicing for the time being.
Damn it, this doesn't make sense. I succeeded yesterday, how come I haven't succeeded even once today? Am I really a useless piece of trash?
He began to fall into deep self-doubt.
No way. Our ancestors always said that diligence can make up for lack of talent.
I've already worked so hard, the light of our ancestors can't possibly not shine upon me. He pounded the mattress a few times, then picked up a pillowcase and whipped it hard to vent his emotions, which made him feel a little better. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, he began to analyze the reasons for his failure.
Perspective, distraction, inner thoughts, perspective.
He counted the possible failures on his fingers, then tossed the pillowcase aside, finding it in the way. Then, subconsciously, I wanted to put the pillowcase back on the pillow. Suddenly, he froze, staring blankly at the pillowcase in his hand.
Yes, try covering your eyes with a pillowcase. Pillowcases aren't thick and they let light through a bit. He spread out the pillowcase and covered his eyes with it. The pillowcase blocked my view, so I couldn't open my eyes too wide. I could only open them a crack.
However, it is still difficult to see things clearly through the gaps in the pillowcase.
He took a deep breath and tried to concentrate.
Suddenly, he felt a darkness before his eyes and quickly pulled off the pillowcase. He was filled with excitement and joy because he had finally succeeded. His lips were tightly pursed, he gripped the pillowcase tightly, and his whole body trembled. He wanted to shout it out, but looking around, he held back. If it attracts a crowd, I still need to save face. In order to master the skill as soon as possible, he immediately tied a pillowcase around his neck and prepared to start a new round of teleportation. This time he changed the way he tied it, tying the pillowcase to his forehead and letting it hang down naturally like a veil, so he could easily lift it at any time to check if the transmission was successful. After tying the pillowcase up, he rubbed his hands together, adjusted his mindset, and focused intently. A familiar darkness flashed by, and he quickly lifted the pillowcase, excitedly letting out a yo-ho. I'm so happy. I never expected that a pillowcase could solve my problem.
With more practice, firmly remember the feeling of transmitting with your eyes open.
He believed that he would soon be able to discard the pillowcase. After teleporting back and forth 4 times, he felt that his magic power was almost exhausted, and the dizziness began to worsen. I had no choice but to stop, lie back in bed, and enter a familiar meditative state to restore my magic.
3 hours later, he had recovered and was ready to resume his teleportation practice.
But this time he didn't rush to act because he was already feeling extremely hungry. The food he ate earlier has already been digested, and now he needs to replenish his energy. Despite his hunger, he cooked a large pot of rice, steamed a few sausages, and served them with a small bowl of soy sauce. Chinese sausage with soy sauce mixed with rice is the only dish he can still make right now. Having not left the house for a long time, all the vegetables were gone, and not even a single egg was left. Now all that's left are sausages and cured meat. But this sausage rice is so delicious. The rice wasn't quite enough. I cooked 5 cups of rice this time, but it still didn't feel filling. He's even a little worried now that he might have overeaten. But his worries seemed a bit unnecessary. After finishing a pot of rice, he was only about half full. Looking around, there were still over 60 kilograms of rice, 3 boxes of flatbread, and a few snacks left.
He couldn't help but smile bitterly. If I keep eating like this, I'm afraid I'll eat myself into poverty.
I'll have to go out and find out in a couple of days how other people who have also awakened superpowers solve their food problems. Even after finishing the last grain of rice in the pot, he still felt unsatisfied. The sausage rice was just too tempting. However, he resisted the temptation and decided to make sausage rice again after finishing his practice. No, this time it had to be a double portion,
and he had to cook 10 cups of of rice. This time, I didn't tie my head with a pillowcase, I felt that looked a bit silly. Instead, I wore a baseball cap, and the effect should be about the same anyway. Put on your hat, adjust your mindset, and concentrate.
A short while later, he appeared on the rooftop. As the number of practice sessions increases, the pre-rocking time becomes shorter and shorter. 3 days later, Eurasia had reached the same speed as when he closed his eyes. After 3 days of continuous practice, his maximum number of teleportations was increased to 8. Today, he plans to start trying to teleport items along with the teleport. He always had a clear feeling that the more items he carried, the more mental energy he consumed.
The more proficient you become at a skill, the more pronounced this feeling becomes, so he kept putting it off. Now that I feel the time is right, I've decided to give it a try.
Looking around the room, I finally decided to start the experiment using the storage box that held the quilt. First, he needs to confirm the size limit of the items that can be transported, then the weight, and finally the type of items. He took 2 quilts out of the storage box and threw them onto the bed. Then I picked up the storage box and prepared to start trying it out. This is the largest household storage box, measuring 80 by 50 by 45 centimeters. He has several of them, and this one is just the right size for testing. Even if it breaks by accident, he won't feel bad. He adjusted his baseball cap, picked up the storage box, and muttered to himself, "Let me experience what it's like to teleport items." He disappeared from the room shortly afterward. However, some of the storage boxes were left in the room. Standing on the rooftop, Eurasia stared blankly at the storage box he was holding, which was missing a part.
What happened? Why is a piece missing?
He examined the missing edge of the storage box closely. It was very neat and even had a slight curve. The edge was exactly the maximum distance his hands could reach when they were fully extended. After thinking for a long time, he had several guesses.
First, there are limitations on the size of the items that can be transported.
Secondly, there is a teleportation channel, and items that exceed the size of the channel will be cut off. Third, the space at which the body can stretch is the size of the teleportation channel. Items that exceed the channel will be cut off. When he thought of the third point, cold sweat poured down his forehead.
If he teleported with someone, and that person happened to be at the edge of the passage, wouldn't they be doomed?
To verify his guess, he held the storage box at an angle and made several marks at its maximum extension point with a key. After he was ready, he teleported back to the room. As soon as he was teleported back, he felt a wave of dizziness, but it wasn't too intense. But he was certain that teleporting with items did require additional mental energy. I looked at the storage box in my hand. Another corner of the storage box is missing. It seems that there are indeed limitations to teleportation, but whether this channel can be expanded is still unknown. Just as he was about to put the broken storage box on the ground, he discovered that there were some fragments of the storage box on the ground.
Ha! Isn't this the piece that was missing during the first teleportation?
I picked up the fragment and compared it to the storage box in my hand. They fit together perfectly. It seems the cut item didn't disappear, but remained in place.
So the other piece should be on the rooftop.
I'll go check. After saying that, he put down the storage box and teleported to the rooftop. Looking at the fragments on the ground, he said softly, "It seems my guess was right. The missing corner is right on the rooftop." He discarded the broken storage box and then teleported back to its original position in the room. Eruasia's gaze lingered on the storage box on the ground, which was missing a quarter of its contents and a corner, and he fell into deep thought.
Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong.
The storage boxes had been right under his feet, and based on his previous deductions, some of them should have been within the teleportation channel and should have been teleported to the rooftop with him. However, the damaged storage box was not transported with the shipment, and no further damage was found.
Could my previous assumption have been wrong? Could it be that only items that come into contact with me can be teleported along with me?
Unable to figure it out, he decided to try a few more times, since experimentation is the best way to verify the truth. He picked up one storage box and placed the other one at his feet. Both storage boxes are partially within the passageway and partially outside. With a lowered head, the body disappeared. He had fewer fragments left in his hand, but when he looked down, he was surprised to find that there were also some storage boxes at his feet. He was stunned. It seems that contact isn't always necessary for teleportation, but what exactly is the rule? He examined the 2 fragments carefully, determined to figure out their secrets. He extended the fragment outside the passage and restarted the teleportation. Back in his room, Eruasia's eyes widened in disbelief. When he was teleported, he vaguely saw a ripple spreading outward from his body, but before he could see clearly what it was, he was back in his room. Could this be the teleportation portal? Let's try again. This time I must see it clearly. He took off his hat. He had been able to successfully teleport even while staring at the broken storage box in his hand, which meant he had broken free from visual interference. I straightened my arms again, focused my mind and energy, and successfully appeared on the rooftop. Although he still couldn't make out what the ripple was, he was still extremely excited because he had successfully overcome visual interference and could teleport at will. Despite his excitement, he did not forget his ultimate goal. He threw away the fragment in his hand, realizing that he could no longer carry items during teleportation. His remaining mental energy was only enough to teleport himself, and he needed to recover before he could continue.
He tossed the fragments a little further away and teleported back to his room alone.
As soon as I returned to my room, the dizziness intensified, and I couldn't care less about the anomaly I had noticed during the teleportation. He lay on the bed with his eyes closed, resting. What he needed most now was to recover his mental strength so that he could continue to verify the abnormal phenomenon he had just witnessed. 3 hours later, his mental strength recovered, and he immediately went to cook, unable to ignore the hunger. No matter how eager you are to verify it, taking good care of your health first is the right thing to do. More than half an hour later, he finished eating a large pot of rice, patted his bulging belly, and felt unusually complicated.
Even though I'm already stuffed, I still feel hungry.
This feels extremely contradictory, like drinking water constantly but still feeling thirsty. After resting for half an hour, the bloating in my stomach had subsided significantly, and I was finally no longer uncomfortable.
Strangely, the hunger was even more intense at that moment.
Yuruasia decided to pause his practice and go out to gather information. He hasn't left the house for 58 days. Since he ran out of vegetables, he has been cooking noodles and white rice every day, occasionally making a meal of preserved meat rice to treat himself.
There isn't much trash usually, it barely fills one handbag in a week. After throwing away the trash, I rush back to my room without daring to linger.
As for whether the garbage dump is as big as a mountain, that's not his concern. He thought that after so long, the chaotic situation outside should have improved. He got dressed, grabbed his keys, and with the remaining few dozen yuan in his pocket, he walked out the door. When I got downstairs and turned the corner, I found that the mountain of garbage that used to be there was no longer there.
This is undoubtedly good news, indicating that order has not completely collapsed.
Continue walking for another 7 or 8 minutes, then turn from the alley onto the main road. The street in front of me seemed much quieter, but I saw a soldier with a gun and a policeman with a gun standing guard on the street. It turns out that the military and police jointly take over the security. No wonder it looks so orderly now. He felt a strong sense of security as he passed by soldiers and police officers, a feeling that made him feel happy. After walking 2 more streets, we turned into the area where vendors usually set up their vegetable stalls, only to be dumbfounded, we didn't see a single stall. The streets were unusually deserted. He asked someone at random and learned that the stalls could no longer be set up anywhere. They had all been moved to designated squares. After thanking the man, he walked along the street for a while, then suddenly slapped his forehead.
Oh no, I forgot to ask how to pay for things now. I guess not everyone has cash, right? How do people without cash buy things?
Before he could think for long, he scratched his head.
How silly, why didn't you ask the police officer? Looking up and around, I began searching for the nearest police officer.
He had noticed earlier when he passed by that the police and soldiers were mostly stationed at those intersections with high pedestrian traffic. The urban village where he lives has only 5 main intersections.
As long as there are people guarding the intersections, the area is basically safe.
The intersection where he just turned off the main road is one of the main entrances and exits. Looking around, he realized the other checkpoint was a bit far away, and shrugged helplessly. Looks like the officer at the intersection I just saw was the closest to me. So he turned back the way he came and walked up to the 2 soldiers and the policeman. As soon as the policeman saw someone approaching, he immediately asked, "Comrade, what's the matter?" Yuruasia sorted out his thoughts and said, "Uncle, I was just about to go buy some groceries, but I found that no one was setting up their stalls anymore.
I wanted to ask you, where can I buy groceries now?
Also, there's no electricity now, and we don't have much cash.
How are we going to pay for things?"
The police weren't surprised. They'd received countless similar questions in the past few days. To prevent large crowds from flooding the streets and causing insufficient regulatory capacity, an order was issued from above. Citizens should not be notified, but should be allowed to run out of their food reserves before going out to buy things on their own. 9 out of 10 people opposed this order, but it was a last resort. Because the soldiers received ammunition, they sent too many people to capture the fugitives, resulting in an overabundance of resources and allowing more people with awakened superpowers and malicious intentions to take advantage of the situation, leading to a surge in innocent casualties. Ultimately, they had no choice but to station people at the intersection as a deterrent, while also having the awakened soldiers and police officers patrol together. With the deterrent effect of the military and police, most of the troublemakers chose to lie low for the time being. However, the problem remains prominent. Communication was interrupted, making it difficult to get to the scene as soon as possible. Even more serious is the severe shortage of manpower. In their urban village, which has a population of over 60,000, there are only 29 people responsible for monitoring it. Of these, 20 were on guard duty, 8 were on patrol, and there was 1 commander. Due to a shortage of manpower, they had to work in 2 shifts, with the commander on standby 24 hours a day. When the police officer saw that someone was asking questions, he readily answered Yuruasia's questions. Now all the stalls have been moved to the farmer's market about 1 kilometer away from here.
You can buy your things there. I suggest you go by bicycle or a tricycle bicycle is more convenient.
Payment methods include cash, precious metals, and barter. If you have neither cash nor anything else to exchange, you can bring your ID card and bank card to the government to register first. There are bank staff inside who will help you open a new passbook. If you already have a passbook, you don't need to open another one, they will give you cash or a receipt. Yi Ruizha was very puzzled after hearing this. If there is no power, how can the bank confirm that there is still money in his account? My mind was full of questions, but the police officer clearly didn't want to explain further. He figured that people must be asking him these questions every day for the next few days, and that he would consider his task complete if he could just tell them to go to the government to collect cash. Yi Ruizha returned to his rented room, took his ID card, and headed towards the government building. Seeing many shared bicycles and electric scooters on the road, he shook his head inside. They're all out of power. What's the point of riding an electric scooter? Even if they were, you can't scan the code. Sigh, I should have just bought a bicycle instead of this electric scooter. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, as if he had thought of something. Yeah, if the power's out, how do you lock the shared bikes? Even if they are locked, you can find another one, take it back, and pry the lock open. He turned around and walked towards the shared bicycle. It was a shared bicycle from Green Apple Company, featuring a magnetic lock design. The lock is not visible from the outside. It locks automatically if you move the vehicle gently without scanning the code. He kicked the kickstand and pushed it back and forth a few times. Ha, I knew it. The power's dead. What's the point of locking it? I got this car for free. He happily rode the bicycle he had found for free towards the government building. He didn't use the bike lane, but rode directly onto the main road. Since there were no cars around, riding on the motor vehicle lane was smooth and comfortable. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the government building, looked around the entrance, and found that there weren't many people. He put his bicycle in the parking area and prepared to queue. As for whether someone will ride the bike away, there's no need to worry at all. The parking area is already piled high with shared bikes. It seems others have also discovered this loophole and are all taking advantage of the free bikes. He came to the end of the line and stood quietly. At this point, he couldn't help but wonder again, how exactly does the bank determine whether there's money left in the bank card? What if he said he had hundreds of millions in the card? How can the staff confirm that they are not lying? A lie detector? Impossible, those things need electricity. Vomiting real water? That's probably hallucinogenic drugs. It shouldn't be that severe. Just as he was pondering how the bank would verify the balance, a commotion suddenly broke out at the front of the line. He peered out for a while, and only after listening to the people in front of him recount what had happened did he understand what was going on. It turns out there was a man ahead who was lying and claiming to be a multi-millionaire, wanting to take 5 million. However, the bank staff showed him a note from the door, which clearly stated that his balance was only 17,668.2 yuan, and he could not withdraw 5 million yuan at all. The man immediately started arguing, questioning why he claimed the balance was only 17,668.2 yuan. He insisted that this was nonsense, as he clearly had 30 million in his bank account. But the bank staff ignored him completely, insisting that his balance was exactly 17,668.2 yuan, not a penny more. When the man tried to continue causing trouble, Chen Jinghui, an awakened individual in charge of security, intervened and pinned him down. Chen Jinghui told him that the balance was definitely correct, because the one who confirmed the balance was an awakened person with special abilities. The troublemaker was just an ordinary person. He was suppressed by Chen Jinghui and dared not resist. He had no choice but to admit that he only had about 10,000 yuan left in his account, and he couldn't remember the exact amount. Chen Jinghui held him down and warned him, if you stop causing trouble, I can release him immediately and let him collect his money and leave. If you continue to cause trouble, I will arrest him and lock him up immediately. In fact, Chen Jinghui didn't want to arrest anyone at all, because guarding them required manpower. Despite the heavy security in the government building, there are only 3 people, including himself, who have awakened supernatural abilities. One of them, who had no fighting ability, was Lu Bowie, who was in charge of checking the balance at the door. Her ability is extremely special. She can sense an object's main function and most recent experience by touching it, but only for a few seconds. For example, an ID card serves to represent identity and verify information. Lu Bowie can feel the process of her ID card being verified last time by touching it. For example, you might be checked by the police for your ID card, or you might use your ID card to check into a hotel, or register an account using your ID card number. As for non-ID card functions like scraping powder or shaving one's buttocks with one's ID card, she doesn't perceive them. The function of a bank card is to record the balance of a bank account. By touching the bank card, she can see the last bank transaction of that account. Although it only lasted a few seconds, it was enough for her to jot down the balance and write it on a piece of paper. The line moved forward slowly, and soon it was Yi Ruizha's turn. He handed over his bank card, and Lu Bowie took it, paused for a few seconds, then wrote 58,673.60 on a piece of paper, stamped it, returned the bank card to him, and handed the paper to the staff member next to her. At this moment,
moment, Yi Ruizha couldn't help but marvel. He couldn't even remember how much money was in his account.
He never expected that the young lady could tell who was a big spender and who was a rich second generation with just a light touch. At first, Yi Ruizha was a little confused.
Wasn't he afraid that someone would secretly tamper with the numbers on the note?
After he saw the whole process clearly, he immediately realized that there was no chance to secretly change the numbers. Not to mention that each workstation only serves one person, and a new customer is only allowed to enter after one person has finished their business and left.
This note alone doesn't even give you a chance to touch it, so how can you change anything?
The staff member led Yi Ruizha to an empty workstation, handed the note to the staff there, and then returned to the door to continue waiting. "Sir, please show your ID card and bank card." The bank teller took the ID card and bank card, first compared the ID card information, and then asked for the name and ID number as per procedure. After confirming that everything was correct, she asked, "Sir, how much money would you like to withdraw?"
Yi Ruizha thought for a moment and said, "Can we take them all out?"
"Yes,
but we can't give you all the cash. You can only take a portion of the cash, and we'll give you a receipt for the rest. The receipt can be used as cash. We hope you understand."
"What if the other party doesn't accept the receipt?" "Sir, please rest assured that as long as you make your purchase in the designated area, the receipt will be valid."
"What is the designated area?"
"Sir, there is an instruction sheet over there that specifies the areas where the voucher can be used and provides detailed instructions."
"You can take one back and take a look later."
"Oh, I see.
Okay then. Are you sure you want to withdraw all of it now?"
"Yes, I'm sure."
"If you withdraw all the money, we will take back your bank card and destroy it on the spot. Is that all right?"
"Okay, due to insufficient cash reserves, we can only give you 10,000 yuan in cash.
The remaining amount will be issued in the form of receipts. Is that acceptable? Only 10,000 in cash? That's so little?"
"Yes, between 50,000 and 100,000, you can only receive a maximum of 10,000 in cash. The rest must be exchanged for receipts."
"What if I only take 10,000?
"I can only give you 1,000 in cash, and the remaining 9,000 will be exchanged for vouchers."
"I see. Okay, then let's bring them all out." "Okay, please wait a moment."
Soon, the bank teller took out a stack of 100 yuan bills and began counting them. She counted the money 3 times to make sure it was correct, and then took out 48 receipts with a face value of 1,000 yuan to start counting. After confirming everything was correct, they counted 6 receipts for 100 yuan, 7 receipts for 10 yuan, and the remaining 3.6 yuan were coins. The young woman placed all the cash and receipts in front of Yi Ruizha and said, "Sir, the count is complete. Please check." Yi Ruizha picked up the receipt and looked at it. The paper had a unique texture, making it difficult to identify the material.
It felt similar to banknotes.
The numbers and patterns printed on it are very difficult to counterfeit, even without electricity. However, he didn't care too much and originally planned to spend the money quickly before the order collapsed. As for what to do next, we'll talk about that later. Although he used to stay in his rented room playing games, he wasn't stupid. When the apocalypse came and order collapsed, currency would definitely be the first thing to be affected. Besides, he had already awakened, and he didn't believe that he couldn't even support himself with his abilities. He is, after all, a Dharma King. Indeed, he still firmly believes that he is the Dharma King, and this confidence has never wavered. Holding the cash and receipt, he grabbed a statement and left the government building. After carefully reviewing the instructions, I found that the addresses of the 7 central points were listed. The closest place to his rented room was the spot he had asked the police about before, which was originally a farmer's market. Of the other 6 locations, he only knew 2. One was an unfinished construction site, surrounded on all sides, at least 4 kilometers away from him. The other is a factory area that was recently built and has not yet been occupied by any companies, located 5 kilometers away from him. All 3 locations he knew had one thing in common: they were all surrounded by walls or enclosures. It seems the other locations are similar. They've probably chosen enclosed areas for easier management. He continued reading, carefully reading the instructions for using the receipt. 1. The receipt can be used as cash in designated areas. If anyone refuses to accept the receipt in the designated area, please report it to the staff. 2. The receipt can be normally deposited and retrieved within the government building. 3. Once power is restored, the voucher can be exchanged for an equivalent amount of cash. 4. If the receipt is damaged, like a tattered coin, you can exchange it for its remaining value at the government building. 5. The voucher is valid within the city limits, provided both parties agree. 6. The voucher is to be renewed every 6 months. Please note the renewal period. The next renewal period is from June 1st, 2053 to November 30th, 2053. The receipt contains only these 6 points, making it concise and clear. The first 4 points are mainly to ensure that the voucher can be used normally. Article 5 clearly encourages people to use receipts for purchases. Combined with what the bank teller said earlier, it's obvious that cash reserves are not abundant. Article 6 is to prevent counterfeiting, meaning that the vouchers will be counterfeited at least every 6 months, so they must be replaced every 6 months, which definitely means means that a new version of the vouchers is planned to be launched.
However, these things are none of Yi Ruijia's business. In the next few days, he plans to spend all the money and receipts, and whether or not to exchange them is none of his concern. He didn't want to end up with a stack of worthless papers in his hands, only to find himself with nothing to cry about then. Don't be fooled by the fact that a single Zimbabwean banknote has a face value of 100 trillion. It is still a currency that can be spent. The situation is completely different now. If the power outage lasts for 2 or 3 months, the monetary system will collapse immediately, and the paper money in your hands will instantly become worthless. It may not even last 2 or 3 months. Arriving at the farmer's market, he rode his bicycle around as he strolled through. This time he dared not leave his bicycle aside, because he found that no one would put their bicycles down. Everyone was pushing or riding them. Once you leave your bicycle down and can't lock it, someone else will ride it away immediately, and then you'll have to walk back by yourself. Although there were many people in the market, it wasn't crowded. It's possible that many people haven't gone out yet. Otherwise, even if the epidemic rate is only 7%, it would definitely be so crowded that people wouldn't even be able to move their feet. The market entrance was lined with food stalls, and Yi Ruijia couldn't help but admire these stall owners. Despite the apocalyptic atmosphere, they still managed to come out and set up their stalls. I admire those who come out to eat at street stalls even more. They can't forget the taste of that snack at times like this. They are really persistent. He didn't linger in the food area. He had to quickly buy something to fill his stomach, as he was starving. Grilled chives. Come and try our grilled chives. Just a small piece of chive leaves is enough to fill you up. Don't miss it. Regain your virility. Delicious and affordable. Great value for money. Don't miss out. As Yi Ruijia passed by a barbecue stall, he heard an unusual shout. What? You think a small piece of chive leaf is enough to fill you up? Even balloon sellers can't blow as much as you. But he was still curious and went over to see what was going on. Hey young man, try some of our homegrown chives. They're a fresh variety, and they're especially delicious. I guarantee they'll give you boundless energy and keep you going forever. The barbecue stall owner gave Yi Ruijia a meaningful smile and enthusiastically recommended the stall. Before he could even ask the question that had been bothering him, the owner of the sausage stand next door retorted, "Young man, don't listen to him. He's just bragging. No matter how much you eat, you'll just poop it all out. His chives are only big, they're completely useless. Go away, go away. I'm selling my chives, what's it to you? If you dare, let's meet at the market entrance." Upon hearing this, the sausage stall owner immediately fell silent. In the current situation, the areas watched by soldiers and police are relatively safe, but in unseen corners, murder and robbery are commonplace. Those awakened individuals, in particular, are outrageously arrogant. They see a pretty girl, pin her down, rape her in the street, and run away as soon as they're done. If they see you have a lot of money, they'll rob you regardless of whether you're stupid or not. If you dare to resist, they'll use their superpowers to scare you. If you're lucky, they'll kill you on the spot. If you're unlucky, you'll be left with half a life, unable to die or live. In this day and age, if you don't actively reveal yourself, you'll never know who the awakened superhumans are. If the barbecue stall owner really is a superhuman, he doesn't know how he'll survive in the future. So when the owner of the sausage stall heard that they wanted to meet at the market entrance, he immediately shut up and didn't say a word. Yi Ruijia glanced at the sausage stall owner next to him, then at the barbecue stall owner, sensing that the two seemed to have some kind of grudge. He wondered why the sausage stall owner didn't stay away from the barbecue stall owner. However, he didn't think much of it, since he didn't want to get involved in other people's affairs. At that moment, the only thing he cared about was the barbecue stall owner's words. A small piece of chive leaf is enough to fill you up. Boss, is this leek really that big? Of course. Look at our chives. Have you ever seen such thick and robust chives? This is a new variety, and the results are absolutely fantastic. Seeing that Yi Ruijia was interested in placing an order, the shop owner immediately began to promote the product. Yi Ruijia stared at the chives and couldn't help but blurt out, exclamation point. This is supposed to be chives? Boss, who are you trying to fool? Chives don't grow this big. Young man, don't talk nonsense. These are homegrown by my family, 100% chives. If they're not chives, I won't take your money. Oh, you said it yourself. Then give me a serving to try. Just so you know, I won't pay if it's not made with chives. The boss was overjoyed when Yi Ruijia agreed, thinking that the money was in the bag. The owner grilled a plate of chives and handed it to Yi Ruijia, along with a pair of disposable gloves. Yi Ruijia asked in confusion, "Why are you wearing gloves when eating chives?" Young man, you don't know, our chives are especially chewy. You might not be able to eat them without gloves. Boss, I don't think this is chives at all. What chives are this strong? You're just trying to fool people. We agreed before that if it's not chives, I won't pay. Listen to me, young man, don't worry. I absolutely won't take your money unless you're a sucker. If I dare to cheat you, I'll call the police anytime. The boss's confident assurance reassured Yi Ruijia, who put on gloves and began to eat. Anyway, if it's a fake leak, a term for someone exploited for profit, he doesn't care if he gets a free share. If it's a real leak, the price won't be much higher. Take a bite, and the flavor of barbecue
barbecue spices fills your mouth. Aside from the spices, you can hardly taste the chives.
Young man, bite harder. With your weak strength, you can't even bite through the chive peel.
Upon hearing this, Eurasia realized that he hadn't even broken through the chive skin with that bite. No wonder the boss had given him gloves. With the boss's reminder, Eurasia took another big bite, desperately tearing at the small piece of chives. Yes, push harder, a little harder, and you'll be able to eat it soon.
The boss offered helpful advice from the side.
Eurasia was certain that this was not chives at all. No chives could be so resilient. But thinking that I shouldn't waste the opportunity to get something for free, I kept biting and finally tore off a small piece. With a piece of chive in his mouth, he mumbled, "Boss, this isn't chive at all. It looks more like chive peel."
Hey, young man, don't talk nonsense. You should be able to taste the chives now, right? The flavor is especially strong, isn't it?
Eurasia tasted it carefully and indeed found a strong leek flavor, but he was even more certain that this was not the original taste of leeks.
Boss, you've obviously added chive flavoring to this.
It's not a reliable way to do business.
Hey, young man, you can eat whatever you want, but don't talk nonsense. This is a new variety of chives, 100% genuine.
If you don't believe me, I'll show you a chive that hasn't been roasted and still has mud on it. After saying that, the boss turned around and rummaged through the basket behind him for the new variety of chives he had mentioned.
As soon as the boss turned around, Eurasia was still chewing the chives in his mouth.
After chewing for a while, he finally swallowed them. He put down the remaining half of the leek in his hand, rubbed his sore cheeks, and prepared to get up and leave. At this moment, the boss turned around, holding a leek that was more than half a meter long even after being folded in half, and said, "Come on, young man, take a look."
Is this a leek? I'm not lying to you, it's definitely a new variety.
Eurasia was completely dumbfounded when he saw the leek in the boss's hand.
Is this supposed to be chives? The boss can't lie like this. This is basically an oversized model. Damn, I just ate a little bit, and I almost wanted to vomit.
Young man,
don't rush. This is really chives, not a model. If you don't believe me, touch it yourself and you'll see.
I wouldn't make a chive model if I had nothing better to do.
Would I be wasting my time?
The boss spoke with an air of irrefutable evidence, so Eurasia decided to have a serious talk with him. If he couldn't get the throat pumped out, he would have to make the boss pay for the stomach pumping. He took the chives from the shop owner and glanced at them casually. "Wow, boss, this chive dish looks pretty realistic." "Hey, you'd better look closely. This really is leeks, the real deal." The owner of the sausage stand next door watched this scene and sneered inwardly. "I told you long ago that this was a scam, but you wouldn't believe
me. Now look what happened.
We have no idea what this stuff is made of. You'll feel terrible in a bit, and you'd better get diarrhea right here." Just as Eurasia was about to retort to the sausage stall owner, he suddenly felt as if a surge of energy had appeared within him. Every cell in his body was like a thirsty sponge, desperately absorbing this unexpected power. The feeling was exceptionally clear, as if countless voices were shouting within me, wanting more.
This sudden feeling made Eurasia swallow back the words he was about to say. He thought to himself, could it be something I just ate? That must be it.
I didn't eat or drink anything before I left the house. I just took a bite of this so-called chive.
Could this be mutated food, specially prepared for us superpowered individuals?
No, I need to find out from the boss what this is.
Boss, what exactly is this thing? Where did it come from?
Young man, you have such a bad memory.
Didn't I tell you?
This is a new variety of chives that I grew myself.
Boss, I hope you answer honestly, otherwise I'm really going to call the police.
Wow, you're quite the expert, young man. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. These are indeed chives that my family grew ourselves. They just suddenly grew bigger a few days ago, and I thought they were pretty good, so I decided to sell them.
Suddenly grew bigger?
That's right, all the plants suddenly grew bigger. Didn't you notice? The boss stared at Eurasia with a strange look. It was so obvious that anyone with eyes could see it, and the roadside greenbelt had also become unusually large. There was no reason why he hadn't noticed.
Reminded by his boss, Eurasia then looked up and around. He immediately blurted out, exclamation point. I felt incredibly embarrassed.
I'd been out for so long and hadn't even noticed such an obvious change.
I must have been blind.
The roadside trees, some of them are tens of meters tall, and the taller ones are even more exaggerated, probably 200 or 300 meters.
How blind must he be to not notice this anomaly? Probably even more blind than a truly blind person.
No wonder I wasn't exposed to the sun while cycling. It turns out I was shaded by the big trees.
Sorry, I really didn't notice that before.
The boss stared at him with an even stranger look.
Did this guy never look up when he walked? He couldn't even see something so obvious. Young man, you haven't been out for a long time, have you?
Don't stay at home all the time. Go out more often.
Yes, the boss is right. By the way, how much are these chives? After waiting for so long, the boss finally heard those words.
He rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, "Thank you for your patronage, 300.
What the heck? 300? Young man, this is a discounted price of 300. I definitely didn't overcharge you.
Boss, you really dare to ask for 300 for just 2 bites?
I didn't ask for much. If you don't believe me, look around. Are there any snacks under 50 these days?
Boss, those are just ordinary ingredients, but mine are mutated ingredients.
300 is already considered cheap.
Yi Ruizha looked around. The sausage stand next door sells 3 sausages for 50 yuan. Across the street is a Jian Bingguizi, Chinese crepe. A set costs 80 yuan, adding an egg costs 20 yuan, adding a sausage costs 20 yuan.
The stinky tofu across the street costs 100 yuan a serving.
The fried rice on the right costs 100 yuan per serving. Good heavens, not a single street stall is priced below 50 yuan. He immediately felt a sense of unease.
When did inflation become this severe and rise so dramatically?
Looking down at the barbecue stall owner's menu, my worldview was almost shattered. All of them start at 50 yuan. Chives 500 per serving, corn 50 per ear, eggplant 50 per ear, onion 50 for 3 skewers, potato 50 for 3 skewers, pumpkin slices 50 for 3 skewers, winter melon slices 50 for 3 skewers, sweet potato 50 per ear, dried small fish 50 for 2 skewers, dried squid 100 per piece, cured meat and sausage 50 for 2 skewers, cured duck 500 per piece. Looking at this menu, there are very few green vegetables. Apart from chives, everything else is fruits and vegetables that can be stored for a long time. As for vegetable leaves, there were none to be seen, and fresh meat was nowhere to be found either.
Even with inflation, why are leeks being sold at such high prices?
Yi Ruizha absolutely cannot accept being treated like leeks and exploited.
Boss, even with inflation, it's just 2 bites of chives. Your price is outrageous. Other fruits and vegetables are only 50.
How can you sell chives for 300?
No way, I'll give you 50 at most, not a penny more. Young man, these chives aren't ordinary, they're mutated food, extremely precious.
Boss, you're not being honest. The plants have all grown bigger, so how precious can the chives be?
You can't just say that. It took me a lot of effort to cut it down.
I even ruined several of my machetes.
But do these chives look like human food? They're so tough you can't even bite them. How are you supposed to eat them? I doubt anyone would like to eat them. Nonsense. Plenty of people want to eat it, and besides, all you can do is bite it.
Boss, doing business requires integrity.
How can you say you can bite through it? You almost broke my teeth. Look around, how many people are willing to eat your leeks?
Only 50 yuan, no more.
No way, these chives are worth at least 200 yuan.
I worked hard to cut them.
No, I can only give you 50.
Young man, that's not how you bargain. I've already conceded, you can't refuse to budge an inch.
150.
Since that's the case, I'll give you 100 at most. Take it or leave it.
Damn, that's way too high.
Let me make this clear first. You said 100 yourself. I didn't force you. Yi Ruizha reluctantly took out a receipt for 1,000 yuan and handed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper took a look and quickly pulled out 9 100 yuan receipts to give him change. Yi Ruizha originally thought the boss would give cash, but he didn't expect the boss to give him a receipt. It seems the boss isn't stupid after all. Taking the receipt, Yi Ruizha picked up the remaining half of the chives and left. This portion of chives was worth 50 yuan. He couldn't afford to waste it. He also wanted to figure out whether it was these gigantic vegetables that possessed the energy they had just experienced. Seeing Yi Ruizha preparing to leave, the shop owner warmly saw him off. Young man, welcome back next time.
Next time? Absolutely not.
Pushing a shared bicycle, he walked along while chewing on some chives. He planned to look around the market again to see if they still sold these giant vegetables. Despite severe inflation, as long as it's certain that these enlarged vegetables can provide energy, a bite of chives costing 50 yuan is not a bad deal. After walking for about 10 minutes, we finally left the food area.
He has also confirmed that enlarged vegetables can indeed replenish energy.
5 minutes after I swallowed the last bite of chives I had eaten, that feeling of intense hunger returned. His body seemed to be telling him that he needed more energy. But one question lingers: why did the owner of the sausage stand next door say that the leeks from the barbecue stand didn't work?
He wondered to himself, is it possible that only people with superpowers can benefit from these enlarging vegetables?
Never mind, he decided to find these enlarging vegetables first and buy some to take back with him. Passing through the fruit and vegetable section, I saw that all the fruits and vegetables there hadn't grown any bigger. Sweet potatoes, onions, garlic, ginger, all of them are foods and seasonings that can be preserved for a long time. But I didn't see any scallions or cabbage. As I walked along, nearing the end of the fruit and vegetable section, I suddenly saw a stall displaying several bunches of scallions, so I went over and asked the owner, "Boss, how much are these scallions?" "Hey handsome, this isn't a green onion, it's a scallion, 10 yuan a stalk."
"What? This is a scallion?"
"That's right, it's a real scallion.
May I take a look?"
"Look around as you like." He picked up a scallion that was no longer considered a scallion. The scallion leaves were folded in half and tied together, but they were still more than a meter long. If the scallion leaves were spread out, they would be at least 3 meters long. I brought it close to my nose and smelled it. It really did smell like scallions.
"Boss, can I break off a piece to try?"
"Sure, but these scallions are hard to break.
It's easier to chop them with a knife."
"I'll chop some for you."
"Oh, thank you, boss."
The shopkeeper didn't take the scallion directly from Yi Ruizha's hand, but instead took a scallion leaf that had obviously been cut. "Place it on the cutting board, pull pull out a machete, measure the position, and then chop it down. Yi Ruizha was astonished. Nowadays, even slicing scallions requires a machete.
Things are changing rapidly.
However, judging from the force with which the boss cut the scallion, it didn't require much strength. It seems that although this mutated scallion has grown, it is not as resilient as chives. I took the small piece of scallion from the shopkeeper, brought it to my nose and smelled it.
It was indeed the smell of scallions, and it was even stronger than before the mutation. Are the mutated vegetables simply more fragrant? Or are these spices naturally like that?
Hey handsome, watch out, the raw scallions are a bit spicy.
It's okay, I usually like to eat scallions too.
Ignoring the boss's reminder, Yi Ruizha stuffed the scallion leaves into his mouth and started chewing. After chewing a few times, he finally understood why his boss had reminded him.
It is indeed a bit spicy.
In the past, when I ate scallions, I only used a small amount to enhance the aroma and I couldn't feel the spiciness at all. But now my mouth is full of scallions, and the previously subtle spiciness suddenly bursts forth. It truly is a case of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. It's not only spicy, but also pungent and irritating to the eyes, similar to onions.
Ha, got a whiff of the scallion? How about it? Isn't it fragrant?
It really smells good. Boss, let me catch my breath first. I still need to buy a bottle of water later.
Okay, no problem, but just so you know, water isn't cheap these days. Oh, it's not going to sell for 50 yuan a bottle, is it? Not necessarily. It was 20 yuan yesterday, but the water's been cut off today, so the price will probably be even higher. No water today? Yeah, you didn't know?
I really didn't know. I even turned on the tap to run the water when I got up this morning. Then the water was probably still running when you woke up.
Possibly. Thanks for reminding me, boss.
I need to check how much the water costs. After saying that, Yi Ruizha walked towards the supermarket in the farmer's market. I originally wanted to find an excuse to leave first and see if the scallions I had just eaten had any energy, but I unexpectedly learned from the owner that the water supply was cut off. Now he needs to check the price of drinking water. The water he has on hand, used only for drinking and cooking, will last him about a month, but this means that washing up and defecating will have to be done outside. Upon entering the supermarket, I headed straight for the beverage section, only to find that the price of what used to be the cheapest 380 milliliter small bottle of water had risen to 50 yuan for 3 bottles.
Prices have really gone up.
At this rate, I'll go broke just from drinking water.
I can't afford it. Looks like I'll have to pause my practice and solve my water problem first.
After browsing in the supermarket for a while, when it was almost time, he felt that energy again.
Overjoyed, I secretly made up my mind. It really has power. I must buy it. I have to buy it.
I'll have to browse the market more later to see if there are any mutated vegetables left, and I'll buy more this time. After leaving the supermarket, I returned to the stall that sold the mutated scallions.
Boss, give me 50 scallions. Hey, handsome guy's back. You want 50? Can you finish them?
These scallions have gotten bigger, but they can only be kept for 4 or 5 days at most.
They'll all rot if you don't finish them. Oh, I see.
So, do you come to set up your stall every day?
No, I can only open every 2 days. It's a market regulation.
Basically, each stall has 3 people working in shifts.
I see.
So,
how long can these scallions be kept?
It takes about 7 or 8 days. After that, it's completely inedible. But if you make it into dried scallions, it can last a long time.
You can do it like that? How do you make dried scallions? It's very simple. Just sunbait it, but frying it over low heat makes it even more fragrant. If you have an oven, you can bake it there too.
I see.
Thank you for the explanation. Then give me 20 scallions. The 20 scallions were quickly prepared and tied tightly with string. A total discount of 200.
After handing over the 2 pre-prepared receipts to the shop owner, he picked up the scallions and prepared to leave. He needs to hurry to the market, buy those mutated vegetables, and then go back to see if he can get some more water.
With a clear goal in mind, the shopping trip went much faster.
There weren't many vendors selling mutated vegetables in the entire market, including the one who sold scallions earlier. There were only 3 in total.
One of the vendors was selling cucumbers for 10 yuan a pound. Each cucumber weighed about 20 or 30 pounds, and he bought 3. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy more, but his bicycle couldn't hold them all.
The other one was selling spinach, which cost 20 yuan per jin, 500 g. Each spinach weighed about 4 or 5 jin, and he bought 10 spinach. The 3 kinds of vegetables together weigh more than 100 kilograms.
Even if he wanted to buy more, he couldn't take them back with him,
and he needs to hurry back to see if he can get some water. On his way back, he casually considered whether he needed to move. He lives in an urban village where there are no wells. If the water problem cannot be solved, moving to the countryside is the best option. On the way back, he pedaled his bicycle with all his might until his legs cramped up, and finally he got back downstairs. But the revolution has not yet succeeded, and comrades still need to work hard. He lives on the 7th floor, and carrying over 100 pounds of things up there is no easy task. I chose this floor, so I have to go up, even if it's tough. Let's go! Carrying it on my shoulders and in my hands, I made it past the 1st floor. It was relatively easy, and I didn't
didn't feel tired. When I got to the second floor, my legs started to feel heavy, but I could still manage. On the third floor, it became noticeably difficult to lift my feet, and my breathing became rapid. On the fourth floor, his legs felt like they didn't belong to him, and his face was flushed red. On the fifth floor, a sense of despair washed over me. How the hell am I only on the fifth floor? The sixth floor felt like half a century had passed. You're telling me it's only the sixth floor? It must be possessed by a ghost. He used both his hands and feet to climb up to the seventh floor, making 4 trips back and forth before finally reaching the top. Back in my room, I was completely exhausted. I was already hungry, and now I'm even hungrier. Cooking? Don't be ridiculous. Just eat it raw, that way you can save a few liters of water. Anyway, let me tell you, it tastes pretty good when eaten raw, it's just a bit tough on the palate. After eating the fresh vegetables, he regained a lot of energy and immediately got up to go to the toilet and turn on the tap. A few drops of water dripped out, then stopped. Damn it, the water really is cut off. Does this mean we really have to move to the countryside? After leaving the toilet, he lay on the bed and began to weigh the pros and cons of moving to the countryside. The benefits of moving to the countryside are obvious. You won't have to worry about food and drink. Find a piece of land, plant some vegetables, and that'll be enough for him to eat. We also have wells for drinking water, and well water is always cleaner than river water in the city. The drawback is also obvious: information isolation. With a small rural population, there are bound to be fewer awakened individuals. If he were in the countryside, it would be quite difficult for him to get useful information, like today. Especially now that there's no electricity, it's difficult to go out. For short distances, you have to ride more than 10 kilometers, and for longer distances, it's at least 20 or 30 kilometers. Moreover, rural areas are not like they used to be. There are still elderly people and children left behind, and young people come back from time to time. Nowadays, almost 9 out of 10 houses in rural areas are empty, and the population is sparse. As the elderly left behind in rural areas pass away and the children left behind grow up, fewer and fewer people are willing to stay in the countryside. Some people have a strong attachment to their hometown and only return to burn incense and worship Buddha during festivals. More people stay in the city to rent apartments and settle down, rarely returning home even once a year. Many rural houses are dilapidated due to lack of human presence and vacancy. Many even collapsed due to years of neglect. If the phone number hasn't been changed, or if it's in the village committee group or production team group, the retired village committee cadres can still notify you your house has collapsed. But if the phone number has changed, or if they haven't registered or aren't in the group, then you simply can't find them. The village could only act according to regulations and reclaim the homestead. However, the village's veteran officials left room for maneuver. As long as no one reported it, they wouldn't report it, and they continued to act as if the house hadn't collapsed. After all, many of these are the only ancestral homes of the villagers and cannot be easily reported. In case they make money one day and want to rebuild their ancestral home to continue their family line, the retired cadres will have something to show for it. If someone's house collapses, you have to report it by the deadline. But you're practically being stabbed in the back. Who knows if your ashes will be dug up and scattered after you die? Therefore, the land of ancestral homes is generally not easily disturbed, and even if it has been abandoned for decades, no one dares to make any rash moves. Even if we absolutely have to make changes, we need to find a new piece of land first. The government is helpless in the face of the village committee's actions. Rules and regulations are rigid, but people are flexible. In remote rural areas, reclaiming homestead land is simply unacceptable. Because of the declining rural population, the country once provided unprecedented support to rural areas in the hope of retaining some of the population. But no matter what, it can't stop people from flocking to the cities. On the contrary, urbanization policies have now become shackles restricting population growth. This feeling is amazing. Rural areas are sparsely populated, and it's common for houses to be uninhabited. If Eurasia wants to move to the countryside, these empty houses are exactly what he needs. Nowadays, rural areas don't discriminate against outsiders at all. In fact, they'd love for you to transfer your household registration there. As long as you tell the village that you plan to transfer your household registration to their village, they will immediately grant you special permission. They will also arrange an empty room for you first, so you can settle in comfortably. Then they'll approve a piece of land for you without proper permits. Then you build your own house, and that becomes your homestead. Eurasia certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to actually build a house. Moreover, he was quite certain that someone must have died in those short 2 months. Why bother building your own house when you can get such a good deal for free? After thinking it through, Eurasia felt more and more that moving to the countryside would be more beneficial than harmful. As for finding out information, you can only rely on your own diligence and making several trips. Thinking of this, he immediately made up his mind. I want to go back to the countryside. I love the countryside. I long for rural life. The next step is to choose which village to visit. You can't just choose any village. First of all, it must be a village with a lot of idle land. Although there are fewer people in rural areas now, a lot of land has been rented out to others for cultivation. It would be fine if the
person who rented the land died, but the problem is that they might still be alive. Secondly, the river water must be clear, or there must be mountain spring water, as this is related to the quality of drinking water. If the river is polluted by industry year-round, the water in the village's wells is basically undrinkable. Most of the nearby rural areas are 40 to 50 kilometers away, while some are within 20 to 30 kilometers, which are in the suburbs. It's difficult to find a suitable village in the suburbs. After careful consideration, he decided to first look around in the suburbs, and if he couldn't find a suitable place in the short term, he would go to a place 40 or 50 kilometers away. Moreover, he knew that there weren't many villages with vacant land in the suburbs, and he could hardly think of any. We can only visit them when we're passing by. Our real destination is a village further away. It would be better if you could find it in the suburbs, but it's not a big problem if you can't. The first problem right now is how to move it. Although you can do without many things, you still need to bring basic necessities and clothes. And his rather expensive computer, even though it's out of power, he doesn't want to just throw it away. Where can I buy a pedal tricycle? Yi Ruizha, lying on the bed, tried hard to remember. Wait, it seems like all the shops are closed. How am I supposed to buy anything? Do I have to steal it? Thinking about this, his heart began to pound. Although I stole small things when I was a kid, they were all worthless little things or snacks, definitely not worth more than 10 yuan. If I got caught, it was just a lesson. But now, if you steal a tricycle worth a little over 1,000 yuan and get caught, you'll go to jail. Just as he was agonizing over this, he suddenly slapped himself hard across the face. Am I stupid? The apocalypse is here. Why should I care about these things? I should be thinking about how to get the tricycle out. You can use teleportation to get in, but what do you do to get out? It would be better to bring a crowbar. If you can't find the key, you can pry the door open. Yes, that's what we'll do. However, I need to master teleportation first. Right now, I can only teleport between fixed points between the room and the rooftop. Anyway, we have enough water for about a month, so there's no rush. After making up his mind, Yi Ruizha got out of bed and began his afternoon practice. Initially, he used fixed point teleportation. After teleporting back and forth 8 times, he found that he still had plenty of mental energy left, having only used up a little bit. What's going on? I could only teleport 8 times this morning. Could it be because of those mutated vegetables? That's very possible. Never mind for now, let's try to see what the limit is this time. After being teleported back and forth 4 times, the dizziness finally started. At the same time, there is also a feeling of exhaustion, as if the body's energy has been drained. To figure out what was going on, he immediately started eating the mutated vegetables. Just about 2 pounds of cucumbers were enough to make his cheeks sore. After finishing my meal and resting for a while, I suddenly found myself munching away again. If you could chop the cucumber into smaller pieces before eating it, your jaw would feel much lighter. Thinking of this, he wished he could have a big bowl. But then I thought, I've already practiced enough today, so I shouldn't bother my face anymore and let it rest. After resting for 10 minutes, my body was immediately filled with energy, my dizziness disappeared, and my legs stopped aching. Mutant vegetables can actually replenish mental energy? Whatever, I'll chop up some cucumbers first. Immediately afterwards, chopping sounds came from the combined kitchen and bathroom. After packing the chopped cucumbers, he began a new round of delivery. This time, he continued to go back and forth between the rooftop room as usual, wanting to confirm whether his mental strength had been fully restored. I've complained before that it would be great if I could see the MP bar. The idea is wonderful, but reality doesn't allow it, so we can only rely on our feelings. The dizziness returned, but the fatigue disappeared. How can these two be out of sync? It's truly baffling. However, he was certain that the energy from the mutated vegetables could indeed offset some of the mental energy consumption, which was good news. Go downstairs to your room, eat the cucumber you prepared earlier, and remember the time. Now I have to keep a record of every step, otherwise I'll have to rely on intuition and have no idea how many times I'll have to practice before I can be sure of the result. He rested for 15 minutes this time and spent 7 minutes chopping the cucumber. Once he was ready, he planned to carefully experience the consumption of his mental and physical strength. At the same time, I also want to experience the ripples around my body during teleportation and see if I can control them. After so many teleportations, he had figured out some of the tricks of the trade. When not carrying any items, the ripples will spread outwards along the body's outline for about 10 centimeters. When carrying items, the ripple effect is limited to the body's maximum extension limit. The two states are completely different, and it is extremely important to understand the key to them. Close your eyes and carefully feel the energy and spiritual power within your body. Although it's impossible to accurately measure the values of both right now, I can remember how I feel at this moment and make a comparison later after using the skill. After experiencing the sensations, he began his first teleportation. Upon arriving at the rooftop, immediately close your eyes and once again feel the changes in both of them within your body, savoring the sensations. A few minutes later, Yi Ruizha opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. Something is definitely missing, but I can't tell which one is which. Is the change not obvious enough? Let's
let's keep trying. He kept transmitting, feeling, and experiencing until the dizziness became obvious, and only then did the different sensations become slightly distinct. But he dares not eat right now. He must first remember and distinguish the differences in sensations between the two. The absence of fatigue proves that dizziness falls under the category of mental exertion. Now the body's instinctive craving is gone, but a feeling has emerged that makes him instinctively want to rest. His thinking has become sluggish and somewhat chaotic, and he is unable to concentrate. Is this really mental power? Eat something to replenish your energy and recover before trying again. After eating the cucumber, I closed my eyes and rested for half an hour. I felt refreshed and my mind was clear. Ruwage's feeling at this moment was, from now on please call me Einstein's. Is this what it feels like to have full mental energy? Awesome. In that case, let's get started. Before attempting to teleport, he tried to amplify the teleportation ripples, but failed. If that doesn't work, then try bringing an item. He picked up the fragments of the storage box he had previously discarded and tried to control the ripples around the fragments. The sense of control over the ripples seems somewhat different, but it's hard to pinpoint exactly what's different. However, in terms of energy, he felt that a small portion of the energy in his body had disappeared. It's like a person who was originally full of energy suddenly having to carry dozens of kilograms of heavy objects. The feeling of energy was as if the power had suddenly disappeared. Is energy the same as strength? But it doesn't feel quite right. Even when I feel tired, I still have strength. It's more like endurance. Ruwaje kept trying and trying to understand, even putting aside the question of why he didn't feel full after eating so many cucumbers. From afternoon practice until 8 p.m., he couldn't remember how many times he ate cucumbers, only that he ate 2 whole cucumbers. The high-intensity training did indeed yield some results. Whether it's mental strength or physical energy, it's difficult to explain clearly with words alone, but he could clearly feel the difference between the two. If I had to put it another way, mental strength and physical energy are like 2 separate buckets filled with water. When you use a skill, the water level drops. The difference lies in the amount of reduction. When transferring items, without performing any actions, the energy consumption is greater than the mental energy consumption. However, controlling the ripples consumes more mental energy than physical energy. There is a certain connection between the two, which has been confirmed multiple times. When only oneself is teleported, the consumption of mental energy and physical energy is equal. The mental energy was depleted first because the physical energy was about 1/10 more than the mental energy. Ruwaje guessed that this might be due to eating mutated vegetables. He also discovered that once his mental energy was exhausted, he would have more mental energy after recovery. The same applies to energy. Finally, even after consuming the mutated vegetables to replenish his energy, he still felt exhausted. This fatigue is different from the weakness of being depleted of energy. It is true exhaustion. What he needs most right now is sleep and rest. We can talk about practice tomorrow after he wakes up. That evening, a horrific incident occurred in Ruyan Town, which belongs to Ninghui City. The entire family of Su Jinchang, the richest man in Ninghui City, was brutally murdered, and their bodies were decapitated. Su Jinchang's head was thrown into the Ruyan Town government building. The security guards on duty discovered the head during their patrol at 3 a.m. and immediately reported it to the duty team leader, Huang Taiming. Huang Taiming immediately made a decision and launched a red signal flare. Township Party Secretary Jiang Qiming, Public Security Bureau Chief Zhou Weiguo, and Garrison Commander Su Genhua, along with other high-ranking officials, rushed to the scene. Zhou Weiguo appointed Yin Feng, the captain of the criminal investigation team, to be in charge of the case, while Su Genhua dispatched a company to assist, striving to solve the case within 3 days. Yin Feng inquired with the security guard on duty who found the head and, upon learning that there were no useful clues, went directly to Su Jinchang's private mansion. Upon arriving at the scene, they discovered that the richest man's entire family had been murdered. Based on his years of criminal investigation experience, Yin Feng judged that this was a revenge killing. The signs of a struggle at the scene suggest that the perpetrator was most likely a person with superpowers. There were no murder weapons or foreign fingerprints at the scene. Everyone was killed instantly, their heads severed. Judging from the way the bodyguard fell to the ground, the killer acted swiftly. Preliminary speculation suggests that the perpetrator possesses stealth abilities or rapid, remote-cutting abilities. When people with superpowers commit crimes, it is very difficult to solve the case without the assistance of the Sky Eye system, unless there are witnesses. They asked all the residents in the vicinity, but no one had witnessed it. The result is obvious, and this will likely become another unsolved case. Currently, the backlog of cases caused by crimes committed by people with superpowers is enormous. Apart from a very few cases with eyewitnesses, almost all of them are unsolved cases. Sai, let's go. Take all the bodies back and see if the forensic team has any new discoveries. Captain Yen, still no leads? Yen Feng nodded. The scene has been carefully examined, and the surrounding residents have been questioned, but there are no clues at all. Damn it! It must be one of those unregistered ability users again. Is there really no way to find those who don't report themselves? If others don't actively reveal reveal their abilities, we have no way of distinguishing who has an ability. You know that, don't you?
If someone in our criminal investigation team awakened a detective-related superpower, solving cases would definitely be much easier.
Isn't that obvious?
Our criminal investigation team only has a few people left who haven't awakened their superpowers.
Do you think there's a high chance they'll awaken investigative superpowers? Or rather, do investigative superpowers even exist? Damn it!
This meteorite suddenly hitting us is really unlucky.
We lost our signal, and now the power has been cut off. They're leaving us no way to survive. Stop talking nonsense and get to work.
Jia Liang stopped complaining, and Yanfeng felt just as bad.
But what can we do?
Since the invention of electricity, every aspect of human life has become inseparable from it. Now that electricity is gone, society has immediately reverted to the agricultural age.
Previously invincible reconnaissance tools are now useless without electricity.
Their criminal investigation team was like a police dog that had lost its sense of smell, completely useless. Since some people began to awaken their supernatural abilities, there have been dozens or even hundreds of criminal cases every day.
This is even after we knew the case had occurred. In reality, much more went undetected.
If we're talking about the person in Ninghui City who most hopes someone will awaken their investigative abilities, Yanfeng is definitely number one. The mountain of unsolved cases remained unsolved for a long time, and he was reprimanded by the bureau chief several times in just a few days. Each time, I could only silently endure it, feeling bitter inside, but I dared not say anything. The case of the city's richest man's family being murdered has become another unsolved mystery with no clues. He was prepared to be scolded, but he had gotten used to it by now. He only wanted to find old case files from before 2000, ask the older generation for advice, and ask them how they solved cases when they didn't have CCTV or high-tech investigative tools. Riding my bicycle back to the Public Security Bureau, I had just arrived at the entrance when I saw Director Joe Wegwa standing there waiting. Well, I've been busy all night, and I'm going to get scolded as soon as I get back this morning. After parking the car, he walked up to Joe Wegwa and saluted. Director, Chief, the Su family has been wiped out. Preliminary assessment. What? The Su family has been wiped out. Come back to the office with me. In Joe Wegwa's office. Tell me in detail what exactly happened. Chief, when we arrived at the Su family's house last night, it had been completely ransacked, with no survivors. Our initial investigation found no clues at the scene, and we've asked all the residents in the neighborhood, but no one witnessed anything. Based on the victim's wounds and signs of a struggle at the scene, the perpetrator should be a level 3 or higher ability user with speed or stealth capabilities, and possess ranged attack abilities. A level 3 or higher ability user. Yes, no footprints or murder weapons were found at the scene. Based on the number of times the murderer used his superpower, only a level 3 superpower user would have such strong energy. A level 2 user would not be able to use it so many times. Judging from the wounds of the deceased, the bodyguards were all ambushed in the middle of the night, their necks severed with a single blow, killing them instantly without any chance to resist. The fact that the Su family members died in their respective rooms, with expressions of anger, fear, and surprise on their heads, indicates that they all knew the murderer. The murderer was very familiar with the layout of the Su family's residence, ruling out the possibility of a stranger committing the crime. Judging from the deceased's expression and body language, the first person to die was likely the maid.
She died at the living room doorway with a terrified
expression, and her body was lying facing outwards, indicating that she saw the other bodies and was killed instantly before she could call the police. The second person to die was also a maid, in the same room as the first. She only showed a surprised expression before she died.
She died on the bed,
and judging from the folds in the bedding, she was sitting and waiting for her companion to return. However, she was killed before she returned. The third and fourth victims were two male servants from the next room, who were killed while they were asleep.
The fifth and sixth victims were Su Jinchang's children from the second floor.
They were also killed in their dreams, without any resistance or expression. The seventh person was the butler, who may have heard a noise, got up, and died in the hallway outside his room.
There was an extinguished kerosene lamp next to the body.
The body was expressionless, suggesting that the light alerted the killer, and the butler was murdered as soon as he stepped out the door. The eighth person on the list is Su Jinchang's mother, who was also killed in her sleep. Finally, there were Su Jinchang and his wife. It's estimated that the murderer deliberately woke them up and engaged in some kind of communication. They were all lying on the sofa in the master bedroom's living room, and the murderer was likely sitting on the opposite sofa, confronting them. Smashed cups lay scattered on the floor opposite the couple, and dents were left on the wall, corresponding to the fragments of the cups. The gesture of Mrs. Su Jinchang's body showed a clear pointing motion, which, combined with her angry face and the broken cup on the ground, clearly indicated that she was murdered in a state of extreme anger.
Su Jinchang was the last to die.
He was probably killed out of fear after witnessing his wife being murdered on the spot by the killer using supernatural powers. His head was thrown into the government building by the killer. No items were stolen from the scene, the paintings worth tens of millions remained untouched, and the valuable gold and silver jewelry was also untouched. untouched, thus ruling out the possibility of murder for financial gain.
Isn't this a case of hiring someone to commit murder? That's unlikely. If it were a hired killer, there's no reason they wouldn't take the gold and silver jewelry.
While the famous painting might be conspicuous and
difficult to remove, the gold and silver jewelry could be easily melted down without being noticed.
Besides, the dozens of kilograms of gold in the safe were untouched. Desperados are all after money. They'll take almost anything they can. In other words, the perpetrator must be someone we know, and we have a deep-seated grudge against them.
Is this the only clue we have at the moment? That's right. But as far as we know, the Su family doesn't have any obvious enemies.
The killer didn't even spare anyone who was asleep, so he obviously harbored a very deep hatred. Joe Wegwa tapped on the table, his brow furrowed, trying hard to recall who Su Jincheng's family might have offended. Suddenly, he recalled an event from over 30 years ago. When Su Jincheng first started his real estate business, he encountered a period of declining housing prices, and many real estate companies were facing a crisis of broken capital chains. The government's intervention provided a safety net, allowing the real estate industry to transition somewhat smoothly. With so many housing projects across the country, fully covering them would require trillions of yuan, which is simply unaffordable, and many projects ultimately become unfinished projects. At the time, taking advantage of the government's willingness to bail out the project, Su Jincheng mortgaged the building, which was still in the foundation stage, but did not use the funds for construction. Instead, he leveraged his position to invest the loan funds in the trading of large-scale securities. After several successful transactions, he grew his business larger and larger. The problem could have been solved if he had reinvested some of his earnings in the property development, but he had long since lost interest in the meager profits from real estate and allowed the project to stagnate. Seeing that the project was not resuming, the homeowners started causing trouble.
In Su Jincheng's eyes, these homeowners were nothing but a bunch of bumpkins, so he ignored them and let them make a fuss.
Unfortunately, the disturbance went awry. During the argument, a pregnant woman who was 7 months along was pushed to the ground, resulting in a miscarriage and the loss of her baby.
The family sued all those present at the time, as well as Su Jincheng's company. The accident occurred at Su Jincheng's company's sales office, and he must bear full responsibility. At that time, Su Jincheng was arrogant and would not accept it. He appealed frequently and secretly sent people to threaten and intimidate him, and tried to build relationships to deal with the situation. The second and third trials dragged on for an incredibly long time. It's obvious, even if you win the case, you won't get a single penny. While such incidents were not uncommon at the time, they still drove countless homeowners to desperation. Unfortunately, the plaintiff's family was later involved in a traffic accident and urgently needed money.
The only one who was not injured was their son, who was still in school. Even after spending all their savings and borrowing from every available loan, the deficit remains enormous. Left with no other option, they proposed a settlement with Su Jincheng, demanding only 2/3 of the original amount in compensation. The two sides should have shaken hands and made peace, but Su Jincheng refused and stubbornly resisted. As expected, the plaintiff's family lacked the funds for a complete cure and had to be discharged from the hospital to recuperate. The son had no income due to his students, so he had to sell his family's possessions to support the three of them. As the saying goes, poverty breeds misery, and hardship is ever present. Due to a lack of better treatment, all three eventually passed away. At this point, Su Jincheng jumped in, rubbing salt into someone else's wound.
Even though the compensation has been paid, what's the point now?
The plaintiff's son placed all the blame on Su Jincheng, believing that if Su Jincheng had paid compensation earlier, his family might have been able to recover completely, instead of having to rely on a small amount of money to prolong their lives and watch their loved one die after a year of suffering.
Chief, do you have any leads?
I have some guesses, but I'm not entirely sure yet.
Chief, could you tell me about this? Joe Wegwa told Yen Feng what he had just remembered. Yen Feng was very surprised after hearing this. Such a thing actually happened? Has Su Jincheng blocked all this information? No wonder we haven't been able to find a single clue.
Actually, it's not that you can't find it. You have enough access to view these materials. It's just that there are no paper copies of these materials now.
I see.
In other words, apart from the older people, almost no one else knows.
What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm old too? Absolutely not, Director. You're still young. Ha ha ha. Humph. Alright, that's all the clues I can give you. As for how to find Lei Shangyang, that's up to you. After leaving Joe Wegwa's office, Yen Feng immediately began assigning tasks.
Lei Shangyang was currently the only suspect, but finding him would not be easy. First, you need to find out his address and then find someone who knows him. If no information or people related to him can be found, the trail will be completely broken. Things that used to be a matter of pressing a few keys now require a lot of time to troubleshoot.
Kyoto State Council, Secretary General's office.
The office door was pushed open, and a sweet voice reached Zhao Fugwa's ears as he was working with his head down.
Secretary General, the team sent to Tianjin has returned. Oh, quick, let them in. Tian Lingwei immediately stepped aside from the doorway and gestured for the squad leader to enter Zhao Zhao Fuguo's office. Report from the commander. The investigation mission in Tianjin has been completed. Here is our report. Please take a look. Okay. Is there anything unusual happening in Tianjin? Reporting to the commander, Tianjin is currently relatively stable, with no large-scale chaos, and the local government and station troops have responded quickly. However, there are many more criminal cases than in Kyoto, and many of these cases, like those in Kyoto, are committed by people with supernatural abilities. The lack of power made the criminal investigation team's investigation extremely difficult, encountering unprecedented obstacles. After the squad leader finished speaking, he did not leave but waited quietly for Zhao Fuguo to finish reading the report. After reading the report, Zhao Fuguo nodded. The content was similar to what the squad leader Shi Junhui had just said, and the report was very detailed. Fortunately, Tianjin is not too chaotic. Come with me, I will report to the premier again later. The Prime Minister's office. Fuguo, what brings you here? Premier, the team we sent to Tianjin has returned. There was no major trouble there. I brought them here so they can report to you again. This is their report. Zhao Fuguo turned around and beckoned Shi Junhui to come in. Greetings, Commander. Shi Junhui, captain of the Tianjin Special Investigation Team, reporting for duty. Okay, how's the situation in Tianjin? Shi Junhui repeated the report he had just given to Zhao Fuguo word for word. Premier Xing Zhenyu felt slightly relieved after hearing this. Good. Cough, cough, cough. Prime Minister, please take care of your health and don't get too excited. Seeing Xing Zhenyu cough violently after saying good 3 times, Zhao Fuguo was extremely anxious. Shi Junhui quickly poured a cup of hot water for them. Xing Zhenyu took a sip of warm water to moisten his throat, and his cough was slightly relieved. Tianjin reacted quickly, and other provinces and cities should be doing similarly. After so long, we've finally heard some good news. Cough, cough, cough. Yes, you can worry less now and leave it to them. What you need most is to rest and recover properly. Alright, I'll go and rest now. You can take care of the rest. Don't worry, we'll definitely complete the mission. Alright, I should head back now. Shi Junhui, escort the premier back. Shi Junhui quickly stepped forward and carefully pushed Xing Zhenyu's wheelchair, escorting him back to the military hospital. Zhao Fuguo returned to his office and immediately summoned his secretary. Xiao Tian, how's the search for a healing type ability user going? Secretary General, we have not yet found a suitable candidate. The search team we have dispatched so far has exceeded 10,000 people. Why haven't we heard anything yet? Send more people. Secretary General, is it possible that there are no healing type ability users at all? There must be one. As a great nation like China, there's no way we wouldn't have one. We must find it before the premier's condition worsens. Immediately notify your subordinates. This is a matter of life and death. Yes, Secretary General. Tian Lingwei quickly left Zhao Fuguo's office and relayed the order. At this time, the premier's health was deteriorating day by day, and it had reached a critical juncture where it could no longer be delayed. After a full night's rest, Yi Ruizha woke up feeling exceptionally refreshed. I fell asleep almost immediately last night and had an excellent rest. After washing up, he prepared breakfast. To avoid preparing food frequently, he planned to make a pot of spinach soup today. I'll make a big pot later, and we can drink a few bowls when we're hungry. It'll also save me from constantly chopping cucumbers, which is making my hands and fingers ache. However, you need to find a big pot before you start. The pot he's using now can only hold a single spinach leaf at most. The spinach soup is for practice. I'll chop some up for breakfast and make a soup to tide me over. Chop off a pound of spinach leaves, add a handful of scallions, toss it briefly, add some salt, and it's ready to eat. Although it was a simple cooking method, the taste was surprisingly good. I didn't realize it was made with high-end ingredients. It smells delicious. Although he planned to go out to buy a pot, he still wanted to be prepared for both possibilities. There are very few stores selling daily necessities nowadays. What if they are closed? So he first needs to practice teleporting to other places. I've tried it a few times before, but it takes a long time. Even last-minute sharpening can make a weapon shine, though it may not be perfect. After finishing breakfast, he first teleported to the rooftop to recall the key points of teleporting to other places. First, there's the matter of perception. Teleporting to an unfamiliar location, even one right in front of you, is not easy. He can teleport back and forth between the rooftop and the room because he is extremely familiar with it. It has become a habitual reaction. But now, he needs to teleport to the rooftop of the opposite room, which is only a few meters away, but he still needs to prepare. He carefully recalled his feelings, closed his eyes, and sensed the location about 4 or 5 meters ahead. 2 minutes later, he sensed something different ahead and silently thought, now. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his spot and reappeared less than 5 meters ahead. After the teleportation was completed, he did not open his eyes immediately, but instead savored the feeling he had just experienced. Unlike being transported to a familiar place, the unfamiliar place felt to him like it was filled with many small dots. Most of them were not what he needed. It felt like there were many doors to the destination, some that couldn't be opened, some that made his heart pound, and some that were gloomy and dilapidated, but there was only one
one door that he could open.
A few minutes later, I opened my eyes.
Although I knew the teleportation had been successful, I still instinctively checked it again. Seeing is believing. Instead of starting the next round of teleportation, he reflected on his experience. This has become a habit he's developed during his practice these past few days.
Those dots look like teleportation nodes. Could it be that my ability is spatial? It feels more and more like it.
I don't know how other people train their special abilities, but it's definitely very difficult for me to train mine. Not only do you need to practice to improve your skills, but you also need mental strength. Fortunately, MP can increase. Otherwise, if you only have energy but no MP, you wouldn't even be able to transfer more than a few times. While you still feel it, practice a few more times. This time, try teleporting back to the original position, but with a slight offset. Carefully sensing those nodes, some of them felt very dangerous, and I had to be cautious.
Go for it. You can do it.
He gave himself a little boost of energy, then closed his eyes again and carefully sensed the rooftop location he usually teleported to, which was about 1 meter off. 2 minutes later, he suddenly sensed a very familiar node. Perhaps because he used this node frequently, he could clearly feel a sense of familiarity and security, like that of an old friend. Moreover, there are several other nodes around it that, like this one, exude a reassuring aura. Even more surprisingly, the other nodes that he didn't need and that posed a danger were much dimmer than these safe nodes. This feeling and the unexpected discovery made him suddenly open his eyes. Even with his eyes open, he could still clearly sense the existence of those nodes. To verify his intuition, he tried selecting a node that appeared to be offset by 1 meter.
The body then disappeared and reappeared. This isn't the place I want to go. It's off-center, but the direction is wrong. Do nodes have to be oriented by location? This seems too complicated.
Yi Ruizha genuinely felt that cultivating his special ability was not easy. Apart from the dim ones, the key points were almost all the same to him now.
Although I had some complaints in my heart, I still had to continue practicing.
He dared not use unfamiliar nodes until he understood the differences between them. After all, who knows where those nodes will teleport him to? Falling into a pit is actually a good outcome. If you were teleported into mid-air or outside a building, you'd be crippled even if you didn't die from the fall. It's never wrong to be extra careful. After all, your own life is the one you care about most. He ran to the spot where he had been teleported earlier. Since he could sense the node when he opened his eyes before, he decided not to close them this time. However, he overestimated his abilities, and after 5 or 6 minutes, he finally chose to close his eyes. He himself felt confused. He could sense it when he opened his eyes before, so why was it so difficult this time? After all, he can teleport to either the room or the rooftop, 2 fixed locations, without batting an eye. It's an easy feat. After closing my eyes and sensing for a while, I finally sensed the existence of the node again. To confirm his location, he carefully examined the differences between the other nodes. The result was fruitless. No difference was found. Left with no other choice, he opened his eyes, and it was in that moment that he discovered the problem. When I close my eyes and sense things, I feel like I'm floating in space, with no sense of direction. There are only front, back, left, and right. That is to say, his left side may be above or below someone else, depending entirely on his own position and the direction he is facing. The moment I opened my eyes, it was as if my direction was fixed, and the location of the node suddenly became clear. Without hesitation, he chose a node on the left, but after teleporting, he found himself on the right.
Am I wrong again? I refuse to believe it.
He quickly ran back to his previous position, closed his eyes to sense the node again, opened his eyes after sensing the node, and selected the node on the right, but the result appeared on the left. Could it be that the positions corresponding to the nodes are reversed? Let me try both the front and back. I closed my eyes and sensed the surroundings first, then selected the node in front of me. The result was correct. It did indeed appear at the rear.
To confirm this completely, he also verified the nodes behind it.
Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since there are front, back, left, and right, then there must be up and down as well. So if I want to teleport to the top, I should choose the bottom node. A moment later, Yi Ruizha appeared in the air, 1 meter above the rooftop. The sudden fall startled him. However, he was very happy, as he had finally figured out the pattern of the nodes. Next, he planned to try teleporting to the room on the other side, where no one lived, so he wouldn't have to worry about suddenly appearing and scaring anyone. After sensing the nodes, he was able to quickly eliminate other useless nodes. The figure appeared in the room, and looking around, it was indeed an unfamiliar room. The only furniture inside was a bed frame, a table, and a chair. The only appliances are an air conditioner and a water heater, nothing else. He was standing on the bed at that moment. To confirm that the bed was in the correct position, he got off the bed and walked towards the stainless steel door at the entrance. He only needs to open this door to confirm whether he is standing in the room opposite. He reached out and unlocked the door, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open forcefully. When he saw the door to the room opposite, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up, revealing a few white teeth. The door to his own room was right across from him. After confirming his success, Yi Ruizha did not continue practicing, nor did he use his special ability to teleport back to his room.
Instead, he used a key to to open the door.
With his mental and physical strength less than half, he didn't want to relive the feeling of being weak, hungry, and tired, carrying a 100-pound weight up the stairs. If he hadn't tasted a few bites of mutated food at the farmer's market, he really felt he wouldn't have made it back to his room. He was exhausted. With cash and a receipt, he hopped on a free shared bicycle and set off. I rode along the way but didn't see any general stores open.
You won't open the door, huh?
Then I'll figure something out myself. I found a general store with a back alley and passed through it into the store.
Once inside, he suddenly thought, if I can just come in like this, then can I just walk into a bank too? He. Just as I was fantasizing about becoming a billionaire, I instantly snapped back to reality.
Money is still usable now, but it'll be worthless in a while, so there's no point in having it. But hoarding some gold is an idea. Tremble.
The god of thieves is about to come online.
He was getting a little immature, so he quickly focused and started looking for a large pot. He had already decided that he wanted to find a large stainless steel bucket. These large buckets are commonly used in restaurants for making soup. They are very practical.
It's more than enough to cook his 3 meals a day.
After searching for a while, he finally found the stainless steel cylindrical container he wanted, picked out a 20-liter one, and teleported away. It's not that I don't want to take something bigger, but I can't bring out anything beyond my physical limits right now. If you take something too big out, and then it's half gone when you leave the house, then all your effort will be wasted. Once he got his hands on the item, he didn't stop for a moment and rode his bike as fast as he could, now most afraid of being discovered. Actually, he was just feeling guilty. Although Yi Ruizha wasn't a good person before, this was the first time he had ever been so brazen in breaking and entering. My heart was pounding with nervousness, and the only thought in my mind was to get home as quickly as possible. If there had been electricity before, he would have been a complete idiot thief. He would have been caught and wouldn't have been able to escape. So he was lucky this time, escaping legal punishment. Back at his rented apartment, he was too lazy to push the cart, so he just left it outside and rushed up to the 7th floor. He ran all the way to the door, not even taking out his keys, and teleported into the room with the bucket in his arms. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he got back to his room. His first successful theft made him dance with joy. Awesome. That was fucking thrilling. If a fellow thief saw this, he would definitely say, I don't know this person. Getting this worked up over stealing a stainless steel bucket is utterly shameful. After regaining some strength, my excitement subsided. He started making spinach soup. I washed the spinach once, but I could only wash it once. Water is too precious. Save the water from washing vegetables to flush the toilet. Then he picked up a cleaver and started chopping spinach. Without this butcher knife, you really can't cut through a bunch of spinach. An ordinary kitchen knife simply won't cut it. It took a whole hour to finally chop all 3 spinach plants. He poured all the spinach into the round bucket and lit the fire to start cooking. It took another 15 minutes to chop a few scallions. 15 minutes later, the water in the bucket had boiled, but he didn't rush to open the lid. Instead, he used cornstarch to make a thickening sauce. It's supposed to be spinach soup, so how can it be made without thickening it with cornstarch? Once the sauce is prepared, open the pot lid, and a burst of steam rises out.
Although it was just spinach, it was so fragrant that Yi Ruizha couldn't help but take a few more breaths.
Pick up the soup spoon next to him and pour in the thickening sauce while stirring.
As the cornstarch slurry is incorporated, the soup thickens, and soon a pot of spinach soup is ready.
Add a sprinkle of salt for flavor, scallions for aroma, and you're done. As for why it's scallion chunks, don't worry about the details, they're all scallions anyway, so there's not much difference. I ladled out a large plateful and placed it on the outside table to cool, ready to begin a new round of practice. He used up all his remaining mental energy and slightly improved his proficiency with the sensory nodes. After returning to my room, I drank several large mouthfuls of the still scalding hot spinach soup.
Ah, this tastes great. It's simply divine.
High-quality ingredients do indeed require only the simplest cooking methods. I took a few more sips and waited quietly for my mental and physical strength to recover. He could now sense that his mental strength and physical energy were almost evenly matched. He felt increasingly intelligent and deliberately reserved some of his mental energy each time to practice controlling the ripples. The upper limit of mental strength is slowly increasing. I feel that after a few more practice sessions, my mental strength will be on par with my physical energy, and then I'll be able to break through the limits of both simultaneously. This way, you don't need to spend extra time and effort practicing a particular skill separately. After waiting for half an hour, he felt that he was still far from being at his peak.
Is spinach not as effective as cucumber?
Oh well, I'll just have 2 more sips.
I think 2 sips will be enough.
After drinking 2 mouthfuls of spinach soup and waiting another 10 minutes, I felt completely refreshed and back to full strength.
This feels good. Is this what they call being in a state of double full power? This is awesome.
After drinking spinach soup a few times, he had mastered the teleportation of spatial nodes. She even knew exactly how many sips of spinach soup were needed to fully recover her energy within half an hour. The only problem is his bladder. He's already been to the toilet several times. However, he was clever enough not to relieve himself in his room, but instead went to the rooftop of the building next door to pee.
Anyway, no one saw it, and I'm a man, so what's there to be afraid of? As long as you don't feel embarrassed, it's others who will feel embarrassed.
Besides, there are many people who urinate and defecate anywhere these days. He has seen it several times when he looked down from the rooftop. Back in his room to rest, he began to plan his next training session. First, we need to start practicing ripple control. After putting it off for so long, it's time to start targeted training.
This directly relates to whether he can carry larger items during teleportation.
He also plans to get a pedal tricycle to help with moving.
In addition, there is the transfer of previously shelved inanimate and living objects.
As for weight, he found it didn't seem to have any effect. It's unclear whether it's because the maximum weight limit for transmission wasn't reached, or if there's simply no such limit. Whether you're carrying tens of kilograms of weight or just a few kilograms of items, the mental and physical exertion required is the same. The premise is that it cannot exceed the body's maximum range of extension. He is now trying to control the ripples in order to break this limit. Once he was fully recovered, he began training in ripple control. Ripple control doesn't require going to the rooftop. It can be done directly in the room. He can now simply teleport between the two rooms, which is more discreet, and he doesn't have to worry about being discovered.
He can now teleport anytime, anywhere.
Since sensing the node, he has completely controlled the timing of his teleportation.
Unlike before, when people would arrive at their destination before the nodes even detected it.
Through trial and error, he determined a sequence. First, use mental power to sense the node, then ripples appear, followed by energy consumption, and finally appear at the destination. The beginning and end are clear. Now all that's missing is the middle process. In the past, it was so fast that it was completed in the blink of an eye, and I had no idea how many steps were involved. What we need to do now is to break it down slowly and peel back the layers. After concentrating his mental energy and sensing the existence of the node, he did not rush to teleport. Upon careful observation of the area around the body, it was indeed found that the ripples would not appear unless teleportation was initiated.
But how can he control it if the ripples don't appear? He tried to control it before, but it was too late.
It was already unexpected that the ripples could expand slightly.
If you can't figure out the mechanism, you can only rely on accumulating attempts until you can notice it yourself. Time passed slowly, and night quietly fell.
He had lost count of how many times he had tried. Although all ended in failure, there were some gains.
He had a vague feeling that something was about to surface.
Training lasted until nearly 9 o'clock, at which point we had to stop and rest. Not only because I was physically and mentally exhausted, but also because it was dark outside, so getting some rest was a good thing.
Anyway, I have plenty of time now. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shone into the room through the window.
Even without an alarm clock, Yi Ruizhe can wake up naturally at dawn.
This is the biological clock that I developed after waking up and consistently going to bed early and waking up early every day.
After a quick wash and breakfast, I cooked a pot of spinach soup for later use and then began today's training.
Although the training was tedious, he enjoyed it immensely.
As mental strength and energy limits continue to increase, along with the continuous improvement in operational proficiency, even if one hasn't fully mastered ripple control, it's not a loss. 3 days later, the training had to stop because the mutated food had been completely consumed.
To his slight surprise, the training and superpowers consumed such a huge amount of mutated food.
In just 5 days, more than 100 kilograms of mutated food were eaten up. When I returned to the farmer's market, there were a few more tables at the entrance, and several people were responsible for registration. A banner hung behind them that read, "Awaken superpowered individuals can receive military funding after registration." Although the handwriting is handwritten, it is exceptionally neat, clearly written by someone who regularly practices calligraphy. Upon seeing this banner, Yi Ruizhe couldn't help but feel a little shaken. Although it's unclear what kind of assistance the military will provide, they certainly won't let me go hungry. Besides, with the military's backing, his safety was at least guaranteed. However, he knew that no one could help others for no reason. There would always be a corresponding price to pay. Despite being tempted, he resisted the urge to register. He didn't want to join the military system without understanding the costs involved. After this period of training, he has gained some confidence in his ability to protect himself, not to mention that he can now teleport in unfamiliar environments at any time. The teleportation distance has more than doubled. Currently, a single teleport can reach a maximum distance of 13 meters. At this distance, it's no exaggeration to say that as long as you run to the edge of the wall, a teleport will leave the pursuers completely bewildered. If you still get caught, just teleport a few more times. You can create a distance of tens of meters in just a few seconds. Who can catch you? Don't even dream about it. Yi Ruizhe did not linger when passing the registration office and went straight into the farmer's market. This trip to the market yielded an unexpected discovery: someone was selling pedal-powered tricycles. However, the price is prohibitive. It's too expensive. A tricycle cost 30,000 yuan, and the owner refused to negotiate the price. Even so, there are still quite a few people who want to buy it. However, most people are short of money and can't afford it at all, so they can only watch from the sidelines. Yi Ruizhe also
really wanted to buy it. To be honest, he didn't really want to steal anything, but if he didn't steal, he would have to spend 30,000 yuan. After a fierce internal struggle lasting 8 minutes, he finally decided to buy it. On the one hand, I'm preparing to move, and this will come in handy. On the other hand, it will be more convenient to buy things in the future. After spending a fortune to buy the tricycle, his fortune suddenly became precarious, but he felt it was worth it. The high rate of repeat customers alone is worth the money. As for that shared bike, let whoever wants to ride it. He had barely left the shared bike when someone else rode it away. Many people in the farmer's market do not have bicycles. He rode his tricycle to find mutated vegetables. This time, with a vehicle, he planned to buy more. After returning to the rented apartment, I immediately packed my bags and prepared to move. After some searching, I bought almost all the mutated vegetables, and even a mutated cabbage. These cabbages are huge, each weighing about 30 or 40 pounds, and he only dared to buy 3. I also bought 5 cucumbers, 10 spinach leaves, and 20 scallions. This whole pile of stuff weighs over 300 pounds. Luckily I bought a tricycle, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get it back at all. After leaving the farmer's market, he leisurely rode his bike back to his rented room. 300 pounds may seem like a lot, but it's negligible compared to this large tricycle. It's easy to ride on flat ground, and the quality is top-notch. He had seen these pedal tricycles online before. People used to use them to haul goods. Each time it's loaded to the brim, judging by the load capacity, it can pull at least 1,000 kilograms. Although the person riding in the video seemed to be struggling a bit, they were still able to ride, so his 300 plus pounds is nothing to him. I turned from the main road into the side road and had only walked a few meters when I was stopped by someone. Even if he wanted to rush through, it would be impossible. There was a large log blocking the middle of the road, so there was no chance to rush through. Moreover, the person blocking his way clearly didn't intend to let him pass easily. They're obviously here to rob us. Dude, your tricycle is pretty good. Can I borrow it for a couple of days? Yi Ruizha deliberately put on a gloomy face, but in reality he was already panicking. Brother, a good dog doesn't block the way. I advise you to be sensible. Kid, don't be shameless. I'm a superhuman. If you don't want to die, put down your tricycle and get lost. Although he was panicking inside, Yi Ruizha still tried to appear calm and replied, as if we're not all superhumans? If you've got the guts, come and take it. Let's see who dies. Damn it. I've been robbed on the street, and by someone with superpowers no less. What am I going to do? I didn't even bring a weapon with me. I'm doomed. Someone help me. Unexpectedly, the robbers were intimidated by Yi Ruizha's feigned composure. Is he really a superhuman? I saw he was buying all sorts of mutated food before, so I thought he might be a superhuman too. What should I do? Should I rob him? I really wanted that tricycle too. I waited in the market for so long, and only this guy bought one. Everyone else just looked but didn't buy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. My special ability is enhancement, though it's only level 3, and I lack ranged attack capabilities. If he does have ranged attack skills, I'll definitely lose. TSK, finally found one. No reason to give up now. Let's fight. If we can't win, we can always run. This kid might not even be able to break through my defenses. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to take action anyway. Yi Ruizha stared intently at the other person. When the other person suddenly rushed over without saying a word, his heart sank. He knew he was in trouble and had failed to intimidate the other person. He had no means of attack and no weapons. The only thing he could do was abandon the vehicle to save his life. He quickly jumped off the tricycle and ran towards the shops next to him. Seeing him jump out of the car, the other party assumed he still wanted to fight and immediately slowed down, preparing to meet Yi Ruizha's long-range attack. But to their surprise, after jumping out of the car, Yi Ruizha ran straight towards the nearby shops. Seeing Yi Ruizha's series of actions, the man was stunned for a moment, then realized he had encountered a newbie this time. There are only two possibilities for someone who doesn't dare to take the risk. Either they are a newbie who has just awakened their powers, or their abilities are even weaker than his. He ignored Yi Ruizha, who had already run far away, and excitedly walked towards the tricycle. This was quite a haul. Not only did they manage to snag a tricycle, but they also managed to get a load of mutated food. He stroked the body of the tricycle, liking it more and more as he looked at it. Just as he was basking in the joy of his success, Yi Ruizha had already used teleportation to enter the tightly closed shop. Upon entering the shop, Yi Ruizha didn't bother to observe and immediately teleported to the shop next door. His idea was simple: go into the store first, then teleport to the next store, using 2 teleportations to confuse the enemy. After arriving at the nearby store, Yi Ruizha breathed a slight sigh of relief and began to look around the store. Being robbed without resistance must be incredibly frustrating, and you might even despise yourself. However, he has no means of attack and can only rely on external objects. This is a restaurant with an unremarkable storefront and nothing particularly useful. The kitchen is small, with only a few stoves and 2 preparation tables. On one of the preparation tables was a cutting board that was more than 20 centimeters thick. Yi Ruizha's eyes lit up when he saw the cutting board. If you take it to a height
height of more than 10 meters and smash it on that thief's head. It will definitely knock him unconscious.
Once he faints, I can take the opportunity to escape. Thinking of this, he first picked up a kitchen knife, tucked it behind his back, and then picked up the cutting board with both hands. This cutting board is really heavy. It must weigh at least 30 or 40 pounds. Such a heavy and sturdy cutting board, falling from a height of more than 10 meters, would either kill or cripple the person. Now all he needs to do is appear 13 meters above the thief when he's off guard and smash the chopping board down. With the cutting board in hand, I teleported to the rooftop of the shop. These shops only have 2 floors, so you can easily go up to them. Looking down, the thief was staring intently at his tricycle. Seriously, instead of running away after robbing, they're still admiring their loot. Even with superpowers, they can be this arrogant. We can't call him a petty thief anymore. We have to call him a mad thief. While the thief was focused on the tricycle with his back to him, Ruwasia began to observe the terrain, looking for a place to hide. The shop and the thief are more than 30 meters apart, requiring at least 4 teleportations. To move the cutting board to a higher position, it must be placed closer together. Only in this way can it be successfully moved to a higher position. The first 3 teleports were all close to the target, while the 4th teleport was to the air. He looked around at the terrain below, which was completely clear, with nothing but a single telephone pole. In other words, he can only teleport by revealing his presence. I'll give it my all. As long as he doesn't turn around within 5 or 6 seconds, victory is mine. While the mad thief was still looking at the tricycle with his back to him, he began his first teleportation. He teleported directly behind the madman, and immediately launched a second teleport after his figure appeared. After 2 teleportations, he was only 5 or 6 meters away from the madman. At this moment, my heart was pounding wildly. Success or failure hinged on this one move. He teleported again, only 2 meters away from the madman, and immediately began to sense the teleportation note above. The mad thief seemed to sense something, grunted, and turned to his right. He turned around and found nothing behind him. He scratched his head in confusion, wondering if he was being too sensitive, when he suddenly felt something on the top of his head. He looked up and saw a dark object hurtling towards his face. He didn't even have time to react before he collapsed to the ground. After smashing the chopping board, Ruwasia quickly teleported to the left of the mad thief, waiting for the fatal blow. The chopping board hit the madman as expected, striking him squarely in the face. Ruwasia saw the other party fall to the ground and thought he had succeeded, but then he saw the madman cover his face and stand up in a daze. Seeing that the mad thief was unharmed after being hit by such a large chopping board, Ruwasia's heart sank and his scalp tingled. He immediately drew the kitchen knife from behind him and slashed at the thief. After making several cuts, he realized that apart from leaving a few white marks, the skin wasn't even broken. Seeing that Ruwasia was completely helpless against him, the madman grinned and shouted, "Kid, once I recover, you're dead." He dared to be so arrogant because he discovered that Ruwasia did not possess any lethal abilities. As long as the opponent doesn't possess any lethal abilities, victory will surely be his. If I hadn't been hit so hard by the chopping board and was still dizzy and unable to stand, I would have attacked Ruwasia long ago instead of suffering several cuts without feeling any pain. If he knew that the person he just slashed was Ruwasia, he would definitely be even more unscrupulous. At this moment, Ruwasia was completely at a loss and had no idea how to deal with this madman. Seeing that the other person's dizziness was about to pass, he hurriedly picked up the chopping board at his feet, teleported into the air again, and prepared to give him an airdrop. But before the chopping board could even strike, the madman's legs buckled and he collapsed. After being teleported back to the ground, Ruwasia discovered that the madman's body had been broken in 2, with the missing part lying at his feet. Blood was gushing out. Seeing this horrific scene, he quickly pushed his tricycle, avoiding the bloodstains, and fled in panic. On his way back, he deliberately took several detours, fearing that his accomplices or the police might be following him. I rushed back to my rented room, grabbed a few sets of clothes and necessities, and immediately ran downstairs. He threw his luggage onto the tricycle, pedaled furiously, and sped off towards the countryside dozens of kilometers away. I rode for more than 10 kilometers until I was completely exhausted, and then I stopped. Along the way, he kept looking back nervously, afraid that he would find out that someone was following him. Even when he encounters strangers on the street, he feels that they are plainclothes police officers watching him. Actually, people only glanced at him a few times because they envied him for having a tricycle, that's all. After resting by the roadside for about 20 minutes, Ruwasia finally came to his senses. During his break, he would still look around frequently, wary of the police suddenly appearing. After regaining his composure, he set off again, his heart filled with lingering fear. Damn it, I almost peed my pants from the shock of killing someone. I need to get away from here as soon as possible. The city is too dangerous. It's safer to go back to the countryside. If I hadn't used a teleportation technique with an item to cut him in half in a moment of desperation, I would have had to run away. Even if I kill someone, I have to run away, otherwise I'll be in jail in no time. Now everyone looks like a policeman. I should stay away from them in the future and find a secluded place to hide. Just as he was setting off again, the thief's body was discovered by the police. Captain Yen, a body has been found ahead.
Upon closer inspection, team member Jia Liang confirmed, team leader Yen, the deceased's name is Ma Zi. He was a local thug, and his leader was called Tiger Shark. I don't care who he is or what his boss's name is. What I care about are the wounds on his body.
Captain Yen, is there a problem with your wound? Don't you think the wound is particularly neat?
Upon hearing the captain's words, Jia Liang's eyes widened, and he said, Captain Yen.
You mean Lei Xiangyang is right here, and just committed a crime?
Xiao Jia, you have to be careful. Lei Xiangyang is only a suspect, and we can't be sure that he is the murderer of Su Jincheng's family.
However, the wounds on Ma Zi's body are very similar to the wounds when Su Jincheng's family was killed. They are very neat, so it's possible that the murderer is the same person.
Yes, Captain Yen. I shouldn't have been so arbitrary. Also, we only suspect that the killer is the same person right now. There are still many doubts.
Look, although the wounds on Ma Zi's body are neat, do you notice anything different?
Zhao Liang looked at the wound and said uncertainly, Su Jincheng's family had their heads chopped off while Ma Zi had half of his body cut off.
Yan Feng nodded and added, yes, another point. Apart from Su Jincheng's head, the rest of the Su family's bodies were untouched, but Ma Zi's body was clearly moved.
Normally, if it were cut open, both sides of the body should be in the same place, but now the two parts are several meters apart, and there are even rolling marks on the other side. Look here, isn't this pool of blood formed when the
body fell?
And look at this chopping board. If it were the murder weapon, the body should have been smashed to pieces, not the wounds so clean. Now, apart from some smashing marks on the face, the rest of the body hasn't been smashed. In other words, the chopping board wasn't the murder weapon. The murderer just used it to smash Ma Zi's face before cutting off half of his body, causing his death. I said the murderer might be the same person, but it's only a possibility. After all, the methods are different, but the wounds are too similar. I said it's possible because Ma Zi is also a superhuman, at least level 2 or above. When I touched the body just now, I found that his body was very sturdy. Ordinary swords couldn't cut him in half at all. To kill a level 2 or higher ability user without any chance of fighting back, the murderer must be a level 3 or higher ability user. This, along with the neatness of the wounds, matches the murderer who wiped out Su Jincheng's family.
Thank you for your guidance, Captain Yen.
That means the murderer could be the same person, but we can't be sure, since the methods are different.
Yan Feng shook his head and said, we can't be sure.
It's also possible that the murderer realized we were investigating him and deliberately did this to mislead us.
Ha, Captain Yen, didn't you just say? Xiao Jia, we can't jump to conclusions without solid evidence. Anything is possible.
We need to make bold assumptions and verify them carefully.
Look around, there might still be clues. Okay, Captain Yen.
Yan Feng carefully examined the area around the body but found no footprints or other traces. He was even somewhat relieved that the road was a regular dirt road, as it's difficult to leave marks on concrete roads. He crouched down to examine the body closely and found a foreign object on the left hand. He carefully opened the body's palm and found some small particles on it, which were clearly different from the dust on the cement road. He took out a sealed bag and carefully collected the particles. Apart from the foreign object in the corpse's hand, no other findings were made. At this moment, Jia Liang also returned to Yan Feng's side.
Captain Yen, there have been no new discoveries in the surrounding area. Okay, I got it.
Take out your old camera and take a few pictures of the corpse's hand.
Yan Feng pulled a century-old camera from his backpack. This camera didn't need electricity. He had spent a lot of time persuading them to requisition it from the museum.
The Public Security Bureau promised to compensate him if it was damaged, and he even signed numerous guarantees. Zhao Liang took a picture of the corpse's left hand, a puzzled expression on his face as he did so. He reached out and rubbed his hand on the corpse's left hand. Seeing the stains come off, he couldn't resist leaning in and smelling it.
Yan Feng asked, Xiao Jia, have you found anything?
Captain Yen, the stains on the corpse's left hand are soil from the vegetable garden. I'm sure. I come from the countryside, so I'm very familiar with this smell.
It's definitely soil from a vegetable garden. Could it be soil from a flower pot?
After all, we Chinese like to grow vegetables wherever we go.
It couldn't be soil from a flower pot.
Soil from flower pots doesn't smell like fertilizer, and the clods are usually quite hard. The smell of the corpse's left hand is only found in vegetable gardens.
How can you be sure the vegetables in the flower pot won't smell like fertilizer?
Captain Yen, if you grow your own vegetables, 15 out of 10 people won't use industrial fertilizers.
At most, they'll just water them with urine.
Yan Feng thought about it and agreed that it made sense. Although he wasn't from a farming background, he had often heard that the uncles and aunties who grew vegetables on their
balconies would never use industrial fertilizers, at most just throwing in some rotten leaves and tea leaves.
They said that only vegetables grown this way were truly green and healthy.
You mean the deceased had just finished grocery shopping?
Yes, very likely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have soil from the vegetable garden on his hands. Even if he didn't buy it, he should have been to the vegetable market. There's only one farmer's market nearby.
Let's go over there and see if we can find any clues.
He fired fired a signal flare into the sky, and soon 7 or 8 soldiers and police officers arrived one after another. Upon seeing them arrive, they immediately flashed their identification and said, "I am Yin Feng, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. I'm here to investigate a case and have discovered a body. Please send someone to clean it up. These are the evidence items found on the deceased. Please keep them." The first officer to approach took the ID card from Yin Feng, glanced at it, immediately saluted, returned the ID card with both hands, and kept the sealed bag himself. Yin Feng is the captain of the Criminal Investigation Team. He knows people, and checking the ID is just to verify identity. This is a necessary procedure to prevent impersonation. "Captain Yen, leave this to us. If you need any help, just let us know." "Okay, you guys go ahead with your work. We'll be going now." The officer watched them leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk to them more. He was a police officer, and criminal investigation wasn't his specialty. Not interfering was already helping. Besides, the head of the criminal investigation team was personally handling the case here, so he dared not do anything reckless. He explained the situation to his men behind him, sent one of them back to the station to notify other departments, and the others stayed on site to keep watch. They've become very familiar with this process. They've encountered too many murders recently and are already numb to it. Yen Feng and Zhao Liang went to the farmer's market and took a stroll around. Yen Feng realized he had come to the right place. Although he wasn't a farmer, when he saw the mutated vegetables with roots in the market, he immediately understood that Zhao Liang was right. However, this also raised a question for him. If the deceased came to buy groceries, where were his groceries? Could it be that the murderer killed someone to cover up their crime just to steal some food? Even Yen Feng himself felt that this idea was not very reliable, but before there was evidence, he had to leave room for doubt. As their investigation deepened, they indeed found some clues. The clue came from a tricycle vendor. Although many people gathered around to watch his tricycles, few were actually willing to buy them. The local thug with pockmarks was also known by some people here. He had been watching the owner's stall for a long time, so the owner naturally remembered him. "Comrades, Ma Zi has been loitering around here for almost 2 hours this morning. He looks shifty and sneaky, and it's obvious he's planning to stake out someone. Later, a young man bought a tricycle from me, and this pockmarked man went with him. Do you remember what that young man looked like? He was just an ordinary young man, somewhat handsome, but nothing particularly special. If he hadn't been the second person to buy a car, I wouldn't have remembered him at all." Seeing that the boss's description was vague, Zhao Liang skillfully took out a pen and paper and asked, "Boss, just use our faces to compare, and see what the difference is between that young man's face shape and ours?" With a reference in Zhao Liang's hints, a sketch of Yi Ruijia's face was quickly drawn. "Boss, do you think that young man looks like this?" The shop owner examined it carefully for a few seconds and slowly said, "I can only say it's quite similar, but the facial features just look a bit strange." Upon hearing what the boss said, Zhao Liang immediately understood his meaning and promptly added some more shading details to the paper. "Ah, yes, it's him, exactly the same. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. We'll be going now." After receiving the portrait, Yen Feng thanked the shop owner and left the market. "Let's go back to the branch office first. Please keep urging me to update. I promise I'll release some exciting content once it reaches 80,000 words." On the way back to the branch office, Zhao Liang couldn't help but ask, "Captain Yen, this young man doesn't look like Lei Shangyang at all." "I'm not sure either, so I need to go back to the branch office first and ask the guys there for help to do some more interviews around the scene of the incident." "Oh, I see. The guys at the branch office are more familiar with the population distribution here, so that's why we asked them for help." "Looks like you're not completely stupid after all. Captain Yen, that's a really hurtful thing to say." "What, you newbie who's just starting out, do you think I can't say anything to you?" No, I'm so grateful." Stop talking nonsense and ride faster." Meanwhile, in the Eastern Theater Command of China, Shanghai Command, in the office of Lei Zhanyue, the military region commander. Reporting, General. The Kyoto Special Investigation Team has arrived. Special Investigation Team? Never heard of them. Invite them in first. Guard Cheng Yanzhong walked up to Chu Pufeng, the leader of the Special Investigation Team, and gestured for him to proceed. Chu Pufeng stepped into the office, walked up to Lei Zhanyue, and saluted. Reporting to the General. Chu Pufeng, the leader of the Kyoto Special Investigation Team, has come on the orders of the Secretary General to request your assistance. Upon hearing that it was Zhao Fugua who sent the messenger and that it was for help, Lei Zhanyue felt a growing unease. Zhao Fugua had specifically ordered someone to come and ask for help. This matter was definitely not simple. What exactly is the Secretary General's purpose in sending you here? By order of the Secretary General, please search for healer mutants in the Eastern Theater Command. Therapy Department? For whom does it treat? Chu Pufeng hesitated, not daring to speak, when Lei Zhanyue slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Speak! This is an order." "Yes, it's for Mr. Xing's treatment." "What? Something happened to old Xing?" Upon hearing that Xing Zhenyu was in trouble, Lei Zhenyue's murderous aura suddenly erupted, and Chu Pufeng almost lost his balance and fell over. After After regaining his balance, he swallowed hard. The murderous aura that had swept over him made him feel as if he had been plunged into a sea of blood, his whole body turning ice cold, and he could barely stand.
Hurry up and tell me, are you trying to force me to take action?
Cheng Yanzhong, who was standing guard at the door, had been watching the situation inside. Seeing that the general was about to explode, he rushed in and supported Chu Pefeng. General, please calm down and let him speak. After being reminded, Lei Zhanyue finally restrained his murderous intent. As the murderous aura dissipated, Chu Pefeng gasped for breath, his entire body already drenched in cold sweat. He had only one thought in his mind: this is terrifying. The general's murderous aura is enough to kill.
Seeing that Chu Pefeng had finally recovered, Lei Zhanyue was full of disappointment in him. He couldn't even hold up this much momentum. He was really a waste.
Seeing that the general seemed about to explode again, Cheng Yanzhong quickly patted Chu Pefeng on the shoulder and urged, "Comrade, answer the general's question quickly."
Reporting to the general.
General Xing's condition is deteriorating, and we urgently need to find a healing-type ability user to treat him.
Upon hearing that the illness had worsened, Lei Zhanyue's murderous intent subsided slightly, but his anger remained undiminished. What are those people at the military hospital doing? They can't even cure one person.
General, the military hospital has done its best, but all the equipment relies on electricity.
Now that there's no power, all the medical equipment is paralyzed. Enough with the nonsense. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. Did our ancestors have electricity back then?
They still managed to cure people. Yanzhong, immediately issue the order to search the entire military region for healing-type ability users.
Cheng Yanzhong immediately replied, "General, don't bother looking anymore. Our military hospital has a healing-type ability user. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly escort him to the capital. Tell them that if old Xing can't be cured, they shouldn't come back." Cheng Yanzhong led Chu Pefeng away in a hurry.
He knew the old general all too well. When the old general was in a bad mood, he would often speak incoherently and explode in anger without saying a word. Whoever encountered him was doomed. Moreover, and more importantly, very few people could withstand the old general's murderous aura. If he hadn't followed the old general through countless life-and-death battles over the years, experiencing world-class wars, he himself wouldn't have been able to withstand this murderous aura. The moment the old general unleashed his murderous aura, he knew things were going badly.
Sure enough, Chu Pefeng from Kyoto almost knelt down.
To his surprise, Chu Pefeng did not faint and even managed to stand up, which made him look at Chu Pefeng in a new light.
After leaving Lei Zhanyue's office, Cheng Yanzhong took Chu Pefeng straight to the Eastern Theater Command Military Hospital.
On the way, Cheng Yanzhong couldn't help but praise, "Comrade Chu, I didn't expect you to be so tough, actually able to withstand the general's murderous aura." Chu Pefeng said with a wry smile, "Comrade, you must be joking.
I almost fainted just now. Hee, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Cheng Yanzhong, and I am the general's bodyguard. Actually, you're really amazing."
You should know that in the entire military region headquarters, there are fewer than 20 people who can withstand the general's murderous aura without getting dizzy.
Chu Pefeng asked in surprise, "How do you know there are only so few people?"
Cheng Yanzhong said gloatingly, "Because the old general often gives his underlings extra training."
Ha, it's not the kind of extra training I'm thinking of, is it? You understood correctly.
The old general always complained that those kids were useless, and he would often go to the training ground and unleash his killing intent, saying it was to toughen them up. Chu Pefeng broke out in a cold sweat, unsure whether he should say something.
"But I still asked out of curiosity. I doubt many people could withstand it, right?" Cheng Yanzhong laughed loudly. "They've all fainted."
"What about the instructors?
What do you think?"
Chu Pefeng was speechless.
Was this really extra training for the soldiers? It would be more like extra training for the medics.
After the two left Lei Zhanyue's office, Lei Zhanyue felt uneasy, unsure whether to stand or sit, so he went to give the kids extra training. Upon seeing their commander heading towards the training ground, the military medical company immediately began packing their medical kits and assembling for an emergency response, ready to provide assistance at any time. They were deeply distressed. Although other military region headquarters had military doctors, there was no need for an entire company of military doctors like this. Lei Zhanyue passed by the medical company and saw everyone assembling urgently as if they had encountered a flood or a ferocious beast. He just snorted coldly and continued walking towards the training ground.
"Am I really that scary? You bunch of ungrateful brats, I'm doing this for your own good."
Fortunately, no one was around him. Otherwise, if the soldiers had heard him, they would have just said, "Old commander, you're right, but please, have some decency."
As they walked toward the military hospital, they chatted idly. Chu Pefeng suddenly remembered that Cheng Yanzhong was a bodyguard. "But now that I'm accompanying him to the military hospital, won't the commander be left without protection?"
He quickly said, "Comrade Chang, you should go back and stay with the leader.
I can go to the hospital by myself."
"You're wrong.
But commander doesn't actually need bodyguards. My bodyguard role is more like a messenger."
Given the leader's strength, there are very few people who can get close to him. Those who can get close are all about as strong as the leader. Those who aren't strong enough become bodyguards, and the leader has to take care of them instead.
I see.
You must be
very capable to be able to stay by the leader's side. Me, I'm actually just average, nowhere near as good as the leader. Shu Pefeng didn't believe him at all. What a liar. You just said that not many people can get close to the leader, but then you immediately said that you are just average. Even your humility is not as good as yours. If you're just average, then I'm practically a weakling. The two walked all the way to the military hospital and found Yun Mengru, who had just been transferred from the military medical unit. Because she awakened a healing-type superpower, the hospital urgently needed various medical treatments. So, as soon as she awakened and it was confirmed that she had a healing-type superpower, she was transferred to work at a military hospital. Yun Mengru, who was busy with her own affairs, was completely unaware that the two of them had arrived. There were just too many people in military uniforms in the military hospital. Hundreds or even thousands of patients seek her treatment every day. Since being transferred to the military hospital after awakening her powers, she has never stopped using them. Every day, the first thing they do upon waking is treat patients. When their energy is depleted, they eat mutated food to replenish it, and once they are fully replenished, they continue in this cycle, never stopping. Fortunately, once she arrived at the military hospital, her superpower level improved rapidly, and she's almost at level 4 now. I'm exhausted every day, feeling like an emotionless machine, repeating the most basic treatments every day. Yun Mengru. When someone calls her name, she mechanically treats the patient, but subconsciously stands up and stands at attention in response. The commander has ordered you to come with us immediately. Upon hearing that it was the commander's order, Yun Mengru noticed the two majors standing at the door, but one of them looks so familiar. What are you all standing there for? Get out of here. Oh, but these patients. Hand the case over to another doctor. You're coming with us immediately. That's an order. Upon hearing the order again, she hurriedly began packing her things. Unable to tolerate her dawdling any longer, Chung Yenjong ordered again, stop packing. Didn't you hear me? Come with us right now. Yun Mengru threw the things she had just picked up back onto the table, her eyes full of grievance. She was just a new recruit who had only recently joined the army. How could anyone not feel upset when she was scolded by her superiors in public so many times? But Chung Yenjong wasn't buying it at all. He knew the girl's temper. Having just enlisted, he awakened a healing ability and was transferred to a military hospital before undergoing complete training, so his character was never tempered. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, I would have given her a good scolding. The two of them, along with aggrieved Yun Mengru, left the hospital, retrieved their bicycles, and prepared to go their separate ways. Comrade Chang, I'm going to the train station right away. I won't be able to go back with you to report. Please tell my brothers to go to the train station on their own. The two nodded in acknowledgement, and Chu Pefeng looked at Yun Mengru and said, get in the car. Where should I sit? Make handlebars. What are you about? Hurry up. That's an order. Yes, sir, I have a bicycle. The two were almost furious. Why didn't you say so sooner that you had a bicycle? Then hurry up. Being scolded again made her feel even more wronged. Before enlisting, she had long fantasized about countless wonderful military experiences. Beautiful comrades in arms, handsome reconnaissance soldiers, cool special forces soldiers, and strict yet gentle instructors. But less than 3 months after enlisting, all her illusions were shattered, especially by the two superiors who repeatedly reprimanded her in front of everyone, leaving her with no face whatsoever. She had only been there a short time when she was scolded several times, and she felt as wronged as a wounded child. Despite feeling wronged, she dared not disobey orders. The first lesson upon enlisting was about the serious consequences of disobeying orders. Let alone individual mistakes, collective punishment is nothing. No problem. The rule against corporal punishment in the military is useless. If the instructors don't train you until you vomit blood, they're considered to have failed in their duty. Dare to disobey orders? The instructor will show you why the flowers are so bright red. Then comes the self-criticism, which you have to finish even if you're crying. This was just a minor act of disobeying orders. If it's serious, the instructor will tell you that you won't see the sun tomorrow. As for whether it's true or not, these young girls who had just enlisted in the army wouldn't dare to gamble. At that moment, she was pushing her bicycle and slowly walking towards the hospital entrance. Upon seeing her like this, the two men's anger flared up instantly. Chen Yenjong shouted, Yun Mengru, if you don't hurry up, you'll be accused of disobeying orders on the battlefield. Is this considered disobeying orders? And the most serious kind, disobeying orders on the battlefield. We're doomed. We're doomed. At that moment, all her grievances seemed insignificant, and she took off running, pushing her bicycle. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, before he could even begin to explain, Chu Pefeng uttered 3 words, come with me. Then, without waiting for her response, he got on his bicycle and rode away. Yun Mengru quickly got on her bicycle and followed closely behind, wobbling along, without even daring to utter the words wait for me. Before she left, she saw from afar that the two leaders had frighteningly gloomy faces. She knew in her heart that if she dared to say another word, what awaited her would be far more than just a reprimand. Standing at the hospital entrance, watching her ride out in an S shape, Chung Yenjong had long since lost interest in looking at her. He
He covered his face, shook his head, and went straight back to the military region headquarters, leaving all the trouble of that silly girl to Chu Pefeng. Chu Pefeng, who was riding in front, rode slowly, but he couldn't see Yun Mengru catching up. When he looked back, he was dumbfounded. Is this some kind of acrobatic performance for me? Even though I was riding forward, I managed to turn a corner and even circle around twice. Whose silly girl is this anyway? But she had already given it her all, so I couldn't just keep criticizing her. After all, in the military, damaging morale is absolutely forbidden. If the political instructor finds out, he'll talk to you for 3 days and 3 nights. What else could we do? We had no choice but to step forward and help her. He turned around and approached her, firmly gripping the handlebars of her bicycle with one hand, and said, "I'll help you steer, you just focus on pedaling, okay?" The sudden tenderness from the leader flustered Yun Mengru, who blankly replied, "Okay." Chu Pefeng is also a superhuman, and with his years of military service, controlling a bicycle is a piece of cake for him. The two rode faster and faster, quickly reaching speeds of over 40 kilometers per hour, approaching 50 kilometers per hour. She could actually ride faster, but her legs could only support this speed. If you switch to a mountain bike and adjust the gear, you can easily reach speeds of 60 kilometers per hour. Unfortunately, only regular shared bicycles are available right now. After the cars became unusable, the military region requisitioned a large number of shared bicycles as transportation for various localities. Engine manufacturers are now fully committed to developing diesel engines that do not require spark plugs, but so far, not a single finished product has been produced. There was no other way but to rely on human power to pedal the vehicle. Fortunately, the railway department still has old-fashioned steam locomotives, otherwise even trains would have to be shut down. Although everyone is used to high-speed trains and maglev trains, the slow speed of old-fashioned trains, often only a few dozen kilometers per hour, can feel frustrating. However, under the current circumstances, these old locomotives remain valuable means of transportation. Upon arriving at the train station, Chu Pefeng immediately produced a mobilization order and commanded the stationmaster to dispatch a train. The stationmaster dared not delay and immediately sent people to pull out the steam locomotive that had just been maintained. After the locomotive had finished warming up and had just left the maintenance workshop, Chu Pefeng and several other team members arrived at the train station. To save time, the train only had one carriage attached. After boarding the train, Yun Mengru finally had a chance to ask Chu Pefeng, "Commander, where are we going?" "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Chu Pefeng, battalion commander of the infantry battalion of the 175th Regiment, 22nd Division, 79th Army of the Central Military Region. These four are Li Yijuan, Zhang Aimin, Wang Zijian and Shi Jiakon from our reconnaissance company. We are acting on the Secretary General's orders to find a person with healing abilities to treat the Prime Minister." "What? The Prime Minister is sick?" Chu Pefeng explained Premier Xing Zhenyu's condition in detail to Yun Mengru, and then asked, "Are you confident that you can cure the Premier?" This sudden question made Yun Mengru's heart tighten. She never expected that Chu Pefeng would come to her to treat the Premier, and that the Premier's condition was already quite serious. "I can't say for sure. I've always used basic healing spells and rarely use other skills." Chu Pefeng noticed her lack of confidence and comforted her. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just treat the Premier like an ordinary patient. Could you tell me what your skills are?" "Oh, my basic skill is healing, which can heal some common wounds and infections, and also has a certain effect of removing viruses from the body. Advanced skills can heal severed limbs, but only if the severed limb is still intact. Otherwise, only the wound can be healed." "Is it just a common wound infection? Then why are so many people seeking your treatment?" "My treatment techniques are not limited to surface wounds. Even internal injuries can be treated, but it requires multiple uses of the skill." "Then your wound is no ordinary one. Can't you heal it with your second skill?" "It's not entirely impossible, but for minor wounds, the first skill is more effective." "Understood. The first skill is mainly responsible for clearing internal and external injuries and viruses, and the second skill is limb regeneration." No, the second skill cannot be considered limb regeneration. It must be used in the case of amputation, and the amputation must be relatively intact. Knowing that she was going to treat the Premier, she dared not exaggerate at all, for fear that if she made too much of a fuss, she would end up not curing the Premier. When she first awakened and learned that she was a healer, she dared to say anything, boasting about regenerating severed limbs and bringing the dead back to life. But now, she doesn't dare to say even one word that is beyond her ability to say. Chu Pefeng pondered for a moment and asked, "Have you studied the first skill carefully?" "No, I was transferred to the military hospital just a few days after I awakened. There were so many patients every day that I had no time to do research." I think you could try using the first skill separately. It might be more effective." "Skills can be separated? Is that really possible?" "Yes, as long as you try to control and adjust the focus of your wound healing ability. I believe your skills will be able to be used more effectively, and vice versa. Although it's still a skill, the emphasis is different, so the effects are naturally different. In other words, a wound that might normally require 4 or 5 skills skills to heal can be cured with just 2 skills after the ratio is adjusted. Just like patients in a hospital, if you adjust the proportion of medication used to clear the virus, most can be cured since they don't have any open wounds.
Is that so? She frowned and thought it over carefully.
It seemed feasible, yet it also seemed unlikely. In the beginning, she tried to control the skills, but she could hardly see any effect, because there were very few wounded, and most of them were sent to the emergency room first, and only after the emergency room was they transferred to her. Ordinary wounds don't need her treatment at all. The surgeons would have already taken care of them. Therefore, she rarely has the opportunity to observe the actual effects of the skills.
Seeing her hesitation, Chu Pefeng asked again, "Want to give it a try?" "Try it? Try what?"
Just as she was confused, Chu Pefeng drew his dagger and cut his own arm, giving her the answer through his actions. Yun Mengru screamed in fright, and only after the scream subsided did she realize what was happening and quickly used her healing spell to treat him. But Chu Pefeng stopped her, saying, "You should focus on controlling the direction of your skills first." She then realized that the leader was giving her guidance and a chance to try. He immediately calmed himself down and began to try to adjust the focus of the healing technique. She uses her skills hundreds or even thousands of times every day, and she knows them by heart.
She quickly performed the treatment after adjusting the focus.
Because the wound was small and not deep, it healed quickly. Yun Mengru stared at the healed wound, tilting her head in thought, seemingly somewhat uncertain.
"How is it? Is it working?" Faced with Chu Pefeng's question, she could only tell the truth.
"I'm not entirely sure. We'll only know after comparing them over time."
Wang Zijian
Immediately extended his left hand, revealing the high-end watch on his wrist, and raised his arm, aiming it at the location of Chu Pefeng's arm wound. This high-end watch is prohibited in the military, but this mission required it to be carried, and it was extremely urgent. Having no other choice, he secretly took out the watch he had hidden and put it on after he set off. Unexpectedly, the battalion commander had a sharp eye and recognized the watch brand at a glance.
It's difficult to punish them during the mission, but they certainly won't escape punishment once they return.
Looking back now, I realized that the watch actually came in handy, so the punishment was worth it.
Xiaoyun, this time you don't need to adjust your focus. Wang Zijian, you start from the moment she uses her skill, understand?
Yun Mengru reacted a beat too slow, but Chu Pefeng didn't care at all. He only cared about the treatment's effectiveness.
Without even wiping away the bloodstains, another wound quickly appeared on his arm.
He nodded to Yun Mengru. Yun Mengru raised her hands, palms together, and Wang Zijian stared intently at them. The moment a white light appeared on her palms, he quickly glanced at his watch. Time passed slowly, and soon the treatment was over. The wound healed completely without leaving a scar.
How long did it take? 6 minutes and 48.27 seconds. Get ready, next time you'll need to control the intensity of your healing spell. Yun Mengru nodded heavily.
Another cut, the location, size, and depth of the wound were the same as before. The white light flashed again, and the wound healed rapidly. Once fully healed, Chu Pefeng immediately asked, "How long did it take?"
6 minutes and 3.14 seconds.
Chu Pefeng's face began to turn pale due to excessive blood loss.
2 minutes and 17.32 seconds.
Just as Chu Pefeng was about to continue, Li Yijuan spoke up to stop him.
"Commander, let me do it. You take a rest first."
Chu Pefeng didn't say much, only replied with a simple okay, got up to make way for her, and sat down to rest. Li Yijuan sat down in the spot where Chu Pefeng had just been, placed his arm on the table just like Chu Pefeng, and without saying a word, slashed down with a knife. Yun Mengru silently performed her healing spells without saying a word. Time passed slowly, and everyone persevered for over an hour. However, as the treatment time became shorter and shorter, the frequency of self-harm increased. More than 6 hours later, all 5 men were pale.
The last person self-harmed more than 40 times. The treatment time has been reduced to just over a minute.
This was already Yun Mengru's limit. After the last few times, she felt that the time wouldn't be shortened much further, and suggested stopping the training. But all 4 refused, for the following reasons. The longer she can reduce the time, the more skilled she becomes, and the greater the chance the Prime Minister will be cured. Hearing their reasons, Yun Mengru had no choice but to grit her teeth and continue. Chu Pefeng, who was resting with his eyes closed, had a slight smile on his lips but did not utter a word. At this moment, there is no need for words, actions speak louder than words. After the training session, Yun Mengru looked at the 5 pale, bloodless faces filled with awe, and tears welled up in her eyes. But she dared not let her tears fall. To shed tears at this moment would be the greatest disrespect to them. Fighting back her tears, she quietly went to rest. However, Chu Pefeng's words and the 4 people's responses almost made her vomit blood.
"Get some rest, we'll continue tomorrow morning."
Yun Mengru was speechless. These 5 people really didn't cherish themselves enough. Just moments ago I was filled with respect, but they completely stunned me. Although she appeared sullen, she was beginning to understand their world. His face was filled with anger, but he couldn't help but smile.
"Are these the soldiers of our Chinese nation?
Fearless, courageous, and disregarding life and death.
How lovely and admirable they are. This is the kind of military career I should aspire to."
While they were practicing self-harm, Yi Ruasia, who had been cycling for several several hours, finally arrived at Hongyang village, which he had chosen in advance. Arriving at the village committee to look for the village chief, they found no one there.
Does the village committee get off work this early? He looked up at the sun and glanced at his watch. It was only 3 in the afternoon. It's still early. It's unreasonable that there's no one in the village committee.
The village and community cadres these days are too lazy. Just as he was about to leave to find someone, an old voice came from behind him.
Young man, who are you looking for? Are you here on business? No problem.
Yi Ruizha turned around and saw an elderly man in his 70s standing behind him.
He cursed inwardly. Grandpa, did you float here? How come you walk without making a sound? Seeing that he didn't respond, the old man asked again.
Yi Ruizha then came to his senses and quickly said, Grandpa, I want to transfer my household registration to this village.
I wonder if the village would welcome me. The old man seemed not to have heard clearly. What do you want to move? Transfer your household registration.
Yi Ruizha thought the old man had hearing problems, so he raised his voice to answer.
Hey, young man, I'm not deaf. You don't need to shout so loudly.
Oh, sir, I'm so sorry. I thought you were hard of hearing.
I'm really sorry. The old man quickly waved his hand and then asked, Young man, are you sure you want to transfer your household registration to our village?
Yes.
I don't know if the village will welcome us. Welcome. Of course you're welcome. You're very welcome. Wait a moment, I'll go and fetch the clerk.
After saying that, the old man left with small, quick steps to find the clerk. Seeing that things were starting to look promising, Yi Ruizha sat on the tricycle, waiting idly. After waiting for more than half an hour, I was almost dozing off when the old man finally led a few people into the village committee.
Young man, wake up, young man.
In a daze, Yi Ruizha felt someone pat his shoulder. He opened his eyes and turned his head to see an old man he had never seen before.
Sir, who are you? Young man, I am the village chief of Hongyang village.
It turned out to be the village chief. Yi Ruizha quickly got off the tricycle and greeted him respectfully. Village chief, I'm really sorry, I was a little sleepy just now.
It's okay, being able to sleep is a blessing. Are you kidding me? Am I a pig?
Village chief, I'd like to transfer my household registration here. Is that possible? No rush, let's go to the village committee first and talk slowly. Yi Ruizha then realized that the village committee gate had been opened at some point. The village chief and several village and community cadres led him to the front desk, where a set of tables and chairs were set up, and the group sat down. Several elderly people looked at Yi Ruizha with smiles on their faces and their eyes filled with longing.
Yi Ruizha looked himself over, not noticing anything unusual, and asked in confusion, Gentlemen, is my face dirty?
No, we just thought you were quite sturdy and had rather handsome features.
Gentlemen, I'm a real man. We know.
If it weren't for a man, we old folks would have been quite disappointed.
Gentlemen, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now.
Hey,
don't rush off. It's getting dark. Where can you go? Grandpa, I'm straight.
Straight or curved?
We don't follow that kind of thing here. Damn it. Gentlemen, I really have something to do.
Yi Ruizha was puzzled.
If they didn't leave soon, it would be dangerous. What kind of village was this? Why were they so thirsty? Young man, don't go. How can you leave without even having some tea?
Yes. Once you leave, everything we've been looking forward to for so long will be ruined.
You can't leave, you have to stay.
As soon as Yi Ruizha got up to leave, several old men immediately stepped forward and grabbed him tightly, preventing him from moving.
What kind of mess is this? They even tried to force me. I want to leave, and you can't stop me. It's just a pity about my tricycle. Let go. Gentlemen, grandpas, I'm your grandson, please let me go.
Yi Ruizha was a little embarrassed. He wanted to leave but didn't dare to struggle too hard, since the youngest of the men was already in his 60s. The oldest man was probably over 70. If he struggled too hard to break free, they would all fall down, and the consequences would be unimaginable.
Young man, as long as you don't leave, anything is fine. Okay, I won't go. Can you let me go first, grandpas?
The village chief gave a wink to another old man next to him, who immediately understood, released Yi Ruizha, and quickly closed and locked the gate. Then he went out through a small door on the side, took an iron chain from somewhere, and thoughtfully locked the tricycle to a tree. After he finished doing everything, he came in through the side door and locked it with 2 loud bangs. Yi Ruizha was finally able to escape temporarily, but no matter how I look at it, it seems like I've fallen into the old man's trap.
Grandpa, what are you doing? It's all right, young man, please sit down and have some tea first. Yi Ruizha wondered to himself, does this seem like nothing's wrong? The door is locked, the car is locked. Who locks the door and car before discussing business?
Although that's what I thought, I wasn't worried about being trapped. I could just teleport away. Seeing that Yi Ruizha had no intention of leaving, the village chief finally spoke.
Young man, let me introduce myself first. I am Wu Yongxiang, the village chief.
The man to my left is Zhou Jiahui, who is also the accountant, cashier, and clerk.
Zhou Yongming was formerly the deputy village head and director of civil affairs.
Finally, there was Zhang Xiaodong, the head of public security and also the head of the militia.
Wow, everyone seems to be doing multiple jobs. Does that mean they're getting multiple salaries too?
The village chief continued, young man, we haven't seen any outsiders outsiders in our village for a long time. We old folks were quite excited to hear that you were moving here.
Please don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I'm actually quite bothered by this, because I almost made a mistake because of it. If you don't mind, let's go through the basic procedures first. Sure, no problem. Young man, what's your name? Where are you from?
Yi Ruizha did not answer, but took out his household registration booklet and handed it to Wu Yongxiang. This is my household registration booklet. Yi Ruizha was born in 2026 and is 28 years old this year.
Oh, 27 years old, unmarried, and an orphan? Yes, I grew up in an orphanage.
The orphanage has a good household registration, so it's the easiest place to transfer your household registration. Of course, one's household registration must be settled eventually, and staying at an orphanage is not a long-term solution. Generally, as long as the person agrees and the local government is willing to accept the household registration at an orphanage, the approval will definitely be granted. Yi Ruizha knew absolutely nothing about changing his household registration. Regardless of how difficult it was, he could only give a soft reply to indicate that he understood.
Brother Yi, shall we register you first? No rush. I want to ask the village chief if there is a house for me to stay in the village. I have nowhere to stay right now.
Yes, you can stay in those empty houses for as long as you want. One house a month is no problem.
If anything happens, the village will cover for you. Is there any land for me to grow? I want to grow some vegetables to eat. Of course I do. I didn't know you knew how to farm. How many acres do you want? 10 or 20 acres?
I don't need that many. One plot of land is enough for me to eat.
No problem.
If you want more in the future, just tell us old guys anytime.
Village chief, I also wanted to ask, do we have to pay rent for the houses and land? Hey, forget about rent. As long as you transfer your household registration here, you'll get 8 mu of farmland. As for the house, you
can live there for now, rent-free. The village will also give you a plot of land for building a house, but you'll have to pay for the
construction yourself. If the house isn't built in 3 years, we'll talk about rent then.
But I have to make it clear in advance
that the land I'm given to you doesn't have any permits.
Whether you can build a house or not depends entirely on your own abilities.
What if the house is built and then forcibly demolished?
Don't worry, there are more than just 1 or 2 houses without permits. As long as our village approves, the urban management officers won't demolish your house, especially since it's your only residence.
Any other questions? If not, we'll register you first, and then you can go to the town's public security bureau to complete the follow-up procedures yourself.
Upon hearing that he had to go to the police station, Yi Ruizha immediately felt nervous, but quickly came up with a reasonable excuse.
No problem, but, village chief, there's no electricity right now. How can the police register us? How can they enter the information into the household registration system without electricity? Could you register us in the village first, and then I can go to the town to complete the formalities once the power is back on?
It's too chaotic outside right now, which is why I thought of coming to the countryside.
It's safer here, and I don't want to go out unless necessary. I finally found a village, and I really don't want to risk going out.
Wu Yongxiang hesitated when he heard that Yi Ruizha didn't want to go to the town to handle the paperwork. Although he wanted to add people to the village, he was still uneasy about
people of unknown origin.
Although Yi Ruizha's household registration stated he was an orphan
who knew if he had committed any wrongdoing and was deliberately seeking refuge here,
not only did he hesitate, but the others also hesitated.
Their village hasn't received any outsiders for over 30 years. Instead, the villagers are moving out one by one.
Those who have been away for years and have no one to take care of them rarely return. A few years ago, a flood destroyed several old houses. The village even contacted them to ask if they wanted to come back and rebuild. The village was willing to give them a larger homestead, and they could also apply for subsidies. They all said they wouldn't build it anymore, because even if they did, they wouldn't have time to come back and live there. Moreover, since their household registration is not in the village and they do not receive dividends, they are naturally embarrassed to compete with the younger generation in the village for land. Wu Yongxiang immediately agreed that as long as they moved their household registration back, they would receive dividends and be allocated homesteads immediately, and the village would do its best to meet their requests. The words were clear and the meaning was obvious. As long as you come back, this old man, would call you grandpa without any problem.
Unfortunately, they politely declined, implying that they might not return to the village in the future.
The retired cadres in several villages were very worried. Even some people in their 40s and 50s were unwilling to return to the village, let alone the young people. Since the older generation passed away, these young people had disappeared without a trace. Many children saw them when they were young, but never returned to the village after they grew up. Currently, the total number of people in the entire village who are known and can be contacted is only 1,427, of which only 381 are registered in the village. In other words, 1,046 people are not registered in the village, so the village is practically defunct. If it weren't for the fact that they've been exaggerating the population over the past decade or so, the town would have abolished their village long ago. What's even more worrying is that most of these 300 plus people are old folks. folks. Once all these old folks are gone, there will truly be no one left in the village. Therefore, over the years, whenever there has been an opportunity to adopt a child, they will adopt without hesitation, with the aim of increasing the population. There were far too few children that could be brought back. Nowadays, orphanages are rarely willing to entrust their children to the village for upbringing, unless the children have congenital defects. The problem is that even if these children are raised with care, it is difficult for them to survive to adulthood. 7 or 8 out of 10 of them die while being raised. You can't save them even if you want to. If a child dies young, the orphanage will naturally not easily entrust the child to their care again. As a vicious cycle continues, the population of Hongyang village is dwindling. So when they heard that Yi Ruizha wanted to move his household registration to the village, everyone was so happy they couldn't speak. When I saw that he was about to leave, I immediately locked the doors in the car, afraid that he would run away. However, his refusal to register in town was indeed a problem for them. Wu Yongxiang and the others looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt. Finally, Wu Yongxiang said to Yi Ruizha, "Brother Yi, could you please step aside for a moment? I need to discuss this with my buddies." "Okay, no problem," Yi Ruizha readily agreed. Zhou Jiahui, who had just gone to lock the door in car, immediately got up to open the door for Yi Ruizha. After Yi Ruizha left, the 4 old men began to discuss the matter seriously. Wu Yongxiang asked, "What do you all think? Should we let this young man in?" Zhou Yongming said, "Brother Chang, you make the decision." "I have no objection." Zhang Xiaodong said, "It's definitely not possible to register without going to the town, but he's right, without electricity, you can't register in the town." Wu Yongxiang asked Zhou Jiahui, "Ahui, you're the youngest, give me some advice." Zhou Jiahui said, "Brother Chang, I think we should register in the village first, for a period of 3 months. If there is still no call after 3 months, you have to go to the town to register for any reason, even if it's just a casual registration, so that at least there is a record to check. Otherwise, if the town finds fault with us, we'll have to go and explain ourselves." Wu Yongxiang nodded. A 3-month period is acceptable, not too long and not too short. "What about you two?" Zhou Yongming, "I agree." Zhang Xiaodong, "I'm a little worried. How about changing it to 1 month?" Zhou Yongming, "Isn't a month too short?" Zhang Xiaodong, "Brother Ming, 1 month is enough." Zhou Yongming, "But what if he doesn't want to stay?" Zhang Xiaodong sighed, "Brother, you know the current situation. If we wait another month and then go through the procedures, it will take 2 or 3 months to complete the round trip." Wu Yongxiang said, "Adong is right, Mingo. We can't just accept anyone just to attract people. If he really is a fugitive after reporting to the town within a month, we can part ways amicably." Zhou Yongming said helplessly, "Fine." Wu Yongxiang decided, "Then it's settled. He'll register in the village first, for a period of 1 month. After that, he'll have to register in the town. If he doesn't, we'll have to ask him to leave." Zhou Jiahui asked, "What about the housing and farmland issues he just mentioned?" Wu Yongxiang pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? There are quite a few vacant offices in the village committee. Why don't we prepare one for him to live in first?" As for farmland, 1 mu, approximately 0.16 acres, was allocated to him next to the village committee. A month later, when he goes to register, the town reports that there are no problems. Then we will help him find a house, and the homestead in farmland will be readjusted at that time. Does anyone have any opinions? 3 no objections votes, and it passed unanimously. Zhou Jiahui said, "All right, everyone, please sign your names to make meeting minutes." After everyone signed and pressed their fingerprints, the meeting minutes officially took effect. Then, Zhou Jiahui opened the door and called Yi Ruizha in. Wu Yongxiang told him the plan that everyone had just discussed in detail. Yi Ruizha thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. After a month, things should have calmed down. If all else fails, run again, run even further. Seeing that Yi Ruizha agreed, the 4 old men breathed a sigh of relief and then made special arrangements to help him complete the registration. They were genuinely afraid that Yi Ruizha would refuse, because if he did, they would have real reason to believe he was a fugitive. However, they were right. Yi Ruizha was indeed a fugitive, and a murderer at that. Zhou Jiahui got up to get the keys and unlocked his tricycle as he did so. He pulled one key from a bunch of keys and handed it to Yi Ruizha, saying, "Xiao Yi, this is the key to the 3rd room at the bottom of the stairs on the 2nd floor. You can take it for now." "Thank you, Brother Hui." Wu Yongxiang laughed and said, "If you call him brother, then what should we call him?" "Call me brother too." Zhou Yongming said approvingly, "Not bad, not bad. I like this kid." Zhang Xiaodong suggested, "Okay, let's go find him a bed first." Wu Yongxiang nodded, "All right, Xiao Yi, you can tidy up first. There's a kitchen on the 1st floor of the village committee building. You can cook there. There are tables, chairs, and benches. The only thing missing is a bed. I'll bring it to you later." "Oh, right, Ahui, I don't think I've given him the kitchen key yet." Zhou Jiahui quickly added, "Oh, I almost forgot." Yi Ruizha said gratefully, "Thank you, brothers, you've really gone to a lot of trouble." Zhou Yongming laughed and said, "It's all right, it's all right. You go ahead with your work, we'll be going now." "Okay, goodbye." After the 4 elderly men left, Yi Ruizha went upstairs and opened the door with his key. This was supposed to be an office, with desks, chairs, even sofas, coffee tables, and filing cabinets, but it's all empty. The furniture furniture was covered in dust and the door was always closed, indicating that the office had been vacant for a long time. However, the furniture looks very new, so it probably hasn't been used much. He found a broom and burlap and swept the area. Suddenly I realized there was no water, so I had to wipe it dry. Luckily, there wasn't much dust, and it was clean after a couple of quick wipes. Then, he moved the table and chairs to the side to make room for the bed. Just as Yi Ruizha finished his work, several old men returned pulling a cart. He quickly went downstairs and carried the bed frame upstairs. Besides the bed frame, there was also a straw mat. After settling his things in, he quickly asked, "Where's the well?" Wu Yongxiang laughed and said, "Oh dear, my memory is terrible. I actually forgot about the water. You're so cruel. The well is about 50 meters to the right after you leave the village committee office. It's an old well, and the water is fairly clean, but you must boil it before drinking it. Never drink tap water." "Okay, I'll remember that. Thanks, Brother Chang." Wu Yongxiang then said, "I see you already have vegetables on your tricycle, so we won't deliver them. Once you've finished your food, walk along the village road. There are large vegetable gardens there. The farmers who lease land don't have trucks to transport the vegetables, and no one buys them. You can pick as many as you want, but if you can't finish them, they'll just rot in the field. I'll go say hello to the vegetable farmer later. By the way, can I borrow your tricycle? If so, could you lend it to the vegetable farmer? He's having a really tough time selling his vegetables lately." Yi Ruizha readily agreed. "Sure, use whatever you like. Otherwise, I'd feel embarrassed eating their food." "Alright, I'll tell him the good news later. We're leaving now. You can take your time packing. Take care, Brother Chang." "Take care, brothers." Yi Ruizha was overjoyed. He hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. "I was just thinking about how to secretly pick some vegetables from the old man's field, but I didn't expect to have free vegetables to eat so soon. The price was simply lending someone a tricycle. He didn't need it now anyway, so he could use it to exchange for some food." After Wu Yongxiang and his group left, they went straight to the vegetable farmer's house. "Jiaqing, is Jiaqing at home? Hey, they're here." The greenhouse door was opened, and a dark-skinned man in his 40s appeared. "Oh, it's you guys, Chang. Come in and have a seat." "No need, Jiaqing. I have some good news for you." "What good news?" "Right now, all I want to do is figure out how to sell the vegetables as quickly as possible. It's about selling vegetables. We've lent you a pedal tricycle." "A tricycle? Where?" Gu Jiaqing hurriedly looked behind Wu Yongxiang and the others, but saw nothing. "What are you looking at?" "The tricycle isn't here, it's at the village committee." Upon hearing that the tricycle was parked at the village committee, he thanked them repeatedly and prepared to run towards the village committee. Hey, come back. Don't rush, there's something I need to explain to you." Gu Jiaqing turned around somewhat awkwardly. He had indeed been a bit hasty just now. "Sorry, I was in a bit of a rush just now." "What's up? Please tell me." "It took a lot of persuasion from a few of us brothers to borrow that tricycle for you." "Brother Chang, stop talking. I understand. You don't know anything. You claim to know everything when you don't. Let me finish what I have to say. We borrowed the tricycle from a young man who plans to move into our village. He just arrived today. I saw he had a tricycle, so a few of us shamelessly asked to borrow it for you. The young man is a nice guy, and he agreed to lend it to you. However, he had just arrived. I saw that he brought several hundred kilograms of vegetables with him, so I guess he had a tough time before. So, since that young man was willing to lend you his car, you should thank him properly." I understand. Don't worry, Brother Chang. TSK, I told you were pretending to know what you didn't. He said you don't need to thank him, but I've already made the decision. He's coming to your house to pick some vegetables to eat, so don't be stingy. Hey, that's all. Let him pick them all, every single day. Let me tell you, that young man is very strong and eats a lot. It's alright, as long as he can eat, he can pick 5 or 6 vegetables a day to take home and eat without any problem. That's not necessarily true. The vegetables are so big now that we probably can't eat one a day. Picking too many would make them less fresh. Here's what we'll do. We'll go back and observe his appetite, and then we'll let you know. From now on, you can just put the vegetables in the village committee's kitchen every day. He will be staying at the village committee for the next month." "Sure, no problem. I'll take his groceries." Brother Chang, can we go now?" "Hey, come on, we'll go with you. But don't say anything out of line and scare the young man away. It took us a lot of effort to keep him here." Definitely. Whatever you say, Brother Chang, let's go borrow it right away." The group walked together toward the village committee. Zhou Yongming and the others remained silent. They were used to this kind of situation where they owed favors to both sides, and they understood each other without saying a word. Back at the village committee, Gu Jiaqing found Yi Ruizha, introduced the two of them, and explained things clearly. Then, he happily rode his tricycle back to the shed. As soon as he returned to the shed, he immediately called his wife and they started picking vegetables in the field, preparing to sell them in town the next day. After tidying up the room, Yi Ruizha went downstairs to check on the kitchen. The kitchen was large, over 20 square meters, and fully equipped with pots, pans, and utensils. He also saw a round barrel that was several times larger than his. As for refrigerators, even 3-door ones are practically useless now. However, the stove is a huge machine, a 3-ring, high-powered stove, which can't withstand the fire of smaller pots. But then he remembered another problem. They used to use bottled gas, but the village committee uses natural gas. So how was he supposed to cook? After walking around the village committee, he had already come up with a solution for cooking. Behind the village committee is a parking lot, and beyond that is a lush, overgrown forest. At the border, there is a tiled earthen stove, which is obviously used by the village officials to stew dog meat and mutton for a treat or to improve their meals. It's perfect for Yi Ruizha to use for cooking. It can even hold the large buckets in the kitchen. There's no need to worry about firewood. There's plenty of it in the countryside. You can just go and collect it. I need to ask Brother Chang if we can grow vegetables in this green forest. That way I won't have to go too far. Anyway, that land was originally abandoned. He looked around but didn't find anything unusual. Just as he was about to go back to the kitchen to get 2 buckets to fetch water, he realized that most of the kitchen utensils needed washing. Although I don't use many things myself, little by little, they add up to quite a lot. After thinking about it, he decided to get the tricycle back first and take the things to be cleaned. So he walked in the direction Gu Jiaqing had left. Most of the vegetable farmers live in sheds they built themselves in their vegetable gardens, near the roadside, so they shouldn't be hard to find. As Yi Ruizha had expected, after walking a few hundred meters, he saw his tricycle next to a shed surrounded by wire mesh. He approached and called out a few times, but only the barking of dogs answered him. He glanced at the time and muttered, "It's past 4 o'clock. Looks like they've already gone to the fields to pick vegetables. I'll go find him there." Sure enough, after observing carefully by the roadside, he soon discovered 4 figures in the field. One of them was Gu Jiaqing, the other was probably his wife, and they had 2 children aged 12 or 13. Yi Ruizha walked along the ridges of the fields toward Gu Jiaqing and his wife. Fortunately, they were picking the shorter cilantro, which is only waist-high, otherwise they really wouldn't have been able to find anyone. Most of the vegetables in the garden look a bit old. No wonder they were so happy to hear that I had a tricycle. If these vegetables aren't picked and sold soon, they probably won't sell at all. The Gu family was engrossed in their work and completely unaware of Yi Ruizha's approach. "Brother Gu." "Oh, it's Brother Yi. What brings you here?" "Honey, this is Brother Yi who borrowed our tricycle. This is my wife, Shanai Mei." Shanai Mei quickly put down the cilantro she was holding, walked over, and greeted them with a smile. "Thank you so much for your help, Brother Yi. What kind of vegetables do you like to eat? I'll pick a few for you to take home and try." Yi Ruizha quickly waved his hand and said, "No need, I brought some vegetables with me, enough to last for several days." Shanai Mei said enthusiastically, "That won't do. The vegetables here are all fresh. Why would we eat those wilted ones?" "Lao Gu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pick some of the tenderest vegetables." "Okay, I'll go right away." Yi Ruizha quickly stopped Gu Jiaqing, who was about to pull up the vegetables, and pulled him back, saying, "No, Brother Gu, sister-in-law, there's no need to be so polite. I still have vegetables to eat. No rush, I'll pick more after we finish the old ones. It would be a waste if we didn't finish these first. We can't accept this. You've helped us so much, and we haven't even given anything in return. People will start gossiping." Shanai Mei chimed in, "That's right, you've come all this way, how can you go back empty-handed?" Yi Ruizha couldn't persuade them otherwise, so he said, "Then let's take a sprig of cilantro. We can make vegetable soup tonight." Okay, no problem." Seeing that he agreed, Shanai Mei immediately picked a large bunch of cilantro, at least 7 or 8 sprigs. "Sister-in-law, this is too much. I can't eat this much. One is enough." He pulled out a sprig of cilantro and pushed the rest back. "Thank you, sister-in-law. You can take the rest out to sell tomorrow morning." "Brother Gu, I'm here because there are a lot of things in the kitchen that I need to take to the old well to wash, and I also need to fetch a few buckets of water. So I wanted to get the tricycle back first to haul the things to the washing area." "Oh dear, look at my memory. Brother Chang and the others told me that you're temporarily staying at the village committee, and the kitchen there hasn't been used in a long time. It must be full of dust. Wife, go back to the village committee with Brother Yi and help him wash his things." No need, sister-in-law, don't come over. There's not much stuff. I can finish washing it quickly, and then I'll bring the tricycle back to you. You two still have to busy picking vegetables. You have to take them out to sell tomorrow morning. If you don't pick them quickly, they'll get too old. We can't accept this. We haven't been able to help you at all." "Alright, Brother Gu, don't be shy. If we keep dawdling, it'll be dark soon." "Okay, I'll go open the door for you." Yi Ruizha retrieved the tricycle and rode it back to the village committee, carrying a head of cilantro covered in mud. Before it got dark, he quickly loaded the pots, pans, rags, and dish soap onto the car and drove to the old well to wash them. Beside the old well was a bucket for drawing water. He carried several buckets of water up, wet everything, squeezed some dish soap, and began to wash and rinse. The cleaning took half an hour. He loaded the pots and pans onto the car, filled 2 buckets with water, and then returned to the village committee. Looking at the 2 large buckets of water in front of him and his own body covered in sweat, Yi Ruizha really wanted to take a shower. He hadn't showered for several days, and he felt like he smelled bad. Actually, it wasn't just a feeling. His scent was already already quite strong, but no one else noticed it. This is because Wu Yongxiang and the other old men themselves have an old-fashioned smell, which perfectly masks the sour smell on Yi Ruizhe. Gu Jiaqing and his wife worked in the fields under the scorching sun for quite some time, and their bodies reeked of sweat. The two sides happened to be in this situation, which is why his stench went unnoticed.
Now that we have the means to take a bath, we should definitely take a good one.
So he took his change of clothes and towel and planned to take a cold shower at the old well. I was in a rush to leave and forgot to bring shampoo, shower gel, or anything else, so I temporarily used dish soap instead. Back at the old well, he stripped down to his underwear and poured a bucket of water over his head. After pouring several buckets of water, I was soaked through. I squeezed out some dish soap and started washing my hair. I didn't realize how dirty my hair was until I washed it. I couldn't get any lather up no matter how much I rubbed it, and the water that came out was covered in black stains. He felt refreshed after washing 4 times. My body was in a similar condition, so I scrubbed myself with dish soap 3 times and finally felt much better. After showering, I didn't rush to dry myself off. Instead, I washed the dirty clothes on the floor using all-purpose dish soap. You're welcome. The time spent taking a shower and doing laundry was longer than the time spent washing the pots and pans. But it's absolutely worth it. It's so comfortable, it's satisfying. After he finished packing, he went to deliver the tricycle to Gu Jiaqing. Brother Gu, I've finished using the tricycle, so I'll leave it in front of your house.
Oh, thank you, Brother Yi.
Brother Gu, please don't keep calling me little brother. It sounds like I'm a delivery-man. Just call me Xiaoze. Okay, Xiaoze. Oh, you took a shower so early? Yi Ruizhe said somewhat awkwardly. I can't not wash. Actually, I haven't washed for several days. I took a shower on the first day the water was cut off, and then I didn't dare to use the water carelessly. Water in the city is ridiculously expensive now. 3 bottles of mineral water cost 50 yuan, and I imagine it's even more expensive now.
So expensive.
I'd have to sell several kilograms of vegetables to save enough money to buy water.
You'll have to ask Brother Gu yourself. Alright, I'm going back to cook now.
Okay, take care. Gu Jiaqing watched Yi Ruizhe leave, pushed the tricycle into the fence, locked it with a large iron chain, closed the gate, and then went back to the field to continue working. Yi Ruizhe was reminded to lock the vehicle by his wife, Shinaime, after he had taken the tricycle back. Since cars are no longer usable, tricycles are especially precious and must be kept locked up carefully to prevent them from being lost. Yi Ruizhe returned to the village committee and began setting up large buckets to prepare dinner. The advantage of a large bucket is that it can cook over 100 pounds of vegetable soup at once. Although it's unnecessary, he only cooks enough for his skill practice tonight. While making vegetable soup, he began to recount the murder. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but that he was aware of the danger. Even though reviewing the events made him uncomfortable, he had to grit his teeth and recall them. He believed that running away immediately when faced with danger was the right thing to do.
His understanding of skills leans towards escaping. Survival is the key. But later they went back to launch a surprise attack, and now, thinking back on it, I can't help but feel a chill of fear. He even blamed himself for being so impulsive. He should have run away immediately before the chopping board knocked the other person unconscious, but instead, he impulsively rushed up and slashed him several times. They're like newborn calves, unafraid of tigers, not even knowing how to write the word death. The chopping board fell from such a height and didn't even knock the other person unconscious. The other person was obviously stronger than me. Why was I so impulsive? However, in the heat of the moment, the teleportation resulted in an accidental cut to the other person. I need to carefully sense the ripples from the teleportation. It's now my only means of attack. Recalling the scene of the teleportation, he couldn't help but think of the 2 corpses again. This scene is unbearable. Ugh. The soup was finally ready, and after we finished eating, it gradually got dark. At this moment, 4 old men walked over together, and upon seeing Yi Ruizhe from afar, they called out, "Brother Yi, a few of us brothers came all the way here to see you." "Hey, it's you guys, Chang. Why are you here so late?" After the group approached, Wu Yongxiang finally spoke, saying, "You just arrived, right? We old guys came here specifically to see you." Zhou Yongming also asked, "Brother Yi, are you adjusting well to life in the village?" Yi Ruizhe replied with a smile, "It's pretty good, really good." Ming Ji and a few other brothers, "You can just call me Xiaoze." Zheng Xiaodong asked with concern, "Xiaoze, if you need anything, just tell us, and we'll get it for you." Yi Ruizhe quickly waved his hand, "I don't need anything. I don't need anything. You guys have helped me a lot. I'm already very satisfied." Zhou Zhihui laughed and said, "Xiaoze, don't be shy. We don't have much to do. We're just sitting around doing nothing." Wu Yongxiang added, "Yeah, don't feel embarrassed. There aren't many people left in our village now. If you're willing to stay, we brothers should thank you." Yi Ruizhe was actually somewhat aware of the village's sparse population, but he didn't really know exactly how few people there were, so he asked curiously, "Brother Chang, how many people are there in our village now?" When this topic was brought up, Wu Yongxiang's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, even showing embarrassment. "There are fewer than 50,000 people. Just say a few hundred. 1,005. Are you sure? 380. You think 380 doesn't amount to 50,000? It's definitely
definitely not as high as 50,000.
Okay, you're right, I have nothing to say.
At this moment, not only Wu Yongxiang felt embarrassed, but the others also felt ashamed. No one exaggerates their figures as much as you.
Eurasia didn't want to get bogged down in the population figures. If it was less, so be it.
However, he did not expect that the number of people was so small, not even enough to constitute a production team. It's rare to find a village with so few inhabitants these days.
By the way, Brother Chang, could I plant some vegetables on the wasteland behind the village committee? I don't want to go too far.
Wu Yongxiang did not respond to his question. Instead, Zhang Xiaodong spoke up.
There's no need for that.
You'll have to move in a month, and besides, there's no irrigation ditch on that plot of land, so watering it will be a real hassle.
Eurasia thought for a moment and nodded.
As expected of Brother Dong, I was only thinking about planting vegetables before, and I didn't consider the issues of moving and watering.
Let's wait until after we move to deal with that.
Wu Yongxiang said, Xiaozhe, it's getting dark, let's go back first.
Tomorrow we'll take you to our house to sit for a while and get familiar with the place. If you need anything in the future, just come to us.
Eurasia nodded in response, okay, Brother Chang, take care. After they left, Eurasia finally had time to practice his skills. Time passed slowly, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and it was already past 10 o'clock at night. He needed to rest. After practicing for several hours, he couldn't say he gained nothing, but his progress was slow, though his skill proficiency improved slightly.
The next morning, on the train bound for Kyoto, the scene of self-harm unfolded again. 5 masochists who hadn't fully recovered woke up even earlier than Yun Mengru.
Yun Mengru was forcibly pulled up by them to begin today's training. Watching them cut their arms one after another without hesitation, she felt a mix of emotions, moved, saddened, and heartbroken. Chu Pefeng and his 4 companions also planted the seeds of soldierly perseverance in Yun Mengru's heart. Yan Feng and his colleagues also got up early in the morning and began their visits with several colleagues from the branch office. With the help of their colleagues, they found the neighborhood committee of Fengsha community and followed the staff through the streets and alleys, deep into the urban villages of Fengsha community.
They were mainly looking for landlords.
Yan Feng's reasoning was simple. If the person was from out of town, it was the fastest way to identify their portrait by asking the landlord. If you're a local, you'll generally know the people in the neighborhood committee. After inquiry, the neighborhood committee confirmed that no one in the village had seen the person in the portrait. Therefore, only people from other places in Fengsha community need to be screened. If all the landlords say they have never seen the person in the portrait, then Fengsha community can be ruled out, and the next village can be visited.
Old Hang, open the door. It's me, Old Hong. Old Hang, Old Hang.
Immediately afterwards, the sound of slippers hitting the floor was heard, and the door was opened.
Old Hong, what's up? Why are you knocking so urgently?
These 2 are from the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division.
They're here to ask you something. What? Comrades, we haven't done anything wrong. Our family are all good people.
Please don't arrest us. Yan Feng smiled slightly, raised his hand to signal Lao Hong not to panic, and said in a deep voice, Old Hong, don't worry, we're not here to arrest anyone. We just need to ask you about some things.
Oh, that's good, that's good.
I was almost scared to death just now. As a landlord, although he frequently deals with the police, he mostly just cooperates with things like registering rental properties. But this time it was the Criminal Investigation Brigade from the Municipal Public Security Bureau who came. They were definitely not there to register. Something must have happened to someone.
Otherwise, why would the Municipal Criminal Investigation Brigade come over for nothing? Just to scare people for no reason? That's impossible. There must have been a major case for the Criminal Investigation Brigade to come out in person.
Old Hong, it's like this. We're investigating a case and we need your help to take a look at this portrait. As Yin Feng spoke, Zhao Liang took out a portrait and handed it to Lao Hong for him to identify.
Oh, I see. Let me see.
As Lao Hong spoke, he took the portrait. Upon seeing the portrait, his pupils contracted sharply, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Judging from his reaction, Yin Feng knew he must know something, so he asked,
Old Hong, do you know this person?
Old Hong felt a pang of panic, fearing he would be implicated, and nodded with a wry smile.
I know him. He's one of my tenants, officer. He's just my tenant.
If he commits a crime, it has nothing to do with me.
Don't worry, we're not here to arrest anyone. We just want to get some information first. Would it be convenient for you to take us to his room now? Hearing that it wasn't about arresting people, Lao Hong's tense heart finally relaxed a little.
He breathed a sigh of relief and said, wait a moment, I'll go get the key. He's not here right now, I'll take you there with the key. Yen Feng nodded and said, okay, we'll wait for you, no rush. Even so, Lao Hong dared not be careless, fearing that slowing down the progress would be seen as obstructing the police investigation, so he jogged to get the keys.
In less than 10 seconds, Lao Hong came out with a large bunch of keys, indicating that the keys were conveniently stored away.
Let's go, I'll take you there. The group wandered through the streets and alleys, making more than a dozen turns.
Outsiders unfamiliar with the area could easily lose their way.
However, as long as you remember a few main alleys, you can still get out of this urban village by just choosing a direction.
As for whether you'll find the exit you want to go to after you get out, that's another matter.
Fortunately, the place wasn't far, although it involved some twists and turns. It only took about 10 minutes to walk there. Old Han led them to the foot of a 7-story building and said somewhat awkwardly,
"This is it. Let's go up to the 7th floor. The environment here has deteriorated a lot since the power went out."
Yan Feng followed along, looking around, and found that the environment in the urban village was indeed much worse than when they used electricity. Compared to before the communication was cut off, it's incomparable. Garbage was piled up everywhere, and the air was filled with the lingering smell of feces and urine.
Yan Feng could tolerate the environment, but Zhao Liang kept suppressing his nausea.
He felt as if he had traveled back to a public toilet in the 1970s or 80s, and the stench made him gag. The sight of the dried and fresh mixed feces crawling with maggots was particularly disgusting. Lao Hong and Lao Hang acted as if nothing had happened. They were obviously used to the smell, otherwise they wouldn't have just waved their hands and fanned their noses without uttering a single complaint.
Come to think of it, this place was still a rural area 30 or 40 years ago when they were born.
Rural public dry toilets smell much worse than this, yet people still go in to use them.
By the time they reached the 7th floor, Lao Hong and Lao Hang were both panting heavily, with Lao Hang appearing to be having an asthma attack. It's obvious that Lao Hong climbs stairs frequently and is much stronger than Lao Hang. "It's this room."
Upon reaching the 7th floor, Lao Hong, panting, pointed to room 702 and said, his only thought now is to fully cooperate with the two detectives, end this matter as soon as possible, and clear his name of suspicion. Yan Feng gestured for Lao Hong to go and knock on the door. Although Yan Feng had already confirmed that the suspect was not in the rented room, he still decided to knock on the door and try anyway. After all, what if the person is still alive? Such strange things do happen in the world. They've seen them many times.
"Young man, are you there? I'm the landlord." "Young man, are you there? Young man."
"Old Han, stop knocking, open the door, the person is obviously not here."
Yan Feng stopped Lao Hong from knocking on the door. It was obvious that Lao Hong was no longer there, or had simply run away. There was no need to knock anymore, it would be more efficient to just open the door. "Oh, I'll look for the keys, wait a minute."
As he spoke, he began rummaging through a large bunch of keys. Old Hong manages the keys quite systematically. Although they are strung together with wire, each key has a label on it. The first and last rooms are connected by a twisted wire.
Finding the end of the wire allows you to locate the key.
The first key corresponds to either the first or the last room. This was the last room we booked, so we found the key very quickly. They easily opened the door, and the items inside were still intact. Yan Feng and Zhao Liang went inside and carefully inspected the room.
"Old Han, how long has this tenant been renting here?" "It's been 2 years. Do you know what he does?" "It seems like they make money by playing video games." "Will you be late with rent?" "No, the rent is always paid on time every month."
I send him the bill, and he transfers the money very quickly.
"Does he often bother you to fix things?"
"No, they only contacted me once when the water pipe burst when I first moved in, and they haven't contacted me since." Yan Feng asked a few key questions. There was no need to ask anything else. As a landlord, Lao Hong doesn't care about the tenant's private affairs. He only cares about whether the rent is paid on time.
A tenant who pays rent on time and doesn't frequently cause trouble for the landlord is undoubtedly a high-quality tenant. The landlord usually doesn't bother the tenants to avoid annoying them.
However, even from just these few simple questions, a lot of information can be gleaned. The fact that the suspect rented the place for 2 years and paid the rent on time shows that he is a trustworthy person. Making money by playing games without bothering the landlord clearly shows that he is someone who doesn't like to trouble others and is also afraid of being troubled by others. Moreover, he must be a homebody, otherwise he wouldn't be able to make a living by playing video games in a rented room. Looking around, they quickly made a discovery. There weren't many clothes. If a normal person lives there for 2 years, even with simple clothes, they should have 5 or 6 sets of clothes. In any case, you always need seasonal clothes and changes of clothes. But now only 2 sets of short-sleeved shirts and shorts are left hanging on the security bars of the balcony. All other clothes are gone. After a careful search, new clues were discovered. The suspect left in a hurry, leaving behind unfinished soup in the pot, and did not leave behind his ID card or bank cards.
On the contrary, he didn't take his important money-making tools, his computer and mobile phone.
But thinking about it carefully, his equipment had long since run out of power, so taking it with him would be useless, and his source of income had already been cut off. They also found an iron pipe and a cleaver for chopping bones and butchering pigs, which appeared to have been assembled by the person and then disassembled. But this was clearly not the murder weapon. A butcher's knife, or even a cleaver, could not possibly cut the victim in half. Moreover, the iron pipe and the cleaver were both new, clearly indicating that the suspect bought them for show or self-defense. Some discarded vegetable stalks, cigarette butts, and cigarette ash were also found in the trash can, and there were very few tissues.
Seeing that there were no obvious clues, Yan Feng asked Lao Hong, "Is it possible to go up to the rooftop? Let's go up and take a look."
They went up to the rooftop, but found nothing except a few pieces of plastic trash. But But Yen Feng, who has a keen eye, noticed something unusual. He picked up a piece of plastic and examined it closely. It was clearly a storage box, and definitely belonged to the suspect. He had also seen several storage boxes made of the same material in the suspect's room. The one on the rooftop was just cut into pieces. It seems the suspect practiced his supernatural abilities here. Captain Yen, how did you know? Look at the edge of this storage box. Doesn't it look a lot like the wounds on the deceased's body? Indeed, Captain Yen has a good eye.
Yen Feng patted Zhao Liang on the shoulder and said, "This isn't about eyesight, young man, it's about experience."
Young man, work hard, and you'll be able to do it too someday. Let's go. We didn't find anything here. Old Hong, come with us to the neighborhood committee to check some information.
No problem, as long as they don't arrest me. Lao Hong's consistent principle is, as long as it's not my business, cooperation is a must.
Let's go. There are no more clues here. After returning to the neighborhood committee, Yen Feng asked the staff to help him check the paper registration information of the migrant workers. If you can't find it, you'll have to check with the Rental Housing Management Center. After 2 hours of searching, perseverance paid off, and we finally found the registration information for the old red rental house. The registration information for room 702 was found.
Name, Yi Ruasia. Date of birth, date, ID card number, XXX. Phone number, 136XXX. Registered residence, orphanage, Talian subdistrict, Ninghui City. Lease date, November 2050. The registration information was simple and clear, and he quickly finished browsing it.
Yen Feng was surprised to discover that the suspect was actually an orphan. So it seems that the Su Jincheng family murder case he was investigating has nothing to do with this person.
Captain Yen, take a look for yourself. Sigh, another wasted effort. Zhao Liang was stunned after reading the information. Damn, it's not Lei Shangyang, so the trail has gone cold? Alright, let's transfer Yi Ruasia's case to the branch office. We still need to continue tracking down Lei Shangyang. Thank you all for your cooperation. The case will be handled by the branch office. We'll be leaving now. After Yen Feng and Zhao Liang left, Lao Hang asked Lao Hong, "Old Hong, it looks like your tenant has gotten into trouble.
You'd better not touch anything in his room. The police might investigate."
I know, sigh. How could such a young man commit crimes? He seems like an honest guy, not like the kind of hoodlum.
The criminal doesn't have any words tattooed on his forehead, so how do you know he didn't commit murder or arson? You can't judge a book by its cover. You can know a person's face but not his heart. You've lived for decades. You should understand this, right?
Are you just worried about losing a tenant? I advise you to rent your house to these people less often.
If someone makes drugs in your rental house, you, as the landlord, will not be able to escape responsibility. You will be held jointly liable.
What are you talking about? I'm not that kind of person.
You yourself said that you can know a person's face but not their heart.
How am I supposed to know that a seemingly honest young man would commit crimes, murder, and arson? I'm just reminding you. Okay, you can go back now.
I'll call you when the police arrive. Some people are worried, some are anxious, and some are helpless, while the instigator is still diligently practicing his superpowers. Since last night, aside from sleeping and resting, he has been practicing almost constantly, sensing the ripples during transmission and trying to control them. Practicing my abilities here doesn't require worrying about being discovered.
After a night's rest, I felt much more relaxed, both physically and mentally.
Moreover, he had already made a plan to stay home for a month.
Although his tricycle was very conspicuous, he didn't encounter many people when he arrived at Honyang village.
He felt that it would take a lot of time to find out where he was, or he might not be able to find out at all. So even though I'm relaxed now, I still feel an urge to practice my superpowers, especially after discovering that teleportation can also be used as an attack method. He was incredibly excited. A skill that could both save his life and attack was wonderful. I didn't feel tired at all while practicing. I just wanted to master the techniques as quickly as possible. Since I won't die from training, I'll train like crazy.
After a full day and night of practice, Yi Ruasia finally got the hang of it.
However, the success rate is not high, and the mental energy consumption is also very high. During the practice, he also successfully abducted a tabby cat to serve as a test subject for live teleportation. The result is that it is possible to teleport a living being, but the mental and physical energy consumption is about twice that of teleporting an inanimate object. After experiencing teleportation a few times, the kitten vomited terribly, almost bringing up bile. Before leaving, it bared its teeth at Yi Ruasia, as if to say, "You old bastard, I'll remember you." The tabby cat was patrolling its territory when it suddenly spotted a strange two-legged creature. Curiosity drove it to investigate, and to its surprise, the two-legged creature beckoned to it. As a stray cat with a strong sense of self-respect, I could only reluctantly agree to go and see this two-legged creature that was showing me kindness.
I didn't expect this guy to be so good at pleasing me. He brushed my fur so nicely.
Just as I was enjoying the comfort of his caresses, a sudden wave of dizziness struck me. The dizziness came in waves, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, and I don't know how many times I experienced it. The scene before my eyes kept spinning, and when I finally came to my senses, my stomach was churning so badly that I couldn't help but vomit profusely. Then I saw the two two-legged creature staring at me with a smile, chattering away in a bunch of words I couldn't understand. My head was still spinning when he poured water, which I hate the most, all over me. Although he dried me off with a soft, warm towel afterward, I still felt disgusted by him. I struggled to break free from the soft, towel-like embrace that I was so reluctant to leave, turned back and threw out a "just you wait, I'll be back," before running away as fast as I could.
But Yi Ruizha saw a completely different picture.
He spotted a tabby cat while practicing behind the village committee building. He suddenly remembered that he had never tried live teleportation, and the cat in front of him became his test subject. Although it is somewhat unethical, the evidence obtained through live experiments is truly rare. Cats and dogs are naturally affectionate towards humans, so using this cat for the experiment is perfect. He waved, surprised to find that the cat was quite affectionate. After petting the cat a few times, he picked it up and started teleporting. Unexpectedly, after the teleportation, the cat became soft and cuddly, even more affectionate and lovable. After teleporting several times, he realized something was wrong. The cat seemed to be rolling its eyes. I quickly put it on the ground, but as soon as I did, it started rolling around incessantly. Fearing it might have hurt itself from rolling around, he wanted to pick it up and check it. But then this naughty cat started vomiting, covering his hand in it, which was incredibly disgusting.
I had no choice but to put it down. Unexpectedly, it kept vomiting, walked unsteadily, and was covered in vomit.
Yi Ruizha thought for a moment, and since he had to wash it anyway, he decided to wash it as well. I rinsed the cat with several scoops of water to clean off the dirt. On a hot day, the cat was actually afraid of the cold and kept shivering. He had no choice, he couldn't just watch it freeze to death, so I found a tattered towel and dried it. Just after I finished wiping it, the cat suddenly started struggling and trying to escape like a madman. After running away, it even called out to him, as if to express its gratitude. It was so adorable. After the tabby cat left, Yi Ruizha used a ladle to wash away its vomit, and then continued practicing his skills. Although the success rate of ripple control is not high, I have gained new insights after practicing more. The ripples felt to him like a regressed skill left over from human evolution. For example, some people can roll their tongues, some can move their ears, some can dilate their nostrils, and some can bend their fingers backwards. These seemingly ordinary and useless skills are not something everyone can do. Yi Ruizha felt a similar way when he tried to control the ripples. He could clearly sense them, but they were difficult to control. Even when you succeed occasionally, it's basically just copying the method without getting the hang of it. As night fell, he reheated the soup. I didn't want it to get any hotter, but in this sweltering heat, I'm afraid I'll get an upset stomach if I don't cool down. The soup was quickly heated up, and as he was eating, a cat's meow suddenly caught his attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a pair of eyes staring intently at him in the darkness. He guessed it was the same cat from the afternoon. It was probably hungry and had come looking for him. "Little cat, would you like some vegetable soup?" The cat didn't respond, it just kept staring at him. Yi Ruizha scratched his head, realizing he didn't have any meat to feed it either. There was really nothing he could do. These vegetables are all mutated and can replenish energy. I don't know if a meat-eating cat would eat them. Oh well, I'll give it some. It's rare for a cat to come over. It's a guest after all. He went back to the kitchen, grabbed a shallow dish, scooped up a spoonful of soup, placed it on the floor, and called to the cat. "Are you calling it a cat or a dog?" Surprisingly, the cat actually emerged from the darkness. "It really is you. Come and eat. I've served you some vegetable soup." The tabby cat reappeared. In the afternoon, after putting the plate on the ground, it obediently sat back on the little stool it had brought out and slurped up the vegetable soup. As night fell, the tabby cat thought to itself that it would have to come back and check again to make sure that the strange two-legged creature had left. But as soon as it emerged from the bushes, it saw the two-legged beast wickedly cooking something. For a moment, it dared not make any rash moves, only wanting to see clearly what the two-legged creature was cooking. However, the moment the aroma wafted out with the steam, it couldn't help but meow. "The aroma is so enticing. I've never smelled anything so delicious before. It must be amazing." Then, after saying something, the two-legged creature suddenly stood up and walked into a place it used to frequent. He took out something familiar, a container that two-legged creatures used to hold food and trick themselves. Could it be that this two-legged creature also wants to please me? "Hey, what's that fragrant liquid? It looks delicious. Should I try to please these two-legged beasts?" No, I am a noble night hunter and I cannot easily accept charity from others. But the smell was just too tempting, so I'll go take a look first. If it's not good, I'll leave. I'll just take a look. Yi Ruizha's lips involuntarily curled up as he saw the tabby cat approach the plate on the ground. "It seems you're really hungry. Most of the villagers have left, so I guess no one will feed you. You'll have to catch some rats to eat yourself. Don't worry, as long as you can drink this soup, you're welcome to come anytime. There's plenty of soup for you." He continued talking to himself, regardless of whether the tabby cat understood him or not. In his opinion, the cat might have been abandoned, or its owner might have passed away. Although its life was full of sorrow, it still lived on tenaciously. Yi Ruizha became increasingly convinced that his judgment was correct. The tabby cat approached the dish, sniffed it first, and after confirming assuming it was harmless, began to frantically lick the soup. Before long, it licked the soup and the dish clean and even meowed at him a few times.
Looks like you're still not full. As long as you can eat, I'll make sure you're full. He walked toward the plate and the tabby cat cautiously took a few steps back.
Yiruasia ladled another spoonful of soup for it and even blew on it a few times.
See how considerate I am to you, little kitty? Remember to repay me in the future.
He put down the plate and returned to his throne, quietly watching the tabby cat drink the soup. The tabby cat was very cooperative, licking the cat quickly and enthusiastically. After finishing its soup, it sat there and began licking its paws and grooming its fur.
It looks like 2 spoonfuls of soup will be enough to fill you up. After saying that, he got up and walked over. This time the cat didn't run away, and Yiruasia took the opportunity to pet it. I fed you 2 dishes of soup, now I have to masturbate you and collect some interest.
He massaged the cat from its head all the way down to its rear end, and the tabby cat was so comfortable that its rear end sticking up.
Hee, feels good, right? Let me rub it a few more times.
Petting cats is so addictive, once you start, you can't stop.
But in the tabby cat's eyes, things are not like that at all.
After seeing the 2-legged creature put down the plate and walk away, it was attracted by the aroma, leaned closer to the plate to smell it, and found it increasingly fragrant, so it couldn't resist licking it. This tastes good. These 2-legged creatures know how to please me.
I will reluctantly accept it. Hey, my delicious food is all gone. Give me some more. Ha, what are these 2-legged creatures doing walking over empty-handed? I'd better stay away.
So it was just to give me extra food.
You should have said so earlier. Why is he blowing air? Never mind, as long as he gives me something good to eat. I can't understand what he's babbling about anyway.
But this soup was really delicious. How come there was so little of it and it was gone in no time?
Alright, I'm pretty full too. Now that you've eaten, it's time to groom your fur. Hey, that 2-legged beast is coming over. I'll let you come closer since you gave me some good food. Ha, he's touching me. How dare he touch me?
But it feels so good. Let me touch it again. Yes, right there. It feels so good. Seeing how much you, enjoy. Please me, I'll let you, touch me a little longer. It feels so good.
Ha, why is my stomach so hot?
It must have been the 2-legged creatures who poisoned it. Those 2-legged creatures are definitely no good.
I'll remember you.
I'll come back when my stomach cools down. Yiruasia petted the cat for a while, when suddenly the tabby cat stretched out its 2 paws and scratched him, then quickly ran towards the wasteland, turned back and meowed before disappearing into the night.
TSK, what an ungrateful wretch. No, I should say a ungrateful cat. It even scratched me twice. Luckily, it didn't break my skin, or I would have had to get a rabies shot. The tabby cat ran wildly and disappeared into a dilapidated house.
It was burning with unbearable pain all over its body and was in extreme discomfort. Yiruasia watched the tabby cat run away, then he collected the plate and washed it clean. However, the plate was kept separate since the cat had eaten from it. Cats these days have it tough, even drinking vegetable soup.
They must have been starving for days. Luckily you met me. Oh well, I'm magnanimous. Next time you come, I'll give you some soup again.
After cleaning up the dishes, he continued practicing. Perhaps because I've petted cats before, this time I succeeded on my first try. The ripples changed slowly under his painstaking control.
Make me smaller, bigger, make me bigger.
Yiruasia gritted his teeth and tried his best to make the ripples bigger and smaller. The ripples change extremely slowly. Their subtle changes are imperceptible without careful observation.
I can't take it anymore. I'm out of energy.
This is too hard to control. I need to rest for a while. As the night passed, the rising sun bathed the earth in its light. Yiruasia, who was used to waking up early, got up early to wash up and make breakfast. While eating, the tabby cat from the previous night was still on his mind. I don't know if it's just psychological, but my success rate has definitely increased a lot since I started petting cats. This morning he planned to pet the cat before practicing, but the tabby cat didn't show up.
If they didn't come, the earth will still keep turning. By reviewing what you have learned and gaining new insights, you can become a teacher. Last night's experience became today's teacher.
Yiruasia steadied himself in a horse stance and took a deep breath. He felt this would increase the success rate and allow for better control of the ripples. Imagine your energy flowing to your dantian, the energy flowing through your 8 meridians, and your 3 flowers gathering at the top of your head until your face turns red.
That was a loud fart. Let me go to the toilet first.
He grabbed some toilet paper and crawled into the bushes.
It was out in less than 5 minutes.
Sigh, without my phone, pooping is actually much easier than before, and my legs aren't numb anymore. I've always heard that phones are harmful, and it's true. After washing your hands, continue practicing, assuming a small horse stance and bringing your fists to your waist. With a loud shout, the ripples were indeed detected, though it had a slightly Chinibya feel to it. People often say that practicing martial arts in the early morning is the best time, and the words of our ancestors are indeed true. Without the interference of blockages in the body, I was able to successfully control the ripple changes on the second practice session.
Try to control it while carefully feeling it. That subtle feeling was becoming more and more familiar.
After adjusting the size of the ripples several times, Yiruasia began to try try to make the ripples form a circle, the limit of the circle that the body could stretch when carrying items for teleportation. The ripples gradually grew larger, and mental and physical energy were rapidly depleted. As the outline of the rippled figure gradually became rounded and success seemed imminent, he failed due to exhaustion. Not only was their physical strength exhausted, but their mental and physical energy were also depleted. Damn, we were so close, almost there. Why are these ripples so hard to control? I feel like something is blocking me. Let's replenish our energy first and continue later. I refuse to believe that I, a genius among the heavens, can't handle a simple ripple control. Half an hour later, he started practicing again. With last night's experience, this morning's practice went like a miracle, and I was able to control the ripples almost every time, except that I couldn't make them completely round. However, he was very satisfied. His success rate had increased significantly, and he believed that as long as he persisted, he would eventually succeed. After a morning of hard work, he had a satisfying lunch. Actually, there was no difference between lunch and not lunch, since he ate every hour or so, just treating the midday meal as lunch. He continued practicing after the meal. Just as he was focused on practicing, the tabby cat showed some subtle changes. After drinking the vegetable soup Eurasia gave me last night, the tabby cat returned to its den and became extremely distressed. It kept rolling around, occasionally scratching the wood inside the house with its claws, trying to alleviate the pain in its body in this way. The wailing went unnoticed by anyone nearby, as its den was dozens of meters away from the nearest inhabited house. Even though the sound carried so far, the old man in the house was hard of hearing and didn't hear its howling at all. During the ongoing pain, subtle changes occurred in its body. First, the muscles and cells become stronger, greatly increasing the power of the limbs and making the claws sharper. The skin also became unusually tough, almost impossible to pierce unless stabbed with the tip of a knife. The fur was much softer and had a more attractive sheen. However, its size remained unchanged, still the same as before. Secondly, the senses of smell, sight, and hearing all become more acute and sharp. The pain continued until dawn before gradually subsiding, during which it repeatedly thought it was about to die. Exhausted, it could no longer move its tail, except for the slight undulation of its abdomen that proved it was still alive. Even when it lies motionless, its thoughts are exceptionally clear. It thought to itself that the two-legged creatures from last night must have caused it to end up in this predicament, but there was one thing that puzzled it. Why were those two-legged creatures completely unharmed after drinking that delicious water? It secretly resolved that once it regained its strength, it would definitely demand an explanation from those two-legged beasts. It was nearly noon when it finally managed to stand up, but the hunger was already unbearable. Now, let alone catching prey, it even seems unsteady when it tries to run fast. It slowly walked towards the village committee. What should have been a 10-minute walk took a full half hour this time. Upon arriving there, it did not immediately seek revenge on the two-legged creature, but instead hid in the grass and quietly waited for its opportunity. It saw the two-legged creature spread its two paws in a strange posture and occasionally let out a chuckle, completely baffled as to what it was doing. When the two-legged creature stopped its eerie laughter and went to drink water, it recognized it as the same extremely delicious water from the previous night. It had been observing for a long time why the two-legged creature had suddenly started eating, but it still couldn't find the right moment. Moreover, it was hungry itself, so why should these two-legged creatures eat it first? It tried hard to suppress its craving for food, but the tempting aroma kept stimulating its increasingly sensitive sense of smell. It longed to pounce and steal the two-legged creature's food, but it knew perfectly well that the two-legged creature was enormous and it was no match for it. However, the hunger was simply too much to resist. Having spent years with two-legged creatures, and tempted by food, it finally couldn't resist meowing. Eurasia, who was drinking vegetable soup, suddenly heard a cat meowing. He looked around, but couldn't see the cat. He guessed that it must be the tabby cat from last night. You must be hungry again, looking for food. Oh well, I'm a good person, so I'll give you some soup. He scooped 2 spoonfuls of soup from the plate he had used the night before, put it back in its place, and then returned to his chair to continue drinking his soup. The tabby cat couldn't help but drool when it saw the two-legged creature had filled up the delicious water from last night and placed it on the ground again. It hesitated whether to come out and accept the two-legged creature's hospitality, but recalling the pain of last night made it hesitate, worried that the two-legged creature would grab it. However, the food was simply too tempting. After pondering for 2 seconds, it finally stepped out of the grass and slowly walked towards the plate. Eurasia smiled happily when he saw the tabby cat finally appear. It really is you. Eat up, there's plenty of soup, I'll make sure you're full. Although he knew the tabby cat couldn't understand human speech, he still spoke politely. I was thinking that I should come to see the tabby cat more often in the future to relieve my boredom, especially during practice. After petting the cat, the practice went much more smoothly. The tabby cat was puzzled when the two-legged creature said there would be plenty of soup and that it would guarantee the cat would be full. Was it really true? Just as it was about to start eating, it suddenly froze and looked up. Why can I understand what two-legged creatures are saying? I couldn't understand them last night. Why aren't you eating anymore? You ate very happily last night and even
even had 2 spoonfuls. Don't worry, I've given you 2 spoonfuls this time. Eat up, and then give me a massage. I didn't get enough last night. The tabby cat's pupils suddenly dilated. It really understood. It just kept thinking to itself, why should I let him pet me? What gives me the right? However, since this lowly two-legged beast has given me food again, I will reluctantly accept it. It tastes amazing, even better than last night. Ha, it's gone so quickly? Let's ask those two-legged creatures for a little more. It gently pressed the edge of the plate with its paw, making a crisp sound. Hearing the sound, Eurasia looked up and saw the tabby cat touching the plate with its paw. What does this mean? Are you not satisfied? Do you want more? Just as he was wondering, the tabby cat nodded. Wow, this cat is so cute. It's even nodding its head. Hee hee, the world is a big place, and there are all kinds of wonders, but this is just a coincidence. Since you still want to eat, I'll give you 2 more spoonfuls. After saying that, he walked towards the tabby cat, bent down, and picked up the plate. Throughout the entire process, the tabby cat kept looking up at him, and his affection for the tabby cat grew stronger, so he couldn't help but reach out and stroke its head. Ha, your fur has become softer. It feels so smooth. But this is even better. It feels more comfortable to masturbate like this. Let me serve you some soup first. He ladled out 2 more spoonfuls of soup, and this time, instead of handing them directly to the tabby cat, he placed them beside his chair and said, "Come and eat here." Eating from so far away would make me have to travel back and forth. The tabby cat tilted its head, seemingly understanding his meaning, and walked towards him. It is said that Chinese rural dogs and tabby cats are very intelligent and humane. It seems that they are right. The things left by our ancestors are all excellent. The tabby cat was a little annoyed that the two-legged creature hadn't handed it the food directly. However, what he said made sense. It would be troublesome to ask for food later if we were far away. Well then, I will reluctantly go and eat there. What? You actually compare me to that lowly species? What are those lowly dogs? I am noble. However, this so-called soup is quite delicious. Oh well, I'll forgive you two-legged beasts. After finishing the soup, the tabby cat began licking its fur and didn't touch the plate again. Are you full? You ate a lot more this time. Come here, let me give you a hug. He picked up the tabby cat, placed it on his lap, and started petting it. The hair becomes softer and feels more pleasant to touch. The tabby cat was licking its fur when it was suddenly picked up by the two-legged creature, leaving it somewhat bewildered. What is he trying to do? After being placed on his lap, distant memories flooded back. Are these two-legged creatures going to submit to me? Alright, I am indeed noble, and I will reluctantly accept your submission. Now, please give me a good pat on the head. So comfortable, meow, so comfortable. I haven't felt this comfortable in a long time. Hee hee, it's already starting to gurgle. Feels good, right? Let me scratch your chin again. Hee hee, feels good, right? There's more to come. After scratching the chin, he started scratching the tabby cat's armpits, making the cat tremble all over and feel extremely comfortable. By the way, are you a male or female cat? Let me see. Oh, you're a female cat. That's even better. You can have a litter of kittens in the future. Don't run around anymore. Just stay here with me, and I'll get you a nest. The tabby cat was being comfortably petted when it was suddenly identified as male or female by two-legged creatures. It didn't care at all. They had no sense of shame. However, I could clearly hear that they were going to make me a nest. Since you were going to make me a nest, I'll forgive you for suddenly stopping scratching. I want a soft, warm nest, meow. Although I promised to make a nest for the tabby cat, there's no rush. I'm petting the cat right now. What's going on? Everything has to be put aside for now, and we'll talk about it after I've had my fill. Let me give you a name. What should I call you? You're a female cat, so let's call you Hua Hua. Meow, that's awful. I don't want that name. You like it too? Then you'll be called Hua Hua from now on. Meow, fine. I'll ignore you from now on. Yes, right there. Scratch it again. Hey, Hua Hua knows how to enjoy life. Meow, I need to rub against him a lot later to leave my scent. This is my personal two-legged beast. Petting a cat is fun, and petting a cat all the time is even more fun. I've been petting a cat for more than half an hour now. The practice had to continue, so I picked Hua Hua up from my lap and let her play by herself. Hua Hua, I need to practice now. You can play by yourself. Come back when you're hungry. Meow, you're no longer serving me? Humph, I'll go find another cat. Hua Hua called out and walked away haughtily with her cat-like steps. Hey, Hua Hua walks with a rather haughty air about her. Remember to come back on your own. Hua Hua ignored him completely and disappeared into the bushes. As he practiced more and more, he vaguely sensed that something was blocking the improvement of his mental strength and energy, like an invisible barrier. This feeling gradually became clearer, and he could even sense the faint fluctuations of external energy. Although the fluctuations were very slight, they were unusually noticeable. Is this energy? It seems to be everywhere, but in very small quantities, far less than vegetable soup. No wonder vegetable soup can replenish energy. But there was no spiritual energy in the vegetable soup, so how was spiritual energy replenished after drinking the vegetable soup? I feel that if I drink the vegetable soup again, my mental strength will reach its limit. Is this the limit of superpowers? Shouldn't they be like in TV dramas, flying through the air and soaring on swords? Could it be that I'm about to break through? Is this preparing me to advance to the second level? Is this superpower or cultivation?
Yi Ruizha was filled with doubts, but there were no superhumans around him. The only superhuman he had ever encountered was the mad thief who tried to rob him but was killed by him.
Finding someone to talk to has become a luxury. Since there's no one to ask, I'll just have to face it head on.
He decided that once he felt he had reached his limit, he would try to push himself to the limit, perhaps just like in fantasy dramas, or he would need to break through a bottleneck. Time flies, and more than an hour has passed in the blink of an eye. After calming his mind, he drank some vegetable soup, and his mental strength was now at its maximum. This was his preparation for a breakthrough. After finishing his practice, he drank a bowl of vegetable soup and quietly waited for his energy to be replenished. He also wanted to see if, like in the TV dramas, a breakthrough opportunity would suddenly appear.
Half an hour passed, and nothing happened. Isn't there a chance?
I feel like my mental strength and energy are already full, and I can't improve any further.
Is it because we don't have enough energy?
In TV dramas, breakthroughs require a large amount of spiritual energy, but I currently lack sufficient energy to break through.
So what if we die?
How will we know if we can succeed if we don't give it our all? Having made up his mind, he drank another full bowl of vegetable soup, waiting for it to be converted into energy. 5 minutes later, the soup was digested in the body and slowly converted into energy that was absorbed by every cell. Yi Ruizha felt a slight swelling in his body, just a simple feeling of fullness.
Is this what they call a breakthrough opportunity? Is a breakthrough going to come from this upward feeling? Then let's wait and see.
As time went on, the feeling of fullness in my body became stronger, but I still didn't feel any pain or itching. Half an hour later, the feeling of fullness was still there, but it stopped increasing.
Still not enough energy? Then have another bowl.
Another half hour passed, and apart from feeling more bloated and uncomfortable, I still didn't feel anything else.
Both times I was a little short of what I expected.
After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and decided that he would drink 2 bowls of soup this time. After eating 2 large bowls of soup, I felt noticeably bloated, and my stomach was very distended. However, this time he noticed something was wrong. 7 or 8 minutes after drinking 2 large bowls of soup, he felt bloated and painful. It started as mild, but the pain gradually intensified as energy was absorbed. At first, I could bear it, but after 15 minutes, the bloating and pain became very intense. Sweat poured from every pore of his body, forming large beads that soaked his entire body.
Damn! Is it going to burst? Is it going to die young? Didn't they say there's a sea of chi? Where's the dantian? Damn it, where is it?
He always thought that he was cultivating immortality and that there should be a dantian and chi si in his body. He believed that he could break through by expanding them.
Unfortunately, that's not the case.
Energy is absorbed by every cell through digestion, and bloating comes from every cell in the body. Unable to find his so-called dantian, he tried to expend energy to relieve the bloating and pain, but the intense pain prevented him from concentrating on using his supernatural abilities. Unable to use his special abilities, he was also unable to consume the excess energy in his body, and the bloating pain almost made him faint. The body's cells continuously absorb energy, becoming more active and powerful. White blood cells, in particular, act like they've taken stimulants, frantically patrolling all over the body. Upon encountering dead red blood cells, it devours them one by one. Cancer cells could normally evade the patrols of immune cells, but now white blood cells seem to have been equipped with a location radar, launching fierce attacks on cancer cells from all directions. In fact, everyone has cancer cells in their body, the only difference is whether they form tumors. However, nowadays, white blood cells don't give cancer cells a chance to divide at all. All the methods they used to use to evade detection are now ineffective. White blood cells are frantically fighting off enemies in the body, and fibroblasts are also keeping busy. They constantly move throughout the body, repairing the scars left from the healing process. The most aggressive are macrophages, which devour any bacteria, aging cells, or cell debris, even their own aging macrophages. They carry various antigens produced by B cells, charging into battle and active in every corner of the body.
The cells in Yi Ruizha's body were all performing their functions, operating at an abnormally frantic pace.
Gradually, a layer of grime began to cover his body. This is the result of the body's cells working together to expel waste through various means. The main excretory system is the large intestine, but now it is almost full, and the cells can only use all sorts of means to expel useless substances from the body. After the cells had cleared away all the useless substances, they seem to receive an order at the same time. They begin to build cell walls, making them thicker and stronger.
The moment the cell wall completed its transformation, the pain disappeared, and Yi Ruizha felt incredibly relaxed.
He had been in excruciating pain just moments before, but now he felt incredibly comfortable, a sensation he couldn't help but savor. Ah, this feels so good, so comfortable. But before she could fully enjoy it, a sharp pain shot through her stomach.
I can't hold it in anymore. Why do I suddenly feel the urge to poop? Ah, wait a minute. Let me get the paper first. I'm losing control.
Yi Ruizha didn't even have time to grab the paper. He rushed into the bushes, unbuckling his belt as he ran.
Who the hell tied these pants up? up. He hadn't even unbuttoned his pants yet, and he ran through the grass cursing himself as he went. Pai Yanzi couldn't hold on any longer. His poop started to come out. In his panic, he ripped his pants apart, tearing them to shreds along with his underwear. Without the obstruction of his pants, he squatted down and immediately ejaculated. After successfully getting his way, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That was fucking close. I almost pooped in my pocket. However, he didn't realize that even without pulling up his pockets, his pants were gone. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the pleasure of defecating. It stinks so damn bad. Ugh, it never used to smell this bad. Ugh. The poop I made was so smelly that even I could hardly stand it. What are those stinky socks pickled for a year, or dead fish and rotten crabs soaked for years? They're not even a tenth as good as his poop now. His poop was like a can of herrings soaked in an open septic tank for 3 days and 3 nights, then taken out to dry, ground into powder and blown into the nose. The smell lingered and was hard to get rid of. Enduring the fragrance emanating from himself, Yuruasia only realized he had no pants after relieving himself. Damn it, I lost my pants while taking a dump. Oh well, I can use them to wipe my skin. It's a good way to make use of waste. After wiping it clean, he stood up and looked around, then quickly ran upstairs. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the village. Otherwise, a perfectly healthy young man running around naked in broad daylight would be utterly humiliating. When he returned to his room to look for his pants, he discovered that his body was sticky and smelled foul. Damn, could this be the kind of marrow cleansing and essence purification they talk about in fantasy dramas? Without even bothering to put on his pants, he threw a few punches into the air, but there was no sonic boom, nor did he feel any wind from his punches. Isn't this supposed to be a cleansing of the marrow and tendons? Never mind, I'll go take a shower first, and then I'll check my body for any changes. A near-death experience is bound to bring good fortune. I just walked right back from the brink of death. He put on his underwear and walked toward the old well. There's no shelter at the old well. You have to wear underwear to shower there. You don't even need to bring a towel. You can dry yourself off after you shower. It's only a few dozen meters away, and there's nobody in the village, so you're not afraid of being seen. Even if someone sees us, it doesn't matter. Most of the villagers are old men and women who have seen a lot of things. This little thing is nothing to them. This time, the shower took much longer than the first day I arrived. It took 5 applications of dish soap to finally get rid of the sticky dirt on my body. He had almost used up all the water in the well. If it weren't for the old well's high water output, it would have run dry long ago. After taking a shower, I felt much refreshed. I changed into clean clothes and then had time to carefully examine myself. It does feel a bit different, but I can't quite put my finger on what's changed. Let's go down and test it out. He walked downstairs to the back of the village committee building, where a pungent stench assaulted his nostrils. Ugh, it stinks so bad. Let's bury the poop first, otherwise we'll be overwhelmed by the smell before we even find out what's different. Below the staircase is a storage area used by the village committee to store miscellaneous items, including hose and shovels. He picked up a hoe, grabbed a washcloth from his usual washing area to use as a mask, and headed towards the spot where he had relieved himself. It stinks rotten. Bury it quickly. The smell is unbearable. He began to doubt whether it was really his own poop. How could a person poop something that smelled so bad? At first, we were in such a hurry that we didn't have time to find a suitable burial site. Now that we're going to bury them, we have to dig a hole first. If you just cover it with soil, the smell will still waft out. Even if your own excrement stinks, you have to find a way to bury it. Otherwise you really can't live like this. Fortunately, all that's needed is to dig a hole. There's no need to weed. If we also have to weed, that would be a real hassle. Nowadays, grass can't be cut down with just a few chops of a knife. If a shrub that is already tough mutates, cutting it with a knife will probably produce sparks. Although weed roots are very resilient, they can still be broken with a single hoe stroke, though it may take several strokes. Yi Ruasia originally thought that digging a hole would require at least dozens or even hundreds of swings of the hoe to complete. Unexpectedly, when he swung the hoe down hard, it completely disappeared into the soil. When did this ground become so soft? This wasteland has been neglected for a long time. It is not only overgrown with weeds, but the soil is also quite hard. Under normal circumstances, it is considered good if a hoe can penetrate half of the soil. Enduring the stench he had created, he tried it in several other places, with similar results. The only place where he couldn't completely penetrate was where he encountered a rock. Looks like my power has really increased. Is this what a breakthrough feels like? Sigh, stop thinking about that. The important thing is to bury the shit. He worked with great enthusiasm, hoeing for a while until he dug a pit several tens of centimeters deep. He carefully dug his achievements and buried them together with the soil. He dared not let the hoe touch that thing, otherwise he would have thrown the hoe away. After backfilling the soil, tamping it down with your feet quickly dissipated the odor. Phew, I can finally catch my breath. He casually picked up the clothes and smelled them. Damn, the clothes still smell a bit. What should I do? I don't have many clothes to change into. While I was worrying about what to wear, I suddenly remembered that Gu Jiaqing went out to sell vegetables every morning. Wouldn't it be much easier to ask him to buy me a few sets of clothes? Anyway, it's in the village, so it doesn't matter if the styles are good or not. After coming up with a solution, he felt much better, but he wasn't in a hurry to go find Gu Jiaqing right now. It's still early, let's test our bodies to see if there are any differences. He put the hoe back in its place and began to think about the best way to test it. Right, aren't vegetables hard to chew? Let's see if we can chew them now. He washed the last piece of cucumber, mentally prepared himself, and took a bite. Awesome, this feels so good, my teeth don't have to work at all. He put down the cucumber he had taken a bite of and looked at the bushes in the wasteland. Before the mutation, those shrubs were only a few tens of centimeters tall, but now they have grown to several meters. He had previously planned to cut them down and use them as firewood once they dried. I thought the branches were in the way and wanted to break them off first to make it easier to cut the treetop, but I couldn't even break a branch as thick as my little finger. Now try to find another branch that thick. After searching for a while, he selected a branch of about the same thickness, gripped it tightly with both hands, and snapped it off with force. The branch snapped in two. Hey, the strength has definitely increased. Let's try the ability again. He didn't intend to walk, instead, he planned to teleport back directly from where he was. He sensed the spatial node and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Previously, the maximum teleportation distance was only 20 meters, but now, he could sense a node 50 meters away. Energy surged, and he appeared 30 meters away, next to the chair he usually used to rest. During the teleportation, he clearly felt the difference from before his breakthrough. The faint sense of naivety was gone. After several attempts, he became increasingly certain that controlling the teleportation was like wielding a tool with complete ease. In the past, even at the fastest speeds, there would still be some delay, but now it's completely different. The transmission speed is only limited by reaction time. At this moment, if he wanted to teleport, he could disappear from his spot instantly. If his reaction was fast enough, he even felt he could dodge bullets. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "I wonder if the ripple control will change. I'm really looking forward to it." He calmed his mind and activated the teleportation ripples. Because the transmission process is no longer awkward, controlling the ripples has become much easier. Although I can't say I'm completely proficient, adjusting the ripples according to my own ideas is effortless. The ripples are changing much faster than before. In the past, the ripples could only expand by 1 centimeter per minute, but now they can expand by more than 10 centimeters per minute. Previously, turning ripples into circles would deplete energy, but now it can be done easily. Moreover, the ripples can shrink to only about 1 centimeter away from the body surface, something that was impossible before. He also discovered a new distinction. The smaller the ripples contract, the less energy is consumed. In the past, even if the ripples were not transmitted, energy had to be continuously output to maintain them. But now that the ripples have shrunk, energy consumption has been greatly reduced. If he maintains this state, with his energy reserves from before the breakthrough, he can last for 5 hours. Another unexpected discovery was that while maintaining the ripple state, he could touch any object without damaging it. Only at the moment of teleportation will the items within the ripples be cut and simultaneously appear at his teleportation destination. The last discovery was that he could also control the limits of the ripple's expansion when teleporting with items. Previously, when transporting items, the size of the ripples was fixed, making it extremely difficult to change their shape. Only now do I realize that when I teleport with items, I subconsciously always start the ripples from the limit. It was this subconscious action that made it difficult for him to control the changes in the ripples. It's like drawing a circle with your left hand and a square with your right. Anyone who has practiced for a long time can do it, but those who haven't been trained will always fail as soon as they start learning. Upon careful reflection, he realized that this was indeed the case. To control the changes in the ripples, one must not only control mental energy but also adjust energy output. With these discoveries, he began experimenting with making the ripples only envelop items that needed to be transported together. After trying a few times, I discovered a problem. He needs to observe the size of the object to successfully teleport it, but due to his limited eyesight, he often misjudges the thickness of the object. For example, if you hold a wooden plank with its side facing you, a part of it might be cut off when you teleport. This is all due to insufficient thickness estimation. If the item is thin, the thickness is easily discernible, and there are far fewer problems. This problem troubled him for quite some time. Inaccurate thickness estimations made it easy to only take away part of the items. If you were to bring someone along, the result might be that the person moves along, but the feet remain in the same place. Trying to save someone can easily turn into harming them. If you escape with someone several heads taller than yourself, you might eliminate your own teammates for the enemy without them even having to lift a finger. Thinking of this, Yi Ruizha couldn't help but shudder. I have to find the trick, otherwise saving people will turn into harming them. Although I don't have any teammates right now, I have Hua Hua. I don't want to find out that Hua Hua is missing a piece of its tail when I'm running away with it. I bet it will hate me to death. Hey, Hua Hua, you're back. Hua Hua is hungry and wants to eat something when she gets home. I just got back when I heard the two-legged creatures saying they were taking it away and that its tail would disappear. Flowery, puzzled, asked in cat language, why should I run away? Hua Hua, are you hungry? Would you like some vegetable soup? Meow, hurry up and serve me that delicious soup. You must be hungry. Wait a minute, I'll get you some. Is 4 spoonfuls enough? Meow, give me more, I can drink it all. When Hua Hua called out again, Eurasia just smiled and didn't say anything more.
At this moment, he completely mistook Hua Hua for a tabby cat with a great appetite. But when he finished ladling out 4 spoonfuls of soup, he was stunned.
4 spoonfuls? No way. Hua Hua, how did you manage to drink that? That's almost half a bowl of my rice. Has Hua Hua awakened? Can cats awaken?
Eurasia was a little confused at this moment.
For most people, 1 spoonful of the soup made from mutated vegetables would be enough.
Usually, only those who have awakened supernatural abilities need to drink more. But now Hua Hua can drink a full 4 spoonfuls of vegetable soup, which is 4 times the normal amount.
How is that normal?
This was clearly abnormal, but he was too focused on practicing to notice it. Just as he was about to put the plate on the ground, he suddenly remembered that Hua Hua seemed to have nodded a few times after he spoke to her earlier. Thinking of Hua Hua's several nods in response, he muttered to himself,
could it be that Hua Hua has really awakened a mutation and can understand human speech? No, I have to try.
Just as Hua Hua was about to go up and drink the soup, she saw that the 2-legged beast had taken the soup away again.
Meow, what are you doing? You almost put it on the ground. Why are you taking it away?
It stared in disbelief as Eurasia placed the plate on the cement platform, then listened as he said,
Hua Hua, go eat on the water counter. When you're done, put your plate in the basin and I'll wash it for you later, okay? Meow, for this, you still want to take my delicious soup? Fine, I'll reluctantly agree.
Honestly, you 2-legged creatures are so lazy, you can't even carry a plate yourself. After putting down the plate, Eurasia stepped aside and quietly watched Hua Hua jump onto the water platform and finish a large plate of vegetable soup. After Hua Hua finished eating, she pushed the plate into the sink with her paws and then began licking her paws. Eurasia's eyes widened when he saw that Hua Hua had actually thrown the plate into the basin of water.
Hua Hua, can you understand what I'm saying? Meow, of course, I'm that smart.
Eurasia only heard Hua Hua bark once, but he wasn't sure if it really understood.
Hua Hua, if you really understand, just nod.
Meow, you 2-legged creatures are such a nuisance. Not only are you lazy, but you also cause a lot of trouble.
Fine, since you've been trying to please me, I'll nod in agreement.
Eurasia initially thought that Hua Hua wouldn't understand at all, but when he saw that it nodded a few times after barking, he was overjoyed.
Hua Hua, you really understand. That's amazing. Even a cat can awaken something. By the way, tell me, what ability did you awaken? Meow, what did you say?
This is ridiculous.
What's awakening? Is it tasty?
Eurasia only heard Hua Hua meow once, but he couldn't understand what it was saying at all.
Flower, can you talk?
Meow, how could I, a king of such high status, possibly speak the words of a lowly 2-legged beast like you?
It seems that it can only understand but not speak.
That's good. If a cat could not only understand but also speak, it would be truly intelligent.
Meow, what do you mean, you 2-legged creature? Just because I don't speak to you, you look down on me? Never mind, Hua Hua, you've probably just awakened. Take it slow, maybe you'll be able to speak in the future. Come on, let me pet you. It's been ages since I've petted you.
After saying that, he walked over, picked up Hua Hua, sat down in a chair, and began to stroke its fur. Hua Hua understood that stroking meant the 2-legged creature wanted to please her, so of course she didn't resist at all and let Eurasia hold her.
How is it? Doesn't it feel good?
After I scratched Hua Hua's chin a few times, it squinted its eyes and stretched its neck comfortably to enjoy it.
Hee, there's something even more comfortable. Turn over and I'll scratch your belly for you.
Hearing that there were even more comfortable options, Hua Hua immediately rolled over, belly up. Coo, you 2-legged creatures are quite good at serving me. Yes, right there, scratch me a few more times. Hua Hua enjoyed herself for more than 10 minutes and felt completely satisfied.
It wanted to continue enjoying itself, but its instincts told it was time to patrol its own territory.
So, it reluctantly jumped off Eurasia's lap and turned back to call out.
Meow, I'm off to work now. Remember to wait for me to return, and make sure my place is in good condition too. Hey, Hua Hua, where are you going?
Unfortunately, he only saw Hua Hua disappear into the bushes without looking back. As soon as she crawled into the bushes, Hua Hua discovered an unusual mound of earth.
Meow, what's that stench? Who pooped here? If I knew who it was, I'd tear it to shreds.
It nudged the mound with its paws, trying to make it appear taller, but in reality, nothing had changed. He then shook the dirt off his paws and continued to survey his territory with satisfaction.
As it patrolled another wasteland, its sensitive ears caught a faint, unusual sound. Experience told it that it was one of the mice on its menu.
Because of the distance, Hua Hua quickly darted towards the direction from which the sound came. When it got within about 10 meters, it slowed down and began to move stealthily. With its keen ears continuously pinpointing the source of the sound, it stepped out of the bushes, and its sharp eyes immediately spotted the target. A rat the size of a bowl is digging a hole. Hua Hua hid in the shadows and approached silently. Its sharp eyes were fixed fixed on the large rat. The large rat seemed to sense the murderous intent and suddenly scurried into the hole that had just been dug more than a meter deep. The large rat hiding in its hole trembled with fear, terrified by the murderous aura it had just witnessed. Being naturally cautious, it didn't care whether the hole was finished or not, it just wanted to hide inside first, as its murderous intent was truly terrifying. Hua Hua saw the big rat go into the hole but didn't leave. Its keen ears and sense of smell told it that the hole had just been dug and wasn't deep enough, and the big rat would come out sooner or later. Now, all it has to do is quietly approach and wait for the rabbit to run into the tree stump. Hua Hua stealthily approached the cave entrance, stopping about 30 centimeters away. She concealed her presence and lay motionless. Time passed by, and after about 5 minutes, the big rat saw that it was quiet outside and there was nothing unusual, so it began to cautiously peek its head out of the hole. It slowly crawled closer to the cave entrance, stopping to observe every few steps. It didn't know if the danger was still there, so it cautiously probed. It took it a full 10 minutes to cover this short distance of just over a meter. When it was still 5 centimeters from the entrance of the hole, it stopped for a long time, its nose twitching incessantly, trying to sniff out some unusual scent. Unfortunately, Hua Hua, being a natural hunter with rich experience, would never make such a basic mistake. The spot where it crouched was right downwind, so the big rat couldn't smell its scent. As the big rat kept sniffing, Hua Hua slowly raised her paw. If the big rat sticks its head out even a little bit, that will be its doom. The large rat sniffed around the hole for 2 minutes but found nothing unusual. At this moment, its only thought was to escape back to its old burrow and abandon the newly dug one, because it was no longer safe there. Once it was sure it was safe, it began to cautiously peek out. The reason why Hua Hua didn't attack was because the edge of the cave entrance blocked its attack range. What it's waiting for now is for the big rat to stick its head out just a little bit more. Even if the rat's head isn't fully out of the hole, it will surely die once it enters the attack range. The mouse was so timid it was only 2 centimeters away, but it hesitated for several minutes. Unfortunately, it encountered Hua Hua. Just as the big rat's head peeked out 2 centimeters, Hua Hua's raised paw suddenly swung down. 3 black lines instantly sliced across the large rat's exposed head, slicing it into 3 pieces that fell to the ground. It didn't notice anything unusual until it died, and was taken away painlessly by Hua Hua. The 3 black lines that trace across the giant rat's head are Hua Hua's awakened superpower. This was something Hua Hua discovered naturally after awakening, as if it were deeply imprinted in her mind, something she was born with the ability to use. Unlike Eurasia, who still has to keep exploring, Hua Hua just needs to keep replenishing her energy to break through her limits. It bit its way out of the hole, pulled out the big rat, took a couple of bites, and then gave up. It didn't taste very good. The soup from the 2-legged creatures was much better. Actually, Hua Hua didn't know that it was currently the only awakened animal in the vicinity. Before it awakened, it was just an ordinary animal with no energy in its body, so it found everything tasteless. If Eurasia's soup hadn't contained energy, it wouldn't have been able to eat it at all. Rather than saying that Hua Hua went against its carnivorous nature, it's more accurate to say that it was consuming energy. The energy stored in different variant plants varies. Weeds store very little energy, while plants like vegetables, fruits, and herbs store relatively more energy. Generally speaking, animals will undergo mutations or awaken after consuming a certain amount of mutated plants. However, there is a problem with this: it's hard to chew. Most animals cannot chew the mutated plants, and it takes them several minutes to finish the bite they have in their mouths, plus their digestive abilities are already stronger than humans. This also allowed the mutated plants they ate to take effect, making the animals feel full before they even had a second bite. After discovering that the mutant plants can fill them up with just a little bit, most people will also reduce the amount of food their pets eat. Animals like Hua Hua, which accidentally consume large quantities of mutated plants, are currently extremely rare. After discarding the carcass of the large rat, Hua Hua continued to patrol her territory, catching several prey, but still found them bland and tasteless. Finally, it gave up on patrolling and decided to go back to Eurasia, thinking that the place was better. Its idea was simple: with a 2-legged creature constantly pleasing it and serving it, why bother hunting? Yen Feng and another person spent 2 days visiting the site but still found nothing. In the end, they decided to return to the Ninghui Municipal Bureau to report back. Initially, they tracked down Lei Shangyang to Fengsha village, but were delayed by a day due to Eurasia's murder case. After transferring Eurasia's case to the branch office, they spent another day visiting various places, including the neighboring Fengyang village. According to the clues they had, Lei Shangyang was born in Fengsha village, which is why they went there to investigate. Although they encountered another case, after the case was transferred, their investigation revealed that Lei Shangyang had only lived in Fengsha village when he was a child, and his family had likely moved away many years ago. The reason for continuing to visit the neighboring Fengyang village was to see if anyone knew Lei Shangyang. Unfortunately, no one admitted to knowing him, and they also learned of an additional clue. Neither village had anyone with the surname Lei, but they determined that Lei Shangyang was indeed born in Fengsha village. In the past, checking household registration records would reveal everything in such cases, even if the whole family changed their names.
But things are different now.
The household registration book may not show the former name, even though it is definitely saved in the household registration system.
It is clear that Lei Shangyang's family used to live in Fingsha village, but after moving away, the whole family changed their names.
Another possibility is chilling. Some people in both villages know Lei Shangyang's family, but they all keep quiet and refuse to reveal it. As for why they didn't say anything, the answer is obvious. The villagers all felt sorry for this family.
Captain Yan, is it really true that no one in either village knows Lei Shangyang?
I really wish they didn't know each other, but unfortunately,
since they know Lei Shangyang, why should we stop? Can't we continue the investigation? It's no use. People from both villages are lying. Continuing to investigate won't yield any new leads.
It used to be easy to investigate, but now the two of us alone can't find anything.
We might as well go back to the municipal bureau and ask Director Zhou to send more people. But are there any spare personnel available right now? Then there's nothing we can do but put the case on hold for now. Can't we both spend a little more time investigating? Are you stupid? Do you really think the two of us can hide this from the spies in both villages? This is impossible. Let's go back and report.
Yan Feng and his colleague had no choice but to give up the investigation, and the branch office had abandoned its investigation into Yi Ruijia's murder case even earlier, because no eyewitnesses could be found during the investigation of Yi Ruijia's escape. It's not that no one has seen the young man riding the tricycle, but rather that those people simply cannot be found. Few people go out to begin with, and even fewer are seen riding tricycles, making the search as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, there has been a surge in homicides during this period, with countless cases having more leads than the Yi Ruijia case. The officers from the precinct spent most of the day conducting interviews but were unable to find any eyewitnesses. In the end, they had no choice but to give up and turn to investigating other cases. As for the investigation into Yi Ruijia's murder case, we can only leave it to fate. The next morning at 10 a.m., Kyoto Station.
After 2 days of arduous travel, Xu Pufeng and his group finally ended their journey.
However, their steps seemed unsteady, and their faces were as pale as paper. The communications team, which was always on standby at the station, or rather, the liaison officers, needed to rush to the locations where notifications needed to be sent. However, the team has been temporarily reorganized, and all members are people who have awakened agility-type superpowers, among whom the class leader Sun Jingyang has even mastered the superpower of flight. The reason he wasn't sent to find healing-type ability users before was because at that time he could only levitate and didn't yet possess true flight capabilities. His ability has no combat use, it can only be used for flight. He was promoted to a level 3 ability user the night before last and only learned the skill of flight yesterday. In other words, he now possesses 3 skills: hovering, eagle eye, and flight. Strictly speaking, the flight skill is simply an advanced version of hovering. Secretary General Zhao Fubua had been concerned about the premier's condition. Upon learning that Sun Jingyang had mastered the skill of flying, he originally planned to send him out immediately to find a cure for the superhuman. However, considering that the special investigation team has already returned one after another, it would be difficult to achieve any results by sending him out again. He was then appointed as the communications squad leader and kept on standby at the train station. Once the special investigation team returns with a healing-type superhuman, there is no need to report. They should be sent directly to the military hospital. This order, provided it does not endanger national security, is above all other instructions. This morning, upon seeing a train arrive at the station, he immediately ran to the platform to check if it was the special investigation team returning. When he saw that the train only had one carriage, he was somewhat pessimistic, since the previous investigation teams had all traveled on trains with a dozen or even 20 carriages. But when he saw Xu Pufeng and the others get out of the car, he immediately perked up, stepped forward, saluted, and said,
"Commander, welcome back.
I am Sun Jingyang, the communications squad leader specially appointed by the Secretary General, responsible for receiving the healing-type ability users."
Battalion Commander Chu, have you found them?
Seeing that Xu Pufeng and the others looked pale, Sun Jingyang knew that they must have gone through a lot of hardship to find a cure for the superhumans, but the process still had to be followed, even if the hope was slim.
Great.
Quickly take Yun Mengru to see the Secretary General. She is the healing-type ability user.
Sun Jingyang's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the girl Xu Pufeng was pointing at. Found her? I'll take her to the military hospital right away.
Regardless of whether the others heard him or not, he grabbed Yun Mengru, leaped into the air, and headed straight for the military hospital, leaving behind only the bewildered men and Yun Mengru's long scream. Xu Pufeng and the others had just bled for 2 days and were slow to react. It wasn't until Sun Jingyang and Yun Mengru had flown far away that they came to their senses and immediately shouted, "Quick, chase after them." They had only taken 2 steps when they were stopped by other communications soldiers. "Sir, Squad Leader Sun has a special order from the Secretary General. As long as a healing-type superhuman is found, there is no need to report it. Send them directly to the military hospital. Please rest assured." After hearing this explanation, information, Chu Pefeng finally felt relieved that Yun Mengru had been kidnapped. He did hear Sun Jingyang say he was going to the military hospital, but he was too slow to react. If Sun Jingyang really intended to kidnap him, he would never forgive himself.
Commander, you've worked hard too. Let us drive you back to rest first. No need, we can walk back ourselves. Wait, a vehicle? What vehicle? How come there's a vehicle? A tricycle? Sir, it's a tractor. The troops repaired some old single-cylinder diesel engines and put them into the trailer. A single-cylinder diesel engine? Isn't that something from the 1990s? Yes, they were all inventory found in the warehouse. No spark plugs needed? No electricity needed?
I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but I know that you can start it by shaking the joystick a few times, though it's a bit noisy.
If the commander has any questions, he can ask the technical department and the research institute. Let's take the commander back to rest first. You all don't look too well.
Let's go and take a look at these old objects from the last century. Even though he was somewhat weak at the moment, Chu Pefeng still couldn't suppress his curiosity. With all other vehicles out of commission, the fact that one engine was still functional is quite intriguing. Chu Pefeng and his men followed the communications squad to the location where the tractors were parked. At a glance, they immediately recognized this as the mode of transportation they would be using. Even though they were physically weak, everyone couldn't resist circling the tractor twice, full of curiosity.
How does this thing start? Use this. The communications soldier pulled a Z-shaped joystick from under the driver's seat and said, "You mean, this is the key?"
"Yes, sir. This key must weigh at least 5 or 6 pounds.
It's the first time I've ever seen such a big key. Let me start it."
The communications soldier inserted the crank into the engine starter crank hole, pressed down the decompression handle with one hand, and began to vigorously crank the crank with the other. As the joystick swung, the flywheel gradually increased in speed. Once it reached a certain speed, he released the decompression handle, and the engine started with a put-put-put sound, emitting a large amount of black smoke. The black smoke gradually dissipated after the rotation speed stabilized.
"Sir, the engine is ready. Please get in the car." Chu Pefeng and the others stared in amazement at the engine that was making a put-put-put sound.
"The noise is a bit loud, but it's acceptable.
How fast can this tractor go?"
"It can reach speeds of up to 60 kilometers per hour.
Heh, not bad. Come on, get in the car, let's experience it too."
Yun Mengru, who was carried by Sun Jingyang, experienced a dream of free flight. At first, she screamed repeatedly with her eyes closed, but soon after, when she realized that she was really flying, she screamed loudly with excitement.
Sun Jingyang's ears were almost deafened by her shouting. "Grandma, don't shout so loudly, I'm almost deaf." "Ha, what did you say?"
Sun Jingyang was speechless, thinking to himself that his aunt was pretending not to hear.
"Stop shouting, we're almost at the hospital." 10 seconds later, the two landed and arrived at the military hospital. Yun Mengru grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Why is it so fast? It took less than 3 minutes in total. I haven't had enough yet." Sun Jingyang remained silent, thinking to himself, "Grandma, you're not satisfied yet, are you? But you're the one I brought to fly. How can you fly without me? Let's go, let's hurry to the Prime Minister's ward."
Upon hearing that the Prime Minister was to receive immediate treatment, Yun Mengru abandoned her playful thoughts. The training sessions with Chu Pefeng and the others over the past 2 days have made her deeply aware of the importance of her trip.
Following Sun Jingyang, they passed through numerous checkpoints without anyone daring to stop them.
All of this was arranged in advance. As long as Sun Jingyang and his men appeared, they would not be stopped and would be allowed to pass. Arriving at a heavily guarded ward, Sun Jingyang stood at attention and saluted, saying, "Comrade Yun Mengru,
I'm entrusting this to you."
The 4 Special Forces soldiers guarding the gate also realized that this was the person the Secretary General had been searching for day and night. After Sun Jingyang finished his solemn salute, he gently pushed open the ward door and gestured for Yun Mengru to go in. Yun Mengru took a deep breath, knowing her mission, and resolutely stepped into the ward. The ward was spacious and filled with various modified life support equipment. Without electricity, the ventilator cannot operate, so it is disassembled and modified, and people take turns working 24 hours a day to keep it running. Without electricity, the pulse monitor couldn't be used, so we had to manually time and record the heart rate every minute. Modify all the instruments that can be modified. If that doesn't work, use other methods. In short, spare no effort to save the Prime Minister's life and await treatment from the superhuman. Several nurses in the ward were manually keeping the equipment running. When they saw the stranger come in, they were about to ask him in a low voice when they saw the soldiers at the door saluting and guarding the Prime Minister. They immediately realized that they had found the person. Yun Mengru looked at Premier Xing Zhenyu lying on the hospital bed, with needles inserted in both arms and life-sustaining 4 fluids. His face was even paler than Chu Pefeng's and the others, his lips were black and purple, his face was withered, and he was so thin that he was like skin and bones. His condition was extremely critical. Several nurses nodded to Yun Mengru, their eyes full of expectation. She walked quietly to the bedside, composed herself, and gently placed her hands on Premier Xing Zhenyu's chest. A soft light slowly emanated from between her hands. Her first healing spell focused on repair. This was done under the
personal guidance of Chu Pufeng on the return journey.
Premier Xing Zhenyu has been suffering from a long-term illness, and his body has long been tormented by pain.
He chose to focus on restoring his health in order to enhance his resilience.
Only when the body can withstand the side effects of killing pathogens within the body can those pathogens be truly eliminated. After 2 days of first-hand experience and careful observation of Yun Mengru's supernatural abilities, Chu Pufeng came to a conclusion. Under normal circumstances, Yun Mengru's healing techniques can both heal wounds and kill germs in the body. The reason is that in the process of killing germs, some cells that are infected with germs will also be affected. Although these cells were infected, Yun Mengru's treatment, though seemingly gentle and mild, was actually carried out within the limits that the body could tolerate. Her healing spells will kill the infected cells along with the healing process.
For ordinary patients, Yun Mengru's treatment is remarkably effective. But when faced with patients like Ni Liuji, the treatment technique turned into a killing technique.
Because there were so many infected cells in his body, his life was already in grave danger.
Killing too many cells at once can cause various bodily functions to collapse due to insufficient cells.
Fortunately, after experiencing it firsthand multiple times, Chu Pufeng discovered that Yun Mengru's healing-focused function was not simply about repair. That actually works by stimulating healthy cells to divide and generate new cells to achieve a healing effect, and the energy consumed by cell division is the same energy that Yun Mengru uses when performing the healing technique. In other words, Yun Mengru's healing technique stimulates cell division to produce new cells while simultaneously eliminating useless or soon-to-be ineffective cells.
The principle behind this treatment technique was discovered by Chu Pufeng through continuous summarization and exploration.
They constantly self-harmed to provide Yun Mengru with training material. Although the wounds could be healed, the blood loss was real. Their pale faces were the most direct proof. Chu Pufeng carefully calculated the number of times each person self-harmed and the amount of blood lost and discovered the problem. They weigh between 120 and 130 pounds, and according to blood ratio, their blood volume should be between 4,200 and 5,200 milliliters. From the start of self-harm to the healing of the wound, the minimum estimated amount of bleeding each time is 10 milliliters. The human body produces about 20 milliliters of blood per day. However, each of them self-harmed at least 1,200 times in the past 2 days, and the total amount of blood loss was enough to require 2 blood transfusions. To say that Yun Mengru's healing technique has hematopoietic function is obviously incomplete, since they themselves know best the extent of wound healing.
The only explanation is that the treatment stimulated cell division.
If it were simply a matter of stimulating cell division, his gastritis should have worsened, but it neither worsened nor completely disappeared. Therefore, he boldly speculated that Yun Mengru's treatment technique was regional, stimulating cells in the area where she was treated.
However, after careful observation, this conjecture was quickly overturned.
His gastritis symptoms were gradually decreasing, and although the decrease was slight, he could definitely feel it. He also inquired with 4 other people and found that their old injuries and ailments, which were not in the treatment area, were also improving.
If the treatment is targeted, old injuries and ailments should heal very quickly.
Therefore, he had good reason to believe that Yun Mengru's healing technique was a targeted area enhancement treatment, while also providing some degree of support to the whole body. This explains why they lost so much blood but did not experience severe physical breakdown. After understanding the principles of Yun Mengru's treatment technique, the best treatment plan for the Prime Minister was quickly devised. The first step is to stimulate the division of healthy cells throughout the body, allowing high-quality cells to take the lead. The second step is to kill some of the useless cells and germs in a short period of time. Then, the treatment is repeated in alternations, with multiple courses of treatment, but each session should not be too long. After each treatment session, the Prime Minister's physical condition is observed.
If it is confirmed to be improving, a second treatment is performed after a 10-minute interval.
Soft light filled the entire ward, and Yun Mengru's first treatment session quickly came to an end. The experienced and prepared doctors, who had arrived earlier, immediately stepped forward to conduct a comprehensive examination of the Prime Minister after Yun Mengru completed her first treatment. 7 minutes later, the doctors shook their heads in disappointment and said, "We can't see any improvement in the Prime Minister's condition at this time.
Are there any signs of worsening?"
Yun Mengru was not discouraged by this, but instead took the initiative to ask if the Prime Minister's condition had deteriorated.
After a comprehensive diagnosis, several doctors replied, "There are no signs of deterioration. The best news is that it hasn't worsened. I'm ready to start the second treatment." Yun Mengru firmly believes that this is a turning point.
Several doctors also felt that this was indeed the most gratifying news. She placed her hands on the Prime Minister's chest again and began the second treatment.
The second treatment session ended 110 seconds later. Of those 100 seconds, the focus is on promoting healing, while the remaining 10 seconds are focused on eliminating the pathogen.
These schedules were all suggestions given by Chu Pufeng after analyzing the post-operative treatment. After the treatment ended, Yun Mengru immediately left the hospital bed and ate a few bites of the the mutated fruit. She had to make sure she was in peak condition for each treatment. Several doctors came again to examine the Prime Minister. Another 7 minutes passed, and the result remained the same. The third course of treatment then commenced. Just when everyone thought all hope was lost, the doctor in charge of taking the pulse suddenly brought a pleasant surprise.
Something has changed. The Prime Minister's pulse is stronger than before. Everyone present stared at him in disbelief. Dr. Liao, are you sure? Confirmed.
I checked the Premier's pulse 10 to 20 times a day, and I'm very familiar with his condition.
I can detect even the slightest change. The Premier's pulse is indeed stronger than before.
Upon receiving this affirmative answer, everyone was so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. They had finally seen hope. Upon learning that Chu Pufeng had successfully brought back a healing-type ability user, Secretary General Zhao Fuguo immediately put down all his work and rushed to the military hospital.
As soon as I arrived at the ward door, I heard Dr. Liao's affirmative reply. Great, that's wonderful.
The people in the ward looked towards the door upon hearing the sound and saw the Secretary General, who was already moved to tears.
Secretary General, Secretary General.
Everyone shouted with excitement and choked voices.
Zhao Fuguo quickly raised his hand to stop them.
Don't shout too loudly. Priority should be given to the Premier's treatment. After saying that, he closed the ward door to prevent people outside from interfering with the treatment. Not long after Zhao Fuguo arrived at the military hospital, bigwigs from all sides who had received the news began to arrive one after another. Without exception, they were all stopped at the door by Zhao Fuguo and made to wait in the corridor.
Although they couldn't go in to visit, they could only ask Zhao Fuguo for the latest information.
Upon learning that the treatment had begun to take effect, everyone stood silently in the corridor with tears in their eyes. Apart from breathing and the footsteps of the newly arrived figures, there was no other sound in the corridor.
Those who arrived later learned at the hospital entrance that the Premier's treatment had been effective.
Although they believed the soldiers wouldn't lie, they still wanted to see for themselves before they could feel at ease. So a row of important figures, who could shake the entire nation at any moment, stood in the corridor, some of whom even lightly stomped their feet.
Shortly afterward, a large number of troops sealed off the entire military region hospital.
At this moment, nothing is more important than the Prime Minister's treatment. Although the Premier often emphasizes that national resources should not be wasted at will, the military should not be mobilized arbitrarily.
But at this moment, everyone tacitly understood and ignored the lockdown at the hospital. The Premier's presence in office is the cornerstone of China's stability.
Even after stepping down, he remains a pillar of the Chinese nation. The treatment lasted 6 hours and consisted of a total of 30 sessions. The ward door opened, and Yun Mengru, who had just stepped out, froze on the spot upon seeing the scene in the corridor.
The corridor was filled with big shots that you usually only see on TV.
She had never seen such a scene before and dared not make the slightest move. Upon seeing Yun Mengru appear, Zhao Fuguo shouted in a low voice, "Attention everyone!
Stand at attention! Salute!"
Being saluted in unison by a group of bigwigs made Yun Mengru, who was already nervous, feel her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of her chest, and she was completely unable to move.
Comrade Yun Mengru, thank you for everything you have done for the country. That.
Yun Mengru was now incoherent, her mind in turmoil. Fortunately, Dr. Liao, the person in charge of the treatment, came out in time to share the good news and get her out of the predicament.
Secretary General, leaders,
the Premier has passed the critical period and is out of danger. A cheer erupted in the corridor, and tears finally streamed down her face amidst the laughter. Colleagues, let us thank Comrade Yun Mengru once again.
Attention, salute.
Whether they are high-ranking officials in politics or the military, at this moment, there is no more appropriate way to express their gratitude than by saluting. This time, Yun Mengru finally remembered to return the salute. After the ceremony, Zhao Fuguo stepped forward, extended both hands to shake his, and said with concern,
"Comrade Yun Mengru, you've had a long day too. Go and rest for a bit.
If you need anything, just let us know, and we'll do our best to meet your needs."
Secretary General, no need, I'll just take a nap. Of course, that's no problem. We've already arranged a room for you to rest.
Secretary Tian, please personally take Comrade Yun Mengru to rest, and deliver the best recovery herbs to her to ensure she recovers as well as possible.
Yes, I guarantee I will complete the mission. Comrade Yun Mengru, please follow me.
Tian Lingwei led Yun Mengru to a room on the same floor, not far from the Prime Minister's ward. This room was arranged long ago when Yun Mengru was receiving treatment for the Prime Minister.
Comrade Yun Mengru, rest assured here. There are guards outside the door 24 hours a day. Let me know if you need anything and I will go get the herbs right away. Sister, you can just call me Mengru. I don't need anything right now, so don't bother me. That won't do. You have an extremely important mission on your shoulders.
These herbs have all been certified by the Research Institute and can enhance your strength.
Eating them will greatly benefit you. You ask for nothing in return, but the country cannot let Mengru's heart grow cold. By the way, my name is Tian Lingwei. I'm the Secretary General's secretary. You can just call me Lingwei.
Yun Mengru was still somewhat confused, almost unable to believe believe that she was really that important and could only softly respond with an "oh."
Seeing that she looked a little listless, Tianlingwei said, "You should rest first. Your sister will be back in a bit."
After saying that, she left to fetch the herbs. She knew in her heart that the Prime Minister's recovery now depended entirely on this somewhat naive younger sister, and she had to take good care of her. After Tianlingwei left with Yun Mengru, a group of bigwigs surrounded Dr. Liao and others, carefully inquiring about the premier's condition. After confirming that everything was all right, they returned to their respective posts one after another. They had been gone for half a day. When they arrived, someone was dealing with an emergency, and they had to rush back to continue. Even without urgent matters, there are many things that need to be done that day, and they have to go back. However, everyone had a smile on their face. Premier Xing Zhenyu's survival was largely due to Yun Mengru's arrival, but it was also inseparable from the efforts of the research institute. After discovering the effects of the mutated plants, they applied this knowledge to other plants and immediately wondered if herbs might also undergo similar changes. They immediately sent people to collect the herbs for research. After several experiments, they discovered that the mutated herbs were more potent. Upon this discovery, the hospital was quickly notified, the medical team prescribed a medicine, and people were sent into the mountains to collect the herbs. After 2 days of rigorous processing and testing, and once the herbal medicine was confirmed to be effective, the Prime Minister took it and barely survived. Fortunately, the Prime Minister's condition suddenly worsened on the 4th day after the special investigation team set off, and he fell into a coma with a sharp decline in vital signs. It was the timely intervention of the medicinal herbs that successfully saved the premier's life. However, according to the medical team's diagnosis, the herbs can only temporarily save the Prime Minister's life for 10 days at most. If it lasts more than 10 days, there is no hope of recovery. Not even a deity can save it. The Prime Minister suffered from multiple organ failure, leading to a series of complications. Even without the power outage, it wouldn't necessarily cure the Prime Minister. But now the situation is different, and hope is just around the corner. While Yun Mengru was actively treating the Prime Minister, Yi Ruizhe was also diligently practicing his supernatural abilities. As he practiced controlling the ripples more and more, his understanding of ripples gradually improved. These so-called ripples are actually more like a spatial barrier. Each time a teleportation occurs, a spatial barrier appears immediately, as if to create a safe passage. The function of this passage is like folding two different spaces together. Objects outside the barrier are cut off, or rather, left in their original space, because they are not protected by the barrier. As for those parts that followed him through the passage, they entered another space, which made it seem as if they had been cut apart. The same applies to teleportation distance. To teleport as far as you want, you must first find the node of the teleportation location and use a spatial barrier to expand the node. The moment two nodes connect, the space between them is compressed, and the spatial barrier protects objects within the channel from being crushed. Therefore, traversing a spatial passage can also be understood as instantly moving from one place to another in a very short period of time. As his understanding of space deepened, he also discovered an interesting paradox. If one is traversing a spatial passage, before fully exiting the passage, is one still in the same place, or has one already reached their destination? Or is one in another dimension? When he thought of another space, he couldn't help but think of the kind of personal space often described in novels, a space that could contain the whole world. Everyone says that they had their own personal space from the beginning, and then used it to fill it with strategic materials. When fighting with others, he pulls out all sorts of weapons, capable of dominating everything in sight. What about my personal space? Is it my QQ personal space? Honestly, can it really create personal space? Isn't it said that time reigns supreme, space is king, cause and effect are emperors, and destiny is supreme? I am a spatial ability user. I can't possibly only have teleportation as my ability. Am I going to have to work as a courier or food delivery person in the future? If so, then my spatial ability will be completely wasted. We must figure out how to create our own personal space. That's a standard skill for those with spatial abilities. Although he wanted to create his own personal space, he was completely clueless and had no idea where to start. Forget it, we'll take it slow later. Let's practice more while our minds are still clear. Just as he was engrossed in his training, Hua returned with unwavering steps. Seeing Yi Ruizhe squatting there as if he were taking a dump, it simply ignored him, jumped onto Yi Ruizhe's special chair, and lay down for a nap. It returned not only to drink soup but also to see if the two-limbed creatures had finished building the nest they promised to build for it. After lying there for nearly 3 minutes, seeing that Yi Ruizhe was still motionless, Hua couldn't hold back any longer, jumped off the chair, and walked towards him. Yi Ruizhe, who was focused on practicing, was completely unaware of Hua's approach. When Hua walked up to him, she happened to see Yi Ruizhe expanding the spatial barrier outward. Although Hua couldn't see the spatial barrier, its instincts told it that an unseen but deadly threat was approaching. Faced with a life-threatening situation, Hua instinctively raised its paws and unleashed its special ability. 3 claw-shaped black lines swept across Yi Ruizhe's spatial barrier. In Hua's eyes, it didn't find anything unusual at all, but it its special ability encountered something. Faced with the unknown, an animal's instinct will lead it to avoid risks and stay away from the area. Suddenly attacked by Hua Hua, although the target of the attack was not himself, Yi Ruijia's spatial barrier fluctuated violently. His connection with another spatial node was thus severed.
The compressed space in the spatial channel is released instantly.
In that instant, he felt the fluctuations of the barrier rapidly spreading outwards from the location of Hua Hua's attack. Then, the spatial passage vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. This sudden turn of events made Yi Ruijia's heart tighten. He almost thought he had made a mistake in his practice or had been attacked. He looked around nervously when Hua Hua, not far from his feet, let out a soft meow. He looked down and saw that it was Hua Hua, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, it's you, Hua Hua. Don't scare me like that next time. You almost scared me to death. I'm practicing now. You go play by yourself." Hua Hua ignored him and just sat on the ground wagging her tail. Just as he was about to continue practicing, he suddenly realized something, looked down at Hua Hua and asked, "Hua Hua, did you just attack me?"
Meow, yes. Yes? Or no? Stop calling me, I don't understand. Just nod or shake your head.
Meow, sigh, these two-legged creatures are so clumsy.
Hua Hua only called out once, then nodded. It really is you. How did you attack me?
Meow, if you wanted to try, you should have just said so, and I would have definitely granted your wish.
Hey, Hua Hua, I just want to see how you attack. Just show me to any target, don't do it to me.
Hua Hua raised its paw and swung it at him. Yi Ruijia quickly told it to change its target. He didn't want to get slashed for no reason, especially since he didn't know Hua Hua's attack methods. Seeing that it wasn't allowed to attack, Hua Hua had no choice but to lower its paws, walk to the edge of the flower bed, and raise its paw to slash. About half a square meter of thick weeds in the flower bed snapped in two.
Hua Hua, are you this fierce? Is this one of your skills? You didn't just use this move to hit me, did you?
Hua Hua ignored him, licking her paws as if to say, so what if it is? Yi Ruijia swallowed hard, thankful that he hadn't offended Hua Hua, otherwise getting beaten up by it would have been a complete waste. Judging by the power of Hua Hua's skill, he would definitely be sliced into pieces with one claw. However, he couldn't figure out Hua Hua's special ability, but he was certain it wasn't a spatial ability. He didn't sense any spatial fluctuations, but why is Hua Hua's ability black? If he couldn't figure it out, so be it. He was just a newbie anyway. Hua Hua was the second person he had encountered with superpowers, and she was a cat. The key point is that Hua Hua can understand what he is saying, but he can't understand what Hua Hua is saying. Although Hua Hua ignored him, he was still somewhat interested. Just now, after the spatial barrier was attacked by Hua Hua, the spatial passage dissipated in about 2 seconds. This sudden attack gave him a different experience. First, it shattered the perception that spatial barriers cannot exist independently. He had always believed that the spatial barrier would only appear if two spatial nodes were connected, but he clearly sensed that the spatial node had just been lost. After the node was lost, the spatial barrier did not disappear immediately, but persisted for about 2 seconds before vanishing. He has reason to believe that spatial barriers do not necessarily have to rely on spatial nodes. Moreover, teleportation is not absolutely safe and there is still a possibility of being attacked. Now that we've realized that spatial barriers don't necessarily need to be activated by connecting two spatial nodes, the next step is to verify this. But verifying this was not so easy. After failing dozens of times, Yi Ruijia finally admitted that he was a good-for-nothing. He was so badly hurt that he knelt down and wailed in despair. Even Hua Hua, who was observing from a distance, couldn't bear to watch anymore. She had never seen such a dejected two-legged creature. Back in the day, I was able to catch mice without any instruction, and even now that I've awakened my superpowers, it's still a piece of cake. But what does this two-legged beast trash have to do with me? I'm hungry now. It found its plate next to the earthen stove, took it out, and threw it on the ground. Meow, this king is hungry, you good-for-nothing, hurry up and get me some soup. Yi Ruijia, who was still feeling dejected, heard Hua Hua call out. He turned around and saw Hua Hua lightly tapping the plate with her paw while staring at him. Hua Hua, are you hungry? Meow, isn't that obvious? Despite her complaints, Hua Hua knew Yi Ruijia wouldn't understand, so she could only nod.
Wait a minute, I'll get you some soup right away, I'm a little hungry too.
Yi Ruijia ladled 4 spoonfuls of soup for Hua Hua and then filled a large bowl for himself. Hua Hua was somewhat dissatisfied upon seeing this, feeling it was unfair. Why is it that it's so little, while yours is so much?
Meow.
Hey, add some more soup for me, it's too little. Yi Ruijia noticed that Hua Hua hadn't drunk any soup and looked at it curiously. Then, Hua Hua gently tapped the plate with her paw.
What, not enough to eat?
Hua Hua didn't call out, she just nodded. You finish eating first, and we'll give you more if you're still hungry. It would be a waste if you couldn't finish it. Seeing that Yi Ruijia refused to add any more, Hua Hua silently raised her paw. When Yi Ruijia saw Hua Hua raise her paw, his heart tightened and he became nervous.
No, I'll add more for you, okay?
He quickly spoke, his tone tinged with urgency, and then hurriedly added 2 more spoonfuls of soup to Hua Hua's plate. Hua Hua then lowered her head in satisfaction and began to elegantly drink her soup. Looking at Hua Hua's appearance, Yi Ruijia Ruasia shook his head helplessly, secretly sighing that this cat was really hard to take care of. After finishing his meal, Ruasia's thoughts returned to the issue of the spatial barrier. He firmly believed that he could find a way to activate the space barrier without relying on space nodes. He slowly sat down cross-legged, gently closed his eyes, and tried to recall the feeling when the spatial barrier was attacked by Hua. That mysterious fluctuation seemed to conceal some kind of pattern, waiting for him to uncover it. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Since Hua's attack can cause fluctuations in the spatial barrier, is it possible to activate it by simulating this attack? The moment this idea came to him, it was like a spark igniting his passion. Without hesitation, Ruasia stood up and focused intently on simulating the scenario of the spatial barrier being attacked. However, reality soon dealt him a heavy blow, and several attempts failed. But Ruasia was not discouraged. Instead, his eyes shone with determination. He constantly adjusted his ability output, searching for the best approach. Just as he was completely absorbed, Hua appeared beside him again. "Meow, what are you doing? So clumsy and still messing around." Hua's cry was tinged with doubt and disdain. Ruasia glanced at it. Although he couldn't understand what Hua was saying, he could clearly see the contempt in its eyes. "What do you know? I'm researching something important," Ruasia retorted defiantly. Hua flicked her tail dismissively, walked to the side, lay down, and looked down at him as he continued to cause trouble. After an unknown amount of time, Ruasia was still struggling to simulate the state of the spatial barrier being attacked. Sweat dripped from his forehead like pearls from a broken string, but he was completely unaware of it. All his energy was focused on the faint, elusive fluctuations, as if the whole world consisted only of him and that mysterious barrier. Hua looked at Ruasia's persistence, and her eyes also showed a bit more curiosity. It stood up, slowly walked to his side, and circled around him. "Meow, these two-legged creatures are quite persistent. They have the potential to become my servants." At this moment, Ruasia was completely absorbed in the moment, with various possible methods and images flashing through his mind. Those images, like dazzling stars, twinkle in my mind. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and seemed to have grasped the key point. My heart suddenly raced, and my blood felt like it was boiling. He activated his powers again, focusing his attention on sensing that faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation. This time, the fluctuations were even more pronounced, and he seemed to see the spatial barrier gradually appearing under the influence of his superpower. It was a mysterious and powerful barrier, radiating a mesmerizing light. However, just when he thought he was about to succeed, the fluctuations disappeared once again. A strong sense of defeat welled up in Ruasia's heart, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head and feet. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. "No, I can't give up like this," he said to himself, his eyes burning with renewed fighting spirit. Hua looked at him, her eyes filled with confusion. It didn't understand why this two-legged creature was so persistent. In this dazzling world, it seems there's nothing worth fighting so hard for. Ruasia took a deep breath and tried again. This time, he was even more careful in controlling his power output, carefully sensing every subtle change. With my mind highly focused, I felt as if I had merged with the whole world. Gradually, the fluctuation reappeared and became increasingly stable. Ruasia was overjoyed, knowing that he was getting closer and closer to success. The dawn of victory seemed to be just around the corner. Just then, Hua suddenly let out a roar. "Meow! Watch out!" It noticed a small grass snake quietly crawling towards Ruasia from behind. Driven by instinct, Hua raised its front paw without hesitation and slashed hard. However, Hua was a bit far away, and since she didn't practice her abilities much, her aim was indeed so poor that it made people frown. Its attack didn't fly towards the little grass snake, but went straight towards Ruasia. Before Ruasia could react to Hua's roar, he felt a powerful force rushing towards him. That force was like a surging, unstoppable wave. He instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. Just when he thought he was about to be hit, a faint spatial barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. Hua's attack seemed to freeze the moment it touched the barrier, giving him enough time to dodge. Ruasia, who was unharmed, stared wide-eyed as he felt the spatial barrier in front of him. A surge of joy welled up in his heart, and at the same time, he saw the little grass snake turn around and escape into the bushes. He succeeded. His hard work finally paid off. Although the skills did not develop exactly as he had envisioned, it at least proved that his idea was correct. Ruasia jumped up excitedly, his face beaming with undisguised joy. He finally found a way to activate the space barrier without relying on space nodes. Hua looked at Ruasia, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. "Meow, is it acting crazy? Oh well, I can't be bothered with it." The startled little snake quickly darted into the grass and disappeared. "It really scared it. I was just passing by." Ruasia was excited for a while, then continued practicing. Success was just the beginning. Mastery was the key. The spatial barrier unfolded and dissipated repeatedly, and his skills became increasingly proficient. As his mastery of the skills deepened, he soon discovered a problem. This skill seems somewhat useless. If it can block attacks, then Hua's superpower attack just now didn't consume any energy at all. While it's true that Hua's superpowers couldn't be completely stopped, they did experience a brief pause.
After a moment of contemplation, he finally understood the principle.
His spatial barrier caused Hua Hua's power to pause by compressing space. In reality, it was Hua Hua's power that traversed a compressed distance, so it looks like a pause, but in reality, Hua Hua's superpower is still flying towards the target. After figuring out the principle, he took some stones to test it. Deploy the spatial barrier and throw the stone with all your might. The stone paused for about a second upon impacting the spatial barrier before passing through it and continuing its flight. However, the stone seemed to have lost its momentum and only flew a dozen meters before landing. After removing the barrier, he threw another stone with the same force. This time, the stone flew more than 30 meters before landing. After several attempts, Yi Ruizhe concluded that the space compressed by the spatial barrier was about 20 meters. In other words, if the attack flying towards him is fast enough, the spatial barrier cannot be absolutely safe, and dodging will still be necessary. In other words, if someone shoots at him, he could still be hit.
How exactly can compressing a space by 20 meters help?
No, we need to compress the space even more, otherwise the skill is practically useless. He originally wanted to create a personal space, but by a twist of fate, he created a spatial barrier. He thought it wouldn't matter if he didn't have a personal space, but he didn't expect the spatial barrier to be so useless. However, this is his second skill, and he cannot give it up easily. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that as long as his understanding of spatial barriers deepened enough, opening up his personal space would be just around the corner. If that's the case, then what's there to be afraid of? Keep practicing. As long as the space is compressed enough, guns and cannons won't be able to harm him in the slightest. Yi Ruizhe thought this way, and he did just that. He spent the rest of the day practicing space compression.
The following day at noon, at the Kyoto Research Institute,
the research team led by Feng Qiwu has finally achieved some results after more than 10 days of research on plants with superpowers and mutations.
First, there is the awakening of supernatural abilities, which is an indisputable fact.
The more determined a person's will is, the easier it is for them to awaken.
However, this is not absolute.
People who experience strong external stimuli and drastic emotional fluctuations also have a certain chance of awakening. The awakened superpowers are diverse, but numerous survey reports show that 20% of the awakened attributes are closely related to the events they experienced at the time.
The other 30% of people's awakened attributes are related to their environment. The remaining 50% cannot be verified. The situations are varied and lack any obvious commonalities.
As for the rumor that you wake up after a nap, it's completely unreliable.
Some people awaken to the truth after falling down. Some people were even planning to reward themselves when they inexplicably had an epiphany. Moreover, the superpowers these people awakened had absolutely no connection to what they did at the time.
Take that guy rewarding himself for example, he awakened the water element.
Does that mean he awakened the water element because his body had a high water content in that moment of happiness? That's a really far-fetched explanation.
So how do we explain the fact that the person who was sleeping awakened the fire element? In summary, the special abilities one possesses upon awakening are often strongly related to their environment and the events they are experiencing. Let's talk about the levels of superpowers. Basically, we can use a simple and straightforward method to distinguish them. That means the number of skills you possess basically corresponds to your level of superhuman ability. However, this method applies to most situations, since some special abilities have nothing to do with the number of skills activated. For example, Yun Mengru, who is a healing-type character, is already a level 3 awakener, but she still only has 2 skills.
However, some patterns can be found.
The more common the superpower attribute, the easier it is to activate the skill.
This is because everyone has a relatively solid basic understanding of these common attributes.
Practice is naturally much easier, but this also means that everyone's skill power is not much different.
Unless there is an elemental advantage, it is difficult to tell who is stronger.
Rare special abilities are much harder to cultivate.
For example, among the elemental attributes, the light attribute is extremely rare among awakened individuals.
There is almost no guidance or advice on how to use light to attack.
At most, it can only achieve things like focusing. Although it has some offensive capabilities, the biggest use of light-type abilities is currently for illumination.
Compared to the fire element's fireball spell, the light element's illumination spell is significantly brighter, but in terms of power, the light element has almost no destructive force. Besides elemental types, there are also physical types, transformation types, and mental types, which are also relatively common superpower attributes.
In addition to these common attributes, there are also some special superpower attributes that cannot be categorized. For example, curses, summons, and life. Whether special attributes such as time and space exist is currently unknown.
Since they haven't encountered any awakened individuals like this before, they can only temporarily categorize these attributes as special types.
However, one thing is certain, people with special abilities are extremely rare.
Take the curse type as an example. It's a superpower that kills 1,000 enemies but also injures 800 of your own. To unleash a curse, one must pay a price, such as lifespan or physical health. The greater the cost, the stronger the curse. Moreover, curses have a very troublesome characteristic: they are silent, rootless, and formless. If a person with a curse-type ability is cursed by themselves, they will not even realize it and will only think that they are unlucky. However, the curse will not last forever. If the cost is small, most curses will disappear after they come true. As for curses that cost lives, nothing of this kind has happened yet, so it cannot be confirmed. Summoning also has significant limitations. To summon, you must prepare offerings, and the quality of the offerings directly affects the strength of the summoned creature. If a living person is used as a sacrifice, the summoned creature will basically only be at the same level as the summoner, or even lower. However, one thing that is puzzling is that if the summoner himself is used as a sacrifice, the strength of the summoned creature can be increased by 1 or 2 levels. For example, at the cost of their own arm, a level 1 summoner can summon a level 3 summon. As for whether it's possible to summon higher level creatures, nobody knows. Perhaps, but at the cost of the summoner's life. Once a summoned creature is summoned, a contract must be signed. Without a contract, a summoned creature cannot remain in the summoner's world. Once the contract is signed, the summoned creature can appear at any time according to the summoner's wishes. The length of time a person stays depends on the energy reserves of the summoner. But one thing is clear: once the summoner dies, the summoned creatures will return to their original world. It was because of the appearance of those who summoned superpowered beings that they learned of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations and that humans were not the only intelligent beings. The life type is extremely rare. So far, I've only encountered one person, Yun Mengru. Because Yun Su Pufeng's report specifically mentioned that Mengru's healing techniques were unique, it was classified as a life-related technique. It is precisely because of the rarity of the life type that Yun Mengru has now become a national treasure. Any stranger wishing to approach must first undergo a thorough full-body examination, and may even have to trace their family background back 3 generations before being allowed to get close. Yun Mengru was completely unaware of this. There is also research on mutant plants. Despite the mutations that have occurred in plants, they still cannot violate fundamental laws. Edible plants contain more energy and are more easily absorbed by the human body. While mutated plants like herbs are richer in energy, their main value lies in their medicinal uses. The mutated herb plants do not grow significantly larger. For example, ginseng remains about the same size before and after the mutation. The more difficult a herb is to grow, the more likely the plant will remain in its original state. However, their medicinal effects have been significantly enhanced. Prescriptions that previously required 10 years' worth of ginseng to be effective now only require a single root. What worries Feng Qiwu and his team the most is that the mutated plant is still growing slowly. They didn't know what this meant, but they still wrote the situation into a report and submitted it to Zhao Fugua. Along with the Research Institute's report, a report compiled by the investigation team was also sent over. The report states that small numbers of mutated animals have begun to appear in various locations. These mutated animals became exceptionally ferocious and grew to a much larger size. Like the tigers of northeast China, their size has increased at least twice after mutation, and their enormous size makes them exceptionally ferocious. A tree with a diameter of 40 or 50 centimeters can be easily snapped in two by their claws. They can also easily jump over distances of more than 10 meters. The investigation team, in cooperation with the local military, used large-caliber weapons to barely manage to kill him. However, the elimination of a mutated tiger cost the lives of 17 soldiers, and the number of local civilian casualties exceeded 100. The appearance of the mutated creatures has caused panic in the local area. The garrison troops had no choice but to form a clearing team to conduct a thorough search for the mutated creatures. Zhao Fugua looked at these reports and felt a headache coming on. In the past, urgent matters were decided personally by Premier Xing Zhenyu, but now they all fall on his shoulders, and he feels unprecedented pressure. Upon hearing the Secretary General's call, Tian Lingwei immediately entered Zhao Fugua's office. Secretary General, what are your instructions? Do the Kyoto garrison know how many people have awakened so far? Secretary General, there are currently 63,000 troops stationed in Kyoto, with an awakening rate of 27%, or approximately 17,011 people. 17,000 people. Zhao Fugua tapped the table lightly, and after a long period of contemplation, said, issue the order to gather all awakened warriors and establish a superpower military academy. In their spare time, let them communicate more and quickly develop a complete superpower learning system. Tian Lingwei had just stepped out of Zhao Fugua's office when she turned back. Zhao Fugua looked up in confusion. Is there something else? Tian Lingwei hesitated slightly, but finally offered her suggestion. Secretary General, should we also include the Research Institute in the Supernatural Military Academy? The Research Institute and the military complement each other, and both research and learning can be greatly accelerated. After listening, Zhao Fugua pondered for a moment, found the suggestion excellent, and nodded, saying, your suggestion is good, so we'll do as you say. But remember, the academy must be established
accomplished within 10 days. With her suggestion approved, Tian Lingwei left briskly and began assigning tasks.
Looking at Tian Lingwei, who was slightly elated, Zhao Fugua smiled and shook his head, continuing to bury himself in his work. The order was quickly relayed to the Kyoto Military District headquarters.
Upon receiving it, Commander Lin Hongwen couldn't help but complain and question the messenger. What is Zhao Fugua up to? Why is he meddling in the military region? The messenger was sweating bullets. Could he really say something like that? Reporting to the commander, I am unaware. Lin Hongwen became dissatisfied with Zhao Fugua because Zhao Fugua had no authority to give him orders or interfere in military affairs.
But he understood that Zhao Fugua wouldn't overstep his authority without reason. After all, they had a life or death bond. Zhao Fugua's overstepping of his authority to issue the order indicates that the matter was extremely urgent and had been carefully considered.
Moreover, simply establishing a superpower academy would also benefit the military.
More and more people in the army are becoming more and more rebellious and starting to challenge others every day.
Gathering them together is not necessarily a bad thing.
With that in mind, Lin Hongwen nodded and said, "Go back and tell Zhao Fugua that I accept his suggestion."
Remember, it's a suggestion.
Lin Hongwen sent the messenger back to restore his sight, and also reminded Zhao Fugua to be careful about his identity and not to overstep his bounds, otherwise he might be secretly sabotaged. After the messenger left, Lin Hongwen immediately summoned his guard and instructed him to convey the order to convene a meeting of the regimental commanders. The meeting was very brief. It simply instructed each regiment to relay the message that all awakened warriors should prepare to enter the Ability Academy for study and exchange. At the same time, we must cooperate with scientists from research institutes to study superpowers and strive to develop a complete superpower training system as soon as possible so that more warriors can awaken and rapidly improve their strength to cope with various emergencies in the future.
After the order was issued, each regiment began to carry it out in an orderly manner.
In order not to affect the safety of Kyoto, the awakened warriors were deployed in batches. The superpowered military academy is located within the research institute, so there is no need to rebuild it or choose a new location. Only some adjustments need to be made to the school district within the academy. A classroom that originally seated 50 people can be converted into more classrooms by slightly squeezing it in. In the early stages, the Academy of Superpowers doesn't have a high demand for classrooms, they can be squeezed in a bit.
The process of setting up the academy passed in the blink of an eye.
2 days later, the first batch of warriors who had awakened their superpowers had begun to move in.
The first batch of 3,000 people will be stationed here. They will need to work with scientists from the Research Institute to explore the changes in supernatural abilities. To put it bluntly, they will be guinea pigs.
Yi Ruizhe, far away in Hongyang village, made considerable progress in mastering the spatial barrier after 2 days of practice. First, he successfully compressed the space to 170 meters, a distance sufficient for him to dodge pistol bullets. As long as his reaction is not slow, he will most likely be able to dodge them. As for rifle bullets, Yi Ruizhe was powerless to do anything about it and could only hope for the best.
But from another perspective, in China, who would go out and rob someone with a rifle? That would be suicide.
In other words, even if society is somewhat chaotic now, the free circulation of firearms will never be allowed.
Although Yi Ruizhe can't dodge rifle bullets now,
he firmly believes that as long as he continues to work hard, he can easily deal with not only rifle bullets but also sniper bullets. In addition to the increased distance and compressed space, he also made new breakthroughs in his understanding of space.
If space can be compressed, can it also be expanded?
Now that space compression is nearing its bottleneck, it's a good time to try space expansion. Yi Ruizhe didn't want to stop compressing the space, but he found that his mental strength and energy were no longer sufficient to support a larger compression range. Having gained experience in compressing space, practicing expanding space was not difficult, and after a few hours of trying, he achieved initial success. Spatial expansion requires nodes as a foundation, and the expansion effect is achieved by expanding the nodes. However, he soon realized that there was a problem. Does expanding the spatial node really count as expansion? It feels more like compression, because expanding a node requires a large amount of energy, and excessive energy within the node causes its volume to increase.
Wait,
node, barrier, hiss, if I can expand the node first and then cover it with a spatial barrier, could I develop a new skill to throw my opponent into another space? It seems possible, I have to try it. With this new idea in mind, Yi Ruizhe rubbed his hands together, preparing to begin developing the new skill. Just as he was about to make his move, Hua Hua started barking in dissatisfaction.
Meow. Hey, I'm hungry. Meow. This king is hungry.
Yi Ruizhe scratched his head, somewhat puzzled.
Hua Hua, are you feeling unwell? Meow, I'm so tired. These two-legged creatures don't understand anything.
Helpless, Hua Hua could only run to the earthen stove and touch the big bucket with her paw.
Oh, Hua Hua, are you hungry? Hua Hua nodded, clearly not wanting to say anything more, since the two-legged beast wouldn't listen anyway. Wait a minute, I'll serve you some soup right away.
Yi Ruizhe ladled out the soup, then picked up Hua Hua and took her to her usual food spot. After playing a few few rounds, Yi Ruizha suddenly wondered if Hua Hua, who could understand human speech, could learn to speak human speech as well.
Hua Hua, can you learn to speak like a human? It's really troublesome because I can't understand what you're saying.
Hua Hua glanced at him disdainfully, too lazy to respond, but couldn't help but mutter a few complaints in her mind.
I'm not a two-legged beast, how could I possibly believe your nonsense? You're all idiots. Let's go take a look. Hua Hua, stop just eating and give me a straight answer. Can you learn it or not?
Yi Ruizha kept disturbing Hua Hua's meal, so Hua Hua could only shake her head helplessly.
No, that's troublesome. It'll be difficult for us to communicate. We'll have to think of a way.
As he watched Hua Hua drink her soup, he pondered for a moment and quickly came up with a solution. He immediately ran to the village committee and got paper and pen. When he got back, he started writing on paper.
Hua Hua looked up curiously, wanting to see what Yi Ruizha was doing. Hua Hua, I'll teach you to read. You can write down whatever you want to say so we can communicate. Meow, can you read?
Hua Hua tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion, and Yi Ruizha understood her doubts.
Yes, it's about recognizing characters. Look, this is 1, this is 2. Do you understand? Hua Hua was speechless. These numbers are so simple, isn't it easy to learn?
Yi Ruizha shuffled the numbers 0 to 9, laid them out in a row on the ground, and asked,
Hua Hua, which one is 1?
Hua Hua raised her paw and pointed, which was exactly the position of the number 1.
Wow, that's awesome. Hua Hua, you learned it in no time? What about 8?
Hua Hua pointed with her paw, pointing directly to the direction of the number 8.
Wow, you're really good at this. Overjoyed, Yi Ruizha couldn't resist picking up Hua Hua, wanting to get closer to her.
Not long after it was applied, Hua Hua hissed and raised its paw as a warning.
Meow, you two-legged creature, put me down right now, or don't blame me for being impolite.
Seeing Hua Hua raising her paws fiercely, Yi Ruizha felt a little embarrassed and put her down while talking.
No, I won't post it anymore. Let me ask you, do you recognize all these numbers? What is 174 plus 76? Meow, idiot, put me down. You can't calculate? Well, that's understandable, you're just a cat.
As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Hua's eyes turned cold, and she silently raised her paw.
You know how? Why didn't you say so earlier? Meow.
I'm so tired, this two-legged creature is such an idiot. Seeing Hua Hua's expression, Yi Ruizha believed he had seen through her thoughts and said, Hua Hua, don't be discouraged. It's not shameful to not be able to do math.
You can learn slowly.
Hua Hua got even angrier when she heard this, bit Yi Ruizha, and threw herself to the ground.
You can't do math, your whole family can't. Do you really think I'm an idiot? You're infuriating.
Despite her anger, she still wanted to prove herself to this idiot. Hua Hua pointed to the 3 numbers 250 and then pointed to Yi Ruizha.
250? That doesn't seem right. Is it really 250?
Let me calculate. 174 plus 76, 6 plus 6 equals 12, 7 plus 7 equals 14, isn't it 240?
Hua Hua shook her head wearily. It's confirmed, this guy is just an idiot and a complete fool. Isn't that right? Wait a minute, let me do the mental arithmetic. It's really not my strong suit. He took a pen and wrote out the addition vertical equation on the paper. He really is a 250.
Seeing that he had calculated it correctly, Hua Hua pointed to the number 250 again, and then pointed at him.
What do you mean by that?
Yi Ruizha scratched his head, completely baffled by Hua Hua's actions. Hua Hua picked out the 3 numbers 250 and arranged them in a row, then pointed to Yi Ruizha, and then pointed to the 3 numbers on the ground. Even if Yi Ruizha was stupid, he understood this time that Hua Hua was implying that he was a fool.
Hua Hua, don't talk about your teammates like that. How could I be an idiot? I protest.
Hua Hua simply pointed to the number 4, and the meaning was very clear.
If it can be counted as 240, then what else could it be but 250?
Yi Ruizha was speechless. He never expected that Hua Hua would remember his first calculation error. Most importantly, his mental arithmetic is worse than a cat's. It's utterly shameful. He could only smile awkwardly and politely.
Well, Hua Hua, let's just forget about it. Since you understand numbers, you should understand words too.
Hua Hua proudly raised her head, displaying a disdainful expression.
Yi Ruizha couldn't understand it this time. Why are you acting all high and mighty? Do you even understand, or do you not?
The reason why Hua Hua adopted this posture is because it does understand, just not completely. According to human literacy standards, Hua Hua's vocabulary is roughly equivalent to that of a third-grade elementary school student.
But as a proud cat, how could it easily admit that it didn't fully understand?
That's why it put on such an arrogant demeanor. Unfortunately, Hua Hua thought her meaning was quite clear, but Yi Ruizha didn't understand it at all. The reason Hua Hua can recognize characters is because an old man she knew used to take her to learn characters in his spare time. The old man was almost 90 years old, a retired teacher who had nothing to do all day. Every time Hua Hua visited his house, the old man would feed her. After feeding her, the old man would take Hua Hua to learn to read, thus passing the time.
Are you sure?
At first, Hua Hua didn't remember the words the old teacher had taught her, but after she awakened, those those memories gradually resurfaced and she naturally learned some characters. Now, if Yi Ruizha asks it if it understands writing, it definitely does. Hua Hua simply overestimated Yi Ruizha's comprehension abilities. Hua Hua, if you understand, nod; if you don't, shake your head. Don't do anything else. You're really hard to guess. Yi Ruizha didn't understand. What else could he do? He could only nod or shake his head. How could he maintain his arrogance if Hua Hua wouldn't let him see her true strength? Wow, that's awesome. Flower, you can even read. You're a cat. But wait a minute, since you can read, why don't you write it down? Hua Hua almost choked on the question, exhaling a breath through her nostrils to express her extreme dissatisfaction. Have you ever seen a cat write with a pen? You're seriously overestimating your intelligence. Hua Hua, can you even write? Helpless, Hua Hua could only stretch out her paw to let him see. Why are you sticking out your claws? Is there something behind me? Yi Ruizha turned around and looked. No, this is exhausting. Communicating with an idiot like you is so difficult. You can't even understand such an obvious action? It seems that relying solely on body language for communication is not enough. We'll have to resort to props. Hua Hua jumped onto Yi Ruizha, trying to pry the pen out of his hand. Hua Hua, why did you jump on me? Yi Ruizha knew that Hua Hua wouldn't hurt him, but he didn't understand its intention. He had no choice but to put down the paper and pen in his hand and try to take Hua Hua down. As soon as I put my hand down, Hua Hua jumped down and started rummaging through the pens on the ground. Hua Hua, do you want to write something? Okay, write it quickly. Let me see what you want to say. Hua Hua really wanted to slap him with her paw. The action was so obvious, yet he still couldn't understand. It had no choice but to extend its sharp claws to grab the pen, then retract its claws, letting the pen fall to the ground. Hua Hua, do you not want to write, or do you not like this pen? Hua Hua barked fiercely at Yi Ruizha. Meow. I'm so angry. I've never seen such a stupid two-legged creature. Seeing that Hua Hua was a little angry, Yi Ruizha was puzzled and picked up the pen and paper from the ground. Meow. Yes, you idiot. Put the pen on my paw. Hey, why did you take the pen away? Meow. It's collapsing. This king is about to collapse. What's wrong? Do you need another pen? This time, Hua Hua nodded very readily, afraid that this idiot would misunderstand again. It extended its claws again to grab the pen, then retracted them, letting the pen fall to the ground. Hua Hua, you must take care of your stationery and not throw pens away carelessly. I will endure. Yi Ruizha picked up the pen and handed it to Hua Hua. Here, hold it carefully this time. The scene from just now is repeating itself. Hua Hua, this is your fault. You just said you would take good care of your stationery. How come you lost it again? Tolerate. Picking up the pen, dropping the pen, the story repeats itself over and over again. Hua Hua, if you keep doing this, I won't help you pick them up. This time, Hua Hua couldn't hold back any longer. She revealed a fierce look and raised her paw to slash to the side. 3 claw-like shadows flew 5 or 6 meters away, slashing hard at the tree trunks and the flower bed, making a hissing sound. 3 claw marks, each 4 or 5 centimeters deep and more than a meter long, were clearly imprinted on the tree trunk. Hua Hua's sudden attack startled Yi Ruizha. Looking at the 3 claw marks on the tree trunk, he couldn't help but swallow. Hua Hua, that was a really clever trick. Ha ha. Even if Yi Ruizha was slow-witted, he could tell that Hua Hua was angry. If that claw had hit him, he wouldn't have been able to react at all. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Hua Hua is too delicate. She throws tantrums at the drop of a hat. But it's best not to make her angry so easily in the future. Hua Hua, if you want to play with pens, I'll play with you. Please don't be angry. After saying that, he picked up the pen from the ground and handed it to Hua Hua. Although Hua Hua really wanted to slap him, she still restrained herself and took the pen. Yi Ruizha didn't dare to make a sound at this moment. As soon as the pen fell to the ground, he silently picked it up and handed it to Hua Hua. After repeating this process more than 10 times, Yi Ruizha finally noticed something. Hua Hua, is it because you can't hold a pen? Hua Hua nodded quickly and let out a cry. Meow, heavens above, this pig finally understands. Seeing that this two-legged creature, who was even dumber than a pig, finally understood what she meant, Hua Hua couldn't help but tear up. This is so difficult. Hua Hua muttered to herself as she quietly watched how the pig would solve the problem at hand. Yi Ruizha was also a little troubled, as he had no idea how a cat should hold a pen. He scratched and gestured with the pen on his claws for a long time before finally coming up with a solution. Hua Hua, how about we tie the pen to your paw? Hua Hua immediately revealed a fierce expression. It seems you're unwilling. Would you be willing to have something tied to your paws? If tying it up won't work, how about putting it on a leash? That way you can put the pen down anytime. Hua Hua tilted her head in thought for a while, seemingly finding it acceptable. He nodded in agreement. If you agree, I'll go and see what I can find to trap your claws. Yi Ruizha returned to his room and rummaged through drawers and cabinets for a while, but found nothing. He went to the village committee's service hall and searched for a while, but still couldn't find anything suitable. Hua Hua, who was following behind and watching him search for a while, could only shake her head in disappointment. Looks like I overestimated this pig's intelligence. Is that so? Finally, Yi Ruizha sat back in his own chair and began to write and draw, intending to design a pen suitable for cats. Hua Hua couldn't stand it anymore, so she gave him a hint by bringing him a piece of cloth and throwing it in front of him. Seeing the cloth that Hua Hua threw at him, Eurasia asked in confusion, "Hua Hua, what are you doing with that piece of cloth?" He picked up the cloth and examined it carefully. "Hey, Flower, your cloth is so dirty." Hua Hua started baring her teeth at him. "Ha, it's not dirty at all. Don't get excited, let me think about it first." He looked at the cloth, then picked up the pen. "Oh, I see. You want me to wrap the pen with cloth for you?" Hua Hua nodded. She had to nod, otherwise this pig would truly be clueless. "Okay, I'll wrap it up for you right away." Eurasia quickly wrapped the entire piece of cloth around the pen and handed it to Hua Hua. "Do you think this will work?" The only response he received was Hua Hua shaking her head. "Don't get angry. Getting angry will only make you angry." The pen wrapped in a whole piece of cloth was bigger than a person's fist, and Hua Hua definitely wouldn't be satisfied. Even humans wouldn't use such a thick pen. How could a cat? However, Hua Hua also realized that Eurasia would keep making improvements as long as she was not satisfied. After 3 or 4 adjustments, Eurasia finally asked, "Hua Hua, do you think I wrapped it too thickly?" "Oh, I see. No wonder you kept shaking your head. I'll take the scissors and cut the cloth." After 4 or 5 more revisions, Hua Hua finally nodded in approval. Strictly speaking, Hua Hua still thinks there's too much cloth wrapped around the pen, but if she keeps changing it, the cat will probably explode with anger. The current state is barely acceptable, so let's not change it any further. After all, we can't have too high expectations for a pig. "Hua Hua, come here, try out your special pen." Hua Hua picked up the pen, its sharp claws gripping the tightly wrapped cloth, and began to write on the paper. Eurasia, standing to the side, stared intently at Hua Hua as she wrote. "Hua Hua, what are you writing? It's all crooked and messy. What's that under? Is it the character? It doesn't look like it." "Ah, I see now, the radical 4 dog is." "Hua Hua, your handwriting is terrible. I'll show you properly once I've learned it." After Hua Hua finished writing, she put down her pen and looked at Eurasia with disdain. It is now particularly curious to know how long it will take the pig to understand the words it has written. Eurasia looked at the words Hua Hua had written from left to right and finally understood them. The character is not actually, but rather has the radical 4 person. When combined with, it forms. The bottom part is not, but rather, which together form. The last part, needless to say, is the character, pig. "Hua Hua, you're being unreasonable. Is it appropriate to curse like that?" Seeing that Eurasia finally understood, Hua Hua nodded and left. It was time for it to patrol its territory, mainly because it didn't want to see that pig again. "Hey, Hua Hua, what do you mean by leaving right after you finished cursing?" Hua Hua completely ignored Eurasia and disappeared into the bushes in a flash. "I was actually called a pig by a cat. This is outrageous. When you come back, don't even think about getting any of your vegetable soup." Although he said that, Eurasia was actually quite happy, since he could finally communicate normally with Hua Hua. Her handwriting is really ugly. Hua Hua needs to practice her handwriting more in the future. Who can understand the scribbles? After making a few comments about Hua Hua's handwriting, he went back to practicing his superpowers by himself. Nothing good happens here, but at least no one bothers us, which is nice, and we don't have to worry about being seen. Wu Yanxiang and his group don't come often. They only came once yesterday, and left after seeing that they didn't need anything. Mr. and Mrs. Gu have been busy selling vegetables lately and haven't come over. Other villagers rarely visit this place. Most of them are elderly people who are frail and have difficulty walking. They usually gather among neighbors to chat, and those with better eyesight play cards together. When it's time, they all go home to cook. They were indeed reluctant to walk several hundred meters to the village committee. As the saying goes, there is no fixed time for cultivation. The moon sets and the sun rises. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 2 days of exploration, Eurasia gained new insights into spatial expansion. Previously, he had been injecting energy into the nodes to make them expand, but now he has found that it is much easier to do so by first deploying the spatial barrier and then injecting energy into the nodes. Using this method, he can easily expand the node to a diameter of 2 meters with very little energy consumption. But one thing puzzled him: spatial expansion, like spatial compression, seemed to have no power. Up to this point, he only truly possessed one skill: teleportation. Strictly speaking, both the skills spatial barrier and spatial compression fall under the category of teleportation, as teleportation itself requires the combination of these two skills to be completed. Spatial expansion is considered a semi-finished skill. However, since spatial barriers and spatial compression can be used independently, Eurasia was unsure whether they could be considered independent skills. But one thing he was very clear about was that spatial abilities were damn hard to master. Take the spatial expansion he's currently practicing as an example. As long as he moves more than 10 meters away, the expanded space will collapse and return to its original state. This frustrated him greatly, even though he had practiced spatial teleportation repeatedly and could now teleport 70 meters away. He just couldn't understand why spatial expansion failed and collapsed back when it left a range of 10 meters. Suddenly, a thought struck him: could he use himself
himself as a base point? That way, he wouldn't have to worry about the range. With that in mind, he immediately took action, but the real problem was how to make the node move with him. He already knew that the nodes couldn't be moved, so he had to find another way. The only thing that can move with you is your body. This made him somewhat worried, wondering what would happen if he grew too big. Taking itself as a starting point, its own, etc. Can a cell do this? Ordinary cells certainly can't, they will die. Which cells are permanent? Bones? No, bones grow too. Teeth? That doesn't seem right either, they'll fall out when I get old.
He recalled what his teacher had said when he was in school about which cells are permanent. It looks like nerve cells. After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered that nerve cells are indeed permanent. But the problem is, how can nerve cells be used as a starting point? If only I could see inside my body. Oh well, whatever, let's try to sense nerve cells first. Unexpectedly, sensing his own body was so easy. In less than an hour, Yi Ruizhe was able to sense the inside of his body. This instantly piqued Yi Ruizhe's curiosity. He explored everything from skin and muscles to bones and internal organs. He felt nauseous when he touched the large intestine. The small intestine is okay, but as soon as it gets close to the exit, it makes you want to vomit. Let's stop here, it's really disgusting. The important business is more important. He adjusted his mental focus and concentrated on experiencing the more microscopic world. This time his target was the arm, but after circling around, he couldn't even distinguish which parts were nerves. How stupid, just look for it in the brain. He focused his mental energy on his brain, preparing to experience the microscopic world inside, when he suddenly felt disoriented, as if he had entered a completely different world. There was nothing there, he couldn't feel his hands or feet, yet he clearly felt that he was still alive. This contradictory feeling confused him greatly. His mind was exceptionally clear. He understood that he existed here and knew that this was his mental world. There are no objects, no smoke, not even one's own physical body in the spiritual world, yet the sense of physical presence lingers.
What an amazing spiritual world. Does it have boundaries? No, I have to try it out.
Having discovered the spiritual world, he excitedly began to explore it. He controlled his mind to move forward, but he hadn't gone far when he bumped into an invisible wall.
How come there's a wall?
He tried exploring from several different directions, and finally, by groping along the edge, he confirmed that the mental world was not square, but a sphere. After exploring for a while, he roughly measured the diameter to be about 5 meters.
Is this really the spiritual world? How come there's nothing here, and I can't create anything?
Everyone says I'm in charge of my own world, but I can't do anything here. Just as he was feeling lost, a flash of inspiration struck him. Perhaps this is not the spiritual world at all, but a personal space exclusive to individuals with spatial abilities. With this in mind, Yi Ruizhe immediately re-entered the area that resembled a personal space and began searching for key nodes. His senses were incredibly sharp, and he indeed detected a node. He immediately began to carefully sense this node and attempted to connect to it. After several failures, Yi Ruizhe was speechless, feeling that this connection was completely different from the one he had used during the transmission. After calming down and carefully investigating, he realized that transmitting the connection between the two nodes was very easy, almost effortless. Even opening up nodes is easy, but it just can't connect to that node that seems to be a personal space.
What on earth is going on? How could this happen?
He muttered to himself as he tried to teleport.
Wait, the nodes I connected to earlier seem to be my own node and the nodes within it. Could it be because I'm using an external node that I can't connect? If I connect to the nodes around me, will it work? That seems to make sense. Let's try it again.
He closed his eyes and focused his mind, first channeling his spiritual energy to the node 1 meter in front of him, but he still failed when he tried to connect to the node that seemed to be his personal space. He had encountered the same reason for his failure before, the problem of fighting with both hands simultaneously.
This is so annoying, it's this problem again.
I just can't seem to get past the circle or the square. He had experienced similar pain and knew how agonizing it was.
While it's definitely possible to do, the process is extremely mentally taxing.
At first, the movements are slow and require a high degree of concentration. Even a slight lapse in concentration will lead to failure.
While one can overcome the lack of talent through practice, the process is extremely painful.
Your body acts first, but your brain tells you to go left.
When you actually go left, the result is wrong.
After a night of painful practice, he finally made some progress. Mental energy can be divided into 2 streams. Yes, 2 streams, but that's all.
Damn it, I'm so tired. I'm not practicing today. I'm going to take a shower.
He even postponed taking a shower in order to practice, and angrily grabbed the dish soap and left. I didn't bring any change of clothes or towels. I've realized these past few days that bringing only dish soap is the most convenient.
After washing, I can just hang the clothes to dry, and I don't even need a towel.
You don't need to take off your clothes when taking a shower. You can wash yourself and your clothes together.
Should I bring a toothbrush and toothpaste tomorrow too? We'll just wash them together anyway.
2 buckets of cold water were poured down suddenly, instantly refreshing people on such a hot day. I squeezed out a couple of drops of dish soap and started rubbing from head to toe. There was so much foam that I couldn't waste it, and I also also cleaned my soaking wet clothes.
Not enough foam? Squeeze out 2 more drops of dish soap.
Rub and twist from side to side, completely enveloped in foam. Under the moonlight, from a distance, it looked like a moving white monster, or even singing. Hua Hua, who had been wandering around outside all day, happened to pass by the old well and was almost startled by the strange noise so much that she slapped it with her paw. If Ruwasia hadn't gotten close enough to hear the off-key singing, he probably would have gotten a slap. Meow, taking a bath so late? Flower, is that you? Ruwasia's eyes were covered by foam when he heard a cat meowing and asked a question instinctively. Before he received a response, he had almost finished scrubbing himself and reached for the bucket to rinse the foam off his head. She wiped her face, looked around, and revealed a set of pearly white teeth.
Ha, what a flower. Come on, let's take a bath together.
As soon as he finished speaking, he dropped the bucket and rushed towards Hua Hua.
Cats are naturally afraid of water, so why would they want to take a bath?
When she saw that Ruwasia wanted to take her to bathe together, Hua Hua panicked and immediately turned around and ran away.
Hua Hua, don't run away. You need to take a bath. You stink. Meow. You're the one who stinks. Your whole family stinks. I take a bath every day. How could I possibly stink? You ran so fast, then forget about washing it.
He returned to the well, washed off the foam with water, and then went back to the village committee. As soon as I entered the door, I saw that Hua Hua was already sitting on the stove, with its own special food plate in front of it.
Meow, serve me some rice. I'm hungry. Even though Hua Hua didn't say anything, Ruwasia could tell that it was hungry.
Wait a minute, I'll go upstairs and change my clothes first. A few minutes later, he came downstairs, feeling refreshed, and made a bowl of soup for Hua Hua, while also serving himself a large bowl.
Hua Hua, could you come back with some game from now on? Don't you think drinking vegetable soup every day is too monotonous? Meow. Why?
I think the soup is quite delicious.
Hua Hua, you should just write it down. No one can understand what you're saying.
Upon hearing that she had to write, Hua Hua immediately shook her head to indicate her unwillingness.
Are you unwilling to write, or unwilling to hunt? You nod and then shake your head. What does that mean? You don't want to write, and you don't want to hunt? Meow, looks like you're not completely stupid after all.
Hua Hua meowed and nodded, which made Ruwasia a little unhappy.
Hua Hua, it's wrong to be a human, but you can't be this heartless as a cat.
You eat my food and drink my water every day, and I even built your little nest.
I can't even ask you to go hunting to improve your diet. I'm really heartbroken by this.
Hua Hua looked at him with disdain and let out a helpless cry.
Meow, the meat outside doesn't taste good. What's the point of bringing it back? If you call me, take it as a yes.
Stop catching mice and bring back snakes, pheasants, pigeons or something.
Meow. When did I agree to that? Don't make decisions for me, right? You want to improve your meals too? That's great. Remember to come back early. I'm waiting for you to bring back your game to cook. Hee, we'll have meat to eat tomorrow.
Hua Hua's face darkened. Looks like I really need to practice my handwriting, otherwise I won't be able to tell this pig what I'm trying to say. Oh well, I'll catch you some prey tomorrow, after all, you're my servant. The next morning, the man and the cat got up as usual. Ruwasia was preparing the morning soup while Hua Hua sat upright in his chair, patiently waiting for the meal to be served.
This scene looked especially heartwarming. The soup was ready in less than half an hour. Hua Hua was wondering why breakfast was so quick today when Ruwasia suddenly spoke up. Hua Hua, remember to bring back some game when you go out later.
I didn't make much vegetable soup this morning, just enough for breakfast.
Meow.
This king won't be satisfied without grabbing something. Ruwasia served himself and Hua Hua a bowl of soup and urged, eat quickly, and we'll get going as soon as we're done.
Meow. You're just starting out? Your whole family should be on the road.
He didn't understand what Hua Hua was saying, nor did he care. He just kept eating and talking.
Hua Hua, do you want to take a bag with you when you go out later?
Hua Hua ignored it, thinking to herself that these two-legged creatures were even dumber than pigs. Having a cat carry a bag is a really bizarre idea.
Don't want it? It's up to you.
It doesn't matter if you make a few more trips, since you have to go out several times a day anyway.
Calm down, calm down. This guy is dumber than a pig. Don't argue with him. Just finish your food and leave.
After that, the two of them didn't say another word except for the sound of drinking soup. After finishing her meal, Hua Hua left in a hurry without even taking the plate back to the sink. It had to hurry, as there were few other prey nearby besides mice, so it had to run to the nearby hills to catch them. That's the only place in the vicinity where there are still pheasants. Actually, most of those pheasants are free-range birds that have escaped from the village and never come back. The elderly people in the village know there are chickens there, but they are too lazy to catch them. Climbing the mountain is too difficult for their old arms and legs.
Besides, I'm getting older and I'm not very interested in meat anymore.
Killing a chicken means eating it for several days, and to keep it fresh, you have to fry it with lots of oil. It's greasy and heaty to eat like this, so I only eat 2 or 3 pieces each time. For families without cats or dogs, most of the chicken goes rotten and is never finished. Therefore, poultry is not their preferred type of meat. On the contrary, they can eat fish every day.
Pork is only occasionally sold in the village, and people will buy some to make soup.
Therefore, even though they knew there were chickens on the hill, they didn't catch them. Mr. and Mrs. Gu were so busy all day that they had no time to waste even half a day on a chicken.
If you really want to eat them, you might as well go to the market and buy them.
Besides, even though no one claims these chickens, as an outsider, catching them will inevitably attract the opinions of the elderly folks.
It's better to avoid trouble. Before Hua Hua awakened, she was just an ordinary tabby cat. Cats generally don't hunt prey larger than themselves, so these chickens ended up benefiting Eurasia. The small hill is not far from the village committee, less than 3 kilometers away, and its height is less than 50 meters. When Hua Hua arrived at the foot of the mountain, she discovered the flock of chickens. They come down the mountain to forage every day and return to the mountain to spend the night.
There were more than 20 chickens, and 4 or 5 groups of chicks chirping and following the mother hen. Hua Hua lay prone in the grass, beginning to select her prey. Before it awakens, it will choose the chick without hesitation. But now it has awakened and understands the principle of exhausting resources. Therefore, it chose to target old hens or roosters that did not have chicks. After observing for a long time, Hua Hua focused her attention on an old rooster at the back of the flock. The young roosters in the group are still energetic, while this old rooster is ready to retire to avoid them fighting all the time. Once the target was identified, Hua Hua began to take a roundabout route to approach it. This rooster was very cunning, constantly darting into the middle of the flock, leaving Hua Hua waiting for half an hour without a chance to make a move. If it weren't for the fear of hurting other chickens, Hua Hua would have used her skills to go up long ago, instead of squatting here waiting for an opportunity. Another half hour passed, and the chickens changed their foraging locations several times, but this rooster still loved to go to the center of the flock.
Hua Hua decided not to wait any longer. This guy was too cunning, and continuing to wait might not guarantee success. It would be better to scare the chickens and create an opportunity. It deliberately emerged from the bushes, making a commotion. The chickens immediately became alert and scattered in all directions. The chickens scattered, and the opportunity arose. Hua Hua immediately chased after the rooster. The distance was quite far, and the rooster darted around in all directions, with several hens following behind. The time to act has not yet come. We can only continue to catch up. Hua Hua must block the hen from both sides to make it leave the rooster's lap, and then one swipe will solve the problem. They chased and intercepted the rooster all the way to a dry irrigation ditch. Suddenly, the rooster leaped up, trying to fly over the ditch. This was a golden opportunity, and Hua Hua immediately swung out a claw, unleashing her special skill. Before the rooster even hit the ground, it let out a miserable squawk, its feathers flying everywhere. After thrashing around a few times, it fell to the ground and died. Meow. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? I've been waiting for you for so long. Humph. Hua Hua approached the rooster's carcass, picked it up by the neck, and carried it back. The claws seem to be moving with great force, but in reality, they are all holding back. Otherwise, this rooster would have been wiped out. It was easy to bring them back at first, but walking back was much more difficult. The rooster is already large, and with the grass being both lush and tough, it certainly took a lot of effort for it to carry its prey. After walking and stopping frequently, taking detours, we finally returned to the village committee before 11 o'clock. Eurasia was practicing when he heard the noise, turned around, and his eyes lit up immediately. Wow, Hua Hua, you're amazing. You brought back a big rooster so quickly. I'm going to start cooking right away. Hee hee, I'm in for a treat today. Eurasia immediately boiled water, began plucking the rooster's neck feathers, and used a kitchen knife to cut an opening to bleed it. But after a long time, almost no blood came out. He turned to look at Hua Hua and asked, Hua Hua, did you kill the rooster too long ago? You can't get any blood out. If you can't get the blood out, the meat will turn sour and won't taste as good. Next time you have to catch it alive. Hua Hua grinned and let out a fierce cry. Meow. Eat it or don't, it's up to you. Why all the nonsense? The cat was furious when it was blamed for killing its prey after bringing it back with great effort. If the blood can't be drained, then we'll have to treat it directly. After the water boiled, Eurasia scooped some hot water into a plastic bucket, added some cold water to cool it down slightly, and then put the whole chicken in to scald its feathers. After the chicken rolls around in the water a few times, it is taken out, its feathers are plucked, and its belly is cut open. At this moment, Eurasia spoke again. Hua Hua, could you please not use skills to catch chickens next time? Look at these 3 wounds. Hua Hua ignored him, walked up to him, and silently raised her paw. Oh, Sister Hua, no, arrest me however you want, I have no objection. While saying this, she was thinking to herself, Hua Hua is too stingy, she won't even let me say a few words. Hua Hua didn't leave, she sat in front of him and quietly watched him clean the chicken, cut the whole chicken into pieces and put it into the pot along with the vegetables. This time, it simmered for more than half an hour. With the addition of chicken, the aroma was irresistible the moment the lid was opened. Even Hua Hua's eyes widened involuntarily when she smelled the fragrance. It smells good, doesn't it? My cooking skills are pretty good, right? I'll add some salt later and it'll be ready to eat. Eurasia added salt and stirred, then each of them, one person and one cat, served themselves a plate. The chicken and vegetable soup was freshly cooked and extremely hot, making it impossible to drink. Eurasia
Ruwasia had no choice but to take out the plastic fan that was given away as a promotional gift to fan the soup. After the soup cooled down, Ruwasia took a sip.
That's fine. Wow, this is so delicious. Only soup with meat is truly hot. Hua Hua, you should try some.
Having eaten a lot of hot food lately, and knowing that the soup was still scalding hot, Hua Hua only took a small lick. After that bite, the cat looked up and froze, its pupils dilated, and its mouth couldn't close. Hua Hua feels that her cat life has changed. He licked it again, looked up and froze, his pupils still dilated.
One more lick. How is it? Doesn't it taste much better? Hua Hua nodded in agreement.
If the soup weren't still scalding hot, it wouldn't want to pay any attention to Ruwasia at all. It was just too delicious. The soup made from the mutated vegetables was already delicious, and when combined with the aroma of chicken, it was simply amazing. After the soup was no longer too hot to drink, neither the person nor the cat said much and began to eat without saying a word.
Oh, Xiaoza is eating.
Just as Ruwasia was concentrating on his meal, he heard a voice behind him. He turned around and saw that it was the old village chief, Wu Yongxiang.
Oh, it's Brother Chang. Have you eaten? I just made some chicken soup.
I'll serve you a bowl later.
No need, I've already eaten. Brother Chang, don't be shy. It's just a bowl of soup. Let me get it, and we can chat while we drink the soup.
After saying that, no matter how Wu Yongxiang tried to refuse, Ruwasia went straight into the kitchen and took out a large bowl.
Oh, Xiaoza, really, you don't need to. I've already eaten. Oh, why are you being so polite? It's just a bowl of soup. It'll be gone in a pea.
He washed the bowl clean and served Wu Yongxiang a large bowl of chicken and vegetable soup.
Come on, try my cooking. Okay, I'll try it.
Wu Yongxiang took the large bowl and slurped up a mouthful of soup.
It tastes good. How was this soup made?
It's just some vegetables that Brother Qin gave me, plus a chicken, that's all.
It's good, isn't it? It's delicious. But is this soup really just vegetables and chicken? How can it be so flavorful and sweet? Yeah, just vegetables and chicken. You've never tried mutated vegetables before? I've eaten it, but I can't chew it or cut it, so I haven't eaten much of it. If you can't chew it, just chop it up and make soup. It's that simple.
Besides, eating mutant vegetables is good for your health.
Really, why would I lie to you?
Then I'll have to go back and sharpen my wood chopping knife.
Wait a minute, what have you been eating all this time?
We eat dried vegetables and pickled vegetables. We are mostly elderly people here, and every household makes pickled vegetables. We can't chew the green vegetables, so we just eat pickled vegetables all the time.
I see.
Then you should tell others to eat more vegetables.
If you can't chew them, it's simple, just chop them up and make soup.
I do the same thing. I rarely chew vegetables anyway.
Yes, what you said is indeed a good idea. Oh, by the way, what brings you here?
Oh, I came here just to remind you to register in town, and also to check on how you're doing.
Don't worry, I remember.
I'm doing very well here, and I have Hua Hua with me.
Here it is, a tabby cat. Why does this cat look so familiar? Brother Chang, have you seen it before? Yeah, it seems to be the cat that my friend who passed away a couple of years ago owned. After he left, the cat disappeared, and we thought it was dead. It's been 2 years. How do you still remember so clearly? Are you sure Hua Hua is that cat? Hey, of course I remember. There are few people in the village to begin with. Many keep dogs, few keep cats, and even fewer tabby cats. There are only 3 in the whole village. 2 of them are kept by Ahui, and we see them often. The remaining one must be the one from before. I see. Now that the cat is with you, take good care of it. Of course. I've finished my soup, so I'm leaving now. I need to tell the others to cook some vegetable soup for them too. Okay, I won't see you off. No need to see me off. I can walk by myself. My old legs are still strong. After finishing his soup, Wu Yongxiang slowly walked toward the nearest house. That's the home of Gu Jiaqing, a vegetable farmer from another village. Those who grow vegetables must have discovered the deliciousness of the mutated vegetables long ago. Rural people are simple and honest, and Wu Yongxiang went to Gu Jiaqing's house first to inform him of this matter. As expected, Gu Jiaqing found out, but only yesterday. After informing Gu Jiaqing, Wu Yongxiang continued on his way. Halfway there, he felt extremely hot and uncomfortable. Looking up at the midday sun, Wu Yongxiang thought he was suffering from heatstroke, so he hid under the eaves of an uninhabited house to avoid the scorching sun. Sigh, I'm getting old. I get heatstroke after just a few steps. Hiding in the shadows for a few minutes, my body felt increasingly hot. Wu Yongxiang's heart tightened. Oh no, I need to go back and ask Jiaqing to help me get to the hospital. He suppressed his discomfort and walked step by step toward Gu Jiaqing's house. Halfway through his journey, he suddenly realized that apart from feeling uncomfortable and hot, he had no other discomfort, and his legs actually felt much lighter. What's going on? Could it be that he drank Xiao's soup and his body can't handle the nourishment? No, we should ask Jiaqing to help us and go back
back to the village committee to ask Xiaoze.
Seeing Wu Yongxiang return, Gu Jiaqing asked curiously, "Is there anything else?"
Wu Yongxiang quickly recounted what had happened.
After learning the whole story, Gu Jiaqing immediately helped Wu Yongxiang walk towards the village committee.
On the way, Wu Yongxiang insisted that he didn't need help, but Gu Jiaqing dared not listen to him.
What if he suddenly fainted? It would be more reassuring to help him walk. Xiaoze, Xiaoze, come quick and see what's wrong with Brother Chang.
As they approached the village committee, Gu Jiaqing began shouting loudly. Yi Ruizhe, who was behind the village committee, heard Gu Jiaqing calling him and thought something had happened. He immediately stopped practicing and rushed out of the village committee. As soon as he rushed out the door, he saw Gu Jiaqing helping Wu Yongxiang back, so he quickly went over to help him.
Brother Chang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. If it's alright, why would Brother Ching help you up?
Hurry up and go back to the village committee to sit down and rest. After Wu Yongxiang sat down, Yi Ruizhe began to inquire about the details of the incident. After listening to Wu Yongxiang's account, Yi Ruizhe breathed a sigh of relief and asked with a smile.
Brother Chang, besides feeling hot and uncomfortable, are there any other symptoms you're experiencing right now? It seems there aren't any left. Has the discomfort lessened?
No, it neither worsened nor improved.
The soup is working, but it seems like there's not enough. What's the meaning?
After thinking for a moment, Yi Ruizhe decided to tell them the truth about his superpowers.
Actually, as long as you eat more mutated vegetables, you may awaken superpowers. Superpowers? Ozawa, are you out of your mind?
Exactly,
How could such a fantastical thing exist in this world? I knew you wouldn't believe me. Wait, I'll demonstrate for you.
Yi Ruizhe stood up, took a few steps back, and said, "Watch carefully." Then, he suddenly vanished before their very eyes.
Where are they? I'm behind you.
Wu Yongxiang and Gu Jiaqing hurriedly turned around and, sure enough, saw Yi Ruizhe standing behind them.
See, I didn't lie to you, did I? If you don't believe me, I'll do it again.
After saying that, Yi Ruizhe returned to his original position.
I'm here, turn around. This, Xiaoze, does he really have superpowers? Would I lie to you? As long as you eat mutated vegetables, you might awaken.
Both of them were stunned, but Gu Jiaqing quickly retorted, "I also ate vegetables yesterday, so why didn't I wake up?"
That's because you're not eating enough. Does this have anything to do with how much you eat?
That should be the case, though I'm not sure if I woke up in a dream. But eating mutated vegetables can indeed replenish energy and improve physical condition.
Yi Ruizhe's statement wasn't entirely absolute, since he himself awakened in a dream.
However, he suspected that Huahua's awakening was related to eating the mutated vegetable soup. The two were thinking to themselves, "You yourself aren't even sure, how dare you make such a statement? You can try eating more mutated vegetables at each meal to improve your physical condition, and maybe you'll be able to awaken."
Will this really work? What if it doesn't? It's okay if it doesn't work, it won't hurt, right?
The two thought to themselves, "You make it sound so easy, but you're clearly using us as an experiment."
Xiaoze, I want to live a few more years. I'll give your idea a try. Yes, I'm still young. Let's wait until the kids are older before we talk about it. You guys are really something.
You can even make being afraid of death sound so sophisticated and elegant.
Superpowers, improved physical condition, don't you want them? Look at me.
Yi Ruizhe teleported back and forth in front of them several more times.
See,
it's so great to have superpowers.
And Huahua has awakened too. Now she can understand human speech, right Huahua? Huahua called out and nodded. Meow, absolutely.
The two were dumbfounded.
Wow, even cats can awaken superpowers?
Looking at the shocked expressions on Wu Yongxiang and Gu Jiaqing's faces, Yi Ruizhe felt a surge of accomplishment.
He laughed and said, "So, do you believe me now?"
Superpowers aren't some fantasy stuff, they really exist. Wu Yongxiang and Gu Jiaqing exchanged a glance, their eyes still filled with doubt and uncertainty.
What's the meaning? Wu Yongxiang asked, Xiaoze, are these superpowers really that amazing? Can we really awaken superpowers by eating mutated vegetables?
Yi Ruizhe nodded and said, although we can't guarantee that everyone will awaken superpowers, mutated vegetables are indeed beneficial to the body. You might as well try eating more mutated vegetables, maybe one day they'll awaken. Gu Jiaqing frowned and complained, but these mutated vegetables are too hard to chew.
We can't just chop them up and cook them into soup every time.
Yi Ruizhe thought for a moment and explained, actually, there are other ways to deal with mutated vegetables. For example, you can juice it and drink the vegetable juice directly. Alternatively, the mutated vegetables can be dried, ground into powder, and mixed into other foods.
After listening, Wu Yongxiang and Gu Jiaqing nodded thoughtfully.
Wu Yongxiang said, Xiaoze, your idea is good.
Let's go back and try it.
But we still need to be careful about this matter of awakening superpowers. He still feels feverish and unwell, and his doubts remain.
Yi Ruizhe smiled and comforted him. Brother Chang, don't worry. Even if you awaken, it won't happen overnight.
Besides, even if you don't awaken, eating mutated vegetables can improve your physique and is very beneficial to your health. Just then, Huahua suddenly called out, Meow, you two-legged creatures are such a nuisance.
I've already awakened. What are you all hesitating for?
Yi Ruizhe looked at Huahua Hua and smiled. Hua, you also think what I said makes sense, right?
Hua shook her head and called out, "Meow, what logic? How many times have you truly understood what I'm saying?" Yi Ruizha scratched his head and said, "Really? Why don't you write it down? It's so troublesome to have to guess what you're going to say every time." Hua was feeling a bit tired.
It hated practicing calligraphy the most, and its paws were almost worn out from practicing these past 2 days.
But if it's not written down, the pig keeps misunderstanding its meaning. Wu Yongxiang and Gu Jiaqing were shocked once again when they heard Yi Ruizha make a cat write.
Wu Yongxiang asked incredulously, "Xiao Zhe, you're saying this cat can really write?"
Gu Jiaqing asked in surprise, "You're not lying to us, are you?"
Yi Ruizha pursed his lips and said, "I'd only lie to you if I had nothing better to do." As he spoke, he took out Hua's special pen and some paper and placed them in front of it, saying, "Hua, show them what you've got."
Hua called out proudly, "Meow, alright, I'll show you what I'm capable of."
The three stared at Hua, who used its paws to grab a pen and began to write crookedly on the paper. In a short while, Hua wrote 6 characters, and the handwriting was quite ugly. Yi Ruizha picked up the paper and looked at it carefully.
"Eat more
vegetables, Hua, this is the character for vegetables, right?"
Hua nodded, and Yi Ruizha continued reading. "It's good, eating more vegetables is good, right?" Hua nodded again in affirmation.
Yi Ruizha handed the paper to Wu Yongxiang and Gu Jiaqing, saying, "Look, although the handwriting is ugly, Hua can indeed write." When Yi Ruizha said her handwriting was ugly, Hua grinned helplessly, feeling a little annoyed. The two stared at the 6 words in shock, their minds completely blank.
A cat that can understand human speech and even write, has the country really allowed it to become a spirit?
Wu Yongxiang's voice trembled slightly as he said, This is amazing."
Gu Jiaqing was also incoherent. "My 2 kids are still playing in the mud. I need to teach them a lesson when I get back."
The two looked at each other, both reading shock and longing in each other's eyes.
Wu Yongxiang asked, "Xiao Zhe, I'd like to ask if there are any rules about how much to eat?"
Yi Ruizha thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure, but Hua might know, since it only awakened after eating." The 3 of them looked at Hua, hoping it would give them an answer. Helpless, Hua had no choice but to pick up her pen again and start writing. It only had 1 character written on it, and although it had many strokes, the 3 of them recognized it as the character, pain, at a glance. As for how painful it was, no one knows, but Hua provided the answer. Seeing that the 3 were still somewhat confused, it wrote down another character, good.
This made Wu Yongxiang and Gu Jiaqing hesitate, especially Wu Yongxiang, who was not young. Could he really bear this pain?
Wu Yongxiang said somewhat helplessly, "I don't want to eat too much at once.
If I can awaken, I will. If I can't, it doesn't matter. After all, I'm getting old and can't take the strain."
Gu Jiaqing nodded in agreement. "I also have family here, so I still have to eat less." Yi Ruizha noticed their concerns and nodded gently to comfort them. "Don't worry, if you can't awaken, just consider it an improvement in your physique." Yes, the two quickly agreed. After confirming that they understood the situation, the two said goodbye to Yi Ruizha and left. They planned to go back and gradually increase the dosage, just as Yi Ruizha said. Even if they couldn't awaken their powers, improving their physique would still be a gain.
After watching the two leave, Yi Ruizha continued his cultivation.
When he connected the 2 nodes earlier, he felt he was very close to success, just one last push away. Seeing Yi Ruizha sitting cross-legged on the ground without moving, Hua felt bored, so she jumped onto a chair and lazily lay down to take a nap. Yi Ruizha divided his mental energy into 2 streams and slowly injected them into the 2 nodes. After repeated practice and summarization, he realized that the biggest difficulty at present was that the 2 nodes were located in different spaces, and his mental energy needed to be transmitted to these 2 different spatial nodes at the same time. It's like having 2 eyes that have to be watching different places at the same time and unlocking different locks. This time, Yi Ruizha was very calm and not at all impatient. Perhaps he had just chatted with Wu Yongxiang and the others, which made him feel much more relaxed. The spiritual energy from both sides slowly flowed towards the node, beginning to build a channel between them. The connection was being built extremely slowly. 10 minutes had passed and it was still not fully connected.
However, Yi Ruizha couldn't help but smile slightly, because this time the 2 passages are closer together than before. 10 minutes later, the channel disappeared, and the construction failed. But he still couldn't stop smiling. He was very close to success. After practicing the ambidextrous fighting technique diligently for some time, he was well aware that his talent was limited, so he must not be impatient until he succeeded. With just a little practice, success will surely come. "My mental energy is exhausted, so I can only drink a bowl of soup to replenish it."
When Hua saw that Yi Ruizha wanted to drink soup, she immediately jumped up and ran to her plate. Yi Ruizha was already used to this. Whenever he drank soup, Hua would always take a few sips.
"Hua, how many spoonfuls do you want?"
Hua tapped the plate twice with her paws, indicating 2 spoonfuls. This is the tacit understanding they've developed over this period of time. Yi Ruizha ladled 2 spoonfuls of soup for Hua and said with a smile, "If you keep eating like this and don't exercise, be careful you don't get fat."
Hua meowed, as if to say, "What's it to you?"
Yi Ruizha Ruasia couldn't understand its response, so he could only shrug, but he guessed in his heart that what Hua Hua said was definitely not nice. Ever since Ruasia got Hua Hua a pen, as their interactions deepened, he discovered that Hua Hua was quite arrogant, just like your arrogant girlfriend who would sulk and ignore you when she was unhappy. But he didn't care. Why bother arguing with a cat? After his mental strength recovered, he continued practicing. As the skill in building channels increases, the time required gradually decreases. By 8:30 p.m., the tunnel was just a hair's breadth away from being connected. Ruasia suppressed his excitement and kept telling himself, don't rush, don't rush. A dozen seconds later, when the docking was successful, Ruasia had an epiphany. The space he has been trying to connect with is his own personal space. When the connection was successful, the node in front of him also opened, protected by a spatial barrier. He opened his eyes and confirmed that he could see the place he had previously sensed with his mental power. He was so excited he almost jumped up, and his emotional outburst caused the passage to close instantly. But he didn't care at all. Once he succeeded, he would try again and again. His cheers naturally caught Hua Hua's attention. Are you ready? But Hua Hua's face was full of disdain. It's been several days and you've only succeeded now. You really are a pig. Ready. Ruasia cheered for a while, then lay on the ground panting, still smiling. After his breathing calmed down, he got up and drank some soup to replenish his energy. He couldn't wait any longer and wanted to try connecting again immediately. Still excited, he immediately began his second practice session as soon as his mental energy returned. Time passed by little, and before we knew it, it was past midnight. The mental energy consumed in connecting gradually increased from only being able to connect once to being able to connect 4 times. Satisfied, he took a shower, practiced a few more times while his hair was drying, and then fell into a good night's sleep. Waking up in the morning, opening the window, I feel so happy. This feels wonderful, of course. I finally have my own personal space, and I won't have to carry anything when I go out anymore. If I see any good treasures, I just put them in my space, and no one will find them. After washing up, Ruasia raised his arms and shouted, after breakfast, let's continue practicing. About an hour later, he opened the portal, but instead of closing it immediately, he tried to put things inside. A normal person's first reaction would definitely be to use mental power. Ruasia thought so too, and he tried it too. After repeated attempts, the spatial gate had been open for too long, exhausting both mental and physical energy, and the space automatically closed. Strange, I've already opened my personal space. Why can't I put anything in? I'll try again when it's restored. Half an hour later, he opened the spatial portal again, used his mental power to envelop the stone in front of him, and tried to put it into the space. When his mental and physical strength were about to run out again, Ruasia had no choice but to give up. They're not just going to throw it in, are they? The space was discovered in my own mind. It doesn't make sense to just throw things in there. He picked up the stone, weighed it in his hand, and estimated it to be about 3 or 4 pounds. Would I be hurt if such a heavy rock hit my head? Oh well, I'll try it anyway. Ruasia gently tossed the stone toward the portal, his eyes fixed on it. The stone traced a perfect parabola, passed through the portal, and came to a quiet stop inside. They're really going to take direct action? Close the spatial door and infuse your mental energy into the space. The stone that was just there now rests quietly beside the node. Ruasia stroked his chin and muttered to himself, it can't be that simple. What if I have too many things to put in or they are too heavy? Let's talk about that later. First, let's see if we can move the stone. He infused his spiritual energy again, enveloping the stone in it, and tried to move it. After more than 10 minutes, Ruasia's face turned completely red. Damn it, why don't you move around a bit? Fortunately, exploring his own space consumed very little mental energy, otherwise he would have been blushing long ago. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't handle a broken rock. He took a few deep breaths, focused his mind again, enveloped the stone with his spiritual power, and commanded, you, move from your current position to there. He was dumbfounded when he realized that the stone had actually started to move. Does it take a couple of insults to move? Have these stones come to life? However, he quickly dismissed the idea. No, I must have overlooked something. Stones can become spirits? Do you think you're the Monkey King? Recalling the 2 curses he had just uttered, he realized one possibility, an order. Previously, I only intended to make the stone move, but I didn't explicitly tell it where to move. In other words, to move objects in a space, you must give a complete command? With that in mind, Ruasia entered the space again and gave the stone a complete movement command. Damn, I knew it. I'll have to try commands like rotate and spin. He tried rotating in place, rotating while moving, and circling around the nodes. Thomas attempted a spin, but the space seemed to say, we can't do it. Complicated movements don't seem to work. Right, how about taking it out? I don't have enough mental energy to open a spatial portal right now, so I might as well try it directly. Let's just try it like this. He enveloped the stone with his spiritual power and commanded, come out from inside. Come out from inside and come before me. Come out from inside and into my hands. No, this won't work. There's no reason why we can get in but not get out. Space, node? Right, we might have overlooked a node. Let's try again. This time it'll definitely work. He took a deep breath breath and reached out his hand.
The point that comes out from inside and into my hands. The moment the order was given, I felt a weight on my hand. Yay! It worked! Now, can we use the same method to put it in the other way?
Holding his breath and concentrating, he tightly enveloped the stone in his hand with his spiritual energy. Enter the spatial node from the control node above. The stone in his hand suddenly became incredibly light and disappeared silently into space.
That's amazing. It really is.
He couldn't wait to try teleporting the chair into the space as well.
The problem became apparent as soon as the chair entered the space.
Although the chair and the stone did not collide, the stone was positioned directly beneath the chair. This problem may seem trivial, but it can cause trouble when you need to put in a large number of items. Yi Ruizha fell into deep thought. The problem clearly lay in the issuance of the order.
Wait, why does it have to be in order?
Stones and chairs are inanimate objects, they can't possibly understand orders.
An order is just a clear thought in my mind.
With a change of perspective, he began to try new methods. The mental energy shield was still necessary, but he began to try to make the chair come out of the space and go directly to the node on the ground. This idea and command may seem similar, but they are actually quite different. One is to think about moving the item to a designated location while simultaneously carrying the intention of giving a command. The other approach is simply to move the item to a designated location without giving a command. Yi Ruizha gradually realized that only his own clear thinking was the key to being correct, and that commands were merely auxiliary tools. He needed commands before only because he needed to use commands to strengthen his consciousness. After figuring out the reason, he felt somewhat embarrassed. His old problem of not being able to concentrate turned out to be caused by watching too many dramas about male-female conflicts, which made his thinking sluggish. As expected, women only slow down my cultivation. From now on, I have no need for women in my world.
I swear to be mortal enemies with women. How believable is it that a hot-blooded young man declares he will sever all ties with women? The following practice became much simpler, just like the previous teleportation practice, relying on constantly accumulating proficiency.
After returning home yesterday, Wu Yongxiang and Gu Jiaqing began to try eating more mutated vegetables, but neither of them dared to eat too much. Normally, one bite would be enough. They started by taking one more bite and gradually tried. I ate a couple of bites, and apart from feeling a little bloated, I didn't experience any other unusual symptoms. However, when I was deliberately observing the changes in my body, I noticed some differences. The feeling of fullness in my stomach lasted for about half an hour, after which I felt unusually comfortable. So they continued to try, and while they still felt bloated when they first ate, that comfortable feeling returned. By the third time they ate it, both of them felt pain, a feeling of full-body bloating. Although they were not in the same location, they both decided to stop trying. They shared the same thought: superpowers are great, but life is the most important thing. At the lunar base, after 20 days of effort, all 200 people have awakened their supernatural abilities and have begun exploring the outside world. A huge lunar rock chamber was built on the edge of the base to ensure normal air pressure and smooth breathing, while also protecting against the threat of meteorites. The bulkhead was unusually thick, reaching a thickness of 20 meters. From the outside, the cabin appears to be enormous, but once the thick walls are removed, the interior space is only a few square meters. This compartment was not used for storing items or living, but rather as an entrance to the tunnel. The purpose of constructing this cabin was twofold: to expand the planting area and to collect the remains of soldiers who died outside the base.
The compartment is located next to the entrance/exit hatch.
Although the atmosphere in both compartments has reached equilibrium, the rule of closing the hatch must still be strictly followed when entering or exiting.
In the center of the lunar rock chamber is a downward-reaching rock staircase, the result of tireless digging day and night by 8 soldiers in the base who have awakened Earth-based abilities. The staircase extends from the entrance and is over 100 meters deep.
There is a huge space here, covering an area of more than 2,000 square meters and reaching a height of 5 meters, with many other spaces of varying sizes distributed around it. Every 7 or 8 meters in the underground space, there is a ball of light, which was created by Chen Haoyang, the only person in the base who has awakened light-based superpowers. The light sphere at the ground base was also his creation. Initially, the base's lighting relied on fireballs created by awakened fire-type ability users, but the problem was quickly discovered. Putting aside the issue of fireball consuming oxygen, the fact that fireball cannot be sustained for long is already a major headache. At first, Major General He Lingfeng was a little proud, as he was the first person to awaken his fire-type ability. However, after awakening, he found himself becoming a readily available lighting tool in the base, which left him feeling quite helpless. In particular, flares cannot be used inside the cabin, because they will produce a lot of thick smoke when burning, enough to choke the people inside. Therefore, they could only rely on glow sticks to provide a light source, but the number of glow sticks was limited, and the stock was quickly used up. He Lingfeng, who awakened his fire-type superpower, became the only light source in the base, serving as both a mobile lighting tool and the key to temperature control. Whether you are a major general or not, whether you are sleeping or going to the toilet, he has to rush over as long as the base needs him. Over the course of several days, he lost several pounds. It wasn't until later, when some soldiers also awakened fire-type abilities, that his stress was slightly relieved. It wasn't until 8 days ago, when Shen Hangyang awakened his light-based superpower, that the awkward and exhausting situation finally began to improve.
Shen Hangyang's light sphere technique not only does not consume oxygen, but can also continue to exist as long as his energy is not depleted.
As his training in superpowers deepened, the energy expenditure for releasing them decreased significantly. As long as he wasn't afraid of expending physical strength, he could continuously cast the light sphere technique. When his superpower reached level 3, his understanding of the light sphere technique deepened. The light sphere not only became brighter but also brought some warmth, like a small sun. The frequent use of light orbs within the base is primarily for heat preservation. After the power outage, they wore thermal suits almost constantly to keep warm. The base is now as bright as day, with a stable temperature of 22 degrees Celsius, all thanks to Chen Haoyang's abilities. However, as the number of awakened individuals increased, the supply of mutated vegetables began to become strained. Zhang Yaochen then ordered those who had awakened Earth-type abilities to leave the cabin and build underground chambers. After all, the mutated vegetables are not only their food source, but also their oxygen generators. As for the issue of watering, there's no need to worry at all, because some people have awakened water and ice-type abilities. As long as the mutated vegetables are carefully protected and the cabin is kept from exploding, these 200+ people can continue to survive at the lunar base.
It's okay, it's okay.
At this moment, Zhang Yaochen and He Lingfeng were inspecting the base to make timely adjustments, and the two headed towards the underground base together. Upon entering the underground base, they were immediately enveloped by a warm light. Those orbs of light emitted a soft, steady glow, illuminating the entire space as if it were daytime. Zhang Yaochen narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully observing the surrounding environment. The layout here is simple, but it is full of life. The various cabins, each of different sizes, were meticulously crafted by the Earth Elemental ability users. Some were used to store supplies, while others served as temporary rest areas. In the largest compartment, the mutated vegetables are growing vigorously and lushly. In the nearby water storage tank, water-type warriors were busy filling the water reservoir with water. The ice-type ability user adjusted the temperature and humidity to ensure the vegetables were in the best growing environment.
The method for adjusting humidity is very simple. Use a homemade dehumidifier.
When the air is too humid, they will turn on the dehumidifier to cool it down, causing the moisture in the air to condense and flow back into the water storage tank. There's no need to worry about watering. Everyone takes turns watering, and the watering cycle and amount are all recorded in detail. Water supply is not a problem either, because there is a logistics soldier named Zhang Shuio who has awakened both water and ice-type superpowers. When the underground base was dug to a depth of 100 meters, she sensed the presence of moisture in the lunar soil. Perhaps it was the girl's meticulousness that allowed her to successfully extract moisture from the lunar soil. In other words, the base didn't need to worry about water sources at all. It only needed to continue expanding the planting area. Zhang Yaochen walked to the vegetables, gently stroking the tender green leaves, his eyes filled with satisfaction. These mutated vegetables are crucial to our survival, and we must protect them.
He turned to He Lingfeng and said. He Lingfeng nodded in response, understood.
As everyone's awakened ability levels increase, the demand is also growing. We must expand the planting area.
Zhang Yaochen nodded and continued inspecting the vegetable garden.
This base, which is more than 2,000 square meters, looks spacious, but excluding the passageway, the actual planting area is less than 4 acres. Although mutant vegetables grow rapidly, they still need time to mature. It will take at least another month to reach the standard for being edible. They also need to save seeds and divide plants. Although they have a considerable seed stock, no one knows how long they will have to stay at the base. Excluding the areas reserved for seed, based on the number of mutated vegetables they need, 3 people per acre, so at least 76
acres would need to be planted to ensure that everyone can be well fed and maintain normal cultivation after reaching level 3. Once you break through to level 3, you'll need even more food.
After inspecting the vegetable garden, the two headed towards the second basement level. Besides Du Yanfeng, who was in charge of digging, and several Earth-type warriors, there were also some body-enhancing and object-controlling warriors helping out on the second basement level. Du Yanfeng and his team only need to focus on digging out the lunar rock and compressing its volume.
The remaining sorting work is done by others.
The lunar rocks are all sent out of the base, while the lunar soil is kept for growing vegetables. When Zhang Yaochen and He Lingfeng came down, about 100 square meters of the second basement level had already been excavated.
Du Yanfeng.
Upon hearing the call, Du Yanfeng responded first, then turned around and saw that it was the Commander-in-Chief and Deputy Commander.
He quickly ran over and saluted.
Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, we are digging now. Please give instructions.
Yanfeng, how's the digging going?
How long will it take to finish this layer? Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, the excavation is progressing smoothly, and the use of supernatural abilities is also easy.
It is expected to be completed tomorrow. He Lingfeng asked in surprise, how could it be so fast? Zhang Yaochen was also full of curiosity.
Actually, it's because several of us have been promoted to level 3, so we can dig much faster.
Zhang Yaochen laughed happily. Great. Haha, you truly are worthy of being soldiers of our China. Fantastic.
Du Yanfeng scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Commander-in-Chief, you give us the most food every day.
If we still can't get promoted, I'm worried for them. The resources are now being allocated to you because the base needs them and everyone needs them. Only by expanding the planting area can we all be worry-free, so you have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders. Hearing Zhang Yaochen's words, Du Yanfeng stood at attention and said solemnly, please rest assured, Commander-in-Chief, we will definitely do our best. Take a break, relax, don't just blindly rush in, try to feel the changes in your abilities. This way you can not only complete the mission, but also improve your abilities. Go back to work.
After saluting, Du Yanfeng returned to his post and continued digging the moon rock. Ling Feng, Xiaodu didn't explain clearly just now, but moving it is indeed troublesome, so you need to pay more attention.
Don't worry, Commander, I've been with you the whole time. The problem now is that we don't have any more enhancement and physiometry warriors. How are Wei Zhuhao and Chu Peixian from the manufacturing department doing with their training?
They've already reached level 3, and they just broke through recently. I've already sent them the blueprints, and I hope they can build the elevator as soon as possible.
I'll ask them. Zhang Yaochen closed his eyes, connecting his mental energy with Wei Zhuhao and Chu Peixian. Wei Zhuhao, Chu Peixian.
The two were studying the blueprints when Zhang Yaochen's voice suddenly rang in their minds, and they immediately stood at attention to answer.
How's the blueprint study going?
Wei Zhuhao replied, reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, we have just started watching and haven't finished yet. Please hurry and report any problems with the materials immediately. I will help you resolve them.
Yes, the two replied in unison. After finishing his call with the two people, Zhang Yaochen opened his eyes. Healing Feng asked, Commander-in-Chief, how are they?
It will take time at the beginning. I think it would take a lot of materials to build the elevator, and most of the facilities at the base are now unusable. Take a few fire-type and telekinetic type users, dismantle these devices, melt down the metal, and make elevators.
No problem, let them practice their skills too.
They're still at level 2, but once they reach level 3, they can unleash their full power and their fireballs can reach 2000 degrees Celsius.
You can decide that yourself. I won't interfere. I'll only be responsible for when the elevator is ready.
Sigh, I forgot to tell Du Yanfeng that we should start digging outwards from the 3rd layer.
Looks like I'm getting old and forgetful.
Upon recalling this, Zhang Yaochen slapped his forehead. Healing Feng just smiled and said, Commander-in-Chief, don't try to play those tricks on me.
You're not that much older than me. Hey kid, I'm telling you, you're not happy that I admit I'm old, are you? Okay, you're so mature, I've become an old baby.
Ha, alright, let's not disturb the soldiers' work.
Du Yanfeng,
starting from the 3rd basement level, we don't need to dig any further.
Expand outwards, understand?
The two walked upstairs toward the command room. Along the way, the passageways and unused cabins were covered with lunar soil. Some of them are newly laid, while others have already been planted with vegetables. In some cabins, the lunar soil had piled up into small hills, mixed with some fermenting feces, and the smell was somewhat pungent.
Everyone who goes in has to wear a spacesuit.
Actually, this lunar soil mixed with feces, after being watered and fermented, doesn't actually smell particularly bad. The main problem is that they weren't used to it, and the base's air purification system had long been shut down, so they themselves became the most advanced air purifiers. If they don't take it this time, they'll have to take it again later. Their main business is self-production and self-sales. In addition to feces, leftover food from the past also fermented together. Fortunately, after the vegetables mutated, they could not only produce large amounts of oxygen, but also grow in lunar soil, otherwise, they would have starved to death long ago after eating all the food. As they approached the command center, Lin Jianjun rushed over to report.
Commander, an anomaly has been detected 20 kilometers from the base. Suspected biological activity. The two were immediately taken aback. They might not believe what others said, but Lin Jianjun's words were different. Lin Jianjun's eyesight has been awakened. He can now see hairs clearly even 100 kilometers away, let alone 20 kilometers. If it weren't for the priority of base survival, he would have already advanced to level 3. Even at level 2, his maximum visual acuity is enough to see a face 150 kilometers away. His comrades at the base jokingly called him Human Telescope. Because of his exceptional eyesight, his words are highly credible. Zhang Yaochen quickly asked, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Lin Jianjun nodded and replied, confirmed.
I didn't notice anything unusual at first. It was only after it suddenly moved that I started
watching it for half an hour.
The creature moved to the right, and just then it wasn't obscured, which confirmed that it was a living being.
Can you tell what kind of creature it is? Zhang Yaochen pressed for details, and Lin Jianjun answered while taking out a portrait. I can't tell, I don't recognize it. That creature is about the size of a fist. This is a portrait I drew. The two men took the portrait, their eyes twitching. Was this even a painting?
Zhang Yaochen and He Lingfeng stared at the portrait Lin Jianjun handed them, their faces instantly freezing, a truly appalling sight.
The lines on the paper
were crooked and twisted, like a spider web ravaged by a storm, chaotic and disorderly, making it impossible to tell that it was a living thing. Zhang Yaochen frowned, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed at the portrait, asking with a face full of doubt, "Is this the creature you drew? Are you sure this is a living thing? It looks like a child's scribbles." Lin Jianjun scratched his head awkwardly, his face filled with shame. "Commander-in-Chief, my drawing skills are indeed not very good, but I really tried my best. That creature was just too strange, and it was difficult for me to accurately depict it with a paintbrush." Healing Fang also came closer, his eyes fixed on the portrait, trying to find a clue in the tangled mess of threads, but in the end he could only shake his head helplessly and asked in confusion, "What on earth is this drawing? I can't understand it at all. Kobayashi, could you please describe the creature in more detail? This drawing is really baffling." Lin Jianjun cleared his throat, tried hard to recall what the strange creature looked like, and began to describe it. The creature was about the size of a fist, with a round, bulging body, like a small balloon. The color is dark, not pure black or gray, but an indescribable dark tone, somewhat like a dark stone shrouded in shadow. Its surface appears to have a hard shell, looking quite sturdy and giving the impression of being indestructible. There seem to be some fine lines on this hard shell, but they are obscured from time to time as it moves, so they are not very clear. As Zhang Yaochen listened, he pondered deeply, his eyes narrowing slightly, and asked, "Are there any other details? How many legs does it have? Or are there any other special parts?" Lin Jianjun tried hard to recall what the creature looked like, and said, "Legs? I didn't pay much attention to how many there were, but I saw some thin things moving, so I guess they were legs. Those legs were very slender, like tiny threads, looking very fragile, but this creature actually crawled slowly with them. Its head is not very obvious, so I can't describe exactly what it looks like. From a distance, it appears to have no clear head or tail, and the whole body presents a relatively symmetrical shape. Also, it moves slowly, rather leisurely, like an old man taking a leisurely stroll." Healing Feng frowned, his face showing dissatisfaction. "This description is too vague. It's impossible to determine what kind of creature it is based on these characteristics alone." Shaolin, think again, are there any more obvious features? Lin Jianjun continued to recall with a bitter face, "Oh, right. There seem to be some small bumps on its body, but I don't know what they are for. Those bumps are very small, like tiny particles, distributed on its hard shell. Also, its eyes. I'm not sure if those are eyes. There are two small black dots that look like eyes. However, these two black dots are so small that they are almost invisible unless you look closely, and I'm not even sure if it sees things based on those two black dots." Zhang Yaochen and He Lingfeng exchanged a glance, both looking quite puzzled. Zhang Yaochen said, "This creature sounds extremely strange. We've never seen anything like it before." "Xiaolin, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Lin Jianjun replied firmly, "Commander-in-Chief, I'm absolutely not mistaken. I stared at it for half an hour, and I'm sure it's correct. The creature looked very strange. At first, I couldn't believe my eyes, but after repeated observation, I confirmed that it was indeed a real creature." He Lingfeng said, "Then what do we do next? With such a vague description, it's impossible to judge its danger." Zhang Yaochen thought for a moment and said, "Shaolin, think back carefully again. Does this creature have any special behaviors or actions?" Lin Jianjun pondered for a moment and said, "Special behavior. It seems to be crawling around on the ground, as if it's looking for something. Its crawling path is irregular. Sometimes it crawls in circles, and sometimes it moves in a straight line for a while before stopping. Also, it will stop, as if it's observing its surroundings. It stands motionless, its two small black dots seemingly rotating in opposite directions, as if surveying its surroundings." At this moment, Zhang Yaochen suddenly thought of a possibility and looked at He Lingfeng, saying, "Lingfeng, could the creature Xiaolin described be a mutated tardigrade?" Tardigrades are tiny creatures with round, plump bodies, a hard shell, and the ability to survive in various extreme environments. Lin Jianjun looked bewildered. "Tardizu? No way. This is the surface of the moon." He Lingfeng explained, "Tarbills are extremely small, usually only a few millimeters long. Their body structure is special, which can withstand extreme temperatures, pressures, and radiation environments." "Is there such a thing? The creature you described has some features similar to a tardigrade, such as its round, plump body, hard shell, and small bumps." Zhang Yaochen nodded and said, "That's right. Tardigrades move slowly and occasionally stop to observe their surroundings. But if this really is a tardigrade, then its appearance here is very strange. Tardigrades generally only live in various environments on Earth, so how could it have ended up on the moon?" Lin Jianjun tried hard to recall what the creature looked like, saying, "I'm not sure if it was a tardigrade. I've never seen a tardigrade before, and I don't know what they look like." However, that creature did resemble the tardigrades the two leaders had described. Its body was round and plump, with a hard shell and some small bumps. Moreover, it moves rather slowly, frequently stopping to observe its surroundings. Zhang Yaochen said to He Lingfeng, "If this really is a tardigrade, we need to be even more careful. Water bears may seem fragile, but their ability to survive in extreme environments demonstrates their remarkable adaptability. We don't know what changes this tardigrade would undergo on the moon, nor can we confirm whether it poses a threat to us." He Lingfeng responded,
That's right, we must observe it further to confirm its identity and level of danger.
At the same time, we must strengthen security measures at the base to prevent this creature or other unknown creatures from attacking us.
Zhang Yaochen nodded. Okay, then let's develop a detailed observation plan.
Shaolin, you continue to keep an eye on that creature's movements and report any new developments immediately.
Filled with doubt and worry,
the two returned to the command room and began to discuss the next course of action. Zhang Yaochen and He Lingfeng sat in the command room, their expressions solemn. They were aware that the appearance of this creature, which resembled a tardigrade, could bring many unknown risks, especially on the lunar surface. If these creatures are numerous and launch an attack on the base, they are currently almost defenseless. Although everyone in the base has awakened their superpowers, without a power supply, the oxygen in the spacesuits can only be compressed and supplied for about 30 minutes, which can only be achieved with the help of ice-type superpowers. It's not impossible to compress more oxygen, but there's a risk of the oxygen tank exploding, unless one can release ice-based abilities at even lower temperatures. With 30 minutes of oxygen, they can only travel for a maximum of 12.5 minutes, leaving 5 minutes for reconnaissance.
The problem is that no one in the base can run 20 kilometers in 12.5 minutes.
This might be possible on Earth, but it's simply impossible in the low-gravity environment of the moon.
Commander-in-Chief, do you really think this creature is a tardigrade? He Lingfeng broke the silence first. Zhang Yaochen frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and replied, it's not certain yet, but according to Lin Jianjun's description, there are indeed many similarities. If they really are tardigrades, how did they get to the moon? And how have they survived on this surface for so long?
He Lingfeng nodded, his expression serious. It is indeed strange. We need to find out their origin and characteristics as soon as possible, otherwise we will not feel at ease.
But our operation time is limited by the oxygen supply. What should we do?
With the oxygen compression problem unresolved, their activities were limited to the area around the base. Although other oxygen supply methods were considered, such as chemical reaction oxygen production, those require a heat source, which in turn requires electricity, making it an unsolvable problem.
I see.
As for laying long pipelines, it's simply unrealistic.
Where would you find such long pipelines? Even if you did, the consequences would be unimaginable if they got blocked somewhere along the way.
Therefore, the best solution at present is still compressed air, but it is limited by cryogenic compression technology. Thinking of the oxygen supply limitations, Zhang Yaochen pondered for a moment and said, reduce the mutated vegetable rations of the other soldiers a little more, and give the savings to the ice-type soldiers so that they can upgrade as soon as possible and solve the problem of cryogenic compression.
He Lingfeng exclaimed in surprise, it's not easy to reach level 4.
The other soldiers already have limited rations. If we reduce them further, they'll probably only get one meal every 2 days.
What else can we do?
The base may be under threat now, but we can't stop growing vegetables.
We can only cut some more money from them. Commander-in-Chief, I think we should observe first.
We don't know how many organisms there are on the moon's surface, nor are we sure if they will threaten the base.
It's safer to remain on the sidelines and observe for now.
Zhang Yaochen pondered for a moment and nodded. Sigh, the base is restricted in many ways now, so this is the only way for now. Hopefully, there is only this one creature outside, and it won't threaten the base. Then, Zhang Yaochen closed his eyes and connected with Lin Jianjun. Lin, keep a close eye on that creature, especially in other directions, around the base, and observe if any other creatures appear. If that creature shows any signs of approaching the base, notify me immediately. Lin Jianjun, who was observing what appeared to be a tardigrade at the window, immediately replied, understood. After informing Lin Jianjun, Zhang Yaochen turned to He Lingfeng and said, alright, let's observe that creature for a few days for now. When the base was initially built, it was solely for communication and issuing commands, and was not equipped with any weapon systems. In other words, the base was completely defenseless. Therefore, Zhang Yaochen was extremely worried as soon as he learned that life existed on the lunar surface. After all, without knowing anything about the other party, he could only hope that there was only one creature. Otherwise, even if they possessed superpowers, it was hard to say whether they would have an advantage. A day passed quickly. Fortunately, the creatures outside did not seem interested in the base and did not approach, but only lingered 20 kilometers away. This gave Zhang Yaochen and his group a temporary sense of relief.
Kyoto Research Institute Astronomy Department. Old Jia, all the parts are installed. Come and test if it meets the requirements.
Upon hearing Zhu Xiong say that the installation was complete, Jia Jinfu quickly replied, okay. Jia Jinfu sat down at the observation position, where there were several control wheels for adjusting the angle.
Without electricity, the angle can only be adjusted manually.
This is the third set of proportional control wheels that have been added.
The previous ratios were too large to allow for fine-tuning.
Jia Jinfu brought one eye close to the end of the eyepiece and began to adjust the angle significantly. His mission was to observe whether there was any human activity on the moon. Although the chances are slim, what if someone is still alive and happens to be on the near side of the moon? After all, the lunar base is not located on the far side of the moon, but only 550 kilometers from the observable surface of
Earth. They could potentially detect anyone from the lunar base if they were present on the observable surface.
After adjusting the large angle, Jia Jinfu began to fine-tune each angle one by one using the small-scale operation wheels.
Old Jia, how's it going? Is the proportion right? Is it wobbling too much?
Don't rush, wait a little longer. After adjusting the angle to a suitable level, he began adjusting the telescope magnification until he found a good magnification. Then he turned the angle fine-tuning wheel to track the fixed position.
Through the observation mirror, he could clearly see all the details within a 200-meter range on the lunar surface. Although the image shaky and slightly after the angle was adjusted, it remained clear. Zhu Xiong looked at Jia Jinfu, who gave him an OK sign. It worked? Success. No problem. This is all thanks to you.
You can make such high-precision parts by hand. Zhu Xiong let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had been worried that Jia Jinfu would say it wouldn't work and all his efforts would be in vain. In retrospect, the results are satisfactory.
Since there are no problems, I will lead my team back to report. No problem.
Your team has been busy for more than 10 days.
It's time for you to take a good rest. We really owe you a lot this time. Don't say that. These are missions assigned by the country. We will definitely do our best.
You should also try to find the people at the lunar base. Don't worry, we've already arranged for shifts to observe them, and we won't miss a single second.
As long as they're still alive and reach the observable area, we'll definitely be able to find them. I hope so. Alright, we won't bother you any longer. We'll be going now.
Alright, take care.
I won't see you off. I'll treat you to drinks another day. Alright, let's wait until you find them first. Let's go.
Zhu Xiong waved his hand and led his team away from the School of Astronomy.
Kyoto Military Hospital.
Premier Xing Jinyu has finally recovered after more than 10 days of treatment and was transferred to the Physical Rehabilitation Department today. His muscles have atrophied due to prolonged bed rest and will need time to recover. His recovery naturally attracted bigwigs from all sides to gather. The most excited person was Zhao Fugua, who took over Xing Jinyu's various affairs despite all the pressure, especially military affairs, which were almost always obtained only after begging and pleading. It's important to understand that if an administrative official tries to interfere in military affairs, almost no one will pay attention.
A simple "you have no right to interfere" is enough to send someone away.
Fortunately, the military leaders from all sides were reasonable and knew that this was a difficult time for the country, so they did not make things difficult for him. The military leaders are generally cooperative with reasonable requests, especially in maintaining public order, and rarely refuse. Even if they refuse, they always have a valid reason. After all, the military bears the heavy responsibility of safeguarding national security and preventing invasion by other countries during this special period, and has been short of manpower. During this period, dozens of skirmishes, large and small, occurred along the border. Especially along the border with India, there is always the danger of war breaking out at any moment. India has been making frequent moves lately because they know that without the nuclear deterrent, they are frantically testing our bottom line under the direction of the United States.
The Western military region is under immense pressure right now.
The third brother doesn't dare to fire a shot, but he dares to send a large number of superhumans across the border to harass others.
They dare not kill, but they dare to hurt.
Each time they cross the border, they injure a few to dozens of civilians and then hastily retreat, never engaging in direct confrontation with our Chinese military's superhumans.
It's truly a headache.
Zhao Fugua has received numerous reports from border defenses requesting additional troops to be stationed there. However, he did not have the authority to directly mobilize troops, so he could only send people to lobby other military regions to try to get troops to come and support him. While the various military regions did not ignore Zhao Fugua's request to defend the country, the diplomatic aspect was a headache. Firstly, information transmission is delayed, and secondly, there is no right to directly block the border, so they can only keep condemning the other side, and in the end, nothing comes of it. Now he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, he was in no hurry to report it, since the Prime Minister had just recovered and there was no rush in the next few days. As long as the situation doesn't escalate, we can still stall for time. Once the Prime Minister returns to office, the time for a counterattack will naturally come, and then we'll let the Indians taste their own medicine. After all, the Prime Minister is not as easy to talk to as he is. He is the kind of person who will decisively strike when he finds a surefire opportunity and beat you to a pulp. Sure enough, after 2 days of physical therapy, Premier Xing Jinyu, who was discharged from the hospital on the third day, immediately turned his attention to the border defense. The Indians are jumping around like this because they are testing the bottom line of China. Since they want to test us, we must make it clear to them, we don't mind if they cross the border, but anyone who dares to harm any one of our Chinese people will pay a bloody price. To ensure national security, all awakened superhumans across the country must unconditionally obey orders. After the order is transmitted to each jurisdiction, if anyone commits another intentional crime, the death penalty shall be imposed and carried out immediately. The Central Military Region was notified to secretly and immediately dispatch an army group to the Indian border. At the same time, the border defense forces were notified terrified that once reinforcements arrived, all Indian soldiers crossing the border should be killed. Zhao Fugua broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the order, thinking to himself, "Premier, you've only just been discharged from the hospital, don't do anything so thrilling."
"Prime Minister, are we planning to go to war with India directly?"
"What, are you scared?" "I'm not afraid, it's just that starting a war would consume a lot of national strength and the supply of resources might not be able to keep up."
"You're just worrying unnecessarily. If we can't keep up, other countries can't keep up either."
"The whole world is now on the same starting line, without radar, satellites, or nuclear weapons. It's all about understanding the reactions and experiences of different countries. If they dare to cross the border and injure people, they will dare to invade our territory in the future.
Strike once to ward off 100 blows. We must do everything in our power to protect the blood shed by our forefathers. Since the Indians want to test us on behalf of others, we must firmly tell them, we, the Chinese nation, will always be a colossal elephant."
Zhao Fugua understood that the premier did not want to bring shame upon China. And he's right, if resource supply can't keep up, we're not even as good as other countries.
When it comes to war, China has never been afraid of anyone. We are the true fighting nation.
The Prime Minister's order was issued swiftly, and all departments responded immediately. The Central Military Region completed its assembly and set off in just one day.
Logistical support followed closely behind.
When the order was relayed to the various administrative districts, the support troops had already arrived at the border and were ready to be deployed at any time. With the arrival of reinforcements, and the order issued by Premier Xing Zhenyu to the border troops, any Indian soldiers crossing the border must be shot dead. This was the fourth day since the support troops arrived at the border, where it was pouring rain. This kind of weather presents an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. India, of course, wouldn't let this opportunity pass, and they began secretly sending people to infiltrate our country.
"Squad leader, we've spotted something."
The soldier standing beside the observation hole in the camouflage trench whispered to his squad leader.
Squad leader Li Guodong immediately stood up, approached the observation hole, and asked, "Which direction?"
"About 300 meters ahead at the 11 o'clock position." Having determined the location, Li Guodong quickly took out his binoculars to observe.
Sure enough, two Indians dressed in camouflage were cautiously approaching.
They had no military insignia on them, but their Indian faces were easily recognizable, clearly indicating that they had deliberately infiltrated to create chaos. "Hong Fei, Xiao Xiaojiang, snipe them, but make sure they are captured alive," Li Guodong whispered to the sniper team. The two responded quickly and swiftly moved to their sniping positions in the trench. Hong Fei and Xiao Xiaojiang gripped their sniper rifles tightly, adjusted their scopes, and focused their eyes calmly. The rain soaked their bodies, but it did not hinder their movements in the slightest. Hong Fei slowly exhaled, his finger firmly resting on the trigger. Xiao Xiaojiang listened carefully to the wind direction and speed to provide accurate data for shooting.
"No.
Wind speed is 2 meters per second, and the wind direction is southwest," Xiao Xiaojiang reported in a low voice. Hong Fei nodded slightly and adjusted the scope again based on the data provided by Xiao Xiaojiang. His eyes were fixed on the two cautiously approaching Indians, his mind filled with only one belief: to strike a fatal blow and capture them alive. As they waited anxiously, the two Indians drew ever closer. They seemed unaware that they were being watched, and continued to move forward cautiously. Finally, the time was right, and Hong Fei decisively pulled the trigger. A sharp gunshot pierced the rain, and one of the Indians fell to the ground.
The other man panicked and tried to turn and run away. Xiao Xiaojiang didn't hesitate and immediately pulled the trigger. Another shot rang out, and the second Indian soldier fell as well.
Li Guodong immediately led his soldiers out of the trenches and quickly approached the two Indians to check their injuries.
Fortunately, Hong Fei and Xiao Xiaojiang were accurate shooters, and both suffered only leg injuries and were not in life-threatening danger.
The soldiers immediately tied up the two Indians and carried them to the temporary encampment at the rear. The two Indians did not resist, they carried only a few cold weapons and no firearms.
Observing the wounds on their legs, the injuries were not serious.
One of them even had a wound that was not penetrated by a sniper bullet, which was obviously a physique unique to superhumans.
If we hadn't acted quickly, they would have escaped. The 10-kilometer journey in the rain felt exceptionally long.
The soldiers advanced cautiously, remaining vigilant at all times. They knew that in this environment without electricity or communication, any negligence could lead to fatal danger. Finally, they arrived at the unit's temporary camp. The soldiers there were excited when they saw the two prisoners they had brought back. Li Guodong immediately reported the situation to Company Commander Xiong Jiqian, who highly praised their actions. Looking at the two bound Indian prisoners, Xiong Jiqian's expression turned solemn. He knew that the two prisoners might bring important intelligence, or they might trigger a larger conflict.
Put them in solitary confinement under close guard, and send medical personnel to treat their wounds to ensure their safety, Xiong Jiqian decisively ordered.
The soldiers acted immediately, taking the two prisoners into makeshift cells.
Medical staff arrived quickly and treated his wounds.
At the same time, Xiong Jiqian convened key personnel of the company to discuss the next steps. The appearance of these two prisoners shows that India India's provocations are continuing, and we must be ready to fight at any time, Xiong Jiqiang said solemnly.
Company commander, should we report the situation of the prisoners? A platoon leader asked. Of course, we must.
We will immediately send someone to report to the battalion commander, and at the same time, we will closely monitor the situation at the border and strengthen patrols and vigilance, Xiong Jiqiang replied.
At this moment, a soldier hurriedly reported, Company commander, the patrols ahead have discovered more suspicious signs on the borderline, suggesting that more Indians may be preparing to infiltrate. Xiong Jiqiang frowned and immediately stood up. Everyone assemble, prepare for battle. The soldiers quickly picked up their weapons, assembled on the parade ground, and looked solemn. Xiong Jiqiang briefly explained the task and then led everyone toward the border.
Ha ha ha. The rain continued incessantly, but the soldiers' steps remained firm and powerful. They knew they bore the heavy responsibility of defending the country, and no matter how many difficulties and obstacles lay ahead, they could never back down.
Upon reaching the border, we indeed saw several blurry figures faintly visible through the rain.
Xiong Jiqiang raised his binoculars and observed for a while, then whispered an order, prepare for battle.
Wait for them to get close before opening fire.
The soldiers waited silently, gripping their weapons tightly, their nerves on edge.
As those figures drew closer, everyone's heartbeats quickened.
Finally, when the target came within range, Xiong Jiqiang decisively ordered to open fire. Gunshots rang out suddenly, tearing the silence of the border in the rain. The Indians were clearly caught off guard and immediately descended into chaos. Some fled in haste, while others fought back fiercely. However, under the fierce suppression of the Chinese warriors, they were quickly routed. After a fierce firefight, the Indian personnel abandoned several corpses and fled in haste. Instead of pursuing, the soldiers quickly cleared the battlefield and gathered intelligence. Witnessing this scene, Xiong Jiqiang was filled with emotion. In this era without electricity and communication equipment, they could only rely on courage and wisdom to safeguard national security. He also sincerely admired his predecessors, whose means of communication were limited and whose weapons were vastly different in that era. But our forefathers, armed with militant rifles, terrified the enemy. If they had airplanes and cannons, they could have shredded even pancakes. We need to thoroughly understand the battlefield situation, continue to strengthen patrols and vigilance, and absolutely cannot let our guard down in the slightest, Xiong Jiqiang said solemnly. The soldiers nodded and returned to their busy work. In the days that followed, the border conflict continued to escalate. India was clearly unwilling to accept defeat and repeatedly attempted to infiltrate China. However, due to the tenacious resistance of the Chinese border troops, they were never able to succeed. Even if any escaped, they were quickly captured by the superhuman troops behind them. In addition to India constantly sending people to infiltrate, South Korea and island nations have also sent a large number of spies to stir up trouble. As is widely known, this is all orchestrated by the United States, which is attempting to suppress China and vie for the title of the world's strongest nation. Despite the tense situation, Yi Ruizha remained focused on his cultivation.
He remained hidden in Hongyang village, avoiding the disturbances.
After more than 10 days of hard practice, he was able to store items into his spatial storage at will. Even more surprisingly, he discovered that time flowed abnormally slowly in space. This discovery was entirely accidental, ever since I was able to easily store items in my space and discovered that the items wouldn't spoil. His requirements for cooking also became more casual. He would cook a large pot of food each time, put it in his space, and eat it slowly. This large bucket can hold hundreds of kilograms, and one batch of food can last for several days, so why not? But he later discovered that even in the space, as time went by, the soup he took out became less hot. So he boiled several bowls of water and recorded the temperature with a thermometer. 5 days later, the water temperature dropped to 60 degrees Celsius, and he estimated that the flow rate was about 1/300th of the outside temperature. Although space and time are not permanently frozen, reducing the flow of time by 300 times is already quite practical. Even food with a shelf life of only 1 day can be extended to a year if stored in a space. Besides, there aren't many things that actually have a shelf life as short as just 1 day. It's like vegetable soup. If you put it in while it's still hot, it'll be eaten long before it cools down. Shelf life? It doesn't exist. In the past 10 days or so, what has been the biggest headache for Yi Ruizha is Hua. As he became more and more skilled, Hua was completely unable to deal with him. Even attacks imbued with murderous intent were always easily dodged by Yi Ruizha. After realizing that Hua couldn't do anything about him, Yi Ruizha began to feel smug. He even demanded that Hua practice writing every day, otherwise she wouldn't be allowed to eat. Hua wanted to go to someone else's house for a free meal, but Yi Ruizha always kept an eye on it at mealtimes to prevent it from sneaking away. At first, Hua relied on its special ability to intimidate Yi Ruizha and prevent old Lu from ambushing it. But not long after, Yi Ruizha brought out an iron chain, making it clear that even if it was scratched, he would still tie it up. Besides, are you sure that's a chain used to tether a cat? It's clearly a thick iron chain, about 2 fingers thick. As a tabby cat yearning for freedom, Hua only wants to say, please, be a decent human being. Even
Even De Huang isn't as ruthless as you. Flower, firmly controlled by the iron chain, was truly helpless.
It had already tried to struggle, but the chain couldn't be broken yet. Old Lu's immediate move with the chain was clearly intentional. If I were to be tied up by this sixth cat, I would truly lose all face as the queen of the cat world. While other cats and dogs frolic and roll around all day, this one practices writing every day until its claws are almost broken.
It's a story full of hardship. Fortunately, there has been progress.
At least the characters can now be easily recognized, no longer the vague, indistinct characters that require guessing. Wu Yongxiang and his group had also visited during this period, and they were all amazed and speechless. In particular, Gu Jiaqing and his wife actually thought that a cat's handwriting was better than that of their two bone-melting dragon children. Needless to say, the two kids got a good doubles beating, and they didn't hold back their verbal output either. Strangely, despite eating mutated vegetables for so long, they haven't awakened any superpowers. Upon asking, it turned out that she was afraid of pain and dared not eat too much. Yi Ruizha was speechless, but their physical condition was clearly much stronger than before. The most obvious example is Zhou Yongming, whose legs and feet have become much more agile, and he can even jog.
In the afternoon, after returning from grocery shopping, Gu Jiaqing didn't go straight home but instead went to find Yi Ruizha. Xiao Zhe, Brother Qing is back so early?
Upon hearing Gu Jiaqing's call, Yi Ruizha instantly teleported to the front of the village committee.
Xiao Zhe, could you please give me a heads up next time you teleport? You always startle me.
Yi Ruizha suddenly appeared, startling himself, his eyes filled with resentment.
Hey Qing, this has happened so many times. Why are you still so timid?
Ming is so old and he wasn't scared at all, but you are.
Alright, let's get down to business. I heard some news at the market today and came straight here to find you. What news could have kept you from going home so urgently?
Yi Ruizha couldn't help but tease him, his clear eyes carrying a hint of lewdness.
Let's get down to business. Look at your expression, even a pervert isn't as lewd as you. Just kidding. Tell me about it. I'm not kidding anymore.
The town issued a notice today stating that all awakened superpowered individuals must register, or they will be prosecuted for endangering public safety.
That's ruthless, but let it be.
I plan to go to town to register my household registration in a day or two, and register my superpowers as well.
Yes, you've been in the village for almost a month now. I came here specifically to tell you this. Just keep it in mind. I'm going home now. Take care.
During this time, Gu Jiaqing borrowed Yi Ruizha's tricycle to buy groceries, and was very grateful to him for his help. Whenever there was any news from the town, she would come back to tell Yi Ruizha immediately, even though most of it was trivial matters that had nothing to do with her. Since we have to go to the town to register our household registration anyway, let's go together tomorrow.
It's been a month, so it should be fine by now.
With a bit of trepidation, he finished his practice session for the day and went to bed early. Wu Yongxiang had reminded him about registering his household registration 2 days ago, so it was hard for him not to remember. The next day, after getting up and washing up, he took out breakfast from his spatial storage, ate his fill, and then packed his documents to prepare for departure. He planned to teleport there, and also test how long he could last at full strength. Based on previous practice data, he can now teleport 300 meters at a time, and it takes about half of his energy to teleport all the way to the town. I stuffed everything I was going to bring into my space and was about to leave when I suddenly wondered if Hua should register. But then I thought better of it and decided to wait until I had registered before asking for clarification, and if that didn't work, I would make another trip. It's so nice to have space. I can travel with ease and watch whatever I want. Yi Ruizha would stop occasionally to admire the beautiful scenery. At this moment, he stood on the top of the high-voltage tower, gazing into the distance and fully appreciating the magnificent landscape.
Yes, it's just a large meadow and a babbling brook.
Upon arriving in town, he didn't immediately register. Instead, he climbed to the top floor of a tall building, drank a large bowl of vegetable soup, and replenished his energy. He traveled at a leisurely pace, stopping frequently, and it took him over an hour and hundreds of teleportations to finally reach the town. Just in case, he figured it was best to stay in peak condition for now. Half an hour later, he teleported to a deserted place, came out and started asking passersby for directions to the service hall. After finally finding the service hall, I discovered that registering for superpowers was done right there, which saved me a lot of trouble. He took a number, found a place to sit down, and waited for his number to be called. The number plates are all handwritten on small slips of paper and are given out upon entry. There is no number dispensing machine, they are all distributed manually. Perhaps because there weren't many people applying that day, Yi Ruizha's turn came quickly. Hello, I would like to apply for a change of household registration. Sir, you no longer need to register your household registration here. You can just register in the village. Oh, but the village told me to come to the town to register.
This is a new regulation, so it's normal that the village hasn't received any notification yet. Oh, I see, but I have no proof, and the village committee may not believe me.
There's a stack of notices on the form-filling desk.
Just take one back and give it to the village committee. Oh, thank you. Are there any other services you need to process?
I also want to register my superpowers.
Sir, are you an awakened one? Please come this way to register.
After the counter lady finished speaking, she stood up and led Yi Ruizha through an iron gate. After Yi Ruizha went inside, the young woman returned to her workstation. Two soldiers in military uniforms, armed with guns, stood inside the door. Seeing this, Yi Ruizha immediately wanted to back down, but the two of them didn't give him a chance to hesitate. They immediately took aiming positions, which startled Yi Ruizha. He thought to himself, I just came to register for a superpower. Why are they so easily preparing to fire? He swallowed hard and said awkwardly, I'm here to register.
Turn right ahead and keep going.
One of the soldiers replied coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, as if warning Yi Ruizha.
Kid, don't try anything funny, or I'll make you go see grandma right now.
Yi Ruizha responded and walked forward, trying to appear calm, though his heart was pounding at almost 200 beats per minute.
Aren't soldiers supposed to be kind and gentle? I was just momentarily stunned, and they pulled out a gun to shoot me dead?
In fact, Yi Ruizha did not know that when many awakened people first came to register, they were arrogant and thought that they were far away from the emperor. There was no other way but to give them a warning at the entrance and deflate their spirits. Yi Ruizha continued walking forward, but after turning the corner, he dared not move again. The entire passage was guarded by soldiers armed with guns, with a post every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. Moreover, he sensed that almost all the soldiers here were superhumans. Good grief, if anyone dares to cause trouble at the door, they'll be in deep trouble. Deliberately placing 2 soldiers without superpowers at the entrance to test whether you will resist is just entrapment.
Judging from this situation, it's clear that once they've come, they're not going anywhere. Please keep moving forward.
The soldier closest to him reminded him, and he then realized that he hadn't lifted his leg since reaching the corner.
Walk along the corridor to the end and enter a room that looks like an interview room. There were 3 generals in the room, the lowest rank being second lieutenant.
The major, sitting in the middle, pointed to a chair in front of him and said, Sit. Yi Ruizha sat down quickly, like a startled quail.
Yi Ruizha. Which Yi? Which Rue? Which say?
The wisdom of wisdom, and the lake of lakes and marshes.
First, some basic information is registered.
After that, the main course begins.
What superpower did you awaken? It should be space. Space? Can you show it to me here?
After answering, Yi Ruizha opened his spatial storage and took out the registration materials he had brought.
The 3 officers widened their eyes in unison.
They couldn't detect Yi Ruizha's spatial ability at all. They only saw several documents appear out of thin air in his hand.
Bring your documents over so we can check them.
After verifying the basic information, the lieutenant in charge of registration returned the identification to Yi Ruizha. What other skills do you have? Give us a performance, but it must be within our sight. Yi Ruizha gave a soft pondered for a moment, and decided to teleport only 2 or 3 meters away. If the distance was too far, and he were to be hit by them, no one would be there to collect his corpse. After determining the teleportation distance, he quickly disappeared from the spot. After several teleportations, the major waved to stop, showing no surprise on his face.
Tell the truth about what you did.
Yi Ruizha's heart tightened. He had just stopped the fight and he immediately asked this question.
Could it be that his murder had been exposed?
The major slammed his hand on the table and shouted sternly, Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll be punished severely.
Speak! An overwhelming pressure swept over him, and Yi Ruizha could barely hold on for a second before he immediately confessed.
I'll tell you, I killed someone, but that person robbed me first.
How long ago was this?
A month ago, that person robbed me on the street, and I killed him in self-defense. Fearing being reported, I went back to my rented room to pack my things, intending to escape.
Was the person who robbed you an ordinary person, or an awakened being? The awakened one. Where did they run off to? Honyang village.
The major stopped, did not ask any further questions, and turned to look at the captain beside him. The captain nodded and said he wasn't lying. After receiving confirmation from the captain, the major turned back to Yi Ruizha and said, You'd better behave yourself.
Yi Ruizha was completely bewildered, wondering how the captain could tell whether he was lying or not. The major then asked, Have you done any other illegal or criminal activities before? Downloading adult films and stealing candy from other people's stores, does that count?
His answer almost made the 3 of them burst out laughing. The major roughly determined that, apart from this forced killing, Yi Ruizha was basically a well-behaved child before his awakening.
Now I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Do you want it? Ha! Aren't you going to arrest me? The major thought to himself, catch you my ass. A hothead like you is the easiest to discipline.
Plus, you have spatial abilities. It's already pretty good that we caught you.
Answer me, do you want it or not?
Yes.
Okay, as long as you're willing to go to the Kyoto Ability Academy, we'll drop your case. Is there anything you need to take with you? Revoked? Really? You think I'm joking?
But let me make it clear first, if you commit this again, you'll be punished for multiple offenses.
No, I promise I'll never do it again. Very good. Do you have anything you need to take with you? If not, I'll arrange for someone to take you to Kyoto right now. So fast? Can I go back and get something?
Tell us what you need. and we'll send someone to Hongyang village to get it for you.
Oh, I see. Can I bring a cat with me? A cat? Why are you bringing a cat? If you really like cats, why don't you just get another one when you get to Kyoto?
No, this cat has also awakened, and I want to take it with me. The major and captain stood up in shock at the same time, and the second lieutenant in charge of registration was also dumbfounded, his mouth wide open.
Sir, it's okay if you don't bring it. The major turned to the captain and asked, is what he said true? The captain nodded and said, really?
Yi Ruizha was dumbfounded again, wondering how this person could confirm whether he was lying or not. After confirming that everything was correct, the major immediately said to Yi Ruizha, take us to Hongyang village right now.
Before Yi Ruizha could react, the major pulled him outside.
Major Mu Chen hurriedly pulled Yi Ruizha away, as he had witnessed too many shocking things today. Putting everything else aside, spatial abilities are extremely rare. In the city's registered data, most abilities are common types like elemental or enhancement abilities. Special types are very rare, and there are none of them spatial abilities.
Now that I found one, how could I easily let go?
Having just witnessed Yi Ruizha's teleportation demonstration, he realized that he had no way of knowing where Yi Ruizha wanted to teleport to, and that it was simply impossible to force him to stay. If this kid can teleport to a very far place instantly, escaping from his grasp would be a piece of cake. In addition, his ability to conjure objects out of thin air, although I've never seen a spatial ability in person, I've seen it in TV dramas and novels, and I guess it's some kind of personal space. If his abilities were used to transport supplies, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one person could be worth an entire regiment.
Coupled with his silent teleportation techniques, assassination is definitely one of his specialties.
Although I can sense some spatial fluctuations, I have no way to give advance warning unless my level increases again. I just secretly tried it, and I couldn't sense the exact location of Yi Ruizha's teleportation at all. I could only detect the spatial ripples left behind after the teleportation. This was already giving me a headache enough, but then this kid told me that even a cat had awakened, which is like putting precious national treasures together. The military has also speculated about animal awakening and confirmed that it is not unfounded, as they have discovered mutated wild animals in some mountains and uninhabited areas. Those mutated beasts were extremely ferocious and cruel, slaughtering countless other animals on sight, and even humans were not spared. But this guy clearly knows that one of the cats has already awakened, yet he still plans to take it with him. What does that mean? This indicates that the cat is at least not of the violent or cruel type. I wouldn't dare say that this kid and this cat are one of a kind in the world, but they are definitely extremely rare and can be considered priceless treasures. Most importantly, these two are extremely rare research subjects. I pulled Yi Ruizha to the parking lot, lifted him up, and shot him straight into the sky. Yi Ruizha, who was still in a daze, was suddenly lifted into the air, which scared him out of his wits. They just took off without giving any advance notice. However, he quickly regained his composure and felt the whistling wind in his ears. Watching the ground gradually shrink, I was filled with excitement. This is what flying feels like. Yi Ruizha couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a gust of wind rushed into his throat, almost choking him to death. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand and managed to ask, sir, have you awakened the ability to fly? No? Then how can you fly? Once you reach level 5, you'll be able to fly too. Level 5? You can fly at level 5? Yes, one of the most obvious signs of a level 5 ability is the ability to fly.
Oh, I see. So how are the levels differentiated? You do not know?
Mu Chen looked at Yi Ruizha in astonishment, as if he were a national treasure, thinking to himself that this kid was completely oblivious to what was going on around him.
I don't know, sir. Could you tell me? Let's talk about it when we get there. It's too much effort to talk now. All right.
Yi Ruizha also found it very difficult to speak. The howling wind was almost deafening, and it was impossible to hear unless one spoke loudly. During the rest of the flight, Mu Chen only asked Yi Ruizha for directions once, and didn't say another word after that. It took more than an hour to get there, but only a dozen minutes to come back, a world of difference in speed. Actually, if he hadn't dawdled on the way, he could have reached the town in 10 minutes.
Soon, the two landed at the Hongyang Village Committee. As soon as they landed, Mu Chen couldn't wait to ask, where's that cat?
He made a point of sensing before landing, but didn't detect any cat's presence.
Wait a minute, let me call it.
After answering, Mu Chen started shouting Hua Hua loudly. After calling several times, Hua Hua still didn't appear. Yi Ruizha scratched his head and said, Hua Hua might have gone out.
It will be back in a while.
Oh,
how can you be sure it will come back? We've always lived together. You live together? Yeah, is there anything strange about it? That's not surprising. Is that cat named Hua Hua yours?
No, Hua Hua is a cat from the village. The old man who used to keep it passed away, and it became a stray cat. After I came to the village, it followed me.
What ability did Hua Hua awaken?
This,
I really don't know. If you don't know, then how do you know it has awakened?
Hua Hua has used a skill, but I don't know what it is.
Hua Hua herself can't explain it either. Wait, it'll say it itself? It can talk? Then why did you just say it was it that said it itself? Right, look at all those papers on the floor. Those are all Huahua's practice papers.
Mu Chen walked over, squatted down, picked up a piece of paper covered with writing, and looked at it carefully. The handwriting wasn't bad, but it certainly wasn't pretty either. However, it was perfectly legible.
This is actually a cat that can write? Mu Chen felt like her worldview was about to collapse.
He held up the paper and asked Yi Ruizhe, were all these words on the ground written by that cat named Huahua?
That's right, I don't need to practice calligraphy, so if it wasn't written by it, who else could it be? Mu Chen was at a loss for words.
This cat named Huahua has not only awakened its consciousness and can communicate, but what's even more amazing is that it can write.
Judging from its handwriting, its level is roughly equivalent to that of a 5th or 6th grader in elementary school.
He is now very much looking forward to seeing the cat as soon as possible.
When does it usually come back? Well, it's hard to say for sure. Its return time is unpredictable. Officer, I'm leaving soon. Could you please inform the village chief and Brother Chang? Okay, no problem. I'll go right away.
After saying that, Yi Ruizhe disappeared. Mu Chen broke out in a cold sweat. This guy just left without warning, and the key is that he couldn't stop him at all.
No wonder there are so few experts in the space system.
He was already at level 5, yet he couldn't stop a level 2 space-type being.
This shows how powerful space-type beings are. He kept calculating in his mind how much chance he had of winning if he were to fight Yi Ruizhe now. After some evaluation, it's roughly a 40-60th split.
Although I cannot stop the teleportation, I can deplete the energy in the opponent's body by tracking it with my flight. As for attacks, Yi Ruizhe could almost always dodge them, making it extremely difficult to hit him with an attack. Moreover, although Yi Ruizhe's momentum has not yet taken shape, it is enough to completely restrict an opponent who has no momentum.
I am a water elementalist.
Although my attack power is not strong, I have a clear advantage in prolonged battles. In summary, he couldn't stop Yi Ruizhe from escaping, but he could track his opponent. If a fight broke out, he would be invincible unless he made a careless mistake. However, the key to his victory was to exhaust the opponent's energy and win through attrition warfare. He couldn't think of any other way, so he gave himself a 60% chance of winning. In fact, Mu Chen was being modest. Given Yi Ruizhe's personality, as long as he used his nascent power to suppress him, Yi Ruizhe would immediately kneel down and call him dad. Because up to now, Yi Ruizhe has almost no means of attack.
His close-range teleportation attack?
It might have a chance against level 3 or 4 opponents, but against a level 5 like Mu Chen, it's practically handing it over to him.
Yi Ruizhe used 2 teleportations to arrive at Wu Yongxiang's doorstep. Is Brother Chang home?
I called out several times, but no one responded.
Looks like they went visiting someone's place. Let's go check on Ming Ji's house then.
He teleported to Zhou Yongming's house without even knocking, because he knew that not only Wu Yongxiang was there, but everyone else was too. He heard the sound of mahjong tiles being rubbed inside. Pushing open the door, I walked straight into the living room and, sure enough, saw Zhou Zhahui and the others there. Just as Zheng Xiaodong was about to draw his cards, he saw Yi Ruizhe standing at the entrance of the hall and said, "Hey, Xiaozhe, what brings you here?
Want to play a couple of rounds?"
"No, Dongji, you guys keep playing." Only then did the others notice that Yi Ruizhe had arrived.
Wu Yongxiang said with some surprise, "What a rare guest, Xiaozhe. Aren't you practicing today?" "Brother Chang, you forgot that I went to the town to register today, didn't you?" "Oh, right. How could I forget? How's the registration going?"
"The town said that we don't need to register at the town government, we can just register at the village level."
"This is the notice they asked me to bring back. Take a look."
As Yi Ruizhe spoke, he took out a notice from the town from his spatial storage and handed it to Wu Yongxiang.
"Let me see."
Wu Yongxiang read the notice carefully, word by word, and after a long while said, "It seems that restoring the power will be quite difficult."
Zhou Zhahui asked in confusion, "What did the notice say?"
"The notice roughly means that each village can decide on matters that it can decide itself, as long as it keeps the relevant records." As he spoke, he handed the notice to Zhou Yongming.
Zhang Xiaodong said, "This is clearly a way of delegating power to the village." Wu Yongxiang nodded. "It's pretty much true.
The government probably can't manage it all, so they've simply delegated the power to the village."
Zhou Zhahui said, "This is also a good thing.
They have fewer worries, and we don't have to keep running back and forth."
Zhou Yongming then spoke up, "It's not much better.
This shows that we still have to solve many things ourselves.
The town can't help us anymore." Wu Yongxiang nodded in agreement. Ming Ji is right.
Zheng Xiaodong said, "Alright, we'll talk about this later.
By the way, Xiaoze, is there anything else?"
Seeing that they had finished speaking and started asking him questions, Yi Ruizhe took the opportunity to explain his plan to leave. "Here's the thing, Dongji. When I went to register for superpowers today, the military personnel brought me back with them. The officer is at the village committee, and he told me to take Huahua to that superpower academy in Kyoto."
"What? You're leaving?" The four were shocked. They had only been there for a month. Why were they suddenly leaving?
They had already discussed and agreed to allocate a plot of land to Yi Ruizhe for his home, a house for him to live in temporarily, and farmland. Everything was agreed upon, and all that was left was for Yi Ruizhe to return after registering and give his approval so that it could be implemented immediately.
But how can they just leave after after registering. They've gone through so much trouble to transfer their household registration, and now they're just gone like that? Even if I were the heavenly king, I couldn't stand for that. Wu Yongsheng slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Let's go. Let's go to the village committee. The other three immediately responded, storming angrily toward the village committee.
Seeing their aggressive demeanor, Yi Ruizha felt uneasy and quickly followed the four of them towards the village committee.
Not long after, the 5 people arrived at the village committee.
At this moment, Mu Chen was standing at the entrance of the village committee, watching them walk in aggressively, and he became puzzled. Wu Yongxiang stepped forward first and said to Mu Chen, "Comrade, we do not agree to Xiaoze going to Kyoto with you."
Mu Chen was a little confused. Why did these older brothers immediately refuse him with such harsh words? He frowned slightly, looked at the 4 angry men, and calmly said, "Why? Yi Ruizha's superpower is very special. He can receive better training and development at the Superpower Academy and contribute more to the country."
Wu Yongxiang said stubbornly, "Our village needs him too. It's not easy for someone to come here, and you want to take him away after only a month.
We've already discussed giving him a homestead, a house, and farmland. He can't just leave like this."
Zhou Zhihui chimed in from the side. "That's right, comrade, you can't just take him away like that." Zhang Xiaodong also spoke up. "Comrade, we understand the importance the military attaches to people with superpowers, but please also consider
the needs of the village.
Yi Ruizha can contribute to the country here. He doesn't necessarily have to go to the Kyoto Superpower Academy."
Zhou Yongming nodded and said, "That's right, young comrade. Look at our village, it's full of old people. It's rare to find a young man. You want to take him away. How will our village live in the future?"
Mu Chen finally understood. There were few young people in the village, and these older men were afraid that he would lead them away. After understanding the reason, he smiled and patiently explained, "Brothers, don't worry, we're just taking him to Kyoto to study.
He will come back. We won't kidnap him." Wu Yongxiang said, "You think you can just say no and then not? Look at the village. How many young people who left are willing to come back?" Mu Chen was speechless.
What Wu Yongxiang said was true, and it was a common phenomenon.
But he had to take Yi Ruizha away, and he couldn't use force.
When the two sides were deadlocked, Yi Ruizha, the person involved, stepped forward to speak. "Brother Chang, Brother Hui, Brother Don, Brother Ming, listen to me.
Going to Beijing was my own decision, but I promise I will come back. If you don't believe me, I can write a guarantee."
In truth, Yi Ruizha knew that the case against him still needed to be cleared up by the military, and there was no way he could avoid going to Kyoto.
He didn't want to live a life of hiding.
Now that he has taken the initiative to go to Kyoto, the four of them can't very well stop him, but they also feel unwilling to do so. Finally, Zhang Xiaodong asked Mu Chen, "Comrade, how long will it take you to return from Kyoto with Xiaoze?"
This question stumped Mu Chen. How would he know how long it would take?
But in order to successfully take Yi Ruizha away, he still gritted his teeth and answered, "I can't guarantee that, but he does have holidays. As soon as he has a holiday, I'll send him back."
How about that?
The four of them thought the suggestion was quite suitable. Then, Wu Yongxiang said to Yi Ruizha, "Xiaoze, your old buddies have never treated you badly and have always made things convenient for you.
You must remember to come back." Yi Ruizha understood their thoughts.
Although he had only lived here for a month, he felt more comfortable here than in the city. After all, he had 4 older brothers who cared about him. So he solemnly promised, "Brother Chang, don't worry, I've already settled down in our village and I'll definitely come back.
I don't want to live that kind of rootless, aimless life." Upon hearing this, Wu Yongxiang smiled and said, "That's well said. We don't need any guarantees. Just remember that this is your home." Yi Ruizha's assurance finally put the 4 of them at ease.
Wu Yongxiang patted him on the shoulder, his tone steady. "Xiaoze, since you've made up your mind, we won't stop you. Go to Kyoto and study hard. Don't let our village down." Zhou Zhihui nodded in agreement. "Yes, Xiaoze, take every opportunity to improve yourself. When you come back, you might bring even more surprises to the village." Zhang Xiaodong said with a smile, "When you come back to the village, we old buddies will give you a proper welcome back dinner."
Zhou Yongming smiled and looked at Yi Ruizha. "It's a good thing that young people have aspirations. Go ahead, and remember to come back and visit often."
Yi Ruizha looked at them gratefully. "Brother Chang, Brother Hui, Brother Don, Brother Ming, don't worry, I will definitely work hard and wait for me to come back." As soon as they finished speaking, the 4 of them left with a somewhat dejected air. They didn't actually want to see Yi Ruizha off, fearing that he would never come back, like the other villagers who left. Yi Ruizha understood their feelings, of course, but these emotions needed no further explanation. Only after the 4 people gradually disappeared from sight did Mu Chen remember to introduce himself.
"Comrade Yi Ruizha, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Mu Chen." "Oh, hello Lao Mu. You can still call me by my full name, or Brother Chen is fine too." After politely declining Yi Ruizha's address, Mu Chen asked, "Do you want to go pack your things first?" Yi Ruizha nodded.
Actually, he didn't have much stuff, just a few sets of clothes. His documents and such were all kept in his personal space.
Yi Ruizha returned to the 2nd floor and quickly tidied up his clothes.
Looking at this place, which I only lived in for a month but which is full of memories, a faint sense of reluctance welled up in my heart. But he knew that going to the Kyoto ability Ability Academy was a rare opportunity, and he had to seize it to improve himself. Deep down, I really just wanted peace and safety, but only I knew that. After tidying up, he returned to the first floor to meet up with Mu Chen.
Seeing that his hands were empty, Mu Chen asked in confusion, "Are you all packed?"
"All packed up," Yi Ruizha replied.
"Then let's continue waiting for that cat named Hua Hua. Hopefully, it will come back soon."
Mu Chen nodded, but she was a little envious of Yi Ruizha, knowing that his personal belongings had already been stuffed into his spatial storage. While waiting for Hua Hua to return, Mu Chen casually brought up Yi Ruizha's spatial abilities, wanting to learn more about them. As time ticked by, Yi Ruizha grew increasingly anxious. He didn't know when Hua Hua would return, nor how long he would have to wait. Just then, a soft meow came from the cat, and Yi Ruizha's spirits lifted, knowing that Hua Hua had returned. A tabby cat emerged from the bushes, its eyes sparkling with a lively light. Yi Ruizha immediately went to greet her, picked up Hua Hua, and said to her, "Hua Hua, we're going to Kyoto."
Hua Hua turned her head and called out, "Meow, Kyoto?"
Yi Ruizha instantly understood when Hua Hua turned her head and called out.
"Yes, we're going to Kyoto. Do you want to come along?" Hua Hua nodded. It never hesitated.
It was used to being inseparable from Yi Ruizha and having delicious food waiting for it every day.
Mu Chen watched the conversation between the human and the cat in surprise.
Although Hua Hua did not speak, her body language expressed herself perfectly. He wasn't sure if Hua Hua could understand communication, so he stepped forward and greeted her. "Hello, are you Hua Hua?" Hua Hua glanced at Mu Chen, then turned her head and called out in confusion,
"Meow, who is this person?"
Yi Ruizha roughly understood what Hua Hua meant. Hua Hua's tilt of her head was filled with questions. After all, it was the first time she had met Mu Chen, and tilting her head was simply asking, "Who is this? What does he do? Why is he here?"
"His name is Mu Chen, and he's the one who took us to Kyoto."
Hua Hua nodded, then patted Yi Ruizha with her paw, indicating that she should put herself down so she could go see if Yi Ruizha had brought her bed. Yi Ruizha put Hua Hua down, and Hua Hua dashed to the second floor like lightning.
Mu Chen asked Yi Ruizha in confusion, "Where did it go?"
Yi Ruizha shrugged and replied, "I don't know, we'll just wait for it here."
Mu Chen muttered to himself, really wanting to curse, "Who told you to make me wait here? Who do you think I am?"
Soon after, Hua Hua dragged its little nest downstairs.
"Hua Hua, are you going to take this with you? Don't bring it. We'll get you a new one when we get to Kyoto. We'll have to come back anyway."
Hua Hua's eyes sparkled as she blinked at Yi Ruizha.
"Then I'll help you put this away." Hua Hua nodded again in confirmation.
After confirming that everything was correct, Yi Ruizha picked up Hua Hua and its little nest and went upstairs. As he went downstairs, he saw Mu Chen talking to Hua Hua.
"What are you talking about? Didn't say anything. Is everything ready?"
"If it's ready, we'll set off. We should be able to reach Kyoto before 10 p.m. tonight."
"So fast?"
"Alright, stop dawdling." Yi Ruizha responded, picked up Hua Hua, tucked it into his clothes, and nodded to Mu Chen. Without further ado, Mu Chen picked up Yi Ruizha and soared into the sky again, flying towards Kyoto. The strong wind made Hua Hua, who had poked her head out, tear up, and she quickly shrank back into Yi Ruizha's clothes. After flying for a full 4 hours, Mu Chen finally had to land and rest.
"Brother Chen, what's going on?"
"I need to restore my powers.
My powers are almost depleted."
After saying that, he sat down cross-legged on a clean piece of ground. During his previous conversation with Mu Chen, Yi Ruizha learned that once one advances to level 3, one can sense the energy around them and restore their superpowers by absorbing this energy. However, this recovery speed is far slower than that of eating advanced mutated plants. Yi Ruizha then realized that there were different levels of mutated plants, and also realized that he was just a level 2 newbie.
Seeing that Mu Chen was about to sit down and recover, Yi Ruizha said, "Brother Chen, I have some vegetable soup here, would you like some?" Mu Chen, who was preparing to meditate, asked in confusion, "You brought soup? Is it made with mutated vegetables?"
As he spoke, he took out a large bowl of steaming hot vegetable soup from his own space.
"Level 1 mutated vegetables?
Not bad, they recover faster than meditation, so they're better than nothing."
"Is my soup grade 1? Isn't that enough?"
"Yes, it's only level 1. The recovery speed is a little faster than meditation, but one bowl is obviously not enough."
"That's easy."
After saying that, Yi Ruizha took out a large pot of steaming hot vegetable soup from his spatial storage.
Mu Chen was speechless.
He had just said that there wasn't enough food, and then you brought out hundreds of kilograms of hot soup.
"Come on, let's eat. Hua Hua and I are hungry too."
As he spoke, he took out his special rice bowl, filled a bowl for himself and Hua Hua, and happily drank from it.
Mu Chen didn't hold back either, picking up a large bowl and drinking it down in one go.
He drank at least 10 bowls, and his stomach swelled up. Yi Ruizha and Hua Hua were dumbfounded. This appetite was truly astonishing.
Half an hour later, an even more shocking scene unfolded.
Mu Chen, who had just finished digesting, started eating again. The man and the cat stared wide-eyed. This was the first time they had ever seen such a voracious eater.
After finishing her meal, Mu Chen felt discomfort in her teeth and asked, "Comrade Yi Ruizha, did you bring any toothpicks?"
"Yes, I have some." Yi Ruizha nodded somewhat blankly, then handed it over. Mu Chen picked his teeth and said, "Your spatial special ability is really convenient. You can bring anything with you.
When asked about his special ability, Yi Ruizha immediately said with great enthusiasm, "Of course. Except for not being able to carry living things, I can take anything that can be put down." You can't bring live animals? Why is that? Do you understand? The specific reason is unclear.
All we know is that if we put a live animal in and then take it out a few minutes later, it will die.
So you mean if you put it in and take it out immediately, the living creature won't die? What living creatures have you put in there? Have you ever put people in there? How could I dare to release people? They're just rats and chickens. Do they all die within a fixed time after being put in? I don't know. I don't have the time to catch mice and chickens. Hua Hua caught them for me. Okay, I understand. When we get back to Kyoto, I'll find someone to help you with the experiments. It's about time we set off. Thank goodness you brought the level 1 mutated food. Your belly, it's alright, you can digest as you walk.
Your stomach just looks bloated. It will go down soon. After all, it's only level 1.
Try to bring higher grade food in the future. Okay. You're being picky after eating my food.
Everyone knows that premium quality is better. I still don't understand how they're graded. The two people and the cat set off again, stopping once more along the way, and arrived at the Kyoto Ability Academy at 7 p.m.
We were able to arrive ahead of schedule thanks to Yi Ruizha's excellent first-class soup.
He has made great contributions, drunk all the soup, and now he has gloriously retired.
Upon arriving at the academy, Mu Chen took Yi Ruizha to see Dean Li Yifei. Mu Chen from the Ninghui City Supernatural Abilities Bureau, reporting for duty. Mu Chen asked Yi Ruizha to wait outside the door, and then went into the office alone. "Greetings, Commander. Are you the head of the Ninghui City Supernatural Abilities Management Bureau?" "Yes, sir." "Why didn't you stay in Ninghui City? What brings you to Kyoto?" "Yes, sir.
An Awaken spatial ability user has been discovered in Ninghui City, along with an Awaken cat that can communicate."
"What?"
Li Yifei stood up abruptly, afraid that he had misheard, and asked again.
"Reporting, sir.
A person with spatial abilities and a cat that can communicate has been discovered in Ninghui City.
Great.
We've finally found another person who has Awakened spatial abilities.
Did you bring them with you?" "I brought it."
After saying that, Mu Chen turned to Yi Ruizha and said, "Comrade Yi Ruizha, please come in for a moment." Hearing Mu Chen call him to come in, Yi Ruizha quickly pushed open the door and entered.
Upon entering the office, one sees a lieutenant general in his 50s with a resolute face standing behind an enormous desk. Wow, the dean's rank is lieutenant general? No wonder this academy is military affiliated.
He's a big shot. We have to show him respect. Yi Ruizha stood at attention and saluted, imitating a soldier. As the saying goes, experts see the details, while laymen only see the spectacle. Li Yifei and Mu Chen could tell at a glance that his salute was not practiced. However, they were very happy. The people's heartfelt respect was the greatest recognition for soldiers. After saluting, Yi Ruizha also addressed the soldier as commander. Li Yifei was even more pleased, returned the greeting, and said with a smile,
"Young comrade, thank you for your salute."
"You're not a soldier, so you don't need to salute me. A handshake would have been fine. I don't understand these things, but I've known since I was a child that saluting soldiers is the best way to show respect."
"Good. What the greatest respect you can offer."
"Just for those words, it's worth it for us soldiers to risk our lives to defend our country."
"Come, let's sit down over there and talk."
When Yi Ruizha arrived at the coffee table and sofa provided for guests, he wanted to sit down, but seeing that Mu Chen had no intention of sitting down, he felt embarrassed to do so as well. After Li Yifei sat down, he gestured with his hand and said, "You all sit down too, there's no need to be so formal."
Mu Chen immediately saluted and said, "Thank you, Chief."
Yi Ruizha also saluted and then sat down. As soon as he sat down, he felt extremely uncomfortable, because Li Yifei was scrutinizing him with sharp, knife-like eyes.
"Level 2 superpower, how long have you been awakened?" "It's been more than a month." "You haven't been going out much, have you?"
"Yeah,
it's too dangerous outside."
"I've hardly ever left the house except to buy food, and I haven't gone out at all since we moved."
"No wonder your level is a bit low, but it doesn't matter. The other awakened space-type ability user is only level 4 now."
Space-based abilities are quite unique, and cultivating them is much more difficult than cultivating other superpowers. You rarely go out and rely on your own exploration to reach level 2, which is already quite impressive.
"Thank you for the compliment, sir. How many skills have you mastered now?" "Transmission and storage space. Don't you have any offensive or defensive skills?"
"My attack skill is actually teleportation, and as for defense, spatial barrier, I don't know if that counts."
"Is teleportation considered an attack skill? Could you explain in detail?"
"It means that when I teleport a part of the target outside the range, thereby achieving the effect of cutting it off."
Cutting? Can you demonstrate this?"
"Sure, but how should we display it?"
"Would that chair be alright?"
Yi Ruizha stood up, walked to the chair, concentrated, and activated his teleportation skill. Part of the chair vanished instantly, and he reappeared a short distance away, leaving behind a neatly cut surface.
Li Yifei's eyes lit up, and he nodded slightly. "Not bad skill. What about the spatial barrier? Can you demonstrate that too?"
"Yes, but we need someone to help us." boss. Upon hearing that he needed to cooperate, Mu Chen stood up without hesitation. There were only 3 of them in the office, and since it wasn't him, it had to be him. They couldn't let the leader do it himself. How to cooperate? Just grab anything, and I'll tell you when to throw it. Just throw it at me. Mu Chen nodded, picked up a cup from the coffee table, and asked, is this cup alright? Okay, get ready to call me. Yi Ruizha activated the spatial barrier. Li Yifei, who was observing, suddenly noticed a change in the space around Yi Ruizha. Yi Ruizha nodded to Mu Chen. Throw it away. Mu Chen casually tossed the cup at Yi Ruizha. Although it seemed casual, it still carried a certain amount of force. If an ordinary person were hit by it, they would definitely faint on the spot. The cup flew rapidly towards Yi Ruizha, stopping less than a meter in front of him. Yi Ruizha reacted quickly and caught the cup. Li Yifei noticed something unusual. The cup was still spinning even when it paused, indicating that it was actually still in motion. He nodded and said, your skill is quite good. It must be space compression, right? Yes, Commander, you have a good eye, but I don't think that counts as a separate skill. Why do you say that? Because they were all extracted from my teleportation skills. Hee, this naturally counts as a skill. As long as it can be used independently, it counts as a skill. Oh, I see. I always thought it didn't count. You just said that the spatial barrier was extracted from the teleportation skill? Well, because there's a barrier when you teleport and it can cut through objects, I wondered if I could use it on its own. As I practiced, it turned out like this. This counts as you developing a skill, but since it's based on your own teleportation skill, it's definitely an independent skill. It seems you still have a lot to learn. I see. So, spatial expansion can also be considered a separate skill. Oh right, wasn't there supposed to be a cat too? Oh, Flower is right here. Flower, come out quickly, don't sleep. Yi Ruizha patted Hua Hua, who was sleeping in his arms. Hua Hua reluctantly poked its head out and let out a cry. Meow, you're so annoying. You guys keep talking. Why are you calling me? Hua Hua, say hello to the commander. Hua Hua stretched out her paw, barked, and yawned at the same time. Meow, hello. Li Yifei looked at Hua Hua in surprise. Its movements just now were so human-like. Can you understand human speech? Hua Hua nodded. Meow, yes, but can you understand what I'm saying? Just by looking at Hua Hua nodding, Li Yifei was already certain that it could communicate. However, he didn't know how to arrange things for Hua Hua, because there was no precedent for it. He knew that the Eastern Command also had a dog that could communicate, but could cats and dogs get along? Your name is Hua Hua, right? You'll be with Comrade Shoye for now, and we'll see how to arrange things for you later. Hua Hua shook her head. Meow, this king doesn't need to be arranged. Ignoring Hua Hua's refusal, Li Yifei called out towards the door, Xiao Zhao, come in for a moment. Upon hearing the call, Zhao Sudong, the guard at the door, immediately came in. This is my bodyguard, Xiao Zhao. It's getting late, so I'll have him take you to rest first, and we'll arrange your enrollment procedures tomorrow. Thank you, sir. Zhao Sudong saluted Yi Ruizha and said, Comrade, please follow me. After saying that, he left with Yi Ruizha. Mu Chen, you should go and rest too. We'll go back to Ninghui City tomorrow. Yes, sir. After Mu Chen left, Li Yifei called over another guard. Xiao Lu, go and inform Lao Gong to take care of Comrade Yi Ruizha. Understood, sir. Upon receiving the order, Lu Jiahao quickly rushed to Gong Kaihan's house. Gong Kaihan's home is 70 kilometers away from the academy. It seems far at first glance, but it is very close to him because he can teleport 2 kilometers at a time, and he can get there in 35 teleportations. However, he rarely goes home. He only came back today because it's the weekend. He usually lives in the college dormitory. Although Lu Jiahao has not reached level 5, as an agile superhuman, he can complete the 70-kilometer journey in a little over half an hour, and even less than half an hour if he sprints at full speed. There is no need to rush. Just after 8 p.m., Lu Jiahao arrived at Gong Kaihan's house. After knocking on the door, a woman in her 40s soon came out to open it. Who are you? Madam, I am Lu Jiahao, a bodyguard of Commander Li Yifei. The commander sent me to see Colonel Gong. Oh, please come in. As she ushered Lu Jiahao into the house, she called out loudly, Old Gong, the dean sent someone to see you. Gong Kaihang, who was meditating in his study, responded and opened the door, where he saw Lu Jiahao in the living room by candlelight. Xiao Lu, what are your orders, Commander? Lu Jiahao saluted first before saying, Colonel Gong, the commander asked me to inform you that a space-type ability user has just arrived at the academy, and we need you to mentor him. Finally found a space-type ability user. Great. I'm going back now. He had barely uttered the words when he felt a resentful gaze directed at him from behind. I think I'll go back tomorrow morning. Lu Jiahao immediately understood and said with a smile, no problem, Colonel Gong, then I'll take my leave. After working all night, Gong Kaihang got up early the next morning and rushed back to the college. He knew that if he stayed any later, his wife would probably keep him there again. Upon returning to the academy, he immediately went to find Li Yifei. Old Li, where is he? Hey, Lao Gong's back, pretty early. Stop talking nonsense. Where is he? What's the rush? The person isn't going to run away. Damn it, others may not understand the value of spatial abilities, but don't you even understand?
understand? Hurry up. Alright, Xiao Xiao, take Lao Gong over there.
Gong Kaihang followed Zhao Sudong to the college dormitory and found Yi Ruizhe.
Even before he got close, he knew in his heart that Yi Ruizhe was in that room.
However, considering this was our first meeting, I decided not to suddenly appear, lest I scare them. As a spatial ability user, he knew that if the other party focused on escaping, things would get really messy.
Comrade Yi Ruizhe, please open the door.
When the door opened, in addition to Zhao Sudong from yesterday, Gong Kaihang was also seen behind him.
Commander, this is Yi Ruizhe, the space-type ability user who came yesterday.
This is Colonel Gong Kaihang, our college's vice dean, and also the head of the space science department.
Alright, Xiao Xiao, you go back first, I'll talk to him.
Upon hearing that Gong Kaihang wanted to speak with Yi Ruizhe alone, Zhao Sudong saluted and left on his own.
Have you had breakfast? Not yet? Isn't the cafeteria not open yet? That's true. Gong Kaihang nodded and continued. Let's go, we can talk as we walk.
He deliberately led Yi Ruizhe towards the college playground, where the canteen was also in that direction.
How much do you know about space systems?
Yi Ruizhe frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said,
My understanding of space-based abilities is still relatively limited.
Currently, all I know is that I can teleport within a certain range and can also create a small storage space to store some items.
However, I'm not quite clear on the deeper applications of spatial abilities. As Gong Kaihang walked, he nodded slightly and said, Every superpower has enormous potential and diverse possibilities. Take teleportation as an example.
It is not only a means of rapid movement, but also a means of launching surprise attacks on enemies or avoiding danger in battle. Moreover, as your understanding and control of space deepens, the distance and precision of your instantaneous teleportation will continuously improve. As for storage space, that's also a very useful feature. As your superpowers improve, the size of your storage space can gradually expand, allowing you to store more complex and valuable items.
Even in critical moments, storage space can be your lifesaver. As they walked toward the playground, Gong Kaihang continued. Spatial abilities can also be used to create spatial barriers, preventing enemies from escaping or attacking. In team battles, spatial blockade can create a favorable combat environment for teammates.
Furthermore, those with spatial abilities can explore the mysteries of space, such as creating stable spatial channels for rapid long-distance teleportation. Yi Ruizhe listened intently, his eyes sparkling with excitement.
However, he asked with some doubt, is the teleportation skill called instant teleportation? Gong Kaihang nodded. This is the name I gave to this skill. You can call it whatever you want. Oh, I see. But I wanted to ask, isn't teleportation supposed to be a precise method of teleportation? Gong Kaihang was taken aback, then realized what he meant and asked, you can achieve precise teleportation?
Yes,
it's not difficult. Gong Kaihang understood, but still wanted to test it first, so he said, see the starting line of the track? Teleport to the second starting line on the inside.
Yi Ruizhe nodded, and with a thought, he instantly appeared at the starting line of the second inner track, waved his hand, and teleported back to his previous position.
Is this okay? Not bad, very good. Your understanding of teleportation is even deeper than mine.
I can't achieve such precise transmission, there's usually a deviation of 1 to 3 meters.
Tell me how you did it. Ha, you can't do precise teleportation? Isn't that something anyone can do with their hands?
Gong Kaihang felt somewhat ashamed.
If I could do that, I wouldn't need to ask you. But you really surprised me. I really can't do it. Can you tell me why? No problem, my teleportation is to the nodes. The nodes don't move, they're all fixed. It's accurate every time. What node are you referring to? A node is 2 points that need to be connected during transmission. You put it concisely, but what you're talking about is probably the anchor point. From what you're saying, you're teleporting point to point? It seems your understanding of teleportation is indeed deeper than mine. Mine is area teleportation, point to point. I'll give it a try.
Gong Kaihang sensed the starting point of the runway briefly and quickly detected the area of about 9 square meters. Instead of teleporting, he continued to carefully sense the area and discovered several points of spatial fluctuation.
It seems these are the nodes Xiaoye was talking about, but why are there only a few? Xiaoyi, how many nodes can you sense per square meter? Do you mean the nodes on the ground when I count them? Within a 1 cubic meter area on the ground, the unit is 1 cubic meter. Oh, wait, 1, 2, 11, 27 in total. 27?
Gong Kaihang fell silent, he had only sensed 4.
How can there be such a large difference in numbers? Seeing Gong Kaihang's disbelief, Yi Ruizhe asked curiously, Commander, how many did you sense? Gong Kaihang said awkwardly, less than yours. How many are there? How can you be so oblivious? Can't you see how embarrassed I am?
To ease the awkwardness, Gong Kaihang had no choice but to change the subject.
Ahem, tell me how you sensed 27 nodes? It's just that I concentrated my mental energy and sensed it in a flash. Gong Kaihang was utterly helpless, these words were truly baffling.
Damn it, you said whoosh, but I said bang.
Can you be more specific?
Despite his inner grumbling, Gong Kaihang still managed to grasp the key points. He began to concentrate, focusing his attention more intently on the starting line of the track.
shock. After a short while, he tried to expand the range of his senses and indeed discovered something unusual. There seemed to be a hidden node between the two nodes. By zooming in further, he finally confirmed it. There is indeed one more node hidden, making a total of 27. He then zoomed in on the sensing area and was surprised to find that there were 2 more points between the nodes, so the number of nodes in the cube suddenly increased to 125. Zooming out further, it felt as if I had shrunk to this 1 square meter space, like seeing a huge building filled with countless rooms. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any more rooms. Have I reached my limit? No, I've reached my limit myself. 125. What? 125? Yi Ruizha realized what was happening and asked incredulously, you said you can sense 125 nodes? Yes, is there a problem? No. Yi Ruizha immediately felt severely discouraged. He had only sensed 27, while others had 125, a difference of 5 times. Gong Kaihang looked at Yi Ruizha smugly, secretly pleased with himself. Serves you right for being so cocky, you got a taste of your own medicine. But this kid does have some skill. 27 nodes is probably a limitation of his level. His reminder seems to have given me a clue on how to advance. Let's put the topic of nodes aside for now and talk about what other skills you have. Oh, it's personal storage space, as well as spatial barriers and spatial expansion. Then demonstrate it for me. Yi Ruizha first showed the storage space. Gong Kaihang looked at it and found it to be no different from his own, except that it was a bit smaller. He nodded and said, yes, the storage space is similar to mine. There's no difference. Once you advance, you can continue to refine it and expand the space. Next. Oh, I see. I was wondering why it couldn't be expanded further. Turns out, you have to advance. Next, Yi Ruizha demonstrated the spatial barrier. Gong Kaihang nodded. I'll call your skill spatial barrier from now on. Your current ability and mental energy consumption must be quite high, right? Yes, it can only last for about 5 minutes. That's for sure, because the area you compressed was too large, almost covering your entire body. Although it's a defensive skill, releasing it over such a large area is disadvantageous in combat. You should target an area. For example, if a bullet is coming, you only need to compress a small area along the bullet's trajectory to stop it. Like this. Gong Kaihang raised his hand, and a circular plane about 20 centimeters in diameter condensed in front of his palm. Yi Ruizha immediately felt that it was being rapidly compressed. The density was so high that he couldn't imagine it and couldn't help but gasp. You can see with the naked eye that small area is twisting violently. See that? By narrowing the range, the same amount of superpower and mental energy consumption can compress more space. Don't be fooled by the fact that this range is only 20 centimeters. It compresses a space of 50 kilometers. Yi Ruizha exclaimed in shock. 50 kilometers. Is it unbelievable? The spatial barrier you just released almost covered your entire body. If the object that attacked you was very small, the area covered would be wasted except for the area that was attacked. It's like a cube with 6 faces. Unless you're attacked from all sides, the other 5 faces don't need to exist. Understood. I will practice hard. Okay, I believe you. Let's move on to the next skill. Yi Ruizha then released spatial expansion. Gong Kaihang frowned, because the spatial expansion and spatial compression released by Yi Ruizha had the same problems. I call your move spatial expulsion, which involves expanding space to make objects move away from you. However, the effect you released has the same drawback as the spatial barrier from before. Judging by the distance it expanded, it's only about 200 meters. Take a closer look at what I released. After saying that, Gong Kaihang took out a cup from his storage space and casually tossed it into the air. Then he gently raised his hand and released his spatial expulsion skill. The cup vanished without a trace in front of him, and no one knew where it went. Did you see that clearly? Do you know where the cup flew off to? Yi Ruizha shook his head. He himself couldn't figure out where the cup had flown off to. It's not that I don't know, Gong Kaihang explained. Space expulsion has a characteristic. You can think of it as billiards. Your skill is the white ball, and the object being expelled is the colored ball. When the white ball strikes the colored ball will inevitably move in a straight line along the point of impact with the white ball. In other words, where the colored ball is driven depends on the angle of impact when you unleash your skill. Distance is the distance caused by the expansion of space. Like the cup from before, it's still suspended in midair, almost about to fall. After Gong Kaihang finished speaking, he looked up at the sky, and Yi Ruizha followed suit. Sure enough, a cup was falling towards the ground, but it was about 5 or 6 meters away from where they were. Gong Kaihang seized the opportunity and used a skill that Yi Ruizha was completely unaware of, and the cup landed steadily in his hand. See? When I released the spatial expulsion just now, the point of impact was vertical, so the cup flew straight up. It was only affected by the wind that it deviated a few meters when it fell. Yi Ruizha nodded. I understand. It's similar to a spatial barrier. By narrowing the release range and adjusting the angle, you can drive objects to where you want them to go. Good understanding. Next skill. Ha, that's all. Ha, those were all defensive skills you used just now. What about your offensive skills? Oh, my attack skill is teleportation. Gong Kaihang was a little confused. Wait, could teleportation be considered an attack? He hadn't felt any attack power when Yi Ruizha teleported just now. Use teleportation again, especially in conjunction with your attack style.
Yi Ruizha pondered for a moment, then took out a straight stick from his storage space, his expression revealing a hint of reluctance. He found the stick in the village when he and Huahua went up the mountain to catch chickens, and he played with it for several days after bringing it back. Whenever he felt bored during practice, he would take it and frantically chop at the pile of weeds, which made Huahua despise him several times. Seeing how much he cared about that stick, Gong Kaihang's lips twitched. He thought to himself, just how much junk do you have in your space? You can't even bear to throw away a broken stick. Yi Ruizha couldn't help but stroke the stick a few times, as if saying a final goodbye, then stretched it forward, his eyes slightly moist, and closed them. After a moment of teleportation, half of the stick remained in place and fell to the ground. He teleported back immediately, picked up the broken stick from the ground with pity, looked at the stick in his hand that was broken in two, and sighed softly. Alright, do you want to go to the underworld with that stick? You're so pathetic, Gong Kaihang teased. Ha, that's not true, there's no such thing, Yi Ruizha replied, trying to sound relaxed. Gong Kaihang ignored his explanation and directly held out his hand. Let me see the stick. Yi Ruizha handed it over somewhat reluctantly. Gong Kaihang examined the cut surface of the stick closely. It was smooth and neat, as if it had been finely polished. He looked up at Yi Ruizha, then looked down at the stick, examining it repeatedly. Yi Ruizha felt a little embarrassed by his stare. Sir, is there a problem? He asked. I'm just curious, how did your brain grow so crooked? It can be used on its own, but you insist on using it in combination. Before Yi Ruizha could react, Gong Kaihang continued, look at my attack skills. After saying that, he tossed the broken stick into the air. Yi Ruizha felt a pang of heartache. It seemed the stick was beyond saving. Gong Kaihang stretched out his hand into a claw, twisted it gently, and the sound of shattering glass echoed in the air as the stick broke in two. Then he opened his hand, and the broken stick reappeared in his palm. He handed the stick to Yi Ruizha. Look at this cross-section. Isn't it the same as yours? Yi Ruizha took the stick and examined it carefully. Sure enough, the cut surface was as smooth as before, just like the cut surface he left when he teleported. Commander, what? This move is called spatial cutting, and it's the same as the attack method you use when you teleport. Could it be that I've gone astray in my training? Yi Ruizha wondered, vaguely feeling that he had taken a wrong turn. If you remove the word could it be, you've completely misunderstood the technique. During teleportation, a barrier does indeed appear that envelopes the entire body, but its purpose is to protect us from spatial damage during the teleportation process, not to be used for attack. Of course, the way you did it could catch people off guard, but I feel it mostly harmed your teammates. Yi Ruizha nodded blankly. He was hesitant to teleport with Huahua because he was afraid he might accidentally cut off Huahua's tail. Huahua also said that its tail has its own consciousness and is difficult to completely control. It often wags unconsciously, which is actually a subconscious action. The primary function of teleportation is teleportation. Everything else is secondary. We only need to ensure that teleportation works properly. For example, when teleporting with teammates, we not only need to wrap ourselves with mental energy, but also wrap our teammates with it. But what if someone suddenly moves when there are too many people? If someone sticks their head out of your teleportation range, wouldn't that turn into a funeral procession and they'd all be dead? Therefore, the barriers during transmission must be synchronized, like this. As he spoke, Gong Kaihang enveloped the two of them with his mental energy and then asked, can you sense the difference in the barrier? After careful sensing, Yi Ruizha discovered that the barrier was extremely thin, almost on the verge of breaking, yet it remained stably about 10 centimeters away from his body. Try moving your hands and feet. Upon hearing Gong Kaihang's words, Yi Ruizha gently waved his hand and discovered that the barrier changed with his movements. No matter how he moved, the barrier always maintained a distance of about 10 centimeters from his body. That's synchronization. Your method works fine for inanimate objects, but when transporting them with living things, your shortcomings become apparent. But how can we achieve synchronization? Tell me first how you constructed this teleportation barrier. Yi Ruizha recalled the situation at the time and began to recount his actions. After listening, Gong Kaihang said, in other words, you ensured the safety of the transmission by changing the shape of the barrier. Yes, is that so? Is there something wrong with it? It's both right and wrong. Your method can only transport inanimate objects, or requires that they cannot move during the transport. The idea of expanding outwards in the shape of the body is correct, but the human body structure is extremely complex. Using the body as a medium is taking a roundabout approach and putting the cart before the horse. The ultimate purpose of the barrier during teleportation is to protect the internal objects from damage. I used the skin as a medium, thus eliminating the need to perceive the body's internal structure. You sensed it too. The barrier I used to teleport was very thin, wasn't it? Its thickness is actually the same as the thickness of the skin layer. When you use your body as a medium, the thickness naturally increases, and the required supernatural energy consumption also increases. In addition, our advancement, especially before level 5 mainly focuses on strengthening our bodies. When you advance to level 2, you should feel a throbbing pain in your body. This is actually the superpower modifying your cells, making them stronger and more resilient. This is because the superpower's energy is stored in every cell. The stronger the cell, the more energy it can store, and the greater the power it can unleash when releasing superpowers. Of course, our spatial system is quite special, requiring more mental energy to unleash our abilities. Other systems also require mental energy to unleash their abilities, just not as much as our space system. For example, elementalists only need to use their mental power to construct the shape and elemental density of their abilities, and the power of their abilities depends on how much energy is consumed when they are released. Of course, they also need to understand theoretical knowledge, such as the different types of flames, such as orange, blue, and red. Colors have meanings, and they must understand these. Moreover, they are subject to significant level restrictions. For example, even if you know what plasma flames are, you still need sufficient internal energy density to release them. Forcibly releasing the energy will damage the cells, because they cannot withstand such a high-intensity energy surge. This is what is known as a backlash. Yi Ruizha listened intently, feeling that coming to the academy was definitely the right choice.
He hadn't even considered what Gong Kaiheng had just said. Why is it said that before level 5, the focus is on strengthening the body? So far, no one has been able to reach level 6. Based on the energy required for previous upgrades, someone should have succeeded
long ago, but no one has.
Moreover, after reaching level 5, the cells can store more than 10 times more energy than at level 4.
This result was obtained 2 days ago, but there is still no sign of the energy being full. Therefore, we speculate that level 6 will be another watershed moment.
Is there a watershed moment before level 6?
Yes.
The first 3 levels are considered the initial awakening stage, and there are basically no bottlenecks.
As long as the energy is sufficient and the cells are gradually modified, you can advance smoothly. However, advancing from level 3 to level 4 is not easy. It requires a certain level of physical strength. This is because advancing to level 4 involves repeated tearing and rebuilding of the cell walls, a very painful process.
Could someone not make it through?
Definitely. Those who fail to advance will suffer serious damage, ranging from minor injuries to complete paralysis.
Yi Ruizha swallowed hard. It's that serious? Is there no way to avoid it? It can be avoided.
Eating mutated food of the same level with healing effects can increase the success rate.
That's good. What mutated foods have healing effects? It's basically confirmed that most herbs are present, especially ginseng. Of course, there are many types of mutated ginseng, and the older the ginseng, the better its effects. Old wild ginseng is the most effective, followed by artificially cultivated ginseng. Why is ginseng the most effective?
Because it has the strongest effect of strengthening the body's foundation and nourishing the vital energy.
You didn't even know that?
The mutated ginseng not only strengthens the body's foundation and nourishes the vital energy, but also has excellent healing effects.
Won't other herbs work?
There should be plenty of herbs that can strengthen the body and replenish vital energy. That's also possible, but ginseng has a more comprehensive effect after mutation. Most other herbs only enhance their original effects, and it's rare to find one that has mutated as comprehensively as ginseng.
By the way, how are the levels divided? Gong Kaiheng looked at Yi Ruizha with some surprise. You don't even know how to distinguish levels?
Yi Ruizha scratched his head awkwardly. It's because I don't have much contact with the outside world.
Gong Kaiheng was helpless. After all, what he said was true. Those who work behind closed doors rarely understand the situation outside.
To judge someone's level, you mainly rely on your mental power to sense their energy fluctuations. For example, you currently emanate 2 layers of energy fluctuations, so you are a level 2 awakened. This method also applies to mutated plants. However, remember that people are adaptable, and some can conceal their energy fluctuations to deliberately mislead others.
How can I sense other people's energy fluctuations? Gong Kaiheng sighed, realizing that this person was a complete novice.
He actually forgot that humans have only been awakening their superpowers for a short time, and it is already quite impressive that they have formed a preliminary system. The two walked and talked, and when they got close to the canteen, it was already open. Many people treated Gong Kaiheng with great respect, and most of them were soldiers, with only a few ordinary citizens.
After queuing up and getting their breakfast, the two sat down to eat and chat.
In a short period of time, Gong Kaiheng discovered a problem with the node. The nodes appear to be arranged in a mirror image, but by simply flipping the mental energy, they can be aligned face up.
He asked Yi Ruizha, who was enjoying his meal, "Is the node you're sensing a mirror image?"
"Yes, that's right."
Yi Ruizha's answer was concise, because he was enjoying his meal.
The breakfast in the canteen was made with mutated plants and served with meat for added flavor, which was much more delicious than the chicken soup he used to eat.
Seeing how much he was enjoying his food, Gong Kaiheng didn't disturb him. He was too busy eating to sit still, and when he heard that he could get more if he wasn't full, he started eating like a starving ghost. Everyone else in the canteen thought the breakfast was pretty good, but after taking a bite, they still found the recipe and taste familiar. However, with someone with a big
appetite leading the way, everyone felt that breakfast was tastier than before. Although Yi Ruizha ate with great relish, Gong Kaiheng still felt it necessary to tell him some tips. You sensed that the node was being mirrored because there was a problem with your use of mental energy. Mental energy projection should be a skill that can only be mastered at level 4, but some special abilities can activate it ahead of time.
Does the commander mean that our space-based abilities are one of these special abilities?
That's right, some superpowers that rely heavily on mental strength can awaken ahead of time. For us space-based beings, if we awaken without mental energy, we're practically blind. Even teleportation becomes extremely difficult.
I see. So what should I do to ensure that the nodes I sense are no longer mirror images? Have you heard of the pinhole imaging experiment? I think I've heard of that before. What do you mean by seems like? It means either you know or you don't. So, do I know or do I not know?
Gong Kaiheng rubbed his forehead in exasperation, thinking that Yi Ruizha wasn't stupid, since he would ask questions, but if he was smart, he seemed to know nothing at all.
Never mind, I'll give you a simple explanation.
Pinhole imaging is the process where light passing through a very small hole projects an image that is upside down, appearing reversed.
Yi Ruizha nodded blankly.
You've explained it way too simply.
As long as you understand, that's fine.
You yourself are the source of light,
and mental energy is like light. When we concentrate our mental energy to sense a specific area,
it's like light passing through a small hole. That's why the nodes you perceive appear upside down, but in reality, the nodes aren't actually reversed as much as you think.
Yi Ruizha nodded blankly. Are you done explaining? Can I say I didn't understand? Now that you understand, things will be easier.
When you concentrate your mental energy, it's like a small hole. What you sense will naturally be upside down, just like the objects you usually sense.
Yi Ruizha was covered in cold sweat and could only nod mechanically. Is that really the case? I've never noticed it before.
If the sensor nodes weren't positioned incorrectly, I wouldn't have noticed the problem of the nodes being reversed at all.
This is bad. I have to try it right away.
He carefully channeled his mental energy, tightly wrapping the chopsticks in his hand, afraid that Gong Kaiheng sitting opposite him would notice.
As expected, the chopsticks he sensed were indeed upside down.
At this moment, he not only felt embarrassed, but also utterly ashamed of his own stupidity. If he had paid a little more attention normally, he would never have waited until now to discover the problem. Thankfully, I didn't say it aloud, and no one noticed, otherwise I would have been laughed at to death.
From now on, I'd better not say anything more, just nodding will suffice.
When Gong Kaiheng saw Yi Ruizha nod again, he thought to himself that this young man had a good spirit of figuring things out on his own. After all, these conclusions were drawn from reports across the country and from field tests conducted by hundreds of volunteers at the college.
Very good.
Now that you understand the principle, it's actually quite simple to sense the positive effects when concentrating your mental
energy. Just spread your mental energy outwards.
Of course,
if you can master the use of inverted mirror images, that's perfectly fine too. Yi Ruizha nodded.
Oh, it didn't have any impact after all. If you had told me earlier, I would have been so angry with myself. However, excessive concentration of mental energy is not an advantage in battle. In supernatural combat, the enemy may attack from all directions,
and no one is foolish enough to only think about a head-on confrontation.
Especially for us space-type beings, sneak attacks are the key.
What could Yi Ruizha say but nod?
He was the fool who hadn't thought of a sneak attack strategy. His brain was clearly not working properly.
Alright, that's all for now. After you finish eating, go and learn the basics, and come back to me this afternoon to learn about space-based abilities. Okay, no problem. I'll definitely listen carefully. He thought to himself, how could I not listen carefully? My basic knowledge is frighteningly weak.
After breakfast, Gong Kaiheng helped Yi Ruizha get his student ID and then let him go to study and attend classes on his own.
He then went to talk to Dean Li Yifei.
In the days that followed, Yi Ruizha wore his student ID and would inquire about the courses being taught in every classroom he visited. As long as it was a basic course, he would attend all of them. How lazy I was in school back then, how painful it is to catch up now. He never expected that learning the basics of superpowers would require studying mathematics, physics, and chemistry, including geometry, parabolas, and the interaction of matter.
They've all awakened superpowers, and you still expect me to believe in science? Who are you trying to reason with? The key is that you can't not learn it.
Just like the 5 elements, you have to figure out which element it interacts with and which element it is incompatible with. When attacked by a telekinetic ability, you need to figure out exactly where the attack will land. When you discover a rare and precious herb, you need to know how to harvest it properly. If you drop an item while fighting someone, you need to accurately predict where it fell and retrieve it as soon as you win. The learning process was complicated and painful. Even Hua Hua was dragged to class after confirming her information.
Dean Li Yifei said, since you're already here, how can you not go and learn? From then on, the academy had a cat student. Hua Hua was both amused and exasperated.
If she had known she would have to learn something after coming, she wouldn't have come at all.
Now that it's in the academy, skipping classes is a luxury.
It's the only cat in the whole academy, and it gets called on in class like it's someone important. If you don't show up for that that class, there will be a full-scale search of the entire college. They'll even tear up the lawn. Nowadays, it's common to see a cat chasing and fighting a young man in his early 20s on campus, which has become a source of amusement for everyone. The betting has started. The betting has started. Let's bet on whether Hua Hua will chase Yi Ruasia again after the next class, and how long she'll chase him. Place your bets now. The more you bet, the more you win. I bet 5 minutes. I bet 10 minutes. I'll bet 10 minutes too. I bet I won't chase after her. A group of bored soldiers and specially selected superhumans surrounded a fat man, betting on him while holding various snacks. These snacks were all stockpiled in the past. Although they're no longer energy-rich, each one we eat reduces the supply. Most snacks can no longer be produced now, making them especially precious. Just as everyone was placing their bets, Yan Zhengming, who had been the captain of the disciplinary team and was sent to the academy as an instructor after his awakening, happened to see this group of people gathered together in the distance. Not knowing what they were doing, he quietly went over to them. After watching for a while, he finally understood these guys were gambling here. He coughed twice. I'll bet you all lose. Who is this person? They're so awesome. That's right, we're going to lose everything. After discovering it was Yan Zhengming, everyone began preparing to flee. I've got you all in my memory. Anyone who dares to run away, just try. Everyone froze in place, asking if you dared to move. At that moment, they truly had the urge to die, but they just happened to run into this god of death. Everyone, line up and stand in a proper row. After a chaotic shoving and pushing, they finally managed to form a line. Look at the state of you all. What are you doing lining up like that? You're not even standing in an orderly fashion. Are you on your way to a birthday celebration? No one dared to talk back. Silence became the best way to avoid conflict. Yan Zhengming scanned the gambling money, spicy strips, ham sausages, dried fish, and instant noodles were all available. Heh, you even hid so many snacks. No wonder we only found a little bit. Turns out you had more hidden. Confiscated. Hearing that they were going to confiscate it again, the crowd wailed and begged. There weren't many personal items left to begin with, and if another wave of confiscations happens, things will get even tougher. Some people hugged his legs and begged for mercy, while others knelt down and pleaded for the snacks to be spared. Look at you guys. It's just some snacks. We'll give them back to you after you graduate. Instructor, please have mercy. The snacks will all expire by the time we graduate. Yes, instructor, you can punish them however you want, just please spare the snacks, they're still kids. Yan Zhengming looked at the group of pleading people and a slight smile appeared on his lips. You said it yourselves, I didn't force you. 5 minutes, fully equipped, assemble on the playground. Including you, Fatty Wang. 2,000-meter steeplechase. 10 seconds late, everyone runs an extra 400 meters. Start the timer now. 10, 9. Being 10 seconds late means running an extra 400 meters. That's a serious problem. Everyone shouted, run. Get back to the dorms. A group of people rushed back to the dormitory in a frenzy, wishing they had 2 more legs. Wang Xiaofu, who was broad and stout, followed behind, his fat jiggling up and down. He started panting after only a few steps. Wait for me. 555. Wang Pengzi is still behind us. Quickly pull him along. We only have 5 minutes. There's no time. Let's quickly help him pack his things. You fatso. You better remember us brothers from now on. Fatty Wang, you go straight to the 400-meter obstacle course. Wang Xiaofu is only 160 centimeters tall, but weighs 280 kilograms. By the time he runs back to the dormitory, the cucumber salad will be cold. We're probably running out of time before we even get to the dorm. Maybe we should let him go straight to the 400-meter obstacle course. At least he'll still have a chance to catch up. Wang Xiaofu wasn't originally a member of the military. He was specially recruited because he awakened his summoning abilities. They knew Wang Xiaofu's weight and just hoped it wouldn't be increased. Unfortunately, the higher the expectations, the deeper the disappointment. Yan Zhengming already knew that it would take at least 6 minutes to get from the dormitory to the 400-meter obstacle course, so increasing the time was inevitable. The only question was how much. As Wang Xiaofu desperately crawled toward the 400-meter obstacle, the others had already caught up with him, geared up. Once Wang Xiaofu was equipped, he had almost all the gear except for the rifle. Hurry up, time's almost up. They pulled Wang Xiaofu along as fast as they could. Wang Xiaofu moved his body first, but his legs couldn't keep up. Hurry up, fatty, give it your all. You fatso, I've told you to eat less, but you never listen. Wang Xiaofu was already panting heavily when he reached the 400-meter obstacle course. Once everyone reached the 400-meter obstacle course, Yan Zhengming slowly began to speak. 6 minutes and 3 seconds. Add 2,400 meters, for a total of 4,400 meters. If you don't finish within 10 minutes, you'll be overtime by 30 seconds, and then add another 400 meters. Start timing now. Before everyone could catch their breath, they began a frantic sprint down the 400-meter obstacle course. There was no other way. Although their physical fitness has improved, they would normally need at least 50 seconds to complete the task, and even with their full power, it would still take more than 30 seconds. The instructor had calculated this precisely, not giving them a moment to breathe. That's
not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that there's a fat guy among them. Wang Xiaofu writhed a few times before collapsing.
This means they have to keep taking turns dragging this fat guy along, and only by going all out can they possibly finish within 10 minutes.
You fatso, move already, you fat bastard. If you don't lose weight, I'll cripple your third leg. Stop yelling. Grab the rope and drag that fatso along with you. Won't this cause him to bleed profusely? Stop talking nonsense. That fatso is already level 3. Dragging him around might not even break his skin. Quick, get the rope. Stop running ahead. If you keep running, we'll all have to increase the load. Come back. That's right. If we don't keep him running, we won't finish even if we keep running until tomorrow.
Those in front knew they had to run with Wang Xiaofu, otherwise the pressure would only increase, so they threw the ropes they were wearing backward.
Brother, tie it lightly. It's pinching my dick. It hurts. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't tie it tighter, how can you move it?
Time is of the essence, just bear with it. Your bird won't break. Even if it does, Xiao Yun will help you fix it. You should be secretly happy. But it really hurts.
Bro, be gentle. It's cutting into my cleft.
Wang Xiaofu tried to reach out and adjust the rope binding his crotch, but both his hands were held tightly. By the time the ropes were tied, Wang Xiaofu was almost wrapped up like a rice dumpling. With a loud shout, a dozen people dragged a lump of flesh and ran along the ground at breakneck speed, their hands and feet leaving barely a blur. The worst off was Wang Xiaofu. From the moment he was pulled, he could no longer feel the bird's presence, only his own wailing could be heard. Yan Zhengming watched quietly the whole time, and ever since they didn't abandon Wang Xiaofu, the corners of his mouth had been slightly upturned. With their full strength, the dozen or so people were able to drag over 200 pounds of flesh as if it were nothing, given their current physical condition. When it turns its head, it can even give Wang Xiaofu a drift. Wang Xiaofu wanted to stand up or break suddenly, but the servant couldn't. Although my physical fitness has improved, the pain level remains the same. Whichever side he lands on now, he feels that side is being rubbed raw and painful. It can't stand up, nor can it slow down. The only thing it can do is flip itself over so that every side can be rubbed evenly and receive the benefits evenly. 10 minutes passed, and Wang Xiaofu felt as if he had endured 10 years of torment. When it finally stopped, not only could the bird not fly, but even my bottom felt like it wasn't mine, and my whole body was burning with pain. The pain felt like being doused with a pot of boiling water, steaming and puffing out. When they all stopped, full of anticipation for a good outcome, they heard a devilish whisper. 53 seconds over time, plus 800 meters, you have 46 seconds left. Everyone looked at Yan Zhengming in horror, hardly believing that he had run so fast yet still exceeded the time limit. Hurry up, or they'll have to raise the stakes again. This reminder made them forget about resting, restart their little motors, and start running again, dragging a piece of meat along. Actually, they didn't exceed the time limit, it was just that Yan Zhengming felt they were having it too easy, so he deliberately added more challenges for them. Wang Xiaofu, who thought he was finally free, was dragged up again before he could even stand up straight. Howls and screams echoed again between the 400-meter obstacles. Yan Zhengming nodded in satisfaction after they completed the task again. He walked up to a group of soldiers who were exhausted and said, "Here are your snacks. This time it's punishment for gambling in a group. If you do it again, you'll face the 6,000-meter obstacle course." After leaving behind a pile of snacks, Yan Zhengming drifted away, leaving neither credit nor fame. Only after he left did they crawl back to retrieve their snacks, as if they had just escaped a disaster. As for whether they still dare to gamble, they definitely wouldn't, but it's hard to say about Wang Xiaofu. There's nothing he wouldn't do for food. He was the one who came up with the idea of betting on snacks. He felt he was out of stock and wanted to get some from others. 1 week after Eurasia entered the Ability Academy, roads, underground power lines, high-voltage power lines, and railway tracks all over the world were cut off piece by piece. Wild beasts everywhere began to roar in pain, and their bodies began to change. In a mountain forest, a tiger's body rapidly swelled, and a single horn grew on its head. On a plain, a bison's horns turned bright red, as if scorched by fire, and its muscles bulged, making it look like a muscular beast. In a sea, a whale's fins grew enormous, and with each flap, the seawater churned and receded. It was as if all living things on Earth had received an order at the same time, and began to exhibit various mutations. After the Research Institute noticed the anomaly, it dispatched a large number of personnel to conduct an investigation. They soon discovered an unbelievable fact: a distance that they could normally run in 1 minute was now taking them 7 or 8 minutes. As the information gradually came together, an undeniable fact became clear. Earth is getting bigger. The news that followed was even more alarming. Following the mutation of plants, animals also began to mutate. Plant mutations pose little threat to humans and may even benefit them. But since animals began to mutate, incidents of them injuring people have become frequent. Even more deadly is that some animals have gained superpowers. Howling sounds echoed from the mountains and forests in various places. Hearing the roar, the other animals of their kind gathered in the direction of the sound, as if they were paying homage to their king. Villages near mountains and forests around the world were soon attacked by herds of wild animals. animals. They have no pity or emotion, they only know how to kill in a frenzy. When the anomaly occurred, Yi Ruizha was still fast asleep in his dormitory when he was woken up by Hua Hua. In his daze, he mumbled something. Hua Hua, stop making a fuss in the middle of the night. Hua Hua frowned, then made a ruthless move, extending her sharp claws to slash his face, leaving 3 bloody marks. Immediately afterwards, a woman's voice echoed in Yi Ruizha's mind. Idiot! Get up right now! The pain from Hua Hua scratching his face, coupled with the woman's voice in his mind, jolted him awake. Who hit me? Idiot! It's me! Get up! Something's happened. The voice in his mind rang again, and he looked around in panic. Only he and Hua Hua were in the dormitory. Finally, he looked at Hua Hua with a puzzled expression and asked, Hua Hua, were you talking to me just now? Who else could it be but me? Get up now! Hua Hua, you can actually talk. Wait, you didn't even open your mouth. Hua Hua sighed and transmitted her thoughts directly through mental energy. I'm communicating with you using mental energy, so stop talking nonsense and get up. After hearing Hua Hua's explanation, Yi Ruizha got up and asked, Hua Hua, what exactly happened? Also, how come you can suddenly speak with your mental power? There's no time to explain. Get up and get back to the village. The words had barely left his mouth when the piercing air raid siren blared throughout the entire college, followed by the bugle call to assemble, and whistles and shouts echoed from every dormitory. Emergency assembly. Even the most clueless Yi Ruizha understood that this must be a big deal. After entering the academy, these special ability users were required to obey military-style management. Now, when the bugle sounds, whether you're asleep or taking a dump, you must get up and assemble immediately. Ignoring everything else, Yi Ruizha picked up Hua Hua and rushed downstairs. Within 2 minutes, the playground was packed with people. No one knew what had happened, but everyone was fully armed and gathered on the playground. Soon, a loud voice rang out from the air. It was Dean Li Yifei's shout. Comrades! The world has suddenly expanded, all animals have mutated, and large-scale animal tides have broken out in various places. You are the first batch of soldiers recruited by the nation to undergo systematic training in supernatural abilities. People in various places are suffering terribly and facing numerous crises. Now is your time to serve your country. Are you ready? Always be prepared. Order! All 3,202 soldiers, organized by squad and platoon, are to proceed to various locations for rescue operations. After the order was issued, the company commanders immediately assigned tasks, sending squads and platoons to villages and towns in urgent need of rescue. As soon as Li Yifei finished giving the order, Yi Ruizha disappeared from the playground. He did not belong to any company, platoon, or squad. Like Yun Mengru, he was an independent individual. The difference is that he is under the jurisdiction of Gong Kaihang, while Yun Mengru is under the jurisdiction of Li Yifei. Gong Kaihang reappeared on the playground just 30 seconds after Yi Ruizha disappeared. Looking around but unable to find Yi Ruizha, he sensed the spatial fluctuations and discovered that they were heading straight towards Hongyang village. That brat, he ran off without even saying goodbye. Wait till you get back, I'll teach him a lesson. Although Yi Ruizha has only been walking for 30 seconds, theoretically he can still catch up. But Gong Kaihang doesn't have time to deal with him right now. As a space-type ability user, he has to take on the mobile role, taking Yun Mengru around to rescue people. Moreover, Yi Ruizha has just advanced to level 3 and learned spatial cutting, giving him a strong ability to protect himself. Don't underestimate the power of 30 seconds. Yi Ruizha can now teleport a kilometer at a time, and he can teleport 2 or 3 times per second. In just 30 seconds, he is already more than 100 kilometers away. However, it won't be easy for him to teleport to Hongyang village. According to his estimate, Blue Star has expanded tenfold. Originally, it was 2,000 kilometers away from Hongyang village, but now it has expanded to 20,000 kilometers away. Yi Ruizha had to teleport continuously, which would take about 5 hours to arrive. With rest stops along the way, it would take at least 21 hours to get back there. Although he only stayed in Hongyang village for a month, it was the first time he had truly felt the warmth of home since leaving the orphanage. In addition, Wu Yongxiang and the others would come to the village committee to see him every few days, which warmed his heart. For a moment, he even felt that Hongyang village would be his future home. He kept flashing his lights as he raced toward Hongyang village. Less than a minute later, Hua Hua reminded her, hurry up and eat some level 3 herbs, or you won't last long. Yi Ruizha said helplessly, I want to eat them too, but the academy only gave me 10 level 3 herbs, which is not enough at all. What should we do then? If we keep traveling like this, our energy will be depleted in 5 minutes. We'll have to eat some vegetables for now, but level 2 vegetables will provide a good amount of energy. Keep an eye out for level 2 or 3 herbs along the way, and I'll take care of getting us there. Before he finished speaking, Yi Ruizha took out a bowl of vegetable soup from his storage space and drank it. The college does offer other dishes, such as vegetable porridge and vegetable dumplings, all made from chopped vegetables. However, these are all limited supplies. Yi Ruizha's bowl of level 2 vegetable soup was something he, as a space elemental user, secretly obtained from the military logistics department in the middle of the night. He was scolded by Gong Kaihang several times for this, but he insisted that he
he had already eaten everything he had put in his pocket and refused to take anything out. He was unwilling to open up the space, and Gong Kaihang could do nothing about it. Personal storage space cannot be forcibly opened by outsiders without the owner's consent. Yi Ruizha could only rely on secretly picking in the middle of the night to gradually accumulate enough for a large pot of vegetable soup. The logistics staff also understood that Yi Ruizha was the one stealing, since apart from the space system, no one could sneak into the military headquarters and take their vegetables without anyone noticing. Gong Kaihang would never do such a petty theft. He always takes what he wants directly, and they wouldn't dare refuse. So the only remaining suspect is Yi Ruizha. Go hold him accountable? He stubbornly refused to admit it. Gong Kaihang defended him while saying that it was his own fault for not supervising his students properly. What did it have to do with them? Should I report this to the dean? The reply I got was, there are only 2 space departments in the whole country right now, and they're both precious. How can you expect me to hold them accountable? It's just a few vegetables, let him keep them. Finally, Yun Mengru was also involved. Anyway, it was just the 3 of them. They could take as much as they wanted to eat, and the logistics staff only needed to do their job and turn a blind eye. The logistics staff felt bitter, but they couldn't say it out loud. After all, these were precious animals, so they could only expand the planting area. Unpunished, Yi Ruizha became increasingly audacious, stuffing his storage space to the brim. Fortunately, the herbs hadn't fully grown yet, otherwise he would have harvested them too. To make the journey faster, Yi Ruizha would drink a bowl of vegetable soup every few teleportations. I don't know if it's because of the blue star, but I actually encountered several level 2 medicinal herbs on the way. He didn't care about being careful when picking them, he just pulled them up by the roots, since they wouldn't survive in his space anyway. Unless the medicine is entirely effective in the roots, uprooting is the fastest way. After traveling for 10 minutes using high-intensity teleportation, he had to stop. The energy was depleted, and the soup they drank couldn't be digested. With her big belly sticking out, she stopped to consider whether a pot of vegetable soup would be enough to drink. Hua, the vegetable soup seems a bit lacking. If we come across a town on the way, we'll have to go in and find some bottled soup. No need to go, just make a few now. What should we use to make it? Are you stupid? There are so many big trees, just cut down some and dig a hole, that's all. Hua, cutting down trees is no problem, but what will we use to dig? Enough talk, let's get started. Fine, if you say so, then I'll cut it. He looked around, selected a branch from a tree, and made a spatial cut on it. Although it is a branch, it is as thick as a water bucket. Although the mutated trees are hard, they are still no match for spatial cutting, and their branches break off and fall to the ground. Then what? Cut it into sections, and I, the king, will hollow it out. With several sounds like shattering glass, the branch was cut into 5 logs. Hua jumped off Yi Ruizha, stretched out its paw and aimed at the wooden stake, and a black ball appeared in front of its paw. If Yi Ruizha hadn't been watching, he wouldn't have been able to see the black ball in front of the flowery claws at all. The black ball kept spinning and was pushed by Hua towards the cross-section of the wooden stake. The black ball touched the wooden stake, sending wood chips flying, and quickly hollowed out its interior. The remaining 4 wooden stakes were treated in the same way, and Yi Ruizha obtained 5 simple wooden buckets. After the 5 wooden barrels were made, the spinning speed of Hua's black ball gradually slowed down. Yi Ruizha then realized that it was not a black ball at all, but a black crescent moon that appeared spherical only because it was spinning too fast. Hua, what kind of trick is this? I've never seen you use it before. Just learned this. What? You just learned that? You don't even think before you brag. After being rebuked by Yi Ruizha, Hua turned around and glared at him fiercely. Yi Ruizha felt extremely uncomfortable and embarrassed under the gaze. However, by the faint moonlight, he noticed that Hua had a crescent-shaped mark on her forehead. Hua, what's that on your forehead? This is my mark. A mark? What is that? You wouldn't understand even if I told you, so stop asking. Hurry up and get the bucket of soup, and make another pot of soup. Seeing that Hua was unwilling to say more, Yi Ruizha had no choice but to get to work. However, he couldn't help but glance at Hua from time to time, especially at the crescent-shaped mark on its forehead. He always felt that after Hua got a mark on her forehead, she became somewhat mysterious and unpredictable. Don't keep staring at me. Although I am handsome, you are destined not to win my favor. Yi Ruizha was speechless and broke out in a cold sweat after hearing Hua's words. What are you thinking? You think about a lingering affection between a human and a cat? I don't think about that at all. I'm a human, after all. Humans and cats are different. How come I never noticed before that you were such a proud and aloof cat? I've always been this way, you're just too stupid to notice. Can we have a proper talk? Yi Ruizha shook his head helplessly, but then he thought of a solution. He took out a cat comb from his spatial storage, raised his hand and said with a smile, Hua, would you like to have your fur combed? Since you're willing to serve me, I'll agree. Hua jumped onto the back of his legs, and Yi Ruizha grabbed the fur around her neck and lifted her up. Hua, whose neck was being grabbed, instinctively widened her eyes and remained motionless. Little brat, still dare to be arrogant? Let me teach you a lesson. After a while, Hua finally realized what was happening
and struggled desperately to escape Eruasia's clutches, turning around and slapping him. 3 shadowy claws swiftly pounced towards him. Seeing that things were going badly, Eruasia immediately dodged and moved away from his previous position.
Hua Hua, you're going to kill me.
Serves you right for daring to mock me.
If it happens again, I'll bite you to death. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. You're so delicate. Do you still want me to brush your fur? Hua Hua couldn't resist the temptation of being groomed, and obediently lay back down on Eruasia's lap.
This time, Eruasia didn't dare tease her anymore and obediently started combing Hua Hua's fur. The fire crackled, and wisps of white smoke rose from the gaps in the pot lid. The man and the cat sat quietly in front of the fire, enjoying this brief moment of leisure. The mutated plant caught fire and the flames were intense. The soup, which was mostly filled with vegetables, quickly came to a boil. Eruasia had wanted to cook more, but that was all the water he had brought.
After storing the cooked soup in their spatial storage, they set off again, continuing their journey towards Hongyang village.
Not long after they left, a mutated gorilla quietly arrived and stared at the makeshift stove left by Eruasia, seemingly learning something. Along the way, Eruasia encountered several mutated beasts. Observing their energy fluctuations, he found that they were all at level 1. Although both were at level 1, in order to hurry on their way, it was all Hua Hua who attacked. Hua Hua is now level 3, so it's like a father beating his son. However, as she encountered more and more mutated beasts, Hua Hua simply released her own energy fluctuations. The intense energy fluctuations caused most of the mutated beasts that wanted to approach to retreat. But there were a few fearless individuals who, as if they had smelled blood, ignored the threat and charged forward.
Hua Hua, are you even capable? All the ones rushing up are level 2. They insist on coming to their deaths. What can I, the king, do? Are you sure they're really here to die?
They don't look like it at all. It's more like they came here because of a smell.
What do you mean? Are you blaming me? No, haven't you noticed?
The ones charging at us now are all level 2 beasts. Hua Hua thought back and realized that since she started emitting supernatural energy fluctuations, she hadn't seen any level 1 beasts, but some level 2 beasts still rushed over.
Then what do you suggest we do? If I suppress my powers, even more wild beasts will charge. It's fine when we're traveling, but what about when we're resting? Hua Hua is right.
When Eruasia was traveling, those wild beasts couldn't catch up with him at all, but as soon as he stopped to rest, the nearby wild beasts would gather around him, drawn by his scent. If it weren't for Hua Hua using her own energy fluctuations to force back those level 1 beasts, they wouldn't have been able to rest at all. But those occasional level 2 beasts that rushed over were not afraid of Hua Hua's supernatural energy fluctuations. Instead, they seemed to have spotted delicious prey.
Eruasia couldn't find a better solution to this problem for the time being. Eruasia frowned and pondered for a moment before finally deciding to say, Hua Hua, how about we take another route? Perhaps this route is more likely to attract these mutated beasts. Change route? Are you sure changing route will avoid these troubles? Hua Hua looked at Eruasia with a puzzled expression.
I'm not sure, but it's better than being constantly bothered. Plus, we can observe our surroundings and see if there are any towns or villages where we can escape these wild beasts. Eruasia shrugged helplessly. Hua Hua was silent for a moment, seemingly considering the suggestion, before finally nodding.
Alright, let's try another route.
But if we run into the same trouble again, don't blame me.
Eruasia smiled and said, don't worry, how could I blame you? I'm counting on you to help me kill monsters.
He teleported to the top of a tree and began searching for a new route, hoping to find a town.
Unfortunately, after Earth expanded, the towns and villages that should have been easily visible from a high vantage point are now completely covered by dense forests.
They carefully avoided places where there might be mutated beasts along the way, but things did not go as smoothly as they had imagined. Although they didn't encounter many mutated beasts on the new route at first, as time went on, they noticed some unusual activity.
Hua Hua, I feel something's not right.
Eruasia stopped to rest again, looking around warily. Hua Hua also pricked up its ears, listening intently to the sounds around it. Its hearing was even more sensitive than its mental abilities.
Indeed, it seems like something is approaching.
Just then, a huge mutated wild boar suddenly rushed out of the woods. Its eyes were bloodshot, radiating a fierce aura, and its fur was thick and coarse, especially the row of sideburns from its neck to its tail, which were as thick as steel needles. The tips of the hairs were sharp as needles, gleaming with a cold light.
Its fangs were half a meter long, and saliva dripped from its mouth incessantly.
Its skin is dark and hard, and its body is huge, like a small car, making it look extremely frightening.
Eruasia's heart tightened.
This mutated wild boar was clearly stronger than the level 2 beasts he had encountered before, and it was obviously about to upgrade to level 3. He was puzzled. These mutated beasts were leveling up too fast. Since they set off, they had mostly encountered level 1 beasts. The deeper you go into the forest, the stronger the supernatural energy fluctuations of the mutated beasts become. After venturing hundreds of kilometers deeper, level 2 wild beasts began to appear frequently, and this wild boar is now approaching level 3.
Suddenly, a wild boar charged out and roared angrily at Eruasia and Hua Hua.
Its scarlet eyes were fixed on the two of them, as if it had spotted delicious ferocious prey. Hua Hua immediately jumped off Yiruasia, assumed a fighting stance, and prepared to meet the attack of the mutated wild boar. The wild boar roared as it charged, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Hua Hua dodged the wild boar's charge with a swift movement, then quickly counterattacked, the black crescent moon reappearing as she struck the boar hard. Yiruasia also quickly dodged, and at the same time used spatial cutting, a sharp crack slicing through the wild boar's body. However, the mutated wild boar had thick skin and flesh, so although it was hit by the attack, it did not suffer much damage. Yiruasia's spatial cutting technique could only create tiny wounds on it. Enraged by the attack, the wild boar became even more ferocious and turned to charge at Hua Hua again.
Yiruasia dared not delay and quickly used spatial cutting to support Hua Hua again.
The wild boar charged at Hua Hua without hesitation, believing that Hua Hua posed a greater threat than Yiruasia.
Hua Hua seized the opportunity and leaped away, dodging the wild boar's charge.
The wild boar charged straight at a giant tree with a diameter of 1 meter, crashing into it and breaking the tree instantly. Yiruasia felt a chill run down his spine when he saw this.
How much incredible power must it take to break such a giant tree?
As Hua Hua dodged, she didn't forget to strike with her claws, leaving 3 more bloody marks on the wild boar's body. But wild boars have thick skin and tough flesh, so Hua Hua's attacks were nothing more than a tickle to them. A human and a cat engaged in a fierce battle with a mutated wild boar. During the battle, Yiruasia discovered that this wild boar was exceptionally powerful, fast, and had incredible defense. Although their attacks are unlikely to cause fatal damage, being hit by a wild boar even once will result in death or serious injury, so one must be extremely careful. Hua Hua intended to jump onto the wild boar's back to launch an attack, but as soon as she jumped, the wild boar began to roll violently, forcing Hua Hua to abandon her plan. After a fierce battle, Yiruasia finally found the mutated wild boar's weakness, its eyes and anus, and immediately shouted to Hua Hua,
"Flower, its defenses are too thick. Attack its eyes and rear. I'll create an opportunity for you."
Yiruasia's attacks were almost ineffective against the wild boar, but he didn't necessarily have to attack it head-on. He kept stolen chili powder in his space. He grabbed 2 large handfuls of chili powder and passed them over the wild boar's head. The wild boar paid no attention to the 2-legged creature that posed no threat to it and simply nudged its head, trying to shake it off. But Yiruasia was even faster, instantly stuffing the chili powder into the wild boar's eyes. The wild boar was in great pain and extremely angry. With its one eye injured, it wanted to tear the 2-legged creature apart. But Yiruasia disappeared again, reappearing on the other side, stuffing his other eye with chili powder as well. His eyes were so irritated by the chili peppers that he couldn't open them at all, and he could only rage helplessly. Seeing his chance, he immediately shouted to Hua Hua, "Now!" Without hesitation, Hua Hua opened her mouth and condensed a crescent moon, which spun rapidly and rushed straight towards the wild boar's anus. Although wild boars have extremely strong fur for defense, their anus is still a soft spot. Hua Hua's attack struck at the vital points, the spinning crescent moon ravaging the wild boar's body, tearing its internal organs to shreds. The wild boar only had time to let out a mournful cry before its massive body collapsed like a small mountain. The 2 of them, a man and a cat, finally managed to kill it. Yiruasia looked at the fallen wild boar and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even Hua Hua looked a little tired. They never expected that an ordinary wild boar would be so difficult to deal with. During the break, Yiruasia took out some vegetable soup to replenish his energy. As he sipped his soup, he looked at the wild boar carcass, and his eyes suddenly lit up. If mutated vegetables can replenish energy, does the meat of mutated wild boar have the same effect? Hua Hua, you said that eating mutated vegetables can replenish energy, so can wild boar meat also replenish energy? Hua Hua was taken aback by Yiruasia's sudden question, but thought he made sense, so she nodded in response. That makes sense, but this wild boar is so big, can you really take it with you? Hua Hua is right. His space is already completely full. If he wants to fit the wild boar, he will have to give up some of his existing supplies. They probably didn't throw away much stuff. Aside from some household items like pots, pans, clothes, and blankets, the most common items were stolen second-grade vegetables. There was also a rifle with 100 magazines, a total of 2,000 rounds of ammunition, and an alloy machete. To be honest, Yiruasia really wanted to throw away these weapons, but he didn't dare to do it easily because they were all equipment provided to him by the academy.
Among non-military personnel, he was the only one who possessed them.
If you throw it away carelessly, you'll definitely be severely punished when you get back. Even if you throw out all the useless household items, you'll only free up less than 2 cubic meters of space, while this wild boar would need at least 10 cubic meters to fit inside. Seeing that he couldn't fit it all in his bag, Yiruasia had no choice but to cut off a portion of the meat to take with him. After all, such a huge wild boar would yield a considerable amount of meat just from its 4 legs.
He picked up the alloy machete and began hacking at the wild boar.
The result was that, apart from cutting off a few pig hairs, the skin wasn't even broken. Especially when the pig's sideburns were cut, sparks flew everywhere. This dead pig skin is too tough, we can't cut into it at all. I think you should just throw away some level 2 vegetables. What's the point of storing
having so many? You can't possibly finish them all. That's all reserve food supplies, you're just going to throw it away like that? What else can we do but throw it away? Don't you want this wild boar anymore? Besides, we don't have much time to waste. Let's decide quickly whether to throw away the vegetables or the meat. After a difficult internal struggle, Eurasia finally decided to throw away the vegetables, since this wild boar, which was almost level 3, might be even better than level 2 vegetables. Pig, oh pig, don't let me down. Every vegetable he threw away felt like a stab to his heart. After throwing away dozens of vegetables, they finally managed to stuff the wild boar into the space. Hua, let's go. I'm starting to miss you if you don't leave soon. Half an hour after they left, a group of level 1 mutant rats discovered the vegetables they had left behind. These mutated rats had never encountered such a bountiful gift before, and they began to feast on the pile of vegetables. The two continued their journey, encountering some mutated beasts along the way, but none were as powerful as the wild boars they had faced before, and they easily defeated them. They finally found a village. However, the entire village had long been abandoned and deserted. Fortunately, no one lived there, otherwise no one could have survived, because this deserted village would have long been occupied by wild beasts. They proceeded cautiously, without disturbing the wild animals in the village. After driving for most of the day, we finally entered the territory of Ninghue City. The large road sign that read "Welcome to Ninghue City" suddenly made Eurasia feel unusually warm and familiar. Even Gong Kaihang probably didn't expect that Eurasia, by constantly eating to replenish his strength, would actually arrive in Ninghue City 3 hours ahead of schedule. At this moment, concerned for Eurasia's safety, he entrusted Yun Mengru to a level 5 ability user specializing in manipulation, while he himself followed closely in Eurasia's footsteps, but only made it halfway. Hua, we're almost home. Hua peeked out from under Eurasia's clothes and looked around. Hurry up, at this speed we'll be at the village soon. Even after entering Ninghue City, it still took about 10 minutes to reach Hongyang Village. As soon as Eurasia stepped into Hongyang Village, it felt as if he had been hit on the head with a heavy hammer. The entire village is now in ruins, with houses dilapidated and only broken walls remaining. Puddles of blood could be seen from time to time, mixed with bits of flesh and obvious drag marks. At this moment, Eurasia's mind was buzzing, and all the memories of the past surfaced one by one. He rushed back to the village immediately, but the tragic scene before him cruelly told him that he had returned too late. Hua stared at the ruins in disbelief. If we're talking about attachment to the village, it's even deeper than Eurasia's. Ever since it awakened, it remembered that it grew up in this village. Even after the old man who raised it passed away, it refused to leave its former home. However, now, all of that is in the past. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from afar. Eurasia snapped out of his daze and immediately teleported towards the sound. Upon arriving at the scene, they were met with a sight that infuriated them. A swarm of mutated rats attacked the three people frantically, leaving the ground littered with corpses, including both humans and mutated rats. The three people attacked were Gu Jiaqing and his 2 children. The 3 of them were in grave danger. Their children had been pounced on by the swarm of rats, and the mutated rats were tearing at the 2 children. Gu Jiaqing desperately tried to drive away the mutated rats from his children's bodies, even tearing his legs apart to almost nothing, but he didn't care at all. Some of the mutated rats even tried to burrow into his body. Eurasia immediately teleported over, and the 2 of them, 1 human and 1 cat, launched a frenzied attack. Hua first released the fluctuations of a level 3 mutated beast. Due to the level suppression and fear of its natural enemy, the mutated rat began to retreat continuously. However, the swarm of rats was too large, and they couldn't escape completely in time. Eurasia and Hua kept attacking the mutated rats that couldn't escape, each strike filled with rage. After leaving behind hundreds of corpses, the rats fled in panic into the bushes. Eurasia quickly knelt down to check on Gu Jiaqing and his children's injuries. It would have been better not to look, but what you see is heartbreaking. His children's necks were bitten off, and half of their limbs were long gone. Gu Jiaqing was also seriously injured. His legs were almost completely gnawed off, his stomach was bitten open with a large hole, his internal organs were torn apart, and blood kept flowing out. Eurasia hurriedly took out a level 3 medicinal herb from his spatial storage and tremblingly offered it to Gu Jiaqing's lips. Brother Chang, eat quickly, you must hang in there. He kept shouting and urging Gu Jiaqing to take the herbs, but blood gushed from his mouth without stopping. Eurasia tried to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, but he couldn't get it clean no matter what he did. He called out to Gu Jiaqing desperately, his voice gradually trembling. Gu Jiaqing turned his head in anguish and saw that it was Eurasia. He tried to call out Xiao Zhe, but his throat was blocked by blood, and he could only make the sound of bubbles bursting. He knew he was going to die, and he tried with difficulty to force a smile, not wanting to make Eurasia sad, but his body was too weak to cooperate. Soon, his body stopped trembling and he no longer felt cold. Eurasia's figure gradually faded and disappeared from his eyes. Seeing that Gu Jiaqing hadn't eaten the herbs yet, Eurasia crushed them and forced them into his mouth, anxiously urging him to eat them quickly. However, Gu Jiaqing still did not respond, his mouth remaining remaining completely still.
Hua Hua, standing to the side, was powerless and could only watch silently. Its eyes gradually dimmed, filled with sadness and anger. But what could these emotions change? The ending was already irreversible. Yi Ruizhi refused to accept the fact that Gu Jiaqing had left, and still trembled as he stuffed the herbs into his mouth one by one, repeatedly saying, "Eat them quickly." Just as Gu Jiaqing's mouth was almost stuffed full of herbs, Hua Hua used her paws to stop Yi Ruizhi's hand from continuing to stuff herbs in. Yi Ruizhi stopped, no longer shouting or trembling, but tears continued to flow uncontrollably. He recalled the day he arrived in Hongyang village, when Gu Jiaqing looked worried because he couldn't sell his vegetables. He smiled with genuine gratitude when he recalled the time she had lent him her tricycle. "I remember the couple who worried he wasn't eating enough, so they would put fresh vegetables in his open-air kitchen every morning." He recalled the expression on Gu Jiaqing's face when he heard the news at the market and immediately returned to tell him. As he recalled, he suddenly realized, what about the others? At this moment, Yi Ruizhi began to frantically search around, but as he searched, he stopped in his tracks. Because he found them, but all he found were tattered clothes and their personal belongings. The watch belonged to Zhang Xiaodong, the shoes to Zhou Zhehui, the jacket to Zhou Yongming, and the t-shirt with the words Hongyang Village printed on it belonged to Wu Yongxiang. These clothes were once a symbol they showed off in front of Yi Ruizhi. He remembered them clearly and would never mistake them. Yi Ruizhi stood there blankly for a long time, motionless, unwilling to believe that the home he had just found and the warmth he had just felt had vanished overnight. The fleeing rats soon returned, drawn by the scent of fine herbs, but they hid in the grass, afraid to show themselves. The intimidating presence of the flowers kept them from taking a single step. However, this situation was soon broken when the Rat King appeared. It is enormous. The first-level mutated rat is about the same size as Hua Hua, while the Rat King is a third-level mutated rat, and its size is even similar to that of a dog. Level 1 mutant rats are not much different from ordinary rats, but level 3 Rat Kings have blood-red eyes and their teeth have disappeared, replaced by sharp fangs. Its claws were jet black and shiny, gleaming with a sharp cold light. The tail is segmented and covered with sparse, needle-like hairs, resembling a whip covered with needles. When it saw the rats hesitant to advance and approach the edge of the grass, it understood why a cat of equal status was threatening its minions. However, it and Hua Hua are both level 3 mutants and are no longer afraid of their natural enemies. With a roar, it gave the order to attack the swarm of rats. This roar was no longer the squeaking of an ordinary mouse, but the howl of a beast suppressing its own kind. The herbs were so tempting to it that it had to get them. Under the command of the Rat King, the rats slowly emerged from the grass. They feared the oppressive power of the Rat King more than their natural enemies. This is their nature. Ever since the birth of the Rat King, they have had to obey unconditionally. The reappearance of the rat swarm naturally alerted Yi Ruizhi and Hua Hua. The Rat King gave them no time to think, roaring again and ordering the rats to attack. Yi Ruizhi pulled out a rifle from his storage space and opened fire on the swarm of rats. Although the rat swarm has mutated, level 1 mutated rats are no match for rifle fire. Against a large number of enemies, rifles are undoubtedly the best weapon. The Rat King roared, and everyone heard it, except for Flower, who knew of the Rat King's existence. "Your energy is running low. Be careful, I'm off to deal with the Rat King." Enraged, Yi Ruizhi swept wildly, determined to wipe out the rats completely. Hua Hua's reminders went completely to his ears. His mind was filled with nothing but killing. Regardless of whether he heard her or not, Hua Hua leaped and dodged the swarm of rats several times before rushing straight to the Rat King in the grass. It charged toward the Rat King like lightning, determined to settle the score. Seeing this, the Rat King was not afraid at all and charged forward. The two level 3 mutated beasts collided instantly, producing a dull thud. Hua Hua brandished her sharp claws, each strike carrying a fierce momentum, trying to leave wounds on the Rat King. The Rat King, relying on its massive body and sharp fangs, frequently launched counterattacks. Whenever the distance between them increased, the Rat King would lash out at Flower with his tail. As a tabby cat, Hua Hua is naturally agile, easily dodging the Rat King's tail lashes, while simultaneously unleashing a claw strike in the process. The Rat King knew that the cat was very clever, but he did not expect it to be so agile. He was hit by Hua Hua's claws and 3 bloody marks appeared on his body. Feeling the pain, the Rat King roared angrily and charged directly at Flower. "Since ranged attacks are ineffective, let's engage in close combat." Facing the charging Rat King, Hua Hua nimbly leaped aside, and just as she was about to swing her claws to attack again, a dark shadow swiftly attacked and suddenly lashed out at her. This was the Rat King's plan. It knew that it would be difficult to hit Flower with its tail alone, so it took advantage of Flower's leaping and dodging to launch a surprise attack on it in midair. But to its surprise, Hua Hua deftly twisted its body in midair, managing to dodge the almost certain strike. They fought fiercely in the grass, shaking the surrounding vegetation to its knees. On the other side, Yi Ruizhi, holding a rifle, was firing wildly at the dense swarm of rats. Bullets rained down, and the mutated rats fell to the ground one after another. However, the rat swarm was enormous, and despite the rats falling one after another, they still surged toward Yi Ruizhi like waves. His eyes were filled with anger and determination. determination as he kept changing magazines and continuing to fire. He had only one thought in his mind: to avenge the villagers of Hongyang village and Wu Yongqiang and his accomplices. Whenever the swarm of rats approached, he would instantly teleport away to create distance. He kept emptying the magazine, but the high-intensity firing caused the barrel to heat up rapidly and eventually break down. After losing his rifle, Yi Ruizhe pulled out an alloy machete and began close-quarters combat. The sharp alloy machete dealt with these level 1 mutated rats, one cut at a time. As time went by, Yi Ruizhe's physical strength gradually depleted, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew he absolutely could not stop, or he would be overwhelmed by the swarm of rats. At this moment, the battle between Flower and the Rat King has entered a fierce stage. The Rat King was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. Hua Hua, relying on her agility and tenacious fighting spirit, only suffered minor injuries, and the scales of victory are tipping in her favor. The Rat King gradually panicked, roaring incessantly as it tried to summon more rats for support. However, Yi Ruizhe's frenzied shooting had already caused heavy losses to the rat swarm. Seeing that the rat swarm wanted to help the Rat King, he immediately teleported to block the two. Although he was angry, he was also clear-headed and rational. If the rats were allowed to pass, Hua Hua's advantage would be instantly destroyed. Seeing that the situation was not good after losing its support, the Rat King planned to escape. Hua Hua wouldn't let it get away, so she pounced on it and unleashed her ultimate move, Crescent Slash. The Rat King, preoccupied with escaping, was unable to completely evade the attack and its hind legs were severed at the root. The fallen Rat King struggled desperately to continue its escape, but having lost its hind legs, it was powerless to move. Hua Hua gave it no chance to escape and swung her Crescent Slash at its head again. The Rat King watched in horror as the Crescent Moon severed his head, gradually losing his strength and collapsing to the ground. With the death of the Rat King, the rat horde lost its control and immediately fell into chaos, losing its fighting spirit and scattering in all directions. Yi Ruizhe never missed a chance to kick a man when he was down, and he reaped huge profits, even though he was extremely exhausted. Hua Hua also joined the harvesting, and in the end, only 100 or so rats escaped. After the battle, Yi Ruizhe gasped for breath and lay sprawled on the ground to rest. The fleeing mutated rats, thinking they had successfully escaped, stopped in their tracks after passing through a large tree. Their bodies are strangely divided into two parts. The lower body is stationary, while the upper body slowly tilts forward due to inertia. Where they had just passed, a black line thinner than a silkworm's thread and almost imperceptible slowly dissipated, and then the figures on the tree also disappeared. The vanished figure reappeared beside Yi Ruizhe. Yi Ruizhe was still lying on the ground, panting heavily. The figure sighed and said, "The dead cannot be brought back to life. Please accept my condolences. You have done your best." The figure was Gong Kai-hang, who had been chasing after them. He arrived more than 20 minutes after Yi Ruizhe and the swarm of rats had been engaged in a fierce battle. Upon arriving at Hongyang village, Gong Kai-hang used his mental energy to scan and roughly understand what had happened. Seeing that Yi Ruizhe was not in any danger, he let Yi Ruizhe vent his emotions, while he hid in the surroundings to protect him secretly. Upon hearing Gong Kai-hang's voice, Yi Ruizhe slowly opened his eyes. His face was covered in a mixture of sweat and tears, and his red eyes revealed the sorrow in his heart. Gong Kai-hang did not urge him, but simply waited quietly to the side. Yi Ruizhe is not a soldier after all. He needs time to recover. More than half an hour later, Yi Ruizhe stood up and silently collected the bodies of the villagers. In reality, only Gu Jiaqing and his children's bodies were intact. The bodies of the others had long been devoured by rats, and only some remnants of clothing could be found, like those of Wu Yongqiang and others. Hua Hua used her remaining strength to dig a hole. The two of them quietly did all this, without exchanging words, but they both understood each other's mission. Gong Kai-hang did not participate because he respected the deceased and knew that these deceased people would certainly prefer to be buried by people they knew. Since he couldn't help, Gong Kai-hang had no choice but to leave for the time being. More than 10 minutes later, Gong Kai-hang returned and took out the sacrificial items and a blank tombstone from his storage space. Yi Ruizhe also happened to begin burying the villagers' remains. There weren't many bodies to be buried, most were cenotaphs. Unable to identify the owners of all the clothes, he could only search through the ruins house by house. Hongyang village is mostly populated by elderly people living alone. Couples with both parents alive are rare, and middle-aged people and children are even scarcer. After collecting the clothing of more than 300 people from the entire village, Yi Ruizhe returned to the grave pit, folded the clothes neatly one by one, and carefully placed them into the grave. He didn't choke up while burying the body, but tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He took out an alloy machete and carved the names of the villagers one by one on the tombstone, finally carving erected by Yi Ruizhe. He lived in the village committee and, with his enhanced memory after awakening, he didn't forget any of the villagers' names. Flames ignited the paper money, a gentle breeze blew by, ashes flew, candlelight flickered, and wisps of smoke seemed to be the villagers bidding a final farewell to Yi Ruizhe. Yi Ruizhe, who had been holding back his emotions, finally broke down at this moment and burst into tears. Hua Hua also let out a heartbreaking cry. die. Gong Kaiheng silently bowed 3 times to the newly erected grave. Even after experiencing countless fierce battles, a sense of desolation still welled up in his heart at this moment. A dozen minutes later, Gong Kaiheng gently patted Yi Ruizha on the shoulder. The dead are gone, and this kind of village's plight is not an isolated case. If you want them to find peace in heaven, gather your thoughts and come with me to save more people. Yi Ruizha did not answer, but stood up and wiped away the tears on his face. Hua Hua also jumped onto his shoulder. Gong Kaiheng nodded, picked up Yi Ruizha, and teleported away from Hongyang village. The entire Hongyang village fell silent, with only newly erected graves and wisps of smoke proving that people had once been here. Gong Kaiheng, along with Yi Ruizha and Hua Hua, traveled to various villages and towns. Just as he said, villages destroyed by mutated beast hordes were commonplace. The severity of this disaster is in no way inferior to the crisis caused by the sudden loss of power. Having witnessed too much bloodshed and tears, Yi Ruizha's state of mind has quietly undergone some changes. The catastrophe lasted for a month before gradually subsiding, with thousands of villages disappearing. All of this was because of the great distance, preventing timely rescue efforts. After returning to the Kyoto Supernatural Abilities Academy, Yi Ruizha began to train intensively. Gong Kaiheng also went into seclusion to hone his skills, and he was nearing the threshold for advancing to level 5. His experience of traveling across the country for rescue missions made him realize the edge of level 5. After this disaster, Premier Xing Zhenyu, after careful consideration, ordered military reforms. This global beast tide has produced many level 3 mutated beast kings. Their speed and defense are so formidable that ordinary firearms can hardly inflict any damage on them. Transforming the military into a superpowered force is imperative. Only warriors who have awakened their special abilities can charge to the front lines. Those who haven't awakened, even if they were once top soldiers, can only retreat to the rear and take on various logistical tasks. This was a last resort, because some naturally enormous beasts, after mutating, can only be killed by anti-material weapons. Animals like rhinos, hippos, and elephants, even with only a level 1 mutation, can only have their bullets penetrated by ordinary rifles. These behemoths can easily shake the bullets off with a slight tremor. Speed-type mutant beasts, such as cheetahs, can even reach speeds of 500 to 600 kilometers per hour, and frontline soldiers may not even know how they had their throats slashed. Not to mention the mutated insects, which swarm everywhere, blotting out the sun, and are impossible to kill. Although mutated insects are easy to eliminate, their sharp mouthparts are extremely threatening and can easily bite through ordinary sheet metal. The villages and towns most severely affected by the disaster are often attacked by these mutated insects, leaving nothing but barren land, much like a locust plague. Of the fallen warriors, the largest number were killed by mutated insects. In addition to military reforms, orders to establish cities were also issued. The city walls, which had disappeared for over a century, have been rebuilt. Nowadays, building a city only requires constructing 1 or 2 walls, and if conditions permit, the surrounding towns can be reinforced on their own. Moreover, building the city walls became much easier. Even though electricity was no longer available, the compressor engine was still usable. Moreover, with the help of the awakened ones, building the city walls would not take much effort at all. The newly built cities are incredibly magnificent, with a small city covering hundreds or even thousands of square kilometers. First-tier cities have a larger area, often exceeding several thousand square kilometers. However, some villages and towns near mountains and forests will inevitably have to be abandoned. One significant benefit of the increased size of Earth is the substantial increase in the area of plains. If you want to build a city wall, you don't need to worry about cutting through mountains and rocks. You only need to consider whether the enclosed area is sufficient for residential needs. The farmland can only be temporarily placed outside the city, and people still need to be sent to patrol and guard it. However, not much arable land is needed, because the food consumed by those who have not yet awakened is limited. Awakened beings have higher requirements for the quality of food, and after this beast tide, the energy provided by mutated beasts even exceeds that of mutated grains. You heard right, it's mutated food. In order to resist the beast tide, in addition to the discovery that beast meat is edible, some mutated food in the wild has also been confirmed to be edible. However, these mutated grains are only effective if they are wild. Grains that have been carefully cultivated for many years can only achieve level 1 mutation. This has given researchers a real headache. It's baffling that there are so many levels of mutation. What drives researchers crazy is that the fruits and vegetables they cultivated have begun to degenerate. Since Earth began to expand, the fruits and vegetables in the fields have gradually degenerated to level 1. If it weren't for the meat from the beasts, the awakened ones would probably have faced famine long ago. China had completely solved its food crisis decades ago, but unexpectedly, decades later it has returned to the pre-liberation era. To address this, hunting teams were formed in various regions. One reason is to reduce the number of animals. On the other hand, it is to prevent the next beast tide crisis. 2 months after the beast tide subsided, tall city walls had been erected in major cities. With cities as their core, various regions
humans began to explore outwards. The wild animals were all driven back into the forest. Forests have become a no-go zone for humans. Each team wishing to venture into the forest must consist of at least 5 people and must be led by a level 4 or higher Awaken individual, or all members must be level 3 Awaken individuals. Forests may be dangerous, but danger often hides opportunities. Even setting aside hunting wild animals, wild fruits, and vegetables in the forest are a good source of income. If you're lucky enough to stumble upon a medicinal herb of level 3 or higher, that would be a real windfall. The old financial system has long since collapsed, and now everyone tends to barter. The Kyoto Ability Academy has established a new branch school for creation. This place is home to manufacturing and object manipulation superhumans, as well as a large number of researchers whose mission is to develop new machines. At this moment, a young man rushed up to Manhwa, the dean of the branch. Dean, take a look at this ore. Oh, Xiaozhu, what's got you in such a hurry? Manhwa asked. Zhu Junlin threw a piece of ore weighing over 10 kilograms onto the research table, causing the bottles and jars on the table to tip over. But he didn't care and said happily, Dean, take a look at this ore. Ouch, my goodness, can you please be gentler? Manhwa was quite frightened by Zhu Junlin's move. Although these bottles and jars were not very useful now, there were still some dispensable results. Why are you still bothered by these junk? Hurry up and look at this ore, that's the important thing. Manhwa did not blame Zhu Junlin. Instead, he became interested in the ore Zhu Junlin had brought. He examined the shiny black stone closely and said, is there anything special about this ore? Why is it making you so happy? You'll know if you use your mental power to sense it. Manhwa paused for a moment, then looked at Zhu Junlin, seemingly waiting for his confirmation. Zhu Junlin urged, why don't you try it and you'll know. He placed his hand on the ore and felt the stone vibrate slightly, then infused it with his spiritual energy. The moment his mental energy entered the ore, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? If you can, please respond. The sudden sound startled him, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Zhu Junlin looked at him with a smile. How was it? Did you hear someone talking? Coming to his senses, Manhwa widened his eyes and asked, was the sound I just heard not a hallucination? Zhu Junlin said with an air of nonchalance, why don't you try again and you'll see. Manhwa reached out again and infused his spiritual energy into the ore. The voice echoed in his mind again. Filled with curiosity and excitement, he turned to Zhu Junlin and said, this ore is actually so magical? Zhu Junlin did not answer, but a different sound came from the ore. There's a response. But that voice sounds like Dean He's. Is that you, Dean He? Manhwa turned around in surprise to look at the ore, and surprisingly, different sentences came from it. At first, he thought the ore had a recording function, but now it was clear that it didn't. He tried replying with one sentence. I am Manhwa, who are you? It really is Dean He. I am Yao Xiong. This ore can actually transmit sound? Manhwa asked Zhu Junlin, but Yao Xiong, who was inside the ore, answered first. Dean, aren't you talking to me right now? Manhwa was shocked. He had never seen such a magical mineral before. After communicating with Yao Xiong through the ore for a while, he confirmed that the ore did indeed have communication capabilities, and his curiosity grew even stronger. Xiaozhu, where did you get this ore from? Manhwa turned to ask Zhu Junlin. Zhu Junlin said excitedly, Dean, I found it among a pile of miscellaneous items brought back by the hunting team. At the time, the ore was lying there quietly, and I didn't pay much attention to it at first, treating it as just an ordinary stone. Later, while screening the ore, a small piece of it was accidentally broken. I was puzzled at the time, because the stone looked quite solid, but it broke as soon as I touched it. As I was using my mental energy to examine the rubble, Yao Xiong happened to be talking to me, and I casually replied. As a result, the main stone vibrated slightly, so I curiously used my mental power to investigate. Guess what? I actually heard myself speaking. At this point, Zhu Junlin became extremely excited, clearly having discovered the secret of the ore, which inspired his enthusiasm to share. This is truly a groundbreaking discovery. He continued, after discovering the mineral's extraordinary properties, Yao Xiong and I tested it several times to confirm that it could communicate, and then we immediately brought it to you. Manhwa became increasingly excited as he listened to Zhu Junlin's story. He realized that the discovery of this ore might break the long-standing barrier to communication between humans. Xiaozhu, you did a fantastic job. If the communication function of this ore can be fully developed, it will greatly help human survival, Manhwa praised. Zhu Junlin smiled proudly. Dean, what should we do next? Manhwa pondered for a moment and said, first of all, we need to conduct in-depth research on this ore to understand its working principle and characteristics. Then, let's see if we can manufacture more of these communication stones. Without hesitation, Manhwa quickly assembled the college's researchers and formed a dedicated research team to conduct various tests and in-depth analyses of the ore. After a period of research, they discovered that the ore contained a special energy that could interact with mental energy and enable long-distance communication. Even more surprisingly, this communication range seems to be unrestricted by distance. In the experiment, they took the stone thousands of kilometers away from the academy, and
and the communication remained clear and accurate.
Another important finding is that communications cannot be blocked.
Regardless of the methods they used to wrap the two or pieces, communication remained uninterrupted. Subsequently, they made another significant discovery. All the smaller stones that are struck from the main stone can be received by all of them, no matter which one makes a sound, just like a group chat system.
However, there are limitations on the size of the dividing stone.
Any dividing stone smaller than 8 centimeters in length, 5 centimeters in width, and 1.5 centimeters in thickness will be invalid. In addition, if the dividing stone is too large, when it is further divided, the two dividing stones will separate from the main stone group, which is equivalent to creating a new chat group. Compared to the dividing stones, the main stone has two unique functions. It can conduct one-to-one individual communication, and it can also establish cross-boundary communication through contact between main stones.
For example, let's say the main stone is A and the secondary stone is B.
When B speaks, everyone can hear him, but A can have a private conversation with B alone, while the others cannot eavesdrop. If person B wants to communicate with another person A who is a subordinate of person B, they must establish a connection through their superior A.
Once the two A's form a bridge, people from different groups can achieve cross-border communication.
However, the conversation between the two B's will be heard in its entirety by the two A's. If B continues to be divided, this B will become a new A, leaving the original group. That is to say, there can be multiple A's of the same level and multiple B's of lower level, but there can only be one class, and there cannot be a C or D class.
This discovery greatly excited the entire branch,
which immediately reported it and issued a mission to find this mineral. The discovery of the communication stone completely solved the problem that humans currently cannot achieve long-distance communication. Of course, the communication stone also has a drawback. It is extremely fragile. It is so fragile that an adult could easily break it with a little force.
This is no challenge for inquisitive humans. Since it's fragile, let's put a shell on it.
Thus, the real communication brick was born.
If you want to communicate with different people, you have to carry different bricks, since not everyone knows each other.
To ensure the confidentiality of communication, only one-on-one bricks could be used.
If communication between superiors and subordinates is done through intermediaries, there are no secrets left.
Even whispering is met with eavesdropping from a group of people, making it feel like a public execution.
Of course, if it's group communication and there's no concern about secrecy, everyone can also be equipped with a brick. This has also brought a problem. There are more and more bricks, referring to objects thrown at people. You have to carry several bricks with you when you go out.
Thus, an ancient profession came into being, the telephone operator.
As for whether the operators will eavesdrop, that depends on their professional ethics.
However, many people still prefer to use the hierarchical communication board because as long as they know the other party's board number, they can make calls across regions.
But this completely exposes the secret.
If they can't meet and want to whisper sweet nothings, the operator, if she's gossipy, will definitely have a great time gossiping about it.
I imagine the operators are happy to be bystanders. Who doesn't love a bit of gossip?
The expansion of Earth has temporarily solved an international problem. Friction between nations has been greatly reduced. Who would want to travel tens of thousands of kilometers to cause trouble for no reason?
Has the animal tide subsided over where you are? Have the wild animals in your forest been cleared away?
The world has ushered in a rare period of peace. While there is peace between nations, the planet itself is not at peace. After quelling the beast tide attack, Yi devoted himself entirely to cultivation, filling his days with activities. People can quickly forget their pain once they get busy, especially since Yi is inherently strong-willed, even though he is a bit eccentric. In less than 10 days, he emerged from the shadow of grief. His diligent and painstaking practice naturally yielded results. His constantly refined spatial cutting lines were almost at the level of Gong Kaihang.
Gong Kaihang's spatial cutting lines are as thin as silk threads, specifically designed for sneak attacks. He is undoubtedly a master of underhanded tactics.
Simply placing a spatial cutting line in front of an opponent can easily slice them in two if they are not careful. That's how the remaining rats that escaped during the rat attack on Hongyang village were wiped out. However, spatial cutting lines also have their drawbacks. They can only be fixed in one place, and they are very difficult to break through the defenses of highly defensive beasts.
But is there a problem with that? Since it has been developed into a sneak attack technique, what does it matter if the attack power is slightly weaker?
During the day,
when the light is good, you can still see the black line, but at night the situation is completely different.
These incredibly fine, almost invisible spatial lines are an excellent tool for home and travel, as well as for ambushing and striking. Although the cutting line can only be fixed in one place, the original spatial cutting can be used for mobile attacks. Although the attack range is limited, Yi innovated the spatial millstone by combining two spatial cutting techniques. This is thanks to his previous practice of ambidextrous fighting, which cuts, amplifies, and merges two opposing spatial directions, enhances energy output, and makes them rotate, forming an effect like a millstone that continuously crushes the space at the connection point. The sound of space being constantly shattered was like glass glass being thrown into a millstone and ground, piercing the eardrums. Although the space traversed by the millstone heals quickly, the shattered space is a horrifying sight, too fragmented. If you get hit by this millstone, it will cause continuous damage. The key is that the attack power is not low. Even if you have strong defense, you may be unable to breathe from being ground down. To test its power, Yi Ruizhi took advantage of the fact that no one was around and went to the military scrap vehicle storage area. The variety of vehicles here is complete. It has everything: military off-road vehicles, rocket vehicles, mine-clearing vehicles, and main battle tanks. These parts are no longer usable due to changes in Earth's environment and have to be scrapped prematurely. Even if dismantling plants wanted to, they wouldn't be able to handle the sheer number of parts. This was Yi Ruizhi's second time here. Of course, the first time he also sneaked in. Which man wouldn't love these big toys? How could he resist touching them every now and then? If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't be started, he would have secretly stuffed a few cars into the storage space. Looking at the rows of large toys, he couldn't bear to let go. He felt a deep sense of loss. But in order to test the power of his new skill, he decided to play with each of the big toys first. Wheel, 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 wheel. Hands up, or this armored vehicle will run you over. Aim, machine gun fire. Day. Rocket launchers, fire them down. Beep, beep, beep. Launch canopy open. ICBM requesting launch. General, enemy aircraft spotted. Requesting permission to shoot it down. Target locked. Laser firing. Yi Ruizhi was having a blast providing voiceovers for various vehicles. Just as he was engrossed in playing, Gong Kaihang found him by following the spatial fluctuations. However, he was reluctant to show himself. It would be too foolish. He no longer wanted this student. He had just emerged from seclusion and successfully leveled up to level 5. He felt a little guilty thinking about how long it had been since he had taught Yi Ruizhi. So they went to find Yi Ruizhi, only to discover that he wasn't in the dormitory. After sensing his presence, they found that he had just teleported away not long ago, so they followed him. As a result, he hovered in the air and saw an older, rebellious teenager playing with a vehicle by himself. Sigh, can this student still be accepted? What a disgrace. Yi Ruizhi, who was having a great time, heard someone talking and quickly fell silent, looking around. Where are you looking? It's right up there. With your level of alertness, you deserve to get beaten up. Yi Ruizhi looked up and saw Gong Kaihang floating in midair. Ha ha, Teacher Gong is here. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Did you not see anything? I've been here for a long time. What do you say? What? You want to kill me to cover your tracks? No, I wouldn't dare. Let's talk about something. Could you please not tell anyone about what happened earlier? Oh, so you know it's embarrassing? Then why are you having so much fun? I've never played with these before, and besides, these are all real stuff. What man wouldn't love that? Gong Kaihang had no argument with Yi Ruizhi's reasoning. Looking back, he was one of them back then. It's just that we've seen it so many times that it's no longer so novel. Alright, what are you trying to do here? Don't tell me you just want to play with vehicles. I came here to try out new skills. Seeing so many vehicles, I felt like I was missing out if I didn't touch them myself. Hee. Gong Kaihang's eyes sharpened. I didn't expect this guy to master this new skill so quickly. I haven't even developed it myself yet. Let's see what new tricks he has up his sleeve. Tell me about your new skill and how it works. It's like cutting two spaces together. Pressing a button makes a ringing sound, and then you just throw it out. Gong Kaihang secretly regretted asking the question, thinking to himself, what the hell is this? Blinking? I really overestimated this student's expressive ability. He felt exhausted. He took a few steps back and said, you should just use it. Okay, watch carefully. Yi Ruizhi looked left and right, hesitant and unsure which vehicle to attack. Gong Kaihang is really unbearable to watch. You must feel sorry for him now. He randomly pointed to a multiple rocket launcher vehicle. Stop looking around. This is it. That's such a waste, such a pity. Stop talking nonsense. You're not the one paying for it, so why are you so worried? Hurry up and get on it. Yi Ruizhi grumbled, dissatisfied. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Why are you being so fierce? Gong Kaihang's forehead veins throbbed. He really wanted to punch someone. The students you choose have to put up with it. Seeing that Gong Kaihang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, Yi Ruizhi dared not delay any longer. He quickly raised his hands, one hand forming a spatial cut, and then brought his hands together to combine the two skills. The moment the two skills merged, space shattered continuously, just as Yi Ruizhi had described, making a crackling sound. It turns out he wasn't referring to visual effects, but rather sound. Gong Kaihang felt a chill run down his spine as he heard the sound of space shattering. After all, he is now a level 5 expert, and ordinary methods are not worth mentioning. This new skill of his is so powerful? I feel a little scared just standing here. Yi Ruizhi condensed into a spatial millstone and threw it towards the multi-barrel rocket launcher vehicle. The millstone made contact with the vehicle without hesitation, instantly penetrating it and leaving a 2-finger-wide slit. Gong Kaihang was astonished. The power was indeed considerable. The multiple rocket launcher has no armor, so its power cannot be fully realized. He then pointed to a main battle tank. Try attacking this tank. Ha! You dare to test it with a tank?
tank? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Well, it's true what they say, the rich have plenty of food, and the well-fed don't know the hunger of the starving. At this moment, the veins on Gong Kai-hang's forehead bulged, and the veins on his fists were also bulging so badly that it looked like his blood vessels were about to burst. Seeing that he was about to reach his limit of anger, Yi Ruizha quickly shrank back, not daring to cause any more trouble. He then condensed a spatial millstone and threw it at the main battle tank. This time, the millstone encountered considerable resistance and did not penetrate directly as it had before.
But it only paused briefly before the millstone quickly cut in, until it was completely inside the tank, at which point the energy dissipated.
Gong Kai-hang felt a chill run down his spine. When he tested the power of his skills with a main battle tank at level 4, he could only barely break through the armor. Yi Ruizha is only level 3, but he can already drive a tank like a can. He couldn't help but feel envious and sincerely said, "Teach me how to use this skill." "No problem, I'll teach you if you want to learn." Gong Kai-hang felt that this guy had a bit of a Versailles vibe. However, he endured it in order to learn a new skill. Yi Ruizha revealed all his techniques without reservation, but the adjectives he used were confusing. It was released with a buzz, piled up with a pia, and there was also the lingering buzzing sound, which was thrown out with a whoosh. Gong Kai-hang said helplessly, "Very well, you've explained it in enough detail. Stop talking and use it a few more times to show me." But in his heart, he wanted to pull out the 80-meter-long machete from his storage space. Yi Ruizha shrugged and muttered under his breath. He didn't understand but still insisted on saving face. Are all older people like this? He thought he was speaking softly, but Gong Kai-hang still heard him. He silently opened the storage space and slowly pulled out the alloy machete issued by the army. Seeing that things were going badly, Yi Ruizha quickly started casting his skill, not daring to delay for even a moment. Seeing that the guy had stopped fooling around, Gong Kai-hang put away the alloy machete that he had already pulled out halfway and began to examine it carefully. After observing for a few times, Yi Ruizha stopped. "Keep going. Why did you stop?" "Big brother, this skill consumes too much energy. I've run out of energy and can't use it anymore." "Ha, you're done so quickly? You're way too fast." "Old man, what do you mean? You're no good. Your whole family is no good." Gong Kai-hang raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, "What's wrong? You can't do something yourself, so you won't let others say it? You're ruthless." Yi Ruizha ignored him. Everyone knew that Gong Kai-hang was looking for trouble, and continuing the conversation would only lead him into his trap. Seeing that Yi Ruizha ignored him, Gong Kai-hang felt bored and started practicing on his own. He discovered the problem as soon as he started practicing. Releasing the two spatial cuts went very smoothly, and making them rotate was no problem either, but combining them was not an option. He simply couldn't make them rotate in the opposite direction continuously. "I tried several times, but the result was always the same." Seeing this, Yi Ruizha, who was recovering his energy, couldn't help but laugh. "You're not good enough either. You're even faster than me." Gong Kai-hang did not respond, but instead used spatial teleportation on a tank. The tank, weighing tens of tons, vanished instantly and reappeared a dozen meters above Yi Ruizha's head. Yi Ruizha immediately sensed something was wrong, cried out in alarm, and quickly jumped forward. A tank overhead grazed his toes and crashed down, sending dust flying. "Brother, you're robbing me of my money and killing me. You're so quick to kick me while I'm down." Gong Kai-hang said calmly, "The reaction is not bad. There has been progress. You have a sense of crisis now, unlike before when you didn't even notice the danger above your head." Yi Ruizha was speechless. If God feels threatened and wants to take revenge, just say so. However, he dared not tease Gong Kai-hang anymore. The old man didn't like to joke. He was too serious. If he wasn't careful, he could lose his life. It was best to keep quiet. Seeing Yi Ruizha obediently shut up, Gong Kai-hang continued practicing. A few hours later, Gong Kai-hang completely broke down. "I can't seem to learn it. I'm completely stuck on the integration step," he said dejectedly. "I have something to do. I'm leaving now." Then he disappeared from Yi Ruizha's sight. Yi Ruizha pouted and complained, "TCH, if you can't learn it, you can't learn it. I have other things to do." He then disappeared into the abandoned dump site. They came silently and left just as quietly. The patrolling soldiers were unlucky. They found several vehicles mysteriously damaged, and the key was that they couldn't find the suspects. They were so angry that they stomped their feet and muttered national essence under their breath. 2 months after the city wall was completed, Blue Star ushered in another new change. Numerous spatial rifts have appeared randomly around the world. To prevent a repeat of the Beast Tide disaster, before the situation became clear, Huaxia urgently built makeshift city walls near the spatial rifts close to the city and deployed a large number of troops. As the only two space-type ability users, Gong Kai-hang and Yi Ruizha were naturally assigned to the investigation team. The two arrived at a spatial rift 200 kilometers away from Kyoto. They've been here for almost half an hour, but haven't made a move. "Teacher Gong, are we just going to be decorations here all alone? Are you busy?" "No. If there's nothing else, just stay put and carefully sense the fluctuations in the crack." Yi Ruizha thought to himself, this crack hasn't changed at all. What's the point of sensing it? But would he dare to say it? The crack still stands silently, like a mysterious gateway, exuding an elusive aura.
The two stood not far away, and Gong Kai-hang was filled with vigilance. Although the rift has not shown any real danger at present except for strong spatial fluctuations, the unknown is often the most frightening. Another long half-hour passed, and Yi Ruizhe was extremely bored. He kicked the stones at his feet listlessly, feeling suffocated.
Hey, Lao Gong, are we just going to stand here like idiots forever? How long are we going to stand here? Can't you show me some respect? I am, after all, your teacher.
Yi Ruizhe glanced at Gong Kai-hang with a disdainful look. I've never seen a teacher take students to such an uncertain and dangerous place to take risks. You little rascal, you're being mischievous again. All he does is threaten people. He doesn't act like a teacher at all.
Gong Kai-hang ignored Yi Ruizhe.
He knew that the more he paid attention to this guy, the more excited he would become, and he might even get furious. So he chose to remain silent. He knew that as long as he ignored Yi Ruizhe, the world would return to calm within half a minute.
How boring, nobody's talking to me, sigh.
Yi Ruizhe sighed when he saw that Gong Kai-hang didn't respond. Then he started kicking stones on the ground to kill time. As he kicked, he suddenly picked up a large rock weighing over 10 kilograms and threw it directly into the crevice without thinking. The stone instantly passed through the crack and disappeared without a trace. Gong Kai-hang's eyes narrowed instantly. At that moment, he clearly sensed a strong energy fluctuation.
What are you doing? You saw it, why are you asking? Can't you give me a break? Hey, you little brat, you've become a rebel against heaven? Try throwing another stone in there. Where did I go against the grain? What did you just say?
Yi Ruizhe retorted as usual, but the second half of the sentence made him feel a little awkward, as if it wasn't an insult.
I said, throw another one in, aren't you just bored? Now I'm giving you a chance, you can throw in a few more. Gong Kai-hang emphasized.
Hee, I thought I was the only one with nothing better to do, but I didn't expect you to be like this too. You're such a disrespectful old man, Yi Ruizhe said with a grin.
Stop babbling and just throw it away.
I think that rock is pretty good. It's round and big, Gong Kai-hang said, pointing to a large rock weighing several tons.
Old Gong, do I look like an idiot? That rock weighs several tons. Which eye of yours thinks I can lift it? Are you overestimating me or underestimating the weight of that rock?
Yi Ruizhe stared wide-eyed at Gong Kai-hang with an incredulous expression. So you do have some self-awareness after all.
I didn't tell you to lift the stone. If I say you're stupid, you have to admit it. There's nothing shameful about admitting you're stupid. If you don't know how to do it, you can ask me. As a teacher, I'm well aware of my students' stupidity. Wow, that's ridiculous.
You're hurting others without benefiting yourself, and you're even dragging yourself down by calling me stupid.
As the
saying goes, if a teacher doesn't teach, it's the teacher's fault. You'll lose face if word gets out, Yi Ruizhe retorted without backing down.
You've already made me lose face completely. Who was it that secretly lifted up that girl's skirt and got caught red-handed? And who was it that teleported into the girl's room naked and got criticized by the whole college? And who went to steal in the middle of the night? Gong Kai-hang began to list Yi Ruizhe's various crimes. Alright, stop talking nonsense.
It was just an accident, and she's the one clinging to it. Besides, her skirt was blown up by the wind.
What does it have to do with me?
Blame her for wearing a skirt in the first place.
Yi Ruizhe quickly interrupted, trying to defend himself.
What she wears is none of your business. The important thing is that you see it and you run away immediately, Gong Kai-hang continued.
What can I do?
It's her fault for wearing that stuff, Yi Ruizhe muttered.
What is that?
It's called a tea-back, Gong Kai-hang corrected.
How do you know it's a tea-back?
Yi Ruizhe had just finished speaking when he suddenly snapped back to reality, staring wide-eyed at Gong Kai-hang. Old Gong, you have no conscience. Why did you watch it too? But I'm the one who suffers. Gong Kai-hang straightened his neck and retorted. I saw it by accident, and besides, I was far away, so what does it have to do with me? But that girl's butt is really white, hee.
I've chosen the wrong master. Oh God.
Please strike this pervert dead with lightning, Yi Ruizhe shouted to the sky.
Ahem, even if this was an accident, you can't deny that you went into that girl's room naked, can you? Gong Kai-hang brought up another embarrassing incident involving Yi Ruizhe.
I just wanted to grab some snacks while she was taking a shower, but she suddenly opened the door to get her clothes, Yi Ruizhe explained helplessly. That's her dorm room after all.
She can come out whenever she wants. What right do you have to blame others? That's true. Why would she come out to get clothes for no reason?
Yi Ruizhe still felt very wronged.
Alright, I don't have time to listen to your excuses. Get to work. Gong Kai-hang urged impatiently. What are you doing?
I can't move that rock, Yi Ruizhe said helplessly.
I'm really impressed with you. Can't you use spatial expulsion? Gong Kai-hang sighed, rubbing his forehead. Oh right, I didn't expect you to be so quick-witted.
Yi Ruizhe suddenly realized. Sooner or later I'll catch your stupidity, Gong Kai-hang said, shaking his head. Yi Ruizhe walked to the boulder, aimed, and released a spatial expulsion, but the boulder did not move an inch.
Gong Kai-hang was speechless, rubbing his forehead. Can't you use a little more force? Are you too confident in your skills, or are you underestimating this rock?
Yi Ruizhe was a little angry. He took a few steps back, spread his hands in a gesture of invitation, and said, You keep nagging me to do the work.
If you don't like it, you do it.
Gong Kai-hang silently drew his large
large cleaver. Just kidding, Dad, I'll get to work right away.
Yi Ruizha called out to his father, but in his heart he cursed Gong Kaihang. He gathered his strength and released the spatial expulsion once more. This time, the boulder flew directly into the air, heading straight towards the spatial rift. The boulder pierced through the crack, creating a huge ripple. Gong Kaihang felt a surge of energy once again, this time with even greater ripples. He even saw a faint hint of green in the cracks. He was very certain that the green was some kind of vegetation, and prehistoric vegetation at that.
Yi Ruizha returned to Gong Kaihan's side and asked, "How did it go?"
"We've got a clue. The other side of the rift might be somewhere else, maybe not even Earth.
But we need to go back and report first, and make some preparations."
"Let's go," Gong Kaihang said solemnly. Instead of returning to the academy, the two decided to go directly to see Premier Xing Jinyu.
Gong Kaihang knew that this was a huge matter, and even he and Dean Li Yifei might not be able to make a decision.
They rushed to Premier Xing Jinyu's office without stopping. But Premier Xing Jinyu wasn't someone they could just meet whenever they wanted. They had to go see Secretary General Zhao Fuguo first. Tian Lingwei, the only space science talent in China, recognized Gong Kaihang and Yi Ruizha and said with a smile, "What brings you two here?"
Gong Kaihang nodded. "Yes, if it's urgent, talk to the Secretary General and the Premier."
Even Gong Kaihang himself felt the situation was urgent, and Tian Lingwei didn't dare to delay, so she immediately went in to report.
Soon after, they were invited into the office. Upon seeing them, Zhao Fuguo said happily, "What rare guests you have come today. What brings you here?"
"We have made new discoveries regarding the sudden appearance of the spatial rift, and we have come here specifically to report to the Premier and the Secretary General so that you two can make a decision," Gong Kaihang said solemnly. Upon hearing that it was about a spatial rift, Zhao Fuguo immediately stood up and said, "Come on, let's go see the Premier."
Xing Jinyu looked at the three of them with a serious expression, his brows furrowing slightly. "What happened? Why the rush?" Gong Kaihang took a deep breath and began to state their findings. "Prime Minister, it's about the spatial rift near Kyoto.
We explored the area and confirmed that the other side of the crack might be another unknown region, and there was a faint green patch inside the crack, which appeared to be prehistoric vegetation. This is a serious matter, and we dare not make a decision on our own.
We have come to report to you."
Xing Jinyu's expression also darkened, and he stood up and paced around the room.
He paused after a moment, looked at the three of them, and asked, "What specific thoughts and suggestions do you have?"
Zhao Fuguo spoke up. "Premier, we believe that we should immediately assemble a strong expedition team to explore the other side of the rift.
But this is extremely risky, since we know absolutely nothing about that place."
Gong Kaihang continued, "That's right, and we need to prepare sufficient supplies and equipment to deal with any possible situations. At the same time, we must also do a good job in safety protection to ensure the safety of the expedition team members."
Xing Jinyu nodded. "Your considerations are very reasonable. This matter should not be taken lightly.
I will convene a meeting with relevant experts and leaders to develop a detailed plan. You all go back and rest and remain on standby at any time." After the two left, Xing Jinyu immediately instructed Zhao Fuguo to convene an emergency meeting with experts and leaders from various fields. During the meeting, participants engaged in a heated discussion about the discovery of the space rift.
Some experts believe this is a rare opportunity for scientific exploration that could help humanity unravel many unsolved mysteries.
Some leaders, however, worry that the expedition could bring unpredictable risks and pose a significant threat to humanity. After a long period of deliberation and discussion, it was finally decided to form an expedition team composed of scientists and individuals with supernatural abilities of level 5 or above to explore the area on the other side of the spatial rift. Of course, Gong Kaihang and Yi Ruizha were not exempt. These two experts in space-related fields were the best candidates to ensure the safety of the expedition team. As for Yun Mengru, she will also set off with the team, but she will only wait outside the spatial rift and will not venture into that unknown space. After all, she is currently the only medical professional, a valuable asset to the country. Meanwhile, all departments were required to fully cooperate in preparing supplies, ensuring security, and gathering intelligence. Upon learning of this decision, Yi Ruizha was both excited and nervous, while Gong Kaihang was somewhat puzzled, thinking, "Why do we have to bring this kid along?" Yi Ruizha paced back and forth beside Gong Kaihang, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Old Gong, I never thought I could participate in such an important expedition. It's so exciting." Gong Kaihang glanced at him and shook his head helplessly. "Can't you be more careful? This expedition is no child's play. It's full of unknown dangers. As the departure date approaches, preparations are in full swing. The supplies department selected the most advanced equipment, as well as ample food and medicine. The security team continuously conducts drills to deal with various possible dangers, ensuring the absolute safety of its members. The intelligence team searched far and wide for clues about spatial rifts and unknown worlds, providing the expedition with the most comprehensive intelligence support possible. When Yun Mengru learned that she could only wait outside the spatial rift, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but she knew her own importance. Even after she applied repeatedly, no one would agree to let her enter the spatial rift. She could only silently prepare various medical supplies while continuously improving her treatment capabilities, striving to play the greatest role at critical moments. Finally, the day of departure arrived. Dong Kai-hang and Yi Ruasia put on special adventure suits and stood in front of the spatial rift with the other team members. Their faces showed both nervousness and anticipation. Premier Xing Jinyu personally attended the send-off ceremony for the expedition team, gazing firmly at them as he slowly spoke. "You are courageous explorers of humankind, and this mission is both arduous and of extraordinary significance. We hope you return safely, bringing new hope and opportunities to humanity." As the team leader, Dong Kai-hang stepped forward and solemnly saluted the Premier. "Please rest assured, Premier, we will certainly live up to our mission and do our best to complete the task." With a command from Dong Kai-hang, the expedition team slowly entered the spatial rift. Behind them, Yun Mengru watched their backs anxiously, silently praying for their safety. Outside the spatial rift, staff from various departments were also busy, ready to provide support to the expedition team at any time. Upon entering the spatial rift, they found themselves in a long, narrow spatial passage, and the expedition team immediately felt a strong spatial pressure. Dong Kai-hang quickly released a spatial barrier to envelop the entire team and alleviate the pressure. Surrounded by darkness, the team members moved forward cautiously, their nerves on edge. After walking for a while, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared ahead. The team members perked up and quickened their pace. When they emerged from the darkness, the sight before them stunned everyone. A fantastical prehistoric world unfolded before their eyes, with ancient trees towering into the clouds and exotic flowers and plants radiating mesmerizing colors. However, before they could even fully appreciate the world, a deep roar suddenly came. Looking in the direction of the sound, everyone gaped, their eyes filled with disbelief, yet a strangely familiar astonishment. It was a dinosaur. A roar rang out, and they saw with their own eyes a huge head suddenly rise up from the distant mountains and forests. The head was as big as a small mountain, with a long neck attached to it, like a giant python that was winding and coiling. It looked around warily, seemingly trying to pinpoint the source of the roar. Xiang Hu, the team's stamina specialist, exclaimed, "Ha, is that a brachiosaurus?" His voice was full of shock and disbelief, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Sanshine, the biologist accompanying them, also hesitated before answering, maybe. Dong Kai-hang frowned and asked, "What do you mean by possibly? Aren't you a biologist? You're not even sure about this?" Lin Sanshine explained with a wry smile, mainly because its size is ridiculously large, although its appearance is quite similar to that of a brachiosaurus. According to the data, Brachiosaurus was generally 12 to 16 meters tall and could reach 25 meters in length. But look at this dinosaur now, it's at least 50 meters tall, and you can't even see its full length. How can I be so sure it's a Brachiosaurus? Mineralogist Ouyang Chi speculated, could it be a mutated dinosaur? As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to look at him. Ouyang Chi explained somewhat nervously, "Well, I was just guessing, purely guessing." In fact, when Lin Sanchang mentioned the possibility of a giant Brachiosaurus, everyone already had a guess in their hearts, but no one dared to say it out loud. This is truly astonishing. If it really is a Brachiosaurus, wouldn't the Tyrannosaurus rex also be much larger? Tyrannosaurus rex was already big enough to swallow a child whole. If it had grown even bigger, a human wouldn't even be a match for its teeth. However, Lin Sanchang quickly dispelled everyone's worries. Brachiosaurus and Tyrannosaurus rex did not live in the same period, so there is no need to worry too much. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Tyrannosaurus rex was not a dinosaur from the same era, but Lin Sanchang continued, however, the Yunquanosaurus from the same period was no smaller than Tyrannosaurus rex. Just as everyone was recovering from their shock, they were immediately drawn back to these words. Dong Kai-hang widened his eyes and retorted, "Can't you just explain it clearly once and for all?" Yi Ruasia, however, asked like a curious child, "I don't know what a Yongchuan dragon is, as long as there's no Tyrannosaurus rex. I'm more curious, what are those straight trees called?" Lin Sanchang followed his gaze to the huge trees and said, "Those, I think they're called ceiling wood." Dong Kai-hang suddenly realized, so that's called ceiling wood. It's quite easy to identify. Hey, Professor Lin, what's wrong? He had hoped to take the opportunity to get Lin Sanchang to explain more about science, but instead he saw him standing there blankly. Ouyang Chi, who was standing next to Lin Sanchang, gently nudged him and asked with concern, "Old Lin, are you alright? Don't scare us." At this point, Lin Sanchang stammered, I might have misspoke." Dong Kai-hang said helplessly, "Why are you suddenly stuttering?" Lin Sanchang took a deep breath and said, "I take back what I just said, because it's too unreasonable. The sealed wood and the Brachiosaurus are not creatures from the same period. There's a gap of almost 100 million years between them." The group looked at each other, momentarily stunned. "What do you mean by that?" "What I mean is that there may be organisms from different periods existing here at the same time." "Isn't this normal?" someone asked in confusion, seemingly unable to understand Lin Sanchang's words. "Normal my ass. I've made myself perfectly clear. This means there could be a Yunquanosaurus, a Tarbosaurus, a Highspinosaurus, and even a Tyrannosaurus rex here at the same time. I don't have much of an impression of the others, such as Yunquanosaurus, Tarbosaurus, and High Spinosaurus, since I haven't heard of them much.
But Tyrannosaurus Rex is very famous and has an innate aura of terror, all thanks to movies. They immediately became uneasy.
Just a moment ago they said that Tyrannosaurus Rex was not from the same period and there was no need to worry, but now they say that it may exist.
How can everyone feel at ease exploring it?
Eurasia delivered another heavy blow.
Now that we have Tyrannosaurus Rex, maybe velociraptors, or something like that will appear too? Gong Kai-hang said sullenly, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute.
A hush fell over everyone. The air was so heavy it seemed as if water could drip from it. The Brachiosaurus in the distance looked up and gazed around for a while.
Seeing no threat, it slowly lowered its head and disappeared from sight. Then, the trees in the jungle swayed slightly, indicating it had resumed grazing.
Ouyang Chi swallowed hard, his voice hoarse.
What kind of strange place is this? How can creatures from different eras coexist here?
The ecologist Zhong Haichao, who was traveling with him, frowned and tried to think of various possibilities. Perhaps there is some kind of spatio-temporal
anomaly that we have not yet figured out, or some kind of special ecological environment that allows these organisms from different eras to coexist.
Lin Sancheng looked around worriedly.
What do we do now?
If we continue exploring, we might encounter those terrifying dinosaurs at any time.
Gong Kai-hang gritted his teeth.
Now that we're here, we can't just back down like this. Let's be careful and try to avoid dangerous areas.
Eurasia remained carefree. What's there to be afraid of? We might even get to observe dinosaurs up close.
Live dinosaurs, how exciting.
Gong Kai-hang glared at him. You think you're so brave?
If you really ran into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, let's see if you'd still dare to be so carefree. After discussing it for a while, the group decided to continue, but with even greater caution. As they walked, they kept an eye on their surroundings, ready to deal with any potential dangers. As they ventured deeper, the environment became increasingly mysterious. Those enormous ceiling trees stand silently like ancient guardians, as if telling a distant story. The strange noises that kept coming made them tense. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the grass ahead. Everyone immediately stopped and stared intently at the bushes. 3 smaller dinosaurs slowly emerged, resembling velociraptors but with some differences. It stands about 2 meters tall, with a colorful, folded flesh around its neck, and a wagging tail with several barbs at the end.
Eurasia's eyes widened. See, what did I tell you?
The velociraptors really appeared. Gong Kai-hang's face darkened, just as he feared. This was a huge problem. This dinosaur doesn't look like it's going to be messed with. Lin Sancheng observed carefully. Everyone be careful. This is not a velociraptor. It should be a Dilophosaurus. The appearance is slightly different. It is definitely a carnivorous dinosaur, and it may also be poisonous. The 3 Dilophosaurus stared at the 8 bipedal creatures with puzzlement, for they had never seen such creatures before. They hissed at each other as if communicating, and then slowly approached the 8 people. Gong Kai-hang stared warily at the Dilophosaurus and whispered to the others, back up slowly. It would have been better if they hadn't retreated. As soon as they did, the 3 Dilophosaurus thought the 8 bipedal creatures were intimidated. They suddenly raised the flesh on their necks and roared at the 8 people who were slowly retreating.
Lin Sancheng immediately warned, they're testing us, we can't retreat any further. Xianghu cracked his neck, eager to try. Captain, shall we make a move?
As an enhancer type, he couldn't contain himself ever since he saw the Brachiosaurus, eager to test the ferocity of these dinosaurs.
He truly lived up to his name, displaying tremendous strength and vigor.
Seeing that the 3 Dilophosaurus creatures clearly didn't intend to let them go easily, Gong Kai-hang nodded and said, be careful, don't be careless. With permission, Xianghu clasped his hands in a fist salute and stepped forward, his fists cracking as he beckoned to the 3 Dilophosaurus dragons with his fingers. Come on, let me, Tiger, see if you 3 beasts can take a beating. They couldn't understand Xianghu's words, but they understood his provocative actions, and immediately roared at him. Xianghu picked at his ear and said disdainfully, shut up your sister. The 3 Dilophosaurus seemed to have reached their limit, and charged at him with their mouths wide open, roaring. The others behind him got into position, ready to provide support at any time. Xianghu showed no weakness and charged towards the 3 Dilophosaurus. Before they could even get close, the leading Dilophosaurus suddenly spat out a wind blade from its mouth to attack Xianghu.
Xianghu, who was running, was shocked and quickly dodged, saying with lingering fear, no martial ethics at all. They actually launched a sneak attack. Gong Kai-hang's eyes sharpened.
Previously, the 3 Dilophosaurus creatures showed no energy fluctuations, and no one expected them to be so dangerous, clearly not ordinary ancient creatures. The instant the twin-spine dragon unleashed its wind blades, Gong Kai-hang keenly sensed the level 5 energy fluctuations and hurriedly shouted, it's a level 5 mutated beast. Kid, use spatial expulsion right now.
Faced with the mutated beast, Gong Kai-hang dared not take any risks.
He and Eurasia joined forces, each controlling a spatial expulsion device to release. Of the 3 Dilophosaurus that were rushing forward, the 2 on the side were immediately hit by spatial expulsion and flew into the air behind them, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant.
The remaining Dilophosaurus was stunned, stopped in its tracks, and blinked. It was still wondering how its 2 brothers had suddenly disappeared.
Xianghu ignored its confusion and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to its head. This punch was powerful powerful and heavy, sending the still-stunned Dilophosaurus flying 40 or 50 meters. To everyone's surprise, the Dilophosaurus was completely unharmed despite being hit so hard on the head by Xianghu's punch. It wobbled to its feet, shook its head, roared at them, and then turned and ran away. The crowd stared in disbelief at the fleeing Dilophosaurus. Xianghu scratched his head and muttered, "Hey, this guy is really tough. He took a punch from me with 70% of my strength and he's still fine." Dong Kaihan's expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "It seems that the creatures here are not to be underestimated. These dinosaurs actually possess supernatural abilities, and at a high level, which is truly astonishing. We must be even more cautious in our next operation." Lin Sanqing nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, "Judging from the reaction of this Dilophosaurus, they seem to possess a certain level of intelligence. Knowing that they are no match for it, they choose to run away. This is definitely not the behavior of ordinary wild beasts." Dong Kaihong's face grew even more somber. The fact that dinosaurs possessed intelligence meant that the danger here was even greater. Those without wisdom are merely beasts, but once they acquire wisdom, trouble ensues, and they may even face retaliation. Yi Ruizha watched as Gong Kaihan's expression grew increasingly grim, and dared not say anything more. He knew he had better not invite bad luck. They moved forward again, but more cautiously than before. While crossing a small ravine, they discovered a cave entrance. The entrance to the cave is small, allowing only two people to pass side by side. Dong Kaihang was silent for a moment, then said, "I want to go in and investigate." Ouyang Chi nodded in agreement. "I also think we can go in and take a look. There are some minerals near the cave entrance that I've never seen before, which are very valuable for research." Lin Sancheng also agreed. "There are no signs of any biological activity near the cave entrance, so I think it's okay to go in." Zhong Haichao also expressed his willingness to explore this area. Gong Kaihang looked at everyone and asked, "Do you have any objections?" The others, of course, were not. Their mission was to protect the three scientists, and since those they were protecting had gone inside, they had to follow. As soon as they entered the cave, Ouyang Chi asked Gong Kaihang for a pickaxe and began to dig out some ores he had never seen before. The minder was naturally entrusted to Gong Kaihang for safekeeping, since he had enough storage space. As for Yi Ruizha, Gong Kaihang never intended for him to bear any burdens in the first place. As the group slowly ventured deeper into the cave, they discovered some glowing stones as the light dimmed. Zhong Haichao asked Ouyang Chi curiously, "Is this a stone that's emitting a green glow, or does it have radiation?" Ouyang Chi tapped off a piece and examined it carefully, then replied, "It has no radiation, it should only have fluorescent properties. However, we still need to take it back for further research to make a final determination." In addition to the green fluorescent stone, they also found luminescent stones of other colors. Just as they were continuing on their way, Gong Kaihang suddenly raised his hand and called out, "Don't go any further. There are some supernatural fluctuations ahead. You guys wait here, I'll go investigate." Upon hearing the fluctuations of supernatural power, everyone immediately tensed up and prepared for defense. Just in case, Gong Kaihang released a spatial barrier in front of him before slowly walking forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, we reached the end of the cave. There were no animals or dinosaurs inside, only a plant that emitted a faint yellow glow. The plant is about half a foot tall, has only 4 leaves, and neither flowers nor bears fruit. Gong Kaihang couldn't identify its species, and upon approaching it, he didn't sense any danger. Instead, he smelled a faint medicinal fragrance. Because he didn't recognize the plant, he didn't act rashly. He teleported back first, brought the others over, and then made further plans. Gong Kaihang's sudden appearance did not cause any ripples among the waiting crowd. Ouyang Chi hurriedly asked, "How is it? What's the situation inside?" Gong Kaihang replied, "There is no danger inside, but I found a plant I don't recognize. I didn't dare to touch it for fear of killing it, so I came back first to take you there to see it." Zhong Haichao asked in surprise, "Plants? Are you serious?" Gong Kaihang nodded, "Yes, it's true. Let's go in." After saying that, he strode forward. Now that he was sure it was safe, there was no need to be overly cautious. The group quickly followed Gong Kaihang and advanced deeper into the cave. When everyone arrived in front of the plant emitting a yellow glow, they couldn't help but hold their breath. This plant appeared especially mysterious in the dimly lit cave, as if it held endless secrets. Everyone gathered around the mysterious plant that emitted a yellow glow, their eyes filled with curiosity and caution. Upon arriving at the site, the three scientists immediately determined that it was a herb they had never seen before. Lin Sancheng also determined that the herb was not yet mature. Although reluctant, he suggested digging it up in order to explore its value. As a mineralogist, Ouyang Chi also has some knowledge of plants. He carefully examined the plant's roots and the surrounding soil, then said, "Judging from the soil quality here, this herb's root system shouldn't be particularly developed, but we still can't be careless. We must be careful when digging it up to avoid damaging the roots and destroying its medicinal properties." Gong Kaihang nodded, took out several small, sharp pickaxes and shovels from his storage space, and handed them to everyone. Extra care must be taken during handling to ensure the herbs remain intact. As a biologist, Lin Sancheng carefully guided the team. "We'll start around the herbs, gently loosen the soil, and then slowly dig out the roots. Although Xiang Hu was an enhancement-type ability user, he was still carefully holding the tools at this moment, afraid of damaging the roots of the herbs by using too much force. He and another team member, Zhao Yu, followed Lin Sanqing's instructions, lying down beside the herbs and gently digging into the soil. Su Yao used her water-based superpower to control a small amount of water and gently spray it onto the soil around the plant, making it softer and easier to dig. As for Yi Ruizhe, he does whatever he wants, as long as he doesn't cause trouble. After everyone's joint efforts and careful digging for a period of time, the mysterious plant was finally unearthed intact. Gong Kaihang immediately took out a specially made box from his storage space, gently placed the plant inside, and carefully preserved it with the freshly dug soft soil. However, a problem has arisen. Living things cannot survive in the storage space. If this unknown herb is placed inside, it will definitely not survive. Fortunately, the box was sturdy enough that Xiang Hu had to carry it on his back. The box, along with the soil, weighed about 40 to 50 pounds, which was easy for him. They emerged from the cave and traveled about 5 kilometers to a plain. The ferns here are extremely lush, some reaching over a meter in height, and so dense that it is no easy task to get through them. Seeing that everyone was stuck, Zhao Yu suggested, "How about I set a fire and burn a path through?" Zhong Haichao immediately stopped them. The ecological environment here is unique and very precious. It cannot be destroyed at will. After a moment's thought, Gong Kaihang nodded and said, "Let's not damage the ecological environment. Let's fly over there." The four of them were able to fly, so they could take the three scientists and Yi Ruizhe with them. Unexpectedly, once it took off, it was a shock. After flying for 20 minutes, it still hadn't left the plane. However, their blatant flight quickly attracted attention. 10,000 meters above them, a giant Quetzalcoatlus followed closely. At this moment, it believed it was time to strike and began to swoop down. Gong Kaihang noticed that a shadow had fallen over them. Looking up, he saw a huge creature swooping down on them in the blinding sunlight. "A creature is approaching from above. Everyone be careful." The others quickly looked up. Lin Sanqing exclaimed, "Pteranodon, run!" He stared intently at the Quetzalcoatlus, estimating its wingspan to be at least 50 meters, its enormous size awe-inspiring. After estimating the size, he broke out in a cold sweat, wondering how the size of the dinosaurs here could vary so much. They're either ridiculously big or pitifully small. The four people in charge of the flight dared not delay and immediately increased the flight speed. The Quetzalcoatlus realized it had been spotted and swooped down even faster. Despite their best efforts, the four of them could not keep up with the speed of the Quetzalcoatl. As they drew closer, Gong Kaihang yelled at Yi Ruizhe, "Kid, you teleport Su Yao and Professor Lin together." Su Yao, who was flying with Yi Ruizhe, quickly caught Lin Sanqing in midair. Yi Ruizhe immediately activated the teleportation and appeared 1.5 kilometers ahead. The other five people quickly moved closer to Gong Kaihang. As soon as they held hands, Gong Kaihang activated the teleportation without hesitation and appeared next to Yi Ruizhe. The instant they disappeared, the Quetzalcoatlus flashed through the spot where they had just been. The Quetzalcoatlus, which thought its food was right in front of it, was completely dumbfounded. There was nothing in its mouth at all, only air remained. Then it discovered that the food was appearing not far ahead. It roared in anger, determined not to let its prey, which was within its grasp, escape. Energy surged from its wings, and with a powerful flap, it shot towards its prey like a beam of light, accompanied by sonic booms. The group, who thought they had escaped, were all terrified when the wind god pterosaur activated its supernatural power. This is a level 6 mutated beast. Seeing the rapidly approaching Quetzalcoatlus, not only the others, but even Gong Kaihang felt a chill run down his spine. "Teleport now. We can't stop for a second." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Ruizhe had already teleported away. "What a joke. He's just a level 3 kid. How could he possibly risk his life against you?" No one else dared to confront the level 6 Quetzal head-on. They were already at a disadvantage against flying units, not to mention this level 6 Quetzalcoatlus, which could reach 3 times the speed of sound with a mere flap of its wings and possessed the strength of a watershed class. It was obvious to anyone that it was the overlord of the skies. Yi Ruizhe and Gong Kaihang kept teleporting, but their speeds could only keep up. But if you're teleporting with a few people, you're bound to be worn down sooner or later. Zhao Yu, who had been keeping a close eye on the distance between them, urgently warned, "Captain, this can't go on. We'll be caught sooner or later. Let's find the jungle to hide." Su Yao quickly reminded them, "To the right. There's a jungle line there." Yi Ruizhe and Gong Kaihang looked in the direction of the sound and sure enough, there was a patch of green on the distant horizon. The two dared not delay and immediately teleported to the right. When the Quetzalcoatlus saw its prey suddenly turn away, it roared and relentlessly pursued it. More than 10 minutes later, the group finally arrived at the jungle. Regardless of any other dangers, they teleported into the depths of the jungle without hesitation. Once inside the jungle, they disregarded everything else and continued teleporting. Fortunately, they continued to teleport. When the Quetzalcoatlus caught up with them in the jungle, it was furious, seeing its prey disappear into the jungle. It unleashed its supernatural power into the jungle, trying to force out its prey. Zhao Yu, who had had been keeping a close eye on the situation at the rear of the group, almost peed his pants.
The power of the Quetzalcoatlus' ability is terrifying.
Just now, a forest of hundreds of acres was cut in half and turned into dust, and even a thick layer of the ground was torn off. Yi Ruizha and Gong Kaiheng didn't even dare to turn their heads, continuing to teleport. Just from that commotion, you could tell how powerful the superpower was even without turning around. After traveling over 100 kilometers, they had to stop and rest behind a tree, because Yi Ruizha's energy has been exhausted. He was panting heavily, slumped on the ground, unable to replenish his energy no matter how much he tried. Gong Kaiheng was also in bad shape. He was leading 4 people and was also greatly exhausted. But for safety's sake, he still said to Xianghu, Zhaoyu, and Su Yao, "It's not safe here yet. The 3 of you will fly with the rest of us at low altitude, without disturbing any creatures, and find a cave as soon as possible." The 3 dared not delay and immediately left with the 5 others. They were very careful along the way, only daring to fly at a height of 2 or 3 meters, and immediately hiding at the slightest disturbance.
How could they not hide? That Quetzalcoatlus was still wreaking havoc behind them.
If they were discovered, they would be caught in less than 2 minutes at such a short distance. After flying for more than 30 kilometers, they finally found a crevice in a mountain made up of several huge rocks. The group quickly crawled inside to hide, only to discover that there was a nest of eggs inside. At that moment, everyone had the same thought: we're doomed. We've gone from the tiger's den to the wolf's lair. Judging from the size of the eggs and the opening of the hole, as well as the space inside the hole, the creature that laid the eggs here was obviously at least 2 or 3 meters tall and 5 or 6 meters long. We're in a real dilemma. Going out is wrong, and staying in is also wrong. Just as they were hesitating, a roar came from the cave entrance. When they looked at it, they were immediately stunned. Wasn't this just an enlarged version of the Komodo dragon? Everyone was stunned. Wasn't this place only inhabited by prehistoric creatures? Lin Sansheng was the only one who wasn't surprised. After all, his sister-in-law was called a living fossil for a reason. But clearly, now was not the time to say more. Zhaoyu said to Xianghu and Su Yao, "Xianghu and I will go. Su Yao, you stay behind." After saying that, Zhaoyu conjured a fire dragon and threw it at third sister-in-law's head. Third sister-in-law was suddenly charred black by a ball of fire, and immediately looked up and took a few steps back. Xianghu seized the opportunity, strode forward, and delivered a full-force blow to third sister-in-law's chin. The third sister-in-law was so badly beaten that she raised both of her front paws and retreated repeatedly. After its front paws touched the ground, it roared at the 2 of them and charged at them madly. Before it even reached the cave entrance, 2 jets of water shot into its eyes. The water arrow didn't cause much damage, but it did temporarily blind third sister-in-law. After being hit in the eyes by the water arrow, third sister-in-law roared angrily and wildly swung her claws in all directions. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xianghu and Zhaoyu launched another attack. Zhaoyu continuously condensed fire dragons and threw them at various parts of third sister-in-law's body. The third sister-in-law, who was burning with unbearable pain, screamed repeatedly. Xianghu seized the opportunity to strike its abdomen wildly. Su Yao wasn't idle either, continuing to fire water arrows to try her best to keep her third sister-in-law blind. After being attacked by 3 insects in succession, the third sister-in-law stomped her foot angrily on the ground. Suddenly, a row of sharp spikes emerged from the ground, heading straight for Xianghu. Suddenly, a bunch of sharp spikes appeared between his legs, and Xianghu had no time to dodge. He thought to himself, the second brother is doomed. He is indeed an enhancement type, but he is not confident that he can block any attack. As the team leader, Gong Kaiheng had been paying close attention to the battle. Seeing that Xianghu couldn't dodge in time, he quickly used his remaining energy to perform a spatial teleportation on him. As soon as Xianghu was teleported back to the cave, several more sharp spikes reappeared in the same spot. He swallowed hard, a wave of fear washing over him. With the power of those sharp spikes, his second brother would definitely not have been able to hold on. Once third sister-in-law unleashed her special ability, Gong Kaiheng confirmed that it was only level 5, but its defense was extremely robust. Despite the 3 of them fighting for so long, they had barely taken any damage. Seeing that he couldn't break through the defense, he immediately thought of Yi Ruizha's new skill, the Space Millstone, which was definitely a good helper for breaking through defenses. He immediately turned to Yi Ruizha and asked, "Hey kid, how's your energy recovery going? Enough for another millstone attack?" Yi Ruizha immediately replied, "It can barely be used once, but I can't guarantee its power. At most, it can only break through its skin. Let's fire one shot quickly and break through the lizard's defenses first." Yi Ruizha nodded, raised his hands high, and began to condense a spatial millstone. Upon seeing Yi Ruizha's new skill again, Gong Kaiheng felt both envious and jealous, wondering why he hadn't learned it himself. Seeing that the spatial millstone had been fully condensed, Gong Kaiheng quickly said to Su Yao, "Su Yao, seal its vision." Su Yao didn't dare to delay and immediately fired a continuous stream of water arrows into her third sister-in-law's eyes. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yi Ruizha threw out the spatial millstone that he had just condensed. As soon as the millstone touched third sister-in-law, it immediately began to cut and pulverize her skin. Under repeated attacks from from the same spot, third sister's skin was torn open with a gash more than a meter long.
The space millstone's energy was then exhausted and it disappeared without a trace.
Zhao Yu seized the opportunity and threw a blue fireball spell at third sister-in-law's wound. A fireball of several thousand degrees struck the wound, causing third sister-in-law to scream in agony. Xiang Hu seized the opportunity, unleashed his full power, and delivered a powerful Iron Mountain strike to the wound. The third sister-in-law was sent flying more than 10 meters away by this blow. The third sister-in-law was getting closer and closer to the cave entrance. If they didn't drive it out first, their situation would only become more dangerous. Suddenly, 2 heavy blows came, and third sister-in-law felt dizzy. She got up, shook her head, and after the dizziness gradually subsided, she roared angrily at the insects at the cave entrance, then took a big step and rushed into the cave again. Just as it was about to reach the cave entrance, the Quetzalcoatlus, which had appeared out of nowhere, suddenly swooped down and its 2 sharp hind claws pierced its body. The defenses that were difficult for several people to break through were as fragile as paper in front of the Quetzalcoatl. Third sister-in-law only had time to let out a shrill scream before she was carried into the air by the pteranodon and flew further and further away. The group swallowed hard, their hearts filled with unease. They were so focused on fighting third sister-in-law that they forgot the Quetzalcoatlus was lurking nearby. With such a loud commotion, it would be strange if the Quetzalcoatlus didn't come over. After confirming that the Quetzalcoatl had gone far away, Gong Kai Hang quickly took out a level 3 herb from his storage space and said to everyone, "Quickly take the herbs to recover. We need to leave as soon as possible and get the message out. There's no time to worry about the current situation, it's far too dangerous here right now. They've been here for so long, and they've never even seen a creature below level 5. Moreover, these creatures are completely unable to determine their level before they use their superpowers. Just like the Brachiosaurus we first encountered, we still don't know what level that behemoth was. Judging from its size, it's at least level 6, and possibly even as high as level 7. But do they have the courage to confirm it?" 10 minutes after everyone took the level 3 herbs, except for Eurasia, the others had only recovered about 1/10 of their strength. As their level increases, the medicinal power of level 3 herbs is no longer sufficient to fully restore their condition.
To ensure safety, Gong Kai Hang reluctantly took out 4 more plants.
Eurasia didn't need it at all. Even if he wanted to eat it, he couldn't, as he already had excess energy in his body. Gong Kai Hang felt uneasy about taking out 9 level 3 medicinal herbs at once, as he only had 10 in total. After the planet Blue Star expanded, the quality of medicinal herbs cultivated through planting generally declined, making it increasingly difficult to obtain level 3 herbs. The only option was to dig them up deep in the mountains. But now the mountains have become a paradise for mutated wild beasts, and we must explore cautiously step by step, paying a price for every step forward. Medicinal herbs are even scarcer, and any herb of grade 2 or above is guarded by wild beasts. Currently, there are not many people with superpowers of level 4 or above. Level 3 is still the mainstream, and level 4 has become a bottleneck for most people. A level 3 mutated beast often requires 4 or 5 level 3 ability users to work together to deal with it, and the risk is extremely high.
This has led many people to be afraid to venture deep into the mountains for exploration.
Nowadays, most of the level 3 ability users who dare to form teams to go into the mountains are still military personnel. The lack of explorers has created a vicious cycle. Level 4 and above ability users also need level 3 herbs, and the herbs available for level 3 ability users to advance are becoming increasingly scarce. In addition, the monetary system collapsed, and there were very few items available for exchange in the market. Half an hour later, Gong Kai Hang and his group had recovered a quarter of their strength and were ready to head back. They have lingered here far too long, well beyond the agreed hour.
Without a doubt, the people outside must be extremely anxious.
Seeing that Gong Kai Hang and the others were about to get up, Eurasia, who had been waiting bored by the cave entrance for half an hour, immediately perked up.
"Are you ready to leave?" Gong Kai Hang nodded and said, "Yes, we can't stay here any longer. This place is too dangerous.
We should go back as soon as possible. I'll go out and check to see if there's any danger."
"No need, I just got back from outside."
"Oh, how's the situation outside?"
Eurasia shrugged. "We can't leave right now." Gong Kai Hang was taken aback, then asked, "What happened? That Quetzalcoatlus is back again?" Upon hearing the name Quetzalcoatlus, everyone else tensed up. Eurasia waved his hand and said, "It's not that." Gong Kai Hang asked in confusion, "Then what exactly is going on?"
Eurasia scratched his face a little embarrassedly. "I secretly took a dinosaur egg just now, and the mother dinosaur is looking for me."
Gong Kai Hang said with dissatisfaction, "There are only a few eggs here. Why do you still want to go out and steal them?"
Eurasia shrugged and said, "I didn't do it on purpose.
I just happened to run into it and took it." "You're driving me crazy." Gong Kai Hang was speechless with anger. This student was just too much trouble. Lin Sanqing quickly asked, "What kind of dinosaur egg did you steal?" Eurasia took an egg out of his storage space and handed it to Lin Sanqing.
The egg was a perfect oval shape, brown in color, and twice the size of an ostrich egg.
Zhong Haichao asked, "Can you tell what kind of egg it is?" Lin Sanqing shook his head and said, I can't tell.
Yi Ruizha then spoke up. If you wanna know, just ask me.
Lin Sancheng looked up in confusion. Didn't you just say you didn't know? Yi Ruizha retorted. Did I say that? Gong Kaihang was so angry that his teeth itched, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, why are you talking so much nonsense? Just say it. Yi Ruizha shrank his neck. It's a pterosaur egg.
Everyone screamed in alarm, quite frightened. Gong Kaihang finally lost his temper, drew his large cleaver, raised it high, and roared fiercely, if I don't chop you up, I'll change my surname to yours. Yi Ruizha panicked and hid behind others, quickly explaining, why are you in such a hurry?
Didn't I say it wasn't a Quetzalcoatlus egg? No. Gong Kaihang realized that the kid had indeed said it wasn't the Quetzalcoatlus. This is understandable. He was fleeing with a few people when he was terrified by the Quetzalcoatl. Lin Sancheng came to Yi Ruizha's rescue. It's definitely not a Quetzalcoatlus. Quetzalcoatlus eggs aren't this small. It must be some other species. Did you see that pterosaur? Yi Ruizha nodded. I saw it. It's still circling up there.
Gong Kaihang, whose situation had just calmed down, was ignited again by Yi Ruizha.
Hey, old Gong.
A gentleman uses words, not fists.
I'm no longer a gentleman.
I'll settle scores. The two chased each other and shifted positions inside the third sister's cave. No one else intended to help. Yi Ruizha had indeed gone too far.
Why did you have to attract the mother dragon by stealing eggs?
The two of them fussed for 2 minutes, one too scared to run out, and the other impossible to catch.
Suyao couldn't stand it anymore and advised, Captain, let's stop. We've finally recovered our energy. Don't waste it. Save it for our journey. With someone offering a way out, Gong Kaihang took the opportunity to back down, but still scolded Yi Ruizha harshly. Kid, you better remember this, you're a member of the team now, you can't joke around with the team's safety. Oh, I won't do it again.
Yi Ruizha nodded humbly when he saw that Yi Ruizha was no longer chasing him. Gong Kaihang calmed himself down and peered out of the cave. Sure enough, he saw a pterosaur, 10 times smaller than Quetzalcoatlus, circling overhead.
It roars angrily from time to time, unleashing a few skills towards the distant forest.
Gong Kaihang pulled his head back and turned to the crowd, saying, we need to figure out how to get rid of this level 5 pterosaur, otherwise we won't be able to leave at all. He was already traumatized and had no intention of killing it. Lin Sancheng frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, we can use this egg as bait to lure it away.
Gong Kaihang shook his head. Impossible. Items put into storage space quickly become inactive, and this egg is already dead.
Once the pterosaur discovers the egg is dead, it will still chase after us. Then he said to Yi Ruizha, you caused this trouble.
Go and distract the pterosaur.
Yi Ruizha said with a pained expression, teacher, this is too dangerous.
Gong Kaihang glared at him. You only call for the teacher when you need something.
Where were you before? I don't care, you deserve to be punished for stealing eggs.
Don't worry, we'll be there to support you from afar.
With no other burdens, Gong Kaihang was not worried at all that Yi Ruizha would not be able to escape after he went to lure away a level 5 pterosaur. Helpless, Yi Ruizha had no choice but to bite the bullet and step out of the crevice. He carefully observed the sky, searching for traces of pterosaurs. A short while later, he spotted the pterosaur circling overhead. Yi Ruizha took a deep breath and ran quickly in the opposite direction from the others. The pterosaur quickly spotted the egg thief, roared angrily, and gave chase. Seeing that Yi Ruizha had successfully lured away the pterosaurs, the group quickly led the 3 scientists away from Third Sister's nest and flew towards the exit. Having been chased too closely by the Quetzalcoatlus before, it won't be so easy for them to go back now. After all, it was Gong Kaihang and Yi Ruizha who escorted them during the teleportation, but they were chased by the Quetzalcoatlus, which traveled at 3 times the speed of sound, for more than 10 minutes. Adding the previous flight distance, it's at least 2,000 kilometers away. At their current flight speed, it would be incredibly lucky if they could get back in 4 hours. Those responsible for ensuring the safety of the 3 scientists actually had little idea of the specific route and time required. However, these scientists were so bored while being carried in the air that they actually calculated the time and told them about it. Gong Kaihang didn't think much of it, but Xiang Hu and the other 2 were almost scared to death. They couldn't believe that after being taken on the escape for less than 20 minutes, it would take several hours to get back. This finally made them understand why the Prime Minister insisted on having a 3rd-grade child accompany them. If a real fight breaks out, with that speed, even if the pterosaur chases it until it's exhausted and vomits blood, it still won't be able to catch up and might even be killed instead. They were initially worried about Yi Ruizha, but now they're worried about themselves first. Yi Ruizha, who had lured the pterosaur away, was now looking around, completely ignoring the pterosaur in the sky. He would stop every now and then to wait for it, afraid that it would lose its way. Ha! What kind of flower is this? And why is it so big? While attracting pterosaurs, he discovered a large flower with 4 petals, extremely vibrant colors, and several meters tall. Yi Ruizha approached the giant flower, and before he was more than 10 meters away, he smelled a stench like rotting flesh. What kind of flower is this? It stinks horribly. I'd better stay away. Just as I was about to turn and leave, the flower stamen began to sway incessantly, like a wounded little animal. He stopped and stared at the strange flower, muttering to himself, could this really be the
legendary man-eating flower?
He was carefully examining the flower when the pterosaur caught up with him.
Tisk, you're too slow.
He ran quickly to a clump of grass and deliberately made some noise to attract the pterosaur's attention. Once he was sure it had spotted him, the moment the pterosaur swooped down, he prepared to teleport away. But he soon discovered that the pterosaurs were just circling in the air and refused to dive. After flying around a few more times, it simply gave up and flew away.
Giving up on your child so easily? You're so irresponsible.
It would have been better if you hadn't pursued him. I could have left earlier. He turned around and lifted his foot, ready to look around for anything good to take with him. Just as he was engrossed in his exploration, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the flower seemed to have grown larger. He turned around and stared at it carefully for a long time, but the flower remained firmly in place.
Maybe I'm just too tired, and my eyes are blurry. Yeah, that must be it.
He preferred to believe he was seeing things rather than believe that the flower could actually move. After all, based on his common sense, plants like Venus flytraps and pitcher plants are like waiting for prey to come to them. There is only danger if you get close. He shrugged and continued his careful search of the surroundings. He didn't realize that the carnivorous flower was facing him the whole time he moved. After circling around and finding nothing new, Yi Ruizhe turned his attention to the carnivorous plant.
Strange, is this flower really that big?
I've walked a short distance, but I can only see its front. Noticing something amiss, he immediately became interested. He rubbed his chin, his eyes lit up, and he started jogging around the carnivorous plant. After running for a while, he was surprised to find that the flower was indeed moving, and the stamen was always pointing at him. Looks like this really is a man-eating flower, waiting for me to deliver itself to my doorstep. But you're destined to be disappointed. I'm not the kind of man you can have. Just as he was about to leave, a wicked thought popped into his head.
This seems pretty interesting. Hee, let's give it a try.
After saying that, he began to circle around the man-eating flower, and sure enough, the flower kept its stamen facing him.
He revealed a wicked smile, spinning faster and faster, circling the man-eating flower again and again.
As the carnivorous plant continued to twist, its stem was gradually twisted into a braided shape. As he ran, Yi Ruizhe kept a close eye on the carnivorous plant's movements and couldn't help but sigh. You're really something, still not giving up even after twisting like that.
Today I'm going to see whether I break my legs first or you shut up first.
Sure enough, after circling around a few times, the carnivorous plant started to lose its grip, trembling as if it were stuck on something.
Hee, can't twist anymore, huh? Let's see you argue with me.
The carnivorous plant seemed to realize it had met its match and began to spin in the opposite direction. However, its roots, which had been stretched taut, were now spinning rather quickly.
Yi Ruizhe watched it quickly reverse and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Now you know how powerful it is.
However, his laughter had barely subsided when an accident suddenly occurred. The man-eating flower spun too fast and its stem snapped, falling to the ground with a thud and raising a cloud of dust.
Yi Ruizhe shook his head helplessly. It's been ruined so quickly, it's really boring.
He lifted his foot and walked towards the man-eating flower, stopping after a few steps. While circling around, he noticed that within a radius of about 10 meters from the carnivorous flower, the vegetation was sparse and the soil was darker in color. He touched his beardless chin again, hesitating whether to go closer and take a look. Perhaps he could discover something. Worried that the man-eating plant might be feigning death, I suddenly thought,
since it's called a man-eating flower, it must eat meat.
Luckily, there's still over 100 pounds of wild boar meat left in my storage space. I might as well take it out and test if it's really dead. He took out the wild boar meat and cut it into 10 pieces with a large cleaver.
Well, let's put the 8 pieces back. It's not good to waste food. The country is advocating for saving food.
He threw a piece of wild boar meat weighing over 10 kilograms at the broken flower stem and the fallen man-eating flower, staring at it for a while, but the man-eating flower did not react.
How stupid. The flower stem is broken and you still want to move it. You're wasting my piece of pork.
He grabbed another piece of wild boar meat, tossing it in his hand while his eyes scanned where he should throw it.
Finally, they chose the rootstock of the carnivorous plant. If it was still alive, that was the only place that might be dangerous.
He threw the wild boar meat with force, and it landed with a dull thud, kicking up a small cloud of dust.
Seemingly provoked, several tree roots suddenly sprang up from near the wild boar meat and tightly wrapped around it.
He was faking his death after all. Luckily, I was cautious enough. Since the man-eating flower wasn't completely dead, Yi Ruizhe immediately conjured a spatial millstone and threw it. Perhaps due to the energy leaking out after the flower stem broke, the roots of the man-eating flower could not withstand the attack, and the flower stem that emerged from the ground was also cut off. The carnivorous plant, having lost all its vitality, began to wither rapidly after its main stem was severed. Looking at the withered man-eating flower, Yi Ruizhe frowned and pondered for a moment.
Although reluctant, for safety's sake, he reluctantly took out a piece of wild boar meat and threw it forcefully.
Time passed by, and for several minutes the surroundings remained silent without any movement. Yi Ruizhe's eyes were full of vigilance as he cautiously approached the man-eating flower. However, he was not careless and had already made thorough preparations. As soon as there was the slightest disturbance, he would immediately teleport away without hesitation. His
caution didn't stop there. Every time he got within 4 or 5 meters of the man-eating flower, he would instantly teleport back to his original spot, and he tried this 5 or 6 times. After confirming that the man-eating plant was completely dead, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to search carefully. The man-eating flower probably never imagined that it would encounter such a cunning old man. Its attack range is only 10 meters in radius, and Yi did indeed enter its attack range when he approached. However, it is not by nature to take the initiative to attack, so it did not launch an attack immediately. After missing that opportunity, the carnivorous plant never had another chance to fight back. In the end, he was led around in circles by this sixth brother, who actually broke his neck. The headless man-eating plant is like a blind man, completely losing its ability to resist. Therefore, when Yi threw the wild boar meat at it, it reacted, which gave Yi a chance to kill it completely. Fortunately, the man-eating flower was just a plant and only attacked on instinct. If it truly had a soul, it would surely rise into the air, lash Yi twice with its whip, and then drift away. Unfortunately, it couldn't unleash its level 5 strength at all, and instead lost its life, inadvertently helping Yi in the process. Yi approached the completely withered carnivorous flower, kicking it here and there, hoping to discover something. However, the result was very disappointing. He found nothing. Finally, he focused his attention on the bud of the man-eating flower, decisively pulled out his alloy machete, and chopped the bud to pieces. Even so, they still gained nothing. No way, not even a single good item?
Even a level 5 pterosaur wouldn't dare approach. This man-eating plant must be quite powerful. There's no reason it would have nothing. Yi was filled with resentment and still refused to give up, so he turned his attention to the roots of the man-eating flower. He swapped his machete for a hoe and a shovel, wielding them vigorously with a constant clanging sound as he began to dig furiously. As the saying goes, heaven helps those who help themselves, and he actually dug out a tree root that was extremely resilient. The tree root was 5 or 6 meters long, with several protruding thorns at the end. Yi picked it up and whipped it a few times. It was practically a thorny whip. He happily put the tree whip into his storage space and then chased after the group. Following the direction, Yi teleported along for about 10 minutes before finally finding the team. When Gong Kaihang saw him return, his face showed displeasure, and he said,
"Why did it take so long? That pterosaur shouldn't have been able to catch you."
Yi who was being carried away by Gong Kaihang, helplessly shrugged and said, "I encountered a man-eating flower. It took me some time, and I even killed it by digging up its roots." Upon hearing this, Gong Kaihang immediately became interested. "Let me see the root of that man-eating flower."
"No, I won't give it to you. I dug it myself."
Yi refused decisively.
"You won't give it to me? Believe me or not, I'll throw you down right now," Gong Kaihang threatened.
Fine. All you ever talk about is threats. You've really hit rock bottom as a teacher." Yi reluctantly took out the tree whip from his storage space and handed it to Gong Kaihang. Gong Kaihang took it, looked at it carefully, and was somewhat skeptical of Yi words.
"Did you really kill the man-eating plant? What, you underestimate me? You think I can't kill that man-eating flower?"
Yi retorted. "I really don't believe it.
Do you even know what level this man-eating plant is?"
"I don't know," Yi answered frankly.
"You don't know, yet you say it with such confidence. What else can we do? This man-eating plant is level 5. How can I believe you?"
Gong Kaihang was well aware of the strength of a level 5 expert. Even if Yi was a space-type expert with powerful skills, it would be unrealistic for him to kill a level 5 expert. Seeing that Gong Kaihang did not believe him, Yi had no choice but to recount what had happened in detail.
Gong Kaihang was speechless after hearing this.
"This man-eating flower had been infected by your stupidity and had killed itself with its own stupidity." However, he had to admire Yi luck. By sheer chance, he managed to kill a level 5 mutated plant.
Anyway, it's good that everyone is safe.
He was genuinely worried because Yi hadn't returned for so long. If he didn't return in another half hour, he would have to go out and look for the guy. The group walked and stopped frequently, detouring when they encountered dinosaurs, and digging a hole to hide and recover when their energy was almost depleted.
With Xianghu around, digging tunnels became exceptionally easy. The straight-line distance of 4 hours took them more than 6 hours to complete. Fortunately, they didn't return empty-handed.
They discovered many unfamiliar plants and minerals, and even stole a few medicinal herbs along the way. The theft of the herbs was definitely a joint effort by Gong Kaihang and Yi After determining the location of the herbs, they memorized the directions and waited for the team to reach a relatively safe place. The two old men would use their spatial abilities, one to lure away the guardian beast and the other to steal the base. This trick never fails, and the most tragic ones are the dragon princes who guard the herbs. If you're provoked, chase after him. If you can't catch him, just ignore him. He'll come back to settle the score with you sooner or later. After all, even beasts have dignity. How can they allow you to provoke them like this? But once the chase begins, it's all over. The other party is fast and can outmaneuver you. Even if you discover your house has been burgled and chase after them with all your might, you'll almost be exhausted to the point of vomiting blood. However, the two old men weren't always successful at not stealing. Some herbs were protected by a group of dinosaurs, making it impossible to steal them. Even if they encounter a level 6 dinosaur, as long as it's not a flying type like Quetzalcoatlus, they're willing to take the risk. They employ harassment tactics of retreating when the enemy advances, harassing when the enemy camps, and advancing when the enemy retreats, and they do so with unparalleled skill. In short, don't give us a chance, or we'll definitely steal your house. Ultimately, they caused a horde of small animals and had to give up. There was nothing they could do, there were simply too many dinosaurs chasing them, causing widespread anger. However, the harvest was still quite considerable. 6 mature herbs were harvested, and a lot of dinosaur eggs were also collected. It's a bit of a shame that all of these have to be put into storage space and have lost their vitality, otherwise at least we could raise a whole team of dinosaurs. Besides herbs and dinosaur eggs, they also brought plenty of ores and unfamiliar plants. Especially when encountering ores with energy fluctuations, they will pack them up and take them away without leaving a single one behind. After traveling for several hours and experiencing many dangers, they finally saw the entrance. Everyone was overjoyed, it had been such a difficult journey. After safely passing through the entrance and returning to Earth, everyone felt as if they had been transported to another world. Upon seeing the commotion, the personnel stationed outside guarding the spatial rift immediately went on high alert. Only after confirming that it was the exploration team returning did they lower their guard and shout in unison. Lin Hongwen let out a heavy sigh, finally back. Xing Zhenyu had many matters to attend to and couldn't wait any longer, so he had already left. Moreover, his trip was merely a farewell gesture, expressing his appreciation for the importance he placed on this exploration. The person in charge of maintaining order and security was Lin Hongwen, commander of the Kyoto military region. Immediately issue a notice. All units must be on high alert and absolutely no relaxation of vigilance is allowed. He had just noticed that many soldiers had become lax after the exploration team came out, so he took this opportunity to give them a warning. The garrison troops, who had just relaxed their guard, immediately tensed up again upon receiving the order. Everyone felt a burning shame, for they had made a fatal mistake. This was the most dangerous moment yet. If enemy agents are lurking, the exploration team will be in extreme danger. Any casualties will be met with unforgivable guilt. A group of fully armed soldiers, carrying guns and bulletproof shields, ushered the exploration team into a temporary building. The special forces of the Special Operations Brigade instantly surrounded the temporary building, with all their guns aimed at the outside. 3 level 5 awakened ones patrolled back and forth in the air, constructing an impenetrable defense that not even a mosquito could get in. After Lin Hongwen went inside, the various units responsible for inspection continued to conduct inspections of the exploration team in full swing. Although he was anxious, he couldn't rush things. After all, this was his first time entering the world of the spatial rift, and the more careful he was, the better. More than an hour later, with all the inspection indicators passing, the personnel in charge of the inspection came out to report to Lin Hongwen. Reporting, sir. All indicators are met. The exploration team has no problems. Lin Hongwen nodded. Very good. May I go in? Sure, no problem. Lin Hongwen entered the team's room, accompanied by several recorders. Upon seeing that it was Lin Hongwen, the commander-in-chief of the Kyoto military region, who had entered, the group immediately stood up and saluted. Lin Hongwen gestured for them to sit down, saying, "You've all worked so hard." Gong Kaihang quickly waved his hand and laughed. "It's not hard work at all. If you dare to say it's hard work, you'll have to be transferred to another post tomorrow." "What's the situation inside?" Lin Hongwen asked directly, immediately inquiring about the conditions inside the spatial rift. Gong Kaihang thought for a moment and said, "Let's ask the 3 science professors to answer this, they are more professional." Lin Hongwen nodded. "That's true." He then turned to look at Lin Sancheng and the other 2. The first to report was Zhong Haichao. "Sir, it should be a prehistoric world inside, but it is different from the prehistoric world we usually understand. It includes creatures from various periods. Whether it's the gas content, water source testing, or the types of organisms, everything unequivocally indicates that this is a world spanning hundreds of millions of years." Lin Sancheng continued, "Yes, it should be full of dinosaurs. We've been inside for so long, and apart from dinosaurs, we've hardly encountered any other animals. Dinosaurs vary greatly in size, but overall they were all very large, and it's extremely rare to find dinosaur fossils smaller than the ones we've excavated." Ouyang Chi continued, "The types of ores here are extremely diverse, many of which are even unknown to us. Their specific uses will require further research upon our return." No sooner had Ouyang Chi finished speaking than Yi Ruasia pulled out an egg and handed it to the researcher. Lin Hongwen immediately asked curiously, "Little Yi, what did you take out? A dinosaur egg?" Upon hearing the question from the military commander, Yi Ruasia quickly replied, "Yes, sir, I found this in there. I dug up several nests." "How is it? Isn't it big? I'm even planning to keep one to take back and fry it." The first half of the sentence was alright, but the second half almost made Gong Kaihang explode with anger. "You dare to say you want to fry dinosaur eggs in front of the leader? You're incredibly audacious and arrogant." However, Lin Hongwen merely smiled slightly, showing no anger. Everyone Everyone knew Yi Ruijia's identity, the second space system expert in China, a top-level protected individual, a national treasure. He had initially opposed Yi Ruijia entering the spatial rift. After all, Gong Kaihang was enough. There was no need to send two space system experts to risk their lives together. However, after communicating with Gong Kaihang and considering the safety of the team, Premier Xing Zhenyu ultimately decided to allow Yi Ruijia to enter as well. The reason is simple. Fledglings must eventually learn to fly and cannot be protected under wings forever. Furthermore, space-type creatures have extremely strong survival abilities and are almost never easily injured. Yi Ruijia didn't just study at the academy, he would occasionally arrange for level 5 ability users to train him. The results were obvious. Ordinary level 5 ability users couldn't do anything to him. Although he couldn't defeat level 5 ability users, they couldn't catch him either. On the contrary, many level 5 ability users who chased him ended up with broken legs from exhaustion. Aside from a few speed-type ability users who could barely keep up with him, everyone else could only watch from behind. Of course, if Yi Ruijia is constantly being chased, he will undoubtedly lose, given his limited energy reserves. However, the battlefield is not a simple chase, especially since Yi Ruijia possesses a skill that can threaten even a level 5 ability user, the spatial millstone. In a real fight, even a level 5 ability user might not be invincible. Therefore, Lin Hongwen always treated Yi Ruijia with kindness, and generally did not interfere unless things went too far. Only on political issues did he pay close attention. As long as the young man was loyal to China and his motherland, that was enough. As for other matters, he turned a blind eye. After all, Yi Ruijia's past petty thefts and thievery had already given him enough headaches. He just wants to eat a dinosaur egg, let him be. The child is growing, eating more is good, it will help him grow faster. If others knew that Lin Hongwen thought this way, they would definitely criticize him. This kid is already in his mid-20s. If he gets married, his child will be old enough to be in elementary school. Besides Yi Ruijia, Yun Mengru also enjoyed his special care. He often thought about whether he could find an opportunity to match the two children together. The special favor shown to the two by the military region leaders only aroused envy and resentment among others. Even Gong Kaihang sometimes couldn't help but complain, "I'm also from the space department, why don't you show me more favoritism?" Lin Hongwen looked at the dinosaur egg in Yi Ruijia's hand, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. "These dinosaur eggs are indeed rare, but Xiao Yi, you can't just eat these things randomly," Lin Hongwen said earnestly. "We need to have the researchers study them carefully first, and only eat them if we're sure there's no problem." Yi Ruijia scratched his head, a slightly embarrassed smile on his face, and said, "Commander, I was just joking. I know we need to let the scientists study it first." Lin Hongwen nodded slightly, then turned to Gong Kaihang and asked, "How strong are those dinosaurs inside?" Upon hearing this, those around him couldn't help but shudder, while Lin Hongwen showed a hint of doubt. Gong Kaihang said, "Commander, we've been inside for so long, and all the dinosaurs we've encountered are level 5 or higher. We even ran into a level 6 Quetzalcoatlus, and it almost wiped out the whole team. A level 6 Quetzalcoatlus is just too terrifying. Even I'm not confident I could beat it. Its attack range is extremely wide and its destructive power is astonishing. I don't think any human can withstand a single blow from it. It was precisely because we were being chased by a level 6 Quetzalcoatlus that we were delayed inside for so long. In addition, the dinosaurs inside have extremely thick defenses, which cannot be breached by conventional means." Professor Lin also mentioned that the dinosaurs here were quite intelligent, and we later confirmed this. Lin Hongwen nodded and said, "You guys really worked hard. Luckily you came back safely. You just said that the dinosaurs inside were all level 5 or higher. What exactly do you mean by that?" Gong Kaihang replied, "Yes, we didn't find any dinosaurs below level 4. Only the Quetzalcoatlus was level 6. As for whether there were any higher levels, we can't confirm. There were also level 5 man-eating plants inside." Lin Hongwen exclaimed in surprise, "A level 5 man-eating flower? Is that a plant that attacks on its own?" Gong Kaihang shook his head. "Let Xiao Yi talk about this part. It's about the man-eating flower he encountered." Lin Hongwen frowned. "What do you mean? You didn't encounter any man-eating flowers?" Gong Kaihang was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, "This is it, I let it slip. If the commander finds out that he specifically sent Yi Ruijia to lure away the level 5 pterosaur, I'm definitely going to get a scolding." Seeing Gong Kaihang remain silent, Lin Hongwen turned to Yi Ruijia. "Xiao Yi, you speak." Yi Ruijia blinked his innocent-looking big eyes, appearing somewhat awkward. Looking at Yi Ruijia's pretentious act, Gong Kaihang thought to himself, "I'm doomed. This kid has no martial ethics and is deliberately pushing me into a fire pit." Before anyone could stop him, Yi Ruijia began to say in a wrong tone, "Commander, after I emptied the dinosaur's den and returned to the temporary outpost, the teacher saw that I was alright, so he asked me to lure away the pterosaurs squatting at the entrance of the den so that everyone could retreat safely. I was chased by pterosaurs for a very long time, and just then I ran into a man-eating plant." "Commander, do you know how ferocious that man-eating plant is? Even pterosaurs don't dare to get close to it easily. It was by using this that I was able to successfully get rid of the pterosaur. But having just escaped one danger, I'd fallen into another. Leaving was impossible. The man-eating plant had begun its attack.
Using my wit and resourcefulness, I overcame numerous crises and finally killed the plant to escape.
I even managed to dig up its tendrils. As he spoke, he took out the man-eating flower tree whip from his storage space and continued, Chief, look, this is the man-eating flower tree whip. I thought that since the man-eating flower could move, there might be something good in it, so I dug, and I actually found something good. Lin Hongwen took the tree whip and examined it carefully. He gently tested it and found that it was very tough, with several barbs at the end.
If it were made into a whip, it would definitely be an excellent weapon.
The more he looked at Yi Ruasia, the more he admired him.
He nodded and said, Little Yi, you did a good job. You know how to bring good things back to our family. This tree whip looks like a treasure. Judging by its toughness, it's definitely no worse than alloy.
I'll have someone make it into a whip for you, and I'll return it to you later. Yi Ruasia quickly waved his hand with a smile. No need, sir. I don't need this tree whip.
You should leave it for someone who needs it more.
Lin Hongwen nodded approvingly. Well done, you are truly a son of China.
But the country will never let you suffer. Just tell me what you want, and I will definitely get it for you.
Yi Ruasia shook his head again. Chief,
There's really no need. There's nothing of value here. As long as I can help the country, I'm satisfied. I don't lack anything right now.
Lin Hongwen laughed and said, All right, since you don't want anything, I can't remain indifferent.
I'll give you a second-class merit.
Yi Ruasia immediately beamed with joy. Thank you, Chief. Lin Hongwen laughed heartily. Don't be shy, you deserve it. You're such a good kid. Come to my house for dinner sometime, and I'll have my aunt cook you a delicious meal. After saying that, he turned to the others and said, Is there anything else to report? If not, hurry up and write up the report on this exploration.
Yes, sir. Lin Hongwen got up and walked towards the door.
As he was leaving, he said to Gong Kaiheng in a slightly cold tone, Colonel Gong, write me a 20,000-word report.
It must be submitted by tomorrow night. This is an order.
Yes, sir. Gong Kaiheng stood at attention and saluted, his heart sinking. 20,000 words, and I still have to write them by hand.
Without a computer, wouldn't that ruin my hands?
Why did this guy not only receive an award but also a second-class merit, while I was assigned to write a report? Everyone else felt sorry for him. Zhao Yu muttered to Xiang Hu, My God, 20,000 words.
It would take me 3 days and 3 nights to write that, and it's due tomorrow.
I could jump off a building and still not finish it. Xiang Hu nodded slightly and replied in a low voice, I can watch it for 3 days.
Su Yao glared at them and scolded them in a low voice. Can you two be a little more careful? Don't let the captain hear us. The veins on Gong Kaiheng's forehead throbbed violently. How could he not have heard?
And not a single word was missed.
But at this moment, his resentment towards Yi Ruasia deepened.
This kid was clearly adding fuel to the fire in front of the leader, making things difficult for him.
Gong Kaiheng was so angry that his teeth itched.
As soon as Lin Hongwen left, Gong Kaiheng turned and stared at Yi Ruasia with eyes like a vicious dog. His deep teeth grinding could be heard throughout the room.
Yi Ruasia smiled awkwardly.
Well, I have something to do, I'll be going now. After saying that, he teleported away as if his feet were greased. Seeing this, the others realized they couldn't stay there any longer. They awkwardly said goodbye and made up lame excuses to leave, especially Zhao Yu and his two companions. If they didn't leave soon, they were all afraid of being caught in Gong Kaiheng's rage and being dragged into writing reports. Based on the exploration team's report, the world behind the spatial rift was defined as a secret realm. First, it is confirmed that there is danger within the secret realm. Second, there is currently no risk of bacterial or viral infection. Third, the secret realm contains a large number of herbs and ores. All the items brought back by the exploration team were sent to the research institute for study.
3 days later, inside the research institute,
a group of scientists sat around a conference table in the laboratory, their expressions excited and full of anticipation. Feng Qiwu spoke first. After in-depth research, this newly discovered ore contains extremely large amounts of energy, and it can indeed be absorbed by those with superpowers to accelerate their cultivation speed.
This discovery will undoubtedly have a significant impact on development nationwide and even globally.
Li Mingde continued, Moreover, we have also discovered that this energy characteristic is extremely stable and can be stored and transmitted under specific conditions, which provides more possibilities for further development and utilization.
As a student, Wu Yixuan also expressed his opinion.
Teacher, I think we can try to build an energy conversion system to convert the energy in the ore into a more usable form, such as replacing electricity or other energy sources.
This could provide a powerful driving force for the country's infrastructure construction.
Ouyang Qi analyzed from a mineralogy perspective. The distribution of this ore seems to follow a pattern, and most of it originates from specific veins. This means that large-scale mining requires a detailed survey and location of the mineral veins within the hidden realm. Lin Sancheng raised concerns from a biological perspective. Although no risk of bacterial or viral infection has been found in the secret realm so far, as the exploration goes deeper, no one can guarantee that new unknown risks will not emerge. In particular, the mining process could damage the ecosystem of the hidden realm, triggering a chain reaction that could ultimately threaten mineral extraction. Xu Xiong focuses on mechanical research. I have successfully driven some small machines by cleverly guiding energy. However, the technology is still immature and requires increased research efforts. If more ore can be obtained and the technology improved, then ore-powered machinery will play a significant role in various fields. The scientists' discussion drew high attention from top officials. Premier Xing Zhenyu, Secretary General Zhao Fugua, and other officials held an emergency meeting to discuss the next steps. Premier Xing Zhenyu solemnly stated, "The discovery of this energetic mineral has brought new opportunities for national development, but we cannot ignore the difficulties and risks of exploring this hidden realm. First, we must assemble a stronger exploration team to ensure our safety in the secret realm. Secondly, a scientific and reasonable mining plan should be formulated as soon as possible to ensure efficient mining of ore while minimizing damage to the ecological environment of the secret realm."
Secretary General Zhao Fugui nodded in agreement, saying, "The Premier is right. We must strengthen our cooperation with research teams, continuously improve
technology, and enhance the efficiency and safety of mining. At the same time, we must also focus on the issue of revitalizing the monetary system. Replacing currency with minerals requires a robust evaluation and trading system to ensure fairness and impartiality." Other officials also expressed their opinions. Some suggested inviting more experts and scholars to participate in the research. Others advocated strengthening the training and management of people with superpowers to improve their survival and combat capabilities in the secret realm. Still others proposed establishing a strict regulatory mechanism to prevent the illegal mining and trading of ore.
After intense discussion, the meeting finalized the following action plan.
1. Announce the exploration team's findings in the secret realm and encourage the public to actively sign up for exploration. Form an elite exploration team composed of military personnel with special abilities and scientists to conduct a comprehensive survey of other secret realms. 2. Increase investment in scientific research, accelerate the research and development of ore energy, establish specialized research institutions, concentrate efforts to overcome technical difficulties, and improve mining efficiency and safety. 3. Formulate and improve mining plans and monetary system reform schemes to ensure the rational allocation of mineral resources and promote the recovery of the market economy while safeguarding national interests. 4. Strengthen precautions and be vigilant against the covetousness and plunder of our country's secret resources by malicious international forces. Once the action plan was finalized, all tasks were quickly launched. Civilian individuals with supernatural abilities enthusiastically signed up to join the exploration team, and many even spontaneously organized
teams to enter the secret realm.
After all, the published results of the secret realm exploration showed that it contained level 5 herbs and ores that could accelerate the cultivation of supernatural abilities. Once the report was released, those who had long been curious about the secret realm could not contain themselves and organized their own people to venture into the realm to explore.
Next, the latest reports on the hidden realms in various places continued to be sent back to Kyoto.
Through research, we discovered that secret realms are also divided into levels.
For example, the secret realm explored by Yi Ruizha and his group is a level 5 secret realm. Only 1 or 2 mutated beasts exceeding the level of the secret realm can exist within it, and they can only exceed that level by 1.
For instance, the level 6 wind god Wyvern is the overlord of prehistoric secret realms. However, in most secret realms, there is only one such mutated beast. After all, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain.
In addition, there are many types of secret realms.
Besides the prehistoric secret realm that Yi Ruizha and his group explored, there are also island secret realms, desert secret realms, extreme cold secret realms, storm secret realms, and so on. Besides these secluded places with extreme weather, there are also secluded places with pleasant climates and extremely suitable for living. Among them, someone discovered a level 2 secret realm without any danger. The climate there was pleasant, there were no wild beasts, the terrain was flat and the soil was fertile, making it very suitable for planting.
There are also some secret realms inhabited by docile mutated beasts.
They are like domestic fowl and livestock, completely unsuspecting of humans and never attacking them. Of course, there are also extremely dangerous secret realms. The exploration team was attacked by mutated beasts as soon as they entered. Only a few people managed to escape, while the rest were wiped out, and they couldn't even determine the level of the secret realm. These types of secret realms will be immediately sealed off, waiting for someone to break through to a higher level before they can be explored. Aside from these special secret realms, the largest number are all-type secret realms, which encompass almost all types of ecosystems, each occupying its own territory and forming a perfect ecosystem. These kinds of secret realms are most favored by explorers, as they contain not only herbs, ores, and mutated fruits, but also hidden treasures. Some even discovered a disc among them that exuded a sense of civilization, covered with intricate patterns and exceptionally sturdy. This discovery shocked the nation, with many speculating that the secret realm might be connected to extraterrestrial civilizations. Furthermore, all the secret realms are like cages, from which the mutated mutated beasts cannot escape.
Even if the mutated beasts follow the people who enter through
the entrance of the secret realm, they can only take a few more steps, while the people who are with them have already stepped out of the secret realm.
Half a month has passed, and the craze for exploring the secret realms remains high.
As more and more secret realms are discovered, a steady stream of herbs and ores are being mined, and the unit of value for the ores is gradually being determined. Since the energy contained in ores of the same volume is fixed, the only difference lies in the grade of the ore. Moreover, the energy contained in each grade of ore is exactly 100 times that of the next lower grade. Furthermore, once you begin absorbing energy from the ore, you must finish absorbing it, otherwise, any unabsorbed energy will slowly dissipate and completely vanish within 3 days. The Research Institute uses the energy absorbed by a piece of ore the size of a baby's fist for 5 minutes as a unit of measurement. The energy of 100 pieces of first-grade ore is equivalent to that of 1 piece of second-grade ore, and so on.
Moreover, once the energy of this size begins to dissipate, it will turn into an ordinary stone after 30 seconds.
Or cannot be counterfeited, and there is absolutely no need to worry about the possibility of counterfeiting.
As long as it meets the size requirements, or mined by anyone, can be used as currency.
As for the purchasing power of minerals, it is entirely determined by the market, and the state does not interfere. This undoubtedly inspired a large number of people eager to get rich, especially those who had struggled at the bottom of society. This was not only an excellent opportunity to get rich, but also a golden opportunity for a social reshuffle. After the minerals were introduced as currency, people jokingly called them spirit stones, while the official term energy stones was met with ridicule.
After all, why use 3 words when 2 can express something clearly?
It's like a grammatically incorrect sentence. Even if there are many errors in the sentence, as long as the meaning is understood, it doesn't matter much.
Inside the dormitory of the Superpower Academy. Today is the day Eurasia prepares to attempt his level 4 exam.
He has been stuck at level 3 for a long time.
Gong Kai-hang, also a space-type user, wondered, why is this kid advancing so slowly?
Even though he usually has no shortage of cultivation resources, and can even draw on them at will, he is still much slower than me.
Gong Kai-hang had Eurasia undergo numerous medical examinations, but they could never find any problems.
If we're talking about rarity, Yun Mengru from the life type is even rarer.
After all, there are 2 people from the space type,
while the life type only has Yun Mengru to date. However, Yun Mengru's advancement speed was actually faster than Eurasia's, which left everyone speechless. Yesterday, Eurasia said he felt he was about to advance, which made the whole academy nervous, like a pregnant woman saying she was about to give birth. Upon learning the news, Premier Xing Zhenyu immediately mobilized a large quantity of medicinal herbs and a whole truckload of spirit stones to be delivered, and personally summoned Yun Mengru to escort Eurasia. Not only Dean Li Yifei, but even Lin Hongwen was alarmed.
Gong Kai-hang couldn't help but mutter to himself, why make such a big fuss about advancing to level 4? I didn't receive this kind of treatment when I advanced to level 5.
Eurasia sat cross-legged in the center of the room, surrounded by piles of spirit stones. Yun Mengru stood quietly to the side, her eyes full of concern.
Dean Li Yifei and Lin Hongwen watched anxiously from a short distance away.
Although Premier Xing Zhenyu was not present in person, he kept abreast of the progress through his communication platform. Eurasia took a deep breath, swallowed a level 3 ginseng, slowly closed his eyes, and began to mobilize his internal energy. He could feel the energy around him gradually gathering, forming a visible energy vortex around his body. As if drawn by the mountain of spirit stones, pure energy seeped out and slowly flowed into his body.
Yun Mengru frowned slightly, sensing the immense pressure Eurasia was under.
Her life-related supernatural abilities were quietly surging within her, ready to lend a helping hand should Eurasia encounter any unexpected trouble.
Because she noticed that Eurasia's vital signs were rapidly declining.
At this moment, the cells in Eurasia's body are constantly dividing, breaking, and recombining. The heart pounded violently, and blood surged like a torrent, rapidly flowing through every blood vessel and delivering energy to every cell. His whole body was red and hot, and the pain made him let out a muffled groan.
He never expected that advancing to the next level would be so painful.
My muscles felt like they were being scorched by fire, the heat unbearable. My bones felt like they were being repeatedly hammered, the pain excruciating. Lin Hongwen, Li Yifei, and Gong Kai-hang looked at each other in disbelief. Eurasia's advancement was completely unexpected.
Eurasia endured the excruciating pain, struggling to stay conscious. At that moment, every second felt unbearably long.
The reddened skin began to ooze blood, mixed with some dark impurities. At that moment, he felt as if he had been thrown into a furnace and was being constantly burned by the flames. His clenched teeth made a grinding sound. He didn't know how long he had endured it, only that the pain almost made him faint. His head was buzzing, and the world was spinning. Lin Hongwen and the other 2 were on tenterhooks, unable to understand why Eurasia's advancement was so perilous. They never experienced anything like this when they advanced, and even those who failed to advance didn't bleed all over like Eurasia. At this moment, Eurasia looked like a blood-soaked man, his entire clothes stained black and red. Soon after, his body temperature rose to an alarming level. Blood that flows out of the body begins to evaporate water under high temperatures.
At this moment, Yi Ruizha could no longer endure the excruciating pain and let out a heart-wrenching howl.
Blood kept gushing from his mouth and nose, and his face was contorted in a terrifying grimace. Upon seeing this, Yun Mengru did not hesitate to step forward immediately to cast a healing spell. She had just taken a step when Gong Kai-hang used spatial displacement to pull her to his side. At this moment, within a half-meter radius around Yi Ruizha, not only was the spatial energy fluctuating abnormally, but there was also an imperceptible yet terrifying energy fluctuation surging within. Lin Hongwen and Li Yifei also felt this terrifying power. Confused by the sudden pulling, Yun Mengru quickly understood the reason. The space around Yi Ruizha was constantly distorting and deforming. The spirit stone placed beside him was instantly crushed into powder.
Lin Hongwen and Li Yifei asked Gong Kai-hang in unison, what exactly happened?
Gong Kai-hang's face was full of worry. I don't know either. It seems that there is an extra energy in Xiaoye's body, and it is vying for control of the spatial energy.
Li Yifei quickly pressed on. Can you identify what kind of energy it is?
Gong Kai-hang shook his head, his face showing a hint of fear. I didn't realize this energy was so terrifying. I can feel my own spatial energy trembling. Lin Hongwen and Li Yifei exchanged a glance, feeling even more helpless.
If Gong Kai-hang was at a loss, what could they do? At this moment, Yi Ruizha's situation became even more critical.
The mysterious energy kept assaulting his body, causing him unbearable pain. The surrounding space was becoming increasingly distorted, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Yun Mengru was so anxious that she almost cried. She stared intently at Yi Ruizha, her eyes filled with worry and helplessness. She desperately wanted to cast a healing spell to alleviate his pain, but the terrifying energy fluctuations made her hesitant to act rashly.
Time passed second by second. Yi Ruizha's screams gradually weakened, and his breath became increasingly faint.
Lin Hongwen, Li Yifei, and Gong Kai-hang looked at him anxiously, but they were at a loss. They could only pray silently in their hearts, hoping that Yi Ruizha could pull through this ordeal. Suddenly, the energy fluctuations around Yi Ruizha disappeared, and he fell into a coma and shock. Lin Hongwen, Li Yifei, and Gong Kai-hang shouted in unison, quickly treat him. Yun Mengru immediately rushed forward and used a healing technique that focused on cell division, while shouting, quickly help with CPR. She felt that Yi Ruizha's breathing and heartbeat had stopped, and his vital signs were rapidly disappearing. Lin Hongwen and Li Yifei rushed forward to assist, while urgently telling Gong Kai-hang, quickly, bring all the doctors here.
Upon hearing the order, Gong Kai-hang did not hesitate and quickly disappeared from the room. The research institute itself has a medical school. Due to frequent injuries during training, the superpowered branch's medical professors teach at the medical school and treat the superpowered branch's personnel when they are not on duty.
Gong Kai-hang suddenly appeared in the medical school classroom and took away a professor who was giving a lecture. The students looked at each other, full of doubt. Why did the professor suddenly disappear? Fortunately, many students saw the professor being taken away by a person who suddenly appeared. Within the research institute, only two people could suddenly appear. Although I couldn't see them clearly, I could basically determine from their figures that it was Vice President Gong Kai-hang.
Many people whispered among themselves, why has Professor Gao suddenly disappeared? He was probably taken away by the Vice Dean. The Vice Dean? Isn't he in charge of the Superpower Academy? Why did he suddenly go to the medical school and take Professor Gao away? Who knows? Maybe something happened to someone. I think that makes sense too.
The Vice Dean appeared in a flash, and Professor Gao disappeared in a flash.
It must be something urgent.
That's right. If the Vice Dean is so anxious, something serious must have happened.
Sai, who do you think is at fault? Who would have thought?
The Vice Dean didn't say a word, and just took Professor Gao away. I was just wondering why Professor Gao disappeared after only looking down for a moment.
Did you know? The Vice Dean is a space age ability user. TCH, I already knew that. Everyone in the academy knows. Ha, you all knew? No way, you're only finding out now that the Vice Dean has space-type abilities? Don't talk about him. I only found out a few days ago.
Brothers, you guys are way out of touch with the news. I usually bury myself in my research and rarely pay attention to what's going on outside. But you can't just bury yourself in research all day long. The students' casual chatter didn't cause any ripples, but Professor Gao, who had been suddenly taken away, was still completely bewildered. Seeing Gao Yang brought to the scene, Li Yifei hurriedly shouted at him, "Don't stand there. Quickly help save people."
Startled by Li Yifei's shout, Gao Yang snapped out of his daze, looked down, and his pupils suddenly contracted. A person covered in blood was lying on the ground.
The hospital director was nervously pressing on the heart to perform CPR. The military region commander was performing artificial respiration, and Yun Mengru, the only treatment specialist in the country, was also on the scene.
He quickly squatted down and anxiously asked Yun Mengru, "Mengru, what exactly happened? Advancement failed. Professor Gao, please help.
He's in shock. His breathing and heartbeat have stopped."
What? Failing to advance could result in such severe injuries?
Li Yifei had no patience to wait for him to speak slowly, and shouted sharply, "Think of a solution now. Stop talking nonsense."
defense. Saving lives is the priority. Gao Yang quickly reached for Yi Ruijia's carotid artery and felt a faint pulse. He knew in his heart that it was just the pulse from CPR. He pried open Yi Ruijia's eyes and found that his pupils had already dilated. He hurriedly shouted to Gong Kaihang, "Quickly go to the pharmacy and get the adrenaline." Gong Kaihang immediately opened his storage space and took out an adrenaline capsule. "I have some here." Gao Yang took the adrenaline, quickly opened it, and while injecting it into Yi Ruijia, instructed, "Go and call Professor Tong as well, and remember to bring his silver needles." Gong Kaihang disappeared from the room again and returned 2 seconds later with Professor Tong, while taking out a new set of silver needles from his spatial storage. Upon seeing them arrive, Gao Yang immediately exclaimed, "Professor Tong, the injured person is in shock, has suffered cardiac arrest, and has stopped breathing. Quickly, administer acupuncture." Tong Ningen was engrossed in writing her thesis when she was suddenly called over, and she was a little confused, but she quickly came to her senses, took the silver needles, and quickly inserted them into several key acupoints. 2 minutes passed, and the situation still hadn't improved. Gao Yang anxiously shouted, "I need a scalpel." Without saying a word, Gong Kaihang took out a scalpel from his spatial storage. Gao Yang, disregarding his curiosity about why Gong Kaihang had brought so many first aid supplies, took the scalpel and told Li Yifei and Lin Hongwen to pause their procedure. He made a cut in the space between Yi Ruijia's left ribs and reached in to press directly on his heart. He then instructed Lin Hongwen, "Continue artificial respiration." Time ticked by, and 10 adrenaline injections had been given, 1 per minute. For an ordinary person, it would be impossible to do this so frequently. A short while later, the 11th dose of adrenaline was injected into Yi Ruijia's body. Just after receiving the 11th injection, Gong Kaihang began removing the 12th adrenaline injection. Gao Yang, who had been pressing on the heart, suddenly exclaimed with delight, "There's a pulse." Lin Hongwen, who was performing artificial respiration, immediately stopped. Gao Yang carefully withdrew his hand from Yi Ruijia's chest cavity. At this moment, Yi Ruijia's chest rose and fell slightly, and he was able to breathe on his own. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having finally snatched the person back from the clutches of death, the situation had been far too dangerous. Yun Mengru, who had been performing healing spells, sensed that Yi Ruijia's vital signs were gradually recovering, but she still could not stop the treatment and had to continue casting spells until his vital signs were completely stable. Only then did Gao Yang and Tong Ningen have time to ask what had happened. Tong Ningen, in particular, was just as shocked as Gao Yang when he learned that his injuries were caused by a failed attempt to break through to the 4th level. However, they simply couldn't understand why most people wouldn't encounter such a dangerous situation when attempting to reach level 4. With just one ginseng root, success is almost guaranteed. Even if it fails, it won't endanger your life. Ginseng acts as a safety net, allowing you to continue your efforts after recovering from injury. Yi Ruijia's situation was completely different. If it weren't for Yun Mengru's timely rescue, he would have certainly died. Because Yi Ruijia's injuries were too severe, they dared not send him to the military hospital rashly, and could only have Yun Mengru perform treatments on him regularly. However, the bodies of those with superpowers are indeed resilient. After 2 hours of treatment, Yi Ruijia's vital signs finally stabilized. Only then did they realize that they hadn't reported to the premier, but with only a communication brick in hand, none of them dared to contact the premier rashly. In the end, Li Yifei took the initiative to say, "Let me report it. After all, Xiaoyi is a student of the academy, and I have an inescapable responsibility." The prime minister was both angry and worried when he learned of the situation, but fortunately Yi Ruijia was rescued, which put his mind at ease. He also ordered Li Yifei and Lin Hongwen to find a way to help Yi Ruijia recover as soon as possible, and to write a detailed report on the accident and transmit it to all military regions through communication channels to prevent similar incidents from happening again. 2 days later, Yi Ruijia woke up in a hospital ward. "The first thing I felt when I woke up was excruciating pain. My whole body ached." His painful breathing caught the attention of the nurses. The nurse quickly got up and came over, asking in a low voice, "Comrade, you're awake? Where does it hurt?" Yi Ruijia replied weakly, "It hurts, my whole body hurts. Just bear with it for a moment, I'll go get the doctor right away." After saying that, the nurse hurriedly ran to the next room. "Professor Tong, the patient is awake." Upon hearing this, Tong Ningen exclaimed with delight, "She's finally awake. That's wonderful." She immediately got up and went to the next ward, where she saw Yi Ruijia had woken up but was still groaning in pain. Tong Ningen approached, taking his pulse and asking with concern, "Comrade Xiaoyi, how are you feeling? Is anything particularly uncomfortable?" Yi Ruijia said weakly, "It just hurts, my whole body aches." Besides the pain, Tong Ningen noticed that his lips were a little dry. Without raising his head, he instructed the nurse beside him, "Xiaoru, quickly pour him a glass of water. Remember to put in a straw. He can't move around too much yet." "Okay, Professor Tong." Xiaoru quickly poured a cup of warm water from the tea cabinet, inserted a straw, and handed it to Yi Ruijia's lips. Tong Ningen instructed, "You're on an 4 drip right now, so don't drink too much water, just enough to moisten your throat." Yi Ruijia didn't care about anything else, he was so thirsty
thirsty that he drank the water in a few gulps. However, Xiaoru, the caregiver, was very attentive and measured the water precisely, ensuring just the right amount to moisten her throat. After drinking a few sips of water, Yi Ruijia's throat felt much better and no longer felt like it was on fire.
After examining you, Tong Ningen nodded and said, "You're recovering well, there's nothing seriously wrong. As for the pain, there's no special treatment.
Almost all your bones were fractured back then, but don't worry, with Mangru's treatment a few more times, you'll recover quickly."
Yi Ruijia asked in confusion, "What exactly happened to me back then?" Tong Ningen asked in surprise, "You didn't know that yourself?"
Yi Ruijia shook his head slightly. "I don't remember. I was in so much pain that I was dizzy and lightheaded.
I have no recollection of what happened after that."
Tong Ningen shook his head and sighed. "I don't know the specific details either. I only know that you failed to advance and almost lost your life.
We gave you more than a dozen injections of adrenaline and even performed CPR to save you.
As for why you failed to advance, you'll have to ask the dean and the others." Upon hearing this, Yi Ruijia was stunned into silence. He never imagined that his attempt to advance would almost cost him his life and that he would fail. He quickly checked his body for energy but found it completely empty.
"Am I completely useless now?"
His face was already pale, but now it was deathly white. Tong Ningen thought Yi Ruijia was having trouble accepting his failure to advance, so she gently comforted him.
"You just didn't make it to the next round. Once you're healed, you can try again. Don't worry too much.
Just rest well, and let the nurses know if anything happens." But Yi Ruijia was already reeling from the fact that he had become a useless person, and he didn't listen to Tong Ningen's words at all. Seeing that he remained unmoved, Tong Ningen assumed that he needed more time to accept defeat, so she said no more and quietly left the ward. Yi Ruijia stared blankly at the ceiling. All his hard work over the past 6 months had been ruined. He can't even see the road ahead anymore, and he doesn't know if he can continue on this path. Once he lost his powers, he had almost nothing left. He just lay there on the bed, lost in thought, completely listless. Even the nurses started to feel sorry for him. She herself hadn't awakened and was just an ordinary person who didn't understand what failing to advance meant. She simply felt sorry for him. After an unknown amount of time, Li Yifei, Lin Hongwen, and Gong Kaihang received news that Yi Ruijia had woken up, so they rushed over together. Upon entering the ward, they saw Yi Ruijia lying listlessly on the bed, his eyes vacant and motionless. They knew Yi Ruijia's superpowers had disappeared. They had known this 2 days ago when they took him to the hospital, but they were unwilling to believe that Yi Ruijia had really completely lost his superpowers. The terrifying energy fluctuations he had previously caused them lingering fear. How could such terrifying power just disappear like that? They absolutely refused to believe it and couldn't accept it. Their only task now is to help Yi Ruijia get back on his feet. Lin Hongwen and Li Yifei exchanged a glance and then looked at Gong Kaihang, since Gong Kaihang was Yi Ruijia's teacher and should step forward to comfort him. Gong Kaihang knew he couldn't escape this matter. He was indeed Yi Ruijia's teacher, but Yi Ruijia usually treated him with disrespect and carefree attitude, so he suddenly didn't know where to begin. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Xiao Yi, becoming a cripple is nothing to be afraid of.
There's still a long life ahead of you. Just let it go, and it will pass in time." Lin Hongwen and Li Yifei glared at Gong Kaihang, their faces as black as the bottom of a pot.
"If you don't know how to comfort people, don't talk nonsense." Gong Kaihang felt guilty under their glares and muttered to himself, "I've done my best to comfort you, what more do you want?" Hearing Gong Kaihang's words of comfort, Yi Ruijia's heart, which had been as still as water, suddenly turned into a torrential downpour, and his eyes filled with tears. Besides not wanting to see this fake teacher, he also had something he wanted to say but didn't know whether he should or not. Li Yifei quickly stepped forward, cleared his throat, and said, "Xiao Yi, don't listen to this useless teacher's nonsense. You might not really become a useless person, so what if you fail to advance once? Remember, even if you become a failure, you'll still be a student of our college, and you'll have plenty of opportunities." Lin Hongwen then said, "That's right, Xiao Yi.
We've all seen your potential. Even if this accident is irreversible, we'll make all the arrangements for you." Gong Kaihang was so shocked he almost lost his balance. He thought he was bad at comforting people, but he didn't expect the two of them to be even worse. Yi Ruijia sighed deeply, tears streaming down his face. The blows had been relentless, but today was especially devastating. He said weakly, "Brothers, why don't you take a break and stop talking?" Gong Kaihang raised his hand and slapped him on the head, saying unhappily, "You brat, how dare you talk like that? The three of us came to see you out of kindness, and you're not happy?" Yi Ruijia, who was slapped on the head, cried out in pain, but immediately perked up and retorted to Gong Kaihang with a grin. "You guys are terrible at comforting people. Can't I even say a few words? Go ask around, who else comforts people like you?" The three of them felt embarrassed after being rebuked by Yi Ruijia. Being in high positions, they had indeed forgotten to do some ideological work with each other. Besides, they didn't have to do this for the soldiers before. Ideological work was the instructor's responsibility, and they didn't want to meddle in other people's business. After rising to a high position, one encounters fewer situations requiring comfort, but instead spends all day scolding others. But now that Yi Ruijia seems to be alright, it doesn't matter anymore, as long as the result is achieved. Lin Then Hongwen coughed lightly and said, "Well, Xiao Yi, since you're alright, we won't disturb your rest any longer. We'll be leaving now." He secretly waved to Li Yifei and Gong Kaihang, who understood each other perfectly and quickly left together. After the three had walked away, Yi Ruizha sighed deeply and muttered to himself, "Am I really useless now?" He lay quietly on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He had been lost in thought for an unknown amount of time when Yun Mengru pushed open the door and entered. Upon seeing Yi Ruizha, she smiled slightly. "You seem to be in good spirits." Yi Ruizha glanced at her and, seeing it was Yun Mengru, gave a weak, lifeless reply, "You're here." Yun Mengru ignored his coldness and said with a smile, "I'm here to treat you. It will be every 2 hours, and you can be discharged in 2 days." Seeing that Yi Ruizha was still listless, she shrugged and began to treat him. The two remained silent throughout the treatment. 10 minutes later, the treatment ended, and Yun Mengru told them to come back in 2 hours before leaving. Yi Ruizha couldn't feel any energy in his body. Even after being discharged from the hospital, he couldn't muster any energy. It was as if the whole world had abandoned him, and his heart was full of negative energy. He sat blankly in the academy, watching others train and practice their superpowers, filled with envy, for 5 whole days. Over the past 5 days, he has tried countless times to resensitize his superpowers, but he has failed each time. Even though he desperately devoured mutated food in an attempt to restore his powers using the energy within, he only ate until he was uncomfortably full, and the energy within his body remained stagnant, like a stone sinking into the sea. Li Yifei and Gong Kaihang were also puzzled. The amount of food Yi Ruizha ate far exceeded 3 or 4 times that of a normal level 3 ability user, yet they couldn't sense a trace of energy in his body. At this moment, those who were secretly observing Yi Ruizha from the rooftop saw him again carrying a large bag of mutated beast meat and a barbecue grill, with several bottles of liquor in his pocket, as he left the academy. They knew Yi Ruizha was going to have a barbecue on the small hill behind the academy, because this was the 3rd time he had done so, and each time he would stay there for half a day, drinking alone by himself. They would stay with him for a while the first 2 times, but they simply didn't have enough time to stay with him all the time. From the 3rd time onwards, they stopped showing up altogether. If someone were unaware of the situation, they might think they were staging a scene of cold-heartedness and indifference in society. Even Hua Hua couldn't be with him all the time, since she had to attend classes and train. When we arrived at the old spot on the small mound, the charcoal and seasonings left over from the last barbecue were still by the tree roots. Yi Ruizha skillfully lit the charcoal fire, placed the mutated beast meat on the grill, and it sizzled, the aroma slowly spreading in the air. He opened the bottle of liquor and took a big gulp. The spicy sensation stung his throat, but it couldn't dispel the gloom in his heart. Gazing at the golden brown roasted meat, his thoughts drifted far away. "I used to be full of confidence and energy because of my superpowers, but now I feel like a loser abandoned by the world." He didn't know where to go in the future, as if he had fallen into endless darkness and couldn't find a way out. If his negative energy at this moment were visualized, it is estimated that nothing would grow within a 5-meter radius, and even those who approached would be infected by this depressing aura and become listless as well. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Yi Ruizha sighed softly, picked up a skewer of roasted meat, and mechanically took a bite. Having lost his superpowers, he even lost much of his interest in enjoying delicious food. At that moment, a figure appeared silently behind him. Yi Ruizha turned around and saw that it was a black dog. This black dog is a bit special. It seems to have a slight bump on its forehead. It walked to a spot about 2 meters away from Yi Ruizha and sat down, sticking out its tongue and looking at him with a silly grin. Yi Ruizha said to the black dog, "Hey bro, wanna grab some skewers and a couple of drinks?" The black dog retracted its tongue, tilted its head, and looked at him, seemingly wondering what Yi Ruizha had just said. Seeing that Yi Ruizha stopped talking, it stuck out its tongue again and resumed its somewhat silly appearance. "Looks like you're hungry. Sigh, you're quite pitiful. Since the world has changed, it's hard to even find a full meal. Oh well, better to meet by chance than by invitation. I'll consider you my brother. If I have food, you'll definitely have plenty to eat too." After speaking, Yi Ruizha picked up a few pieces of grilled meat, put them in a disposable bowl, and placed it in front of the black dog. The black dog leaned over, sniffed it first, and then cautiously began to eat. It wasn't that it didn't want to devour the meat, but rather that the meat was a little too hot for its mouth. The heat was just right for humans, but it was scalding hot for dogs. Seeing that the black dog ate with unusual elegance, chewing slowly even slower than him, Yi Ruizha couldn't help but tease it. "Dude, this won't do. When you're eating skewers, you have to eat meat in big bites and drink alcohol in big gulps." "Oh right, you don't have any alcohol yet. Wait a minute, I'll pour you some." As he spoke, he took a new disposable bowl, poured a little less than half a bowl of wine, and placed it in front of the black dog. The black dog wasn't afraid of strangers. Perhaps it had just eaten meat. After smelling the wine, it began to lick it greedily. "Ha, you're a true buddy. That's how it should be. Here, let me get you a few more pieces of meat. We need to eat and drink well." After adding a few more pieces of meat, Yi Ruizha's appetite was whetted, and he and the black dog began to drink and chat. The black dog had no resistance to the barbecue and alcohol, and ate with great relish, as much as it could
could eat. Yi Ruizha and Black Dog hit it off immediately. Perhaps it was the magic of alcohol, but once they started talking, they were talking non-stop, their faces full of suppressed excitement and joy.
Soon, 2 empty wine bottles appeared on the ground. Hey, how can you drink so much?
You downed 2 bottles in no time. Ha, but that's what makes it so great.
You really are my good brother. Come on.
If you're a brother, drink it all. Yi Ruizha raised the bottle with great enthusiasm. Although they were supposed to be drinking together, Yi Ruizha actually drank most of the alcohol. Hazy hadn't drunk much, but he was already a little dizzy and could barely stand.
Ha ha ha. Brother, you're drunk so quickly? That won't do. A man, can't be like this.
Yi Ruizha staggered to his feet, walked over to Hazy, sat down next to it, hugged it tightly, and said with a hiccup,
Brother, let me tell you, I used to be, a space type, really awesome. If only I had, superpowers, wouldn't that be great? Right?
As he spoke, he suddenly burst into tears. The black cat, who was being held, seemed to understand his thoughts and also looked up and whimpered along with him. A man and his dog howled for a long time under the trees on the small mound, their howling heartbreaking. Whether they were exhausted from howling or simply passed out, they lay down on the ground and fell fast asleep. The next morning, Yi Ruizha was woken up by Hazy's wet tongue. He sat up uncomfortably, his head still throbbing from the hangover. When Hazy saw that he was awake, it excitedly circled around him, licking him every now and then.
Annoyed by the trolls, Yi Ruizha waved them away and said, Where did this dog come from? Ugh, how much did I drink yesterday?
Looking up, I saw 4 empty wine bottles lying on the ground and another half-empty bottle next to me.
Hiss, I've drunk almost 5 bottles. No wonder my head hurts so much. Hazy was still circling around him, extremely excited. Where did this dog come from? Why is it following me around? Oh well, never mind, I'll just go back to sleep.
I quickly tidied up the trash, but didn't take anything else with me.
I'll be back this afternoon anyway, so it doesn't matter whether I bring anything or not. Hazy kept following him, which puzzled him.
He had just had a few drinks and now he had a dog by his side that he couldn't get rid of.
He was too lazy to think about it, so he just followed along.
Back in the dormitory, Yi Ruizha fell asleep immediately, completely unaware that Hua Hua was lying on the bed.
Hua Hua was startled by him.
It wasn't time for class yet, and she was sleeping soundly when Yi Ruizha woke her up. She angrily raised her paw and slapped his face a few times. Yi Ruizha mumbled, Hua Hua, stop fooling around, and then started snoring again. Hua Hua smelled the strong smell of alcohol on him and shook her head inside helplessly.
Yi Ruizha's powers hadn't recovered yet, and it knew that.
After observing and interacting with humans for some time, Hua Hua has become able to sense Yi Ruizha's feelings, but there's nothing it can do to help. After all, it's just a cat. Perhaps because Yi Ruizha's body was blocking it, just as Hua Hua was about to lie on his back and continue to rest, it suddenly discovered that there was a black dog in the room.
Meow? How did a dog suddenly appear in the room? Hey, wake up, what's going on?
Yi Ruizha received no spiritual transmission, only snoring in response, as if the message had sunk into the sea.
Koriko also noticed Hua Hua and curiously tilted her head to examine it.
Yi Ruizha still didn't respond, so Hua Hua had no choice but to send a telepathic message to Hazy.
Who are you? What are you doing here? Woof. Master. Hua Hua thought to herself, hasn't she figured it out yet?
But it seems like we can still communicate, albeit barely.
So it continued to ask telepathically, who is your master? Woof woof. Master, go to sleep. Do you consider him your master? Woof woof. Master. Hua Hua sighed and rubbed her forehead. What a waste of effort. Looks like it's still a stupid dog. Oh well, let's keep asking and see if we can get anything out of it. Why did you accept him as your master? Woof woof woof. Delicious. Hua Hua suddenly realized, so he only recognized his master because of the food. How degrading. He really is a silly dog. It didn't want to ask any more questions and prepared to take a nap, so it transmitted its voice. Don't make a sound, or I'll kick you out. Upon hearing this, Hazy immediately bared its teeth at it. Hua Hua was displeased and unleashed a mental attack, warning her telepathically, shut up, or you won't get any food.
Hazy suddenly felt a dull ache in his head and let out a whimpering sound, immediately realizing that this cat was not to be trifled with.
Shut up, lie down.
Hazy obediently lay down, his eyes occasionally sneaking glances at Hua Hua. However, Hua Hua didn't want to sleep at the moment. When she used her mental power to attack earlier, she sensed a level 2 energy fluctuation on Kuriko's body, but she didn't know what the attribute of the ability was. Hua Hua was very surprised that Yi Ruizha had gone out all night and brought back a silly dog that had awakened superpowers. But what's giving it a headache now is that this silly dog is hard to communicate with, while the pig is still fast asleep.
It really doesn't know what to do. Forget it, I can't be bothered. Let them do what they want.
Even if Yi Ruizha wakes up, Hua Hua won't be able to find out what happened.
He's drunk and has no memory of it, otherwise he wouldn't have forgotten his good brother from yesterday. Just as she was about to lie down and sleep, Hua Hua became a little worried again, stood up, and transmitted her voice to Hazy, protect your master, understand? Woof woof. Protect. Hua Hua nodded, seemingly understanding
Zi's thoughts, but couldn't help but mutter, a stupid pig and a dumb dog. They've really given me, the king, a lot of trouble. When I woke up in the afternoon, only Yi Ruizha and Heizi were left in the room. Hua had already gone to class. When Heizi saw that Yi Ruizha had finally woken up, it wagged its tail excitedly, ran around a couple of times, and barked a few times. Yi Ruizha yawned, looking at the still excited Heizi, and muttered to himself, why is this dog still here? Seeing how excited it is, does it really think I'm its owner? But it's good, a stray dog is like stray wealth, so let's call you Wonkai. Just as Kuriko was getting excited, he suddenly stopped, sat there blankly, looking puzzled. No response? Don't like the name Wonkai? How about Laifu instead? The black cat remained motionless. You don't like it either? That doesn't make sense. Aren't all mongrels named Wonkai or Laifu? Let me think again. Silly dog? No reaction. Idiot? Silly husky? No reaction either. What's your name anyway? If Heizi could understand what Yi Ruizha was saying, he probably would have bitten him already. What kind of name is that? It's utter nonsense. You look like a black dog. How about we name you Heizi? Ha, there's a reaction. Your name is Heizi? Blackie barked twice and wagged its tail even more enthusiastically. Hee, so good. Yi Ruizha played with Heizi for a while, which cheered him up considerably. After a quick wash, he took Heizi to find Gong Kaihang. Gong Kaihang was in the teaching affairs office. He didn't have a class this period. As students' understanding of supernatural abilities deepened, he taught fewer and fewer classes, often alternating between classes. This is a good thing for him, as it means that the basic knowledge has been taught to a sufficient extent, and he can start preparing for the enrollment of the next batch of students. When Yi Ruizha found him, Gong Kaihang was organizing teaching materials, which were almost compiled into a preliminary complete system. Hearing the cough, Gong Kaihang looked up and saw Yi Ruizha, then looked down again and busied himself organizing the teaching materials, asking, what do you want from me today? Yi Ruizha reached out and said directly, take the meat. Gong Kaihang glared at him irritably and said, can't you be a little more polite to me? I'm like a second parent to you. Yi Ruizha asked in confusion, what do you mean by second parents? My parents are probably selling salted duck eggs by now. What, you want to keep them company? If you do find them, remember to ask them why they abandoned me back then. Gong Kaihang was speechless. Why is this person so mean, bringing up parents? They know this kid is an orphan. Isn't this just rubbing salt into the wound and making him unhappy? Perhaps he said something wrong, because Gong Kaihang readily took out today's portion of beast meat from his storage space and said, take the meat and get out of here. Don't get in my way. I'm already exhausted from working. Yi Ruizha pursed his lips. Where's the bag? And the wine? Oh, and the charcoal is almost gone too. To get rid of him, Gong Kaihang took out all his things and even pulled out some seasonings, too lazy to say more. Get out, you're just causing me trouble. Alright, sir, you go ahead with your work, I'll take my leave. Yi Ruizha turned to leave with a pile of things, but was stopped by Gong Kaihang. Is this the dog that Hua was talking about? Yes, I came here by myself today. Hua says it has already recognized you as its master, so you have to treat it well. What? You've acknowledged me as your master? I haven't done anything. How did you come to acknowledge me? He turned to Heizi with a puzzled look and asked, Heizi, when did you acknowledge me as your master? When Heizi heard Yi Ruizha call it wagged its tail happily. Don't ask anymore. Hua said it hasn't figured things out yet, but you have to take good care of it. It's a level 2 mutant beast. He was surprised to learn that Heizi was actually a level 2 mutated beast and stared blankly down at Heizi. Blackie leaped up with its front paws and landed on Yi Ruizha's body, wagging its tail even more enthusiastically. Seeing that Yi Ruizha had nothing else to say, Gong Kaihang took out a level 5 medicinal herb from his spatial storage and said, this level 5 medicinal herb is for you too. Yi Ruizha took a look and realized that these were the herbs they had brought out from the prehistoric secret realm. He asked with even more confusion, what, are you tired of living? You gave me all the level 5 herbs? Gong Kaihang, puffing out his beard and glaring, said, what do you mean you're not going to live anymore? You think this is free? It's going to accrue interest. Take it and get out of here. Yi Ruizha said with a grin, thank you, sir. I wish you a long and healthy life. Grab the herbs and get out of here. These are level 5 herbs, after all. They've been used for research by various universities since we brought them back from the prehistoric secret realm. Gong Kaihang must have put in a lot of effort to produce it now. Yi Ruizha was worried and quickly grabbed it, afraid that Gong Kaihang would change his mind. He returned to the small hill in high spirits, carrying the black cat and a pile of trophies. He put the meat aside and began to examine the level 5 medicinal herb carefully. He was pondering whether to eat the herbs first, or the meat first, or roast the herbs like vegetables. Yi Ruizha shrugged, and finally decided to take a sip of wine first. As the saying goes, let us drink and sing while we can, for life is short. Like morning dew, the passing days are fleeting and precious. With deep emotion, I express my sorrow and longing. What can dispel sorrow? Only wine. Mr. Chow is truly talented. Cheers. Hey, you too, give me a spin first. He'd already drunk half the wine before even grilling the meat. If it weren't for his improved physical condition, he would have passed out long ago at this rate. In the same place, with the same plot, Eurasia, drunk, started slurring his words again. There's still, a vegetable dish that hasn't been grilled yet, brother. Hey, wait a minute, let me eat a vegetable dish first to cut through the grease. He placed the herbs on the grill, ready to roast them. Actually, there was no grilling at all. The charcoal fire had almost gone out long ago, and the temperature was not hot at all, let alone enough to grill anything. Eurasia just brushed some oil on his food in a crooked way and started eating. He might not have brushed any oil at all. Ugh, this vegetable is so damn old. Ugh, bro, you better not eat old vegetables in the future. Ugh. Just like yesterday, they howled and screamed here for a while, and when they were tired of howling, they fell asleep on the spot. In the middle of the night, Eurasia's whole body turned red and hot, his hands and feet involuntarily curled up together, and his brows sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. His supernatural abilities, which had disappeared for a while, reappeared, but this time two supernatural energies appeared within him. Simultaneously, they were not only vying for the energy brought by the level 5 herb, but also seemed to be fighting each other for territory. Initially, spatial energy occupied most of his body's space, but whenever it tried to move forward, it was always pushed back by that mysterious energy, forced back step by step. Just as the greater the pressure, the stronger the resistance. When spatial energy is forced into a corner, it begins to fight back fiercely, reclaiming lost territory inch by inch. The two energies clashed and intertwined within Eurasia's body, neither able to gain the upper hand. Perhaps because the energy of the level 5 herb was gradually depleted, the two energies in his body slowly calmed down and eventually subsided. The scene is like two equally sized tigers meeting, neither able to defeat the other, and eventually forced to temporarily cease fighting due to exhaustion. But given the slightest external trigger, they will resume their relentless battle. As the first rays of sunlight fell on the small hill, Eurasia, still fast asleep from a hangover, and even Heisey was sprawled out, tongue lolling out, snoring loudly. Gong Kai-hang was a little worried about Eurasia. He couldn't find him in the dormitory last night and knew he definitely hadn't gone home. When we reached the mound, we saw people and dogs still fast asleep in the sun, with bottles of wine, condiment dishes, and some leftover meat scattered haphazardly on the ground. Gong Kai-hang frowned and sighed, reaching out to probe the energy within Eurasia's body. He had given him level 5 herbs yesterday, hoping to reactivate his supernatural abilities. After all, Eurasia ate so much beast meat every day, yet his supernatural abilities showed no improvement, which puzzled him greatly. He wanted to understand where all the energy from that beast meat went. Gong Kai-hang examined it for a long time, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes, but his brows furrowed even more. To his surprise, he detected a slight energy fluctuation within Eurasia's body, but the fluctuation seemed to be a state of depletion due to energy exhaustion. He was certain that Eurasia had consumed a level 5 herb. He had carefully searched the surrounding area earlier and hadn't detected any energy fluctuations from any level 5 herbs. Eurasia's supernatural abilities had vanished, and he couldn't even open his own storage space. It couldn't have been eaten by Hazy. After all, a level 5 herb combined with the flesh of a level 2 mutated beast would cause anyone to explode and die if they ate it, but Hazy is still snoring and sleeping. The only one who could eat the herb is Eurasia. What puzzled him was that, theoretically, level 5 herbs should restore at least 70 to 80% of one's superpowers. It's important to understand that a level 5 superpower user possesses dozens of times more energy than a level 3 user. But now that Eurasia had consumed the level 5 medicinal herbs, the energy within his body seemed to have vanished without a trace, as if a stone had sunk into the sea. Fortunately, he finally sensed energy fluctuations within his body, which reassured him somewhat. As long as there is still energy in the body, it means the superpower has returned. As for other questions, we can ask them after Eurasia wakes up. He tidied up the mess on the ground and sat down to wait quietly. Time passed by, and the sun grew increasingly scorching. I glanced at the time, it was almost 10 o'clock. Gong Kai-hang grew increasingly impatient, and kicked the sleeping man and dog. Get up! How long are you going to sleep? Eurasia, who had been kicked awake, sat up groggily, rubbed the drool off his face, and mumbled, "Who hit me? Me. Do you have a problem with that? What time is it?" Eurasia turned his head in the direction of the voice, saw Gong Kai-hang, and asked while yawning, "Oh, it's old Gong. Why did you wake me up?" Koriko, who had been kicked awake, yawned and stretched, just like its owner. Seeing the two men growing increasingly angry, Gong Kai-hang said viciously, "My cleaver hasn't seen blood in ages. How about we cut some blood today?" Eurasia, on the other hand, seemed indifferent, replying like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, "Come on, just kill me, then I'll suffer less." "Great. If you don't care about your powers being restored, then what am I afraid of?" As he spoke, Gong Kai-hang raised his large cleaver, making a gesture as if to strike. Eurasia quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Wait, what did you just say? My powers have returned?" Gong Kai-hang snorted coldly and put down his large cleaver. "You know how to be nervous?" "That's right, I just checked, and although the energy fluctuations in your body are weak, they are indeed signs of your ability recovery. But what's wrong with you, kid? You ate a level 5 herb. How come you only have this little effect?" Gong Kai-hang frowned in anger. Eurasia scratched his head, looking puzzled, and said, "I don't know either.
either. I don't remember if I ate any herbs. I only remember drinking some wine, and then I don't remember anything else. Gong Kai-hang was so angry he almost fainted. He roared, "Don't you remember if you ate it or not? What happened to the herbs I gave you yesterday? Where did they all go?"
Yi Ruizhe looked around. Everything had been cleaned up. There was no trace of the herbs left.
He innocently spread his hands. "I really don't know." Gong Kai-hang couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. What was going on? Level 5 herbs were extremely precious, and he didn't even know if he had eaten them or not. It was truly speechless. He sighed helplessly. "Fine, feel the energy within your body first." After being reminded, Yi Ruizhe finally realized that he hadn't even checked whether his superpowers had returned. He composed himself, carefully sensing his entire body, and said with some uncertainty, "It seems like I've recovered, but it also seems like I haven't." Gong Kai-hang frowned and asked, "What does this mean?"
Yi Ruizhe could only explain, "I can sense the existence of superpowers, but I can't activate them." Gong Kai-hang frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "Your situation is too strange. I need to take you to see some research professors so they can help take a look."
Yi Ruizhe said somewhat reluctantly, "We're going to see those old fogies again? What can they possibly figure out?" Gong Kai-hang glared at him. "Don't underestimate them. They have far more experience than you. Get up and come with me." Yi Ruizhe stood up helplessly and dusted himself off.
Heizi also stood up, wagging its tail as it looked at them. On the way, Gong Kai-hang had already used the communication stone to notify Li Yifei and the others. They arrived at a conference room where several teachers were already seated.
When Gong Kai-hang and Yi Ruizhe entered, the teachers all looked expectant.
After Gong Kai-hang briefly explained the situation, he asked Yi Ruizhe to sit down and begin to answer questions and conduct checks on him by the teachers. The teachers asked questions one after another, and Yi Ruizhe was overwhelmed with them. He tried hard to recall what had happened last night and answered the teachers' questions in as much detail as possible.
After some questioning and examination, the teachers fell into deep thought.
They were very puzzled by Yi Ruizhe's situation, as it was extremely rare for someone to be able to sense supernatural abilities but be unable to activate them. Finally, Li Yifei said, "At present, we cannot determine Yi Ruizhe's specific condition, but we can observe him for a period of time to see if his superpowers
will continue to recover. At the same time, Xiaoyi should also pay attention to his physical condition and report any abnormalities in a timely manner." Gong Kai-hang nodded and said to Yi Ruizhe, "Did you hear that?
You need to behave yourself for a while and stop causing trouble." Yi Ruizhe sighed helplessly, "I understand, I'll be careful." After leaving the meeting room, Gong Kai-hang took Yi Ruizhe to participate in physical training. He had always been lenient with Yi Ruizhe before, and felt that he hadn't cared for him enough. This time, he was determined to make up for it. The 20-kilometer long-distance run, military boxing, and reaction training were all carried out in a well-organized manner.
Yi Ruizhe looked at the densely packed training plan and felt like crying.
"Old Gong, you're going to work me to death," he complained.
Gong Kai-hang remained unmoved. "Humph, I'll teach you a lesson. Don't cause trouble again in the future."
The physical training began with Yi Ruizhe starting with a full-load 20-kilometer run. At first, he could barely keep up with the pace, but he soon became breathless. "My clothes were soaked with sweat, and my legs felt as heavy as lead." Blackie ran happily to the side, occasionally turning back to look at Yi Ruizhe, seemingly cheering him on, but mostly just overjoyed. After finally finishing the 20-kilometer run, Yi Ruizhe was almost completely exhausted. Before they could even catch their breath, the military boxing training began immediately. The instructor roared sternly, "The movements must be standard, and the force must be just right." Yi Ruizhe gritted his teeth and tried his best to imitate the instructor's movements, but his body was too tired and his movements were always a bit distorted.
The subsequent reaction training was excruciating for Yi Ruizhe. A barrage of unexpected signals kept him constantly on the go. He clearly felt his reaction speed was much slower than usual, and each mistake left him extremely frustrated, yet helpless. Disobedience only resulted in extra training. After a day of training, Yi Ruizhe collapsed to the ground, too weak to move. Heizi lay beside him, gently licking his cheek with its tongue. Yi Ruizhe gazed at Heizi, a wave of emotion washing over him. "Heizi, what sins have I committed?"
In the days that followed, Yi Ruizhe spent every day undergoing rigorous physical training. Although she was full of complaints, most of her resentment was directed at Gong Kai-hang. The physical training was extremely arduous, but the food was unprecedentedly luxurious. Yi Ruizhe now adds herbs to every meal. Although the effect on the recovery of his superpowers is limited, he can still feel his superpowers gradually recovering. The logistical pressure was immense. They practically ate first-grade medicinal herbs like food. However, they couldn't fight against the powerful, as Lin Hongwen had personally given the order to ensure the supply of medicinal herbs needed by Yi Ruizhe. Fortunately, Yi Ruizhe lived up to expectations. When his body energy exceeded half, he was able to use his superpowers and no longer needed to rely on herbs. Like other normal superhumans, he can slowly recover by absorbing external energy. However, there is one taboo. Once his energy drops below half, he must eat high-grade food or herbs to activate the recovery mechanism. More than half of the the energy in his body was completely unusable, like a stagnant pool of water, leaving him helpless and anxious.
Scientists have conducted numerous studies but have yet to find a solution.
They can only wait for Yi Ruijia's level to be upgraded before conducting tests and verifications. However, Yi Ruijia's energy is 3 times that of other ability users of the same level, which is good news. It's just unknown whether this gap will continue to widen after his level increases. After his powers were restored, Yi Ruijia felt his condition had improved and began to smugly follow the team deeper into the secret realm. This time, they entered a level 3 secret realm located 220 kilometers north of Kyoto.
This is a completely uncharted territory with a complete ecosystem.
The deepest exploration teams have ventured into this area have only explored a radius of 1,500 kilometers, and many areas remain unexplored. The mutant beasts cover almost all species, including those that fly in the sky, swim in the water, and run on the ground, but there are no insects. Therefore, the mutated beasts here do not feed on insects, they either eat grass or meat. Among the known mutated beasts, the sound lion, thunder eagle, and raging bull are the most dangerous, especially the raging bull. As its name suggests, it has a violent temper and will drive away
and trample any creature that approaches.
More importantly, they are social animals. Angering one will attract a herd of raging bulls, and the king of this secret realm is also a raging bull. A total of 23 teams entered the secret realm this time, including 6 military teams, 13 teams from various civilian organizations, and the rest teams formed by individuals. The number of people in the teams varies, ranging from 12 or 13 to 2 or 3, but most teams consist of 5 to 7 people.
Military teams consist of 5 people each.
Yi Ruijia's team is also under military jurisdiction, but its members are all students from the Superpower Academy. Yi Ruijia's team is a bit special. The team leader is Lin Tianyu, and the members include Wang Xiaofu, Lin Yu, and Li Mengqi, plus a cat and a dog. Most of them are level 3 ability users, except for He Zi, who is level 2. Captain Lin Tianyu is a telekinetic ability user. Lin Yu is his sister, who possesses charm-type abilities. Both siblings are soldiers. Lin Tianyu was once a squad leader in an armored company, while his sister Lin Yu joined an arts troupe due to her outstanding figure and appearance. Li Mengqi's ability is similar to Lin Yu's, but belongs to the hallucinatory type. The reason this team is special is that normally 2 people with the same type of ability are not arranged in the same team. The academy specially arranged for 2 people with mental and spatial abilities to be in the same team as Yi Ruijia, mainly to observe what kind of sparks would be generated between these 2 types of abilities.
In addition, Hua Hua is extremely arrogant and doesn't get along well with others. She is only close to Yi Ruijia, and as for He Zi, it's just a tag-along.
Lin Tianyu looked at his team members and said in a deep voice, "Comrade Yi Ruijia is in our team.
This mission is to explore areas more than 1,500 kilometers away. The journey is long, so let's set off as soon as possible."
The others nodded in agreement, full of confidence in the mission. After all, with Yi Ruijia possessing spatial abilities, the mission would surely be accomplished if he was allowed to use his skills freely, provided, of course, that he didn't act too impulsively.
They randomly chose a direction and set off.
Traveling 1,500 kilometers was by no means easy. They would inevitably encounter mutated beasts along the way, which would certainly consume a lot of time. They had just set off when other teams followed suit, generally maintaining a single direction to avoid encounters and unnecessary trouble along the way.
An hour after setting off, Yi Ruijia and his group arrived at a forest.
This jungle appears gloomy and mysterious, with tall trees blocking out the sun, allowing sunlight to filter through layers of leaves and cast dappled patterns.
Everyone stopped in their tracks. Lin Tianyu's expression was solemn as he carefully observed his surroundings.
"This jungle is too dense. Everyone must be careful," Lin Tianyu whispered a reminder. He frowned slightly, releasing a wisp of his spiritual energy to probe his surroundings, and vaguely sensed that there were many dangers hidden in the jungle. They cautiously stepped into the jungle, the fallen leaves rustling beneath their feet.
Suddenly, a dark figure darted out from the bushes beside them. Lin Tianyu reacted quickly, immediately manipulating a nearby rock to throw at it. The dark figure nimbly dodged, revealing its true form, a mutated feline animal the size of a black dot.
Lin Tianyu recognized the attacker and quickly warned, "Everyone be careful, it's a wind shadow lynx." The wind shadow lynx's eyes flashed with an eerie light, showing no fear, and instead adopted an attack stance. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and she immediately used her charm ability. Her eyes sparkled with a pink light, as if radiating an invisible power. After sensing Lin Yu's gaze, the wind shadow lynx slowed its movements slightly, and a look of confusion appeared in its eyes. Lin Yu attempted to use her charm ability to control it and make it give up its attack.
However, the wind shadow lynx was quite resistant to the charm ability.
After only a brief pause, it resumed its fierce expression and prepared to pounce on the group. Seeing this, Li Mengqi quickly used her hallucinogenic powers. She waved her hands, causing ripples to spread through the air around her. In an instant, a phantom scene appeared around the wind shadow lynx. In the illusion, it seemed to see the most terrifying thing. Its body trembled slightly, and its steps involuntarily involuntarily retreated. Under the combined influence of Lin Yu's allure and Li Mingqi's hallucinogenic powers, the Wind Shadow Lynx, despite its desperate resistance, was clearly caught in a struggle and dilemma. Upon seeing this, Wang Xiaofu immediately focused his mind and summoned his contracted beast, the mountain-shaking warbear, to provide support.
The mountain-shaking warbear was contracted by Wang Xiaofu at the cost of his 2 little toes.
Its name sounds impressive, and its strength is indeed remarkable, but it is slow-moving and often gets beaten up when facing agile opponents. As soon as the mountain-shaking warbear appeared, it roared and charged towards the Wind Shadow Lynx. It was this roar that allowed the Wind Shadow Lynx to successfully break free from Lin Yu and Li Mingqi's control. It was truly more of a hindrance than a help. Having successfully broken free of its restraints, the Wind Shadow Lynx saw a ball of flesh-like mountain-shaking warbear rushing towards it, its eyes filled with contempt. It nimbly dodged the attack of the mountain-shaking warbear. After dodging the attack, it cast a hateful glance at Lin Yu and Li Mingqi. It was their continuous use of control that prevented it from immediately retaliating after its failed sneak attack. Seeing that the Wind Shadow Lynx had broken free of control, Lin Tianyu quickly manipulated more stones and branches to levitate and rotate in the air to prevent it from launching a surprise attack. After a brief exchange, he realized that using object manipulation attacks would be difficult to hit the agile Wind Shadow Lynx, so he could only switch to auxiliary defense. As for Yi Ruizhe, although he was eager to try, he couldn't match Hua Hua's speed. Hua Hua was sleeping inside his clothes when she sensed the presence of someone of her kind and peeked out from Yi Ruizhe's collar. Upon seeing the Wind Shadow Lynx, which was several sizes larger than herself, Hua Hua became very interested. She jumped out of Yi Ruizhe's clothes and walked towards the Wind Shadow Lynx step by step. The Wind Shadow Lynx, which was already preparing to attack, froze when it suddenly saw a tabby cat appear in front of it.
It sensed an innate kingly aura emanating from Hua Hua and stared intently at it.
This aura exerted a strong suppressive force on it, causing it to involuntarily retreat. Seeing this, the others also stopped attacking, wanting to understand what was happening. Hua Hua approached step by step, while the once arrogant and domineering Wind Shadow Lynx gradually retreated, constantly hissing at Hua Hua, seemingly warning it not to come closer. Everyone quickly realized that the Wind Shadow Lynx was afraid of Flower, but no one understood why it would be afraid of Flower when both were at level 3 and the Wind Shadow Lynx was much larger than Flower. Flower pressed forward relentlessly. When the lynx retreated to a tree with nowhere to go, it seemed to have made up its mind and fiercely unleashed a black wind blade at Flower. Hua Hua neither dodged nor evaded, but instead raised its paws and unleashed 3 black blades that collided with the wind blades. The wind blades only neutralized one of the black blades, while the remaining 2 continued to fly towards the Wind Shadow Lynx.
The lynx cried out in alarm and jumped away to avoid the attack. 2 black blades struck the tree trunk behind it, scattering wood chips everywhere. Instead of taking the opportunity to attack the Wind Shadow Lynx, which had nowhere to hide, Hua Hua looked down on this disobedient subject with the contempt of a king. The lynx immediately began to flee after landing. Having just fought, it understood that it was no match for the much smaller tabby cat before it. The oppressive aura it had exuded prevented it from unleashing its full power, making escape the wise choice. Seeing that the Wind Shadow Lynx was trying to escape, Flower suddenly appeared in front of it in a flash and let out a roar. The Wind Shadow Lynx trembled at Hua Hua's roar, revealing its fear and letting out a mournful cry. It bowed its head and prostrated itself on the ground, displaying a posture of submission. Seeing that it wanted to surrender, Hua Hua lowered its guard and slowly approached it. When Hua Hua got less than a meter away, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the Wind Shadow Lynx, and it suddenly pounced on Hua Hua. Seeing this, Hua Hua quickly jumped away, and the lynx's claws almost scratched its belly. 3 shallow marks were scratched on Hua Hua's belly. Luckily, she reacted in time and dodged quickly enough, otherwise this claw would have definitely ripped her belly open. Enraged, Flower twisted in midair and, filled with resentment, viciously clawed at the Wind Shadow Lynx. The Wind Shadow Lynx took a solid hit, with 6 claw marks crossing into a cross on its back, blood flowing freely, and its internal supernatural power raging wildly. Even after landing, Hua Hua wasn't satisfied and pounced on the other side, tearing and biting wildly. Although the Wind Shadow Lynx was large, it was not as agile as Flower. Its fur was constantly falling out as it was bitten, and it screamed in agony. Everyone was stunned, completely unprepared for the situation to take such a dramatic turn. Lin Tianyu originally wanted to use the stones and branches to help, but seeing that Hua Hua had the upper hand, he temporarily held back. Lin Yu's allure and Li Mingqi's illusions were completely ineffective under this strong external stimulus. Wang Xiaofu, not daring to provoke Hua Hua, simply summoned the mountain-shaking warbear back. Everyone was at a loss and could only look at Yi Ruizhe. Yi Ruizhe, who was just watching the show, suddenly noticed that everyone's eyes were on him and asked in confusion, "Why are you all staring at me?" Lin Tianyu could only remind her, "You're familiar with Hua Hua, go and tell Hua Hua to stop. The Wind Shadow Lynx is too weak to resist." Yi Ruizhe looked at the Wind Shadow Lynx again. It was indeed being beaten so badly by Hua Hua that it had no chance to fight back. But he still asked Lin Tianyu in confusion, "Wouldn't it be better if it died?" Lin Tianyu sighed and facepalmed. Can't you let Hua Hua get some information before killing him? Do you think you can communicate with the Wind Shadow Lynx?
Yi Ruizha scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. What a disaster. The Wind Shadow Lynx was on the verge of death under Flower's frenzied attacks, its eyes gradually changing from fierce to fearful and pleading. However, Hua Hua was furious at the moment and had no intention of stopping. Just as the Wind Shadow Lynx was about to give up and Hua Hua was about to deliver the final blow, Yi Ruizha hurriedly teleported over and picked Hua Hua up in his arms. Hua Hua had already gathered her strength to finish off the enemy, and Fengying Lynx had also closed her eyes and resigned herself to her fate. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better, and they were given a glimmer of hope. Unable to kill the Wind Shadow Lynx that had offended her, Hua Hua vented her anger on Yi Ruizha, scratching his face with her claws and leaving more than a dozen bloody claw marks. Yi Ruizha quickly lifted Hua Hua away, pulling her a little further away, and said angrily, "Hua Hua, that's enough." At this moment, Hua Hua looked like an enraged girlfriend, refusing to listen to any advice and continuing to struggle. She transmitted her voice to Yi Ruizha, "Bastard, put me down, I'm going to kill it." Yi Ruizha warned helplessly, "If you keep doing this, don't even think about sleeping with me tonight." "Fine, I don't care," Hua Hua replied haughtily. Yi Ruizha had a terrible headache. He thought to himself, are all women like this? When they get angry, they become completely unreasonable and won't listen to reason. The people next to them seemed to have stumbled upon a great opportunity, thinking to themselves, is it really proper for you two to sleep together like this? Hua Hua and Yi Ruizha have a close relationship, which is known throughout the entire academy. At first, it would refuse to be touched by anyone, calling itself this king at every turn. However, as it came into contact with more and learned more, it became especially resistant to being petted. Now, apart from the older ones, such as the Dean and Vice Dean, who can pet it a few times, it's simply impossible for anyone else to get a chance to touch it. Yi Ruizha looked helplessly at Hua Hua, who was still struggling. He knew he couldn't let go of her easily, otherwise the Wind Shadow Lynx would definitely be killed immediately. He said to Hua Hua, "Hua Hua, stop fooling around. Listen to me, we still have a use for it. We might be able to get information about this secret realm from it. It's not too late to deal with it after we've asked it." Hua Hua was still fuming, but upon hearing Yi Ruizha's words, she coldly replied telepathically, "Ask. It's not intelligent, it only has instincts. Asking is a waste of time." Helpless, Yi Ruizha had no choice but to abandon the idea of delaying the death of the Wind Shadow Lynx and put Hua Hua back on the ground. As soon as Hua Hua landed, she jumped onto Yi Ruizha's shoulder and transmitted her voice, "I'm tired, kill it for me." Then, she haughtily burrowed into Yi Ruizha's collar. Yi Ruizha looked helplessly at Hua Hua, who had already hidden in his collar, and then turned to look at the battered and bruised Wind Shadow Lynx on the ground. At this moment, the Wind Shadow Lynx was weak, its eyes filled with despair, as if it understood that its fate was about to end. Yi Ruizha sighed and said to the others, "Hua Hua said that this Wind Shadow Lynx is not intelligent and we can't get any information out of it. Now it wants you to kill it." The group exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Tianyu nodded slightly and said, "In that case, let's deal with it quickly." Hua Hua didn't send them a telepathic message, and given Yi Ruizha's half-truthful words, no one suspected that he was simply too lazy to do it himself. Lin Tianyu made a finger-pointing gesture with one hand, controlling the safety latch of the sword case on his back to open. An alloy flying sword flew out, pointing at the Wind Shadow Lynx. The flying sword shot out at extremely high speed, piercing straight through the Wind Shadow Lynx's throat and killing it. Then, he performed a sword flourish in the air, and the flying sword spun back into the sword case. He didn't have time to show off before because of the emergency, but now that the time is right and there's no danger, when else would he show off? Besides, Li Mingqi's eyes are already sparkling. He had been secretly practicing this move for a long time. It wasn't particularly lethal, but it was incredibly cool. Even Yi Ruizha and Wang Xiaofu were filled with envy. Wearing a white robe instead of military uniform would fulfill everyone's fantasy of becoming a martial arts hero. Unfortunately, the Wind Shadow Lynx was unlucky. Its life became the price for someone else's show-off. After Yi Ruizha stored the Wind Shadow Lynx's corpse in his spatial storage, the group continued on their way. Lin Tianyu was much smarter this time. He didn't fasten the safety catch on the sword case. After walking for half an hour, they had entered the heart of the jungle. It was dark and damp, with few animals around. Apart from the glistening slugs that liked this environment, other mutated creatures were almost nowhere to be seen. The glossy slug is a herbivore that moves slowly, is non-toxic, and will not actively attack any living creature. Even if you try to eat it, it will lie down obediently. But before you want to eat it, be prepared to be a jetpack warrior for a few days. Its mucus is even more potent than a strong laxative. The mucus itself doesn't contain any laxative components, it's just exceptionally slippery. When any creature eats the glistening slug, its mucus makes its digestive system extremely smooth. Simply put, for the next few days, it will excrete exactly what it eats. Before digestion has even begun, the food you just ate makes you want to knock on your anus. So despite the fact that the glittering slugs have no fighting ability whatsoever, no mutated beast will eat them. Mutated beasts
beasts will only seek out these glittering slugs if they suffer from constipation due to indigestion. However, they don't eat the worms themselves, but rather lick the slime off their bodies. Even if they are about to starve to death, the mutated beast will never eat the shiny slug. Otherwise, even if it kills 1,000 enemies, it will still starve to death after several days of suffering. However, the slime of the glistening slug is a favorite among girls. Just a tiny bit applied not only makes the skin smooth and supple but also provides exceptional hydration, far surpassing any technologically advanced skincare product, and it's all natural. It's frequently in short supply in the market, with extremely high demand. At this moment, Lin Yu and Li Mingqi had taken out all the containers they could to hold the slime, but Yi Ruizhe was even more diligent. He directly took a large bucket to fill with the slime. In his eyes, this was easy money, requiring no cost. Watching Yi Ruizhe frantically collect the slime, the two girls couldn't help but feel envious. The largest containers they had were just the water bottles they carried with them, and seeing Yi Ruizhe using a bucket made them realize that their water bottles were simply not enough. Lin Yu and Li Mingqi exchanged a glance, both seeing longing in each other's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, the two walked towards Yi Ruizhe. Lin Yu spoke first, her voice gentle. Yi Ruizhe, your bucket can really hold a lot. Our kettles are too small to hold much slime. Could you help us fill them with some too? Her eyes were full of expectation, and her face was slightly flushed, as if she were a little shy. Li Mingqi chimed in, yeah, Yi Ruizhe, this slime is so important to us girls, please help us out. She clasped her hands together in a prayer-like gesture. Yi Ruizhe stopped what he was doing, looked up at the two girls, and refused without hesitation. No, this is just small change. Once it's in my pocket, it's mine. After saying that, he lowered his head and continued to busy himself with earning this small amount of money. The two girls exchanged a glance and decided to strike again. Lin Yu said in a sweet, coquettish voice, please help me. I really want to bring back more slime. Li Mingqi gently shook Yi Ruizhe's arm. Please help us, we're all girls, and you're so handsome and dashing. Don't be so stingy. Lin Tianyu, who was on the other side pretending to be slime, got goosebumps listening to this, wondering when his sister had become so cutesy. Faced with the pleading of two young and beautiful girls, Yi Ruizhe almost lost his composure and hesitated before saying, no, there's no benefit for me in helping you. Seeing that they had a chance, Lin Yu and Li Mingqi immediately spoke in an even softer voice. Brother Yi Ruizhe, please help us. We'll let you take a look at your legs. As she spoke, she began to tease her long, beautiful legs in front of Yi Ruizhe. However, Yi Ruizhe's face immediately darkened. What's there to see? Your pants are so tight, it's questionable whether they can even be torn, let alone show your legs. Embarrassed by his words, the two girls blushed. They were wearing combat uniforms, the pants were of excellent quality and loose-fitting, making it impossible to show any skin, let alone legs. However, the girls' charm wasn't limited to their legs. They immediately changed tactics, one of them moving closer to Yi Ruizhe and whispering in his ear, their breath sweet as orchids. Good brother, I'll show you when we get back, okay? Just for you. Upon hearing this, Yi Ruizhe's ears immediately tingled, his whole body felt lightheaded and his mind wandered, revealing a lecherous grin. Really? The words had barely left his mouth when he immediately came to his senses and shook his head in refusal. No, I almost fell for your tricks. What if you deny it when I get back? Seeing that she had failed again, Lin Yu frowned slightly and silently activated her charm ability. She thought to herself, usually even without using her ability, a bunch of men would flock around her, so why wasn't even Yi Ruizhe attracted this time? It really made her a little angry. A flash of pink crossed her eyes, and she said sweetly, brother please say yes. You can do whatever you want to your little sister when we get back, okay? Her little trick was quickly noticed by her brother, Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianyu coughed nearby to remind Lin Yu, but Lin Yu seemed to ignore him and continued to secretly use her charm on Yi Ruizhe. Seeing that his warning was ignored, Lin Tianyu had no choice but to speak up. Little sister, don't go too far. Others might not understand the meaning of these words, but Lin Yu did, and quickly stuck out her tongue to cover up her embarrassment. Lost in his sweet embrace, Yi Ruizhe snapped out of his reverie. He'd been so engrossed in his thoughts that he hadn't realized he'd fallen under Lin Yu's spell. He suddenly felt that holding two girls' empty promises wasn't so satisfying after all. He weighed the options in less than 0.1 seconds and made a quick decision. Going back is too far away. What I want is something I can get right now. If you two kiss me, I'll agree to your request. The two women were overjoyed, especially Lin Yu. Kissing a man was easy for her, and she had no psychological burden at all, not to mention that there was no limit to where she could kiss. Lin Yu readily kissed Yi Ruizhe on the cheek, leaving a red lip print, and said shyly, brother, you're so sweet. Remember not to wipe off the mark your little sister gave you. Li Mingqi followed suit, and although she wasn't as skilled at kissing as Lin Yu, she was going all out for the sake of the mucus. Wang Xiaofu watched with envy, his mouth watering. Although Lin Yu wasn't the most beautiful girl in the college, her charm was definitely the strongest in the entire college. Although Li Mingqi didn't make it into the top 10, she can still be considered an outstanding beauty. Yi Ruizhe had a red lipstick mark on his cheek and was smiling very happily. Okay, I'll help you right away.
After saying that, he took out 2 small buckets from his storage space and handed them to them. Here, fill them up yourselves.
Looking at the empty bucket, Lin Yu feigned shyness and said, "Brother, didn't you say you'd help us? Why did you give us an empty bucket and make us fill it ourselves?"
Without his allure, Yi Ruizha said firmly, "Pretend or don't, I only agree to help you take them away." After saying that, he ignored them and left far away to continue collecting his slime. Unlike Lin Yu, Li Mingqi blushed and picked up the small bucket, obediently shoveling away the slime.
Lin Tianyu watched this scene from afar, suppressing a laugh as he walked to Lin Yu's side and whispered, "Stunned now? Without your allure, your charm doesn't seem to be that great after all."
Lin Yu stomped her little feet and, somewhat angrily, picked up the small bucket to collect the slime herself. Yi Ruizha, who was hiding to the side and desperately pretending to be slime, was still a little scared.
This woman doesn't seem like a good person.
I almost fell for her tricks, but she's incredibly skilled. Every word and every action she makes has a man completely under her thumb. The jungle was teeming with slick slugs and rich in slime. Everyone else quickly filled their buckets, but Yi Ruizha kept taking out buckets and scraping them with a shovel. This made the two beauties extremely envious. With so much mucus, there was more than enough to apply or even use for bathing. No one else urged them. These slime parts needed to be handed in exchange for some college credits.
It's possible to hand over everything, but nobody's that stupid.
Yi Ruizha collected 4 buckets of slime before he stopped. He could have used bowls and plates instead, but that would have made eating more difficult, since they would still have to stay in the secret realm for a few more days. As you leave the heart of the jungle, the vegetation gradually thins out. Lin Tianyu asked in confusion, "It seems this jungle is the territory of the shadow lynx, but there are only glittering slugs.
What animals does it hunt?" Lin Yu looked at her brother with a hint of disdain. "Brother, are you stupid?
You should be catching those mutated beasts that want to use the slimy slug mucus to cure their constipation." As if to confirm Lin Yu's words, they soon encountered a sneaky and mysterious meerkat. It peered out from the bushes, trying to confirm whether the shadow lynx had appeared, unaware that the shadow lynx had been watching it for a long time. Seeing Yi Ruizha and his group rushing towards it, the mysterious meerkat turned and ran without hesitation, releasing several clones to confuse the enemy as it fled. Seeing it escape, Lin Tianyu said indifferently, "It's a mongoose, worthless, and its meat is unpalatable.
No need to chase it, it's a waste of time."
The others showed little interest in the enigmatic meerkat. The creature was indeed useless, its skin being the only thing of value. Catching it, however, was no easy task, as it was impossible to distinguish its true form. Moreover, it would dig burrows every so often, and once inside, catching it became extremely difficult.
Instead of wasting time chasing this thing, we should hunt down the red-skinned demon boars. They're treasures in this secret realm.
Every part of it is a treasure. Its tusks are harder than an alloy machete. Its skin is extremely heat-resistant, making it an excellent material for fireproofing, and most importantly, its meat is exceptionally delicious, making it a top-tier ingredient that restaurants vie for.
Although the red-skinned demon boar is valuable from head to toe, hunting it is still quite time-consuming.
It is enormous, with ordinary ones weighing over 1,500 jin, 750 catties, and the largest reaching 2,800 jin, 1,400 catties, making it practically a moving mountain of meat.
While its large size is one thing, the red-skinned demon boar is unusually timid.
At the slightest disturbance, its first instinct is to flee, rather than use its size advantage to fight back. But if pushed too far, it becomes extremely irritable, and you could be killed by it with its horns if you're not careful. Besides being immune to fire, it is also not easily damaged by ordinary attacks, making it surprisingly robust.
Hunting it isn't actually difficult as long as it's not a direct confrontation. Just dig a trap and drive it in. Once it falls into the pit, it's a lamb to the slaughter. The problem is, the pit might have to be quite large. Sometimes you're lucky and you can catch it in one hole. Sometimes you're unlucky and digging 100 holes won't help. That damned red-skinned demonic boar will jump over any ground of a different color without stepping on it, and it will immediately turn back if it smells anything unusual ahead. It will avoid anything that it senses is wrong. In other words, digging a trap pit not only requires it to be perfectly concealed, but also the smell of the freshly dug soil must be completely masked, otherwise you will only see a big pig jumping around and dancing by the pit. As for using bait, you'll have to wait quite a while. It's extremely patient. If there's no danger, it will stand still for 2 or 3 hours when it sees food. If there's even the slightest movement around it, it will give up the free food, firmly believing that only what it dug itself is reliable. The group emerged from the jungle and found themselves in a vast grassland, the most dangerous area in the secret realm. Although the view is expansive, you never know that behind those rolling hills, a herd of angry bulls is leisurely grazing. If you encounter an enraged bull, and you can't escape into the jungle or climb over the boulders, you're basically doomed. They'll toss you around like a ball, trample you like a carpet, until you're reduced to a pulp. Next, the carrion-eating mutant beasts will collect your corpse, so you don't have to worry about how expensive the cemetery plots are. Those who can survive on this grassland must either be able to fly, burrow underground, or run faster than an angry bull.
Once out of the jungle, Lin Tianyu dared not make any rash rash moves. He controlled the sharp sword beneath his feet and said to the others, "I'll fly into the air and scout for a while. You wait for me here." As soon as he finished speaking, he mounted his flying sword and soared to a height of 100 meters to avoid attracting the attention of the Thunder Eagle. In mid-air, he surveyed his surroundings through binoculars. He spotted a herd of angry bulls dozens of kilometers to the north, nothing to the east, and a few flowers resembling medicinal herbs faintly visible in the stone forest 10 kilometers to the west. After landing, he reported to the group, "There is a herd of angry bulls about 75 kilometers to the north, and there may be medicinal herbs in the stone forest 10 kilometers to the west. Let's head west." Everyone nodded in agreement. They quickly headed west, without worrying about mutated beasts along the way. The terrain was open and offered no cover, so the mutated beasts had nowhere to hide, allowing them to proceed with confidence. However, we must be vigilant as we approach the stone forest, as mutated beasts are sure to roam there. As they got closer to the stone forest, everyone's vigilance grew stronger. Finally, they stopped a few hundred meters away from the stone forest. A few flowers bloomed quietly, emitting a faint glow. Lin Tianyu used binoculars to carefully observe the flowers and the surrounding stone forest to confirm whether there were any mutated beasts lying in ambush. After careful examination, he finally confirmed, "That's a sound spirit flower. Where there are sound spirit flowers, there are usually sound lions. What do you think? Should we go pick some?" If it were any other mutated beast, Yi Ruizha would definitely agree to go without hesitation. But the sound lion is different. If you don't react in time to its roar, your eardrums will be ruptured and you will lose your ability to move for a short period of time, which would be dangerous. He stroked his chin and asked, "Besides roaring, what other attack methods does the sound lion have?" Li Mingqi answered, "First, there is a sonic boom. Once it hits, the internal organs will be shattered, but that is a targeted attack. There are only these two ranged attacks. The rest are melee attacks like biting and clawing. As for whether there are any other skills, the information doesn't mention them." Lin Tianyu asked, "What do you plan to do?" Yi Ruizha shrugged, "No plan. We'll just teleport over, dig a shovelful, and leave." Several people were thinking to themselves, "Are all of you in the space department this reckless?" But thinking about it carefully, this trick actually works. With the mobility of space-type abilities, as long as the speed is fast enough, the sound lion really can't do anything to him. Lin Tianyu nodded, allowing Yi Ruizha to act alone, but still gave a preliminary plan. "Let's go around this stone forest first, and then you can dig it up, so that the sound lion won't catch up." Yi Ruizha thought for a moment and nodded. He could leave after digging by himself, but now that he had teammates, he couldn't just think of himself. However, a thought popped into his mind. He would feel more comfortable exploring the secret realm alone in the future, as having teammates around would feel restrictive. The group bypassed the stone forest and ambushed at a mound about 2 kilometers away. Yi Ruizha took out a shovel from his spatial storage and said, "You guys wait here. I'll leave as soon as I'm done digging." The others nodded. The plan had been discussed long ago, and no one raised any objections. He patted Huahua in his arms. "Huahua, you stay too." Huahua reluctantly crawled out of Yi Ruizha's arms and jumped onto Heizi's back, treating Heizi as her mount. Sensing the distance, Yi Ruizha teleported to the side of the sound spirit flower, raised his shovel, and prepared to dig. At this moment, the stone at the foot of a stone pillar to his side suddenly moved, followed by a roar, and the color of the sound lion changed back to its main brown-yellow hue. Even Lin Tianyu, who was hiding in the distance, could see clearly that it was not a stone at all, but a sound lion that had been hidden all along. It turns out that the sound lion's third skill is invisibility, which allows it to change its skin color and blend perfectly into its surroundings. Such a sudden sneak attack is something that almost no level 3 ability user can withstand. No wonder the data doesn't list more of the sound lion's skills. It turns out that those who failed were all instantly killed. Faced with the sudden sonic attack, Yi Ruizha immediately abandoned the sound spirit flower, endured the confusion and ringing in his ears, and quickly teleported away. The sound lion had succeeded in its attack and was about to unleash a sonic beam to kill the guy who dared to steal its herbs when the man vanished instantly. It had to retract its skill and looked around blankly, but still couldn't find its target. Yi Ruizha returned to the group, his face pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Tianyu and the others quickly stepped forward to support him. "Lie down right now. Xiaoye, get the first aid kit." Yi Ruizha's ears were ringing, and he couldn't hear what they were saying, but he knew they were definitely trying to save him. With his remaining consciousness, he took out a bunch of medical supplies from his spatial storage, then began to feel dizzy. His consciousness gradually blurred, and he passed out. The others quickly used the medical supplies he had brought out to check on him and provide first aid. They confirmed that he was not seriously injured. He had simply been attacked by the sound waves of the sound lion and had fainted due to confusion. He had suffered some minor internal organ damage, but giving him some healing herbs would be enough, and he should wake up in an hour or two. Everyone was terrified. They hadn't expected the sound lion to have a hidden skill. Only someone like Yi Ruizha, a spatial ability user, could survive such a treacherous attack. If he hadn't teleported away immediately, he would have been finished off. Lin Yu looked at Lin Tianyu with concern. "Brother, what do we do now?"
now.
Li Mengqi also looked at Lin Tianyu, her eyes filled with the same expectation. The two girls were already panicked, so they naturally placed all their hopes on Lin Tianyu, who was the team leader. Wang Xiufu kept his eyes glued to Yinshe through binoculars and whispered, "Yinshe hasn't noticed us, so we'll wait here for him to wake up." Lin Tianyu weighed the options for a moment and nodded, saying, "Since Yinshe hasn't noticed, we're not in a hurry to leave. Let's wait here for Comrade Yi Ruizhe to wake up. It's really not appropriate to take him with us right now." Seeing that their captain had said this, the two women did not raise any objections, and the heavy responsibility of taking care of the wounded naturally fell on their shoulders. Lin Tianyu and Wang Xiaofu kept a close eye on the Sound Lion's movements. After discovering that Yi Ruizhe was missing, the Sound Lion circled around a few times to confirm that Yi Ruizhe had left. Then it returned to the stone pillar next to the Sound Spirit Flower, activated its concealment spell, and merged itself with the surrounding illusion. Lin Tianyu and Wang Xiaofu finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the Sound Lion wouldn't expand its search area. They were genuinely worried that the Sound Lion would relentlessly search for people, and if that happened, it would eventually find them. This also confirms that the Sound Spirit Flower is almost fully mature, otherwise the Sound Lion would not have stayed by its side so closely. Besides the two of them, there was also a cat and a dog observing. At this moment, Hua Hua was furious. How dare someone hurt her servant? The dog could tolerate it, but the cat would never tolerate it. Despite its anger, it quickly deflated and drooped its ears. It knew it was no match for the Sound Lion. Its area of effect attacks were too insidious to dodge, and a rash attack would only lead to its demise. They could only wait silently for Yi Ruizhe to wake up. About an hour later, Yi Ruizhe's fingers twitched slightly, and Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, he moved." All eyes immediately turned to Yi Ruizhe. Yi Ruizhe slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with confusion and weakness. He opened his mouth but no sound came out. Lin Tianyu quickly handed him a bottle of water, and Yi Ruizhe drank a few sips, feeling a little better.
"How are you feeling?" Lin Tianyu asked with concern. Yi Ruizhe shook his head, indicating that he was fine.
He tried to sit up but was gently held down by the two girls.
"Don't move around, get some rest,"
Li Mengqi said gently. Yi Ruizhe had no choice but to obediently lie down. After a while, his strength gradually returned, and he began to recall what had just happened, taking back the things he had taken out earlier one by one. "That Sound Lion was too cunning. It almost got me killed there," he said regretfully.
Lin Tianyu nodded. "We were careless this time.
We didn't expect the Sound Lion to have a stealth ability, but at least nothing serious happened."
"I'm glad you're alright. So what do we do now? Should we still go and pick the Sound Spirit Flower?"
Wang Xiaofu asked, lost in thought.
Yi Ruizhe answered without hesitation. "Pick it. We must pick it. A true gentleman always avenges wrongs. I can't swallow this insult." Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Shouldn't the saying be, "A gentleman doesn't leave a grudge unavenged"? But what he said didn't seem to be wrong. As the team leader, Lin Tianyu naturally had to consider the safety of the entire team, and asked, "What do you plan to do? If it's too dangerous, we'll have to give up." Yi Ruizhe didn't rush to answer, but instead asked, "Where is that beast now?"
Wang Xiaofu chimed in, "It's back in the spot where you were attacked."
Yi Ruizhe was stunned. "What? You didn't run away after the fight, but went back to where you were?" The others were speechless. "What's going on? What's wrong with someone beating you and going back to where they started? You're making it sound like you look down on the other person. Are all space-type characters this blindly confident?"
Yi Ruizhe pulled out a telescope from his spatial storage and stared at the location of the Sound Spirit Flower, asking, "Fatty, where is it?"
"I can't see it." Wang Xiaofu pointed helplessly. "See that stone pillar to the left of the Sound Spirit Flower?
That long, narrow stone on the ground is the Sound Lion's front paw. It's lying there."
Following the direction Wang Xiaofu pointed, Yi Ruizhe finally noticed the rock and exclaimed in surprise, "Fatty, are you sure you're not mistaken? It looks like a rock no matter how you look at it." Wang Xiaofu said irritably, "How about we make a bet? If I win, you get me 50 jin of snacks." Yi Ruizhe stared at Wang Xiaofu and replied, 50 jin? You might as well rob someone." Wang Xiaofu said nonchalantly, "This is much faster than robbery. Do you want to bet?"
Yi Ruizhe completely ignored him, turned his head and stared at the position of the Sound Lion again, and said coldly, "I won't gamble.
I won't get anything out of it.
I'm the only one going up, and if I lose, I'll bear the consequences myself.
You can have all the benefits.
Go play by yourself." Now that he knew the location of the Sound Lion, Yi Ruizhe wasn't going to be foolish enough to gamble with Wang Xiaofu. Lin Tianyu said impatiently, "Alright, tell me what you plan to do."
"The Sound Lion's attacks are not easy to dodge."
Yi Ruizhe stroked his chin and thought for a while, then turned to look at Li Mengqi. "Mengqi, what is the attack range of the Sound Lion's ultimate skill?
What is the wind-up time?"
Li Mengqi recalled for a moment and said, "The pre-animation is opening your mouth, with a range of about 50 meters. Beyond 50 meters, the power of the sound wave is greatly reduced, and the safe distance is 130 meters. The second skill's directional attack range is 200 meters, and being hit by it is basically a death sentence." The conversation between the two left the others completely confused, as if they were playing a video game, talking about ultimate moves and second skills.
Yi Ruizha clicked his tongue. The pre-attack animation of the ultimate move is quite short, but there should also be a breathing part, right? Otherwise, why would it make that sound? It can't keep holding its breath the whole time. Li Mingqi nodded. It should be that you inhale first and then open your mouth. That's basic common sense.
Even though it's a monster, the law of conservation of energy still applies.
Yi Ruizha nodded in agreement. In other words, I have about 1 second. The people around them were getting more and more confused.
They hadn't even figured out the game terminology yet, and now they were jumping to the law of conservation of energy.
Were they going to talk about the limits of science next?
After determining the approximate wind-up time of the Sound Lion's ultimate attack, Yi Ruizha, to ensure a successful counterattack, began searching for large rocks. He eventually selected several boulders weighing around 2 tons, stored them in his spatial storage, and then returned to ask Li Mingqi, how long would it take for a boulder weighing 1 or 2 tons to fall freely from a height of 1,000 meters?
Li Mingqi asked in confusion. Why are you asking this? Never mind that, just help me calculate it. Okay, let me calculate it.
Before Li Mingqi could finish calculating, Wang Xiaofu spoke up. Less than 15 seconds, it should be 14.5 seconds.
Li Mingqi nodded blankly. It seems that's really the case. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Wang Xiaofu. It was utterly unexpected.
Wang Xiaofu's grades were usually at the bottom, so how could he have calculated so quickly this time?
He seemed to sense everyone's confusion and calmly explained, I've encountered this kind of question before, so I memorized the answer.
Alright, all my expectations were dashed.
He's still the same as always. Wang Xiaopang just memorizes things by rote when he doesn't understand them. Simple and unpretentious.
14.5 seconds, that's a bit long, but no problem. You guys wait, I'll go give it a try. Yi Ruizha calculated the time and already had a good idea in mind. Yi Ruizha used the same trick again, teleporting to the sound spirit flower with a shovel, ready to shovel it down. When Inshur discovered that the flower thief from before had returned, he immediately flew into a rage, took a deep breath, and vowed to kill the flower thief here this time. But when it roared and unleashed its ultimate attack, the person had already vanished.
It angrily searched everywhere, and after a short while, Yi Ruizha's voice came from behind, little kitty, were you looking for me?
Inshur turned around and, sure enough, saw the flower thief. Without hesitation, he used his second skill on Yi Ruizha, but the thief disappeared again. It looked around, afraid of straying too far from the sound spirit flower, which was exactly the effect Yi Ruizha wanted. Without saying a word, he teleported to a point 1,000 meters directly above the sound lion and removed all the large rocks. Then he quickly teleported behind the sound lion, raised his shovel and smashed it on the rear. Little kitty, I'm here. After teasing the sound lion, the person disappeared before the lion could even turn around. He kept leaping sideways, appearing in front of the lion every now and then, and giving it a hard whack on the rear with his shovel. The sound lion was completely bewildered by him. The injury was minor, but extremely insulting. Since we don't know when this flower thief will appear, let's just use our ultimate move. It took a deep breath, raised its head angrily, and prepared to attack with all its might, determined to roar out the hiding flower thief. But as soon as he looked up, before he could even unleash his ultimate move, he saw several large rocks hurtling towards him, hitting him squarely in the face. Although these large rocks failed to kill it, they did disorient it, leaving it disoriented and bleeding profusely. Seeing that he had successfully reached base, Yi Ruizha quickly moved closer and used a space expulsion. It wasn't that he didn't want to use spatial expulsion from the start, but time didn't allow it. Spatial expulsion has a wind-up effect, and the opponent was heavily guarded, making it difficult to be effective directly. He could only achieve it by surprise. So he came up with a plan. Since he didn't have the opportunity to use it proactively, he would just knock the opponent unconscious first. He had considered using the space millstone, but the skill had a longer cast time, so he didn't dare to take the risk and decided to wait until he could cast it instantly. As for spatial cutting, it can only break through defenses at best. And indeed, several large rocks couldn't kill it, so spatial cutting was clearly insufficient. Its cutting skills weren't up to the level of being able to cut through such large rocks. In summary, the best course of action is to first stun it, then drive it away, and finally run away immediately after digging up the spirit flower. As soon as the pre-anchoring ended, the sound lion was still swaying unsteadily, so he gave it another hard tug. Go. The dizziness had just subsided when the angry sound lion found itself flying. It was stunned for a second before it saw the flower thief digging up the sound spirit flower that it had been guarding for half a year. This made it even angrier, and it immediately adjusted its body and roared its second skill in the direction it was flying. Yi Ruizha, who was digging with great enthusiasm, heard the sound lion still roaring in mid-air. He looked up in confusion and blurted out a phrase from the national treasure. The sound lion used its skill to slow down, and instead of flying a kilometer or two away, it was about to land. Yi Ruizha quickened his pace, constantly complaining that there were too many rocks, hindering the excavation. After landing, the sound lion ran back desperately. When it returned to its original spot, the sound spirit flower was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a pit half a meter wide. It roared angrily, but to no avail. Yi Ruizha and his teammates had already escaped far away, even expending energy to teleport everyone away, leaving it no chance for revenge. Yi Ruizha and his group only teleported 3 times before their energy was half depleted, but they had already covered more than 2 kilometers. Combined with the original distance, he now felt quite at ease. This experience further solidified his determination to act alone, as teleporting with others not only consumed a huge amount of energy but also had limited range. He was overjoyed at the moment, having successfully dug up the sound spirit flower, and was as happy as a fool. This sound spirit flower is a treasure. It's one of the few herbs with clearly defined effects. If a person with sound-based abilities takes the sound spirit flower, they will be able to break through to the next level without any injury. After the breakthrough, their strength will be 10 to 20% stronger than those who did not take the sound spirit flower. If placed at an auction house, those sound-based ability users would definitely fight tooth and nail for a single sound spirit flower, not to mention that he currently has 3. If managed properly, they could potentially fetch 1,000,000 spirit stones, which is a huge sum of money. However, the thought of having to hand over one plant and then dividing the spoils after the rest were auctioned made him unhappy, and he secretly resolved to act alone from now on. The group continued onward, walking for several hours, but found nothing except a few pieces of ore. They didn't see a single docile mutated beast, or even a bird. Fortunately, they came across another jungle, but it was already dark. After discussing it, they decided to find a large tree to rest under for the night and explore the jungle again the next day. Big trees were easy to find. They were everywhere along the edge of the jungle. Unlike other teams, they didn't need to start a fire to cook. The lunchbox Yi Ruizha took out was still steaming hot, with soup inside. Other teams weren't so lucky. Besides being hesitant to light fires for fear of attracting mutated beasts, they were also forced to eat cold, hard, compressed food. If it weren't for the fact that the compressed food was made from mutated ingredients and tasted decent, it would have been practically chewing wax. Forget about soup, you're lucky if you can even get some water. However, some teams that are confident in their strength or have found a safe place can still manage to cook a hot meal. The secret realm is not quiet at night, especially the jungle area. As long as the jungle is large enough, there will always be many nocturnal mutated beasts. It is extremely rare for a wind shadow lynx to dominate a jungle. Resources are limited near that small jungle, and mutated beasts will not be foolish enough to risk their lives for a place with little value. Yi Ruizha and the others rested against a large tree, the roars of mutated beasts echoing in their ears. The boys were alright, but the 2 girls couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Fortunately, the tree they chose was thick enough, and the location was quite secluded, so it did not attract the attention of the mutated beasts for the time being. Suddenly, a fierce fighting sound came from nearby, and everyone immediately became alert. Lin Tianyu looked at Yi Ruizha, and before he could speak, Yi Ruizha understood that he was being asked to conduct reconnaissance. After all, reconnaissance was his duty, given that he was a space-type user. He carefully discerned the direction of the sound and began teleporting among the treetops. He dared not teleport too far at once. After all, being able to hear the sound meant the battle location wasn't too far, and if he accidentally teleported to the center of the battle, that would be troublesome. Following the sounds of fighting, Yi Ruizha teleported to the vicinity and hid in the treetops, observing quietly for a long time before he could see clearly who was fighting. One team was made up of individual people, and the other team was formed by a newly established conglomerate called Hongyu Group. Don't ask how I know, it's written on their clothes. The reason for the fight was actually quite simple. The Hongzhong Group, relying on its powerful backers, robbed the group of lone wolves. During the fight, the Hongyu Group members repeatedly demanded that the individual fighters hand over their items, but what those items were remained unknown. Seeing that it had nothing to do with the military, Yi Ruizha didn't bother with it and simply hid in a tree to eat melon seeds. In the midst of the fight, the 2 groups suddenly stopped. The man from Hongyu Group, who was clearly the leader, said, "Buddies, you've been fighting for so long, you can't escape now. Just hand over the stuff obediently, or don't blame us for being ruthless." The team leader spoke very casually, which was understandable. The 5 individual players on the other side were already panting heavily. On the other hand, the Hongyu Group team not only had one more person than the individual players, but their breathing was also more stable, unlike the individual players on the other side who were struggling to breathe. An older-looking member of the group of lone wolves said, panting, "Don't even think about it. We found it first, why should we give it to you?" The leader of Hongyu Group sneered and said, "Do you think you can still keep that snow lotus? The reason I'm not going to continue is to give you a chance. As long as you hand over the snow lotus, I won't make things difficult for you, and I promise to let you go." At this point, Yi Ruizha, who was hiding in the tree eating melons, finally understood why the fight had started. It turned out to be about snow lotus, but he didn't know what kind of snow lotus it was. However, he was certain that anything from the secret realm was of the highest quality. Snow lotus is a high-quality medicinal herb on par with ginseng, and it is among the T0 mutated medicinal herbs currently known. What puzzled Yi Ruizha was that snow lotuses all grow at high altitudes, don't they? There aren't any particularly high mountains in this secret realm, so where did he pick those those snow lotuses from?
Actually, this can only be blamed on Eurasia for not paying attention in class.
After the secret realm appeared, not only could snow lotus be found in the plains, but also in some high-temperature secret realms, only the properties were different. The snow lotus in the high-temperature secret realm was named fire lotus by the naming experts who were terrible at naming things. The snow lotus in the icy secret realm was called ice lotus. There were also water lotus, earth lotus, and golden lotus. If a snow lotus with the wood attribute hadn't been discovered, they would have definitely created a wood forest lotus. The expert's explanation is simple. They're afraid that if they choose a name that's too good, they won't know how to name it if they find a more advanced type of medicinal herb later. Although Eurasia didn't know where their snow lotus came from, it didn't stop him from knowing its value. All snow lotuses, regardless of their attribute, share a common characteristic: powerful healing abilities. As long as there is still a breath left, it can delay the arrival of the King of Hell by half a day. If you don't come back to life after half a day, then you deserve to die. The independent group was definitely not willing to hand over the snow lotus for nothing. They had been living at the bottom of society for so long, and it was a rare stroke of good luck for them. They were about to become high-class people, drinking and enjoying beautiful women. Now, suddenly, a group of unexpected obstacles appeared. How could they be willing to accept that? Although both sides have stopped fighting, they are surrounded, and breaking out will not be an easy task. The team leader asked the other members in a low voice, "What's your opinion? Should we hand it over or try to break through?" One of the team members said, "Let's break through and give it one more shot. I don't think even if we surrender, they'll let us go." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. However, the question then became how to break through the encirclement. The members of the Hanyu group team were all roughly equal in strength, and no matter where they broke through, they would encounter at least 3 people blocking their way. If you are even slightly blocked, the other 3 will immediately surround you, and then you will be constantly drained of your strength and energy. The leader of Hanyu group naturally knew that they had always wanted to break through, but they also needed an opportunity. As long as they don't give in, they have no chance of breaking through. If they try to break through by force, at least one person will die. If one person is missing, the Hanyu group could easily kill them. The only reason they are willing to negotiate now is because they are afraid that the scattered group will launch a last-ditch counterattack, causing unnecessary casualties. Both team leaders were well aware of this, but the initiative lay with the Hanyu group team. If they were to risk casualties to seize the opportunity, the independent teams would surely perish. Now, even casual team leaders are in a dilemma, unsure whether to go for it or not. The two sides remained deadlocked for several minutes. Eurasia, who was eating melon seeds in the tree, couldn't wait any longer and said, "Are you two going to fight or not? If not, I'm leaving." The sudden appearance of a stranger's voice startled everyone present. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a young man sitting on a tree branch, eating a lollipop. The Hanyu group doesn't take a young man seriously, but the key is that this young man is wearing a military uniform, which makes them have to be careful. They couldn't afford to offend the military. This was something the group had repeatedly emphasized. If they encountered military personnel in the secret realm, especially the team from the Superpower Academy, they should try to avoid them. It wasn't that they were afraid of losing, but rather that they didn't want to cause trouble. They had heard that the military region commander, who was known for protecting his own, was in this exploration team. The leader of Hanyu group asked Eurasia, "Comrade, this is a personal dispute between us. It's not appropriate for your military to interfere, is it?" Eurasia quickly shook his head and waved his hands, saying, "I won't get involved. I'm just here to watch the show, but I'm quite interested in the snow lotus you're talking about." The team leader from Hanyu group was speechless. "This is what you call not interfering? You're practically sticking your finger right up my nose." However, he remained very calm. Since the other party was only one person, he wasn't afraid to be ruthless, so he asked, "May I ask which unit this comrade is from?" Eurasia took the lollipop out of his mouth and said, "I don't have a military unit, I'm from the academy." The team leader was cursing under his breath. Why did he have to run into a team from the Academy of Superpowers? It was like he was having the worst luck ever. Upon hearing that Eurasia was from the Academy of Supernatural Abilities, the leader of the group quickly turned to Eurasia and said, "Young comrade, we know we cannot protect the snow lotus, so we would like to exchange it for your protection. What do you think, young comrade?" After saying that, he gestured to the team members next to him to take out the snow lotus. When the Hanyu group team saw the snow lotus, their breathing quickened. The team leader was about to give the order to snatch the snow lotus first, so that even if the other party was from the Academy of Superpowered Individuals, they couldn't say anything. He saw Eurasia suddenly appear in front of the hermit who had taken out the snow lotus. At that moment, he knew that he had no chance at all. Not to mention that he hadn't even managed to snatch it yet. Even if he had, he might have to hand it over. Just from that moment, he was certain that this was was the space system they least wanted to encounter, the one that was being protected by the entire military. The team leader from Hongyu Group cursed under his breath. Damn it, what bad luck. He waved to the other team members and shouted, let's go. Seeing that they were about to leave, Yi Ruizha asked, aren't you going to fight anymore? The team leader stumbled and almost lost his balance. He ignored Yi Ruizha completely and continued to lead his team away, mentally cursing Yi Ruizha's ancestors for 36 generations. What else can we do but stay here and be spectators? The leader of the independent team was overjoyed. Although he still couldn't save Shuelian, at least his life was saved. Maybe he could even make connections with the Ability Academy in the future. The casual team members hesitated to hand the Snow Lotus to Yi Ruizha, but the team leader quickly snatched it away and handed it to Yi Ruizha, smiling as he said, young comrade, the Snow Lotus is now yours. What do you think we should do? Yi Ruizha scratched his head and said, I never said I would protect you. You should ask our captain about this. The team leader's heart sank at the first part of the sentence, but thankfully there was a second part, otherwise, it would have been like throwing good money after bad. He then asked humbly, young comrade, could you take us to see your captain now? Yi Ruizha hesitated. He really wanted the Snow Lotus, but it wasn't so easy to take it because he felt obligated to do so. After hesitating for a long time, he said, come with me, but let me make this clear, the captain's decision has nothing to do with me, and the Snow Lotus will not be returned. The team leader quickly responded with yes, 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 indicating that he understood the reasoning. Seeing that the team leader agreed, Yi Ruizha led them to the team's encampment. After the Hongyu group team had moved away, one of the team members questioned the team leader rudely, Yen Batian, shouldn't you explain what just happened? Yen Batian replied, young Master Yin, that was Yi Ruizha from the Space Department of the Superpower Academy. If we provoke him, our entire group will be seen as a thorn in the side by the military. After hearing this, Yin Juxi didn't say another word and silently walked forward. However, his face was terribly gloomy, and the team members behind him suddenly felt the temperature drop several degrees, unconsciously putting a few steps away from Yin Juxi. Yi Ruizha led the group of independent soldiers forward and soon arrived at the team's encampment. When Captain Lin Tianyu saw Yi Ruizha finally return, he was puzzled as to why Yi Ruizha had brought several people back with him, so he called the others to jump down from the tree, and Yi Ruizha stepped forward and said to Lin Tianyu, they've come for you. After saying that, he acted as if it were none of his business. The team leader quickly explained what had happened. Lin Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up the leader of the independent team and the team members behind him. The team leader nervously rubbed his hands together, looking at Lin Tianyu with anticipation. Lin Tianyu didn't see anything wrong with them, and knowing that he was indebted to those who gave him money, he remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. It's not that we can't shelter you, but you must obey our orders and provide us with assistance when necessary. You can also leave early if you wish. The leader of the group breathed a sigh of relief, nodded in agreement, and said that wherever they went, they would go, and would follow them to the death. Lin Tianyu was at a loss for words. He had suddenly become an unwanted nuisance. As he passed by Yi Ruizha, he muttered through gritted teeth, look what you've done. Upon reaching the base of the tree, he said to the group of lone travelers, find a place to rest yourselves, and continue exploring tomorrow. After speaking, he controlled the flying sword to bring everyone except Yi Ruizha and the independent players to the tree to continue resting. Yi Ruizha shrugged, teleported back to the branch he had been on, and continued his deep sleep. Seeing this, the group of lone travelers also found a tree nearby and climbed up to rest. Lin Tianyu lay on the tree, but he was not sleepy at all. He was pondering how the addition of the solo team would affect their mission. Yi Ruizha, however, was carefree and quickly fell asleep, as if all his troubles were irrelevant to him. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Hongyu group's team also stopped and began to set up camp. Yin Juxi sat alone in the tent, his face still gloomy. Yen Batian paced outside the tent, unsure how to appease the young Master Yin's emotions. Yen Batian, are you saying we should just let this go? Yin Juxi's voice came from inside the tent, cold and piercing. Yen Batian hurriedly entered the tent and said cautiously, young Master Yin, it is not advisable to act rashly now. Yi Ruizha is from the Superpower Academy, and we cannot easily offend him. Yin Juxi snorted coldly, I won't let them get away with this so easily. So what if it's a Superpower Academy? Yin Juxi, have never failed to get what I want. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves and dappled the ground. Lin Tianyu and the others woke up early, ready to continue exploring the area. The independent groups also quickly assembled and followed Lin Tianyu's command. They proceeded along a path formed by the mutated beasts, surrounded by towering trees, and the light grew increasingly dark. Suddenly, a strange sound came from afar, and everyone immediately became alert. Lin Tianyu frowned slightly, as he sensed a powerful energy fluctuation. Everyone be careful, something's up, Lin Tianyu whispered. As they drew closer, the energy fluctuations grew stronger. Finally, they saw a huge cave from which an eerie light emanated. Where is this place? The leader of the group asked in surprise. Lin Tianyu stared into the cave and slowly said, I don't know, but there must be some secret hidden here. Let's go in and take a look. The group cautiously entered the cave, which was filled with a mysterious atmosphere. Everyone was stunned when they saw the symbols on the wall flashing with strange light.
As the top student in the group, Li Mingqi exclaimed, "Civilization exists here." Everyone was stunned into silence by Li Mingqi's words.
They looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock and curiosity.
Lin Tianyu wanted to confirm, so he asked, "Mingqi, are you sure there's a civilization here?" Li Mingqi nodded and said, "I'm sure. Did you see that glowing symbol?
It couldn't have been formed naturally."
Lin Tianyu nodded.
Actually, he felt that the symbol wasn't naturally formed, but he wasn't as knowledgeable as Li Mingqi.
He turned to Yi Ruizha and asked, "Do you have a camera?"
Yi Ruizha shook his head and said, "No, those old-fashioned cameras are very expensive.
Old Gong wouldn't be willing to get me one. He's so stingy." Lin Tianyu broke out in a cold sweat. "Is this what you call stingy? This is just not good enough."
It's not difficult to operate a camera by hand, but film is hard to produce.
If there were enough film rolls, wouldn't they provide you with one?
However, at this moment he also felt that Gong Kaihang was a bit stingy, as he didn't have a camera to use at the crucial moment. There was no other way but to use paper to make rubbings, which was just a bit more troublesome. Yi Ruizha was only responsible for getting out the paper and the necessary tools.
He absolutely did not want to do the work of making rubbings on the wall. So after taking out all the items, he looked around in the hole, giving off an attitude that said, "Don't even think about asking me to do any work. I've eaten pork, but I've never seen a pig run."
Lin Tianyu and his sister weren't good at this kind of meticulous work, and Wang Xiufu was even less capable, being a poor student. In the end, the task had to fall back on Li Mingqi. Li Mingqi didn't want to do it herself, but since she brought up the possibility of civilization existing here, she had to solve the problem herself. Just as she was about to make a rubbing of the symbol, a black light flashed by.
No one noticed anything unusual, not even Li Mingqi, who was making the rubbing.
However, after a short while, Li Mingqi felt very tired, which forced her to stop the rubbing process.
Lin Tianyu walked over and asked with concern, "Mingqi, what's wrong? Are you sick?"
Upon hearing that Li Mingqi might be sick, the others also looked at her with concern. Li Mingqi quickly waved her hand and said, No, I'm not sick. I just didn't rest well in the tree last night and I'm a little tired. I'll be fine after a rest."
Lin Tianyu held out his hand and said, "Give me the stuff. I'll do it. It looks pretty simple." Li Mingqi didn't refuse.
She was indeed feeling tired. After handing the tools to Lin Tianyu, she found a relatively clean spot and rested against the rock wall. The rubbing process was indeed as simple as Lin Tianyu had imagined. He only had to ask Li Mingqi once before he was able to make a complete rubbing of the symbol. After Yi Ruizha packed everything up, the group continued into the cave. However, they did not find any symbols similar to the ones they had seen earlier, which made Li Mingqi wonder if it was just a coincidence of nature.
However, as a fairy, how could she possibly think she was wrong? She would rather die than admit it now.
They soon reached the innermost part of the cave, but to their dismay, it was clear that someone had already gotten there first, as there were signs of vandalism inside. Having found nothing, they had no choice but to leave the cave and continue deeper into the jungle.
Not long after they left the cave, a group of people quietly jumped down from a tree and secretly followed them. One of them even revealed a sinister smile.
They were the team from Hongyu Group. As they ventured deeper into the jungle, Yi Ruizha and his group passed a small ravine about 10 meters wide when suddenly more than a dozen forest wolves sprang out. Before they could react, the wolves launched an attack. Fortunately, the forest wolf is an enhanced mutant beast and has no ranged attacks. The 10 people hurriedly dodged left and right, and several of them were injured immediately because they couldn't dodge in time, including Li Mingqi and Wang Xiaofu. After dodging the attack of the forest wolf, Lin Tianyu immediately shouted, "Get up the tree," while controlling the 5 flying swords in the sword box to stab at the forest wolf. The flying sword was very fast, but it only managed to scratch the outer skin of the forest wolf without causing any damage. Seeing that their prey had the ability to resist, they did not retaliate immediately. Instead, they bared their fangs, made growling noises, and slowly began to surround the prey, preparing to test it. Taking advantage of the opening, Yi Ruizha quickly carried Li Mingqi up to a tree branch 20 meters high, and the others also hurriedly ran to the nearest tree. Wang Xiufu pleaded with Yi Ruizha with a bitter face, "Brother, please take me up with you." Yi Ruizha pursed his lips, muttered, "What a hassle," and helped him up the tree branch. 5 or 6 forest wolves could barely hold their own, but now there are more than a dozen of them. Fighting them on the ground, they have no chance of winning. The previous ambush had only injured a few prey, and now the prey were trying to climb trees to hide. Seeing this, the forest wolves decided not to test them anymore, and several of them began to pounce on the group again. Lin Tianyu quickly controlled his flying sword to intercept them. Because one of their companions had been injured by this flying sword, the several forest wolves that had pounced on them quickly braked and dodged. After successfully intercepting the few forest wolves, screams still came from behind. It turned out that 2 more forest wolves were hiding in the shadows when the attack was launched. A slow-moving lone wolf was bitten on the calf and pulled down by a leaping ghost wolf. As soon as Lin Tianyu turned around, the other forest wolves pounced on him. By the
time he turned back to try to dodge, it was too late. At this critical moment, Eurasia suddenly appeared beside him and pulled him up to the tree branch as well. The forest wolf missed its target, looked around in confusion, and then pounced on the lone wolf that had been pulled down. Seeing that the wandering warrior was about to be bitten to death and devoured, Eurasia had no choice but to teleport down again, take out a large bag of lime powder from his space, and vigorously fling it around. The two forest wolves that were biting the lone wolf were suddenly blinded by lime powder, howling in pain, while the other wolves that were rushing towards them quickly stopped. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Eurasia pulled up the unaffiliated person on the ground and teleported back to the tree. Back in the tree, the wanderer continued to scream, even louder than when he was bitten by the ghost wolf. "Hey, stop yelling. You're safe now, what are you yelling for?" The others were speechless. "Why are you yelling? Don't you know? Didn't you see he's practically turned into a plaster statue? You don't need to use so much lime, even if it's free." The person who was bitten was not seriously injured at first, but now that he has been pickled in lime, he is almost a level 10 disabled person. Especially the team leader, he couldn't say anything to Eurasia right now. Could he say that Eurasia shouldn't have saved people? At that time, only Eurasia had the ability to save people, the others could only protect themselves. But in any case, the man was saved after all, and he still had to thank Eurasia. "Thank you for saving my brother, young comrade." Young comrade, do you have any oil with you?" "Oil? Yes, cooking oil or gasoline?" The team leader's lips twitched as he said, "Cooking oil. Gasoline?" Did they think he wasn't in enough pain? Yes, 10 spirit stones a bucket, 5 liters each." "How many buckets do you want?" The team leader fell silent, and so did the others. "Are you a devil? You still want to make money at a time like this? Besides, who comes into the secret realm to explore with spirit stones? Don't you think you have enough stuff, that it's not heavy enough?" Lin Tianyu felt embarrassed and explained, "He needs the cooking oil to save people, so don't take his money. He's a teammate after all." Eurasia pursed his lips and muttered under his breath, "What's wrong with teammates? These are all my own personal opinions." However, they still gave the team leader an open can of cooking oil, which was still more than half full. The team leader quickly took the item, thanked the leader, and then began cleaning the lime off the team member's wound. The more he washed, the more his mouth twitched. "How much lime did you just sprinkle? We've almost used up half a bucket of cooking oil, and it's still not clean." He could only swallow his pride and ask Eurasia for more. Eurasia reluctantly took out another unopened bucket and said, "Use it sparingly, this is the last bucket. If it's still not enough, there's nothing I can do." Who would believe that? Just now he was shamelessly asking others how much they wanted, and now he's saying it's the last bucket. If you're going to be stingy, just say so. Stop making excuses. Everyone was very safe in the tree. Lin Tianyu was determined to settle scores and grievances, controlling his flying sword to stab here and slash there. Eurasia watched as Lin Tianyu swung his flying sword around, failing to kill a single Yulin wolf. He couldn't help but say, "Hey, Captain, do you have something going on with these Yulin wolves? Why are you being so gentle? You didn't kill a single one." Standing on another branch, Lin Yu chuckled and said, "Brother, is sister-in-law really down there?" Lin Tianyu glared at his spineless follower with murderous eyes and retorted, "Do I want this?" The flying sword was forged using the hardest alloy currently available, and it only barely broke through the defenses. "What can I do?" Li Mingqi, who had just finished treating her wounds, smiled slightly and said, "Captain, dogs' weak points are in their abdomens. Why do you keep attacking their heads and backs, the areas with the thickest defenses? You have a sword, not a hammer." After Li Mingqi said that, Lin Tianyu really didn't know how to refute it, and his face turned red with embarrassment. However, with Li Mingqi's reminder, he began to control his flying sword to look for an opportunity to attack the belly of the forest wolf. By deliberately creating an opportunity, a forest wolf soon leaped up to bite off a weapon. Lin Tianyu seized the opportunity and used all his strength to control a flying sword to stab the forest wolf in the abdomen. The sharp blade successfully pierced the forest wolf's belly, causing it to scream in agony. Seeing their companion injured and unable to harm their prey, the other forest wolves abandoned the hunt and fled. Eurasia stroked his chin and said to Lin Tianyu, "Captain, I'll go try and see if I can kill one more. Wait for me a moment." Before Lin Tianyu could agree, Eurasia had already teleported away. His idea was simple. Since attacking weaknesses could easily break through defenses, could the 18 kinds of weapons in his space also break through defenses? So he wanted to give it a try. As for using supernatural attacks, Eurasia had never even considered it. Even a flying sword with such high speed couldn't easily break through the wolf's head and back, so naturally his spatial cutting wouldn't work either, unless he used his ultimate move, the space millstone. Although they are beasts, they are not stupid and won't foolishly let you hit them with your ultimate move. The forest wolves had been running through the jungle for a while when Eurasia suddenly appeared. They were startled and quickly stopped, but soon realized that he was one of the prey they had been hunting. They bared their teeth at Eurasia but did not dare to rush at him immediately, as the screams of their companions were still ringing in their ears. Eurasia looked at the Yulin wolf that had stopped, took out a long spear from his spatial
storage, nodded, and said to the alpha wolf with its tail raised, "I've been watching you for a long time, hee hee." While the forest wolf was still wary of the spear Euruasia had pulled out, fearing it would hurt it again, Euruasia suddenly disappeared and appeared behind the alpha wolf. He then used both hands to forcefully stab the spear into its anus, the entire spear penetrating 40 or 50 centimeters. The alpha wolf, suddenly attacked from behind, howled in pain and charged forward. After running a distance, it quickly lay down and licked its injured anus. The sudden turn of events caught the other forest wolves completely off guard. By the time they realized what was happening and tried to pounce on Euruasia, he had already teleported back to the alpha wolf and fired another shot at the wolf's rear end, which was still licking its wounds. After his chrysanthemum was mutilated twice in a short period of time, the alpha wolf had lost all will to resist. Carrying the bleeding chrysanthemum, it howled and fled in all directions. It was in excruciating pain and felt like dying. It was a canine, that's true, but Euruasia seemed even more of a dog than it was. After landing 2 successful attacks, Euruasia immediately teleported to a tree to keep an eye on the alpha wolf's movements. Seeing that their alpha wolf was fatally wounded, the other forest wolves all chose to abandon it and continue their escape. If you run into a jerk, you can't hit him, and you also have to be careful not to get ambushed and attacked from behind. What else can you do but run away? The alpha wolf, Juhua, was severely injured, and with its constant thrashing, blood gushed from Juhua like a floodgate bursting. It soon collapsed from excessive blood loss. Seeing that the alpha wolf had already collapsed, Euruasia appeared beside it and saw that it was barely breathing and its life was about to end. Seeing that it was still alive, Euruasia couldn't bear it and said, "Amatba, heaven cherishes life, and Buddha is merciful, allowing me to perform the ritual for you in his stead. You can go in peace now." After saying this, he bowed with one hand raised his spear and fired another shot at the chrysanthemum, successfully sending the alpha wolf to its eternal rest. When the alpha wolf saw Euruasia appear, his eyes were already filled with tears of regret. How could he have provoked such a lecherous old man? Even on his deathbed, he was going to be violated one more time. After performing the ritual to release the alpha wolf, Euruasia stored the spear and the wolf's corpse in his spatial storage and leisurely headed back. He hadn't even had a chance to properly appreciate the scenery of this secret realm, so why was he in such a hurry to go back? It was precisely because of this impromptu decision that, when he was almost back, he discovered 6 people, the Hongyu group's team, who were crouching behind the bushes, furtively observing Lin Tianyu and his group. Curious about what they were up to, Euruasia secretly teleported to the tree branch above them to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Yen Badian, young Master Ian, are you sure one of them has been cursed? They seem fine." "Ian Juxi, it's definitely true. The curse I placed in the cave has been triggered." Euruasia, who was eavesdropping upstairs, was startled and thought to himself, "A curse? Is that pretty boy cursed? Which of us is cursed? What kind of curse is it?" Euruasia had a lot of questions in his mind, but he dared not alert the enemy. Among the special types, the curse type was the most troublesome. He needed to know what kind of curse this pretty boy had cast in order to break it. While eavesdropping, he also thought about who was most likely to be cursed. Although curses are hard to prevent, in addition to paying the corresponding price for casting the spell, they also require triggering conditions and a medium. As for the price, judging from the fact that the pretty boy's hands and feet are intact, it shouldn't be a self-inflicted price, so the price should be some valuable sacrificial offerings. Since it's not a self-inflicted price, the curse won't be too strong, which made Euruasia secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He then began to recall who had been cursed, and he could basically rule them out, because when he learned that the pretty boy had been cursed, he had checked himself and found nothing unusual. A cave? Could it be the cave where the symbol was inscribed before? Then only Li Mingqi and the captain have come into contact with this symbol, so they are the most likely two to be cursed. However, he immediately remembered what he had said in class: low-level curses cannot be cast on 2 people at the same time. This pretty boy was only level 3, so he couldn't possibly cast a curse of intermediate level or higher. Therefore, only one person was cursed. Thinking of this, Euruasia immediately identified Li Mingqi as the one cursed. They were both level 3 awakeners, and in theory, not sleeping for 3 or 4 days wouldn't have much of an effect. However, Li Mingqi complained of being tired shortly after waking up, so it was highly likely that she was cursed. Besides, didn't you see that the captain is still alive and kicking? If someone is cursed and still feels refreshed, then it's not a curse, it's a buff. After carefully sensing the situation, Injuxi gestured with his eyes and said, "That girl with glasses is under my curse of decay." Yen Badian looked over upon hearing the sound and indeed saw a girl wearing glasses leaning against a tree trunk, looking listless. Meanwhile, Euruasia, who was hiding in the tree, also confirmed that Li Mingqi was under a curse, and now all that was left was to figure out how to break the curse. "Young Master Ian, there are 10 of them. Only one of them is currently under the curse. We are no match for the remaining 9. Don't worry, there's a mature mutated fruit tree ahead. If they go to pick it, they'll be cursed by me. Young Master Ian is wise. As long as they are all under the curse, we can easily kill them." The snow lotus I've set my sights on isn't so easy to take. Anyone who tries
tries to take it will die. Yi Ruizha, who was eavesdropping in the tree, was startled again. This pretty boy is too ruthless. He gets cursed just for picking a fruit. It's impossible to guard against. Did I eat your rice? It's just a snow lotus. Is it really that serious? But tell me how to break the curse. Yi Ruizha knew who was cursed and the next curse point, but he didn't know how to break the curse. His heart was like a cat's claws. Young Masterine, how long can your curse last? What? You don't have confidence in me? No, I'm afraid the time frame is too short, and we won't have a chance to make our move. Don't worry, the curse lasts for 7 days. They will become weaker day by day. By the 5th day, they will even have difficulty standing up. But can they hold on until the 5th day? Yes. The secret realm is so dangerous. One careless move and you could be in mortal danger. It would be hard for them to survive. 7 days straight. What the hell is this game? Should we send Li Mingqi out to ensure her safety? Wait, even if she's sent out, the curse will still be there. Damn it. Should I go down and tie this pretty boy up first, then force him to reveal the way to break the curse? By the way, young Masterine, is it possible that they accidentally broke the curse? He's here. Hurry up and say something. I've been waiting for you. Unlikely. Even though it's a low-level curse, it's not something that can be easily broken. Damn. I've got my ears all set, and this is what you're showing me? That's good. I was just worried about the possibility. In the secret realm, whoever takes something and leaves will go back to check 2 hours later. Why 2 hours? Here you are. Hurry up and tell me. Because the method I set for breaking the curse was to touch the medium 2 hours later. I see. Sodies, it's been 2 hours. We've been away from the cave for 2 hours now. Let's go back and have Li Mingqi touch that symbol. Now that we know how to break the curse, should we tie them all up so we can collect the ransom after we get out? Let's not tie him up now. This pretty boy is curse-wielding. What if he casts another curse on us halfway through? Yi Ruizha ultimately decided to hold back for now and secretly discuss with the captain how to proceed. He didn't want to have someone who could curse him at any time by his side. After making his decision, he teleported back to Lin Tianyu's side, patted Lin Tianyu on the shoulder and said, "Captain, I'm back. I want to discuss something with you." Lin Tianyu was startled when Yi Ruizha suddenly patted his shoulder. When he turned around to look at Yi Ruizha, his face was dark. "Comrade Yi Ruizha, please don't appear behind people and scare them in the future. You're so easily scared by this? You're such a coward." "Never mind that, I have something to discuss with you," Lin Tianyu replied irritably, and then Yi Ruizha leaned close to his ear and whispered the whole story. Lin Tianyu's face turned grim after hearing this. He hadn't expected Li Mingqi to be cursed. Fortunately, he already knew how to break the curse and also knew the next curse point for that young Masterine. "You discovered the danger. What are your suggestions?" "Here's what I'm thinking. First, lift Li Mingqi's curse, then shake them off, and finally leave the secret realm a little ahead of them. Then, wait at the entrance, kidnap them, and demand ransom from their group. That young Masterine must be very valuable." Lin Tianyu broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. "Have you forgotten your identity? Kidnapping and extortion, is this something we should be doing?" Although he was also furious at the insidious nature of the people from Hanyu Group, as a soldier, he couldn't allow himself to do such a thing, and he sternly refused. "We are soldiers, we can't do kidnapping and extortion, especially kidnapping in public outside a secret location. How will the people view us soldiers? It means as long as no one sees it, it's fine." Lin Tianyu almost choked on Yi Ruizha's words. "Are you absolutely going to tie me up? That won't do. Kidnapping and extortion have a huge negative impact on the military." "Oh, I see. Then I'll think of other ways." "No, are you really determined to tie them up?" "No, that's not it. As long as the money is right, we might not tie them up. Besides, can you really accept being cursed by them?" "I can't swallow it." "That settles it then. My motto is that a true gentleman always seeks revenge. This is a great opportunity to make some extra money. A gentleman doesn't leave a grudge unavenged. They all mean the same thing." I've got it. Let's write an IOU. "Aren't you afraid he'll curse me on the IOU?" "That's true. We need to find a way to prevent him from casting curses." "Do you think he'd still cast curses if he wrote an IOU when his life was threatened?" "It's not safe. There's a risk of being cursed if you touch the IOU, but low-level curses can't curse with words, so you can use a communication stone. Communication stones have the function of recording the first part of a sentence. As long as you don't respond, what he said will be preserved indefinitely." "Great idea. Let's use your suggestion." When Yi Ruizha agreed with his method, he finally realized how he had been led astray. "You guys wait here for a bit, I'll go find the wolf cubs to help." Just as Lin Tianyu was about to ask why they needed to find the ghost forest wolf, Yi Ruizha had already disappeared. Lin Tianyu shook his head helplessly, and could only wait for Yi Ruizha to return. Meanwhile, Yi Ruizha was constantly teleporting through the jungle and had already found the pack of wolves that had previously escaped. Yi Ruizha appeared not far from the forest wolves. Looking at the wary pack, he cleared his throat and said, "Hey, wolves, let's talk about something." The wolves of the forest stared at him warily, offering no response. The scene of their alpha wolf being stabbed in the rear just moments before was still fresh in their minds. Now, seeing Yi Ruizha was
like seeing a monstrous flood. They all tucked their tails between their legs, fearing they would suffer the same fate as their alpha wolf. Yi Ruizha continued, I know there's been a little misunderstanding between us, but now there's a chance to clear it up. If you help me out, I promise I'll never bother you again. The forest wolves couldn't understand what he was saying at all, and remained on guard against the sixth brother suddenly appearing behind them. Seeing that the forest wolf hadn't reacted, Yi Ruizha sighed. Was it all a waste of my trust in the end? After saying that, he took out a spear from his spatial storage, still bearing the mark of the wolf's first blood. Upon seeing Yi Ruizha pull out the demon gun again, the wolf pack howled and turned to flee, keeping their tails tucked between their legs to prevent a sneak attack, and occasionally glancing back to see if the sixth wolf was behind them. Seeing the wolf pack start to run back, Yi Ruizha let out a shout and chased after them with his spear. When the forest wolf turned around and saw that Yi Ruizha was really chasing after it, it was terrified. It quickly sped up its escape. Yi Ruizha kept teleporting and adjusting the wolf pack's route along the way, and before long, the wolf pack was almost at Injuxi's location. What's that sound? Yen Badian, who was still crouching in the bushes secretly observing, heard some noise and asked in confusion. The others also listened intently, and soon they heard the rumbling sound of the mutated beasts running. After clearly hearing what the sound was, Yen Badian exclaimed, It's a horde of beasts. Run! Ignoring the risk of being exposed, they quickly got up and ran back. As soon as they moved, the 9 people waiting for Yi Ruizha to return in the tree spotted them immediately. The team leader exclaimed in alarm, It's people from Hongyu Group. They're following us. Lin Tianyu calmly said, Don't panic, I already knew. Just wait and see. As the people from Hongyu Group ran away, they also frightened the fleeing wolves. Fearing that these people were also in cahoots with Yi Ruizha who was chasing them, the wolves quickly turned around. But as soon as they turned around, Yi Ruizha appeared in front of them. After going back and forth a few times, they realized that the people running in front were not as scary as Yi Ruizha chasing behind. Their animal instincts detected fear in the people running in front, and they were also certain that they were not with Yi Ruizha. This made them no longer afraid of the people from Hongyu Group. At this moment, Lin Tianyu also caught up by flying on his sword. He came to Yi Ruizha's side and asked, It doesn't seem like we can keep chasing like this. After driving away the wolves for so long, Yi Ruizha felt his legs were a little tired. Besides, why not take a ride when there was one available? He quickly jumped onto Lin Tianyu's flying sword while running and said, I've already thought it through. I'm just waiting for you to come. Okay, use your flying sword to cut a few wounds on them and let them bleed, to show them our stance. That way, these wolf cubs will know that we are not with them, and they will work hard for me. Will this work? Didn't Hua say that the mutated beasts in this secret realm haven't developed intelligence? Can they understand what we mean? Why don't we try and see? Hurry up, the wolf cubs are getting tired if we keep chasing them. Lin Tianyu was speechless. You're actually feeling sorry for Yulin Wolf now? But he still controlled the other flying swords to stab at the other 4 people from Hongyu Group. That pretty boy Injuxi and the team leader Yen Badian are both people of status, so it's not good to hurt them directly. As for the other 4, they're probably just good-for-nothings who can be chosen over them. During their escape, Injuxi and Yen Badian suddenly heard 4 screams behind them. Turning around, they saw all 4 of them clutching their bleeding calves. Further back, they saw Yi Ruizha and Lin Tianyu standing on their flying swords. Yi Ruizha turned halfway to the side and waved to them with a friendly expression. Upon seeing the 2 men, Yen Badian understood that the wolf pack hadn't come to chase them by chance, but rather that the people from the Superpower Academy had deliberately driven them there. As for whether their plan had been exposed, he didn't know yet, but saving his life was the priority. Only after he was safe would he have a chance to confront the 2 men. Seeing the wolf pack getting closer, Yen Badian shouted, Quick, climb the tree. The others also quickly found a big tree to climb up. Seeing that they had indeed chosen to climb the tree, Yi Ruizha knew that his opportunity had come. He said to Lin Tianyu, Don't worry about the others. Let's go to that pretty boy's tree and keep an eye on their leader. Lin Tianyu understood immediately and quickly maneuvered his flying sword toward the tree where Yen Badian was. Yi Ruizha also drove the wolf pack to the 2 trees that Injuxi and Yen Badian had climbed. After Yi Ruizha stopped chasing them away, the forest wolves lingered between the 2 trees, too afraid to leave. At this moment, Injuxia was clinging to the tree in a panic, looking down at the wolf pack that was gradually closing in. His face turned even paler as he thought to himself, Why are all the Yulin wolves coming to my place? After Yi Ruizha and Lin Tianyu landed steadily on the branches where Injuxi and Yen Badian were respectively, Yi Ruizha greeted them with a friendly smile. Hi young Master In, you seem to be quite busy. Injuxi, assuming Yi Ruizha already knew his identity, ordered, Quickly pull me up. Yi Ruizha smiled and said, Sure, no problem. But before we pull you up, shouldn't we talk about the curse you cast on us? Upon hearing this, not only Injuxi, but even Yen Badian, who was climbing another tree, knew that their plan had been exposed, and they dared not continue climbing. However, Injuxi remained relatively calm. His fear of the wolves below the tree did not mean he feared Yi Ruizha above. He threatened, Kid, since you already know, then obediently pull me up or I'll curse you right
right now. Oh, I see. Wait a minute, I'll figure something out. You're smart, kid. Seeing that Yuruasia was afraid of being cursed by him, Injuxi sneered inwardly. When I get up there, I will definitely cast an even crueler curse on you. Yuruasia didn't take out a rope from his spatial storage. Instead, he took out a bucket of cooking oil. Seeing this, Injosia asked loudly in confusion, why are you using oil instead of a rope? Can you pull me up there? Hee, you'll see in a bit. Under Injuxi's suspicious gaze, Yuruasia unscrewed the oil can and poured it onto the tree trunk. Injuxi was completely unaware of what was going on. Yuruasia had no intention of pulling him up. He started cursing at Injuxi, but Yuruasia ignored him and continued to evenly sprinkle cooking oil on the tree trunk. The oil quickly flowed down the tree trunk onto Injuxi's hands. He could already feel his hands slipping, so he had to tighten his grip on the trunk to prevent them from falling. Seeing the panicked man muttering sinister words, Yuruasia smiled mockingly and continued pouring oil, thinking, I don't believe you won't panic. Injuxi's curses grew louder and louder, but Yuruasia ignored them. He knew that Injuxi was now in a state of extreme panic, which was exactly the effect he wanted. After the oil in the drum was emptied, Yuruasia stopped what he was doing. He looked at Injuxi and, with his signature amiable expression, slowly said, Young Masterine, can you still hold on? Do you need any help? A string of extremely obscene greetings kept escaping from Injuxi's mouth. He was now stuck, unable to go up or down, and could only wish Yuruasia and his family good health. Yuruasia readily accepted Injuxi's kind greeting, nodding and saying amicably, Young Masterine seems to be in good health. You must exercise regularly. Wait a moment, I'll go get you some exercise equipment. After saying that, Yuruasia disappeared. Injuxi was secretly pleased, thinking that Yuruasia would not return so soon. He began to climb up with all his might. Before he had climbed 2 steps, he heard the voice that haunted his dreams. Young Masterine, I'm back. Damn it, how come you're back so soon? I haven't even gotten the exercise equipment for Young Masterine yet. How could I leave? The materials are all ready. Wait for me, don't rush. Injuxi's mind was racing, and of course, his mouth was also churning with rage. Yuruasia took out a stone weighing several tens of kilograms from his spatial storage, tied it with a rope to make sure it wouldn't come loose, then made a noose. He wrapped the remaining rope around the tree trunk to make sure it wouldn't fall off, and then, holding the noose, aimed one eye at Injuxi. Injuxi, seeing everything Yuruasia did, knew exactly what he was up to, and his threats and greetings became even more intense. Yuruasia examined the knot several times, and after deciding it was accurate enough, said, Young Masterine, hold on tight, let's go. Seeing that Yuruasia really dared to throw it down, he no longer cared about threats and greetings. He used all his strength to hold onto the tree trunk tightly, pressing his head against the trunk as much as possible to prevent the noose from trapping him. But his trick actually worked. The knot slipped off his head. He breathed a sigh of relief after escaping a disaster. Just as he looked up to continue wishing Yuruasia and his family well, he saw Yuruasia pulling the rope up with great effort. If you can't catch it the first time, you can reuse it. Are you just going to keep going indefinitely? After trying to loop the rope several times and finding it too soft to work, Yuruasia began to change his approach. Since Injuxi is now clinging tightly to the tree trunk, the knot will be removed and the rope tied to the trunk with a small gap. This gap is just enough for the rope to slide smoothly on the trunk, but not enough for Injuxi to pass through the loop. To let the rope pass through, Injuxi must take turns letting go to allow the rope to pass through. Injuxia now faces 2 choices, either hang stones to increase the strength of his embrace on the tree, or voluntarily create gaps in the rope, while also getting his body covered in more oil. Injuxi would definitely choose option 2. Who in their right mind would hang a stone weighing dozens of kilograms on a tree trunk covered in oil? Just as he successfully threaded the rope through, Yuruasia revealed a triumphant smile and began to pull the rope upwards with a series of heaves. Injuxi now realized he had made a mistake. As long as he didn't get caught on the stone, he would have to constantly adjust his body to make the rope move back and forth. As for climbing up using the rope, he was absolutely certain that Yuruasia wouldn't let him climb up smoothly. As more and more oil accumulates on your body, no matter how hard you try, you can't stop your body from slowly sliding down. This time he finally realized he was scared and dared not greet Yuruasia again, and began to beg for mercy. Big brother, what exactly do you want? Please, stop torturing me. Young Masterine, it's nothing. Just throw the thing you own the most at me. It's just a woman. As long as you let me go, I'll give you as many as you want. I can even get you a celebrity. Yuruasia was speechless. So your pale face isn't because of your special ability? But he still refused, saying, I don't want women. Women will only slow down my money-making speed. This isn't just a hint. It's blatantly telling you, I want money. I'll give you whatever money you want. Just name your price. Please let me up here quickly. No rush, no rush. This is just empty talk. What if they deny it after we go out? I'll write an IOU. I'll write an IOU, okay? No. What if you put a curse on the IOU? Injuxi felt like dying. He explained, I'm just a beginner-level curse user. Casting a curse requires preparation, at the very least a sacrifice. It's not something you can just do casually. You can't possibly cast a curse in front of everyone.
You have such a big misunderstanding about curse users.
Yi Ruijia's eyes lit up. I see. But I still don't want a paper IOU. Then tell me what you want, and I'll do whatever you ask.
I have a communication stone here.
You can just speak into it. The price is just one small goal of spirit stones. Aren't you going to rob it? Isn't this robbery? Just tell me, are you going to give it to me or not?
Yi Ruijia was absolutely right. This was blatant robbery. Injo's heart was bleeding. He was indeed the young master of the largest shareholder of Hongyu Group, but the total assets of Hongyu Group were only 4 small golds worth of spirit stones. If a quarter of them were gone in an instant, his father would definitely skin him alive.
He couldn't refuse. He couldn't delay any longer.
He had no time to haggle, and his energy was almost completely depleted. So, gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, I'll give it to you."
Alright, Boss Ian is so straightforward.
After saying that, he lowered a communication stone with a rope and said to Injo with a smile, "Boss Ian, you can just speak into the
communication stone. Remember to keep your tone gentle, otherwise when I go to ask for the money, people will say that I threatened you." Injuxi was furious. Isn't this a blatant threat, he thought, but now I'm under their roof and have no choice but to bow my head.
After recording the voice IOU using the communication stone and listening to it several times to make sure there were no problems, Yi Ruijia finally put
the communication stone back into his space with satisfaction and said happily, "Boss Ian is so generous. I'll go and drive the wolves away right now."
After saying this, he roared like a thunderbolt and jumped down from the tree with his spear.
When the wolves saw the demon coming again, they scattered and fled.
As for why it was driving them away again, they didn't have the ability to think about it. Protecting their genitals was the most important thing. Injuxi watched the wolf pack scatter and flee, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was exhausted and, with the lubrication of the oil, quickly slid to the ground, where he collapsed and gasped for breath. It took him a while to recover. Seeing that the wolf pack had left, the others also climbed down from the trees to guard Injuxi, cautiously watching Yi Ruijia and Lin Tianyu. Yi Ruijia jumped onto Lin Tianyu's flying sword and said kindly to them, "Thank you for the reward, Boss Ian.
I hope we can meet soon and I can get some more money. Captain, let's go."
Lin Tianyu didn't speak. He just nodded and controlled the flying sword to carry the two of them away.
However, he was full of admiration in his heart.
Not only did he obtain more comprehensive information about the curse system than the academy did, but he also easily extorted a small target. Injuxi watched Yi Ruijia and Lin Tianyu's departing figures, gritting his teeth, his face dark, and the anger in his heart burning even more fiercely. The 4 team members with injured calves were terrified and dared not speak. In this situation, whoever spoke would die.
They were just calamimi, and this matter was definitely left to the team leader, Yen Badian.
They all tacitly kept quiet and treated the wounds on their calves. Yen Badian didn't want to speak, but staying here wasn't safe, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask, "Young Master Ian, should we continue the pursuit?" Yen Baishan's words only fueled Injuxi's rage.
Chase my ass. Are you chasing after me to deliver money? My dad sent you guys to protect me.
And now look what's happened. 100 million has just disappeared for no reason.
You're all fucking useless. Yen Badian dared not refute.
Young Master Ian was in a bad mood, so it was best not to provoke him.
However, he was thinking to himself, what good would it do if I said not to provoke the people from the Superpower Academy? You came here to give us money. What does it have to do with us? You made a mistake and you still blame us.
Now that Injuxi had taken the initiative to give up the pursuit, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Despite his inner complaints, he didn't want to provoke the people from the Superpower Academy any longer. If Injuxi had insisted on continuing the pursuit, he really wouldn't know how to dissuade him. After Yi Ruijia and Lin Tianyu returned to the group, they briefly explained what had happened, and then took Li Mingqi back to the cave to lift the curse. Upon learning that she was under a curse, Li Mingqi was furious, and even Wang Xiaofu and Ling Yu clamored to go back and seek revenge. When Lin Tianyu revealed that Injuxi had been forced by Yi Ruijia's tyranny to sign a huge IOU for a small amount of money, his attitude immediately underwent a 180-degree change.
Wang Xiaofu rubbed his hands together and chuckled, "Brother Zay, are we included in that small goal?"
The others also cast expectant glances at Yi Ruijia. It was just a small goal. Even a tiny bit of it would be enough for them to live a life of luxury.
Yi Ruijia said righteously, "No, this is just a little money I earned by my own skills." The expectant smile vanished instantly, and Lin Tianyu said, "Forget about this money. It all has to be handed over to the country."
Yi Ruijia immediately objected.
"Why should I? This is my money. Why should I?"
"Because your money is ill-gotten."
"What do you mean by ill-gotten gains?"
"The IOU clearly states that he gave it to me voluntarily."
"Is that what he calls voluntary?"
"I'm a grown man here as a witness." "Oh, now there are 9 witnesses plus a cat."
"Can I kill him to silence him? What do you think? Can we make a deal?" "No discussion. 10% is yours." "Are you trying to send a beggar away?" Upon hearing that they could get 20% of the profits, everyone's eyes lit up except for Lin Tianyu and Hua Hua. Lin Tianyu remained silent, choosing to remain unchanged in the face of all change. changes. 30%. 30% is the most we can go. You need to understand, I am the main force. Without me, you won't get anything. 40%. That's my bottom line. You're not thinking of a 50-50th split, are you? That's going a bit too far. 46? You're trying to kill me.
When the others heard this number, they were already breathing heavily. It had far exceeded their psychological limits.
Sanchi, you might as well kill me.
Lin Tianyu then spoke up, saying, I didn't say I wanted a share of the money. Hearing this, everyone else was extremely disappointed. Their expectations had been dashed, but Yi Ruizha was overjoyed.
But Lin Tianyu's next words chilled him to the bone. You have to hand over all of this money. Don't feel wronged. Hongyu is such a big group. Do you think you can get the money by yourself?
Hearing this, Yi Ruizha also came to his senses. That's right, he was just a student in the academy. If others refused to acknowledge the debt, there
seemed to be nothing he could do. He had been careless. He was so focused on getting him to sign an IOU that he hadn't considered collecting the debt. To be honest, you can't get Hongyu Group to acknowledge the debt with just a voice IOU. So, you can only hand the IOU over to the government and let them collect the debt. As for what reward the government will give you, that depends on your attitude. My level isn't high enough. I can't help you get it.
The last sentence jolted Yi Ruizha awake, and he began to make his own calculations.
He understood that if he wanted to get the money, he would definitely have to hand it over, but it depended on who he handed it over to.
Handing it over to Gong Kai Hang is probably like throwing good money after bad. He'd get nothing at all.
He's capable of doing something like that. The reward for Li Yifei's return is likely just a banner and a commendation.
He is no longer in charge of any military post and has only a military rank without any real power. The answer is obvious. He can only turn to Lin Hongwen, the military region commander, who is the highest-ranking leader with real power that he can find. The key point is that Lin Hongwen had a very good impression of him and was very protective of his own. After figuring out the ins and outs, Yi Ruizha felt much better. As long as it wasn't all for nothing, that was fine. After returning to the cave and successfully lifting Li Mingqi's curse, they chose a new direction to continue exploring the jungle. Freed from the curse, Li Mingqi felt much happier. While passing through a lush and green area, they discovered a small patch of mutated fruit trees, much to the delight of the group of lone travelers who had accompanied them. They were also worried that following the group from the Academy of Superhumans would yield nothing.
With so many mutated fruits, they should be able to get a share.
As they were happily picking fruit, Blackie suddenly barked wildly at a clump of mutated fruit trees, and everyone looked over at the sound. Then they saw a giant python, as thick as a water bucket, poking its head out from among the leaves.
Yi Ruizha quickly shouted to Hazy, idiot, come back here right now. Hearing Yi Ruizha's call, Hazy quickly ran back. When the giant python saw Hazy running away, it opened its big mouth and pounced on Hazy.
Seeing this, the others immediately launched an attack which slowed down the giant python's attack, allowing Hazy to escape successfully. After the giant python revealed its full body, everyone realized that it was a blue-bellied python.
They quickly put some distance between themselves and it.
The blue-bellied python, having failed to land a blow, roared angrily and spat venom at the fire-type ability user in the group of lone wolves. It hated fire the most. It was the one who had burned it with fire, preventing it from swallowing Hazy. The leader of the group quickly shouted to the fire-type ability user, Lu Tao, get out of the way. Lu Tao, who was preparing to unleash a fire dragon, quickly abandoned his skill and dodged the incoming venom by sidestepping. The venom struck a mutated fruit tree several meters behind him, instantly corroding it until it began to smoke and wither.
Lu Tao was still shaken.
If he had been exposed to this venom, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. Taking advantage of the brief moment after the green-bellied python's skill animation ended, Lin Tianyu quickly controlled his flying sword to stab at it. Yi Ruizha followed suit and released a spatial cutting technique. The blue-bellied python reacted extremely quickly, sweeping its tail to knock away 4 swords, but one sword still managed to pierce its abdomen, sparks flying, leaving only shallow scratches on its scales. Yi Ruizha's spatial cutting struck the sweeping snaketail, merely leaving a slightly deeper scratch on the scales of the blue-bellied python's tail.
A mosquito bite can at least draw a tube of blood, but the two men's attacks couldn't even break through the blue-bellied python's defenses. The others, seeing this, also realized that something was wrong.
Seeing that they couldn't break through their defenses, the blue-bellied python boldly pounced on them. The two quickly jumped up to dodge, but just as they dodged the attack, the snake's tail swept towards them. In the face of the crisis, Yi Ruizha only had time to teleport away to dodge, while Lin Tianyu could only place his hands in front of his chest and take the hit from the green-bellied python. The powerful attack sent him flying backward at high speed, his forearms going numb and feeling like they were going to be ruined. It flew more than 20 meters away, crashed into a tree and came to a stop, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood, its internal organs churning violently. Having landed a successful blow, the green-bellied python ignored the attacks from the others and charged towards Lin Tianyu. Lin Yu and Li Mingqi quickly unleashed their skills, but the green-bellied python did not pause at all and continued to charge towards Lin Tianyu.
Lin Yu's charm skill is okay against warm-blooded mutant beasts, beasts, but it has no effect whatsoever against cold-blooded mutant beasts like the green-bellied python.
Li Mingqi was even more unfortunate, as the blue-bellied python used temperature perception and its forked tongue for location, so her visual illusions had absolutely no effect. Just as the green-bellied python was about to bite Lin Tianyu, Yi Ruizhe teleported over at the critical moment and took the seriously injured Lin Tianyu away. Seeing its target suddenly disappear, the blue-bellied python couldn't stop for a moment and crashed straight into the tree trunk, its entire body colliding together.
Hua Hua, weaving through the trees, seized the opportunity and unleashed her most powerful move, Crescent Blade, at the snake's head.
The sharp crescent blade successfully left a wound on the blue-bellied python's head, and blood gushed out.
The blue-bellied python, in pain, writhed wildly, its massive tail lashing wildly at the surrounding trees, sending splinters flying everywhere.
Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Xiaofu commanded the mountain-shaking war bear to leap high into the air and smash it towards the wound on the green-bellied python's head. The massive body of the mountain-shaking war bear crashed down like a small mountain, landing heavily on the wound of the green-bellied python. The green-bellied python let out a painful hiss and struggled violently. Before the mountain-shaking war bear could leave, it was struck by the snake's tail as it struggled violently, sending the bear flying 7 or 8 meters away. Fortunately, it was tough and thick-skinned, and after rolling a few times, it got back up. Enraged by the repeated attacks, the blue-bellied python instinctively coiled around the tree trunk and climbed upwards to avoid further attacks that could injure it. As it had predicted, all the attacks landed on its hardback scales, causing no damage whatsoever. Using the tree trunk for cover, it raised its head high, opened its blood-red maw, revealing sinister fangs, and unleashed a rain of poisonous fangs at everyone, each fang carrying deadly venom.
Everyone was shocked and quickly sought cover. Being pierced by even one of these venomous fangs would definitely result in death or serious injury.
Yi Ruizhe had just settled the seriously injured Lin Tianyu and teleported back when he encountered this rain of poisonous arrows.
He yelled and quickly teleported away again.
When Lin Yu saw Yi Ruizhe return, she quickly inquired about her older brother Lin Tianyu's situation.
Yi Ruizhe was speechless. Big sister, you should at least consider the occasion before asking. Is this a suitable time? He calmly observed the battlefield.
The scattered team had been trying their best to roam and attack, but the insults outweighed the damage. Only Lu Tao's fire-type ability could still make the green-bellied python somewhat wary.
Hua Hua kept flitting among the trees, looking for the next opportunity.
Wang Xiaofu's mountain-shaking war bear was tiptoeing, carefully avoiding the venomous fangs on the ground, afraid of getting its feet pricked. The two women had no choice but to hide behind the tree trunk, unable to do anything. Hei Zi, on the other hand, kept barking loudly after drinking chicken blood. Looking at this uncoordinated team, Yi Ruizhe was at his wit's end. Without the captain, the team immediately fell apart. Helpless, he first said to Lin Yu and Li Mingqi, "Your skills are useless against this snake.
Quickly retreat to take care of the captain, and take Hei Zi with you too." Wang Xiaofu really wanted to say, "What about me? Have you forgotten about me?"
Yi Ruizhe then said to the group of casual players, "You guys protect Lu Tao.
Lu Tao, you just need to set fires everywhere."
Then he said to Hua Hua and Wang Xiaofu, "Hua Hua and Fatty, after Lu Tao lights the fire, you two create opportunities for me." After hearing Yi Ruizhe's instructions, everyone quickly got to work. Lin Yu and Li Mingqi led Hei Zi to Lin Tianyu's side to take care of him, while the scattered team closely surrounded Lu Tao, wary of the green-bellied python's attack. Lu Tao began to use his fire-based abilities to ignite fires around him, and the area was instantly engulfed in flames. The blue-bellied python was disturbed by the flames, its temperature perception was rendered useless, and its forked tongue could only taste the smoke, making it unable to locate its prey for a while. Severely disturbed, it was already considering abandoning its prey and retreating. Unable to defeat the group of 6, it resorted to setting the mountain on fire. Seeing that the blue-bellied python seemed to have gone blind, Yi Ruizhe quickly shouted for Hua Hua and Wang Xiaofu to seize the opportunity, and he also immediately began to use the spatial millstone. Without saying a word, Hua Hua leaped out of the tree and delivered another powerful blow to its head.
Then, the shaking mountain war bear unleashed another Mount Tai press, slamming it off the tree and onto the ground.
It was the same familiar formula, the same pain, and the same flying bear, but this time, an extra Lao Lu appeared beside it. Yi Ruizhe threw the space millstone out hard. He didn't attack other places, but threw it along the wound that Hua Hua had made.
"You have a strong defense, right?"
This move of mine is specifically designed to break through defenses. Without the protection of its scales, the blue-bellied python's head was frantically sliced apart by the spatial millstone, which directly broke through its skull and shredded its brain. It only managed to let out a scream before losing its breath, but its body continued to writhe, instinctively coiling around anything it touched. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the blue-bellied python was finally dead. Wang Xiaofu Dong plopped down on the ground and complained, "Snakes are so hard to kill.
I never want to encounter a snake again.
Even when it's dead, it keeps moving." After waiting for a while, the corpse of the blue-bellied python finally stopped moving.
Yi Ruizhe stepped forward and put the corpse into
his spatial storage. He said to the group of lone cultivators, will decompose the corpse later. Let's leave here first, it's so hot. They had no objections, the area was on fire everywhere, and it was indeed not a suitable place to stay any longer. After picking up Lin Tianyu and the others, they quickly left the jungle. With the jungle on fire, the mutated beasts, not wanting to be roasted, stayed as far away as possible, which actually made things easier for Yi Ruizha and his group, as they didn't encounter any more mutated beasts along the way. As for the spreading fire, let whoever wants to save it do so. I doubt anyone would be that stupid. The group traveled at a brisk pace for several hours, covering hundreds of kilometers, and finally left the jungle. They found a spot with a good view and stopped to check on Lin Tianyu's injuries. Lin Tianyu was pale, but fortunately his life was not in danger. After taking the herbs, his injuries began to recover slowly. During the break, Yi Ruizha took out the carcass of the blue-bellied python. Of course, the task of dissecting it was left to the independent team. He only promised to help carry their share back to the city and return it to them. The independent team then worked diligently and eagerly. The scales of the blue-bellied python are too hard, so you can only try to break them by working through the gaps between the scales. The mutated beasts in the secret realm are treasures from head to toe. Except for a very few that are worthless, the decomposition materials of most mutated beasts are very valuable. Just like this green-bellied python, its scales alone make this exploration worthwhile. The hard scales are highly sought after, and armor made from them can defend against most physical attacks from level 2 mutated beasts in the secret realm, greatly enhancing survivability. Snake meat is also a rare delicacy, and it is an ingredient that high-end restaurants are vying for. The most valuable items are venom sacs, fangs, and snake gallbladders. Research institutions will spend a lot of money to buy venom sacs and snake gallbladders for research. Venom fangs are a bit special. They are dangerous items that need to be registered when leaving the secret realm. This is to prevent people from using them to harm ordinary people. This is also the means that China is trying its best to curb the chaos. However, it has not been very effective because many people will find various ways to avoid registration and then sell them on the black market. The Chinese government is in a very difficult position. Almost a year has passed since the asteroid appeared, and they have been trying their best to maintain order, but they still cannot stop the order from slowly collapsing. As more and more people become aware, many criminal cases in society can no longer be investigated unless the suspect is caught on the spot, otherwise they have to give up. It was fortunate that city walls were built and there were a large number of patrol personnel, so it was relatively peaceful. However, once outside the city, killing and looting had become the norm. Therefore, Yi Ruizha only promised to help carry some materials, which was enough to motivate the solo team to work hard. They didn't want to swagger out of the secret realm carrying the materials, otherwise they wouldn't even know how they died. It took them almost 2 hours to dissect such a large snake. Lin Tianyu's complexion had also become much rosier. Fearing that the smell of blood would attract other mutated beasts, they dared not linger any longer and quickly set off. They found a safe crevice in the rocks and, although it wasn't dark yet, chose to hide inside and spend the night there early, which would also allow Lin Tianyu to recover from his injuries. When Lin Tianyu woke up the next day, his injuries had almost completely healed, and the group resumed their journey, this time at a much faster pace. They stopped at a rocky mountain range because they discovered a flock of rock-horned goats that everyone coveted. These goats were a size larger than ordinary goats, with strong, powerful limbs that allowed them to run and leap quickly across the rugged terrain. The rock-horned sheep is covered with a thick layer of gray wool, which not only protects against the cold but also reduces the impact from the outside world to some extent. It has 4 eyes, bright and sharp, capable of observing its surroundings almost without blind spots. Its most striking feature is the pair of huge, curved rock horns on its head. The rock horns are as hard as stone, with a rough surface and some peculiar patterns, as if they were carved from rocks that have been polished by time. These 2 horns are not only its weapons when fighting with its own kind, but also an important tool for defending against external enemies. The hooves of the rock-horn sheep are large and thick, with a tough horn layer on the bottom, which allows them to stand firmly on steep rocks and easily climb various treacherous terrains. They are extremely agile, able to run and leap across rugged mountains and steep cliffs as if on flat ground, making it difficult for pursuers to keep up with their speed. They have an extremely high level of familiarity with the terrain and can quickly find hidden corners and narrow passages to evade capture. Secondly, its rock horns are powerful defensive weapons. When faced with danger, the rock-horned sheep will not hesitate to use its rock horns to fight back, letting its hunters know how sharp its horns are. Furthermore, the rock-horned sheep are extremely vigilant, constantly alert to their surroundings, and will flee at the slightest disturbance. Although rock-horned sheep do not attack on their own, they are very difficult to catch. The hard rocky terrain makes it difficult to set traps. The only way to catch them is by chasing and surrounding them, hoping that they will fall and get injured. However, the almost vertical angle makes even non-flying hunters hesitate. Therefore, the rock-horned sheep is also the exclusive prey of birds of prey like the thunder eagle, which will often catch one for a meal, and its wool is also a very good nesting material. Upon seeing the rock-horned Rockhorn sheep. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Tianyu and Yi Ruizha. Only the two of them had a chance of catching the Rockhorn sheep. Others might want to catch it, but they need to have long enough reach. At a distance of several hundred meters, their skills simply can't reach it. If it were another team, they could only watch the sheep go by in vain. Looking at the flock of sheep hiding on the cliff face, Yi Ruizha asked Lin Tianyu, "Captain, what's your plan to capture a few of their sheep?" Lin Tianyu, who was observing the cliffs surrounding the sheep and estimating the escape route of the Rockhorn sheep, said, "There's no good way. The only way to catch Rockhorn sheep is to surround and capture them. You block their way in front, and I'll use my flying sword to cut their tendons from behind, making them fall off the cliff. But hoping they'll fall off the cliff is a waste. What about you? Do you have any good ideas?" Yi Ruizha immediately revealed his old-fashioned smile and said, "My method is very simple, just use this." After saying that, he took out a bucket of oil from his spatial storage. "Hey, how many cans of oil did you bring?" "Hee, not much, a total of 5 buckets. We used 2 buckets yesterday, and opened another one for cooking tonight, so there are still 2 buckets left. Including the bucket used for cooking, there are only 3 buckets, which doesn't seem like enough." He had barely finished speaking when Yi Ruizha took out 2 small buckets of slime. This time, the 2 girls objected. This was their lifeline. If they were to use it, they wanted to use Yi Ruizha's own. Seeing that the girl was unwilling to make a selfless sacrifice, Yi Ruizha had no choice but to give up. He used 3 buckets of cooking oil to catch as many as he could, but he had to take a larger share because the oil was his. Everyone agreed. What else could they do but disagree? With a miser like him, there was virtually no chance of anyone trying to fleece him. Make a few small holes in the oil drum, and then have Lin Tianyu control the flying sword to spray oil on the rock wall. In order to prevent the sheep from escaping in advance, the two of them also have to drive the sheep away from time to time. The sheep, of course, had no idea what they were doing and could only cautiously observe the 2 men's every move. The 3 barrels of oil were used up quickly, but they couldn't cover much area, so they could only try to drive the sheep over here. With everything prepared, the 2 only hoped that there weren't many of the 6th Elder's mutated beasts hiding at the bottom of the cliff. Although they cannot catch Rockhorn sheep, they can wait for them to come to them. Whenever the Thunderhawks come to hunt, there's a high chance that the Rockhorn sheep will slip on a loose rock in their panic and fall down, thus becoming easy prey. The 2 exchanged a glance and prepared to begin the pursuit. First, Lin Tianyu stood on his flying sword to observe the bottom of the cliff. After confirming that he had not found Lao Lu behind him, he began to drive the sheep. In fact, as long as Thunder Eagle doesn't come to hunt, these old 6s will just hide in the crevices of the rocks, and they can't be found at all when looking down from above. As people approached, the sheep began to scatter, and the bleating of the Rockhorn sheep also attracted the attention of the 6th mutated beast at the bottom of the cliff, which began to peek out cautiously. At this moment, Lin Tianyu, who was flying on his sword, also spotted the 6 mutated beasts and used a communication stone to send a message to the others. "There are mutated beasts down there. Don't go down the cliff." Upon hearing Lin Tianyu's warning, the group stopped descending the cliff and began to discuss whether to continue capturing the Rockhorn sheep. Because they didn't know what kind of mutated beast the 6th one at the bottom of the cliff was or how many there were, Lin Tianyu planned to give up on capturing it, and even Yi Ruizha was having second thoughts. He can indeed use the storage space to collect Rockhorn sheep, but only if they are inanimate objects. Besides, the Rockhorn sheep won't die from falling, they might even be alive and kicking. He doesn't have the ability to take in a living Rockhorn sheep, but he was unwilling to accept it. He had just used 3 barrels of oil and it was all for nothing. After some deliberation, he decided to go down to the bottom of the cliff first to see what kind of mutated beast it was before making a decision. The others agreed, since they really didn't dare to take the risk before knowing what kind of mutated beast it was. Suddenly, a running 2-legged beast appeared at the bottom of the cliff. The mutated beasts hiding in the shadows were puzzled, as they had never seen this species before. However, they soon discovered that this 2-legged creature had delicate skin and could no longer resist, so they rushed out of the cave and pounced on Yi Ruizha. Only then did everyone realize that this was a group of tongued lizards, dozens of them, not counting those that hadn't yet emerged from their burrows. Seeing that it was this kind of old 6th brother, Yi Ruizha no longer dared to have any illusions and quickly teleported away from the bottom of the cliff. The tongued lizard is covered in a layer of hard, rock-like scales, making it difficult to spot from high above if it lies still. When hunting, its tongue can shoot out more than 10 meters. It is covered with dense barbs, and the barbs also contain neurotoxins. If a prey is scratched by the barbs on its tongue, it will collapse due to paralysis within 1 minute. Then a group of tongued lizards will rush up and bite their prey, first performing a death roll, then tearing it apart. Prey of the same size will be devoured in less than half a minute. Because its eating method is exactly the same as that of crocodiles, it is also jokingly called the land crocodile. Moreover, the tongue-armored lizard is one of the few mutated beasts that can snatch food from the mouth of the Thunder Eagle. You, Thunder Eagle, are strong, but you have to be fast enough. Before you even got down, a group of old 6 had already finished eating the food. Besides, even if they didn't finish eating, Thunder Eagle didn't want to provoke them. Its thick feathers and hard outer skin on its claws can protect it from the barbs on the tongue of the tongue-wearing lizard, but it will be pulled to the ground by the tongue-wearing lizard. As the saying goes, a phoenix that has fallen to the ground is no better than a chicken, and the same is true for the thunder eagle that cannot fly. One or two tongue-armored lizards might not be a threat to a thunder eagle, as a few lightning bolts could easily scorch them, but a large number of them is a different story. The thunder eagle might end up becoming the prey itself. Eurasia and his group are now facing the same situation. There are just too many tongue-shaped armored lizards below. After much discussion and with the persuasion of others, Eurasia reluctantly gave up. After giving up, Eurasia kept looking back, feeling like he had lost hundreds of millions of dollars, and his heart was bleeding. Without oil, even if a second herd of rock-horn sheep is found, it will be difficult to capture them. Lin Tianyu had already discovered this when he was driving the rock-horn sheep earlier. They were so stable when they jumped on the rock face that it was impossible to catch them by chance without spending a lot of time. Instead of wasting time catching it, we might as well catch other mutated beasts. Under Eurasia's reluctant gaze, the group left the Rocky Mountain range. Perhaps it is true that you have to give up something to gain something, because they soon came across a field of alfalfa. Gourd grass gets its name from its gourd-like leaves, and it is one of the favorite pasture grasses of many herbivorous mutant animals. As far as the eye can see, this alfalfa grassland attracts a large number of herbivorous mutant beasts to forage for food. There is a horse called the flaming hoof horse, which gets its name from the flames that appear on its hooves when it runs at full speed. The jade rabbit is pure white, radiates cold air, and releases ice spikes. It looks quite adorable. No matter how it changes, it still loves to dig holes, yet it can easily dig through ore. They are always together, inseparable in life and death, but they also fight each other at the drop of a hat. They are horned rhinoceroses with bone spurs on their outer joints. There are also cautious and timid red-skinned demon pigs. The presence of a large number of herbivorous mutant beasts will naturally attract carnivorous mutant beasts, like that lion that has already eaten its fill and is sunbathing its belly. A carrion jackal that eats the leftovers of the sound lions, also known as the big-mouth beast, and feeds on carrion. A saw-toothed vulture waiting to eat bones, spewing stomach acid but unable to hunt. Crawling forward, preparing for the hunt, the shadow leopard can turn invisible. This alfalfa grassland is a feast for herbivorous mutants and a banquet for carnivorous mutants. The large number of mutated beasts gathered also attracted many teams to come and explore. They all shared the same goal, to kill a few mutated beasts and make a fortune before this alfalfa grassland was completely devoured. Everyone worked in perfect unison, avoiding any mutated beasts while also keeping a safe distance from the carnivorous ones. With ample food, as long as you don't provoke those carnivorous mutant beasts, they generally won't attack these unfamiliar two-legged creatures unless they arouse their curiosity. Some wanted to capture the fiery hoof-colt cubs, some wanted to lure and trap rock rat, while Eurasia and his group wanted to capture the red-skinned demon pig, which was top-quality food and made their mouths water just thinking about it. Of course, they weren't the only ones who wanted to capture the red-skinned demon boar. 3 other teams also had their eyes on these rare red-skinned demon boars. After circling around and avoiding the carnivorous mutant beasts, they began digging holes. Those who dare to come to capture the red-skinned demon boar are all teams of 8 or more. Their purpose from the beginning is very clear. They came for the red-skinned demon boar. Didn't you see that they even brought digging tools with them? With over 30 people digging the pits, the scene was quite spectacular. In a short time, hundreds of pits of various sizes were dug in the ground. Wang Xiaofu, drooling, asked Lin Tianyu, "Brother Yu, shall we dig a hole too? My mountain-shaking warbear is quite adept at digging holes." Lin Tianyu didn't answer Wang Xiaofu, but turned to Li Mingqi. "Mingqi, your illusion magic should be able to trap these 10 or so pigs, right?" Li Mingqi said uncertainly, "I don't know, I can only say I'll give it a try." Since entering the secret realm, Li Mingqi's illusion magic and Lin Yu's charm have suffered repeated setbacks, and neither of them dares to boast anymore. Lin Tianyu's plan was simple. He would use his flying sword to send Li Mingqi and Lin Yu over from high above. Li Mingqi would create an illusion, and Lin Yu would charm a red-skinned demon boar. As long as they could be trapped temporarily, Eurasia would immediately teleport over with Hua Hua and Wang Xiaofu's mountain-shaking warbear. The two of them would unleash a powerful attack, and the mountain-shaking warbear would rush up and knock down the red-skinned demon boar. Even if you can't kill it with one blow, you can severely injure it and prevent it from escaping. Then you can just grind it down until it's dead. No one objected to Lin Tianyu's plan. The independent team felt they could not help and would not participate in the profit sharing. Of course, if there's an emergency and help is needed, I'll have to share some of the assistance. You can't help for nothing. Once the plan was agreed upon, Lin Tianyu took Lin Yu and Li Mingqi and flew up to a height of 1,000 meters, holding the communication stone tightly in his hand, ready to notify Eurasia and the others at any time. The three's actions naturally attracted the attention of other teams that also wanted to hunt the red-skinned demon boar, and they all quickened their pace. They have to speed things up, otherwise the frightened red-skinned demonic boars will run around in all directions. In other words, once Lin Tianyu and the others make a move, they must follow suit, or they they will have no chance. They feel very passive now, but they can only be envious, since they don't have any ability users with the ability to manipulate matter. Lin Tianyu and his two companions looked down at the Hushu grassland from high above, waiting for the best opportunity. They must wait until all the red-skinned boars lower their guard and bow their heads to eat alfalfa before descending. Although the red-skinned demonic pigs are timid, they will not be alerted if the red-skinned demonic pigs remain stationary in the air directly above them. They will only mistake it for a shadow obscured by fur. As they drew closer to the ground, Lin Yu and Li Mengqi were so nervous that their palms were sweating. Whether they could avenge their previous defeat depended on this one moment. Once they were close enough, Li Mengqi quickly released an illusion spell. The red-skinned demonic pig, which was grazing with its head down, suddenly felt fog rising around it and began to look around warily. Unfortunately, the illusion had already been created, and they could see nothing but their companions beside them and the alfalfa on the ground. This inability to see their surroundings made them restless and agitated. From outside the illusion, the situation inside is crystal clear. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly used her charm on the largest red-skinned demonic boar. The red-skinned demonic boar immediately stopped its irritable behavior and began to go into heat, because it saw a beautiful boar that it coveted. Upon seeing this, the three people above quickly notified Yiruasia. The man, cat, and bear, who were already prepared, immediately disappeared from their original spot and appeared next to the red-skinned demonic boar herd. Three animals suddenly appeared before them. The timid red-skinned demon pig was frightened and began to run around in all directions, while only the largest one remained frozen in place. Yiruasia and Hua Hua knew without a doubt that this was their target, so they quickly unleashed their long-prepared ultimate attack towards the front leg joint, which they had already agreed to attack together. The pain allowed the red-skinned demon boar to break free from the allure and illusion. Just as it was about to escape and took a step forward, its entire body suddenly collapsed to the ground. It turned out that its front legs had been severed by two powerful attacks. The mountain-shaking war bear quickly pounced on it, grabbed its two hind legs, and lifted it up. With only one leg on the ground, it couldn't stand up and could only kick its leg desperately. Although the strength of the mountain-shaking war bear was no less than that of the mountain bear, it was impossible for it to hold onto the mountain bear's two hind legs for an extended period of time. Therefore, Yiruasia and Hua Hua quickly began to gather their strength for their second ultimate move, cutting off its other front leg as well. The red-skinned demonic boar, having lost its two front legs, could only lie on the ground and let them slaughter it. Although the red-skinned demon boar was powerless to resist, it was still tough and thick-skinned, so killing it completely was not an easy task. Therefore, Yiruasia chose his favorite attack method, anal evisceration. Lin Tianyu, who had already landed, knew that his flying sword would be difficult to break through the defenses, so he also chose to join the anal cleansing team. 5 flying swords and a long spear were relentlessly stabbing at the red-skinned demon boar's vulnerable parts. The two women watching couldn't bear to look. It was too damn brutal. When the red-skinned demonic pig was on the verge of death from being stabbed, Wang Xiaofu and his companions had just arrived. When they saw the two men diligently cleaning the pig's anus, they couldn't tell whether their lips were curling up or down. They could only feel sorry for the red-skinned demonic pig for a second, because Yiruasia pulled out all 18 kinds of weapons and made them join the anus cleansing squad. Whether Wang Xiaofu did it intentionally or not, he actually had the mountain-shaking war bear take the spiked club, and in just 2 blows, he sent the red-skinned demon pig to see his great-grandmother. It's estimated that after the red-skinned demon boar died, it didn't know whether to thank or be grateful to the mountain-shaking war bear. Looking at the enormous red-skinned demon boar carcass, Yiruasia was glad that he had cleared out his storage space before coming to the secret realm, otherwise he was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to fit it all in. Just as they were preparing to dismember the body, Lin Tianyu said to Yiruasia, "Put the body away first, there's no time to dismember it." Yiruasia was puzzled and about to ask why when he saw 3 teams approaching in the distance. He knew without a doubt that they wanted a share of the pie. Without saying a word, Yiruasia quickly put the corpse of the red-skinned demonic boar into his storage space. Everyone watched with grave expressions as the 3 teams gradually approached, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The 3 teams stopped a few dozen meters away from them. The 3 leaders were clearly the team leaders, and they sized up Yiruasia and his group with unfriendly eyes. The sudden disappearance of the red-skinned demonic boar's corpse, coupled with Yiruasia and his companions being dressed in military uniforms, led them to guess that they had encountered a team from the Superpower Academy. However, the red-skinned demon pig was far too valuable, and given all the effort they had put in, they hadn't gotten a single thing. How could they possibly be satisfied with that? The scarred man in the middle spoke up. "You've driven all the red-skinned demonic boars away. Your superhuman academy needs to give us an explanation." Lin Tianyu sneered and replied, "This red-skinned demon boar was hunted with great effort by us. If you want one, you can go hunt one yourself." The scarred man sneered, "Humph. If it weren't for you, would we have gotten nothing? You broke the rules by acting beforehand without warning, and those who break the rules must compensate the others." Yiruasia stepped forward and sneered, "TCH, this red-skinned demonic boar is ownerless. Whoever has the
ability can have it. You can't catch it yourselves, so you want to blame us? The bald man to the right of the scarred man shouted angrily, "Kid, don't be so arrogant. This isn't your superhuman academy, and we're not to be trifled with." Lin Tianyu stepped forward, his aura radiating from him, and said, "What? You want to make a move? Don't you even consider your own strength?" The three teams looked at each other, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After all, they knew that the team from the Superpower Academy was not to be trifled with, but they were unwilling to leave empty-handed. At this moment, another tall, thin man leading the team said, "Everyone, don't be impulsive. How about this? We don't want to make things worse. You give us a portion of the red-skinned demon pig, and we'll call it even. Let's all part ways amicably." Yi Ruizha chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Impossible. Why should I share my things with you? Do you think you can make me take them out?" Everyone was speechless. How did it become yours all by yourself? However, the three team leaders were also curious about who this person was, given his arrogant tone. The tall, thin man asked, "Who is this young man?" Yi Ruizha slammed his spear into the ground and declared with great bravado, "I am Zhao of Changshan, cough cough. I misspoke, I am Yi Aotian, the Demon King of the Kyoto Supernatural Ability Academy." When he said this, not only the three team leaders on the other side, but even his own people were dumbfounded. "When did you get this title? How come we didn't know about it?" The scarred man turned to the tall, thin man and asked in a low voice, "Yi Aotian, have you ever heard of someone like that at the Superpower Academy?" The tall, thin man shook his head and said, "I've never heard of such a person." The bald man also said, "I've never heard of him either. Is this kid just trying to scare us?" The tall, thin man pondered, "There are quite a few people with the surname Yi. The one from the space system, I think his name is Yi Ruizha, not Yi Aotian." The scarred man nodded and said, "I know that too. Do you think it might be this kid?" The bald man said impatiently, "Why don't we just ask? What's the point of guessing here?" The tall, thin man gave him an annoyed look and said, "Don't you think it's embarrassing that we don't even know who the other person is?" The bald man said somewhat displeasedly, "You two are really dragging your feet. What's face worth? If you don't dare to make a move, just say so. If you don't make a move, everyone should just leave. It's more embarrassing to just waste time here." The scarred man nodded in agreement. They were just a temporary team, and none of them knew each other. They weren't a united front. If they wanted to take over the Superpower Academy, they either had to fight together or go their separate ways. If any one of them was missing, they were afraid that the team that hadn't fought would report them to the Superpower Academy, which would be a real blessing. The tall, thin man hesitated. To be honest, he didn't want to offend the team from the Ability Academy, because they were the hunting team of the Liu family and had a lot of business dealings with the Chinese government. If the truth came out, the Liu family would suffer heavy losses and might even be purged by the Chinese government. If the scarred man and the bald man hadn't come over to recruit him, he probably would have left when the red-skinned demonic pigs scattered and fled. When he asked for a share of the red-skinned demonic pigs, he was just trying to get as much as he could. Suddenly, he remembered the scene of the red-skinned demon boar's corpse disappearing. This seemed to be a space-type exclusive skill. Realizing this, he began to break out in a cold sweat. There was a 90% chance that Yi Ruizha had also entered the secret realm. Dong Kai-hang could not possibly have entered such a low-level secret realm. Lin Hongwen had warned the Liu family long ago that there were two people in the Superpower Academy who would die if anyone messed with them: Yi Ruizha from the Space Department and Yun Mengru from the Life Department. Upon learning that this so-called Yi Aotian was actually Yi Ruizha, his face turned pale and then red. As the person the Kyoto military bigwigs had specifically protected, would he dare to touch him? It would be more like he'd be carried away in a sedan chair by 8 men. He thought to himself, if I'd known he was in here too, I wouldn't have come to this secret realm. What bad luck. I can't get involved in this. I need to get out of here. Seeing his grim expression, the scarred man asked suspiciously, "Have you thought of something?" The tall, thin man waved to the two of them and said, "Gentlemen, we're not getting involved in this anymore. Farewell." After saying that, he turned around and left with his team without looking back, without the slightest hesitation. Seeing how decisively he left, the scarred man pondered for a moment, then seemed to realize something. He also took his men and left without even saying goodbye to the bald man. The bald man was puzzled. Why did the two of them suddenly leave? He was left with only his own team, and he couldn't possibly defeat the other side. He snorted angrily and left with his men. Yi Ruizha and the others were left staring at each other, wondering why they had broken up after whispering among themselves for a while. The most puzzled person was Yi Ruizha. He had just come up with a domineering name and wanted to make a name for himself, but he didn't even have a chance to make a move. He curled his lip in disdain and said, "TCH, how boring. I thought I'd have a chance to make a move, but they're all talk and no action. What a waste of the title I just came up with. They can't even make a name for themselves." Lin Tianyu broke out in a cold sweat. "So you just want to be famous? Do you really need to? The title of Demon King of the Superpower Academy is already well known. Stealing chickens and dogs, lifting up female classmates' skirts, breaking into houses naked, each of these actions is outrageous. The title of Demon King may not be appropriate, but pervert is absolutely fitting." Seeing that everyone had left, left, Lin Tianyu asked Yi Ruizha, "Why did you suddenly want to fight with someone?" Yi Ruizha rested his chin on his hand and asked in return, "Didn't you realize that you haven't had a chance to fight anyone since entering the secret realm?" The entire team was sweating profusely. Wang Xiaofu spoke first, saying, "What's so strange about that? We're just strong."
Lin Tianyu, Lin Yu, Li Mingqi, and even Hua Hua felt the same way, but the casual players didn't react much.
Yi Ruizha noticed that they seemed to disagree with Wang Xiaofu's point of view and asked, "Judging from your reactions, you don't think so, do you?"
The team leader smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to begin. Lin Tianyu could tell that the leader of the independent team seemed to know something, so he asked, "Just say what you want to say, don't hold back." The leader of the group finally nodded and said, "Alright, in fact, almost all Awaken people outside know that it's better to provoke the military than to provoke the academy of superpowered individuals." Yi Ruizha and the others were puzzled. What kind of talk was this? How could their academy be more powerful than the military? Weren't most of the students transferred from the military to study here? Seeing that the team leader seemed to have more to say, they didn't rush to ask questions. The team leader continued, "There are two main reasons for this. First, most of the data on Awaken mutations comes from research institutes, and your Ability Academy, as a branch of the research institute, naturally benefits from this. Secondly," Yi Ruizha was speechless. Why was he playing the hard-to-get tactic? He urged, "Hurry up and say it. If you only say half of what you mean, your penis will be half shorter." The leader of the casual players rolled his eyes at him and said, "The second reason is because of two people. One is you, and the other is Yun Mengru." "What? What does this have to do with me?" "Yes, now even Lin Tianyu and the others are curious. Now the whole of Kyoto knows that you two are the bastards the military region is specifically protecting. Tell me, is it any of your business or not?" Yi Ruizha was speechless. It turned out that it wasn't that no one wanted to attack him, but that they didn't dare to. No wonder he felt that everything had gone smoothly since leaving the academy. Suddenly, he started to think about Injuxi. This guy was tough, and he was a real man. He should hang out with him more often in the future. No one dared to lay a hand on them, which gave Yi Ruizha a new idea. He secretly approached Lin Tianyu and whispered something in his ear. "I called you brother already. Can we please stop being so reckless? Even if I had a get-out-of-jail-free card, I wouldn't dare to have thoughts like yours. Just tell me if you're going to do it or not. Is this a question of whether or not to do it? Is this something that can't be done? Let me make this clear to you. I'm the captain now. I can't let you tarnish the image of the unit. I won't allow you to do this. TCH no balls." Lin Tianyu dared not refute it. He truly dared not. This matter had too great an impact. If he had actually done it, it wouldn't have been resolved with just a self-criticism or a major demerit. Lin Yu asked curiously, "Brother, what are you guys talking about?" "Don't ask, you're a girl." Yi Ruizha shrugged when his idea was rejected, not really caring. After all, if this were actually done, the biggest beneficiary would be the government, and he would only get a small share of the profits. The battalion commander disagreed, saying he couldn't do it alone, and even if the five of them worked together, they wouldn't have enough manpower. They would have to gather other military teams that had come in to cooperate. Lin Tianyu dared not agree to his plan. He first wanted to gather several other military teams, have Li Mingqi use illusions to cover the exit, and then, on the grounds that there was a problem with the exit, have several military teams surround the exit. Those who don't believe will be made to wander around in the illusion, and then the main event will begin. Those who can't get out will definitely be a little panicked. Once everyone has gathered, it will be Yi Ruizha's personal showtime. Everyone knows I'm a space-based character, right? That makes things easier. I can take people out, but I can't work for free, right? Charging admission is reasonable, isn't it? 500 per person isn't expensive, is it? What? No money? We're happy to offer you a loan service. Just write an IOU, and we'll cover the rest. 9 parts out of 10, 13 parts back. That's not unreasonable, is it? Want to avoid paying back the money? Dare to renege on the country's debts? Then we'll show you why the flowers are so red. With such a flawed plan, anyone could tell you're the ones behind it. Getting ganged up on is the least of your worries. You're just money hungry. Most importantly, once this is done, the military's image will be completely ruined. They'll definitely get a severe scolding when they get back. You are my precious darling. The commander and leaders can't bear to hit you or scold you, but they can't. After rejecting Yi Ruizha's idiotic plan, they prepared to leave the secret realm. His storage space was full, and he wouldn't be able to take much more by staying to explore. It was time for him to leave. As we were preparing to leave, the ground trembled slightly, and soon after, we heard a rumbling sound of a runaway vehicle in the distance. Looking in the direction of the sound, a large herd of angry bulls was charging towards them, their target being the clover. Upon noticing the commotion, the mutated beasts scattered and fled, and Yi Ruizha and his group also quickly left the alfalfa grassland. They didn't want to anger the cattle again before leaving, as it would be a thankless and arduous task. As soon as they returned to the academy from the secret realm, Gong Kaiheng gave Yi Ruizha a report. This is the latest research report released by the Research Institute. The report points out that as the planet grows larger, its spark sparse energy is slowly recovering, causing a chain reaction that accelerates the mutation of plants and animals. The land has different energy contents. Crops and herbs need to be planted in land with higher energy values to advance to the next level. Otherwise, they will slowly regress to level 1. Meanwhile, some mutated minerals appeared in the mountains. The Academy of Sciences studied the energy stones and minerals and initially developed some simple machines. Finally, there's the research on the secret realms, where the energy concentration is more than twice as high as outside. Mutant beasts of the same level inside the secret realms are twice as strong as those outside, especially in level 3 secret realms, which may be a watershed level, where their strength is roughly equivalent to level 4 mutant beasts outside. However, the strength decreases again at level 4, becoming only 1.5 times stronger than the mutated beasts outside. Level 5 is roughly the same, and there is no comparison for level 6 and above, as there are no level 6 mutated beasts or awakened beings outside. Upon seeing the final research report, Eurasia exclaimed in surprise, "No wonder, apart from the ultimate move, the other skills couldn't even break through the defense. It turns out I was fighting high-level dungeons." Gong Kaiheng impatiently reached out and said, "Alright, I'm not interested in hearing your game commentary. I heard from Lin Tianyu that you extorted a small amount of money from Honyu Group. Hand it over. The captain is such a blabbermouth. But then again, why should I give it to you? If you don't give it to me, who do you want to give it to? Hurry up. No, this is my little bit of money. If I give it to you, all my work will have been for nothing. Don't worry, once we collect the debt, we'll definitely give you a portion. How much is your share? I'll definitely satisfy you. Stop arguing. This is what Commander Lin Hongwen instructed. Why would I lie to you? Falsely conveying orders is a serious crime." Yi Ruizhi thought about it and realized that it made sense, so he handed the communication stone containing the Injioxia recording to Gong Kaiheng. With this decision, he completely lost his chance to achieve his small goal. Gong Kaiheng had long guessed that this kid wouldn't easily hand over the IOU, so it really was a fake imperial edict used to deceive him. Upon receiving the IOU, I quickly uploaded it to my personal space, already overjoyed, thinking, here comes the funding. You think I'm on the 5th level, but I'm actually already in the atmosphere. After handing over the IOU, Yi Ruizhi requested that he act alone from now on. Gong Kaiheng agreed without hesitation, thinking that Yi Ruizhi would need more time to discover the advantages and disadvantages of the space system acting together with the team. The next day, Yi Ruizhi packed his belongings, replenished his supplies, and left Huahua and Haizi behind. He went out alone, wanting to travel around the country. He thought that traveling now would be very exciting. After traveling at a leisurely pace, we arrived in Liangshan, more than 2,600 kilometers away from Kyoto, in less than an hour. Liangshan truly lives up to its reputation as a famous scenic spot in China. It was already beautiful before, and now it's like a fairyland. It's just that after the expansion of Earth, it has become somewhat deserted. The monks in the temple had long since fled, and Yi Ruizhi strolled through the forests of Liangshan, feeling the tranquility and magnificence of nature. Looking at the once bustling temples now deserted, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. He entered an ancient temple. Although the temple buildings were somewhat old, their former glory was still evident. Yi Ruizhi searched around the temple, hoping to find something of value. However, apart from some dusty Buddha statues and scriptures, he didn't find anything special. Just as Yi Ruizhi was about to leave the temple, he suddenly heard a slight sound. He stopped alertly and listened carefully to the source of the sound. The sound seemed to be coming from the backyard of the temple, so Yi Ruizhi cautiously walked towards the backyard. In the backyard, which was overgrown with weeds, Yi Ruizhi saw a dilapidated hut, and the sound seemed to be coming from inside it. He slowly approached the cabin, pushed open the door, and a musty smell wafted out. The small house contained some simple furniture, a table, a chair, and a bed, with some old tools hanging on the wall. Yi Ruizhi frowned, wondering why there were these things in the small house. His gaze swept around the small house and suddenly noticed a yellow diary on the table. He picked up the diary, gently turned the pages, and the fragility of the paper made him handle it with utmost care. The handwriting in the diary was somewhat blurry, but Yi Ruizhi could still make out the contents. It turns out that this diary was written by an ascetic monk who once lived in this temple. The diary records the liveliness and prosperity of Liangshan before the changes of Blue Star, as well as the details of the temple. The monk also mentioned a mysterious legend in his diary, saying that a treasure with magical powers was hidden deep in the Liangshan mountains. Yi Ruizhi's heart stirred. This legend had successfully piqued his interest. In the past, if someone said they had discovered a miracle, they would definitely be considered crazy. But now it's different. The myths and legends of the past may all be true. He decided to venture deep into Liangshan to uncover the truth behind this mysterious legend. He put his diary in his backpack, left the hut, and headed into the heart of Liangshan. As he ventured deeper, the scenery of Liangshan became increasingly unique, with towering trees and intertwined vines forming a net, as if he had entered an ancient world. Although Yi Ruizhi had never been to Liangshan before, he could see the changes in Liangshan at a glance. He moved forward cautiously, always on guard against the movements around him. After walking for a while, he came across some human footprints on the ground when he passed through a patch of soft mud. This puzzled Yi Ruizha greatly. In such a desolate place, with the threat of mutated beasts, there were still signs of human activity. Yi Ruizha slowly followed the direction of the footprints. He was very curious as to whether these people came to this deep mountain forest to drive away mutated beasts or to explore the forest.
As he ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly tranquil, with only the occasional chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves. Yi Ruizha's nerves were on edge, ready to deal with any potential dangers. The eerie silence made him almost regret coming in. Suddenly, a faint sound of fighting came from ahead. Yi Ruizha immediately stopped and listened carefully before running quickly toward the source of the sound. Once he got close, he hid behind a large tree and carefully observed the situation ahead. A group of people were seen fighting fiercely against several mutated beasts. These people were dressed in the same clothes and had a tiger head symbol on their backs. They were not only agile but also coordinated well, clearly belonging to the same organization. Yi Ruizha was trying hard to recall which organization this was. Just as he was pondering this, the battle was nearing its end, and the group successfully killed the mutated beast. They started clearing the battlefield, and they did it very quickly, clearly showing they were experienced. They only take the most valuable parts from the mutated beasts, discarding the rest. Yi Ruizha decided not to show himself but to continue to secretly observe the group of people, quietly following behind them, wanting to see where they were going. This group of people seemed to be very familiar with the depths of Liangshan. They followed a hidden path and soon disappeared from Yi Ruizha's sight. Yi Ruizha quickened his pace to catch up. After traversing a rugged mountain path, he finally saw the group of people again. They had stopped in front of a cave and seemed to be discussing something. Yi Ruizha hid behind a rock not far away, quietly observing their every move. One of them took out a map, pointed to the cave, and said, "According to the markings on the map, this should be the location of the legendary treasure." The others nodded in agreement. Yi Ruizha's heart stirred. It seemed that this group of people had also come for the legendary treasure. However, one thing puzzled him: where did these people get their map, and how could it still be used? In fact, this group of people made a rough estimate. Even if the earth gets bigger, some things will remain the same. Yi Ruizha decided to continue observing them to see if they could really find the treasure. The group cautiously entered the cave, and Yi Ruizha quietly followed behind. The cave was dark and damp, filled with a musty smell. Yi Ruizha followed closely behind the group, not daring to make a sound. After walking for a while, the cave became more and more spacious, and a faint light appeared ahead. The group of people quickened their pace excitedly and walked towards the light, with Yi Ruizha following closely behind, his heart filled with anticipation. When they reached the light, the sight before them astonished them. On a huge stepped platform was a stone platform, on which sat a radiant seal. At the four corners of the platform stood four majestic statues of the four demon generals, each 50 or 60 meters tall. The statues all faced the stone platform, with their right hands outstretched and palms facing the seal, looking more like they are suppressing it than guarding it. Yi Ruizha's eyes widened, his heart filled with shock. He had never seen such a mysterious and magnificent sight before. The group of people were also speechless with astonishment at the scene before them. A moment later, someone in the crowd came to their senses and whispered, "This must be the legendary treasure." The others nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with greed, and ran toward the stone platform. However, when the group stepped onto the platform, Yi Ruizha sensed an inexplicable sense of danger. The other half of the energy within his body, which he had been unable to mobilize, began to operate on its own, making him even more vigilant. The group of people greedily approached the stone platform, trying to reach for the seal. Just as their hands were about to touch the seal, a bright light suddenly burst out from the stone platform, instantly blasting the group of people away. Seeing this, Yi Ruizha secretly rejoiced that he had not acted rashly. After being thrown back, the group of people fell to the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Before they could even feel alarmed, a deafening sound echoed throughout the cave. "You despicable scoundrel, how dare you steal the divine seal? Die!" Then Yi Ruizha saw a scene he could never believe in his life. The four statues actually moved. The statue of Mo Licheng brandished the enormous Qingyun sword in its hand and slashed fiercely at the group of people. To say it slashed was a bit inappropriate, as the stone sword was simply too big. It should be said that it smashed them. The group was so shocked that they didn't think to dodge until the huge stone sword was about to fall. Because they didn't react in time, several people were smashed into mincemeat on the spot. Perhaps the statue was not strong enough, or perhaps it was too old. The giant sword was smashed into several pieces and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Those who were lucky enough to escape were not much better off. The attacks from the three statues of Mo Lihong, Mo Lihai, and Mo Lisho had blocked all their escape routes. There was no way for them to run away. They were directly sent to their deaths by the three statues. After all the people were crushed to death, the four statues remained motionless, still in the position of crashing down, whether because they had completed their mission or because they had run out of energy. Yi Ruizha's heart was pounding, and he dared not move. The scene of those people being crushed to death was too shocking. The four statues swatted the group to death like mosquitoes, including a level
level 4 mutant who didn't want to be swatted like a mosquito by the statues of the 4 demon generals. However, after waiting for a long time, the 4 statues remained motionless, which made Yuruasia wonder if the 4 statues were a trap and that the group of people had accidentally triggered the trap and been crushed to death. He cautiously peeked out halfway to probe, and after several attempts, he found that the statue remained motionless. Only then did he feel confident enough to emerge from behind the stone. But he still didn't dare to get close to the statue.
What if it suddenly started moving again?
He had clearly seen the speed at which the statue had crashed down. It was incredibly fast. Carefully observing the cave and stroking his chin, he decided to teleport behind the statue, at least one step away to test the waters. One step would give him enough time to react and teleport away. He teleported behind the statue of Mo Liso and cautiously stared at Mo Liso.
It didn't move.
Seeing that Mo Liso's statue did not move, he tested the other 3 statues, which were also unmoved. Only then did he feel relieved and walk towards the stone platform. Seeing the seal so close at hand, the other half of his energy seemed to become even more active, urging him to quickly seize the seal.
Damn it, the bold get rich, the timid starve, let's do it.
The moment the hand touched the seal, it suddenly emitted a beam of light and disappeared. This terrified Yuruasia, who quickly looked around in all directions, fearing that a statue might take a picture of him. Seeing that no one was taking pictures of his statue, he dared not linger there any longer and quickly teleported away. The moment he left, in an unknown spacetime, a person dressed in a white dragon robe, who had been sitting cross-legged for an unknown period of time, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, and a golden light flashed by. But after a while, he slowly closed his eyes again, as if he had never moved at all. Yuruasia kept teleporting until he returned to the temple in Liangshan before stopping. After checking himself to make sure he was alright, he began to check where the seal was. He thoroughly checked his body and storage space several times before finally finding the seal in a corner of the storage space. He was puzzled as to how the seal had ended up in his storage space. When he tried to take out the seal, he found that he couldn't.
This is really frustrating.
Not only has it wandered into my own space, but I can't even move around.
What kind of situation is this?
After trying several times with unwavering determination, he gave up decisively.
If he hadn't given up, there was nothing he could do.
He then checked the other half of the energy in his body. It had been running autonomously before, but now it was stagnant again and he still couldn't mobilize it. Well, after all that work, nothing has changed except for the addition of an immovable seal in the space. After leaving the temple, he chose to head towards Longcheng, a place he had long wanted to visit. According to historical records, it was a famous city that had produced several emperors and was also a strategic location fought over by military strategists in ancient times.
How could he not go and see it?
On the way, he passed through the territory of a level 3 mutated bear. He didn't want to provoke it, but Yuruasia discovered that the mutated bear was preparing to destroy a beehive, so he definitely couldn't leave. He had heard that after the animals mutated, the honey supply had been cut off, and no one dared to go to the honey farm of the mutated bee colonies. Those who dared to go had to be fully covered in armor, with no gaps between their bodies, before they dared to go. Obtaining it is no easier than fighting against a higher level mutated beast. Like this mutated bear, it only destroyed a level 2 Fengchao, a type of smart locker. Although it's only a level 2 Fengchao, a type of smart locker, it still caused the mutated bear a lot of trouble. As soon as it got close, Fengchao sent out swarms of mutated bees to attack it. In the past, bee attacks could cost you your life, but now the mutant bees have no such worries. Their 2 or 3 centimeter long stingers can sting you until you question your existence. The key issue is that some bees have even mutated to have elemental attacks. Their stingers turn red, and when they pierce the mutated bear's body, they make a hissing sound and emit puffs of black smoke, causing the bear to scream in agony. The mutated bear used one paw to protect its nose while using the other to tear open the beehive, which resulted in more mutated bees attacking it. After successfully obtaining a piece of beehive, it fled without looking back, clearly unable to withstand the onslaught of the mutated bees. After the mutated bear escaped, Yuruasia, who was hiding in the distance, saw golden honey flowing from Fengchao.
The color was so tempting that his saliva was practically cascading down his face.
But figuring out how to get the honey stumped him, since he wasn't wearing any armor. If I had known we would encounter a beehive, I should have made armor from the snake scales I brought out from the secret realm before setting off, instead of just selling them. I wonder if bees these days are still afraid of smoke. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll give up. I don't want to get stung by bees these days. Although the honey was tempting, he had to save his life first. He didn't want to be stung by a bee the size of a fist. Didn't he see that even the tough-skinned level 3 mutated bear could only withstand it for 10 seconds before fleeing in panic? Bears are born to love honey, but now they only take one piece of honeycomb and give up, simply because they can't handle it anymore. Yuruasia carefully left, and then spent more than an hour piling up more than a dozen stacks of smoked tobacco on the windward side of the beehive. Once the fire was lit, thick smoke billowed out, and he frantically fanned the smoke towards the beehive with a large leaf. From a distance, it looks like someone is riding on clouds. Yuruasia was was coughing so hard from the smoke that his lungs were almost popping out. He hadn't even been affected by the beehive yet, but he had already nearly died from the smoke. Fortunately, there was a bit of wind, which blew the thick smoke toward the beehive. The beehive, which already had a piece torn off by the mutated bear, became restless after being exposed to the smoke, and soon began to move away from the area covered by the thick smoke. Seeing that the fumigation method was still effective, Yi Ruizha fanned the large leaves even more vigorously. To get this mouth-watering honey, Yi Ruizha went to great lengths. He was covered in soot from the smoke, his eyes were red and swollen, and he was drooling more than he was drooling. The mutated bees kept lingering near the hive, trying to figure out why the forest had suddenly caught fire. However, the patrolling soldier spotted the damned Yi Ruizha and quickly sent a signal to notify the other members of the group. Before long, a swarm of vengeful mutant bees charged toward Yi Ruizha, determined to send this son of a bitch who made them afraid to go home to see their great-grandmother. Yi Ruizha, who was still diligently fanning the beehive, heard a buzzing sound, looked up, cursed loudly, and quickly teleported to the beehive. Taking advantage of the mutated bees' inattention, he grabbed a piece of the beehive and teleported away. He just didn't expect that there were still a few mutated bees guarding the hive. Having escaped the interference of the thick smoke, the mutated bees immediately spotted the culprit and launched an attack on Yi Ruizha. Without noticing, Yi Ruizha was stung on the face in both hands. The excruciating pain made him immediately drop the beehive and run away. The mutated bee, already burning with rage, was not about to let him off easily. Although it only had a few brothers on its side, it still had to let him know how a gas cylinder could be made so quickly. Seeing the mutated bees relentlessly pursuing him, but unwilling to give up the honey he had worked so hard to collect, he had no choice but to get to work. While running, Yi Ruizha quickly set up 7 or 8 spatial cutting lines behind him. Perhaps because it was too sudden, most of the mutated bees were unable to dodge in time and were cut in half by the cutting lines. Only 2 mutated bees successfully escaped the disaster. Seeing that only 2 little ones remained, Yi Ruizha stopped running and quickly unleashed 2 spatial cuts to send them to reunite. After dealing with all the mutated bees, he went back to retrieve the beehive. I looked at the honeycomb with delight. It was about half a square meter in size. I counted about 80 cells, most of which were sealed with beeswax, and you could see that they were full of honey. He poked a honeycomb cell with his finger, dipped it in honey, and popped it into his mouth. The exquisite taste made Yi Ruizha feel that the stings were worth it, not to mention the pure energy they provided. Quickly take out a spoon and put it into your mouth 1 spoonful at a time. The sweet feeling is simply overwhelming. As for how to be even happier, just have more honey. Although this honeycomb weighed nearly 100 pounds, it wasn't enough, so they reluctantly put it away and prepared to get another one. Before even setting off, I noticed that the skin on my face felt a bit tight, so I quickly reached out and touched my face. You don't know until you touch it, and you'll be shocked when you do. You can't feel anything on his face, so he quickly takes out a mirror to look at himself. Damn, there's a monster. He cursed and turned around, but there was nothing behind him. Only then did he realize that the person in the mirror was himself. Looking in the mirror again, Yi Ruizha was on the verge of tears. Even a pig's head wasn't as big as he was now. His 2 swollen cheeks and protruding forehead had distorted his facial features. Those thick lips were swollen like giant sausages, unable to close completely, and drool was already oozing out on their own. Needless to say, his eyelids were almost squinted into a line. If you gently shake your head, your cheeks will twitch back and forth a few times with a delay. Her whole face was chubby and had a rosy glow. Both hands had grown 2 sizes larger, and the joints were wrinkled, segment by segment. He no longer dared to go to the beehive. He had been stung so badly already, he would be a fool to go again. They didn't even bother to collect the mutated bee's carcass. Its stinger was worth some money. Now he just wanted to leave as soon as possible and find a place to rest. In just a short while, he felt that he had become even more swollen and his skin felt even tighter. Fortunately, his legs and torso weren't stung, otherwise he would have really turned into a gas cylinder. With his head swollen like a pig's, he hurried towards Longcheng. He didn't dare stop for anything he encountered along the way. Even a short rest only lasted a few minutes. His arms were so swollen that he couldn't bend them naturally, and he could only open his eyes a tiny slit, barely able to see the road. When they arrived at Dragon City, the guards thought they had encountered a monster and almost sounded the alarm. "Ha, buddy, what have you been up to? Your outfit is so unique." Fei Yixing was stung by a bee. Yi Ruizha can't even speak a complete sentence now. His speech is slurred, and even his tongue is numb. It took a lot of effort to say just a few words. Drool was flying everywhere, and the front of his clothes was soaked. When the guards saw this, they laughed so hard they couldn't straighten up. 2 of them went even further, laughing so hard they were rolling on the ground clutching their stomachs. There's no way around it. Yi Ruizha looks like he's dragging 2 giant lotus roots and has a huge pig's head on his head. It's just too comical. The guards didn't dare to stop him any longer and quickly waved him away so he could go inside for treatment. If they continued to interrogate him, they would laugh themselves to death. As people came and went at the city gate, a man with his arms outstretched, a pig's head on his head, a chubby face, and a wobbly gait as he walked, drooling incessantly, suddenly appeared. appeared,
he immediately attracted a large crowd of onlookers.
Many people took out their newly revived old-fashioned twisting cameras to take pictures, but even more people took out their mobile phones to call their friends.
Yi Ruizha has become an internet celebrity in Longcheng overnight.
Wherever he goes, he is surrounded by crowds, and those with cameras rush to take photos. He thought he could get rid of these fans once he got to the hospital, but who knew that once he entered the hospital, he would make several old men who were
already on tubes and didn't have many days left to live laugh themselves to death. The families of the old men didn't know whether to hold Yi Ruizha responsible.
More often than not, people laugh until their stomachs cramp, wanting to stop but unable to, causing abdominal muscle strain and fainting from the pain, or rather, fainting from laughing. It's true what they say, laughing can make you sick even if you're not, and seeing your grandmother when you're sick is the best way to get better.
Who says laughing is always good for your health?
The doctor examining Yi Ruizha was trembling all over, his face flushed red from holding it in, and he was so clenched his thighs that they were almost swollen, but he still couldn't hold it in.
Yi Ruizha's face darkened, and he mumbled incoherently, "Doctor, can you be a little more professional?" The doctor laughed and replied, "Sorry, we're professionals, we just couldn't help it, ha ha ha."
The doctor is indeed a professional and has encountered many bizarre cases, otherwise, he would have been laughing so hard he was mopping the floor, just like the group of people in the hallway outside. Yi Ruizha's condition is caused by an allergic toxin. Unlike an injury that can be healed by taking herbs, he needs to be detoxified. The doctor gave him a prescription and told him to get an injection first to detoxify him. This puts the nurses who give injections in a difficult position. Putting aside whether they can find a vein in the arm, their hands are trembling as they hold the needle. There was no other way. Yi Ruizha's magic damage was simply too high, and no one could withstand it. In the end, they had to pull down his pants and give him an injection in the buttocks.
After the injection, the hospital gave him a private room.
It wasn't because the hospital service was particularly good, but
rather for the safety of the other patients in the same room. Those old men's families were still causing trouble at the hospital.
They originally had another 2 weeks to make arrangements for his passing, but Yi Ruizha arrived and he was gone.
They couldn't just say that their old man died laughing, so they could only seek an explanation from the hospital.
The news of Yi Ruizha at the municipal hospital quickly spread throughout Longcheng. The city's top officials immediately held a meeting to open a special channel for people stung by mutated bees, to prevent anyone else from being laughed at. No one expected that someone would be so reckless as to dare to go and disturb a beehive without wearing protective gear.
During his hospitalization, Gong Kaihang came once after receiving the news.
He paid his medical bills and then left. He covered his face while paying the bills because he was too ashamed to be seen.
He didn't want to become famous in this way.
After 4 or 5 days of treatment in the hospital, the swelling from the allergy finally subsided, and I was able to be discharged. After being discharged from the hospital, no one recognized him except for a few doctors and nurses who treated him.
He didn't plan to continue his revelry.
He decided to rest for a while at the military region where the troops were stationed in Longcheng, since he would be going for a follow-up appointment in a few days anyway. Upon arriving at the military region, Yi Ruizha presented his student ID from the Superpower Academy. The military commander, having received the news, readily allowed him to pass and arranged for him to stay temporarily at the reception center. Night fell as dark as ink, and the sky was shrouded in thick, dark clouds. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning ripped through the sky like a sword, instantly illuminating the entire Dragon City. The light was pale and dazzling.
Immediately afterward, a thunderclap exploded, as if it would shake the earth. The rain poured down, with large raindrops pounding the ground and splashing up countless droplets. The wind howled, making the branches sway wildly and the leaves rustle. The rain fell like a curtain, blurring the view, and the world seemed to fall into chaos. Thunder rumbled incessantly, lightning flashed intermittently, and the rain grew heavier and heavier. On this stormy night, nature seemed to be displaying its immense power, inspiring awe in all living things. In a secluded cave in the Liangshan Mountains west of Longcheng, a level 5 mutated tiger trembled incessantly, as if enduring immense pain, its internal energy constantly assaulting every cell. This surge of energy brought both pain and immense power. The mutated tiger clenched its teeth, enduring the pain while trying to guide the energy to flow more smoothly within its body. As time went on, the mutated tiger's body began to change. Its fur became shinier, its muscles firmer, and its bones made a slight clicking sound, as if they were being remodeled. Its claws became sharper, its teeth became more pointed, and the king character on its forehead became thicker and clearer. Suddenly, it roared, and the sound wave, as if it were a tangible force, burst out of the cave entrance. The mutated tiger, having completed its advancement, slowly emerged from the cave, its eyes gleaming with a profound light. It surveyed the forest ahead like a king, its face displaying a human-like look of disdain. It roared to the sky, and the huge tiger roar covered an area of hundreds of kilometers. All the mutated animals that heard the tiger roar trembled in fear. The two mutated beasts closest to the mutated tiger, one a level 5 ape and the other a level 5 fox, were trembling as they slowly walked from the forest to the mutated tiger and knelt down in front of it. Not long after the two level 5 mutated beasts emerged, various other
mutated animals began to emerge from the forest. They all knelt down before the mutated tiger, paying homage to their king. Yi tossed and turned in the guesthouse, unable to fall asleep at all. The thunder was so loud that it made it impossible for him to sleep peacefully. Unable to sleep, he got up to watch the thunderstorm.
And he had to admit, although the thunder was loud, the lightning was quite spectacular. He became engrossed in watching it.
The booming thunder was like a war drum shattering the void, and the intertwined lightning was like cracks torn open by the thunder. The void was constantly being destroyed and then constantly restored. Suddenly realizing something, he quickly sat cross-legged on the bed, released a large amount of energy stones, and ate a level 3 ginseng. He just felt an opportunity to break through to level 4, and at the same time, he also felt the direction for developing his next skill. Since his last failed attempt to advance, he has been hesitant to try again, feeling that something is always missing when trying to break through to level 4. From watching the lightning at night, he realized that there can be no new beginnings without destruction. His journey after entering the academy for people with superpowers was too smooth, which ironically became a constraint for him. When he broke through to the second level, wasn't he also forging ahead without hesitation? He didn't notify anyone this time, he needed to sever all ties to break through. As energy was continuously absorbed, every cell was filled with it, and the feeling of expansion before the breakthrough reappeared. Without hesitation, Yi accelerated the rate of energy absorption. With the influx of excess energy, the other half of the energy within the body, which had been stagnant like still water, began to stir, constantly competing with the energy in the space. The two energies fought for control, and that excruciating pain returned. To prevent himself from fainting again and losing all his powers, Yi gritted his teeth and tried his best to control the excess energy in his body and divide it into two streams. Surprisingly, this method worked remarkably well. The two energies, like children whose needs were met simultaneously, stopped fighting over snacks. Yi thought to himself, I didn't expect that before we're even married. I'll already have to learn how to be a father of two. As long as you two don't fight, I'll say whatever I want. As if responding to Yi the two energies quietly absorbed each other. With no worries about the future, Yi only needed to endure the pain of cell remodeling, which was several times less painful than the pain caused by the battle between the two energies. The two energies were like insatiable children, and Yi had to keep taking out energy stones to absorb them. Before long, perhaps due to excessive absorption, a thick layer of dust covered the bed. When others absorb an energy stone, the energy stone remains, but it becomes an ordinary stone, which is completely different from his situation. However, he doesn't have time to think about why, so he can only keep taking out energy stones to absorb. However, this is also a good thing, as the amount of energy stones he has taken out is enough to bury him. As Yi absorbed more and more energy stones, he began to panic because his energy stones were almost gone. He knew that others needed around 500,000 level 1 energy stones to advance to level 4, and some special cases only required an additional 100,000 or 200,000. But now that he has already taken out 2 million energy stones, he is truly heartbroken. He had checked his account before leaving home. He was a man with a staggering 2.8 million yuan, definitely a local tycoon. But now, it seemed like that 2.8 million yuan wasn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. After taking out all the energy stones, his heart bled as each stone turned to dust. With all the energy stones depleted, it was clear that he didn't have enough energy to break through. He was on the verge of failing to advance again due to insufficient energy. Just as he was panicking, he suddenly remembered the level 2 beehive. Ignoring the pain of the meal, I quickly grabbed a spoon and started eating. Level 2 honeycomb energy is abundant. A single spoonful is comparable to hundreds of level 1 energy stones. Once the energy is replenished, the pain of cellular restructuring returns. He ate it spoonful after spoonful, but he didn't even find the honey so delicious anymore. It was cloyingly sweet and made his throat feel sore. Fortunately, after eating half of the honey, the pain disappeared, and a level 4 aura emanated from his body. Having successfully broken through, Yi let out a heavy sigh of relief. Phew, I finally advanced. Ignoring everything else, I quickly drank some water to cut through the greasiness. After feeling better, I began to notice the changes in my body. Needless to say, his physique is several times stronger than when he was at level 3. He can easily lift the entire bedsheet straight up with his hand, something he couldn't do at level 3. The energy is even more exaggerated, 10 times that of level 3. Finally, I don't have to be a useless man anymore. Awakeners below level 3 usually run out of energy in a few minutes because they don't have much energy in their bodies, and are jokingly called no good men. But it's different. When you reach level 4, fighting for an hour or two is not a problem. If you take some herbs to replenish your energy in between, you can last for more than 2 hours. What puzzled Yi was that he could only control half of the energy, the other half remained stagnant and unmoving. He shrugged and muttered to himself, if I can't move, I can't move. Anyway, I'm already a long-lasting man, I don't need your half. Next, he needs to quickly develop new skills while the experience is still fresh. Before the breakthrough opportunity, he thought of one word, shock. Therefore, all his new skills revolve around the word vibration. He needs to find find ways to vibrate space, and as long as he can vibrate, he believes he can definitely crack space. Yi Ruizha repeatedly unleashed all his skills in small, continuous bursts, all in order to feel the vibrations in the space. I felt the vibration for a long time, but no matter how I tried to create it, I could only produce a slight ripple. The space remained as stable as a rock. Even if he ran out and unleashed the spatial millstone at full power, the ripples would only be slightly larger. To reach the point of shattering space, he would only need to eat a pound of cabbage. Back in my room at the guesthouse, I took off my wet clothes and took a shower first. Even the healthiest person can get sick. I just recovered from an illness a few days ago, the kind that caused citywide magical damage. He stripped himself naked, crawled into the bathroom, and while washing, he looked down.
Cough cough, don't overthink it. All you're seeing is a clogged drain opening. Yi Ruizha's room is on the first floor, and now the rainwater is surging back up and spraying water upwards. Looking at the sewage spraying upwards, Yi Ruizha just wanted to curse God. Does it have to rain this heavily? After quickly washing himself clean, Yi Ruizha looked at the drain that was still gushing water and seemed to have thought of something, but it wasn't quite clear yet. After looking at it for a while, he stood naked in front of the window and swung his penis. It was still pitch black outside, but through the light from inside the room, one could vaguely see that the water outside had spread to a depth of more than 10 centimeters. Raindrops kept falling, and before the ripples could spread, they were hit by another raindrop, making the water seem to boil. Staring blankly at the puddle, it suddenly dawned on me that something I hadn't been able to figure out while taking a shower was now clear. The spatial fluctuations he constantly creates are just like the ripples caused by falling raindrops. When two or more ripples collide, they can create strong spatial fluctuations. Try it if you can think of it. There are many ways to create spatial ripples, and Yi Ruizha will definitely choose the simplest one. I stretched out my hands and gently shook the space, but I saw nothing. Even if no one saw it, I still felt embarrassed. I closed the window and looked at the mess on the bed. It seemed like the shower was a waste of time. With a sigh, Yi Ruizha decided to remove the bedsheet and set it aside. That would make things much cleaner. Cleaning was never as quick as simply removing it. Yi Ruizha couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. I sat cross-legged on the clean bed, stretched out my hands again, and shook the space. This time, with candlelight, I could clearly see two ripples gently colliding. At the point of collision, the ripples became noticeably larger before disappearing. It seems the direction I'm heading is correct. I wonder what the effect would be if several ripples collided. Yi Ruizha chose to vibrate the space in 8 directions this time, but a problem arose. The ripples could not reach the center at the same time, and they all collided 4 times at different times. This resulted in the effect of releasing the ripples 4 times with both hands being no different from releasing them once. If we find that the collisions cannot be synchronized, then we'll persevere to the end. It's just a matter of timing, isn't it? It's that simple, just keep them at different distances. After trying for an hour, I finally found a relatively suitable distance, but then a new problem arose. The power has increased slightly, but it's still not enough to shatter space. If 8 directions don't work, then try 16. If 16 don't work, then try 32. Yi Ruizha soon took it for granted that when he reached 10 directions, it became very difficult. It wasn't that the energy consumption was too high, but that he couldn't release it in the correct direction. If they got too close, the vibration ripples would interfere with each other and cancel each other out. As the ripples expand, they lose their momentum before they even reach the center, and by the time they collide, they won't even make a splash. In other words, 8 directions are already the limit. Unconvinced, Yi Ruizha tried 10 directions several more times. Okay, good, let's destroy it. We've given up. Since 10 didn't work, we could only try 2, 4, 6, and 8. After trying them all, we found that the effects were about the same. Although colliding from multiple directions would increase the power, it was really just a little bit. This power wasn't even enough to tickle an itch. This has already touched on the realm of physics. Damn, did I just practice for over an hour for nothing? Damn it, if I had known that physics would be used, I should have paid attention in class. He slapped himself hard. I told you not to pay attention in class. You really do realize how little you know when you need it most. If someone told me that the end of science is metaphysics, I'd argue with them. The end of metaphysics is science. Why does that sound so familiar? It's the middle of the night now. Even the dogs are asleep, so it's impossible to ask anyone for advice. I can only wash up and go to sleep. The rain poured down all night, gradually subsiding as morning approached, but it continued to drizzle. Yi Ruizha, who slept until dawn with a heavy heart, opened his eyes, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face, and went to find the highest-ranking officer of the Longcheng garrison. The brigade commander of the troops stationed in Longcheng is Huangfu Zhirong, a senior colonel. As for why he was chosen, it's because Yi Ruizha has special privileges and is a precious darling, able to directly meet with the highest-ranking officers of various military regions. Moreover, when seeking advice, one should seek someone with high authority. Even if they don't know the answer, they can still provide a letter of introduction. Commander, Yi Ruizha from the Academy of Superpowers requests an audience. Oh, let him in. The guard stepped aside to
to let Eurasia in and then closed the door behind him.
Speak, what do you want from me?
Your teacher, old Gong, told me before he left that he had no money, but he could take your life. Eurasia was sweating profusely. That old Gong is such a jerk.
I'm rich, I think I just finished using it last night.
Huangfu Zhirong scratched his face awkwardly, thinking to himself that it was good he had the foresight to plug the loophole first.
Sir, I'm not here to ask for money. Oh, as long as we don't talk about money, everything else is negotiable. Has the image of me loving money become so deeply ingrained in people's minds? I'm here to ask you some questions.
Eurasia shared his thoughts on the wave collision from last night. After hearing this, Huangfu Zhirong looked at him as if he were a fool.
Isn't this just about how wave collisions can generate greater power?
There are examples in the textbook, and the teacher couldn't have missed it in class.
Were you daydreaming?
After Huangfu Zhirong exposed him, Eurasia was even more embarrassed. He had indeed been daydreaming. At first, he could listen attentively, but he would doze off after a short while.
Could he be blamed for this?
It was obvious that the textbook had some kind of hypnotic magic. Eurasia blushed and said embarrassedly, "Commander, I know I was wrong, and I will definitely study hard in the future.
Could you explain the principle behind this to me?"
Huangfu Zhirong shook his head helplessly and said, "Fine, since you're old Gong's student, I'll explain it to you. The power of wave collisions is related to factors such as the vertical angle, whether the energy can be focused, and the patterns of wave movement." Huangfu Zhirong spoke at length, starting from the basics and gradually progressing to more advanced topics. It lasted a full half hour, and Eurasia was already starting to doze off. He remembered only the first few sentences, the rest he was just chanting scriptures. Looking at Eurasia's drowsy appearance, Huangfu Zhirong said, "Dinner's ready." Eurasia immediately snapped out of it, turned around, and kicked out, "Dinner's ready."
Huangfu Zhirong was furious. "I've been explaining this to you for half an hour, and you've been dozing off."
He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Eurasia." Once he came to his senses, Eurasia shrank back, inwardly cursing himself for spacing out again.
"No wonder your grades have always been at the bottom, and you sleep in class. Is this how you repay your teachers?"
Eurasia felt utterly humiliated. How could his poor grades have spread so far?
In fact, Huangfu Zhirong didn't know what his grades were, but someone who could fall asleep while standing in class was obviously unlikely to have good grades.
No wonder Gong Kaihan's eyes look so deep-set now. It turns out it's all because of you, his student.
Thankfully, this wasn't one of my students, otherwise I would have been furious.
Seeing Eurasia's uneasy appearance, Huangfu Zhirong softened his tone slightly. "You need to reflect on yourself.
How can you improve if you're like this?"
Now I'll give you a chance to summarize what I just said in your own words. Eurasia scratched his head, trying hard to recall what Huangfu Zhirong had said at the beginning. "Well, Chief, the power of wave collision is related to the vertical angle, energy concentration, and wave pattern."
I don't remember the specifics very clearly. Huangfu Zhirong frowned. "That's it? That's all? I've been talking for half an hour with my throat dry, and you only heard the first few sentences?"
Eurasia nodded embarrassedly, feeling incredibly ashamed.
Huangfu Zhirong sighed. "Forget it, you're not cut out for studying anyway.
Come here, I'll draw you a diagram, that way it'll be easier to understand." In addition to drawing, Huangfu Zhirong folded several sheets of paper into waves and used them as a small classroom experiment.
Sure enough, the effect was immediate and completely different.
This really proves the saying, there are no students who can't be taught, only teachers who don't want to teach. This student is quite smart, so how did Gong Kaihang manage to teach him to be such a failure?
Through Huangfu's many classes, Eurasia's theoretical knowledge improved rapidly.
While he could no longer apply what he learned to other situations, he already understood why the power of several spatial ripples was roughly the same. Angle, pattern, timing, focus, and balance are all indispensable. Huangfu Zhirong was afraid that Eurasia wouldn't understand, so he used a large basin to conduct a real-life experiment for him. Eurasia truly felt what it meant to have a sudden enlightenment. He even wanted to change teachers.
Gong Kaihang was never around, and he couldn't learn anything from these theoretical concepts. Yeah, it's all his fault.
It's all his fault. After bidding farewell to Huangfu Zhirong, Eurasia returned to the guesthouse and began a new round of trials. Start with the simplest two waves, constantly adjusting the angle and distance, carefully observing their patterns to achieve the best timing. When the optimal angle and distance were found, the two small spatial ripples indeed produced a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. This greatly boosted Eurasia's confidence, and he stayed in his guesthouse room all day without going out. After the two waves collided and formed muscle memory, Eurasia began to increase the number of waves. For 5 consecutive days, Eurasia didn't go anywhere except to eat, and the number of waves reached 6. When the 6 waves collided perfectly, even though only a small amount of force was used, the power created by the convergence of the 6 spatial waves already produced a slight effect that seemed to want to shatter space. After finishing today's practice, Eurasia went to bed early, preparing to start practicing the 8 waves tomorrow. Woo woo woo. While I was sleeping soundly, the air raid sirens suddenly went off throughout Longcheng. Now that there are no more airstrikes from other countries, there are only 2 things that would still sound the air raid
sirens in the middle of the night when there is a beast tide or when other regions need emergency support. Regardless of the type, they must all be related to mutated beasts.
Yi Ruizha quickly got up and teleported to the military region where the troops were stationed in Longcheng.
Upon arrival, I saw the entire brigade assembling urgently. Once assembled, the companies and platoons set off immediately, not daring to delay for even a moment.
Yi Ruizha quickly found Huangfu Zhirong, teleported to his side, and asked, "Commander, what's going on?" Huangfu Zhirong turned his head and saw that it was Yi Ruizha. He hurriedly said, "You've come just in time. Quickly take me to the West City Wall." Yi Ruizha knew the situation was urgent, so without saying a word he grabbed Huangfu Zhirong's shoulder and teleported to the West City Wall 12 kilometers away. Along the entire Western City Wall, the defending soldiers were constantly moving various supplies, especially shells for the In-99 203mm howitzer, with boxes piled up next to each howitzer. There's also the City Shield 1000, which is specially modified for city defense and powered by energy stones.
Its theoretical firing rate is 15,000 rounds per minute.
However, under the premise of electric drive, the maximum firing rate when powered by energy stones is only 500 rounds per minute, which greatly reduces its power.
But it's already pretty good if it's useful. Why fight in melee when you can fight remotely?
Currently, only this type of weapon can still be used for city defense nationwide. Missiles are still out of service. Besides howitzers and city shields, the only other weapons are mortars. As for rifles, they are no longer effective. Their power is less than a punch from a level 3 Awakened. Only anti-material sniper rifles are still somewhat usable. Looking at the soldiers bustling about on the city wall, Huangfu Zhirong randomly pointed to one of them and said, "Go, call your battalion commander here." The soldier quickly contacted Wang Xinlei, the battalion commander in charge of the defense of the western city, through the communications officer.
Upon receiving the message, Wang Xinlei flew rapidly from a distance and saluted Huangfu Zhirong after landing. "Battalion Commander Wang, what's the situation now?" "Brigade Commander, the situation is not optimistic.
According to the report from the reconnaissance company ahead, the beast tide has gathered 800 kilometers away from Dragon City, and there are at least 1 million of them."
"What level is the beast tide?"
"The majority are level 2, with 200,000 level 3, 50,000 level 4, and only 2 level 5 have been found so far. It's impossible for 2 level 5 beings to launch such a massive beast tide."
"This doesn't make sense."
"Notify the reconnaissance company, they must find out the details of the beast tide." In the past few days, several civilian exploration teams have been wiped out one after another in the Liangshan Mountains. Today, Wang Xinlei sent the brothers of the reconnaissance company to investigate. However, not long after they arrived at Liangshan Mountain Range, they were all killed. Before they died, news came back that there was a beast tide, so Wang Xinlei urgently dispatched more senior scouts
to investigate and reinforce the city's defenses.
As a result, the scouts discovered that a large number of mutated beasts had gathered in Liangshan Mountain Range, and their numbers were still increasing.
Upon confirming the existence of the beast tide, Wang Xinlei immediately sounded the alarm.
"The problem now is that we don't know how long the beast tide will continue to gather, or when it will launch its attack. In the beast tide, only mutated beasts of level 3 or above can be considered combat capable, but there are still 200,000 of them, not to mention the nearly 1 million cannon fodder.
Most importantly, this information is from almost an hour ago."
Huangfu Zhirong paced back and forth trying to find a way to stop the beast tide from gathering, but after thinking it over, he couldn't stop it because the weapon's range was insufficient. In the past, a few missiles would have easily taken care of the problem, but now the missiles are still sitting there. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw Yi Ruizha. Wasn't this kid a space-type user? If he replaced the missile fuse with a mechanical fuse and sent him above the beast tide to drop the missile, wouldn't that achieve the same effect? Without hesitation, he immediately took out the communication stone and notified the ammunition depot to replace all the electronic fuses of the missiles with mechanical fuses and set a freefall time of 5,000 meters.
The company commander, who was busy unloading ammunition, was completely bewildered.
Even with the mechanical fuse replaced, the missile still wouldn't take off.
What was the brigade commander doing? But he didn't dare ask any questions and just carried out the orders.
After giving orders to the ammunition depot, Huangfu Zhirong said to Yi Ruizha, "Come with me to the ammunition depot to get some things." Without saying a word, Yi Ruizha escorted Huangfu Zhirong over. Upon arriving at the ammunition depot, many soldiers had already taken mechanical fuses and tools and run to the missile vehicles to begin replacing the fuses.
"Yi Ruizha, I'm giving you an order now. See these missiles? Load as many as you can. Once they're full, I'll send you over the beast tide.
Your only mission is to use these missiles with replaced fuses to bombard them.
Understand?"
Yi Ruizha agreed without hesitation. These were missiles, the kind that could be used to kill a whole host of enemies.
One missile could wipe out an entire area of them.
He quickly ran to the side and began to empty his storage space, but as he did so, he ran into a problem. Although these were missiles that had not participated in intercepting asteroids and were discarded, they were still quite large. With a single missile having a diameter of more than 1 meter, not even counting the length. He couldn't fit many of them in his space, so he ran to Huangfu Zhirong and complained, "Commander, the missiles are too big, I can't fit many in."
"How many can you pack at once?"
"It can barely hold about 20. My current storage space is still at level 3. I haven't had time to expand it."
Expand?
Although Huangfu Zhirong was not a spacetype, he knew from internal information that each level of storage space in a spacetype system required expansion by the user.
But after so much time, shouldn't this kid have already completed the expansion?
Then, realizing what was happening, he paid special attention to Yi Ruijia's energy fluctuations. Although they were well hidden, he still sensed 4 fluctuations.
"You broke through to a higher level, kid?"
"Yes, I just broke through a few days ago."
"Good lad, you actually managed to fool me. Hee, just lucky, just lucky. You can't fit many, right? That's easy, I'll have them remove the warheads."
After saying that, he loudly notified the soldiers who were busy changing the fuse. If the warheads are removed, this would be able to hold hundreds of warheads.
The soldiers immediately sprang into action, quickly disassembling the missile warheads.
Soon, the warheads were neatly arranged to the side, and Yi Ruijia was busy putting them into his storage space. Thanks to everyone's efficient collaboration, Yi Ruijia's storage space was quickly filled to the brim with bullets. The warheads vary in size, with the largest weighing 600 kilograms and the smallest weighing 100 kilograms, and they are all filled with TNT explosives. Just as the warheads were loaded, Huangfu Zhirong received a call from Wang Xinlei through his communication stone.
"Commander, the beast tide has begun to move. All personnel, prepare for battle." After ending the call with Wang Xinlei, he turned to Yi Ruijia and said seriously, "Comrade Yi Ruijia, I'm asking you this seriously now. Are you willing to fight to defend the country? Always be prepared."
"Alright, I'll set off with you. I'll be in charge of flying, and you'll be in charge of teleporting. Once we're above the beast tide, just drop the warheads.
Remember, don't get entangled with the mutated beasts in the air. Our mission is to reduce the number of beasts in the tide as much as possible, understand? Let's go."
After saying that, he grabbed Yi Ruijia and soared into the sky, flying westward.
One was responsible for flying, and the other for teleporting. In just 3 minutes, they encountered the beast tide. Huangfu Zhirong couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of spatial travel.
Although it was the middle of the night, one could clearly see the forest below billowing with dust, the huge trees shaking violently from the impact, and the smaller ones being knocked down by the beast horde. The beast tide had only just begun to move, and judging from the extent to which the trees in the forest were affected, the battle line had already stretched to 5 kilometers long, and the depth was impossible to estimate.
This was definitely far more than 1 million beasts.
"We'll proceed, just pull the safety pin before dropping the warhead."
Huangfu Zhirong led Yi Ruijia from north to south so that the missiles could better cover the beast tide.
Yi Ruijia didn't care what level of mutated beast it was.
He pulled the safety pin and started throwing bullets down.
His hands didn't stop, and bullets fell like raindrops. Soon, the first warhead exploded less than 5 meters above the ground, followed by a series of explosions in a line, like a string of firecrackers being lit. A violent explosion resounded through the night sky, and flames shot into the air, illuminating a vast forest.
The beast tide was thrown into chaos by the sudden bombardment.
Countless mutated beasts were blown to pieces, especially those at the center of the explosion, which were instantly vaporized. Huangfu Zhirong and Yi Ruijia did not pause at all, continuing to shuttle over the beast tide, constantly dropping warheads. Each explosion unleashed a bloodbath amidst the beast horde, the powerful shockwaves knocking the surrounding mutated beasts to the ground. However, the beast tide was so large that, despite suffering heavy losses, it did not stop its advance. Yi Ruijia had no choice but to speed up the throwing of the warheads, his hands working non-stop like machines. Huangfu Zhirong was also flying at full speed, searching for the most densely populated area of the beast tide so that the warheads dropped by Yi Ruijia could have the greatest effect. The continuous bombardment caused Yi Ruijia's warheads to be depleted like a floodgate opening in less than 5 minutes.
"Commander, we're running out of warheads."
After Yi Ruijia finished speaking, he threw down about 10 more bullets, and then the warheads were completely exhausted.
Huangfu Zhirong also stopped to observe the beast tide below.
The bombardment just now seemed to have great destructive power, but it mainly killed level 2 mutated beasts, with very few level 3 or 4 ones. The explosion of a 600-kilogram warhead only severely injured level 3 or higher mutant beasts within a 60-meter radius. It did not kill them. Level 4 mutants were even less likely to be killed. At a radius of 120 meters, they could not even be killed by the warhead. Huangfu Zhirong frowned as he looked at the beast tide below. The power of the bullets was far less than he knew of their destructive force. While the two of them were having a blast on the front lines, 50 kilometers away on a mountaintop, a level 6 mutated tiger frowned as it watched the flames constantly erupting from the front lines. After breaking through level 6, it learned from hunting exploration teams that these two-legged creatures were called humans. "I originally thought humans were weak, but I didn't expect these things called weapons to be so powerful, though not powerful enough to make them retreat." It let out a long howl, and some flying mutant beasts that hadn't yet started their journey behind it took off and rushed towards the two of them. The two had only stopped to observe the beast tide below for a few seconds when they heard a long, drawn-out tiger roar.
Huang Fu Zhirong looked up ahead, focusing his abilities on his eyes.
His enhanced vision immediately told him that they had been targeted by high-level mutated beasts, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many flying mutated beasts rushing towards them.
With Yi Ruizha around, he wasn't worried about the two of them being surrounded and attacked, but he was very concerned about the tiger's roar just now, as he hadn't been able to find where the mutated tiger was. This can only mean two things: either the mutated tiger is very far away from them, beyond his field of vision, or it is a mutated tiger stronger than him. But neither of them is good news. Let's go. We're going back to base to get ammunition.
Huang Fu Zhirong couldn't think about so much right now. He just wanted to eliminate as many mutated beasts as possible before the beast tide arrived. Because of the presence of level 2 mutated beasts, the beast tide will not advance very quickly. It will take at least 3 hours to cover a distance of 800 kilometers. He wanted to use this time to kill more mutated beasts and relieve the pressure on the city's defenses. Before the flying mutant beast could even reach the front line, it had already lost track of the two men, which greatly displeased the mutant tigers behind them. But it also knew that the flying mutant beasts it sent out couldn't catch up with the two humans, because just now, it had also lost the presence of the two humans in its senses. To prevent the two humans from returning, it ordered these flying mutated beasts to move forward with the beast tide below, and to keep a close watch on the top of the beast tide. If the two humans were spotted, they were to be killed immediately. Upon returning to base, Yi Ruizha and his companion quickly replenished their ammunition. Huang Fu Zhirong estimated that, based on the number of mutated beasts bombed earlier and the remaining ammunition, they should be able to reduce the beast tide by 3/5.
Damn it, we don't have enough ammo.
Huang Fu Zhirong never imagined that China, a country with a phobia of insufficient firepower, would also experience a shortage of ammunition. But he didn't consider that, given the current scale of the beast tide, destroying 3/5 of a city's military reserves would already be incredibly impressive. Seeing that there was no way to completely nuke the beast tide, well, now we're out of nuclear weapons. Huang Fu Zhirong quickly requested support from his superiors. Others might not be able to get here in time, but Gong Kaihang would definitely be able to, and he could bring a few more people with him. Upon receiving Huang Fu Zhirong's request for assistance, Lin Hongwen, Li Yifei, and Gong Kaihang, who were far away in Kyoto, immediately set off. Lei Zhanyue, the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command, who happened to be visiting friends and relatives in Yeqing, also received the message
from the same channel.
He immediately said that he would also go and join in the fun, while Chang Yanzhong, who was accompanying him, was sweating profusely.
My dear old commander, could you please stop always rushing to wherever there's excitement? Fortunately, the straight-line distance between Yi City and Long City is 2,300 kilometers. Even if Lei Zhanyue and his strength flew directly across, they still wouldn't be able to catch up.
His idea was quickly shattered when the old commander asked Gong Kaihang to come and pick him up. Okay, if I can't make it myself, I'll just call a high-speed car, the kind that only takes a few minutes to get there. After receiving a response to his plea for help, Huang Fu Zhirong calmed down considerably.
As long as there were enough high-end combatants, any number of low-level mutated beasts would just be easy prey. He was already imagining whether those mutated beasts would be steamed or braised.
After Yi Ruizha loaded the warheads, they set off again for bombing, but this time they encountered trouble. Huang Fu Zhirong did not expect that the advanced mutant beasts would take countermeasures. The flying mutant beasts had already sealed off the airspace above. Fortunately, he discovered that there were no level 5 flying mutants. With his level 5 strength, he planned to force his way in. He soon realized he was being too optimistic. There were simply too many mutated beasts, and no matter how hard he tried to break through, he would be surrounded by thousands of flying units. The most deadly thing is that high-level mutant beasts don't care about the safety of low-level mutant beasts at all. Their attacks cover them up as well. He can disregard level 2 and 3 attacks, but level 4 attacks are not something he can simply withstand by brute force. As more and more level 4 mutated beasts surrounded him, he could no longer dodge them all and shouted, "Don't throw them yet, teleport away quickly." With both hands almost leaving after images, Yi Ruizha, in a state of excitement, quickly stopped, looked around, cursed, and teleported away with Huang Fu Zhirong. The humans who had suddenly vanished reappeared 2 kilometers ahead, and all the flying units frantically flapped their wings and gave chase.
Sir, are we not going to bomb it? Huang Fu Zhirong was speechless.
You keep praising how I throw the warheads, but you have no idea how much pressure I'm under.
We can't be reckless. There are too many level 4 mutated beasts.
From now on, you need to pay attention to teleportation at all times.
I'm already struggling to defend, and I can't take you to the bombing area. So, you decide where you want to bomb.
Yi Ruizha seemed to have his happiness suddenly taken away, and he lost interest.
Although we now have autonomy, we've lost the thrill of constantly giving things away.
The mutated beasts are coming. Prepare to teleport and charge.
After that, I'll only be responsible for defense. The rest is up to you. Ready, let's go.
The mutated beasts that had just charged forward lost the presence of the two again. After being stunned for a moment, they heard explosions coming
from behind them again.
When they turned around, they saw that the beasts had run behind them, so they had no choice but to turn around quickly. The mutated tiger following behind the beast-tide frowned as it watched all this. It didn't really care about a level 4 or 5 human, but its underlings couldn't handle the pressure. It let out a deep roar, and 2 level 5 mutated beasts beside it immediately soared into the sky, flying rapidly towards Yi and his companion. With the added obstruction of flying units, Yi had twice as much time to throw the warhead. As soon as he threw the warhead, he immediately left with Huangfu Zhirong. The level 5 mutated ape and fox, who were still rushing to the battlefield, were dumbfounded.
How could the 2 humans have suddenly disappeared?
As if knowing in advance that they would not be able to catch up, the roar of the mutated tiger came from behind them, prompting them to move forward with the beast tide. When the 2 humans appeared later, they had to stop them. Knowing that the mutated tiger didn't seem to blame them, they felt at ease and followed the beast tide. Back at base to replenish supplies, Huangfu Zhirong remained frowning. The first bombing raid had gone unimpeded, leading him to believe that since the beast tide lacked flying units, he could continue bombing with peace of mind. However, this was clearly not the case. The beast horde reacted to the second bombing raid, which means that the beast horde was definitely commanded by a highly intelligent mutated beast, otherwise it would not have responded in this way. While he was still thinking of a solution, his communication stone rang. It turned out that Lin Hongwen and the others had arrived. He told them that he and Yi Ruizha were at the base's ammunition depot, and the group quickly appeared in front of him. Lin Hongwen was quite concerned about the battle situation, and as soon as he appeared, he asked how the battle was progressing. Huangfu Zhirong told Lin Hongwen about his and Yi Ruizha's 2 discoveries of bombing the beast tide. Lin Hongwen pondered for a while and soon made a guess.
Old Gong, do you still remember the first time you entered the secret realm?
At the time, the 3 scientists said that the level 5 mutated dinosaurs inside all had a certain level of intelligence, but according to research, the intelligence of the level 5 mutated beasts was only equivalent to that of an 8-year-old child. Based on the previous intelligence, only 2 level 5 mutated beasts were detected.
Level 5 mutated beasts couldn't possibly make such rapid adjustments.
Therefore, I have reason to believe that the beasts that launched this tide were likely level 6 or higher mutated beasts.
Upon hearing Lin Hongwen's analysis, everyone gasped. Li Yifei nodded and said, "Your analysis is very reasonable.
It seems we need to prepare for the worst."
Brigade Commander Huangfu immediately arranged for the evacuation of the civilians and concentrate all troops on the West City Wall.
Lao Gong, you take over Xiaoya's mission.
Xiao Yi, you go and pick up Lao Lei and the others. Lao Lin, do you have any opinions? If not, let them start carrying out the plan. Lin Hongwen nodded. No objection, this arrangement is the most reasonable.
Dragon City cannot be lost, otherwise the beast tide will grow bigger and bigger until
it becomes uncontrollable.
Xiao Yi, I'm giving you a task. After bringing Lao Lei and the others back, you must immediately return to the Kyoto military region.
Oh, do we still need to go to Kyoto to pick someone up? No one answered. If no one wants to pick me up, why should I go back? I'm not going back. That's an order. I don't accept this order. I'm not a soldier yet. It's none of your business. You are now. Execute the order immediately. Then I can't go back even more. I don't want to be a deserter on my first day in the army.
Lin Hongwen was speechless after being rebuked.
You could say this kid is stupid, but sometimes his mind works incredibly fast.
You could say he's smart, but he's so stubborn at crucial moments.
Xiao Yi, you need to understand that this is for the sake of the bigger picture. Kyoto also needs people with special abilities like you to assist in the defense, Li Yifei explained patiently.
I don't care, I'm staying here and not going anywhere.
You think you can trick me into deserting? No way.
Yi Ruizha said stubbornly.
Gong Kai-heng said angrily, you brat, do you want a beating?
Believe me, I won't acknowledge you as my student anymore. Yi Ruizha clapped his hands and gave Gong Kai-heng 2 thumbs up repeatedly. Are you serious?
That's great. I've really hit the jackpot today. I've wanted to replace you for a long time. I never thought I'd have to change teachers. Gong Kai-heng's face darkened. This brat is so disrespectful. Who taught him this? Am I, as his teacher, really that incompetent? Have I driven you to the point where you're so eager to replace me?
The others wanted to laugh but dared not, never expecting that Gong Kai-heng would be outmaneuvered. However, the tense atmosphere eased considerably after being amused by these 2 clowns. Lin Hongwen broke the awkward silence for Gong Kai-heng, saying, "Alright, we can talk about other things later. Xiao Yi, go and pick up Lao Lei and the others.
Everyone else, get moving."
Yi Ruizha quickly saluted, then disappeared from everyone's sight to pick up Lei Zhanyue and the others.
Gong Kai-heng, with a dark expression, silently loaded the bullet. Only after the 2 of them disappeared did Lin Hongwen and the others dare to laugh out loud. However, he only laughed for a few seconds. Arranging for the evacuation of people is a huge undertaking, especially in this emergency.
The air raid sirens had been sounding all night, and now that people knew they needed to evacuate, panic began to spread among the civilians.
But more than panic, they trusted the military. Many passionate
passionate young people among the common people also applied to join the city defense army. This time, Gong Kaiheng took over the bombing mission and the two level 5 mutated beasts were completely unable to stop him. In addition, Gong Kaiheng had a lot of practical experience and could come and go freely in the beast tide. The mutated tiger also noticed this and immediately sent an order to the flying units ahead, carrying the fallen warheads into the sky.
The beast tide's sudden self-sacrifice further confirmed Lin Hongwen's guess. The bombing immediately reached a stalemate, and Gong Kaiheng immediately ordered the ammunition depot to set the fuse to 2 seconds.
With such a short fuse time, Gong Kaiheng could only teleport directly to the ground, put down the warhead, pull the safety, and then teleport away. The mutated tiger gritted its teeth as it watched Gong Kaiheng weaving back and forth.
The human's reaction speed was simply too fast. As
soon as it changed its strategy, the human immediately changed its approach, leaving it feeling exhausted from dealing with the situation.
But it's not time for it to make its appearance yet.
Only a little over an hour has passed since the start of the beast tide, and the beast tide hasn't even reached halfway. It doesn't want to expose itself too early. The mutated tiger kept issuing orders to adjust the situation, especially in the area where Gong Kaiheng appeared, to disperse the beast tide as much as possible. Although this arrangement was not very effective, it reduced casualties by nearly half. Gong Kaiheng frowned as he continued to fire warheads. The response to this beast tide was too fast. He had just changed the warheads and hadn't even killed many mutated beasts when the beast tide changed again.
Trying to pull this on me, huh? Let's see if you can run faster or I can deploy the troops faster.
After saying that, he took out the communication stone again and asked the ammunition depot to set the fuse to 1 second.
The result was that the company commander who was changing the fuse replied that 2 seconds was already the minimum delay and it could not be any lower, otherwise it would detonate immediately.
Damn it, this is forcing me to be ruthless. Then they told the ammunition depot to set all the fuses to detonate immediately, and to attach a wire more than 1 meter long to the pull ring. His decision stunned the soldiers who were replacing the fuses in the ammunition depot.
Are you planning to take everyone down with you?
However, Lin Hongwen quickly issued an order to do as Gong Kaiheng requested. Lin Hongwen didn't believe that Gong Kaiheng really intended to perish together with the beast tide. He must have a way to prevent himself from getting hurt. While the ammunition depot was busy adjusting the fuses again, Eurasia had already successfully met Lei Zhanyue and Chang Yanzhong.
Young man, who are you? How dare you block this old man's way? Believe me or not, I'll slap you.
A big slap, a really big slap. Eurasia broke out in a cold sweat.
Had the commander of the Eastern Military Region lost his temper? He wanted to attack him the moment they met. However, given old Master Lei's fiery temper, he knew that if he answered too slowly, he might actually get a beating, so he quickly replied, "Sir, I am the person who just contacted you and came to pick you up." "Ha, it's you? Why not Gong Kaiheng?" "Yan Zhong, was this the kid who just contacted you?" "I think so. What do you mean should? Do you want me to beat you up too?"
"Young man, quickly take out your communication stone so the commander can check it." Eurasia had never seen such an irritable leader before, so he quickly took out a communication stone and handed it to Lei Zhanyue.
Lei Zhanyue took the communication stone and glanced at Chang Yanzhong.
Chang Yanzhong immediately understood and took out his own communication stone to send a message.
The communication stone in Lei Zhanyue's hand immediately vibrated slightly and emitted a light. Using his mental power to probe, he confirmed.
It was the test voice message Chang Yanzhong had just sent. Nodding, he tossed the communication stone back to Eurasia and asked,
"Why are you picking us up? What's your name? Where's Gong Kaiheng?"
Chang Yanzhong felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. It was obvious who this young man was who could contact them and arrive so quickly. The old leader is still the same as always, never thinking about things he doesn't care about.
"Commander, this is Eurasia. I was sent by Commander Lin Hongwen to pick you up."
Old Gong should be being attacked by the beast horde right now.
"So you're Eurasia from the other space system?"
"That's alright then, hurry up and take us there, my hands are itching to get there." Eurasia grabbed one person with each hand and started heading towards Longcheng. To his surprise, this leader didn't seem to care that Lao Gong was being besieged by the beast horde and even seemed impatient. On the way, Chang Yanzhong had to admire the speed of the space system. It was really too fast. The two of them had been rushing for an hour, but a level 4 guy carried them and they finished in less than 3 minutes.
Even Lei Zhanyue couldn't help but nod in approval.
On the front lines of the beast tide, Gong Kaiheng replaced the warhead with an immediately detonating one and began to show off his skills within the beast tide. He dared to change the fuse to one that would detonate immediately by covering his entire body with a barrier of spatial compression, pulling the safety pin, and then teleporting away while protected by the spatial barrier. The idea was good, and he succeeded, but he discovered that the mutated beasts behind him were also under his protection. Even after he teleported away, the mutated beasts behind him suffered very minor damage. However, this is still much more lethal than a 2-second fuse warhead, because the warhead explodes before the mutated beast can react. Although Gong Kaiheng's move was impressive, he didn't fare well either. It's true that he was protected by a a spatial barrier, but no matter how thick the space compressed by the barrier was, it couldn't go faster than the speed of light. He definitely took the full damage from the intense light of the explosion. His vision is now blurred, and he can only rely on his mental strength to find his way. After 2 shots, he couldn't take it anymore. The intense light was too damaging. If it continued, he would go blind. I quickly retreated and got a welding mask to wear, which made me feel a little better. The immediate explosion of the warheads left the beast horde with no way to escape, and the mutated tiger could only try to disperse the beast horde and minimize casualties. After detonating the warhead about 10 times, Gong Kaihang discovered that at the moment of the explosion, the space at the center of the explosion briefly collapsed. However, he was too busy to take the time to experience it. A few minutes later, Yi Ruizhi had already returned to Longcheng with Lei Zhanyue and Chen Yanzhong and saw Lin Hongwen on the city wall. Without saying a word, Lei Zhanyue walked up to Lin Hongwen and asked, "Little Lin, how's the situation?" "Old squad leader, you're here. We don't know the latest situation yet. We'll have to wait for Gong Kaihang to come back." But when he came back last time, he reported that almost 2/5 of the beast tide had been wiped out. How come it's only 2/5 done? It's been almost 2 hours. Why is the progress so slow? Are you old guys slacking off? Lin Hongwen broke out in a cold sweat. "Old squad leader, which eye of yours saw anyone slacking off? We're all so busy we can barely keep our feet on the ground." He dared not say those words aloud. He didn't want to experience the old squad leader's violent temper. "By the way, what happened? That young man said Gong was surrounded and beaten by a horde of beasts. A gang up on you? No way. How come I didn't know that? Little friend, come here." Yi Ruizhi shrank his neck and walked over. He had heard everything just now. Even Lin Hongwen had to call him old squad leader, and his teacher Gong Kaihang was just called young master Gong. It was clear how high his seniority was. Calling him little kid was an honor. He was now regretting his careless words. "Didn't you just say that Gong was ganged up on?" "Well, old man, I was just guessing. Besides, even if he were ganged up on, he wouldn't be in any danger. If he can't beat them, can't he just run away? You and he have some kind of conflict?" "No, how could I dare? He's my teacher. How could I dare to have any friction with him?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Lei Zhanyue grabbed his ear and said, "You're so young and you dare to fool an old man like me? Do you think I'm an old geezer who's easy to fool? Ouch, ouch. Grandpa, be gentle. Grandpa, let go. Humph, you must respect your teachers and elders, understand?" Okay. Yi Ruizhi admitted his mistake, and Lei Zhanyue then let him go. The ears were pulled until they were red and swollen, and the 2 sides were obviously asymmetrical. When he finally managed to escape, Yi Ruizhi covered his burning ears and muttered under his breath, "He's so unreliable, and he won't even let me have a say. It's just too unfair." Just as Lei Zhanyue was about to continue learning about the beast tide, he heard Yi Ruizhi's mutterings and turned back to ask, "Does Gong Kid often skip your lessons?" Seeing that Lei Zhanyue wanted to ask more questions, Li Yifei quickly leaned close to his ear and gave a general account of the situation between the teacher and students. After listening, Lei Zhanyue burst into laughter. "Haha, I like this kid. He's to my liking. But you too. Gong doesn't have time to teach you, so you have to be understanding and not always go against him." Yi Ruizhi quickly responded, "As long as you don't pull my ear, I'll say whatever you want." Before long, Gong Kaihang returned after clearing out the inventory, covered in dust and dirt. He immediately saluted Lei Zhanyue upon seeing him. "Gong boy, what's the situation with the beast tide right now?" "Old chief, I don't think things are very optimistic." "Commander Lin's guess is right. The beast tide is responding very quickly. There must be a higher-level mutated beast commanding it. I've been busy bombing the beast tide and haven't had time to scout out where this mutated beast is. How many beasts are left in the tide? What about the ammunition situation?" "There are still about 1 million beasts left in the horde. We have enough warheads for 2 more bombs. The rest we can only rely on the city's defenses to hold out." "Kobayashi, how is the evacuation of the people going?" "Old squad leader, 2/3 of the civilians have been evacuated." "What about manpower for city defense?" "I have arranged for those awakened below level 2 to escort the people to evacuate. We now have 70,000 level 3 awakened individuals, 40,000 volunteers from the civilian population, 30,000 level 4 awakened individuals, and all the level 5 awakened individuals are here." "Gong boy, what's the current level distribution of the beast tide?" Gong Kaihang shook his head. "Old chief, it's been bombing for so long, there's no way to estimate the damage." Huang Fu Zhirong continued, "Old chief, the initial reconnaissance revealed that there were 200,000 level 3 mutated beasts, 50,000 level 4 beasts, 2 level 5 beasts, and 1 mutated beast that might be level 6 or higher. However, this information was from several hours ago." After listening, Lei Zhanyue nodded, then turned to Gong Kaihang and asked, "How much damage does bombing do to level 3 and above?" "Only the center of the explosion can kill them. I'm now specifically targeting these level 3 and above mutant beasts. However, they may be under orders from the commanding mutant beasts and are scattered. A single warhead can only kill 7 or 8 at most, and the rest are cannon fodder below level 2. How long until the beast tide arrives?" "At the current speed,
speed. There are less than 2 hours left. Don't rush to use the remaining bullets. After you replenish them, go and scout out the Beast King's location. Gong Kaihang quickly went to get the energy stone to recover, and about 10 minutes later, he began to teleport to the rear of the Beast Tide. This time, instead of bombing the Beast Horde, the main task is reconnaissance, so Gong Kaihang teleports directly from a higher altitude. Upon reaching the end of the Beast Tide and carefully sensing, he found no high-level mutated beasts, only some Kurami. There were, indeed, only 2 level 5 Kurami, which were still in front of the Beast Tide, waiting for him to appear and block his bombardment. Undeterred, he continued to teleport backward. When he was more than 40 kilometers away from the Beast Tide, he sensed a powerful energy fluctuation. At the same time, the mutated tiger suddenly looked up at the sky tens of thousands of meters high. It had been paying attention to the airspace below 10,000 meters. It didn't expect that humans would act so unpredictably. However, it didn't care at all. Level 6 was its confidence. Upon seeing the human who had been bombing the beast horde charging towards it, it immediately leaped into the air and pounced on the human who had delivered himself to its doorstep. As soon as the mutated tiger moved, Gong Kaihang also noticed it. I didn't expect it to be a level 6, but you've been hiding it well, following 50 kilometers behind. Gong Kaihang wasn't worried about being hurt by the mutated tiger. He teleported away to avoid its pounce. Seeing that Gong Kaihang dared not fight him, the mutated tiger showed a disdainful expression. This human-like expression made Gong Kaihang frown, thinking to himself that it indeed showed great wisdom. Mutant beasts with little intelligence would only show excitement or roar. They couldn't possibly have such an expression. He teleported behind the mutated tiger and used spatial cut, but the mutated tiger easily dodged it by simply twisting its body and then spat out a wind blade at him. Gong Kaihang quickly dodged. He dared not take the level 6 mutated beast's skill head-on. After exchanging a few more blows with the mutated tiger and confirming that it was wind type and had no other supernatural abilities, Gong Kaihang dodged and retreated. The mutated tiger was very disdainful. This human had come over, exchanged a few blows with him, and then ran away, not even bothering to warm up. Gong Kaihang returned to the city wall and reported his findings, but Lei Zhanyue overstepped his authority and issued orders. Although this place is under Lin Hongwen's jurisdiction, would he dare to have any objections? Besides, his command experience wasn't as strong as that of veteran squad leader Lei Zhanyue. Order, all level 5 awakened ones, set off together to carry out a decapitation operation. Gong boy, you take us all to a place far away from the beast tide and ambush us. Then you go and lure that beast here. Without this beast in command, even if the beast tide doesn't disperse, it will greatly reduce the pressure on the city's defenses. Yes, everyone responded immediately. Then, hand in hand, they had Gong Kaihang escort them to a location 30 kilometers behind the mutated tiger, where they could secretly lie in ambush. What they didn't know was that Yi Ruizhe had secretly followed them the moment they left. He didn't want to miss such an exciting battle. This is also because Lei Zhanyue is not familiar with Yi Ruizhe yet, otherwise, he would definitely have sent him away before giving orders. But now it's too late to say anything. Gong Kaihang came over to provoke it again. The mutated tiger was a little displeased. It couldn't ignore him. From their previous exchanges, it knew that this human had the ability to hurt it. The human and the beast exchanged blows, one move at a time. It wasn't that the mutated tiger didn't want a thrilling battle, but rather, that the human wouldn't let it get close. Every time it unleashed a move, the human could dodge it by taking advantage of the distance. It thought it had driven the human away, but the human suddenly came back and attacked it. As the fight went on, it got really angry. Seeing that the time was right, Gong Kaihang began to fight and retreat simultaneously. Before long, Gong Kaihang lured the mutated tiger into their ambush. Seeing that the mutated tiger had successfully fallen into their trap, the group hiding in the shadows had nothing to say and immediately unleashed a barrage of skills. The sudden attack caught the mutated tiger off guard. It hurriedly dodged, but was still hit by 2 skills. After regaining its footing, it looked at the 2 wounds on its side. Although it was only a minor injury, it was still very angry. It never expected that humans would be so uncivilized as to launch a sneak attack. The attackers frowned as well. Their strongest attack had only managed to inflict 2 small wounds on the tiger. This mutated tiger was wind attribute, clearly not a mutated beast known for its defense. Fortunately, the mutated tiger wasn't a mutated beast from the secret realm, otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to even break through its defenses. The mutated tiger roared, and a fierce wind arose around it, clearly enraged. It flashed and pounced on Li Yifei. Li Yifei couldn't react in time and was instantly knocked away. One of the things that had injured it was an attack from Li Yifei. Seeing this, the others unleashed their skills in an attempt to suppress the mutated tiger. Lei Zhanyue shouted loudly, "Don't panic, focus on teamwork." However, the mutated tiger was extremely fast, weaving through the crowd and launching continuous attacks. In just over 10 rounds, apart from Lei Zhanyue and Gong Kaihang, all 4 others were injured. Just like picking on the weakest persimmon, the mutated tiger also targeted the most severely injured Huangfu Jiron. After dodging the attacks of the others, it quickly pounced on Huangfu Zhirong.
Upon seeing this, Gong Kaiheng quickly cast a spatial barrier in front of Huangfu Zhirong to slow down the mutated tiger. Suddenly, a barrier appeared in the middle. The mutated tiger raised its claws and slammed them down on the barrier. The barrier was hit hard, and after a few ripples, it could no longer withstand the attack and shattered.
Gong Kaihan's eyes narrowed. He was quite surprised that the spatial barrier could be broken by brute force. Fortunately, the barrier held for a little over a second, and Huangfu Zhirong took the opportunity to retreat rapidly, dodging the mutated tiger's attack. The attack was thwarted, and the mutated tiger stared intently at Gong Kaiheng. It was growing increasingly disgusted with this darting human. After fighting for so long, it hadn't managed to land a single hit. Seeing that it had failed to hit Huangfu Zhirong, it spat out two wind blades at Lin Hongwen and Chen Yanzhong, and then pounced on Huangfu Zhirong again. Everyone present was shocked.
This was clearly a scheme by the mutated tiger to attack the other two injured people while it continued to attack Huangfu Zhirong. It forces the troublesome Gong Kaiheng to choose between saving two or one. Huangfu Zhirong also saw through the mutated tiger's intentions and roared, "Leave me alone." He quickly formed an earthen shield, and his body began to petrify, intending to withstand the mutated tiger's attack head-on.
Gong Kaiheng knew there was no good solution.
With two directions, two people on one side and one person on the other, in order to maintain maximum combat strength, he could only choose to protect Lin Hongwen and Chen Yanzhong first. Lin Hongwen and Chen Yanzhong were furious, never expecting that they would be used by the mutated tiger. In addition to continuously unleashing lightning at the mutated tiger, Lei Zhanyue also exerted all his aura to suppress it.
The mutated tiger, which was charging towards Huangfu Zhirong, was taken aback.
It hadn't expected that this human, who hadn't been injured, would actually be so powerful. No wonder it was always a beat too slow when attacking him. As for his lightning, it had no good way to dodge it and could only take it head-on. Although Lei Zhenyue's full-force attack was powerful, it only managed to make the mutated tiger pause for a moment. Its huge claws were already raised high, with wind blades
swirling around them.
This was a move the mutated tiger had never used before, indicating that it had planned this attack in advance and that it would be extremely powerful.
At that moment, Huangfu Zhirong was prepared to sacrifice himself.
He didn't know if he could bear it, but he could do his best to bear it. At the critical moment, Eurasia suddenly appeared beside Huangfu Zhirong and quickly teleported away with him. As soon as they left, the earth shield was smashed to pieces by the mutated tiger, unable to even provide the slightest resistance. One time, it missed and the mutated tiger was very confused. It was clear that the human who was jumping around was going to save someone, so how could it come back to save the human it was attacking? Now, not only was the mutated tiger stunned, but everyone present was stunned.
When Lei Zhanyue saw that it was Eurasia, he burst into laughter.
"Ha ha, good lad, you really did follow me." The others broke out in a cold sweat.
"Since you had already guessed that he would come along, why didn't you send him away beforehand?
In a battle where death is a constant threat, do you think it's appropriate to let him come along?
I know what you're all thinking.
The child wanted to come along, and there's nothing you can do to stop him. Since you're here, please help out.
I believe you won't let me down.
This is necessary." Gong Kaiheng knew it wasn't a good time to say anything, so he could only warn, "You brat, be careful. If you get even a scratch, I'll hang you up and beat you for 3 days and 3 nights. TCH, you should worry about yourself first." Suddenly, a person appeared on the battlefield. The mutated tiger did not attack immediately, but he soon realized that this was the human who had attacked the beast tied at the beginning. When it discovered that Eurasia was just a level 4 nobody, it was taken aback. Are all humans this stubborn? But the fact that someone who couldn't even fly dared to cause trouble only enraged it further, and it roared as it charged towards Eurasia. Eurasia and Huangfu Zhirong were dozens of meters away from the mutated tiger. As soon as they saw it move, they immediately teleported Huangfu Zhirong several hundred meters away. The mutated tiger immediately slammed on the brakes.
"This is too much. I barely moved and you retreated this far. How am I supposed to hit you?" Upon seeing this, Lei Zhanyue burst into laughter.
Sure enough, this kid had no intention of fighting the mutated tiger at all. While the mutated tiger was abruptly braking and staring at Eurasia, which distracted it, Gong Kaiheng had already condensed the spatial millstone and suddenly appeared beside the mutated tiger, pressing it down hard. Upon seeing that Gong Kaiheng had already mastered his ultimate move, Eurasia shouted, "Old Gong, when did you learn this move?
Didn't you say you couldn't learn it?" Gong Kaiheng didn't have time to deal with Eurasia right now. He was staring intently at the mutated tiger, hoping to hit it successfully, but in
his heart he was thinking, "I've been learning your trick for so long, if I still can't learn it, I might as well choke to death by drinking water." Gong Kaiheng's sudden appearance, accompanied by a move that startled it, caused it to instinctively twist its body in an attempt to dodge the attack. The spatial millstone struck its hind shell, instantly tearing through its fur. Fortunately, its body was already twisting, and the spatial millstone, having just broken through its defenses, hadn't yet reached its bones before it dodged the attack. Having failed in his sneak attack, Gong Kaiheng quickly fled, dodging the mutated tiger's counterattack as it turned around. The mutated tiger turned its head to look at its newly injured spot, furious. It had been a moment of distraction that allowed this human to launch a successful sneak attack. It roared, declaring that from this moment forward, it would no longer give these humans even the slightest chance. Seeing the change in the mutated tiger's eyes, Lei Zhanyue knew that the battle ahead would be even more difficult. At this moment, Huangfu Zhirong, who had been rescued, said to Yi Ruizha, "Let me go, I have to go help."
Yi Ruizha nodded and replied, "Could you lure it to the ground to fight? That way I can help out."
"Okay, I'll talk to them." Seeing that Huangfu Zhirong agreed, Yi Ruizha readily let go and then teleported to the ground. Huangfu Zhirong returned to the battlefield and told the others about Yi Ruizha's idea. The others also agreed to fight on the ground, since having an additional space-type support would increase their chances of winning. When the mutated tiger saw these people suddenly fly towards the ground, it knew that they wanted to fight it on the ground, which suited its needs perfectly. On the ground, it could unleash its full power. Fighting in the air doesn't seem like much, but once they're on the ground, it's a completely different story. The ground was immediately riddled with craters, billowing with dust, and a large number of trees around it fell down, with wood chips flying everywhere.
As both sides became more cautious, the human camp adopted harassment tactics.
Whoever the mutated tiger wanted to attack, that person would quickly retreat, and the others
would immediately regroup to prevent the mutated tiger from using a feint attack.
The four of them working together were just enough to withstand the mutated tiger's attack. After descending to the ground, the mutated tiger gave Gong Kai Hang no further chances. Its mental energy constantly monitored the fluctuations around it, and the only thing it could not defend against was Lei Zhanyue's lightning strike and momentum. After several hundred moves, the six humans and the tiger were unable to gain the upper hand. With Yi Ruizha occasionally helping to rescue people, the mutated tiger felt extremely passive and completely entangled by these humans. The six main fighters were also in a bad situation. The intense battle had left them overwhelmed and exhausted. The group was getting increasingly frustrated as the fight continued. If things continued like this, they would definitely be the first to run out of energy and be defeated. Yi Ruizha, who was helping out, also realized that the situation was not good, but his attack was not even a drizzle. Only the space millstone could make the mutated tiger dodge for a moment, and if it could not dodge, it would be smashed by a single slap. Yi Ruizha was speechless.
"If you can just smash it, then just smash it. Why do you have to dodge and make me keep happily condensing the space millstone? This can't be blamed on the mutated tiger."
Yi Ruizha's spatial millstone posed no threat to it, but why didn't it dodge when it could?
It's no longer the same as before, and it's still foolish enough to confront everything head-on. Since the space millstone didn't cause any damage, he'll have to use a new move. However, this new move isn't even finished yet, so he doesn't know how effective it will be. With such a fast movement speed, the mutated tiger definitely can't complete 6-way or 8-way maneuvers. Only 4-way maneuvers can be used in a short time. To increase its power, he also had to shake the space itself with all his might. He kept circling around, waiting for an opportunity to unleash his new skills. The mutated tiger has been fighting for so long but hasn't been able to take down a single person, so it's probably gotten really heated. It began to gather energy continuously in its throat, and everyone quickly noticed its abnormality. This time, the energy gathering took a little longer than usual. Perhaps due to the increasing accumulation of energy, the mutated tiger's movements became affected, and its evasive maneuvers became somewhat sluggish. Yi Ruizha knew that his chance had come. Whether it worked or not depended on this. "Strike while the iron is hot. Let's take advantage of your weakness and kill you. Give him a beating."
He clenched his fists twice, and 4 visible spatial waves converged toward the mutated tiger. The mutated tiger had no idea what Yi Ruizha was up to. It had needed to dodge the black discs earlier, but with this wave, it didn't even need to dodge, because it was completely harmless. Huangfu Zhirong also saw Yi Ruizha's move and immediately understood that it was Yi Ruizha's way of practicing his skills after asking him about wave collision. Similarly, he knew how to amplify the effect of this skill, but seeing that Yi Ruizha was unlikely to seize the opportunity, he yelled at Gong Kaihang, "Old Gong,
wave collision center point."
Gong Kaihang didn't understand what Yi Ruizha was trying to do at first, but after Huangfu Zhirong reminded him, he immediately understood and seized the opportunity to strike the center point where the 4 spatial waves converged. A ring-shaped spatial wave immediately appeared at the center, colliding violently with the 4 waves that Yi Ruizha was about to converge. The already distorted space became even more distorted due to the collision, emitting a violent cracking sound. The cracks seemed to be tearing the entire space apart and pulling it into an abyss. The mutated tiger had not expected that the seemingly ordinary waves would suddenly become so violent, and it was no longer possible to escape this area of spatial rupture. Immediately abandon the gathering of energy and urgently concentrate the energy in front of you to form an energy shield. The energy shield had just formed and hadn't had time to be reinforced when it was torn apart by the crack. One crack even reached its front abdomen, which was also ripped open with a large, dark gash. The cracks appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. From the collision of waves to the healing of space, it was only a blink of an eye. The power of this weapon sent a chill down everyone's spine. spine, including the mutated tiger. While everyone and the tiger were momentarily stunned, Lei Zhanyue had already gathered his strongest attack once again and struck at the wound on the mutated tiger's abdomen. Seeing the flashing lightning, everyone came to their senses. The mutated tiger also realized at this moment that it had been seriously injured by the attack just now. The part that had been hit by the crack was in excruciating pain, and blood was gushing out like a high-pressure water gun. Before it could even make a move, Lei Zhanyue's lightning gave its wound a scorching electric shock. However, we really have to thank Lei Zhanyue for this. The blood that was just gushing out like it was free was stopped immediately. Being severely injured by these humans, especially Yi Ruizhe, enraged it even more, and it immediately chased after Yi Ruizhe. Yi Ruizhe dared not fight it and quickly fled, but to his dismay, the mutated tiger seemed to have its sights set on him and relentlessly pursued him. Seeing this, the others quickly gave chase in an attempt to hold off the mutated tiger, but they soon realized that they couldn't catch up at all. Apart from Gong Kaihang, it was impossible for anyone present to keep up. Lei Zhanyue frowned and said to Gong Kaihang, "Call the child back. It seems that the beast is using the opportunity of chasing him to escape. If it wants to escape, we can't stop it. The priority now is to deal with the beast tide." Gong Kaihang immediately took out his communication stone and sent a message to Yi Ruizhe. Yi Ruizhe was taken aback when he received the message. "You're not chasing me?" Regardless of whether it was true or not, he quickly changed direction and teleported. Just as Lei Zhanyue had said, the mutated tiger didn't chase Yi Ruizhe at all, but flew straight into the depths of the Liangshan Mountains. It had no choice but to escape. The crack had torn open several of its internal organs, and it had also been struck by lightning. It was now in dire need of treatment. When Yi Ruizhe returned, the group quickly asked him and Gong Kaihang to take them back to the city. They had been fighting the mutated tiger for over half an hour, and the beast tide was approaching Dragon City. After they returned, the four of them would need to heal their wounds, and even the three who were not injured would need to replenish their energy. They would be unable to stop the beast tide for the time being. When they returned to Dragon City, the beast tide was already 170 kilometers away. In another half hour, it would be within range of the city's defensive artillery. Even without the mutated tiger's command, the beast tide will still assault Dragon City. Fortunately, the two level 5 mutated beasts, sensing that the mutated tiger had been defeated, also chose to flee. Without the command of the advanced mutant beasts, the last part of the beast tide began to panic and started to turn back to the forest, but most of the mutant beasts were still swept up and rushed towards Dragon City. Especially the mutated beasts in front. If they don't charge forward, they'll just get bumped and trampled to death by those behind them. Since Yi Ruizhe's consumption was not high, and he still had a space of bullets left to use, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him not to go and have a couple of rounds. The soldiers in the ammunition depot had the worst time, as the fuses had to be replaced again and again. Fortunately, there weren't many warheads left, otherwise I would have been cursing. Without the mutated tiger's command, Yi Ruizhe moved through the beast tide as if it were empty, his hands frantically pulling the safety locks, just having a blast. "It's just that I can't fly myself, and sometimes, because I don't teleport far enough, I get covered in dust from the air currents." Besides throwing bombs, Yi Ruizhe made some unexpected discoveries. Some mutated beasts would stop and snatch the blown-up corpses. "This is the perfect opportunity to send out a family bucket of food. I was just worried that the mutant beasts were too scattered." He began intentionally teleporting and throwing bombs laterally, hoping to attract more mutated beasts to fight over the corpses. There were just too many mutated beasts. Even though some had escaped, there were still 5 or 600,000. He couldn't possibly blow them all up by himself. Half an hour later, the beast horde had entered the range of the city's defensive artillery, and howitzers began to bombard the city without restraint. Yi Ruizhe was also launching his final bombing attack. Despite his efforts to reduce and deliberately lure the mutated beasts heading towards Dragon City, there were still over 400,000 of them. With the 1,000 city shields firing, Dragon City is about to enter close combat. Lei Zhanyue and Gong Kaihang, disregarding the need to recover their energy, immediately joined the battle. Group attacks were Lei Zhanyue's specialty. When he unleashed his full power, mutated beasts below level 3 immediately fell to the ground unconscious. Level 3 beasts could barely stand, but they were quickly targeted one by one. Level 4 beasts, seeing that things were not going well, quickly moved away from Lei Zhanyue's area. Gong Kaihang kept releasing cutting lines. In this kind of large-scale battle, cutting lines are the most effective. As the number of level 4 mutated beasts increased, the two of them were besieged. Gong Kaihang was alright, as he could teleport away from the encirclement at any time. Lei Zhanyue, on the other hand, was in a terrible situation. On the ground, he was only attacked by less than 100 level 4 mutated beasts, but once he flew into the air, the number of beasts attacking him immediately increased to hundreds or thousands. Fortunately, Gong Kaihang had been keeping an eye on him, otherwise he would definitely have been beaten to death by the mutated beasts. A large number of mutated beasts surged toward the city wall and began to pile up on top of each other. Even after being cut down at every level, the number of mutated beasts that managed to reach the city city walls was still astonishing. The lower level ones are alright, most of them can't even climb the city wall, but the level 3 and 4 ones have already started killing on the city wall. The 4, who were recovering from their injuries, disregarded their own recovery efforts and joined the battle. Although they were all level 5, they could take down level 3 and 4 opponents with a single move, just like Lei Zhanyue. However, the sheer number of mutated beasts was overwhelming. Moreover, some soldiers lacked combat experience and were unable to withstand the surging beast tide, resulting in casualties. They could only do their best to protect the city's defensive weapons and let them take down a few more mutated beasts. The city defense battle was too bloody and did not pass censorship, so it has been modified and deleted. In just 12 minutes, the walls were covered with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with severed limbs and broken bodies everywhere. Watching the warriors who hadn't retreated an inch fall one after another, Lei Zhanyue and the others, who were desperately trying to hold off the beast tide, felt their hearts bleed. They are all fine sons of China, and the future of China.
We absolutely cannot let them all sacrifice themselves here.
Lei Zhanyue could no longer bear such a tragic sacrifice and roared, "Those at level 4 and above, stay with me and provide cover. The rest of you, retreat." Lei Zhanyue and several other level 5 warriors stood at the forefront, desperately resisting the attacks of the beast horde, and their injuries were increasing. Huangfu Zhirong and Li Yifei had their arms bitten off. Zheng Yanzhong's calf had been swallowed by some mutated beast. Lin Hongwen had a deep gash on his chest that exposed the bone, and even Lei Zhanyue had a sharp spike piercing through his abdomen. All the level 4 soldiers and volunteers were wounded. Only Yi Ruizhe and Gong Kaihang remained uninjured. Once the fighting entered the urban area, the geographical advantage greatly reduced the attacks of the mutated beasts, giving the remaining survivors a chance to catch their breath. In the narrow alley, the mutated beast only knew how to charge around aimlessly, but was held back by the rows of soldiers using the ancient 3-stage firing method. In urban warfare, enhanced awakened ones are temporarily rendered useless unless they have a large number of throwable items. Otherwise, they can only temporarily retreat to heal their wounds and make spears for throwing. They had little advantage in close quarters combat with the mutated beasts in the alley, since the mutated beasts also had ranged attacks. The most enjoyable alleyway battles belong to Yi Ruizhe and Gong Kaihang. They only need to use the cutting line traps, and they don't even need to use the spatial
cutting. When there are too many mutated beasts, they can just send a millstone over and clear out the entire alley.
It's even more enjoyable than a grass-cutting game. Inspired by street fighting, Gong Kaihang also developed a new combination technique, using spatial expulsion to gather scattered mutated beasts together, and then using spatial millstone to wipe them out. Although he was very tired, he had to admire how useful the space millstone was.
He hadn't had time to try Yi Ruizhe's new move in the previous battle with the mutated tiger. He knew the principle behind it, and it was very simple, but he didn't have the time now. Yi Ruizhe, on the other hand, kept running back and forth in every alley. If he saw a few mutated beasts, he would place cutting lines. If he saw a lot of them, he would place millstones. After placing them, he would leave without staying for even a second longer. Knowing that they had an advantage in street fighting, the soldiers deliberately demolished some houses to create long passageways. Once these passages were completed, the soldiers who had been holding the line began to fight and retreat. Upon arriving at this pre-prepared battlefield, which was also a pre-prepared slaughterhouse, the mutated beasts' offensive was finally completely halted. Even Lei Zhanyue and the others were given a chance to catch their breath and take turns healing their injuries. The battle raged from dawn till dusk, leaving everyone exhausted. Fortunately, reinforcements from other cities had arrived. When they reached Dragon City, all they could see were corpses strewn across the ground and pools of blood, a scene of unimaginable carnage. The arrival of the reinforcements finally brought a sigh of relief to the exhausted defenders of Longcheng. Lei Zhanyue also temporarily handed over command to Gong Kaihang. He had been holding on by sheer willpower, as had the others, and now they all needed to receive treatment. As time went on, the beast tide's offensive weakened, and the number of mutated beasts decreased dramatically. Some of the mutated beasts that still had some sense began to flee out of instinct. With these fleeing mutated beasts leading the way, more mutated beasts were swept up and fled together, and the beast tide began to collapse on a large scale. The beast tide receded like a receding tide, leaving behind only a devastated battlefield, littered with collapsed buildings and fragments of corpses. Gong Kaihang did not order a pursuit, knowing that the soldiers were exhausted and that a hasty pursuit at this point might result in unnecessary losses. The primary tasks are to clear out the remaining mutated beasts in the city and rescue any surviving soldiers, while also organizing medical teams to provide emergency treatment to the wounded. The search and rescue operation was very slow. They were able to rescue a few soldiers who had just fallen and were unconscious from the recently concluded urban warfare, but they were unable to find a single soldier still alive after that. The battlefield in the city was somewhat better. Although there were many corpses, few were buried, and most of them could be identified as the remains of the victims. But the closer they got to the city wall, the fewer remains of the fallen soldiers became. In the end, they could only occasionally find some broken remains in the cracks between some collapsed collapsed buildings.
The soldiers from other cities who came to provide support grew increasingly somber as they cleared the wreckage. The remains of the soldiers were clearly those of people who had been eaten by mutated beasts. Finding even a piece of torn clothing was considered finding their remains, and that was considered relatively good. Most of them left nothing behind. The only proof that they had fought to the death here was the bloodstains covering the ground. After 30 hours of post-battle cleanup and preliminary statistics, the total number of participants in the Longqing battle was 143,612, of which 42,345 were volunteers. The number of casualties was 36,840, including 31,314 level 3 awakened and 5,526 level 4 awakened. There were a total of 71,200 level 3 soldiers, of whom 65,504 were killed in action. There were a total of 30,067 level 4 soldiers, of whom 24,956 were killed in action. The total number of casualties in this battle was 127,300, accounting for a staggering 88%. This only includes the number of people from Longqing. Other reinforcements who came to support them are not included. Most of the soldiers who died were killed in battles on the city walls. After the battlefield shifted to street fighting, the number of casualties was less than 20%. The number of destroyed buildings is incalculable, and Dragon City has consumed 94% of its ammunition.
When this data reached CEO Xing Zhenyu in Kyoto, his hands were trembling and his heart almost gave way. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China, when has China ever suffered such a great sacrifice? And this was only a battle fought in one city in one day. At the same time, this also served as a wake-up call. If a level 6 mutated tiger could gather so many mutated beasts to launch a beast tide, what would happen if a level 7 or higher mutated beast launched a beast tide? This was something that General Xing Zhenyu dared not even think about. To prevent such a large-scale beast tide from happening again, General Xing Zhenyu ordered that all awakened individuals at level 3 or above be required to serve in the military and participate in the hunting of mutated beasts. Want to be exempt from military service?
Unless you make other significant contributions, like researchers in scientific research institutions. This order naturally provoked opposition from many selfish people. Later, Zhao Fugwa suggested that some quotas could be released appropriately, but these quotas must be purchased at a high price, priced at 10 small goals, on the grounds that too many places need funding and the country is already running a deficit. Although General Xing Zhenyu was very unwilling, money was needed everywhere, especially for city defense, which was now urgent. Even if the soldiers are willing to work for free, the country can't keep making people do the work without paying them. Even if the mining of energy stones were fully liberalized, the number of energy stones circulating in the market would still be small, as most of them would be absorbed during the cultivation of supernatural abilities. Only a small amount is kept as a reserve for emergencies.
This is due to the Chinese people's habit of saving money. Otherwise, we would be like people abroad, using up as much as we have and not keeping a single penny.
As for the cost of the research, it's negligible.
Whenever Zhao Fugwa thought about finances, he missed Yi Ruizhe terribly.
That kid had quietly set a small goal, allowing him to not have to worry about the research institute's funding for the entire year.
Following the Battle of Longqing, the defenses of cities across the country needed to be modified.
The street fighting in this battle played a significant role, so the city walls had to be extended outwards and hollowed out inside. This would greatly reduce casualties among the soldiers under the protection of the city walls. The same applies to the cannons on top of the city walls, because during the Dragon City Beast Tide defense battle, a large number of warriors were killed by the claws and mouths of flying units.
In short, the city walls must be transformed into a completely enclosed fortress of copper and iron.
3 days after the battle to defend Dragon City against the Beast Tide, flags were flown at half-mast across the country to mourn the fallen soldiers. At the same time, the hunting of mutated beasts began in various places. From then on, all the mutated beasts within China had a swear word they wanted to say to the mutated tiger: you can launch a beast tide, but the problem is you can't even win. As the first mutated beast in China to break through level 6, the mutated tiger was actually quite frustrated that it failed to conquer a city. As the post-war work was gradually completed, Yi Ruizhe was also assigned to the task of hunting mutated beasts. The only difference was that he could act alone.
If he dares not go to the Liangshan Mountains, why wouldn't he dare go to other places? Today he went to the Wuxing Mountains between Shandong City and Zhengde City.
This mountain range has a very long history and has also been called Wangmu Mountain and Yuhua Mountain. Legend has it that long ago, there was a village called Sangjia in the Wangmu Mountain area. In the village lived a kind old man named Sang, who left behind a son and a daughter after his death. The daughter lived with her brother and sister-in-law, who abused her in every way, forcing her to herd cattle during the day and weave cloth at night, and often not letting her eat her fill. Over time, Sang Nu became pale, thin, and frail, but she was kind-hearted and often did good deeds, so people liked her very much. One day, the mulberry girl fainted from hunger on the road where she was herding cattle. The old ox licked her her with its tongue, nudged her with its mouth, and knelt down on both hooves, asking the gods for help. At this moment, an immortal with white hair and a youthful face descended from the sky and landed in front of the Mulberry Maiden, saving her. Subsequently, the immortals brought the Mulberry Maiden and the old ox to the heavenly palace, bestowed upon the old ox the title of Golden Ox Star, and married the Mulberry Maiden to the heavenly court, bestowing upon her the title of Queen Mother. In memory of the Mulberry Maiden, later generations changed the village name to Wangmu Village.
As for the legend of Manhwa, there are more.
In ancient times, the water god Gongang and the fire god Zhurong fought a great battle, breaking the sky.
The water of the Milky Way
poured down, plunging the human world into a great disaster. Later, Manhwa could not bear the suffering of the human world, so she found 5 colored stones to fill the hole. There's also the legend of Manhwa creating humans from clay during the time of Pangu, which is one of the most widely circulated stories.
In addition, there is the story of slaying the evil dragon.
Legend has it that there was once an evil dragon that plagued the human world near
Manhwa Mountain.
Manhwa fought the evil dragon for 250 rounds before successfully slaying it and restoring a bright and clear world to the people.
Finally, there is the legend of Manhwa's giant foot.
It is said that after Manhwa refined the 5 colored stones into the sky mending stone, she used too much force while mending the sky, and her giant foot stepped on a mountain and caused it to tilt. From then on, the mountain suffered from migraines and became known as Pian-Tu Shan, Pian-Tu Mountain. Of course, there is also the legend of 5 Elements Mountain, where a mischievous monkey was once suppressed. This monkey was born from a stone
and ruled the mountain.
After a while, he got bored and went to 3-Star Cave to find the old Taoist priest Bodhi to become his apprentice. After mastering his skills, he felt incredibly awesome and started looking for people to challenge. Since he needed a handy weapon to fight, he took the East Sea's blind stick. Then, the bearded man from the underworld, whether to settle accounts or at someone else's behest, sent someone to steal the monkey's soul. The monkey was born from a stone. How could he tolerate such
rudeness?
He struck the man with a club, crossed out his own name, and also crossed out the names of his grandsons. Seeing that the deed was done, he returned to the mountain to continue being the king. The monkey was quite strong, so a few old men in the sky conspired to send someone to recruit him, giving him a random human servant. The monkey realized that these old men weren't sincere, so he decided to leave. But the old men had a mountain of unresolved debts waiting for him to settle, so they weren't about to let him go easily. So after some discussion, they decided to turn a blind eye and let the monkey steal the peaches and pills. The monkey was simple-minded. He ignored 7 beautiful women and only wanted to pick the peaches. After the monkey fell into the trap, a series of schemes began, and finally a group of shameless people ganged up on it and successfully pinned the monkey under the 5 Elements Mountain. It is precisely because of the many legends here, and the fact that some people can now fly and disappear into the earth, that people believe about 70 to 80% of these legends. Many people will come to these legendary places to explore whenever they have free time.
The 5 Elements mountain range is long, but not wide. Its widest point is only a little over 1,000 kilometers, and its narrowest point is less than 400 kilometers.
Most of the area has already been explored, and the mutated beasts inside have been mostly killed. The mutated beasts that survived were mostly harmless and innocent creatures. The bad ones had long since been hung up as sausages.
The reason so many people still come is simply because there are 3 secret realms here.
The level of these 3 secret realms is not high, just level 2, 3, and 4, one for each level. Yi Ruizha came here mainly to enjoy the scenery and, incidentally, to wander around the level 4 secret realm. Since he was already here, he figured he might as well go in and take a look. Level 2 and 3 secret realms are packed with people, but level 4 secret realms are deserted. When Yi Ruizha arrived at the entrance of the level 4 secret realm, there was not a soul in sight except for himself.
Since the secret realm opened, some less important secret realms have been left unguarded and can be freely entered and exited.
After Yi Ruizha entered, he realized why no one came to this level 4 secret realm. It turned out to be a desert secret realm, barren, and stretching as far as the eye could see.
No one would want to come here if there was nothing there. How could anyone be interested?
Yi Ruizha teleported upwards several times, but when he looked down from 10,000 meters above the ground, he could only see some green dots and nothing else. He knew without a doubt that those green dots were oases, and while free-falling in midair, he randomly chose an oasis and teleported there. Upon arrival, apart from a few trees and a small patch of grass, there was nothing else to be found, not even a single mutated beast.
How come it's designated as a level 4 secret realm but has nothing there?
Yi Ruizha muttered to himself, this secret realm is really too desolate. It may be classified as level 4, which means that there must be level 4 mutated beasts there. He just hasn't found them yet. Unconvinced, he searched several more oases, only to find some mutated beast footprints by the pools of water.
Judging from the footprints, these mutated beasts were not very large.
It wasn't until he found a relatively large oasis, covering an area of about 12 hectares, or perhaps it should be called a small forest, that he encountered his first mutated beast. When he saw the mutated beast, he understood why there were not only few people here, but also few mutated beasts. It was a mutated
scorpion that was a meter in size. This mutated scorpion was dark red all over, as if it had been soaked in dried blood. Its shell is as hard as iron, shimmering with a metallic luster under the sunlight, like a natural suit of armor protecting its body. The scorpion has a relatively small head, and its two huge pincers are like two sharp scissors, making a chilling snap sound when they open and close. The pliers are covered with sharp serrations. Once you get caught, you're sure to get your skin torn and bleeding. Its eyes, like two black gems, gleamed with a cold and wary light, constantly observing the surrounding movements. The scorpion's tail is held high. It is its most deadly weapon. The venomous barb at the end of its tail is long and sharp, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, clearly indicating that it contains potent venom. The stinger can swing flexibly, ready to launch a fatal blow to the enemy at any time. Its 8 legs are thick and powerful, each covered with sharp barbs, allowing it to move swiftly across the desert. As it moves, its legs rub against the sand, making a soft rustling sound, like the footsteps of death, sending chills down your spine. The mutated scorpion lay quietly on a rock in the oasis, seemingly waiting for its prey to appear. These shelled mutant beasts are the most difficult to deal with. They have incredibly thick defenses and are poisonous, making them practically untouchable iron turtles. Many people simply can't handle them. What a coincidence! Eurasia loves opening canned food. Condensing a millstone, throw it at the front half. The scorpion's value lies entirely in its stinger, which cannot be damaged. Its shell and pincers are also very valuable, but there must be some trade-offs. The mutated scorpion, which was lying on the rock, let out a sharp scream after being attacked. Before it could even figure out who attacked it, its body was cut in two. After disintegrating the mutated scorpion's corpse and teleporting it back into the sky, Eurasia immediately contradicted his previous statement that nothing had happened. About 200 meters around the oasis, a sudden collapse revealed 5 openings, from which a large swarm of mutated scorpions crawled out and surged toward the oasis. It turns out that the scorpion Eurasia just killed was both a sentinel and bait. The scream it made before it died wasn't a scream, but a signal that it had spotted its prey. Eurasia immediately understood that this oasis was a trap. Given the number and difficulty of these mutated scorpions, those who couldn't fly were practically doomed. They kept rushing into the oasis, and soon the oasis was full of them. Eurasia secretly teleported to the top of a tree to observe. These mutated scorpions kept patrolling and checking, and their sharp cries hurt his eardrums. Soon Eurasia was starting to curse. These scorpions not only patrolled the ground, but also climbed trees to check things out. Right now, 2 scorpions are climbing the tree where he is hiding, and he doesn't know whether he should stay and kill them. If he killed them all, and each mutated scorpion sold for 1,000 silver dollars, that would amount to several hundred thousand. Keep in mind that he's currently penniless. People who are poor will act foolishly. People who have no money will go crazy. People whose pockets are emptier than their faces. Isn't that insane? He threw down a millstone and went completely mad. All the mutated scorpions below let out piercing screams and swarmed towards Eurasia's tree. From the moment Eurasia threw down the millstone and swatted away 2 mutated scorpions that were climbing up, he had already decided to make a big splash. I'm so poor I'm about to go crazy. Who's afraid of who? In order to quickly eliminate the mutated scorpions, Eurasia began to frequently use a new move that only involved 2-way collisions, the shock domain. After Gong Kaihan's improvements, his new move has been fully formed, and the energy consumption depends only on the intensity of the vibration in the space. At the same time, Gong Kaihang also learned this trick because the principle was too simple. Eurasia was also puzzled as to who was whose teacher. On the contrary, Eurasia wanted to learn his space displacement, but he never learned it. With only a 2-directional seismic field and a power that can only cover a radius of 1.5 meters, its convenience and speed of use are undeniable. Any mutated scorpion that comes into contact with the crack will either die or be maimed. The scorpions that kept climbing upwards fell down like raindrops, none of them with intact exoskeletons. The earthquake zone was used extensively, and the tree trunk below was also torn open with numerous tiny gashes, making a cracking sound. In the end, the big tree could not withstand the pressure and began to fall. Once the big tree fell, Eurasia would simply move on to another tree, since the ground was covered with mutated scorpions anyway, so it wouldn't matter which tree he was on. These scorpions are stupid. They climbed up to the tree where Eurasia was, completely unaware that they had been kite-flying by Eurasia. Given the size of the tree trunk, only 3 or 4 scorpions could climb it at the same time. This kind of attack method, like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, involves sending them off one by one, while Eurasia kills them one by one. After killing all the mutated scorpions, the eldest brother will inevitably say, "This is another total wipeout." Eurasia was too lazy to deal with the scorpions scattered all over the ground, so he simply put them into his spatial storage. At worst, he could hire someone to break them down later. Each scorpion would only cost 10 energy stones, which was very cheap. He already had his own stock and didn't care about those pittances anymore. After collecting the scorpions, Eurasia planned to check out the 5 scorpion burrows, hoping there might be something good inside. Only Eurasia would dare to do something so reckless. Other awakened
individuals wouldn't have the guts, and they'd be trapped inside in no time. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, which was pitch black inside, I took out a fluorescent stone flashlight and a fluorescent stone lamp and began to venture deeper into the cave. As they went deeper, the air in the cave became increasingly humid and carried a faint, fishy odor. Not long after he started walking, Eurasia heard a hissing sound, which immediately put him on alert. As he turned a corner, there was a very large chamber inside, where several mutated venomous snakes were scattered and coiled up.
It's true that snakes and scorpions have always been one family.
These venomous snakes were enormous and brightly colored, their scales shimmering with iridescent light under the glow of the fluorescent stone flashlight. Eurasia did not act rashly. The brighter the color, the stronger the poison. In addition, the room was filled with things that emitted green light, and he did not know if they were poisonous. He did not want to be poisoned and die as soon as he went in. The advantage is that there is only one path: wash on. Eurasia retreated slightly without making a sound, and then frantically placed cutting lines in the passage.
One cutting line might not cause any damage, but what about 10 or dozens?
Not to mention that Eurasia placed over 100 of them. He would have continued releasing more if he hadn't released too much, causing excessive energy fluctuations that would have alerted the venomous snakes inside. After the mutated venomous snakes inside detected the energy fluctuations, they poked their heads out and extended their tongues to investigate. What they found was an old man gesturing wildly in the cave, doing something unknown.
Now that the intruder has been discovered, how could it be let go so easily?
The snake spat a mouthful of thick phlegm glowing green at Eurasia. However, these few phlegm spit out had barely gone a short distance when they started making a hissing sound, and were completely consumed before they even reached Eurasia. Eurasia was so angry that his liver trembled. He had painstakingly set up the trap, intending to wipe out all these spicy snacks in one fell swoop. But those few spicy snacks and a few spits ruined half of his trap.
If he let them spit a few more times, wouldn't all his hard work be for nothing? That's absolutely unacceptable.
He immediately used the maximum range of the shockwave field on the nearest mutated snake inside. Only the shockwave field could be released beyond the trap without destroying his hard work. Whether it was luck or coincidence, the mutated snake shrank its body into a ball, and it was this shrinking that allowed it to escape the coverage of the earthquake zone. This mutated snake seemed very dissatisfied with Eurasia's provocation and charged straight towards the passage, with the remaining snakes following closely behind. The cutting line was so fine that the mutated snakes leading the charge did not notice it at all. When its head hit the first cutting line, a crack appeared on its head caused by the cutting line. Sensing danger, it immediately stopped rushing forward, but the problem was that the mutated snakes behind it couldn't stop and kept bumping into it, causing it to keep moving forward. Its head was covered with countless cuts from the cutting lines, and it howled in pain. With several mutated snakes blocking the road, Eurasia wasn't about to let such a good opportunity slip by. He let out a happy aha, and immediately condensed a spatial millstone to throw it over.
One throw wasn't enough, so he threw a few more.
The mutated snake stuck in traffic had no way to dodge and was completely cut into pieces. He put the snake pieces away and was already wondering whether to braise them or make soup. Back at the entrance of the chamber, Eurasia hesitated and dared not go forward. He had already clearly seen that the green glowing patches inside were the thick phlegm and venom spat out by these poisonous snakes. He wasn't wearing a protective suit or gas mask, and if he went in and came into contact with the venom, he would be dead. Shining a fluorescent flashlight throughout the entire chamber, I found nothing of value except for a few snake eggs. After much deliberation, Eurasia decided that his life was more important, and he should give up the snake eggs. After leaving this cave, we went to the remaining caves, but there was nothing inside except some mutated scorpion droppings. After leaving the venomous lair, Eurasia traveled thousands of kilometers deeper into the secret realm, encountering only these venomous mutated beasts, and in very small numbers at that. Besides that, it was hot. His underwear had been drying and then getting wet again several times. Greatly disappointed, he had no choice but to leave this secret realm.
Coming to this secret realm was just asking for trouble. There was nothing good at all.
This was actually just another consequence of him not paying attention in class. In these venomous creatures' sanctuaries, all creatures prefer shade. During the day, a few of them will foolishly come out to forage, but they all only come out at night. At night, this level 4 secret realm becomes a battleground of gods, with all sorts of poisonous creatures emerging, making it incredibly lively. Therefore, this secret realm is also known as the Grazing Secret Realm. After leaving the secret realm, Eurasia arrived in Zhangda City, intending to buy all the scorpions he had, and only keep the fattest sections of the snakes.
Zhangda Jubaila flagship store, main store. Hello handsome, are you planning to buy or sell?
As soon as Eurasia stepped into the store, a young and beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam with a slit almost reaching his waist in a large open piece of fabric in front of his chest, revealing a voluptuous figure that was about to burst out, greeted him with a smile. Eurasia's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at the sight of such an exaggerated physique. Especially since it wobbles when you walk, it's definitely not made of silicone.
So what if such a beauty affects my cultivation speed? Dying under a peony is still a romantic death. For the sake of tenderness, I can abandon everything else.
Lost in his fantasies, he had long forgotten the solemn oath he had sworn years ago. The young woman seemed used to being stared at and didn't mind. She walked confidently up to Eurasia, waved her hand in front of him, and said in a high-pitched voice, "Little brother, are you alright?" This sudden movement was even more astonishing. She almost jumped out of her skin. Coupled with that sweet, soft voice, Eurasia's nose nearly burst with saliva.
He couldn't help but admire
the owner of Jubaila. They were a shrewd businessman.
With such a customer service representative, how could business not be good? This is a revised, longer paragraph, censored again.
Coming to his senses, Eurasia quickly replied to the young lady, "I'm here to sell things." While speaking, his eyes never left that abyss until the young lady said, "Young man, please follow me," and turned around, leaving him with nothing to look at. Only then did he smack his lips twice and follow her. The young woman led Eurasia through a spacious and bright hall to a quiet assessment room. She gracefully invited Eurasia to sit down, looking at him with a charming smile, gesturing for him to bring out the items he wanted to sell. Eurasia wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and Pig Brother replied with a smile, Okay, I'll get it right away." Although he tried to take it, his eyes were already glued to that abyss, unable to look away. A piece of snake meat and a scorpion appeared out of thin air on the ground. The young lady's eyes widened, and she covered her surprised mouth with her delicate hand. Eurasia's move really surprised her. When she saw him come in empty-handed and without any package, she assumed he was selling some kind of mutated beast essence materials, but now it was clearly not like that. Then she remembered the rumors about the Huaxia Superpower Academy and immediately guessed who this little Pig Brother who was drooling over her was. Her attitude immediately became more ambiguous, and she even took the initiative to stick close to him.
"Oh dear, brother, you're so naughty. You suddenly pulled something out and startled me. You have to make it up to me, brother."
Suddenly squeezed by the abyss, the nosebleed that had been building up finally burst forth.
"Oh dear brother, you're bleeding. Let me wipe it for you."
After saying that, she took the initiative to step forward and stick out her little tongue to lick away Eurasia's embarrassing nosebleed.
But the young lady's move was even more lethal.
Eurasia, who was originally sitting steadily, immediately felt dizzy and almost fainted from happiness.
Then, pointing to the non-existent blood on his lips, he said, Here, there's some here too, wipe it off."
The young lady sat on Eurasia's lap and teased him. "Brother, you're so naughty, but I like it so much." Unbeknownst to him, Eurasia had already fallen into the trap of the young lady and completely lost himself. Just as the young lady was about to take things further, the seal in Eurasia's storage space suddenly emitted a faint light. Eurasia immediately snapped out of his daze and quickly pushed the young lady away.
The young woman, who was almost successful, was completely bewildered. Why was she suddenly pushed away?
Eurasia, now fully awake, was sweating profusely. In just a short while, his belt had been unbuckled.
This young lady was incredibly fast.
The young woman who was pushed away had eyes full of resentment and grievance. She had finally met a young man she was willing to give herself to, but she was rejected. You know, she may look promiscuous, but she is still a genuine virgin.
"Brother, do you not like Wanwu or do you hate Wanwu?"
"Why, just tell me, and I'll change, okay?" With tears in her eyes, Yuanwu's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Anyone who didn't know the situation would surely think that Eurasia was a scumbag who had started a relationship and then abandoned her. Eurasia was sweating profusely.
"We've only known each other for less than 10 minutes. Why is it like I've abandoned you?" However, he quickly realized what was happening, frowned, and said seriously, "You dare to use your charm on me?"
Yuanwu quickly shook her head and waved her hands nervously. No, Wanwu doesn't know any charm magic, nor is she an awakened one." Eurasia was now confused.
Not an awakened one?
But he had clearly been charmed just now. Unconvinced, he placed his hand on Yuanwu's chest to examine her. After a while, he nodded and said, "She does not have any special abilities, but that's strange."
Yuanwu's face was flushed, and she didn't dare to move.
However, Eurasia's hand remained on her body.
She didn't know how long the examination would take, so she shyly whispered, "Brother, are you done examining me?"
Oh, the check is done." Reminded, Eurasia withdrew his reluctant hand without feeling embarrassed at all. He pretended to be serious and said, "I did not sense any superpowers in your body, but it is a fact that I was charmed by you.
Confess honestly."
Yuanwu felt even more wronged now, and she didn't know how to explain herself. From a young age, she was beautiful and pretty, and as she grew up, she became even more charming and alluring, with a figure that men couldn't resist. Therefore, she suffered a lot of teasing and harassment from childhood to adulthood and was sexually assaulted quite a few times. After she became sensible, she deliberately dressed herself up to look ugly, but this could not hide the beauty and charm that emanated from her every smile and frown. Many bosses, after discovering her beauty, would often use excuses to approach her, which led her to change jobs quite a few times. It wasn't until she arrived at the flagship store of Jubaila, where the owner was also a beautiful woman, that she was temporarily freed from her previous predicament. But ever since the boss found out she was pretty, he arranged for her to work as a receptionist and required her to wear makeup. It was precisely because of her prestigious reputation reputation that the shop was very successful, but it also attracted many capitalists and big shots who came to hunt for her. If it weren't for the boss's intervention, she would have been taken away by some capitalist or big shot and become their plaything. But she also knew that the boss could only protect her for a while, not forever. She also knew that the boss was just using her beauty. Once she was no longer of value, the boss would not hesitate to give her to someone else to extract the last bit of value from her. As for how she knew, it was because during this period she began to be frequently arranged to receive some important figures and capitalists, which she had already noticed. Although it was just ordinary tea serving and chatting, the number of times was a bit too many. Sensing the crisis and knowing that he couldn't escape his fate, he began to pay attention to these big shots and capitalists. Since he couldn't fight against fate, he figured he might as well choose one that he thought was reliable. Unfortunately, fate was cruel. Every man she met was only after her body. The best one could only be one of many secret lovers, not even a mistress. She knew very well that apart from her figure and appearance, she had nothing to offer. If you can't create value for others, no matter how beautiful you are, in the eyes of the elite, you are nothing more than an object that can be discarded at any time after use. She felt resentful that once these people got tired of her, she would become a tool for the upper class to vent their desires. It was precisely because of contact with these people in the upper echelons of society that I learned some secrets. Once I got involved, my life was over. The glamorous exterior hid nothing but a skeleton in the sand. So when she learned that the person in front of her was Yi Ruizha, one of only 2 in the country from the Kyoto Ability Academy, and of similar age, she did not hesitate to take the initiative. If she succeeded, she could completely get out of her predicament. Besides, what wrong have I done to escape my fate? Although it was her first time, she began to deliberately seek out a lot of learning materials as she prepared to accept her fate. She was a young woman who was proficient in all kinds of martial arts but had no practical experience. To her surprise, Yi Ruizha resisted her advances, which made her very doubtful about whether what she had learned was real or fake and how his acting was so different from reality. Now, facing Yi Ruizha's serious question, she felt extremely flustered. Could it be that she was really destined to become a plaything, just like her name suggested? Before she could answer Yi Ruizha's question, years of pent-up grievances welled up inside her like a tidal wave, and tears streamed down her face, soaking her chest. Yi Ruizha was at a loss for what to do. He had been talking so well, why was he suddenly crying? Yi Ruizha, who was not good at comforting people, could only hand the tissues on the table to Yuanwu. As Yuanwu, still sobbing, took the tissue, she noticed Yi Ruizha's gaze fixed on her turbulent abyss, and suddenly felt as if the whole world had turned dark. She quickly covered her abyss, angrily saying, "Just as I thought. You're just like those stinky men. None of them are any good." Yi Ruizha scratched his nose awkwardly and said, "Who do I look like? Besides, how could I resist looking at you dressed like that? And do we even know each other? It makes it seem like I started something with you and then abandoned you." Hearing Yi Ruizha's words, Yuanwu blushed with embarrassment. She was dressed so sexily that no man could resist looking at her. When she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms just now, it was already quite remarkable that Yi Ruizha was able to resist touching her inappropriately. Furthermore, as Yi Ruizha said, do they even know each other? At most, they've only just learned each other's names and have a business relationship. For a moment she was speechless, not knowing how to refute. Me. What do you mean, you? I'm just here to sell things, not the stinky man you're talking about, Yi Ruizha said, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Yi Ruizha's retort made Yuanwu's face turn even redder. She realized that she had really thought of Yi Ruizha as one of those stinky men before, except that this stinky man might be able to take her away from her misery. I'm sorry. In the end, she apologized, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Yi Ruizha couldn't stand Yuanwu's tearful onslaught any longer and said, "Can you please stop crying? Can you let me sell the stuff in peace? The way you're acting makes me feel like I owe you something." Yi Ruizha's words seemed to give Yuanwu some courage. She wiped away her tears and pleaded with Yi Ruizha, "Mr. Yi, could you please do me a favor and marry me? I know this request is unreasonable, but I really have no other choice. Please help me. I don't want to be someone else's plaything." Yi Ruizha was still in a daze, not yet having recovered from the fact that she asked him to marry her, and now another bombshell dropped. A toy? Whose toy is it? Second-hand goods? But such beautiful second-hand goods don't seem like a bad deal. But Yi Ruizha felt that things were not so simple. A stunningly beautiful woman with a great figure and appearance was begging to marry him. It seemed like a scam to take advantage of someone who had just met him. His vigilance immediately went off. "It hasn't been long since we met. Even if it was love at first sight, it shouldn't have happened that quickly." Yuanwu knew that her request was very abrupt, but she seemed to have no better choice. If she chose to marry Yi Ruizha, her final fate would still be to become a plaything, and she accepted that. So she began to tell her story. Half an hour later, Yi Ruizha was in a real bind. How did he end up with such a femme fatale? Regardless of whether what she said was true or false, she was definitely a 100% femme fatale, practically a modern-day Sudaji. "Xiaosu, although I really want to help you, I have no way of verifying what you said.
Mr. Yi, my name isn't Xiaosu. I'm telling the truth. Didn't you just experience it? Yi Ruizha was incredibly embarrassed. Can we please not mention what just happened? It's true you're very charming, and it's true I was momentarily captivated, but can we please not bring it up? I have my pride.
Yi Ruizha coughed lightly, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Well, Xiaosu, even if what you said is true, I can't just agree to it so easily. Marriage is a big deal. It's about parental consent and matchmakers' words. The documents say you're not an orphan, right?
Thank you, Mr. Yi. I understand what you mean.
After Yuanwu finished speaking, she bowed to Yi Ruizha to express her gratitude. Her sudden open-mindedness made Yi Ruizha feel even worse. She was now like a lamb that could not resist, its heart dead, waiting for darkness to fall. She wiped away her tears and gave a professional smile, saying, Mr. Yi, are these the only 2 items you wish to sell? Seeing the forced smile on her face, Yi Ruizha felt a sharp pang in his heart, an indescribable heartache.
Actually, Mr. Yi, I understand. This is just my wishful thinking. You don't need to worry about it. I'll go and call the appraiser to give an estimate right away.
After saying that, he turned around and left the assessment room. The moment she opened the door, she saw the boss at the corner of the corridor. Without even thinking, she knew that the boss had come to ask for information again. She quickly walked up to the boss and said, Boss. The boss noticed her face was a little flushed and assumed she had come to her senses. Although he was somewhat displeased that she had given her virginity to a stranger, he still patiently asked, Who is the customer inside? Yuanwu knew exactly what the boss was asking, and replied, The one inside is Mr. Yi Ruizha from the Kyoto Supernatural Ability Academy.
What? Are you sure? It's confirmed.
He can conjure things out of thin air, and his age and appearance match the description in the records. Very good, Xiao Yu. If you need anything in the future, just tell me and I will do my best to meet your needs.
Thank you, boss. I'll get back to work now.
Okay, go ahead.
After saying that, he left happily to prepare a gift.
Looking at the boss who she once thought could help her escape her misery, Yuanwu felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. After notifying the appraiser to come to the assessment room, she locked herself in the bathroom and cried silently. After 3 knocks, a man wearing glasses and a suit walked in. Before Yi Ruizha could even speak, he began to introduce himself.
Hello Mr. Yi, I am the appraiser of this Jubaila. My surname is Hu and my given name is Licheng.
Yi Ruizha no longer cared why they all knew his surname was Yi.
Mr. Yi, are you planning to sell these 2 items?
Yes, but this is just a sample. Upon hearing that it was just a sample, Hu Licheng's eyes immediately lit up, but he remained calm and said, Okay, please wait a moment, I'll give you an estimate right away. After a few minutes of appraisal, Hu Licheng said, Mr. Yi, this snake meat is from the 5 elements poisonous python. Its scales are good materials for armor, and its meat is also a rare delicacy.
This scorpion is from the red flame giant scorpion.
Its carapace, stinger, and pincers are also very good materials, but its meat has little edible value. If Mr. Yi had a whole 5 elements venomous python, he could pay 100,000 yuan for it, provided that the venom sac and gallbladder were intact. As for the crimson flame giant scorpions, their carapaces are quite damaged, so I can only offer Mr. Yi 900 each. If you need a large quantity, I can increase the price slightly. I have no objection to the price of the snake, but for this scorpion, you should at least give me a price. 1 yuan is appropriate, and 1,000 yuan is also appropriate. Well, if Mr. Yi has more than 10, the price can be increased by 50 yuan per piece, which is 950 yuan per piece. If he has more than 20, the price can be increased by 100 yuan, and so on.
Are you serious?
Yi Ruizha was delighted to hear this.
10 of them would increase the price by 50 yuan each.
He had 463 of them. He was sure to make a fortune. Mr. Yi, please rest assured, what I say is true.
That's good. I was just worried you wouldn't honor it. Let's find another venue. What does Mr. Yi mean by this? Hu Licheng hadn't even reacted yet.
It's fine if you don't want to exchange them, just call a few more people to move them. I have 463 scorpions, so forget about those 3, I'll give them to you for free. After saying that, he started throwing the scorpion corpses out with a bang. Hu Licheng was stunned.
What the hell? 463 of them? How much money is that?
After counting on his fingers, he broke out in a cold sweat. This was 1,472,000 energy stones. At 3,200 each, the price per stone was so high.
If the shop owner found out, wouldn't he skin him alive?
He was losing money hand over fist. Yi Ruizha quickly filled the assessment room. Seeing that Hu Licheng was still sitting there motionless, he urged, hurry up and call someone.
There's no room left. Mr. Yi, can we renegotiate the price? No way. This was agreed upon, it was consensual. What, you want to back out? No, I'll be right back.
Go on, hurry up, I don't have that much time.
Yes, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment.
After saying that, he hurried off to find the boss. He had to inform the boss about this matter. He couldn't hide it, otherwise the boss would find out immediately when checking the accounts. When the shop owner, who was preparing the gift, found out, he gave Hu Licheng a severe dressing crashing down.
Are you trying to help me lose money because you think I'm making too much?
A perfectly intact crimson flame giant scorpion only
Sells for 2,100 and you're going to make me lose 1,100 each with just one word? Is your brain filled with old, outdated Ollie gay?
Hu Liqing didn't dare utter a sound.
Besides, would he dare to say anything?
He swindled 506,000 yuan from his boss in just a few minutes. If he said he had no grudge against his boss, probably no one would believe it. After being scolded by her boss, she felt much better. 506,000 yuan seemed like a lot, but it was only for ordinary people, and she could afford to lose it.
But now she's in a dilemma. Should she still send gifts?
She had originally planned to send gifts worth around 100,000 yuan to curry favor with Eurasia, hoping to get on the military's good side. The military now completely dominates civilian organizations in every aspect, with enormous supply and demand, and stable prices. For example, the military has been killing mutated beasts outside recently. The military won't sell the materials, but they can't finish
eating all the mutated beast meat.
As long as they get the right to buy the meat, the price is more than 50% lower than the market price.
In addition, there are materials.
Obtaining the right to purchase animal meat is equivalent to obtaining the right to supply materials, and the price sold to the military is 20% to 30% higher than the market price.
The profit from trading in a single city is at least tens of millions.
Of course, the military wouldn't be so foolish as to only want one supplier. The costs would be distributed among multiple suppliers. She had just switched careers to become a distributor who buys low and sells high to make a profit. He had only just opened 3 shops, had some savings, and knew a few high-level business owners, but he was nowhere near the size of Hanyu Group. The reason for starting to arrange for Yuanwu to receive guests was because she was also beginning to feel the pressure.
My previous network of connections was severed after the global catastrophe.
Without any connections, it would be extremely difficult to infiltrate the military. Now that she's finally met such an important person, she doesn't want to let this opportunity slip by easily. But now that damned Hu Liqing, with just a few words, 500,000 yuan is gone.
Her total assets are only 8 million yuan.
With 500,000 yuan plus miscellaneous expenses and gifts, she's easily spent nearly 700,000 yuan. What she's thinking now is that if the price goes back on its word, her chance to befriend Eurasia will be basically ruined. But losing 70 of them at once is really painful for her, and her cash flow could be cut off if things go wrong. After much deliberation, she gritted her teeth and decided to give it to him.
With Yuanwu as a trump card, the success rate is very high. Now that she's driven Hu Liqing away, she's hesitating about what to give him as a gift. According to the information she received, Eurasia likes money.
She had been hesitating whether to give him a gift or just give him money, but now she knows what to give him. He probably wouldn't lack high-grade materials, as evidenced by the fact that he could pull out hundreds of crimson flame giant scorpions at once.
So what if she likes money?
I'll just give her money and beautiful women right now.
But before I do, I need to have a good talk with you, Yuanwu.
It would be awkward if she didn't agree when I gave it to her. She's already given him her virginity. If she's given to Eurasia, this girl probably won't refuse. She summoned Yuanwu and hinted at the matter to her. To her surprise, the girl showed no emotion, neither objecting nor agreeing. She simply said, "If you can persuade Mr. Yi, I will go with him." Perhaps it's because it was the first time, and there's still some resistance in my heart. After arriving at the assessment room, she first greeted Eurasia.
Eurasia was also puzzled as to why the people kept changing. Hello Mr. Yi, I am Lu Qianwen, the owner of Jubaila.
Welcome to my humble shop.
Hello Mr. Lu, are you here to pay? Lu Qianwen was speechless. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you rushing to be reincarnated? Mr. Yi, please don't worry. It will take some time to check the goods.
Although my shop is not big, it is a reputable business.
The price I promised you will not change. It's fine as long as it doesn't change.
Seeing that Eurasia had no emotion, she felt much relieved. She then clapped her hands and ordered people to start counting the scorpion corpses. She also asked someone to call Yuanwu over to pour tea and water for Eurasia. As the counts were completed, a total of 463 crimson flame giant scorpions and 3.5 5-element venomous pythons were found. Upon receiving the list, Lu Qianwen couldn't help but twitch her eyes a few times. She had to pull out over 1 million yuan at once. If these materials couldn't be converted into cash in time, her 3 stores would face a broken cash flow. However, she still gritted her teeth and said, "Mr. Yi, this is the inventory list. There are 463 crimson flame giant scorpions, totaling 1,481,600, and 4 5-elements poisonous pythons, totaling 400,000. In total, there are 1,881,600 level 1 energy stones. Please take a look, Mr. Yi." When Eurasia took it, he saw that Boss Lu had included the 3 scorpions he had promised to give to Hu Liqing, and even the half-spicy strip was counted as a whole one.
Boss Lu really knows how to handle things. Oh dear, Mr. Lu, I can't accept this.
I'll just round it down to 1.9 million.
Since Mr. Yi has asked, of course there's no problem. Lu Qianwen thought to herself, is this how value round down to zero?
But she was right. Compared to gifts, giving money was more practical. She then turned to the main warehouse pipe next to her. Go, have the finance department send over 2 million.
She also winked at him.
The warehouse manager understood and gestured for the others to leave the assessment room.
Ms. Liu is so generous, she's truly a heroine.
I wish her great success in the future.
Mr. Yi, you are too kind. I am just an ordinary shop owner. How can I compare to you?
I only hope that you will take good care of our business in the future.
No problem, no problem. I'll definitely take care of you from now on.
I've heard of people being taken advantage of, but I've never heard of someone eagerly offering themselves up to be taken advantage of.
Then thank you very much, Mr. Yi. Xiaoyu, come and make some tea for Mr. Yi.
Okay, boss. Yuanwu clearly doesn't know how to brew tea. The tea is dripping everywhere.
Is there a problem? No problem.
The boss didn't actually ask her to make tea. He just wanted to show off her cleavage. Perhaps having prepared herself mentally, she displayed her cleavage generously in front of Yi Ruizha, while also harboring a faint sense of anticipation. While waiting for payment that was deliberately delayed, Lu Qianwen and Yi Ruizha chatted, intentionally or unintentionally steered the conversation towards Yuanwu. Sigh, Xiaoyu is quite pitiful. She has a perfect figure and a beautiful face, but she is always being targeted by people.
I am also under a lot of pressure, and I am almost unable to take it anymore.
She said half the truth and half the lie. It was true that she couldn't withstand the pressure, but she was also among those who were thinking about her. She did provide Yuanwu with protection, but her main purpose was to extract more value from her. Otherwise, why would she have Yuanwu act as her consultant? It's not a crime for a woman to be beautiful, but it is a crime if she is so beautiful that she brings ruin to the country and has no powerful backing.
Who told you to be born into the wrong family? What do you mean by that, Boss Liu?
Seeing Yi Ruizha begin to walk in the direction she had anticipated, she couldn't help but smile slightly.
Let me ask Mr. Yi first, is our Xiaoyu pretty? Is she in good shape? Fantastic. Even Mr. Yi thinks it's good, and those prominent bald big shots think so too. They are now working together to pressure me to send Xiaoyu away. I'm in a dilemma right now.
On one hand, I don't dare to offend those important figures, but on the other hand, I really want to protect Xiaoyu.
But I really can't do it. Mr. Yi, what should I do? So you want me to take her in? That doesn't seem impossible.
Every man would want such a beautiful young lady. But I can't compete with those bald old men. They're big shots, and I'm just a student.
Wait a minute.
Since she knows who I am, she can't possibly not know I'm a student.
Could it be that her true intentions are not what they seem? Just as he was wondering what Lu Qianwen was up to, his communicator beeped. Excuse me, I need to take this call. No problem, Mr. Yi is lightweight.
Yi Ruizha picked up the communication stone, channeled his mental energy into it, and heard Gong Kaihang's voice coming from it.
You brat, where have you been? If you have nothing to do, hurry back to Kyoto.
Yi Ruizha was puzzled.
Hadn't he already told Gong Kaihang that he was going to travel all over the country? Why was he suddenly being asked to go back?
But he still wanted to find out first, just in case something really happened.
Hey, is Lao Gong there? If he is, just say so.
The other party responded quickly, clearly waiting for his reply.
I thought you were out having fun, you little rascal, not answering your phone.
Why did you suddenly have a change of heart and start caring about me?
What are you saying? When have I ever not cared about you? Every time you make a mess, I'm the one who cleans up your mess. You should examine your conscience and ask it if it hurts. I asked it, and it said it doesn't hurt. Are you asking for a beating, kid? Alright, you're not young anymore, you're in your 50s or 60s, how can you still be so childish? Hurry up and get to the point, I have things to do. What could you possibly be up to?
You're just trying to steal chickens and other petty thieves again.
Why do you look down on your students like that?
I just finished a 2 million yuan deal, and the boss even wanted to give me a young lady as a bonus.
Keep bragging. You don't even need draft paper anymore. That's pretty awesome. Don't brag, I'm telling the truth.
Yesterday I went into a level 4 secret realm and accidentally killed a few extra monsters. Yi Ruizha recounted the entire incident to Gong Kaihang in detail.
Gong Kaihang fell silent. Would anyone really be so eager to be fleeced and even receive a beautiful woman as a gift? He simply couldn't believe it.
However, he quickly figured out the real motive. 99% of the time, they wanted to use Yi Ruizha to get on the military side. Gong Kaihang didn't care at all about Boss Lu's petty schemes, but he was concerned about Sudaji, whom Yi Ruizha had mentioned. She has no special abilities, yet she can charm Yi Ruizha and almost make him fall for her.
Could it be that she has a natural charm? He quickly responded to Yi Ruizha. Bring the person back.
As for that Boss Lu, ask her for her communication stone number, and I'll have someone contact her. Also, don't have any more contact with this Boss Lu in the future. She's not a good person. Also, you should bring your Sudaji back right now. The leader has summoned you. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The premier will also be there.
Why didn't you tell me sooner that the premier was there? You kept rambling on and on. Can you please announce important things in advance in the future? I can't be bothered with you. Hanging up.
Hey, I have such a bad temper. The two communicated using their mental energy through a communication communication stone.
Apart from Yi Ruijia's last sentence, Lu Qianwen and Yuanwu couldn't hear a single word.
They were all very curious about who Yi Ruijia was talking to. Ignoring their curious gazes, Yi Ruijia directly asked for Lu Qianwen's communication stone number and explained that someone would contact her. This made her extremely happy. She never expected to make contact so quickly. She thought it would take a long time. As for Yi Ruijia taking Yuanwu away, all she could say was, "Take her away, take her away. I don't want to see this femme fatale for even a second longer." Yuanwu was overjoyed, never expecting happiness to come so suddenly, and quickly went to pack her personal belongings. Seeing that the deal was done, Lu Qianwen didn't want to delay any longer, so she quickly ordered someone to bring the payment and also sent someone to count an extra 200,000 yuan. In fact, the payment had already been tallied and was stacked in boxes next to the entrance of the assessment room. They spent a little time pretending, and then started moving boxes in one by one. While the staff were bringing in the energy stones, Yuanwu had already packed her personal belongings and returned. What surprised Yi Ruijia was that Xiaosu only had one suitcase full of luggage. "Are you sure you brought everything?" "Well, I don't have many personal belongings, just a few clothes. That's all set. Give me the luggage." Yuanwu thought Yi Ruijia would be a gentleman to her so soon and offer to help her with her luggage, but the luggage disappeared as soon as it was in Yi Ruijia's hands. "Ha! Where's my luggage? Don't make a fuss. Your luggage is still with me. Even if you lose it, your luggage won't be lost." Yuanwu said resentfully, "Shouldn't you be saying the opposite? How come my importance isn't even as much as your own luggage?" Lu Qianwen covered her mouth and laughed. "You two young lovers have already started flirting so quickly." Yi Ruijia glanced at her and said, "What flirting? I'm just stating the facts. Her luggage is in my storage space, there's no way it could be lost." Lu Qianwen was speechless. "So what you said is true. You're such a straight man, you don't understand romance at all." As all the boxes containing energy stones were brought in, Lu Qianwen said, "Mr. Yi, here are 2 million energy stones, 200,000 per box, 10 boxes in total. Please count them." Then, pointing to the extra box of energy stones, he said to Yi Ruijia and Yuanwu, "Mr. Yi, these 200,000 energy stones are my dowry for Xiaoyu. Please accept them." As expected of a boss who can run 3 shops, this move to cultivate goodwill is brilliant. It not only reduces Yuanwu's dislike for him, but also increases his presence in Yi Ruijia's heart. Yuanwu was deeply moved that Lu Qianwen would give her 200,000 yuan as a dowry, realizing that she had misunderstood. With tears in his eyes, he bowed to Lu Qianwen and said, "Boss, thank you." "No need to thank me. You've worked so hard for me for so long. Even if you haven't done anything outstanding, you've still put in a lot of effort. How could I let you down? Just remember to come back and visit me more often in the future." "Boss, wah! Oh dear, why are you crying?" Don't cry, sweetie. After you get married, remember to call me often so I don't miss you." Wah, I will." This touching scene failed to move Yi Ruijia, who thought to himself, "Did I say I wanted to marry her? But seeing them like this, it seems I shouldn't remind them." After storing all the energy stones into his spatial storage, Yi Ruijia reminded him, I need to get ready to leave." Lu Qianwen quickly pushed Yuanwu away and said apologetically to Yi Ruijia, "Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry, women love to ramble on, and I've taken up your time." Then he said to Yuanwu, "Xiaoyu, hurry up and set off with Mr. Yi, don't keep him waiting." Yuanwu hummed in agreement, her lips parted, and her face streaked with tears as she walked to Yi Ruijia's side. Yi Ruijia couldn't help but think to himself, this woman is really made of water, she can cry so much. Regardless of whether she agreed or not, he reached out and put his arm around her slender waist. He nodded to Lu Qianwen, said I'm leaving, and disappeared from her sight. After Yi Ruijia and Yuanwu really left, Lu Qianwen no longer needed to hide her feelings and laughed happily. What a scheming woman! As for Yuanwu, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart when Yi Ruijia suddenly put his arm around her waist. Before she could even imagine the future, a wave of dizziness hit her, followed by vomiting profusely. Yi Ruijia seemed to have anticipated this, and jumped several meters away the moment he appeared. After Yuanwu vomited everything out of her stomach, he took out some water and tissues and handed them to her. Seeing how hard she was vomiting, Yi Ruijia recalled the first time he teleported with Hua Hua. However, Hua Hua couldn't even stand up, and her vomit was colorful and swirling around like Thomas the Tank Engine. Her entire body was covered in her own vomit. However, it is quite surprising that Yuanwu was able to stand firm. Seeing that she had finished rinsing her mouth, Yi Ruijia said, "How about I knock you out first? Otherwise you'll be able to throw up even your own poop from the night before." Yuanwu shook her head and refused. "It's okay, if you can do it, so can I. You'll get used to it after a few times." "Are you sure?" Yuanwu nodded. "Okay, I hope you won't regret it." After saying that, he put his arm around her slender waist again and disappeared from the spot. As soon as she appeared, Yi Ruijia did the same thing again, except this time Yuanwu vomited so badly that even bile came out. "Is this how you used to practice your superpowers?" "No, why? I've never vomited." Only people without superpowers or those who are teleporting for the first time vomit. The meaning is very clear, you don't have any superpowers, so you vomit, and you keep vomiting all the way back to where you were.
That's why I asked you if you wanted me to knock you out. Yuan Wu was speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier?
I was so sick I couldn't tell which way was which.
Yi Ruizha shrugged. I didn't think of it at first, so I asked you right away. You said it wasn't necessary, so how can you blame me? It's definitely your fault. How could you do this? I just left with you, and you treat me like this. What will happen in the future?
Yi Ruizha didn't want to listen to her nonsense anymore, and he knew what she was going to say next without even listening, so he simply went up and touched her forehead, using his mental power to knock her unconscious. Then he picked her up in a princess carry and they disappeared from the sight of passers-by. Passers-by who witnessed this were outraged. In broad daylight, someone was actually abducting a woman, and such a beautiful young girl at that.
This was unacceptable.
They all pulled out their communication devices to call the police. Without the influence of the jetpack fighter, Yi Ruizha began to teleport at full speed, able to teleport twice per second, each time covering 2 kilometers. Although Kyoto is 4,500 kilometers away, it only took less than 20 minutes to get back to the Ability Academy. Yi Ruizha's return to the academy immediately caused a sensation. This guy actually brought back a pretty girl with a stunning figure today, and the worst part is that she's unconscious.
What's going on? This guy's gone astray? How should I know? I was just looking at the pretty girls. Me too. You know what? That beauty has a really hot body. Tonight I'm going to have sex with her. Brother, don't you want your Fukata anymore? You're already falling for someone else so quickly.
Yomei is beautiful, but she's past her prime.
She's not as good as this young lady now. What you said makes so much sense. I'm speechless.
Their conversation naturally aroused the girls' disgust.
However, the girls weren't as innocent as the boys.
They said all sorts of nasty and vicious things, which boiled down to calling the girl Yi Ruizha was holding shameless, a vixen, a slut, an artificial object, and someone with a surgically enhanced face.
It's really just envy, jealousy, and hatred.
Although Yi Ruizha isn't handsome, he's a space-type character, and that alone is enough for girls to animate him and make him look incredibly good. Now that her idol has suddenly returned with a shameless woman, it has immediately aroused public outrage. But all of this had nothing to do with Yi Ruizha. He simply carried the person back to his dormitory without any qualms. At that moment, the wolf cubs' hearts were broken, and the girls' hearts died too.
The same thought is screaming in everyone's mind. Why not me? Yi Ruizha threw the person onto his bed and then teleported to Gong Kaihan's office. Old Gong, I'm back. Gong Kaihang didn't even look up. So what if you're back? Why are you making such a fuss? Chow, didn't you tell me to come back? It's not time yet. It doesn't start until the afternoon. Tell me what happened. Awarding military rank and joining the party. Oh, I see. Ha, conferring ranks? What ranks?
Realizing it was a conferment of ranks, Yi Ruizha immediately became incredibly excited. He had thought Lin Hongwen was joking, but it turned out to be true.
It's a secret for now. Did you bring back your Sudaji?
TCH, they're about to meet the father-in-law, and they're still being so secretive. They brought the person back to my dorm, and the person is still unconscious.
Upon hearing the second half of the sentence, Gong Kaihang looked up at him and asked, You ate Xiaosu? What did you eat? Am I that much of a beast?
She couldn't handle the side effects of teleportation.
If I hadn't knocked her unconscious, would she have been back so quickly? It's fine as long as you didn't eat it. I didn't realize you were worse than an animal.
Hey, damn it, Lao Gong, how about we play around?
Alright, it seems you've forgotten your dark times. Damn it, I'm not playing anymore. You're definitely cheating.
Young man, as the saying goes, old people are shrewd and old ghosts are clever.
If you can't win, don't complain.
You're willing to accept the loss. Please. Yi Ruizha angrily opened the door and ran towards the playground, his head covered in notes. Yes, their rounds were just about flipping cards to see who was bigger, but Yi Ruizha was unlucky and almost never won. He already had a mop-like head, while Gong Kaihang only had 3 or 5 strands. A person with a head full of paper notes running on the playground didn't attract much attention, because there were just too many of these cases, almost all of them being punished by Yen Zhengming. The things placed on their heads were all sorts of bizarre items, food bowls, smelly socks, toilet plungers, basically depending on what the person being punished was holding at the time. After running 2 laps, Yi Ruizha heard Hua Hua's meows, but he didn't hear Hua Hua's voice transmission to him.
Moreover, a crescent moon mark appeared on his face without him noticing. He stopped and looked around, wondering where Hua Hua was, when Hua Hua suddenly appeared in front of him and started scratching his face. As Hua Hua relentlessly attacked him face to face, Yi Ruizha quickly teleported 5 or 6 meters away. Just as he was about to scold Hua Hua for what she was up to, something happened that made his eyes widen in surprise. Hua Hua reappeared in front of him and continued to attack his face. Although she was puzzled as to why Hua Hua was moving so fast, she decided to get rid of Hua Hua first. He teleported back 50 meters away and deployed a compression barrier around his body to prevent Hua Hua from suddenly reappearing. As a result, he went numb, but Hua Hua still followed him and kept attacking his face. Although each wound was very shallow and not disfiguring, there were just too many of them. Hua Hua's attacks were already very fast, and since he couldn't get rid of
Hua Hua even after 2 teleports. In just a few seconds, there was almost no place left on his face for Hua Hua to scratch. You can't just pick Hua Hua up and lift her high. She's your furious girlfriend right now.
What can I do if I can't afford to offend them? I can only keep hiding. I teleported again, this time to 100 meters away.
This time, Hua Hua was nowhere to be seen.
After letting out a heavy sigh, he yelled at Hua Hua, "Hua Hua, are you crazy? Look what you've done to my face."
"Humph, I'm already being lenient by not scratching you to death, you heartless bastard." After being rebuked by Hua Hua, Yi Ruasia was unsure if he had offended her in any way, and asked guiltily, "I don't think I've done anything to wrong you, have I?" Hua Hua walked towards him step by step, transmitting her voice as she spoke.
"No? Are you sure?"
Yi Ruasia felt guilty and tried hard to recall what he had done to offend Hua Hua, but after thinking about it, he couldn't think of anything.
"Hua Hua, we're good friends, so just say whatever you want.
Don't be like those girls who always ask guest dot.
Oh, so you're getting impatient with me now, huh? No, how could I dare? That means they don't love you anymore."
Yi Ruasia was completely dumbfounded. How come Hua Hua had learned all the tricks of her girlfriends in such a short time?
Who could answer that? Not saying anything? Humph, men are all the same, none of them are any good. Hua Hua, why don't you learn anything good?
You only learn this kind of useless stuff.
You need to know that you're not human. Am I an object? No, you're not a thing. No, you are a thing. You're not a thing. Oh no, this is making things worse. Fine, I'm worthless, then go die.
After Hua Hua finished speaking, she released a moonblade that flew towards Yi Ruasia.
Hey, Hua Hua, can you please stop messing around? You think I'm being unreasonable? Well then, I'll be unreasonable. My god, which damned bastard taught Hua Hua all this?
Don't let me find out, or I'll curse your whole family. Yi Ruasia was once again chased and beaten by Hua Hua. He discovered that as long as the distance between them was less than 100 meters, Hua Hua could appear in front of him immediately. But once they were more than 100 meters apart, Hua Hua would disappear without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Hua Hua would suddenly reappear and continue to scratch his face. There was no other way but to use the killer move. While Hua Hua was scratching his face, he grabbed Hua Hua by the back of the neck. Hua Hua's weakness was exposed, and she finally quieted down. This trick is foolproof, but it can't be relied on for too long. Otherwise, once Hua Hua realizes what's happening, he'll only face even more frenzied retaliation. If we're talking about who's happiest when Yi Ruasia gets beaten up by Hua Hua, it's definitely the girls who want to get close to him. Ever since Yi Ruasia and Lin Tianyu came out of the level 3 secret realm, Hua Hua has solidified her position as Yi Ruasia's first wife. Every girl who wants to get close to Yi Ruasia tries to please Hua Hua and gain her approval. Once Hua Hua approves, how far is it from him becoming her darling and her devoted follower? But now that Yi Ruasia has suddenly returned with a slut, they're all in an uproar and need to quickly inform Hua Hua. Hua Hua returned to the dormitory immediately, only to find Yuanwu unconscious. Fortunately, Yuanwu's unconsciousness was stable and she was not woken up by Hua Hua. What followed was the scene of chasing and beating Yi Ruasia on the playground. Yi Ruasia, carrying Hua Hua, quickly picked her up and began to groom her fur. Hua Hua, whose emotions had stabilized, hadn't had her fur brushed by Yi Ruasia in a long time, and for a moment she was reluctant to leave. Seeing that Hua Hua had stopped making a fuss, Yi Ruasia breathed a heavy sigh of relief.
This is so hard for me.
Even though he's made Hua Hua comfortable now, he doesn't dare ask questions here.
If he angers Hua Hua again, he'll be the one who suffers.
Since that's the case, we have no choice but to seek outside help. There are only 2 people in the whole school who can keep Hua Hua in line, Li Yifei and Gong Kaihang.
Li Yifei lost an arm in the Battle of Longcheng. I don't know if he has recovered yet.
It's best not to disturb him. In that case, I can only look for Gong Kaihang. She appeared in Gong Kaihang's office with Hua Hua.
Gong Kaihang asked in confusion, "What happened to your face? Aren't you just asking a question you already know the answer to?"
Looking at Yi Ruasia's face covered in cat scratches, it seemed like asking the wrong question was indeed unnecessary. So she asked Hua Hua, "Why did you do this to his face?" "It's his own fault for deliberately abandoning me and going off to play by himself."
"Just because of this? What else did you think?"
"Alright, from now on, just take Hua Hua with you when you go out."
"Why is that?"
"Anyway, I've already conveyed the message. Whether you bring it or not is up to you." Yi Ruasia was speechless and asked Hua Hua, "Hua Hua, do you want to come out with me?"
"Whatever you like. Whatever I like. Then can I not bring it?"
"Hey, Hua Hua, where are you going?" After Hua Hua finished speaking, she jumped down from his arms and went back to the classroom, ignoring him completely. Yi Ruasia scratched his head and complained, "Why are you ignoring me now?" Gong Kaihang genuinely admired this kid. The warning was so obvious, yet this kid was still so stubborn. He deserved to get beaten up.
"I can't be bothered with your cat-human romance anymore. Come on, let's go see your Sudaji."
After saying that, Gong Kaihang disappeared. You didn't even need to sense that he had gone to his dormitory.
"What are you all doing? Can't you just explain yourselves clearly?"
After venting, he went back to his dorm. The 2 didn't wait long before Yuanwu slowly woke up. She felt an empty stomach as soon as she woke up, and her intestines were were knotted with hunger. Seeing that there were other people with Yi Ruizha, she felt a little embarrassed, but still forced herself to ask,
Mr. Yi, could you give me something to eat? I'm so hungry.
Before Yi Ruizha could speak, Gong Kai-hang, who seemed to have been prepared, took out a rice bowl and a soup and handed them to her. Eat up. After receiving the rice and soup, Yuanwu disregarded her fairy-like image and wolfed down the food. She was simply too hungry. She had vomited up all the food in her stomach after being teleported twice, and her stomach felt burning as soon as she woke up.
Watching her finish the entire lunchbox, Yi Ruizha was quite surprised and whispered to Gong Kai-hang, "This food?"
Gong Kai-hang guessed what Yi Ruizha wanted to ask and simply replied with 2 words, "Level 1. Yi Ruizha stared wide-eyed at Gong Kai-hang, almost unable to resist giving him a thumbs up.
Was old Gong really that cunning?
Feeding someone who hasn't awakened their powers of enlightenment level 1 mutated food will likely cause them to overeat and die. Seeing that Yuanwu had finished eating, Gong Kai-hang said, Yuanwu is from Nanyang Village, Shuqiu. She was born in 2030 and is 23 years old this year. She has no siblings. Her mother passed away in 2042, and her father died in the mouth of a mutated beast during this year's global anomaly.
Am I right?
Yuanwu wasn't surprised. She had been investigated about her background many times before. She simply nodded and hummed in agreement. Yi Ruizha looked at Gong Kai-hang in disbelief.
It had only been less than 2 hours since he told Gong Kai-hang Yuanwu's name, yet he had already found out so much about her background so quickly.
Yi Ruizha didn't know that it was precisely because Yuanwu's family background was frequently investigated that Gong Kai-hang was able to easily obtain this information. Seeing that Yuanwu did not speak, Gong Kai-hang continued, "Since we let this brat bring you back, the academy has an obligation to protect your safety. You can live and study in the academy with peace of mind, but there is one thing: when the academy needs your cooperation in scientific research, you must obey unconditionally."
I understand. I was mentally prepared before I came.
Seeing her downcast eyes and dim gaze, I knew she had gone through many dark times and misunderstood him. Gong Kai-hang didn't offer any comfort, but he still gave her a guarantee: the academy will not do anything to endanger your personal safety, and no one will harass you.
You can rest assured about that. Yuanwu suddenly looked up.
At first, when she heard that she needed to obey unconditionally, she felt a sense of sorrow, thinking that she could not escape her fate even after coming to the academy.
But Gong Kai-hang's next sentence rekindled her hope. Looking at Yuanwu's face, which was said to bring ruin to the country,
Gong Kai-hang couldn't help but sigh. She was truly a femme fatale. She was indeed very beautiful, and with her pitiful and charming appearance, even he felt a surge of impulse, wanting to take good care of her. What puzzled Gong Kai-hang was why she possessed a natural allure, and how Yi Ruizha, a hot-blooded young man, could resist such a captivating charm. He couldn't figure it out for the time being, so he could only study it slowly later. Seeing that everything was fine, he said to Yi Ruizha, "She will live with you from now on.
Keep an eye on her."
"Ha, why is that?" "No reason, silly child, don't ask.
Hurry up and go find Mengru to treat your face.
The Prime Minister and the others will be here soon." After saying that, he disappeared from their sight. As soon as Gong Kai-hang disappeared, the room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. The two locked eyes, and Yuanwu's face immediately turned red.
Yi Ruizha roared inwardly, "What are you blushing for? I really don't understand why Lao Gong wants her to live with me. Isn't this inciting someone to commit a crime?" Gong Kai-hang didn't want to arrange it this way either.
Yuanwu's beauty was irresistible to both men and women. She would cause trouble no matter who she lived with. It was also unrealistic to let her live alone, as the harassment would continue. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Ruizha, who could resist her natural charm, became the best choice. In a room brimming with youthful hormones, a girl sat on the edge of the bed, head bowed shyly, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes so tightly they turned white, her face flushed red to the back of her ears. One stood there, locked in a fierce internal struggle, swallowing repeatedly as if being burned by flames. For a full 5 minutes, no one spoke first, and no one moved.
If Monkey King saw this, he would definitely give Yi Ruizha a thumbs up and say, "Dude, you have the style I had back in the day."
Perhaps the mutated food she had eaten was starting to take effect, because Yuanwu began to feel unwell. In this extremely awkward situation, she dared not move, trying her best to endure the swelling and pain in her body. Perhaps it was too painful, because she couldn't help but cry out. This was going to be the death of Yi Ruizha. "Why are you groaning for no reason? I'm already embarrassed and uncomfortable, and you're groaning without any pain."
Wait, why does she look like she's in more pain than me? No way, could it be that she—
While Yi Ruizha was lost in his fantasies, Yuanwu could no longer bear the swelling pain all over her body and screamed loudly. Upon seeing this, Yi Ruizha realized that it was because the energy from the mutated food had reached its activation time, causing his brother to have been looking forward to nothing. Scratching his head, he remembered that she might need to take a shower later, so he took out her luggage and went to clean the hot water. While the water was boiling, Yi Ruizha felt extremely uncomfortable and muttered to himself, "If you're going to yell, fine, but why do you have to make it sound so nice?
It's just asking for trouble."
Actually, he didn't need to explain. The whole college had already misunderstood. stood. His dormitory building was already packed with people, and his heart was broken.
Heavens above, please strike me down with lightning and kill me. I don't want to live anymore. My wife, how could you let that beast succeed so quickly? Wah, honey, how could you do this? I'm clearly your treasure. Wah, honey, I'm willing to be your mistress, just please look at me once. Why is it so noisy outside?
Puzzled, Ruwasia pushed open the door and saw a huge crowd of people below.
What are you doing here?
When Ruwasia came out, everyone was dumbfounded.
Weren't you working hard? Why are you making noise?
Soon everyone realized that they had all misunderstood, and the scene quickly dispersed in a chaotic manner. Seeing everyone hurriedly disperse, Ruwasia cursed, "What's wrong with them?" and went back to his room. But as soon as he closed the door, he heard it being scratched incessantly. Thinking it was Hua Hua returning, he turned around and opened the door, when a dark shadow pounced on him and started licking him incessantly.
"Hey, Koroko's back. Ha, you're the best. You know how to care for your master."
As Ruwasia stroked the dog's head, Heizi became even more excited, its tail practically leaving a blur. After the initial excitement subsided, Heizi became puzzled as to why there was an extra female on his master's bed who was making moaning noises. "Stop looking, it's been a long time since we had a drink together. Let's go for a drink later." Yuanwu struggled painfully on the bed for less than 10 minutes before the throbbing pain subsided. Ruwasia was puzzled this time.
Had he awakened so quickly? After Yuanwu stopped screaming, Gong Kai-hang appeared immediately.
He was also dumbfounded, having the same question as Ruwasia. After examining Yuanwu's body, the two were even more surprised to find that she had not awakened. Truly a case of a scorpion defecating alone. Gong Kai-hang's rice bowl for her was calculated and would normally be enough to wake her up, but now the facts are right in front of her. You two are truly a match made in heaven, both so special. Ruwasia understood Gong Kai-hang's words, but Yuanwu did not. Does this mean he approves of me being with him? Is she going to be his wife from now on? I haven't even picked out my wedding dress yet. Are we going to consummate our marriage tonight? Should I prepare a white bed sheet? What will you name your child? Grandparents-in-law? Oh, he's an orphan. He doesn't have grandparents-in-law. So who am I serving tea to? Yes, we should offer tea to this person. He seems to be his teacher. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Oh dear, I haven't bought a ring yet. I'll go buy one soon. I'm so excited and happy. I can finally get married. Neither of them knew that Yuanwu had been having a lot of internal thoughts. They just saw that Yuanwu was a little hesitant and assumed that she was uncomfortable because of the impurities forced out by the energy and was too embarrassed to say it. Your luggage is here, and the hot water should be ready soon. Go to the bathroom and take a shower.
Yuanwu gave a soft hum and quickly took her suitcase into the bathroom. The moment the bathroom door closed, she finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief and berate herself for being so weak. Hadn't she already prepared herself mentally? It's just getting married tonight. What's there to be nervous about? Seeing that Yuanwu had gone to take a shower, Gong Kai-hang said to Ruwasia, "You should also get ready in a bit. The premier's motorcade will arrive in 70 minutes. Oh, I almost forgot. Xiao Su, after you finish showering, stay in your room. I'm going to find Meng Ro for treatment." Without waiting for Yuanwu's response, he disappeared from the room. Gong Kai-hang naturally didn't want to stay and cause misunderstandings, so he also disappeared.
The room suddenly became quiet. Yuanwu was puzzled. She opened the bathroom door a crack and peeked out. Apart from Heizi wagging its tail excitedly at her, there was no one else in the room. Just as I was wondering where they had gone, I suddenly remembered that Gong Kai-hang had mentioned that the premier's motorcade would be arriving soon, so I quickly started taking a shower.
My man is going to meet the premier. How can he be so sloppy?
I have to help him fix his appearance so he can look his best when he meets the premier. After finding Yun Mengru, Ruwasia didn't care what she was doing and quickly asked her to help heal his smeared face. As soon as they were teleported in, they saw a snow-white body, followed by Yun Mengru's scream. Once Ruwasia came to his senses, he quickly made his escape. Why would you take a shower in broad daylight? This will only lead to another misunderstanding. After waiting a few minutes, he finally knocked on the door obediently.
Mengru, are you done yet?
No sooner had he finished speaking than the door was flung open, revealing Yun Mengru's angry face, glaring at him through gritted teeth.
Ha ha ha, Comrade Mengru, I've come to ask you for treatment. Ha ha, if you dare not knock again next time, I'll get the Prime Minister to deal with you.
Definitely. I promise I'll knock first next time. I swear on my life. Ruwasia quickly swore an oath, afraid that if he was too slow, he would upset the woman. She said that she could definitely get the premier to deal with her, since she had the right to contact the premier directly, a right that even he did not have. Yun Mengru knew the premier was arriving soon, so she couldn't continue to get angry. But before the treatment, she slapped him hard across the face. Ruwasia didn't dare to dodge. He really had to take the slap, otherwise it would never end. After venting my anger by hitting him, I spent another minute healing his face and coldly said, "Get lost." Then came the sound of Yun Mengru slamming the door shut. Ruwasia opened his face, which was no longer in pain, and thought to himself, "This woman has a strong grip. My ears are still ringing after the treatment." After receiving a slap from Yun Mengru and undergoing treatment, disappointment, I returned to my dormitory only to witness another exhilarating scene. Yuanwu had just come out of the shower, and her magnificent breasts were so large that they could barely be contained by her fluffy pajamas. Coupled with that vague, hazy feeling, Yi Ruijia's nose started bleeding instantly. Yuanwu, who was initially a little shy, couldn't care less about being shy when she saw Yi Ruijia's nose was bleeding. She quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe it for him. The same scene, the same setting, this time Yi Ruijia couldn't help but put his arm around Yuanwu's slender waist. Noticing her man embracing her, Yuanwu blushed slightly, wiping away his nosebleed while anticipating what would happen next. After wiping away the blood from her nose, Yuanwu saw that Yi Ruijia had not made any further moves, and she was filled with disappointment. It wasn't that Yi Ruijia didn't want to take things further, but rather that when he did, the seal of the space extinguished his anger again, and he entered a state of enlightenment once more. Seeing the expectant yet disappointed look in Yuanwu's eyes, Yi Ruijia said awkwardly, I'll go take a shower first. Yuanwu thought Yi Ruijia wanted to wash up first before getting intimate with her, so she shyly hummed in agreement. Then I sat on the edge of the bed, feeling both shy and excited with anticipation. A few minutes later, Yi Ruijia, having finished showering, came out dressed in a military uniform. Although Yuanwu was disappointed, Yi Ruijia, dressed in formal attire, was a pleasant surprise. Dressed in formal attire, Yi Ruijia looked dashing and upright, exuding a spirited air, and his every move revealed the heroic spirit of a soldier. He looked so imposing, his crisp formal attire highlighting the extraordinary temperament and dignified demeanor of a soldier. He was debonair, exuding a dignified yet elegant air. He had an extraordinary bearing. Yi Ruijia, dressed in formal attire, seemed to possess an innate boldness and an exceptional temperament. Yuanwu was completely mesmerized, her eyes fixed on Yi Ruijia. The flip-flops on her feet are a bit of an eyesore. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face that I haven't washed off? No, you're very handsome. Please sit down, I'll tidy you up. Yuanwu got up and pulled out a chair for Yi Ruijia to sit down. Although Yi Ruijia was very handsome, his hair was still messy after he had just washed it. Yi Ruijia, whose son was already quite grown up, had never been served before, and suddenly felt a little nervous, refusing with embarrassment. No need, I can do it myself. Yuanwu ignored his refusal and went straight over to pull him over and press him down on the stool. Sit still and don't move. My husband looks incredibly handsome in his military uniform. If I'm still being reserved, what if someone snatches him away? Why is there nothing on the table? Where are your toiletries? Yes, I'll get it out right away. Yi Ruijia usually keeps his daily necessities in his space for easy access, so apart from furniture, there is nothing in the dormitory. Now that he suddenly needs to use it, and a beautiful woman is helping him tidy up, Yi Ruijia, sitting on the stool, feels a little lost. Although he seemed a little nervous, he was inwardly screaming with rage. Yuanwu meticulously tidied his hair, taking it very seriously. Yi Ruijia's hair wasn't a buzz cut because he hadn't officially enlisted in the army, but it didn't look too long when he wore a hat. Where are your shoes? Hurry up and change them too. After putting on his shoes, he stretched his arms and legs and asked Yuanwu, how was it? The most handsome man in the world. As Yuanwu spoke, she stepped forward to straighten the wrinkles in Yi Ruijia's clothes that he had made when he stretched his arms and legs. Just as they finished, the loudspeaker of the energy stone, which the research institute had just developed and put into testing, rang out. Attention everyone, assemble. Attention everyone, assemble. It's time, I'm going to the assembly point. Okay, go ahead. The two parted reluctantly, much like a newlywed couple. When I arrived at the playground, I saw Gong Kaihang and went up to say hello before the others arrived. Old Gong, how am I doing now? As she spoke, she twirled around to show off to Gong Kaihang. Gong Kaihang smiled and nodded, saying, not bad, you're starting to look like a soldier. Yi Ruijia asked himself, puzzled, how come there's only a little bit? Is there something I haven't tidied up yet? No, everything is fine. Why are you the only one missing? Where is your Sudaji? Is she coming too? Isn't that obvious? She's a member of the academy now. Oh, I'll go back and bring her here right away. He then pulled out a women's formal suit and tossed it to Yi Ruijia. This is her formal attire, it should fit her well. Yuanwu, who had been lost in thought, asked in confusion when Yi Ruijia suddenly returned, why are you back? Yi Ruijia solemnly handed her the formal suit, saying, you're going to participate too. This is your formal suit. Change into it quickly. Can I really participate? At this moment, Yuanwu was surprised, moved, and happy. Although she didn't understand the significance of the military uniform, she knew that from this moment on, she was also an official member of the academy. Don't cry, hold it in. You can't cry in this kind of situation. Despite her efforts to hold back her tears, they spilled onto her chest. She quickly wiped them away, took the suit from Yi Ruijia, and hurried into the restroom to change. The moment she came out after changing, the unique aura of a soldier in formal attire gave this naturally alluring little vixen a touch of solemnity and majesty. Are you ready? Come on, I'll take you there. Since Yuanwu couldn't teleport, Yi Ruijia could only walk with her to the playground to assemble. Because Yuanwu took some time to change her clothes, there was no one on the road.
road.
Fortunately, the premier had not yet arrived, and when the two of them walked onto the playground, it immediately caused a stir among the whispers.
Li Fei, sitting on the podium, frowned.
The entire room fell silent. The students at the very front of the parade ground are the first batch of specially recruited students. Today is their graduation day, and also the day they officially enlist.
Yi Ruizha led Yuanwu to the front.
Yi Ruizha's seat had been reserved long ago, but there was no seat for Yuanwu.
Just as Yuanwu was feeling awkward and at a loss, Gong Kaihang suddenly called out, Yuanwu. Suddenly called out by name, Yuanwu was even more at a loss.
Yi Ruizha whispered to her that she should call out her name, and she responded in a sweet voice.
Yuanwu was a little confused and a little timid.
Gong Kaihang didn't urge her. After all, Yuanwu had only been at the academy for a few hours. Seeing that Yuanwu was still in a daze, Yi Ruizha had no choice but to gently push her to remind her, the vice dean is calling you upstairs. Don't just stand there, go upstairs quickly. Realizing what had happened, Yuanwu quickly went on stage and stood next to Gong Kaihang. Gong Kaihang led her to the front of the stage, then raised a megaphone and said, Comrades,
this is Comrade Yuanwu, a newly admitted student today. Let us give her a warm welcome. Everyone in the audience applauded enthusiastically.
Although the girls were somewhat hostile towards Yuanwu, they had to put aside all their dissatisfaction on such an important occasion. Didn't they see that all the high-level executives on stage were applauding? Given Comrade Yuanwu's special circumstances, she was arranged to share a dormitory with Comrade Yi Ruizha. After Gong Kaihang said those words, the audience was filled with the sound of heartbreak, and many people were secretly sobbing and reluctant to part.
Gong Kaihang was sweating profusely as he stood on the stage.
This girl's influence is too great. She's only been here a few hours, and she's almost caused chaos in the entire compound. Luckily, we arranged for her to live with that brat, otherwise things would have really gotten out of control.
Ahem, Comrade Yuanwu, you go down and stand in a row with the freshmen now. She responded and quickly ran off the stage.
She had seen the scene from below the stage clearly and dared not linger on the stage. However, the sheer force of her jog still elicited a wolf howl.
Now, not only was Gong Kaihang face-palming, but the high-ranking officials sitting behind him were also having a headache.
Otherwise, we might as well give her special tutoring. Otherwise, whichever class she goes to, that class will fall into chaos.
After the wolves' howling was stopped, the Prime Minister's motorcade drove into the college.
The college's senior officials, who had received the news, breathed a sigh of relief. It was just in time, otherwise, if the Prime Minister had seen these wolf cubs howling, he would have lost all face.
The convoy slowly drove into the edge of the playground.
Although these vehicles looked a bit awkward, they were indeed new products, all made from materials from mutated beasts and mutated ores, and the engines were also newly developed supernatural engines.
The speed may not be very fast, but it is safe.
After Premier Xing Zhenyu took the stage, he was greeted with enthusiastic applause from the audience.
Premier Xing Zhenyu was very pleased with this vibrant atmosphere.
In order not to take up the premier's time, Gong Kaihang said loudly, the first batch of specially recruited graduates, step forward. The first square in the middle of the formation stepped forward and stood at attention. The specially admitted students' contingent stood like a great wall of steel, perfectly aligned and magnificent. Those tall, upright figures seemed to have been meticulously sculpted with a ruler and a mold. Dressed in uniform military attire, their eyes were firm and piercing, their expressions resolute, revealing fearless courage and unwavering loyalty. From a distance, the formation resembles a magnificent painting, showcasing unparalleled discipline. They will become the guardians of the nation and the strong support of the people. Their magnificent presence inspires awe and fills us with boundless pride and a sense of security. Premier Xing Zhenyu walked to the front of the stage, looked at the neat formation, and nodded with great satisfaction.
Comrades, today is your graduation day. It's also your enlistment day. After enlisting, you will become soldiers of the Chinese nation. Let me ask you one more time, does anyone want to quit?
The premier's voice was loud and clear, full of authority.
The square formation responded with affirmation and determination, their voices deafening. All right, now, please take your oath.
Everyone in the formation raised their fists and began to recite the oath.
This was a pivotal moment that would change their lives. Everyone recited their vows with powerful conviction and solemnity. As everyone finished their oath, a powerful aura gathered and silently flowed into China.
Premier Xing Zhenyu nodded in satisfaction and said loudly, from today onwards, you officially become soldiers of the Chinese nation, shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting our country.
I hope you will remember your oath and live up to your mission.
Serve the people. With the enlistment process complete, the next step is the commissioning ceremony for Yi Ruizha and Yun Mengru. Because Premier Xing Zhenyu is quite old, Gong Kaihang read out the achievements of the two men on their behalf. First is Yi Ruizha. In the Battle of Dragon City, he eliminated a large number of mutated beasts, greatly reducing the defensive pressure on Dragon City. At the same time, he also saved many comrades.
In particular, during the decapitation operation, he and his comrades severely injured a level 6 mutated tiger. In view of Yi Ruizha's outstanding achievements, he is hereby awarded the rank of second lieutenant and awarded the second-class Medal of Merit.
As for Yun Mengru, because she successfully saved 6,357 seriously wounded soldiers after supporting Longcheng, greatly reducing the casualty rate, she was awarded the rank of second lieutenant and the second-class Medal of Merit. The moment the premier personally pinned the rank of second lieutenant on Yi Ruijia's arm, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face, grinning like a complete fool, revealing 2 rows of bright white teeth. No matter how much Gong Kaihang glared at him, it was no use. He had turned this solemn and dignified occasion into something festive. After the rank insignia was put on, Premier Xing Zhenyu patted him on the shoulder and praised him, saying, "Young man, you are energetic, which is pleasing to the eye. Work hard to protect our country and safeguard our homeland.
The future depends on you."
"Hey, don't worry, I will definitely work hard to protect my country, bring glory to my motherland, and win honor for the nation." He. Premier Xing Zhenyu was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. Good, then I'll wait for the day you bring glory to our motherland." Not to mention Gong Kaihang was embarrassed. Even Lin Hongwen was so embarrassed that he wanted to crack open the ground and crawl into it.
With your current, pathetic state, you want to bring glory to the motherland? Even great men don't dare to say that they can bring glory to the motherland. You really dare to say that?
When it was Yun Mengru's turn, there was no situation like Yi Ruijia's that caused trouble for his master. Li Yifei was overjoyed and relieved that Yi Ruijia was not under his jurisdiction, otherwise he would have lost all face. After the conferment ceremony, Premier Xing Zhenyu went back to handle his affairs and did not participate in the subsequent celebrations. This was a special event for the young people. After Premier Xing Zhenyu left, the college's senior officials also left one after another, and the atmosphere on the playground instantly became relaxed and lively. Everyone started cheering and celebrating for the newly enlisted graduates in Yi Ruijia and Yun Mengru, who had just been awarded ranks. Yi Ruijia was still immersed in the joy of being awarded the rank of second lieutenant, his face beaming with happiness. Moreover, he would show off his crisp military uniform to everyone he met, just so others could see his rank and medals. Looking at Yi Ruijia, who was dressed in military uniform and looked dashing, Yu Wanwu felt proud. This was her man, and her eyes were filled with stars. Because he needed to take care of Yu Wanwu, who had just enrolled, Yi Ruijia stayed at the academy during this period, avoiding going anywhere else and discussing skills with Gong Kaihang. It was during this time that he finally understood what Hua Hua's new skill was. Hua Hua's third-level Awaken skill is Night Stealth, which allows her to disappear into the shadows, lie in wait, and then launch a surprise attack. At that time, when it was in the level 3 secret realm, it had not yet mastered the skill, so it had never used it. The level 4 awakening skill is awesome. It's called Dark Moon Pursuit. It's because of this skill that Yi Ruijia's face was scratched all over. It works by marking the person you want to track, and then you can teleport to the mark at any time within 100 meters to launch a sneak attack. This skill complements Night Stealth. Whether the ambush is successful or not, Hua Hua can immediately slip into the shadows to escape or continue to lie in wait. The third and fourth skills seem to be support skills, but when combined with the Moonblade, the chance of them being able to defend is very low. Besides discovering that Hua Hua's skills were amazing, he also consulted Gong Kaihang many times about the key points of spatial transfer. Gong Kaihang showed great patience in this regard, and he also wanted Yi Ruijia to learn spatial transfer as soon as possible. Although it was not an attack skill, it was outstanding in both combat and rescue. Yi Ruijia also studied it very diligently. Perhaps it's because he now has a beautiful woman living with him, but Yi Ruijia has been acting very calm and composed lately, less impulsive. I just don't know if he's doing it on purpose. However, Gong Kaihang said he was very satisfied with this. At least during this period, the kid often called him teacher instead of being disrespectful like old Gong or old Bai Deng. He was almost moved to tears. Besides teaching Yi Ruijia about space displacement, Gong Kaihang also shared his insights on developing new skills, and even came up with a name for the skill, Collapse.
What's the principle behind your skill?
The principle is to compress space and make the center point form a funnel-like opening, causing the surrounding space to collapse into it.
Why compress the space and then let it collapse in? Why not just let it collapse directly? I've thought about this problem too.
If it collapses directly, the enemy will have a chance to escape from the center of the collapse. But if the space is compressed, the enemy will not be able to escape so easily.
That seems to make sense.
Nobody's going to just let you inhale the center of the collapse.
That's right, and it was precisely because I thought of it that I realized I needed to compress the space first.
But after space is compressed, it also becomes extremely solid, making it very difficult to collapse.
Yes, I'm also stuck at this step. I've tried many times but haven't been able to succeed.
A bell-shaped opening.
A bell-shaped opening? Wait, how did you elongate the center point?
Yes, the surrounding space is compressed and the center point is expelled, which forms a funnel shape.
That sounds so contradictory. That's normal.
After all, it's no longer in the category of beginner skills. People are also researching more contradictory skills like cold fire and hot ice.
That's true.
But given the expansive nature of space, simply compressing and expelling it won't cause the center point to collapse. It can only deform the space itself. That's why I'm stuck at this step. Otherwise, the skill would have been developed long ago.
My brain isn't working well, I can't figure out how to do it. You can think about it yourself. Let me know when you've figured it out. I'm leaving now, I'm going back to eat. Dong Kai-hang also knew that developing new skills was not easy.
According to his own definition, among all the skills he had mastered, only the shock domain, which he had perfected with Yi Ruizhe,
could be considered a mid-level skill.
The space millstone seemed to have a high attack power, but it could only be considered to have barely reached the mid-level. The rest were all basic skills. Leaving Gong Kai-han's office, Yi Ruizhe walked on the college road, where 7 or 8 centimeters of snow had accumulated, making a crunching sound under his feet. Although my physical condition improved after awakening, I'm not yet at the point where I can withstand the cold even while wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. But at least you don't need to wear thermal underwear anymore. A set of thermal underwear and a thin down jacket will be enough. When it snows, people will naturally have snowball fights and build snowmen.
The people who have the most fun are definitely from the south. Many of them have never seen snow in their lives. Now that they have finally seen it, they must be having a blast. People who grew up in the north can't understand this kind of obsession with snow. Yi Ruizhe walked slowly on the road, the sound of his footsteps on the snow bringing a rare sense of peace to his heart. People on the street would salute and greet Yi Ruizhe, calling him commander. He would get all excited when he heard himself being called commander. Before I knew it, I had become what others called a leader. Having satisfied his vanity, he happily returned to his dorm, where Yuanwu had already prepared a meal, was warming herself by the stove, and was petting her cat. Yes, that's right. After spending some time with Yuanwu, the proud and arrogant Huahua has come to accept Yuanwu. Koriko lay lazily by the fireplace, enjoying the warmth it provided. This harmonious scene made Yi Ruizhe feel very warm. You're back. Dinner will be ready soon. Without waiting for Yi Ruizhe's response, she went to the kitchen and busied herself, just like a newlywed wife. Yi Ruizhe felt a sense of home at that moment. There weren't many dishes, just 3: braised game meat, stir-fried game meat, and stir-fried greens. Yuanwu didn't eat much, she still hadn't awakened, and all the food went into the stomachs of the two beasts. After they finished eating, Yuanwu busied herself cleaning up the dishes. Since Yuanwu moved in with him, his dormitory has become more and more like a home, no longer as bare as before, or even mice would leave with tears in their eyes. Whether it was the captivating charm emanating from the busy Yuanwu, or Yi Ruizhe's sudden urge to settle down, he secretly walked behind Yuanwu and gently embraced the woman who made him feel happy. Suddenly embraced by Yi Ruizhe, Yuanwu was first taken aback, then a feeling of happiness filled her heart. She and Yi Ruizhe have been living together for over a month, and she takes the initiative to contact him every day. She knows very well that she likes this man. When they first met in Zhangde, she resigned herself to her fate. But in the next few hours, this man not only helped her escape her destiny but also gave her a new life. And from the moment she saw Yi Ruizhe in his military uniform, the military bearing he exuded completely captivated her. She knew she was very charming and captivating, but every time this man tried to take things further, he would stop himself. His initially aggressive gaze would suddenly become completely innocent, making her doubt whether she was attractive enough, while at the same time making her fall head over heels in love with him. It wasn't that Yi Ruizhe didn't want to, but every time he felt a surge of desire, the seal in the space would extinguish his lust. Yi Ruizhe himself was frustrated. The duck was practically in his mouth, but he just couldn't have it. Perhaps Yi Ruizhe had truly fallen in love with this woman, because for some reason, Inchi didn't bestow any special aura upon him tonight. Being embraced by Yi Ruizhe for the first time made her heart flutter, her breathing quickened, her cheeks flushed, and the rise and fall of his magnificent frame spoke of her inner nervousness. Yi Ruizhe gently lifted her chin. At this moment, her eyes were already glazed over, her red lips were slightly parted, and the plate in her hand had unknowingly slipped from her grasp. The moment their lips met, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. Huahua seemed to know what was going to happen next, and left the dormitory with Hazy. Huahua jumped onto the edge of the balcony. The biting cold wind seemed to reflect the despondency in her heart. In the end, are humans and cats destined to be apart? During their tender moment, a sudden change occurred. Yuanwu's body seemed to break free of some kind of restraint and began absorbing the supernatural power within Yi Ruizhe's body. Just as Yi Ruizhe thought that Yuanwu was like the legend, cultivating some kind of evil technique that absorbed pure yang energy, the supernatural power that Yuanwu had just absorbed returned to his body. This left the two, who had been being completely honest with each other, utterly bewildered. However, Yi Ruizhe soon noticed energy fluctuations within Yuanwu's body, but these fluctuations were very strange and didn't seem like the energy fluctuations he usually felt. Now, not only Yi Ruizhe could feel it, but even Yuanwu, who was facing him, could feel the energy fluctuations. You've awakened? Ha, really? Is this a superpower? I don't know either. Your energy fluctuations are strange. Shall we continue? You're so wicked. Hee hee, who told you to be so pretty? The battle continued, but Yi Ruizhe had an additional task, to sense the energy within Yuanwu's body. After a night of tenderness, the sun rose high in the sky. Yi Ruizhe patted his bouncy
buttocks and said, "Get up, the sun's shining on your butt." Waking up, Yuanwu mumbled a sleepy reply, let me sleep a little longer. Go to sleep, I'll go make breakfast. After saying that, the little devil got up, washed up, and made breakfast. He put a lot of effort into making breakfast, making everything into a heart shape and arranging it on a plate. The tablecloth had to be replaced with a new one, and candlesticks were placed on it in a showy manner. Then, someone even teleported out to pick a few flowers and brought them back. His son, who is so big, has never put this much effort into cooking a meal. He only ever makes fancy dishes, but all he ever eats is fried rice with an egg and a heart-shaped fried egg. After finishing everything, he called Yuanwu, who was still lazing in bed, to get up. "Little lazybones, get up and have breakfast."
I don't want to move.
So, little darling, do you want to wash up, have breakfast, or do you want me? Upon hearing this, Yuanwu, who was still lying in bed, giggled and stretched out her two slender arms for Yi Ruizha to hug. When Yi Ruizha stepped forward to pick her up, Yuanwu quickly pulled him onto the bed and pinned him down, saying with a shy yet alluring air, "I want you, hee hee." After a thoroughly enjoyable battle, the two young people, inexperienced in the ways of the world, leisurely got up to eat breakfast. The two were having a good time, but poor Hua Hua was suffering. Not only did it get chilled in the cold wind on the balcony all night, but they even forgot about its breakfast.
After breakfast, Yi Ruizha took Yuanwu to Gong Kaihang and told him about Yuanwu's awakening. Gong Kaihang was very surprised. How could she suddenly awaken? She hadn't awakened even after eating so many mutated foods. Not to mention,
Gong Kaihang, even a group of scientists believed that Yuanwu might have a special constitution that prevented her from conserving energy. When Gong Kaihang asked them how they had awakened, both of them stammered. Then, Yuanwu suddenly lowered her head, her face full of happiness and blushing. Gong Kaihang understood. They were now like dry wood meeting a raging fire. However, Gong Kaihang didn't care about their shyness and asked them directly about the awakening process.
"Hey Lao Gong, can't you be a little more tactful? What's there to be subtle about? I'm over 30 years old, I've seen it all. Hurry up, there's nothing to be coy about."
Yuanwu felt too embarrassed to talk about this private matter with others, so she covered her blushing face and ran out.
"Alright, your Sudaji is gone, now we can talk properly."
Helpless, Yi Ruizha had no choice but to recount the whole story, but of course, he only told the parts that were worth mentioning. He couldn't possibly share their happiness with the old man. "We don't even know if he's still capable, so let's not rub salt into his wounds."
After listening to Yi Ruizha's explanation, Gong Kaihang was very surprised. "You mean you can cultivate together with your Sudaji? It's about the same meaning. Strange, this isn't about cultivating immortality, so why are they bringing up dual cultivation? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Anyway, I've already told you. What superpower did she awaken? Have no idea. How could you not know? Who cares about those things when they're having a good time? So you didn't even ask after you were done? I'm exhausted. Who would bother asking about unimportant things?" Gong Kaihang was speechless. He thought, "You're just focused on having fun, that's all." But he still reminded her, "Go back and ask her what kind of superpower she has. Also, be careful to restrain yourself." "Okay, I know, stop nagging."
After Yi Ruizha finished speaking, he left Gong Kaihang's office. Gong Kaihang said helplessly, "You've really forgotten your father now that you have a wife.
I'm practically your father, after all."
They found Yuanwu wandering around outside and strolled hand in hand with her along the garden path of the academy. The surrounding area was covered in snow, looking so pure and pristine, which made the young couple feel incredibly romantic. After walking for a while, Yi Ruizha asked, "Do you know what your special ability is?" Yuanwu shook her head. "I don't know. I don't even know how to use that ability."
"Oh, I see. Come on, I'll take you to the back mountain."
Upon hearing that they were going to the back mountain, Yuanwu blushed and punched Yi Ruizha, saying, "You're so bad. I took you to the back mountain to test your superpowers. How did it turn out so badly?" Hearing that Yi Ruizha was only taking her to the back mountain to test her supernatural abilities, and not doing anything sordid as she had imagined, her face turned even redder. "Why is your face so red? Are you cold?"
"No, it's none of your business."
After saying that, he lowered his head, jogged a few steps to create some distance, and silently berated himself.
Yuanwu, you're so shameless. How can you think about this in broad daylight? It's so embarrassing." Luckily, he didn't find out. "Honey, why are you running?"
"I'll just teleport you there."
"Ha? Oh, okay."
Yuanwu, who was lost in thought, was stopped by Yi Ruizha, and that's why she stopped walking forward. Upon arriving at their usual spot on the back mountain, Yi Ruizha began to ramble on about how his superpowers had disappeared and how he had come here every day to drown his sorrows in alcohol. He had also met the He brothers, and the two of them, along with their dog, had been drinking and chatting happily, practically ready to chop off a chicken's head, burn yellow paper, and become sworn brothers.
Yuanwu listened with great interest, occasionally asking questions out of curiosity, and sometimes bursting into laughter.
Yi Ruizha had found a perfect audience, and he became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke, greatly satisfying his vanity. "I thought that's how dating should be. I start the conversation, and then we go back and forth, laughing and joking, instead of me starting the conversation and you becoming an unyielding shell that I can't pry open." The two two chatted for over an hour in the freezing cold, sharing their embarrassing stories.
After chatting for a while, they began to test Yu Wanwu's special ability.
Yi Ruijia's grades were consistently among the lowest in the academy, but he had a lot of practical experience.
Theoretical knowledge was ultimately just supplementary, so it didn't prevent him from passing on his experience to Yu Wanwu.
First, you need to use your mental power to sense your own energy, then lure it to where it wants to go, and then you can knock it out with a couple of bangs.
Well, the commentary is still as consistent as ever. The strange thing is that Yu Wanwu actually understood it. Who can you complain to about that?
Yu Wanwu closed her eyes and focused her mind, beginning to try to use her mental power to sense the flow of energy within her body. After a while, she realized that the energy mainly travels through the blood.
When she tried to mobilize it, the flowing blood would immediately
transmit the energy, and the blood that was depleted of energy would be replenished by other cells as it passed through other places. After understanding the principle, Yu Wanwu began to try to release energy from her body, which is to say, to release skills. She doesn't know what her special ability is, so she can only release it directly, which is also one of the methods to detect the attribute of a special ability.
When Yu Wanwu unleashed her supernatural power, Yi Ruijia was somewhat puzzled.
What she released was pure, attribute-free energy, so pure that it was even purer than the energy of a level 1 energy stone. Yi Ruijia suspected that he hadn't sensed it clearly, so he asked Yu Wanwu to release it several more times, but the result was still the same. There was only pure energy, without any attribute.
He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. How could this be? Seeing Yi Ruijia frowning, Yu Wanwu asked nervously, "Is there something wrong with my ability?"
"Don't worry, I've just never encountered this situation before.
Let's go back and ask Lao Gong first."
The two went to Gong Kaihan's office again, and Yi Ruijia explained the situation to Gong Kaihang without any further explanation. Gong Kaihang was so envious that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard that. Yu Wanwu's situation is not an isolated case, it is recorded in the college's confidential archives, though the records are quite rare. Yu Wanwu's special ability is the Immaculate Ability, which is a special ability that has no attributes and is pure. Therefore, she can use her energy to empower others.
However, I've never seen anyone like Yu Wanwu who can engage in dual cultivation.
Everyone else just directly pours their energy into others, which basically means sacrificing their own energy to benefit others.
After understanding Yu Wanwu's special ability, Gong Kaihang said seriously to Yi Ruijia, "From today onwards, you must protect Xiaosu.
Also, when you two are in bed together tonight, try to let your energy flow between each other, and remember to make a record afterward." Yi Ruijia had nothing to say about the first half of the sentence, but what did the second half mean? Had their happiness now become a task? "Didn't you just say that we should be mindful of moderation?"
The situation is different now.
The college needs to get the report as soon as possible for further research, so you'll have to work hard tonight. Yi Ruijia had no objection to this. Why would he? He couldn't wait to be together with her every day.
As for Yu Wanwu, her face was already flushed. Was she about to expose their private matter to the public?
As evening fell, the two of them became very reserved.
Who would have guessed that the most ordinary thing between lovers would turn into a task? The next day, after reading their report on the results of their work the previous night, Gong Kaihang became even more certain that Yu Wanwu
possessed the Immaculate Ability and was the only one of its kind.
It could be said that she was completely practicing dual cultivation. Having confirmed that Yu Wanwu's special abilities are not problematic, her file will be sealed separately as a top-secret document.
Because her filth ability is very different from other pure abilities, other people's pure abilities cannot be forced and can only be obtained according to their own will.
But Yu Wanwu's is different. It can be triggered passively.
Simply put, she is like a furnace, helping others refine and preserve their special abilities. This makes her an easy target for those with ulterior motives to secretly capture and keep as their possession. He informed the two of the situation and instructed Yu Wanwu not to reveal that she possessed the innocent ability, otherwise it would easily attract the covetousness of some people.
After sending the two men back, Gong Kaihang immediately found Li Yifei and Lin Hongwen, and together they reported to the premier.
This matter has drawn the premier's great attention, firstly because she and Yi Ruijia are already in a romantic relationship. Secondly, Yu Wanwu's abilities might not be as simple as being free from all evil. She might possess the kind of pure body found in fantasy dramas. To prevent unnecessary trouble in the future, an order was immediately given to destroy the files. Given Yu Wanwu's special circumstances, no information about her should exist, especially in this era of awakening supernatural abilities.
The matter was so confidential that even Zhao Fuguo was not informed. After all, he was now in politics, and the fewer people who knew about Yu Wanwu's affairs, the better. Only the four of them needed to know. Yi Ruijia and Yu Wanwu, that two scoundrels, I wonder how much those big shots value them. They're always having sex with each other all the time. A week later, Yi Ruijia received orders to investigate a special level 4 secret realm in Chang'an City, 9,000 kilometers away from Kyoto. Yi Ruijia was very reluctant to leave after receiving the order. He didn't know when he would be able to return, and the sweet days he had just been enjoying with Yu Wanwu Yuanwu had to be temporarily interrupted. Upon hearing this news, Yuanwu's eyes instantly reddened.
She hugged Yi Ruizha tightly, as if he would disappear if she let go.
Do I really have to go? Can't I not go? Yuanwu's voice trembled, full of reluctance.
Yi Ruizha gently stroked Yuanwu's hair, his heart filled with tenderness.
This is an order. I am a soldier now, and I have no choice but to go. But don't worry, I will definitely come back safely. The two embraced in the room, and time seemed to stand still. Yuanwu's tears flowed uncontrollably, dripping onto Yi Ruizha's shoulder. I'm so scared. Scared that you'll be in danger. Scared that you'll never come back. Yi Ruizha tenderly wiped away Yuanwu's tears and said gently, don't be afraid, I'll be fine. It wasn't easy for me to have a wife. I won't let anything happen to me. When I come back, our happy life will just begin.
Yuanwu held Yi Ruizha's hand tightly, as if it were her only support. You must come back soon. I will wait for you here. Yi Ruizha gently kissed Yuanwu's forehead, his eyes full of affection. I will definitely come back as soon as possible. You must take good care of yourself.
If anything happens, go to Lao Gong and the others.
The two of them were acting like they were sending their husbands off to war in ancient times.
Hua Hua was so fed up with this PDA that she couldn't stand it anymore, and sent them a telepathic message urging them on. Are you two ever going to stop? It's not like you're going to your deaths. Why are you acting like this? Yi Ruizha retorted, what do you know, you single cat?
These words should have been ignored, because they caused Hua Hua to fly into a rage, chasing Yi Ruizha all over the room until he begged for mercy before she finally let him go.
I couldn't help but think to myself, single female cats are really scary. The moment of parting finally arrived.
Yi Ruizha dragged his heavy steps, looking back at Yuanwu every few steps.
Yuanwu stood at the door, tears streaming down her face, waving her hand repeatedly. You must come back safely. I'm waiting for you.
Yi Ruizha forced back the tears welling up in his eyes and resolutely turned and left. Yuanwu stood there, gazing in the direction Yi Ruizha had left, reluctant to return to the house for a long time. Only when Yi Ruizha's figure suddenly disappeared from sight did she slowly turn around and return to the room filled with their memories, waiting for his return. Yi Ruizha first went to the logistics department to replenish supplies, stuffing them with food and supplies as much as he could, especially the new energy tools developed by the Research Institute. Regardless of whether they were easy to use or not, he took them first, just in case they came in handy. Like the energy stone stove, you only need one level 1 energy stone to simmer over low heat for 2 hours. The energy stone shock bar only requires 5 energy stones to generate 10,000 volts of high voltage, allowing you to experience the exhilarating sensation of electrotherapy.
Energy stone DV camera lets you record the beauty of life.
The energy stone oven lets you enjoy soft, fluffy toast anytime, anywhere. Energy stone massage chair, full body massage, to relax your body and mind when you are tired. The new type of ore-based greatsword can easily break through the defenses of level 3 mutated beasts, so you no longer have to worry about not being able to break through their defenses. The new level 3 armor is made of tough level 3 mutated beast scales and can withstand 3 full punches from a level 4 enhanced awakened being. There are also many unknown, useless, and miscellaneous items. However, there was one thing Yi Ruizha brought in a lot: pepper spray. This stuff is much more effective than lime powder. Even if you're level 5, it can make your eyes sting from the heat.
After replenishing the supplies, he set off satisfied.
However, the logistics soldiers were really furious with him.
It was fine if he
took other things, but the key point was that Yi Ruizha cooked the level 4 herbs into a dish and took it away right in front of them. The already precious medicinal herbs were destroyed by Yi Ruizha, with 30 plants disappearing in one fell swoop, leaving them heartbroken and trembling with grief. Even though Yi Ruizha is currently at the 4th level, it would still take him half an hour to travel 9,000 kilometers. Upon arriving at the military base in Chang'an, they found the highest-ranking officer, Colonel Fu Jian. Welcome, Comrade Yi Ruizha.
We never expected that you would be sent by the higher-ups.
It truly brings honor to our city of Chang'an.
Commander Fu is joking. The mission is urgent. Let's quickly start talking about the secret realm. Alright, let's sit down and chat.
Yi Ruizha didn't want to waste time talking to Fu Jian, because he felt that the man's appearance suggested he was a shrewd old fox, and it was better to avoid chatting with him. We have sent people into this level 4 secret realm 5 times.
The last time we went down to a place 6,000 meters down. Wait, shall we go down?
Yes, this secret realm is full of pits of all sizes.
There is nothing on the surface.
You can only find something by going down to the bottom of the pits, but not every pit yields any rewards. Most of the pits are inhabited by a type of crustacean mutant beast. These mutant beasts are impervious to water and fire and have very thick defenses.
The key point is that the caves
at the bottom of the pits are interconnected, and it is easy for people to get lost once they enter. 2 teams of us have already gotten lost inside and ended up perishing there. They discovered a very special ore called source crystal. This ore contains extremely violent energy that cannot be absorbed, but it can be used to power machinery. Unfortunately, the cave was too complex and too narrow, making it unsuitable for combat.
In most cases, we could only run away, which greatly affected our exploration progress.
So I had to report to my superiors and request that they send someone to assist us. I never expected Kyoto would send you, it's truly a surprise. What kind of mutated beasts are inside? What do the source crystals look like? Is there anything I can do for you? So far, only one type of mutated beast has been discovered inside, which we collectively call the demon beetle. They have different colors and shapes, and their attributes can be basically distinguished by color. As for their morphology, it's hard to say. There are giant clawed beetles with very large pincers, and there are also spiky beetles with an extra long thorn in front. Their diverse forms determine their attack methods, but they all have one thing in common: their shells are very hard. In addition, they have poor eyesight, but are very sensitive to vibrations. Even the slightest vibration can attract their attention. Finally, we need your help to locate the source crystals in the underground caves and find a safe route. Of course, it would be even better if you could find a way to deal with the magic beetles. After saying that, he took out a piece of jet black, transparent ore from his pocket and handed it to Yiruasia, telling him that this was the source crystal. Yiruasia sensed some source crystals, and they did indeed contain a very violent energy, unlike energy stones which could be directly absorbed. After confirming the characteristics of the source crystal, he handed it back to Fujian and said, "If there is no other information, I will set off now. No need to rush. Long-term efforts take time. Comrade Yi, how about we go have a simple meal first?" "No, I have other urgent matters to attend to when I get back, so I don't have much time." "Maybe next time." Seeing that Yiruasia refused, Fujian couldn't force him to stay, so he had no choice but to tell Yiruasia the coordinates of the secret realm. After obtaining the coordinates, Yiruasia immediately got up to say goodbye, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Fujian was a little puzzled. Were all the people sent from Kyoto so arrogant and disrespectful? After leaving the troop garrison in Chang'an City, Yiruasia rushed towards the coordinates of the level 4 secret realm without stopping. On the way, the image of Yuanwu with tears streaming down her face reappeared in his mind. The longing entwined in his heart like vines, and every time he thought of her crying, his heart ached. But the scene suddenly shifted to Gong Kaihang, causing the feeling he had painstakingly built up to vanish, and he couldn't help but shiver and get goosebumps all over his body. Hua, sensing something amiss, asked, "What's wrong with you?" "It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of someone I shouldn't have been thinking about. It's probably your teacher." "Hee, you guessed right. I miss the village chief and the others." Hua's words made Yiruasia, who was on his way, suddenly stop, and his longing surged like a tide. "I miss them too. Do you believe in the superpower of bringing the dead back to life?" "I don't know." "Okay, let's not think too much about it. People can't be brought back to life. After the mission is completed, we'll go back and pay our respects. It's been a while since we went back to visit." The conversation suddenly turned to Hongyang village by Hua, and both the person and the cat felt a little heavy-hearted. They didn't speak again on the rest of the journey until they reached the secret realm. Upon entering the secret realm, just as Fujian had described, all that could be seen was a strange place filled with pits of all sizes, and there wasn't even a blade of grass on the ground, let alone trees. The sky was covered with dark clouds and the light was not very bright. At first glance, it looked just like a planet that had been destroyed. Yiruasia took out a flashlight and shone it all over, but he couldn't see to the bottom at all. He extended his spiritual power, but he still couldn't find the bottom. He picked up a rock weighing over 100 pounds next to the pit entrance and threw it in. He timed it and waited for half a minute, but there was no echo. "This is way too deep. Is there a problem with that? Are you afraid you'll fall and die?" "I was just complaining. It'll be pitch black down there, and we won't be able to see anything. Let's put on headlamps first." "I won't wear it." "Why?" "Unlike you, I can't teleport while carrying items. When I wear a headlamp and activate my stealth skill, it points out my location to others, rendering the skill meaningless. Besides, your custom headlamp is really ugly." "What's ugly about it? It's perfect from every angle, super practical. You can just not wear it if you don't want to." Yiruasia had to put on his own headlamp. After dawdling for a while, a muffled, faint sound suddenly came from the pit. "Did you hear any sound just now?" "I heard it. It's the echo of the stone you threw down earlier." Yiruasia quickly checked his watch and exclaimed, 66 seconds. After exclaiming in surprise, Yiruasia pulled out a brick-sized calculator and started calculating. "Over 8 kilometers deep. What kind of amazing pit is this? It's so deep. Looks like I have no choice but to jump right in. No wonder my mental strength can't reach the bottom. Can you please stop dawdling? Calculating the depth has already taken almost 10 minutes. All right, my queen." After saying that, he jumped, the wind whistling in his ears. As he freefalled, he crossed his arms and legs, extending his mental energy downwards. It took him a full 34 seconds for his mental energy to reach the bottom of the pit. To prevent himself from falling to his death, he began to use a small-scale deceleration technique on the area directly below him. Once the speed dropped to an acceptable level, he teleported directly to the bottom of the pit. The darkness at the bottom of the pit was immediately illuminated by Yiruasia's headlamp. Yiruasia had barely put his feet on the ground and hadn't even had time to catch his breath when he heard a creaking sound. What the heck? Yiruasia's heart tightened, and he quickly turned his head to look look in the direction from which the sound came.
You wouldn't believe it until you see it.
A giant beetle, about the size of a wash basin issued by the military, slowly crawled over. Its shell was shiny black, and its pincers were terrifyingly large, like giant pliers that looked like they could cut a person in half.
This is a demon beetle? It looks so ugly. The proportions are obviously off.
Yi Ruizha complained as he backed away. The beetle seemed to sense the tremor and its speed increased instantly as it charged towards Yi Ruizha. Yi Ruizha raised his hand and immediately launched a spatial cut, and as expected, his performance was as stable as ever, and he still couldn't even break through the defense. This move seems to only work when you're bullying someone in your own little world.
Once you enter a secret realm, you become a docile little thing, and very few people can break through your defenses.
Fortunately, the beetle wasn't very big, which made things easier. One shot sent it flying against the rock wall.
The beetle's hard shell even cracked the rock wall.
It rolled a few times on the ground, flipped over, and flapped its wings a few times. After that, it could do nothing but spin around in place. Seeing that it couldn't flip itself back over, it gave up struggling and remained motionless. When Yi Ruizha approached, it seemed to regain its energy and began to flutter its wings again. Seeing the beetle unable to flap its wings, Yi Ruizha pulled out his large cleaver and slashed here and there, sending sparks flying everywhere, but it did no damage at all. When the sword was struck at the beetle's joint, it unexpectedly severed one of its legs. The person and the cat, who were already a little puzzled, immediately showed expressions of surprise.
The joints are pretty easy to break through, I'll give it a try.
With a swipe of its claws, Hua Hua slashed at the joint of the insect's leg, easily detaching one of the beetle's legs.
Me too, me too. Like discovering a new continent, the man and the cat removed all 6 legs of the beetle.
The legless beetle could only keep opening and closing its pincers, as if cursing the 2 old men who used it for experiments.
Did you think it was over after dislocating the leg? How is that possible? They're still experimenting on the abdomen of the beetle.
Beetle, thank you. God opens doors for you, but always deliberately forgets to open windows. The beetle's shell is very hard, but its abdomen and joints are very soft. Once it is turned over, it immediately becomes a lamb to the slaughter. Knowing the weakness of the beetle, the man and the cat had no more worries and randomly chose a larger cave to enter. However, once inside, they had to bend over, which was more than just narrow, it would be extremely restrictive in a fight. This is one of the larger caves, the smaller ones can only be entered by crawling. The cave is not only narrow, but also has many branches, with one every few steps.
No wonder Fu Jian said it's easy to get lost.
With the size of this cave and its countless branches, you can easily lose your way by hiding from the beetles.
But what does this have to do with Yi Ruizha?
He can just teleport out, he won't get lost. The cave walls looked smooth, but they felt somewhat rough to the touch. Even someone as clever as Yi Ruizha could guess that these beetle demons would also walk along the top of the cave. Yi Ruizha walked with his body bent over, finding it very uncomfortable. Hua Hua, being smaller, was different. She could run around freely without any problems, but now he didn't know where she had gone. Yi Ruizha was walking with difficulty, his back bent, muttering to himself, "What a terrible place this is, my back is about to break." Suddenly, Hua Hua ran back from the front, with something in her mouth that she couldn't tell what it was.
Hua Hua, what are you carrying in your mouth? Yi Ruizha asked curiously as he leaned closer to take a look.
Hua Hua threw the thing on the ground. It turned out to be a strangely shaped little stone.
What's this?
Where did you pick it up? Yi Ruizha picked up the stone and looked at it from left to right. It was just an ordinary stone with a strange shape. Hua Hua pointed with her paw to a small branch cave ahead. I found it in there. It looked fun, so I brought it back. Yi Ruizha tossed the stone aside in annoyance and continued walking forward. After walking a few steps, I heard a rustling sound.
What's that sound? Could it be a magic beetle?
Yi Ruizha stopped nervously and looked around. Just then, Hua Hua suddenly perked up her ears. It sounds like something's getting closer. A moment later, a red beetle crawled out of a branch cave.
What is this thing? A red beetle? The color looks pretty vibrant.
Yi Ruizha stared wide-eyed at the red beetle.
Hua Hua also became alert, crouching down in preparation for an attack.
The red beetle seemed to sense their presence and stopped to feel the ground tremble. Suddenly, the red beetle opened its mouth and spewed out a burst of flame.
It can breathe fire.
Yi Ruizha quickly dodged to the side, almost getting roasted like a chicken. Flower leaped away nimbly, then meowed twice at the beetle in a taunting manner. "Come here." The beetle seemed to be enraged by the flower and breathed fire several more times. Hua Hua easily dodged the flames by bouncing around in the cave, while Yi Ruizha could only dodge left and right and had already bumped his head all over while dodging the flames. After dodging several bursts of flame, Yi Ruizha, rubbing the bumps on his head, hissed and yelled at Hua Hua, "Hua Hua, quickly turn it over. If this continues, I'll either be burned to death or I'll be slammed to the ground." Hua Hua turned her head and looked at him disdainfully. "I'm a cat, not a dog. Where would I get the strength to flip it over?" While they were talking, the red demon beetle spewed several more flames, adding a few more bumps to Yi Ruizha's head.
"Damn it, if I don't show my power, you'll think I'm some kind of Hello Kitty."
He then placed a spatial expulsion spell under the red demon beetle, which bounced off and crashed into the cave several times before finally stopping. Yi Ruizha's move really angered the red beetle. It struggled to get up and sprayed Yi Ruizha with a barrage of venom.
Oh my god, here we go again. Yi Ruizha quickly dodged left and right, shouting as he did so, "Hua Hua, you have to think of something. This thing is never going to stop."
Hua Hua circled the red beetle a few times, then suddenly had a brilliant idea. She used her skill to sneak up under the red beetle and swiftly slashed at its joints, dismembering all 6 of its legs. The red beetle, which had been relentlessly breathing fire at Yi Ruizha, suddenly shrunk, startling him. It stopped breathing fire, moved its missing legs a few times, and then realized that its legs were gone.
"Ha ha, let's see how you burn me now." He then walked forward.
The red demon beetle seemed to sense a threat and breathed fire at Yi Ruizha, who was approaching.
"Damn it!
You've lost your legs and you're still making a scene." The red beetle, which kept spitting fire at Yi Ruizha, started spinning around and darting about erratically. The more it spins, the more continuously it spews fire.
Invincible wind and fire wheels. Awesome.
Yi Ruizha, who had been squatting there watching the show, quickly shut up because he noticed the whirlwind speeding towards him.
"Damn it! Why are you coming this way? Get out of here!"
A spatial expulsion technique slammed the red demon beetle into the depths of the cave like a billiard ball, and it disappeared in no time. Yi Ruizha watched the red beetle disappear into the depths of the cave and breathed a sigh of relief. "My goodness, I finally got rid of that thing."
"Hua Hua, you're really amazing. That leg-breaking technique was brilliant."
Hua Hua smugly flicked her tail. "Of course.
Don't you know who I am?"
Yi Ruizha chuckled and continued walking forward, but after only a few steps, he heard another strange sound.
"What's that sound? Could it be another beetle?"
Yi Ruizha's heart tightened, and he stopped to listen carefully. At this moment, Hua Hua also became alert, her ears perked up. Suddenly, a red thing rolled out of a side cave.
Yi Ruizha took a closer look and almost burst out laughing.
It turned out to be the red beetle that he had just knocked away. Somehow it had rolled back and was twitching on the ground, occasionally spitting out small flames.
"Ha, what's going on? Why did this beetle roll back in a daze?" Yi Ruizha laughed until his stomach hurt.
"Hua Hua, look at it. Doesn't it look like a spinning top?"
Hua Hua couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, it really does look a bit like it."
Yi Ruizha stepped forward and kicked the red demon beetle. The red beetle struggled for a moment, then spewed out a small burst of flame, almost burning Yi Ruizha's shoes.
"Hey, you've got quite a temper, haven't you?"
Yi Ruizha quickly pulled his foot back. The red demon beetle was also in a sorry state. It scurried around the cave without even realizing when it was flipped over. It didn't stop until it ran out of energy and glided a long distance.
Unfortunately, it happened to hear Yi Ruizha's voice.
Yi Ruizha easily settled the matter by taking revenge for his grudges and avenging his wrongs. As the two of them ventured deeper into the cave began to grow larger, and Yi Ruizha was now able to stand up and walk. As they walked, they realized something was wrong. The cave was getting wider and wider, reaching a width of 7 or 8 meters. At this point, he no longer dared to walk swaggeringly, he could only tiptoe, trying his best not to make the slightest tremor. When they arrived at a space of several thousand square meters, Yi Ruizha felt a chill run down his spine. The space was teeming with magic beetles, not only in various colors but also in all shapes and sizes. They had stumbled upon the magic beetle's lair. Fortunately, the beetles didn't react to light, otherwise they would have had to flee immediately. After observing for a while, Yi Ruizha discovered that this place was not only the nest of the magic beetles, but also the location of the source crystal vein. These magic beetles were mining source crystals and feeding on them. Yi Ruizha whispered to Hua Hua, "No wonder there aren't many demon beetles in the cave passage. They've all gathered here to forage."
"So what do you want to do? Launch a counterattack?" "Hua Hua, you're even more reckless than me. There must be at least 8,000 or 10,000 beetles here. What are we going to do? We'd be spitting blood just from flipping them over. Are you sure you don't want to go for it? See those source crystals? That's just small change.
And the shells of the demon beetles, that's
just a little more money too. This is a golden opportunity to make a fortune.
If you go back and tell that Fu family, you'll miss your chance."
"Hua Hua, did you steal my lines? It feels like you're the one saying what I should be saying. Why are you encouraging me like this?"
"Remove the feeling, and I don't need to encourage you. You've always been a money grubber.
You know me pretty well, huh?
So, what do you suggest we do?"
"There are just too many. Shouldn't this be what you're thinking? Why are you asking me?"
"Even haters aren't as dog-like as you. You're the one who's really talking big. Anyway, it's up to you to decide, but let me make this clear beforehand. If you can't beat them, don't expect me to save you."
"It's confirmed, you are indeed worse than Blackie Dog. I'll only wait 10 seconds. If you're not going to do it, I'm leaving."
Okay, let me think about it." Yi Ruizha scratched his head, his eyes darting around, muttering to himself, "What should we do?
There are so many demonic beetles, we can't just fight them head-on."
"Oh, right." His eyes suddenly lit up, and he whispered to Hua Hua, "Hua Hua, can't you sneak? Why don't you sneak over and call them by name one by one to see their great-grandmother?"
Hua Hua gave him a disdainful look. "Do you think I'm a perpetual motion machine? Claw Strike can only dislocate their legs, not kill them.
Moonblade can, but the
problem is, I don't have that much mana. Besides, if I make a single move, they'll spot me. If I show my face, I'll be ganged up on.
So don't even
even think about it. It won't work? This is going to be difficult. If we use the shockwave, the carapace will be completely destroyed. You can also detach legs by cutting through space, so why don't you do it? I'm just like you, I don't have that much mana either. I'd be exhausted to death and still not be able to kill them all. If this won't work and that won't work, then forget it. It's not your money, so it's not going to go into your pocket. Should I just give up like this? I'm so unwilling to accept it. These beetles have incredibly hard shells, and there are so many of them. If we can't sever their legs in bulk, we might as well give up. Hey, have you noticed that all these beetles are about the same size? So what if it's almost the same? There might actually be a chance for mass leg amputations. What are your plans? They are all about the same size, which means that their joints are basically in the same position. If I set cutting lines, I might actually be able to sever legs in batches. It seems like it might actually work. Shall we give it a try? We have to try. If it succeeds, and you help break the legs of any unbroken beetles that we missed. After the man and the cat finished their discussion, Ruwaja teleported back to a 5-meter wide area. His cutting line's maximum length was currently 5 meters, so he could only begin setting it up here. Then set one every half meter, all the way to the point where they meet, and then branches will start to appear. That should be enough. We're already 400 or 500 meters away. If we still can't break all their legs, then we've probably worked for nothing. Now that everything is ready, let's begin. After Hua finished speaking, she disappeared into Ruwaja's shadow, waiting for Ruwaja to begin. Ruwaja didn't dare to delay. Maintaining so many cutting lines was very energy consuming, and even though he was at level 4, he couldn't maintain it for long. Attracting the beetles is very simple, just take a hammer and bang on them. As soon as the hammer struck the first time, the beetles in the nest stopped moving. The second strike signaled the source of the vibration, and the third strike sent them heading toward Ruwaja. When the fourth strike came, having confirmed the presence of an intruder, they surged forward like a tidal wave. When they reached the first cutting line trap, almost all of the beetles in the first row had their legs broken. After they fell, they could no longer charge. Some were trampled underfoot by their companions as stepping stones, while others were pushed forward by their companions behind them. Seeing this, Ruwaja thought the beetles were clever and had discovered his trap, but he quickly dismissed his doubts. They were just being pushed around because they had no legs, and their companions quickly used them as obstacles to step over. The beetles were incredibly fast, covering 100 meters in just a few seconds. That was one thing. The second was that the legless beetles were constantly consuming the energy of the cutting lines, which was bad enough, but the key issue was that they couldn't break through the defenses. Faced with this trap that only consumes energy and doesn't produce any waste, Ruwaja simply chose to give up and reduce his own energy consumption. As the beetles charged past 200 meters, Ruwaja increasingly felt that he had underestimated their numbers and speed. As the cave space narrowed, some beetles began crawling along the cave walls. Upon seeing this, he quickly stopped hammering and added more traps to the rock face in front of him, not even sparing the area above. After he finished repairing the trap, the beetle entered its final 100-meter sprint. Ruwaja's scalp tingled at the sight of the surging insect swarm. These beetles were so crowded that there was no place to put one's feet, and with a large number of legless beetles blocking their way, they piled on top of each other and continued to rush forward. Ruwaja was terrified as he watched the surging demonic beetles approach. Oh my god, what are we going to do? Hua, even in the shadows, was extremely nervous. You need to think of something quickly, they're about to rush over. Ruwaja gritted his teeth. There's no other way, I can only bite the bullet and go for it. As the beetles drew closer, Ruwaja could smell their strange odor. What's this smell? It's like a rotten egg that's been sitting out for months. Hua retorted, you still have the mind to worry about the smell? Hurry up and do it. Just as the beetle was about to reach 50 meters, Ruwaja began to release a large-scale repulsion attack. The charging beetles were bounced backward in clumps. If we don't get rid of those legless creatures, they'll be used as stepping stones, and no amount of traps will be enough. Especially on both sides of the cave, this area has become a disaster zone. People who have had their legs cut off while climbing along the rock wall will fall down directly. It seems to block the way, but in fact it has become a path. Ruwaja could only clean up these severely affected areas again and again. Piles kept piling up on both sides, insects were raining down from above, and a road was being paved below, keeping Ruwaja so busy that his hands were blurry with movement. Hua, go. Screw you. And such a huge group, how am I supposed to join? Am I supposed to just go up there and get myself killed? Ruwaja laughed awkwardly. Haha, it is indeed a bit too much. I know you're still not going to play more. That's already the fastest. As Ruwaja swung his weapon more and more, he began to tire, and some of the remaining attackers started to slip through the net. Without saying a word, Hua sneaked over and helped dislocate the leg. After only a few peeks, Hua was discovered by the swarm of insects. The beetles were ruthless and immediately focused their fire on Hua. Their attacks were multicolored, including yellow, blue, cyan, orange, and brown. Some of the dark green ones are unsettling. They're clearly highly toxic or acidic. Some are blood red, looking looking just like fresh blood, but would you bet it's blood? Seeing that things were going badly, Hua Hua, who was being targeted, quickly used the mark she left on Yiruasia to escape. If she didn't leave, she would definitely be killed instantly. Hua Hua, why are you back? They're engaging in a bloody brawl. If I didn't run away, I'd be a fool. As the swarm of insects approached within 40 meters, they began to attack Yiruasia as well. There was no room to dodge the dense barrage of attacks. If you can't win, run. He grabbed Hua Hua and teleported back to the cave entrance. He scanned the surrounding area with his mental energy and teleported again to a platform 200 meters high, where only one person could stand. Suddenly losing their target, the beetles began to scatter in search for Yiruasia and Hua Hua. Large numbers of beetles poured into every branch, determined to dig 3 feet into the ground to find the intruders. The person and the cat waited on the platform for more than 10 minutes, but there was no movement at the bottom of the pit, which puzzled them greatly. Could these beetles have gotten lost? You can get lost even in your own home. It's been more than 10 minutes, and we haven't seen them come out yet. Shall we go down and take a look? Back at the bottom of the pit, I looked around, but it was quiet. There wasn't a single beetle in sight. Could it be that they didn't even chase after us at all? Let's go back to where we were before and take a look. That's all we can do. Returning to the spot where the trap was set, Yiruasia glanced at it for less than 2 seconds before fleeing back to the platform. Damn, what are they doing running around like that? I almost got ganged up on as soon as I showed up. Contact us. They're so vengeful. It's been over 10 minutes and they're still looking. You should be glad you're a space age user. You didn't leave much of a scent along the way. That doesn't make sense. We went in right away, so how come we didn't leave any scent? It's mostly dissipated. The cave walls are all rock, so unless there's feces or liquid, it's difficult for any smell to remain. So Siga. You now have 2 choices, either leave now and go back to report, or wait an hour before going in to take a look. I choose to wait. I've worked so hard, breaking so many legs, and I haven't even killed a single one yet. After deciding not to leave for the time being, Yiruasia planned to go to the surface first to check, so as not to attract the attention of the magic beetles on the platform. Upon reaching the surface, looking at the numerous pits of varying sizes, Yiruasia suddenly realized a possibility. Hua Hua, do you think there's a beetle nest at the bottom of all these pits? Impossible. Some of the pits are too close together. Based on the distance we walked through the caves at the bottom of the pits and the branches we saw, these pits seem more like they are connected. That makes sense, but have you noticed that, putting aside these pits, there are so many caves under them, yet there are no stones or soil on the surface that they cleared out? Huh, I didn't even notice until you pointed it out. And it seems that, just as Fujian said, there are only demon beetles here. What do they eat? They don't eat dirt, do they? I think you're right this time. If they can eat minerals, it makes perfect sense for them to eat some dirt too. Even if they can eat dirt, they can't just eat without excreting, can they? How would I know? I was just guessing. It seems we can't leave so soon. We need to investigate further. We need to know what they're excreting. You're disgusting. This is a normal investigation. What's disgusting about it? I don't care. It's just disgusting. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Just go check out that pit. After saying that, he teleported to the middle of the target pit and let himself freefall. Using the same method, I fell to the bottom of the pit. The environment below was exactly the same as the previous pit, with cave entrances of various sizes. He picked the biggest one to go in. Yiruasia didn't want to go through the pain of walking with a hunched back again. With their previous experience, they easily dealt with the beetles they encountered. As they ventured deeper, the cave expanded once again. The man and the cat exchanged a glance, both understanding that they had encountered another beetle nest. They tiptoed for several hundred meters and, sure enough, saw a nest that was more than 10 times larger than the previous one. At the same time, they also understood where the soil that these beetles ate went. Besides the large and densely packed beetles, this nest also contains countless eggs, larvae, and cocoons. Since the larvae that hatch cannot eat the ore, they eat the beetle droppings. This is my own child, and it's gone. Once the larvae have eaten their fill, they begin to spin brownish-gray silk threads to build their cocoons little by little. After spinning all the silk threads, they continue to eat. Besides the larvae, they also saw a very large and bloated beetle, which was undoubtedly the queen. Yiruasia and Hua Hua were both dumbfounded by the astonishing scene before them. Yiruasia muttered, This is too outrageous. Hua Hua, do you think if we get rid of this queen insect, it will cause a huge riot? Hua Hua rolled her eyes at him. You're kidding me. With our small bodies, we'd be lucky to avoid being attacked by the queen of insects. As they were talking, a larva suddenly crawled towards them, chewing on poop, looking absolutely ridiculous. Yiruasia almost vomited. Oh my god, this little guy is disgusting. Hua Hua quickly hid behind Yiruasia. Quick, get it away, it's too scary. Yiruasia carefully stretched out his foot, trying to kick the larva away, but the larva twisted its body and hugged his foot, rubbing against it. Yiruasia screamed in terror, help, what is this thing? Hua Hua laughed so hard she rolled on the floor. Ha, you finally met your match. Yiruasia finally managed to shake off the larva, which bounced a few times after falling to the ground, as if it had hurt itself, and kept wriggling with its mouth open. The man and the cat
cat were wondering if the beetle was completely silent when they suddenly realized that everything around them was quiet. Looking up, all the beetles were frozen in place, as if they had been frozen in place by a spell. The scene was eerily quiet. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the queen insect's two tentacles began to vibrate wildly, and the pincers on her mouth clashed repeatedly, producing a metallic clanging sound. Immediately afterward, the entire nest seemed to boil over, with countless demonic beetles rushing towards Yuruasia and Huahua. Upon seeing this, Yuruasia's face instantly turned pale. He couldn't even handle the less than 10,000 demonic beetles before, let alone the at least 100,000 demonic beetles here.
Oh my god, this can't go on. Flower, let's get out of here.
After saying that, he grabbed the flower and hurriedly tried to teleport, but found that the surrounding space seemed to be interfered with by some kind of force, and he could not teleport successfully.
Damn it, we can't teleport.
At this moment, the beetles were getting closer and closer.
Yuruasia had a sudden inspiration. He dropped Huahua and ran wildly towards the cave passage next to him. He ran while shouting, Huahua, aren't you very capable? Hurry up and think of a solution.
Huahua, who was left behind, was initially bewildered, then took off running, cursing as she went, Yuruasia,
I'm RN immortal. Stop talking nonsense and run. You think your four legs can't outrun my two?
Huahua was so angry she jumped up and down. You heartless bastard, you abandoned me at this crucial moment. Without turning his head, Yuruasia shouted, stop talking nonsense, the most important thing is to think of a way to escape. A human and a cat were running for their lives through the cave passage, with an army of beetles in hot pursuit.
Yuruasia gasped for breath as he ran. What are we going to do? Are we going to die here today?
Huahua snorted, it's all your fault. You insisted on bullying their larvae. Now look what happened. As Yuruasia ran, he retorted, how was I supposed to know that little guy was such a bastard? He calls for his mom when he's bullied. If I'd known, I would have stayed far away. As the beetle drew closer, Huahua suddenly had a brilliant idea. Hey, don't you have that shockwave skill? Use it now. Yuruasia slapped his forehead. Oh right, how could I forget about that? After saying that, he suddenly stopped and turned around to release the shockwave, but nothing happened.
Damn it, I can't use my skills.
Forget about complaining. I quickly continued to run for my life, trying out other skills as I went, but as expected, none of them worked.
Huahua also realized something was wrong and asked while running away, what's going on? How would I know?
You'd better think of another way quickly, otherwise you're doomed when the cave narrows.
What can I do? I can't even use my superpowers. Can I think of a solution?
You have to come up with something right now. We can only rely on you. Huahua was speechless at this point. Indeed, what could they do if they couldn't use their superpowers? It turned its head to look at the pursuing army of beetles. The distance was still about 80 meters, not yet within the beetles' attack range. But if this continued, it would definitely be caught up.
Was it really going to die here?
Suddenly, Huahua saw a very special beetle. It was gray, with 3 antennae on its head, the middle one of which was particularly long and glowed at the end. Among the pursuing army of beetles, one that stood out from the crowd suddenly appeared. It was hard to believe that Yuruasia's inability to use skills had nothing to do with it. So Huahua quickly ran a few steps, turned around, left a dark moon mark on Yuruasia, then condensed a moonblade, activated stealth, and rushed towards the special demonic beetle. Seeing Huahua suddenly activate her skill and disappear, Yuruasia asked in confusion, Huahua, where are you going?
Wait for me, maybe you'll be able to use your skill soon.
Huahua didn't answer Yuruasia. It was already close to the special magic beetle. Seizing the opportunity, it suddenly rushed out of the shadow and swung the moon blade at the special magic beetle's tentacles. The sudden appearance of Huahua startled the beetles in front of her, and then a barrage of attacks rained down on her. Huahua quickly launched Dark Moon Pursuit, but several attacks still managed to land on it. As Yuruasia was desperately running away, a black, smoking lump of coal suddenly appeared in his arms, startling him. Just as he was about to throw the lump of coal away, he heard Huahua's faint voice transmission. Try it out, your superpowers. Yuruasia, who was holding the coal briquette, then realized that it wasn't a coal briquette at all, but a flower. Huahua's fur was burned black, and she had several long wounds on her body. Most fatally, she also had 2 penetrating wounds. Yuruasia looked at Huahua in his arms with heartache, his eyes instantly reddening. Huahua, what happened to you?
Hang in there.
But there was no time for sadness at that moment, as the army of beetles was still closing in. Yuruasia gritted his teeth and quickly tried out his superpower. Hey, it actually worked. He immediately activated the teleportation and brought Huahua to the surface. The first thing he did was to take out a level 4 ginseng and let Huahua eat it to relieve her injuries. Then he immediately took Huahua and left the secret realm, returning to Chang'an City to find someone to help treat her. As for Xiao Qianxian, nothing was as important as Huahua. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yuruasia immediately shouted, Doctor, help! The hospital doctor saw a lieutenant shouting and quickly ran over to ask, where is the patient? Yuruasia quickly pointed at the flower in his arms and shouted, are you blind? This is it. The doctor looked down into the man's arms and saw a dark animal, but he could barely make out that it was a cat. He said with some displeasure, a cat? Sir,
we don't have a veterinarian here.
You'll have to go to a veterinary hospital to look for one.
Yi Ruizha grabbed the doctor by the collar and yelled, "Damn it! This is my companion, my comrade in arms, not a cat. Treat it right now." "Lieutenant, I'm sorry, we really can't treat animals here. You'd better take it to the veterinary hospital. If you don't hurry, it'll die."
Upon hearing that Hua Hua was about to die, Yi Ruizha looked down in horror.
Hua Hua had already fainted and was barely breathing. She was about to give up. Ignoring everything else, he rushed to Kyoto.
In this situation, even sending Hua Hua to the veterinary hospital probably wouldn't save her.
Going to Yun Mengru would still offer a chance.
Yi Ruizha didn't dare to stop for a moment on the way, and kept feeding Hua Hua level 4 ginseng. When Hua Hua couldn't eat it, he would chew it up for her and then feed it to her. As he felt the flower in his arms grow weaker and weaker, Yi Ruizha became increasingly anxious, constantly calling out to the flower, urging it to hold on. Half an hour later, Yi Ruizha returned to the Academy of Superpowers. Yun Mengru, who was in medical class, suddenly felt everything go black and a person appeared before her.
Before she could even wonder what was going on, she heard Yi Ruizha's familiar yet urgent voice, "Mengru, quickly save Hua Hua."
Yun Mengru then realized what was happening and, disregarding that class was still in session, quickly said, "Quick,
put it on the table."
After gently placing the flowers on the table, Yi Ruizha stepped aside and waited anxiously.
The students in the classroom were immediately asked to leave by the teacher to prevent them from interfering with Yun Mengru's treatment.
While casting healing spells, Yun Mengru examined Hua Hua's injuries.
After a while, she said to Yi Ruizha, "Quickly bring Professor Gao to help. Hua Hua needs surgery immediately."
Yi Ruizha immediately teleported to the teaching office, and upon appearing, he shouted, "Professor Gao!"
"Who's shouting here?"
Professor Tong, who was writing copy, was interrupted and said with great displeasure.
When he looked up, he saw Yi Ruizha and asked in confusion, "Lieutenant Yi, weren't you on a mission?"
Yi Ruizha, disregarding pleasantries,
quickly asked, "Professor Tong, where is Professor Gao?
We need his help to save people." Upon hearing that someone needed to be rescued, Tong Ningen disregarded her doubts and quickly said, "Old Gao just went to buy cigarettes, he should be at the convenience store now." As soon as Tong Ningen finished speaking, Yi Ruizha disappeared before his eyes.
He quickly ran out of the teaching office and asked around who was injured.
When Yi Ruizha arrived at the convenience store, he indeed saw Gao Yang there. Without saying a word, he pulled him back to Yun Mengru's classroom. When Gao Yang arrived at the classroom, his hand was still in the position of reaching for a cigarette. Having just experienced the emergency rescue of Yi Ruizha, he immediately realized that he had been taken away to save someone again.
He looked down and asked in confusion, "Hua Hua?" Yun Mengru quickly replied, "Yes, it has injured 3 internal organs and its breathing is too weak. I can't leave it alone, so I can only ask you to help." Gao Yang was in a dilemma at this point. He didn't know anything about veterinary medicine and didn't know how to help with the surgery.
Seeing Gao Yang's embarrassment, Yun Mengru quickly said, "Professor Gao, I'll do the talking, you can perform the surgery."
"Yi Ruizha, go find the dean and ask for a petal of snow lotus."
The two agreed at the same time and then went their separate ways. After Yi Ruizha found Li Yifei and explained the situation, he successfully obtained the snow lotus. Back in the classroom, following Yun Mengru's instructions, I fed Hua Hua the food. At this moment, Gao Yang had already opened Hua Hua's chest cavity and was carefully repairing the severely damaged areas, performing temporary suturing.
Although Gao Yang is not a veterinarian, the principles of surgery are the same, and with Yun Mengru's guidance, the suturing went very smoothly.
10 minutes later, seeing that the effects of the snow lotus medicine had finally taken hold and stabilized Hua Hua's breathing, Yun Mengru immediately said to Gao Yang, "Professor Gao, it's ready, I'll take over." Gao Yang nodded and stepped aside, knowing that Yun Mengru was about to use her new skill, combination. Yun Mengru then produced a silk thread from her right index finger. The thread emitted a soft white light and slowly drifted toward Hua Hua's damaged internal organs. After coming into contact with the internal organs, Yun Mengru focused on controlling the silk thread, letting it shuttle back and forth through the damaged area, stitching the damaged area up little by little. The silk thread didn't seem to be moving very fast, but in reality, it landed very precisely each time, even faster than Professor Gao Yang, who had decades of surgical experience. The speed is only one aspect. Yun Mengru's silk threads can also suture blood vessels other than capillaries. As more and more sutures were made, the internal bleeding stopped. As for the temporary sutures made by Gao Yang, Yun Mengru only needed to fill in the gaps that hadn't been sutured. 40 minutes later, as the surgery was completed, Yun Mengru finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you so much, Professor Gao, for your help.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to go back to Hua Hua."
"Mengru, I only helped with a few stitches, I didn't help at all."
"That's not how it works. Thanks to your acupuncture, the bleeding was greatly reduced, which allowed me to stabilize Hua Hua's injury and hold on until the snow lotus took effect. I've always been curious, why not use hemostatic forceps? It's not that we don't use it, but that we can't use it.
The internal organs are too badly damaged. Hemostats can easily cause secondary damage, and even I won't be able to save those internal organs."
"I see. The surgery is now complete, so I'll head back now. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he prepared to leave. As soon as he opened the classroom door, he saw all the senior members standing at the door, including Lin Hongwen. Upon seeing Gao Yang emerge, everyone quickly inquired about the situation inside. Only after learning that Hua Hua had been saved did I feel relieved. Although Hua Hua is a tabby cat, none of them really treated her like a cat. They called Eurasia out to find out what was going on and why Hua Hua was so badly injured. Eurasia dared not hide anything and told the whole story in detail. When they learned that there were actually magic beetles that could counter space-type attacks, everyone was shocked and looked at Gong Kaihang. Looking at me is useless. This is the first time I've heard of this either. Gong Kaihang was actually quite embarrassed. Most other superpowers have mutually reinforcing and restraining attributes, and only a few special superpowers have no restraining attributes. He thought that his space-type superpower was also the same and had been boasting about it to others. Now he was really embarrassed. Lin Hongwen pondered for a moment and said, "Keep this matter confidential for now, and don't leak it out. Report it to the premier first and let him make the decision." The others nodded in agreement. After all, the emergence of a mutated beast that could counter space-type abilities was a problem that could be big or small, because many tasks can only be performed by those with spatial abilities, and if spatial abilities are restricted, a large number of lives must be sacrificed to complete the task, which is something no one wants to see. After the situation was urgently reported to the premier immediately summoned them, especially Gong Kaihang and Eurasia, who were required to be present. Conference room of the State Council. Premier Xing Zhenyu addressed Gong Kaihang and Eurasia, saying, "You two are both from the space-related department. Do you have any opinions?" After thinking for a moment, Gong Kaihang said, "Premier, I think we must go and confirm it again." "What's the reason?" "First, Comrade Xiaoyi is level 4, and I am level 5. There is a difference in level. I would like to know whether we are equally restrained because of our different levels. Second, if the spatial system is indeed restrained, we can seal off the secret realm immediately to prevent those with ulterior motives from taking advantage of it." "Well, what about you, Comrade Xiaoyi? You're the only one who's experienced it firsthand, so I'd like to hear your opinion." Upon hearing the premier's question, Eurasia immediately stood up at attention and saluted, saying, "Premier, I don't know how to consider other matters, but I want revenge." "Don't get agitated, sit down first. I understand how you feel. Comrade Hua Hua is also one of our Chinese soldiers, one of our compatriots. Revenge, we will definitely take it, but we must also be fully prepared. We can't sacrifice more of our compatriots' lives just for revenge, can we? Alright, everyone else, what are your thoughts, General Lin?" Upon being singled out by the premier, Lin Hongwen said, "Premier, I also agree with Colonel Gong's opinion, but it would be best to invite General Lei to come and provide support. He is the only person in China whose skills are so refined that even if Colonel Gong and Lieutenant Ji cannot use their special abilities, their safety will be guaranteed with him here." "Yes, that's true. With old Lei around, casualties won't be easy." "What about the others, General Lei?" "Prime Minister, I suggest we seal off the secret realm directly. There's no need to take the risk now. It might be better to wait until we have level 6 strength." "Your suggestion is indeed the safest, but you know how difficult it is to seal off the secret realm. It will consume a lot of our combat personnel. We haven't finished clearing out the mutated beasts in our territory yet, and we are short of manpower right now. Furthermore, our intelligence personnel have reported that the regimes of other countries are becoming increasingly clear. Once they achieve political unification, it's hard to guarantee they won't launch a war against China. Therefore, we are facing a severe shortage of manpower." When the premier said this, everyone present except Lin Hongwen, Li Yifei, and Gong Kaihang was taken aback. Given the potential for war, even the top leaders of the research institute dared not express their opinions casually. They are researchers, and although they have superpowers, they don't have the energy to cultivate them. Calling them weaklings in combat is an exaggeration. They initially planned to suggest capturing some beetles for research, but now they dare not even bring it up. Premier Xing Zhenyu could tell they had nothing to say, so he didn't bother asking for their opinions. After thinking for a while, he said, "Pass on my orders." Upon hearing those 4 words, everyone immediately stood up at attention. "Order, summon General Lei Zhanyue to assist in exploring the demon beetle secret realm. Also, have Major Lin Tianyu, who has just been promoted to level 5, assist. Lieutenant Yun Mengru will stand guard outside the secret realm, ready to rescue the wounded at any time. Order the troops stationed in Chang'an City to mobilize manpower and temporarily close the secret realm. Other departments must cooperate actively and must not interfere." Once the order was issued, all parties began to operate at full capacity. In particular, when the order reached Fujian in Chang'an, he was stunned. Eurasia had already come out, and had already returned to the capital? And was he reporting directly to the Prime Minister? Otherwise, why would the Prime Minister suddenly order him to seal off the secret realm? He was completely bewildered, but no one could explain it to him. Now that the order had been given, he had to fully cooperate and begin mobilizing
mobilizing troops to head towards the secret realm. Gong Kai-hang and Yi Ruizha immediately went to pick up Lin Tianyu and Yun Mengru and set off, because they needed to pick up Grand Palais, which wasn't on the way and was a long distance away, 22,000 kilometers. Yi Ruizha had to take the two of them to Chang'an City while Gong Kai-hang went to pick up Grand Palais. Because Yi Ruizha was leading a group, he and Gong Kai-hang arrived in Chang'an City one after the other. As soon as Grand Palais saw Yi Ruizha, he greeted him warmly and happily. "Little Yi, you came so quickly. Grandpa, could you please stop calling me that? It sounds really awkward." Yi Ruizha dared not speak out against the old man's way of addressing him. The ear-pulling incident that day still throbbed with pain. "Ha ha, what are you afraid of? Anyone who dares to laugh at you, I'll kick their ass to pieces." As soon as the old man finished speaking, Yun Mengru couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She simply couldn't hold back. Everyone says that Grand Palais has a bad temper, but seeing him today, it's not like that at all. He's actually quite adorable. Hearing someone laughing, the old man was about to scold them when he saw Yun Mengru chuckling to herself, and his attitude immediately did a 180-degree turn. "Oh my, is this Shiro? Come here, let this old man take a look at you, little girl. Hey, here it comes." Yun Mengru ran up to Grand Palais with a smile and stood obediently. Grand Palais looked Yun Mengru up and down, liking her more and more. He chuckled and said, not bad, not bad. Our little Ro is so pretty. Do you have a boyfriend? Has anyone bullied you? Tell this old man, and he'll stand up for you." Not to mention Yi Ruizha was almost stunned. Even Lin Tianyu was a little overwhelmed. He was just saying he was going to teach someone a lesson, but then he turned around and started showing concern for Yun Mengru. He was truly famous for his double standards. Gong Kai-hang felt embarrassed for him and coughed twice, saying, "Grandpa, shall we go and check on the situation of the troops first?" The troops from Chang'an haven't set off yet? Go! Tell that guy surnamed Fu to get over here." Thinking the troops hadn't set off yet, Old Master Lei's temper flared up immediately. He randomly pointed at a soldier and ordered him to call Fu Jian over. Gong Kai-hang broke out in a cold sweat, secretly feeling sorry for Fu Jian. "I didn't say anything bad about you, nor did I say your troops hadn't set off yet. Your troops had better have already left, otherwise don't blame me if you get beaten up." Soon, Fu Jian ran over, sweat beading on his forehead. Before he could even salute, Old Master Lei grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and demanded, "Tell me, where are your troops?" Everyone else who witnessed this scene broke out in a cold sweat. It's true that you can offend anyone, but never offend the old man, or he will really make you lose face. Fu Jian, who was being carried, quickly replied that the troops had just set off. It's taking you so long to set off. What are you doing, officer? The troops have taken so long to assemble. By the time we get to the battlefield, it'll be too late." "Old man, things are different now than before. It takes time to mobilize troops." "You dare talk back. Every second counts. Tell me yourself, from receiving the order to the troops setting off, haven't we already exceeded the allotted time? If a real battle breaks out, will the enemy give you time to slowly assemble?" After saying that, he swung a big fist at her. Not only did Fu Jian feel pain from that blow, but everyone else felt pain just watching it. "Speak, is it right or wrong?" I was wrong. Grandpa, please put me down first. Don't tire your hands, okay?" Grandpa Lei threw Fu Jian to the ground and sneered, "The army values rapid response. If your superiors are corrupt, your subordinates will be crooked too. After this mission is completed, you can go to the logistics department to sweep manure." Fu Jian didn't dare to refute. As the highest-ranking officer of the troops stationed in Chang'an, his job was to ensure that the troops were always in a state of combat readiness and could not relax for a moment. Even with such a temporary mobilization order, there are always contingency plans in place. It's impossible for a situation like Fu Jian's, where the order was issued an hour before the troops finally set off. Old Master Lei may have a bad temper, but he's very perceptive. No one who becomes a general is a fool. Grandpa Lei didn't know what dirty things Fu Jian had done, nor did he want to know, but the military's slow response must indicate internal corruption. So, Grandpa Lei was already planning to start overstepping his authority and taking charge as soon as he returned from his mission. Do you expect him to report it first, like everyone else, and then slowly take action? Haha, I've lived long enough, I'll just do it first and report later. What can you do to me? When they saw the troops' lazy demeanor as they set off, not only Grandpa Lei, but even Gong Kai-hang was furious. Almost everyone in the army was disheveled, walked listlessly, and carried their equipment haphazardly on their backs. Although energy stone engines are not yet widely available, they shouldn't be in this state. Old Master Lei's aura was already becoming uncontrollable, and he was about to explode at any moment. Fu Jian, who had followed, felt a chill run down his spine, and only 3 words came to his mind: he was doomed. Seeing that Grandpa Lei was about to explode, Gong Kai-hang reminded him, "Grandpa, now is not the time to get angry." I don't need you to remind me. You, go and sweep the manure right now." Fu Jian felt relieved and quickly made his escape. He didn't feel wronged at all about having to sweep manure. Even though his military career was over, he didn't want to face Old Master Lei, who was someone who would dare to beat you to death before talking about it. His current offense, at most, results in dismissal and permanent disqualification
disqualification from employment.
In the past, he would have faced imprisonment.
To put it bluntly, his crime does not warrant the death penalty. But if I stay here, I might really die.
When Gong Kaihang saw that the old man had just dealt with Fu Jian, he wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to provoke him.
Gong boy, I know what you're thinking. It's just that no one's in command, right?
Go and bring that kid Cheng Yanzhong here right now.
Let him take command, and he'll be stationed in Chang'an from now on.
The troops have only just set off and it will be some time before they reach the entrance to the secret realm.
At Gong Kaihang's speed,
even after he brings the people over, the troops may not be able to reach the entrance of the secret realm to take up their posts.
The more I look at it, the more annoyed I get. Yi boy, get me to the entrance of the secret realm first.
Yi Ruizha quickly sent the three of them to the coordinates of the secret realm. Upon arriving at the entrance to the secret realm, Yi Ruizha quickly took out pots and pans to greet Grandpa Lei, telling him to wait patiently for the others.
Grandpa, would you like to have a bite first? You brought it with you?
Absolutely. Red Star or Mauzi?
It must be Red Star.
Lin Tianyu broke out in a cold sweat. Old man, you're really getting cocky.
Drinking during a mission, though. I'd like to drink too.
Time passed slowly, and in less than an hour, Gong Kaihang returned with Cheng Yanzhong.
Seeing the old man happily chatting and eating hot pot with Yi Ruizha and Yun Mengru,
and even drinking some wine, he didn't know what to say. The old man was in a better mood, and he didn't want to provoke him. As for Cheng Yanzhong, he was the old man's man and knew his temper very well.
It was already good enough that he didn't join in for a drink.
Another half-hour passed before the troops from Chang'an City finally arrived. The old man didn't waste any words and directly handed Cheng Yanzhong command. After the troops had completed their garrison duties, the old man got up, dusted himself off, and said, "Now that everything is ready, let's set off." The four of them entered the secret realm together, and then Yi Ruizha led the way. While enjoying hot pot and drinks, Yi Ruizha had already explained the characteristics of the magic beetle and of course, its most important weakness. The old man also devised several plans.
First, lure a few magic beetles to test their resistance against lightning and other powerful attacks. Second, if you cannot resist or your resistance is weak, then just charge in and kill the queen.
Third, once inside, if Gong Kaihang and Yi Ruizha are indeed restrained, Lin Tianyu will immediately control the flying sword to lead everyone away. Fourth, if it's just about restraining Yi Ruizha, then there's no question, just kill the queen of insects. Anyway, Yi Ruizha won't be much more or less than them, and the three of them at level 5 are enough. 5, if the resistance to lightning and energy is strong, and Gong Kaihang and Yi Ruizha are both countered, lure them out to the bottom of the pit and let Lin Tianyu kill them. If there are too many, exit the secret realm and come back in after a while. 6, if you manage to capture that special demonic beetle, kill it and then decide what to do next, but if possible, prioritize killing the beetle. No one had any objections to Grandpa Lei's plan. Even if someone did have an opinion, they were told to keep it to themselves.
That's how unreasonable and domineering he was.
Yi Ruizha led the group to the queen insect's pit and jumped down first, with the others following closely behind. After safely landing at the bottom of the pit, Yi Ruizha took out a hammer and knocked on the cave entrance for more than 10 minutes before he heard a rustling sound.
"Grandpa, you're here. Get ready."
The group immediately floated up and hovered in midair, while Yi Ruizha stood on the flying sword that Lin Tianyu had prepared for him. Before long, a large number of demon beetles surged out of the cave at the bottom of the pit, quickly filling the bottom of the pit.
Seeing this, the old man first asked Yi Ruizha, "Have you found that special magic beetle?"
Yi Ruizha shook his head, "No." Having received the reply, the old man no longer hesitated. He raised his hand to the sky as if to grab something, then slashed downwards. Dozens of dazzling arcs of electricity flashed through the air, instantly illuminating the surrounding space as they struck down into the pit. The old man's 5 thunderbolts move was absolutely stunning, incredibly cool, like the god of thunder descending to earth. Yi Ruizha looked at him with eyes full of stars. Even Lin Tianyu, the show-off, had to admire him. When it comes to showing off, the old man is the best. The beetle below was struck by lightning, and the shockwave instantly spread in all directions. The crackling sound of electricity exploded in our ears, like countless firecrackers going off at the same time, making our eardrums ache. The electric current flowed through the bodies of the beetles, their muscles tensed instantly, their 6 legs straightened, and they all fell to the ground. Many of them even flipped upside down. The beetles at the bottom of the pit seemed to be frozen in place, and then began to tremble violently. Once the shock from the electric shock subsided, all the beetles regained control of their bodies and began to turn over their fallen companions. The people in mid-air were speechless. The old man's move was so fierce, yet not a single beetle died. They were all still alive and kicking. It seems these beasts have a high resistance to my lightning. Fortunately, they still react to the electric shock, so I'm not too disappointed. Next, I'll test how the pressure suppression works. All of you, move up a little. The others dared not slack off and quickly raised the height by several tens of meters. Once everyone else had left his side, the old man glared angrily, let out a loud shout, and unleashed his full power, like a tidal wave of thousands of troops pressing down. The beetles at the bottom of the pit were all forced to the ground by the powerful force, force, becoming completely limp and motionless. The old man only lasted a few seconds before withdrawing his momentum, and the group landed back beside him, keeping an eye on the beetles below. The beetles below remained motionless for about 8 seconds, then began to jump around again. Some started climbing up the rock wall of the pit, while others spread their wings and took off. Although they are blind, the 2 consecutive attacks have made them realize that the enemy is up there. These beasts are incredibly resilient. Shaolin, I'll suppress them, you break their legs, and the 2 of you are responsible for killing them. Lin Tianyu really wanted to say, Grandpa, you're proud, you're awesome, but could you please not add any more words after that? But he only dared to think about it. Like Gong Kaihang and Yi Ruizhe, he readily agreed. Now that the beetles have dispersed, using lightning strikes is clearly not appropriate, so the old man directly chose to suppress them with his power. Fortunately, this time the old man wasn't going all out, nor was he targeting his own people. Otherwise, Yi Ruizhe wouldn't even be able to stand up right now. The old man deliberately kept his position within a 50-meter range, beyond the attack range of the beetles. All the beetles that entered the range fell like raindrops. Lin Tianyu immediately released his mental energy and then controlled his flying sword to precisely cut off all 6 legs of the demonic beetles that were falling. Gong Kaihang took out a bundle of javelins and accurately threw them at the flipping beetles. After throwing the javelins, he used spatial teleportation to retrieve them, without moving an inch throughout the entire process. Yi Ruizhe was dumbfounded. Are all level 5 players this good at this? He was being chased to the death and had to run away in a panic. But you guys killed the magic beetles without even moving your butts. He didn't even have a chance to kill a single magic beetle. Little Yezi, what are you standing there for? Get to work. Grandpa, it's not that I don't want to work, it's just that I can't get involved at all. Then you can stay over there. The 3 worked together, and the dead beetles quickly covered the ground, but the beetles still swarmed towards them like locusts. They soon discovered that the cave below was still gushing out of the beetles endlessly, as if it would never run dry. The old man frowned. This was a bit too much. Although it didn't pose a threat to them, people would get tired and make mistakes over time, which could be fatal. Moreover, judging from Gong Kaihang and Lin Tianyu's efforts to kill the demon beetles, they were barely maintaining a balance in the kills. If their numbers suddenly surged, they would have to flee. Little Leaf, go find some big rocks on the ground to use to block the cave later. The 3 of them could only maintain this for half an hour under these circumstances. It seemed easy, but it was actually very difficult. Even the battle with the level 6 mutated tiger did not require them to output damage non-stop like this. A few minutes later, Yi Ruizhe returned and said to the old man, Grandpa, we've filled all the holes with stones. Very good. Now find a chance to go down and collect those corpses. Yi Ruizhe's eyes widened. Grandpa, it's too dangerous to go down and collect the body now. The old man glared at him. What are you afraid of? We're up there to keep you safe. Go now. Yi Ruizhe had no choice but to bite the bullet and teleport down. As soon as he was teleported down, he felt the air around him become tense, and then he saw a barrage of colorful attacks shooting towards him. He quickly teleported back to his flying sword and said to Grandpa Lei with a wronged expression, Grandpa, didn't you say you were going to support me? Did I tell you to come down immediately? You just said that. Really? I don't recall saying that myself. I must have misheard. You must have misheard. Wait until I strike you with lightning before you go down. Yi Ruizhe felt incredibly wronged. He was clearly told to leave immediately, but the old man denied it the moment he turned around, and there was nothing he could do about it. Grandpa Lei once again unleashed a move that was incredibly cool, and then said, Get down here quickly. After Yi Ruizhe left, the old man smiled slightly and said, You brat, you're still feeling wronged. If I don't let you see more of the dangers of the world, how can I help you grow up quickly and take on important responsibilities? The 2 people next to him smiled knowingly. The happiest of all was Gong Kaihang. With the old man helping to teach this brat, even a pig could be made to fly. Yi Ruizhe teleported down again, quickly collecting the corpses of the demon beetles while muttering, That old man is too much of a jerk. What bad luck have I had in my past lives? How many times has he turned his back on me like this? As they were talking, a long-horned beetle suddenly appeared out of nowhere and almost bumped into his face, startling him. My God! Yi Ruizhe quickly dodged to the side, almost falling flat on his face. After finally regaining his balance, he continued frantically collecting the corpses, but the beetles seemed to be deliberately getting under his skin, constantly hovering around him. The old man upstairs couldn't stop laughing at Yi Ruizhe's disheveled appearance. Ha, this kid still needs more practice. Gong Kaihang agreed, saying, Indeed, this brat still lacks experience. Lin Tianyu nodded silently to himself, thinking to himself that he must not provoke the old man, or he would probably suffer a terrible fate. Yi Ruizhe had finally finished collecting most of the corpses and was about to teleport up when he suddenly found that he couldn't teleport. He turned around and looked around. Sure enough, those special beetles appeared. No way! You damn bug, you come out at this crucial moment. He stamped his feet in frustration, looked up at the 3 people above, and shouted, Grandpa, that special insect has appeared. I can't teleport anymore. Upon hearing this, the old man was taken aback at first, then said to Lin Tianyu, Tianyu, little Lin.
Lin Tianyu didn't dare to delay and immediately controlled the nearest flying sword to fly towards Yi Ruizha to pick him up first.
Before the old man could ask, Yi Ruizha pointed to a cave below and said, "He's hiding in that cave.
Xiao Gong, you go and give it a try. Xiao Lin, you get ready."
Lin Tianyu immediately controlled a flying sword to land on the ground. Gong Kai-hang saw this and immediately teleported to the flying sword. Then he looked at the cave that Yi Ruizha pointed to and saw a very special magic beetle at the cave entrance that refused to show its face. Without saying a word, Gong Kai-hang unleashed a spatial slicing attack on it. As if sensing a threat, the long antenna on the head of this special demonic beetle shone brightly, and before Gong Kai-hang's spatial cutting could even arrive, it had already vanished without a trace. Gong Kai-hang immediately checked his superpower and frowned slightly. His superpower was still usable, but it was somewhat limited. He felt that this space had become much heavier. Even so, he can still use his special ability, though its power is somewhat weakened. Without hesitation, he released a repulsion spell on the back of the special beetle, forcibly ejecting it from the cave. After crashing into the opposite rock wall, half of its body was embedded in the rock. The special beetle, dazed and confused from the impact, offered no resistance whatsoever. Gong Kai-hang ripped off its 6 legs and carried it high into the sky. Seeing that Gong Kai-hang had succeeded, the old man said to Yi Ruizha, "Block all the entrances." Yi Ruizha pulled out huge rocks from his spatial storage and smashed them into each cave entrance. The cave entrance was suddenly blocked, and most of the beetles immediately turned around and went out through other cave entrances, leaving only 2 or 3 to clear the boulder. With each bite, their sharp pincers can carve a fist-sized hole in a rock. If there weren't too much space, the boulder blocking the entrance could be cleared away in less than a minute. Once all the entrances were blocked, the old man stopped watching the show, increased the release of his power, and began to continuously strike with lightning, causing all the surviving beetles to freeze in place. The 3 began to fly upwards, and halfway there, Yi Ruizha began to teleport the other 2 along with him, returning to the ground before Gong Kai-hang. Half a minute later, Gong Kai-hang flew back to the ground with the still-alive special magic beetle. As soon as he landed, he started complaining, "With this dead bug, I can't even teleport. It's so slow." Alright, let's quickly test if this bug has any other abilities. After some experimentation, the group confirmed that this special demonic beetle could reinforce space, but the reinforcement was limited. Therefore, it could restrain Yi Ruizha, who was of the same level, but it did not restrain Gong Kai-hang much. This was why Yi Ruizha was so thoroughly restrained. Aside from spatial reinforcement, it has no other abilities, just like other beetles, possessing only one type of power. After testing the special beetle, Gong Kai-hang killed it and stored it in his spatial storage, intending to return it to the research institute for further study once the mission was completed. But the spatial reinforcement of the magic beetle also gave Gong Kai-hang an idea for future battles against other space-based systems. Seeing that the probing was complete, the old man said, "Now that we know this special insect only works on small leaves, let's go straight for the enemy and kill the queen." Apart from Gong Kai-hang, Lin Tianyu and Yi Ruizha had no objections. "Grandpa, I don't think it's meaningful to just kill the queen insect. What are your opinions?" "Grandpa, I don't know if you've noticed, but these beetles are very similar to ants. Even if we kill the queen, they will quickly give birth to a new queen and continue to lay eggs and hatch new beetles." "So you mean you want to wipe out all the armored beetles in the entire secret realm?" "That's exactly what I meant. But do you know how many bugs are here? It was only because that brat Xiaoyi stumbled upon the queen bug that he found her. Otherwise, look at this secret realm. Just look at all the pits and holes in the ground. I wouldn't dare say there are hundreds of millions of insects, but there are at least 80 million. There are so many insects, we can't possibly kill them all by ourselves." "I know that." "Oh, so you mean you want to bring in telekinesis and lightning users from other places and wipe out this secret realm in one fell swoop?" "Well, that's true and false. This secret realm is so big that it's impossible to flatten it all at once, but we can clear out a place without the magic beetles, and then we can mine or in peace." "Aren't you afraid that the abilities of this special insect will be revealed?" "Grandpa, I don't think we can keep this a secret. Since the special magic beetles in this secret realm have the energy to reinforce space, other secret realms will have similar situations. We can only keep the news closed for a while." What you said makes sense. In that case, I'll talk to Lao Xing about it after we get out. But we still need to kill the bugs in this area, at the very least the queen bug, to prevent her from multiplying and increasing the number of bugs. This will also help prepare for the soldiers who come in later. This time, Gong Kai-hang had no objections, and the 4 of them returned to the bottom of the pit and began their direct assault on the enemy's lair. Although movement was restricted in the narrow cave, Gong Kai-hang kept releasing his wards to clear the way, preventing the beetles from even getting within 50 meters. The only pity was that there was no way to kill them. However, doing so quickly blocked the entrance to the cave, leaving no other option but to have the old man clear the way. The effect was completely different after the old man cleared the way. The old man only needed to maintain the range of the momentum, and Lin Tianyu could kill directly, without even cutting off the legs. Gong Kai-hang just picked up the corpses. As for Yi Ruizha, Eurasia, he could only lie half dead on the flying sword controlled by Lin Tianyu. Because he was standing too close, the old man's imposing presence made him dizzy and unable to stand steadily. He was already incredibly grateful before he even fainted. The old man was also helpless. If he didn't need this brat to give him directions, he would have given him a good beating first. He had no soldier's spirit at all and couldn't handle even the slightest pressure. As they ventured deeper, they reached a point where the cave widened. The old man stretched a few times and complained, "This is really exhausting for my old bones."
"You brat, we're definitely going to keep going straight from here, aren't we?"
Eruasia's half-dead reply.
"You're really useless. Once we get out of here, I'll definitely give you extra training. With your condition, how will you ever carry the flag in the future?"
Eurasia felt like he wanted to die. Although he was dizzy, he was still very clear-headed.
The old man wanted to give him extra training. Would he have any good days ahead of him?
As they continued to advance, the space grew larger, and the number of beetles also increased. The old man was very annoyed by the relentless onslaught of the beetles. How long was this killing to continue?
"This is too slow, you guys move back a bit."
Before the three could retreat 10 meters, the old man unleashed his full power again, pressing forward. The demonic beetles in front of him collapsed unconscious in droves, as did Eurasia, who had completely passed out.
"Follow me."
After the old man finished speaking, he took off first and rushed forward. Dong Kaihang and Lin Tianyu quickly followed with the unconscious Eurasia. Soon, the three half-corpses saw the queen insect. The old man didn't want to waste any words and directly stretched out his palm towards the queen insect, and a purple lightning bolt as thick as a bowl shot straight towards her. Although the queen is also level 5, her main function is to lay eggs, and she does not have much mobility or ability to fight back. Seeing the old man's purple lightning heading straight for it, it immediately twitched its tentacles. Upon receiving the order, the armored beetles guarding the queen immediately stood in front of her. The purple lightning struck a group of armored beetles that were blocking the queen's path. Their bodies immediately stiffened and they fell to the ground, emitting puffs of white smoke as they were electrocuted.
Dong Kaihang and Lin Tianyu were sweating profusely.
This was a new trick of the old man's.
If it had hit them, they would probably have become a dish.
Seeing that his lightning was blocked, the old man didn't say a word and sent another purple lightning bolt at him. The first lightning bolt was only blocked in time because the queen was protected by the armored beetles.
But the second lightning bolt was impossible to block.
Even if the armored beetles wanted to come to the rescue, they wouldn't be able to get there in time. The purple lightning struck the queen insect precisely, causing its massive body to shudder violently, followed by a burnt smell. Without the old man's reminder, Lin Tianyu and Gong Kaihang immediately launched their strongest attacks on the queen insect. They were severely injured one after another, and the queen insect
met her end in such a humiliating way.
The surrounding beetles instantly fell into chaos, constantly trying to escape in all directions. Before long, there were not a single living beetle left. The old man clapped his hands and said smugly, "Humph, let's see if you're still so arrogant, letting the bugs swarm this old man." Dong Kaihang and Lin Tianyu exchanged glances.
Lin Tianyu whispered, "The old man is too fierce. We must never make him angry in the future." Dong Kaihang nodded repeatedly.
At this moment, Eurasia, who had fainted, suddenly woke up with a start and mumbled, "Where am I? I feel dizzy."
The old man glared at him. "You brat, you've woken up at just the right time. Get up now and stop pretending to be dead."
Eurasia stood up unsteadily, and seeing the mess around him and the electrocuted beetles, his stomach churned. "Grandpa, you went too far.
This smell is too strong."
The old man snorted, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and take the queen insect away and leave. Otherwise, when those insects wake up, there will be more trouble." Eurasia covered his nose and walked reluctantly toward the queen insect that had been electrocuted, muttering, "This job is really inhuman." Just as he reached out to collect the insects, a surviving beetle suddenly darted out from the side, startling him so much that he jumped 3 feet high.
"Oh my god, there are still some alive!"
Eurasia shouted in a panic. The old man glared at him, then casually waved his hand, and a weak purple electric current stunned the little beetle. "Look at you, so easily frightened by a tiny bug," the old man complained.
Eurasia scratched his head awkwardly. I wasn't prepared."
After finally managing to collect the queen beetle, Eurasia breathed a sigh of relief, only to discover that a beetle's leg had somehow gotten stuck on his clothes. "What the hell is this?" He hurriedly tried to shake off the leg, but he used too much force and the leg hit Lin Tianyu in the face.
Lin Tianyu's face darkened. "Eurasia, can you be a little more reliable?"
Eurasia quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The four were about to leave when Eurasia suddenly slipped and almost fell. He had stepped on the liquid that the queen insect had expelled, and the sticky feeling almost made him vomit.
"Oh dear, this is really bad luck,"
Eurasia said with a bitter face.
The old man couldn't stand it any longer and grabbed his collar. "Can't you act like a soldier? If you keep acting so recklessly, I'll teach you a lesson when we get back."
Eurasia looked at the old man pitifully. "Grandpa, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time."
Dong Kaihang and Lin Tianyu chuckled to themselves, while Eurasia glared at them fiercely. "What are you laughing at? Wait until you're in trouble and see how I make fun of you."
"Stop talking nonsense. I'm definitely going to
train you, now get going. Yi Ruizha, feeling wronged, teleported away with the old man, followed closely by Gong Kaiheng and Lin Tianyu. After the four of them left the secret realm, Yun Mengru, who had been worried all along, finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that they were all unharmed. After giving instructions to the others and informing Premier Xing Zhenyu of his request to order the mobilization of manpower to develop this level 4 secret realm, the old man addressed the others. You guys can go straight back to Kyoto. This brat will come back to the Eastern Military Region with me. Yan Zhong, I'm leaving this place to you. Within a month, turn these spineless bastards into wolf cubs. Otherwise, I'll hold you responsible. Yes, sir. Rest assured, sir. We will complete the mission. By the way, Xiao, would you like to go visit the old man? No, I still have medical classes to finish. I'll visit you another time when I have the chance. Xiao is such a good girl, she should study hard. Don't worry, sir, I will. Well, if there's nothing else, that's all for now. You brat, I'm off. Yi Ruizha was reluctantly dragged by the old man towards the Eastern Military Region. After flying for a while, the old man glared at Yi Ruizha and said, hurry up and teleport. Do you want to work this old man to death? Yi Ruizha reluctantly activated the teleportation, and after more than half an hour, the two returned to the Eastern Military Region. As soon as he landed, the old man shouted in a loud voice, someone come here. Throw this brat onto the training field. Several soldiers rushed over immediately, grabbed Yi Ruizha, and headed towards the training ground. Yi Ruizha struggled and shouted, Grandpa, you don't have to slaughter a pig so fast. Let me rest for a while. The soldiers ignored Yi Ruizha's shouts and carried him straight to the training ground. Upon arriving at the training ground, Yi Ruizha saw a group of soldiers training enthusiastically, with dust flying everywhere and slogans resounding throughout the area. Hey, what's this kid doing here? Oh, and he's a new lieutenant. What's going on? A soldier asked curiously. They must have angered the old man, another soldier replied with a laugh. With a bitter face, Yi Ruizha said to the soldiers, brothers, please have mercy on me and let me go. I just came back from the secret realm and haven't even caught my breath yet. The soldiers just smiled. How could they dare disobey the old man's orders? At this moment, a man who looked like an instructor walked over, looked Yi Ruizha up and down, and said, you're the kid the old man just mentioned, the one he brought here for extra training? Alright, today we'll give you some special training. Yi Ruizha's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, what kind of special training? The instructor chuckled, pointed to a 2-meter-tall tire next to him, and said, see that? Flip it from one end to the other, 300 times. Yi Ruizha's eyes widened, 300 trips? That'll kill me. The instructor's face hardened, stop talking nonsense and get started, or you'll regret it. Yi Ruizha had no choice but to bite the bullet and start flipping the tires. After only a few flips, he was already panting heavily. As he rummaged through the tumbleweed, he muttered, the old man is too ruthless. This is no work for a human being. Yi Ruizha gritted his teeth and flipped the tire, feeling utterly miserable. Just as he was engrossed in flipping through the pages, a small mouse that hadn't yet mutated suddenly darted out from the side, and Yi Ruizha deliberately pretended to be startled so that he fell to the ground with a thud. Oh my god, there's a mouse. The instructor walked over with a frown. You little rascal, a mouse scared you like this? Get up and keep searching. Yi Ruizha looked aggrieved. Instructor, who wouldn't be scared if a rat suddenly ran out like that? The instructor remained unmoved. Stop making excuses and get back to flipping the tires, or I'll add another 100 runs. Upon hearing this, Yi Ruizha quickly got up and continued flipping the tires, muttering to himself, I can't live like this anymore. After flipping through the pages for a while, Yi Ruizha was so tired that he wanted to take a break. He glanced at the instructor, and seeing that the instructor wasn't paying attention to him, he plopped down on the tire. Oh dear, I'm exhausted, I need to rest for a bit. Before he could even settle in, the instructor turned around and saw him sitting on the tire, and immediately flew into a rage. The instructor roared, you brat, how dare you slack off? Give me an extra 200 runs as punishment. Yi Ruizha was on the verge of tears. Instructor, please don't. I'll never dare to slack off again. Left with no other option, Yi Ruizha could only continue flipping the tires. As he flipped through the pages, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he came up with a good idea. He shouted to the soldiers training nearby, hey guys, give me a hand, let's flip the tires together, and I'll treat you to something good to eat later. The soldiers just smiled, and no one dared to respond to him. At that moment, the instructor walked over and sneered, you still want to ask for help? You'll get another 300 runs as punishment. Yi Ruizha completely broke down. Instructor, I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again. And so, Yi Ruizha struggled on the training field, while the old man was leisurely drinking tea in his office. Suddenly, a soldier ran up to report. Sir, that lieutenant has caused another embarrassing incident on the training ground, the soldier said, suppressing a laugh. The old man asked curiously, what happened? The soldier, barely suppressing a laugh, replied, when he was flipping the tires, he accidentally flung his shoe off, and it hit the instructor on the head. Upon hearing this, the old man burst into laughter. That brat, he's always causing us trouble. Let's go see him. When the old man arrived at the training ground and saw Yi Ruizha's disheveled appearance, he was both annoyed and amused. Look at yourself, what kind of of person are you? Eurasia looked at the old man pitifully. Grandpa, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. The old man snorted. Spare you? Dream on. Keep practicing. Don't even think about resting until you've made a name for yourself. Helpless, Eurasia could only continue flipping the tires, secretly vowing to be careful in the future and never make the old man angry again. Eurasia gritted his teeth and continued flipping the tires, his clothes soaked with sweat. As he flipped through the pages, he complained inwardly, that old man is too cruel. All I did was faint in the secret realm, and it was you who knocked me out. I'm more wrong than Doi. Just then, Eurasia suddenly felt his stomach rumble. Ugh, I'm hungry now. He shook his head helplessly and continued to try to flip the tire. At this moment, the instructor suddenly appeared out of nowhere and said to Eurasia with a blank expression, given your behavior of insulting the old commander just now, let's add another tire and flip it over together. Eurasia almost cried. Instructor, don't be so harsh. Stop talking nonsense and get started, the instructor said firmly. Eurasia had no choice but to bite the bullet and flip over the two tires, which was much more difficult. He was already panting heavily after only a few tries. What am I going to do? If I don't finish, they'll definitely put in more pressure on me, he thought anxiously. Suddenly, he saw several soldiers resting not far away, and an idea struck him. He shouted to the soldiers, hey guys, give me a hand, I'll introduce you to some pretty girls later. The soldiers were somewhat tempted upon hearing this. Before they could even act, the instructor, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, roared, anyone who dares to help will be punished along with you. The soldiers quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at Eurasia again. Eurasia sighed in despair and continued to flip the tire with great difficulty. Just when he was about to give up, the old man appeared again. How about it? You brat, do you know you were wrong? The old man asked. Eurasia nodded hurriedly. Grandpa, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Looking at his pitiful appearance, the old man thought for a moment and said, alright, considering how much you've suffered, as long as you tell me what you did wrong, I'll forgive you this time. Eurasia was dumbfounded. No, Grandpa, you're doing this too? How would I know where I went wrong? You were the one who made me faint in the secret realm, and I was very obedient afterward, doing everything you asked. Humph, you brat, you dare to talk back? Talking back is the biggest mistake you can make. You, keep a close eye on him, or I'll make you unconscious. Yes, sir. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. The instructor quickly stood at attention and assured him. After the old man left, all the soldiers on the training ground looked at Eurasia with pity. They practiced until they were dizzy. This was the kind of treatment they received when they first came to the old man's place. Thinking back on it now gives me goosebumps. It was a nightmare that was worse than hell. An hour later, a young man appeared on the training field, carrying two large tires, wearing specially made iron chainmail weighing several hundred kilograms, his legs trembling incessantly, yet he dared not stop. At this moment, Eurasia was so tired that his mouth was dry and his eyes were blurry as he mechanically flipped the tires. The soldiers watching from afar discussed among themselves. It's been over an hour already. This new lieutenant is quite persistent. Strictly speaking, it is 1 hour and 8 minutes. Hey, does anyone remember what the highest record was again? 2 hours, 43 minutes, and 27 seconds is Instructor Yu's record. Instructor Yu's record is incomparable. I'm referring to ours. 1 hour, 31 minutes, and 39 seconds, Wang Xiaohu's record from last week. Doesn't that mean this lieutenant isn't so simple after all? Yeah, that's true outside, but here, we're still 2 minutes away from passing. Oops, it's falling over. What a pity. 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 26 seconds, just half a minute short. Yu Shubin stepped forward and gently kicked Eurasia twice. After confirming that he had passed out, he said to the soldiers who were watching from the sidelines, take him back to his dormitory. A group of people stepped forward and helped unload all the training equipment off him. They lifted Eurasia up and ran him to the dormitory, threw him onto the bed, and even thoughtfully stripped off his soaking wet clothes and covered him with a blanket. When Eurasia woke up the next day, his whole body ached, and it hurt even to move a finger while lying in bed. He lay there groaning like a dead dog. He was thirsty and hungry. Although there was water and food in his space and he could take them out, he could barely lift his hand. After lying there for a few minutes, the soldiers who had carried him yesterday came in, carrying their special liniment for bruises and sprains. You're only waking up now? You're too weak. Come on, Your Highness, let me apply some of our special medicine. You still have training this afternoon. Kill me, I don't want to live anymore. TCH, this is nothing. You're already threatening to kill yourself on the first day. We're the only ones who heard it. If Instructor Yu and the old commander heard it, you'd be lucky to die. After saying that, she lifted the blanket and began to tease Eurasia while applying the medicinal wine to him. Hey, young master, you don't look so delicate and tender. You'll have to train hard. Exactly, the training here isn't that easy. Be prepared for a long period of despair. Eurasia groaned weakly. Stop teasing me, I'm about to fall apart. Also, could you help me feed myself something? I'm so thirsty and hungry. Oh dear, Your Highness is really in a bad situation. He's still hungry. I'll go get it for you in a bit. No need, I have some here. After saying that, he took out a pot of meat soup that was still warm from his spatial storage.
porridge. The sudden appearance of a pot of soup nearly startled the soldiers, who quickly realized, we almost forgot you're a space type.
It smells so good. What kind of soup is this? Who cares what kind of soup it is? Hurry up and get the bowls and chopsticks out too.
Eurasia had no choice but to take out a few more bowls and chopsticks. Several soldiers fed Eurasia while he drank, treating him like family. After Eurasia had eaten and drunk his fill, he felt a little better and exclaimed that he had finally come back to life.
After washing the bowls and chopsticks, the soldiers returned them and went back to training. As the days went by,
Eurasia stayed in the Eastern Military Region for a month.
The high-intensity training every day gave his face a touch of soldierly fortitude.
After training this morning, Eurasia was called over by the old man.
The old man looked Eurasia up and down and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "You have some of the air of a soldier now. You're going back to Kyoto today. Old Shing has a mission for you."
"Yes, sir.
I'll be going now.
Get out, get out, get out. Goodbye, goodbye forever." He disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. The old man chuckled and scolded, "You brat," then walked towards the training ground with his hands behind his back. Upon returning to Kyoto, Eurasia immediately went to see Premier Xing Zhenyu, without even having a chance to see his own little baby.
The Prime Minister's office. Report.
Eurasia, 01 Ising Independent Battalion, 25th Division, 79th Army, Central Military Region, is here to report.
Greetings, Commander.
Not bad. He does look somewhat like a soldier.
Really? Look, this doesn't look like it anymore.
Eurasia, who had just been grinning, immediately turned serious and stood at attention.
"I'm sorry, sir. It won't happen again."
The premier smiled with satisfaction and pointed to the chair in front of him, saying, It's all right, have a seat." Eurasia immediately sat up straight and waited for the premier's orders.
"I'll keep it short."
According to reports from Changzhou, they found the body of the neighboring country's president on the coastline.
However, Changzhou doesn't have any level 5 awakeners, and the other level 5 awakeners are unavailable.
Therefore, I need you to go to Changzhou in 5 days to help investigate the situation there.
"Yes, sir." Mission accomplished.
Go back and prepare these next few days, and spend some time with your girlfriend. If possible, get married as soon as possible. Don't let her down. This is your private matter, not an order.
I'm just reminding you not to act as if I'm forcing you.
Okay,
there's nothing else. You can go back now.
Thank you, sir. Eurasia got up and walked out of the Prime Minister's office, disappearing in a flash. He's on his 5-day holiday and is eager to go home and hug his wife. However, on his way home, he picked a bouquet of flowers first, which was the only romantic gesture he could think of that had a bit of a sense of ceremony.
When I got home and opened the door, Yuanwu was eating alone. On the table was a dish of leftovers from yesterday.
When their eyes met, Yuanwu could hardly believe her eyes, thinking she was hallucinating again, and remained stunned for a long time.
Until Eurasia softly said, "I'm back."
Tears welled up in Yuanwu's eyes instantly, and she dropped the bowl and chopsticks in her hand and ran towards Eurasia. When she threw herself onto Eurasia and felt his body temperature, she was finally convinced that the man she had been longing for day and night had really returned. She could no longer hold back and opened her mouth, which was still stuffed with rice, and burst into tears. Eurasia was taken aback by Yuanwu's sudden action, and almost dropped the flowers in his hand. He quickly hugged Yuanwu tightly, gently patted her back, and said tenderly, "Baby, don't cry, I'm back now." With rice in her mouth, Yuanwu sobbed incoherently, "You scumbag, it took you so long to come back.
I thought you didn't want me anymore." Eurasia was both amused and exasperated. He reached out and gently wiped away Yuanwu's tears. "How could that be? I came to find you as soon as I got back. Come on, see what I brought you." As he spoke, he held the flowers up to Yuanwu. Yuanwu looked at the bouquet of flowers, and her crying gradually subsided, but she still sobbed. "You think you can get rid of me with just a bouquet of flowers?" Eurasia quickly coaxed, "Of course not, baby. I brought you a lot of gifts. I'll give them to you in a bit." Yuanwu then stopped crying and started laughing, wiping her mouth and face full of tears and snot. "That's more like it." Eurasia was sweating profusely. He had no idea what other gifts he could prepare, but did he dare to say it? To say it would mean certain death. Yuanwu released Eurasia and then carefully examined the man she hadn't seen for a month. "He's gotten thinner, darker, and stronger, but he's also more handsome." "Really? I think so too. Show off. Where are my other gifts? Hurry up and bring them out." "Ha? Oh, not yet. Ha ha ha." Yuanwu stared intently at every change in his face and said, "You weren't lying to me just now, were you? Look at what you're saying. How could that be? We ordered it to be custom made, but it's not finished yet, is it? You know how it is. We can't even leave the camp while we're with the old man. I went to order it as soon as I got back, but it will take some time." "Ha ha. Really? Who is this old man? Don't you have no relatives?" "The old man is Old Master Lei, the commander of the Eastern Military Region. Lei something, don't you know? You yourself don't even know the old man's name." "How would I know? I'm in class every day and I don't go out." "Ha ha ha ha. Really? My darling, I haven't reported to the dean and the others yet. I'll go over there first." "Okay, go ahead, and come back soon." After saying that, she kissed Eurasia
Ruasia and pushed him out the door. Then, happily holding the flowers given to her by her beloved, she continued to eat lunch with relish. After Yi Ruasia left, he quickly found Gong Kaihang, partly to report for duty and partly to ask for his life.
Old Gong, help me. Do you know anyone who can quickly forge a ring? Ha, so it's you back? What's going on? You're the first one I called for help as soon as I got back. Stop talking nonsense. I need a ring made right now. Do you know any famous craftsmen? What do you need a ring for? Propose. Oh, why don't you just find the manufacturing department at the academy?
It's just an ordinary ring. They can make one for you in no time.
Oh, yes. How could I forget that? Thanks.
After saying that, the person disappeared. This kid, after being trained by the old man for a month, is still so impetuous, but he does look more like a soldier now. Arriving at the manufacturing department's dedicated classroom, which is actually a manufacturing workshop, piles of seemingly messy materials are scattered everywhere, and some students' representative works are displayed on the shelves. Yi Ruasia's sudden appearance here aroused everyone's curiosity. After all, Yi Ruasia was already considered a legend in the academy. Not to mention the things he did during school, like lifting up other girls' skirts, his grades were consistently among the worst. Young Mengru, although not at the top of her class, was still an A+ and is now pursuing further studies in medical school.
However, Yi Ruasia was able to be promoted to second lieutenant immediately after graduating and enlisting in the army. He was even personally awarded the rank by the premier, making him a unique figure in the entire academy.
Therefore, almost every junior student knew him.
Senior Yi, who are you looking for? I've come to you to ask for your help in crafting a ring. A ring?
Senior, even the professors haven't figured out how to make a ring with functions yet.
You're overestimating us.
No, I just want a simple ring. Gold or platinum is fine, preferably with diamonds.
Ordinary? Why is that? It's completely useless. Another classmate slapped him on the back of the head and said, "Are you stupid? Think about what you can do with a diamond ring."
Oh, congratulations to the senior and junior.
When are you going to hand out wedding candy?
Please stop talking nonsense and help me right now. I'm being saved.
No problem. I can get it done for you in 10 minutes. Do you have any style requirements? Style? I don't know anything about that.
You guys figure it out, as long as it looks good.
Okay, senior, please wait a moment, let's discuss it.
After they finished speaking, the students started discussing it.
My senior is proposing, and the ring can't be cheap. What do you think? Should it be gold or platinum? It must be platinum. Platinum diamond rings are beautiful. That's right, platinum will do. Oh, by the way, how many diamonds do we have left? No need to ask, it's all here.
At this moment, a student placed an iron box on the table and opened it. It was filled with diamonds, ranging in size from the size of a finger to the size of a palm. They were all rough diamonds.
Now the price of diamonds has plummeted.
A rough diamond the size of a palm is not even worth 10 energy stones, and a rough diamond the size of a finger would not be picked up even if it was thrown on the ground. Nowadays, apart from researchers, nobody on the market wants them anymore. A group of people picked and chose from the boxes, and finally selected a rough stone the size of a fist.
Let's take this one. It's not too big, and it's not too small. It's just right. Isn't this too big to wear on my hand? That seems true. Then shall we use the smaller one?
These diamonds aren't worth much, and small ones aren't impressive at all. Perhaps it's not a matter of whether it's valuable or not, but a matter of sentiment.
How about we do it this way?
The ring is set with a band of diamonds, and then a peony flower is made on top, with tiny diamonds set along the edges of the petals.
What do you think of this?
After thinking for a while and imagining the shape of the ring in their minds, the group nodded in agreement.
Let's do it this way. After a brief discussion, the group began to divide the work and cooperate.
The three students randomly picked a smaller rough diamond and used their supernatural abilities on it. The molecular structure inside the rough stone began to separate according to the ideas of the three students, and a few minutes later, some crystal clear diamonds began to fall off. On the other side, 5 students using a blowtorch to melt platinum also began shaping rings, one shaping the ring itself and the other 4 shaping the petals of a peony flower. Once the entire shape is complete, another student takes over, and by the time the ring is finished, the diamond has just been cut. Next, everyone worked together to set the diamonds.
There were 99 diamonds in total, symbolizing longevity.
The diamond setting process took a little longer than the initial preparations, but once it was completed, everyone was amazed.
This cheap diamond ring is sparkly and particularly eye-catching.
The purity of platinum, the nobility of the peony, and the brilliance of the diamond give this ring, which is worthless in this age of awakening, a unique charm. Yi Ruasia waited anxiously on the side, and when he saw the finished product, he was also stunned by the beauty of the ring.
He excitedly stepped forward and thanked his juniors repeatedly.
Holding this exquisitely crafted ring, Yi Ruasia seemed to see Yuanwu's surprised and delighted expression. He couldn't wait to return to Yuanwu's side and make a lifelong promise to her. Yi Ruasia quickly returned home, where Yuanwu was cleaning up in the kitchen.
He walked gently behind Yuanwu and embraced her tenderly.
Yuanwu was startled by his sudden appearance, but her eyes lit up instantly when when she saw the ring in Yi Ruijia's hand.
Is this for me?
Yuanwu's voice trembled slightly.
Yi Ruijia looked at Yuanwu with deep affection, slowly knelt on one knee, raised the ring and said, Yuanwu, I love you. Will you marry me?
Yuanwu's tears welled up again. She nodded vigorously and stretched out her hand. Yi Ruijia carefully put the ring on her finger, and the two embraced tightly, feeling each other's warmth and love.
Few mission accomplished. What mission?
No, I just remembered the task the premier assigned me.
When are you leaving? Yuanwu, who had just been immersed in a sea of happiness, now had eyes full of disappointment and loneliness.
I came back specifically to marry you in 5 days.
Yes. Yi Ruijia nodded in affirmation.
Seeing this, Yuanwu happily hugged Yi Ruijia again, her previous disappointment and loneliness vanishing. Yi Ruijia finally got smart this time. If he had said he was getting married by imperial decree, things probably wouldn't have been so perfect. The news that Yi Ruijia and Yuanwu were getting married quickly spread throughout the entire college. Therefore, Li Yifei specially arranged to take a 3-day holiday to celebrate Yi Ruijia and Yuanwu's wedding. It seemed high profile, and indeed it was quite flamboyant, since the premier had specifically instructed the academy to help arrange their wedding before Yi Ruijia set off on his mission. 3 days later, the college was brightly decorated and bustling with activity, and the entire college was immersed in a festive atmosphere. Yi Ruijia looked handsome in his crisp military uniform, while Yuanwu was beautiful and charming in her pure white wedding dress.
Amidst everyone's blessings, they slowly walked towards the wedding stage.
The wedding was officiated by Gong Kai-hang, who looked at the happy couple with eyes full of satisfaction. On this special day, we witnessed together Yi Ruijia and Yuanwu's love. They've been through a lot together, and now they've finally come together. Let's applaud their love. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience.
Gong Kai-hang was inwardly exasperated.
I almost said the wrong thing. It's all this kid's fault.
Yi Ruijia held Yuanwu's hand tightly and said affectionately, Yuanwu, from today onwards, you are my wife. I will spend my whole life protecting you and making you happy.
With tears of happiness glistening in her eyes, Yuanwu replied, Ruiz, I will always stay by your side and never leave you. Then, they exchanged rings and shared a passionate kiss amidst cheers from the crowd. The atmosphere at the wedding reached its climax, and everyone was happy for the newlyweds. In reality, many people were secretly heartbroken, thinking that the goddess had been taken by a pig and the god had been snatched away.
After the wedding, Yi Ruijia and Yuanwu began their short honeymoon.
They strolled together in the college garden, enjoying this rare moment of peace and happiness.
However, happy times are always fleeting.
5 days passed quickly, and Yi Ruijia had to say goodbye to Yuanwu and embark on his mission to Cheongzhou. Although Yuanwu was filled with reluctance, she knew that Yi Ruijia was now a soldier and shouldered a mission. She hugged Yi Ruijia tightly and said, Please be careful.
I'll wait for you to come back.
Yi Ruijia nodded and said firmly, Don't worry, I will return safely. Yi Ruijia didn't bring Huahua on this mission, mainly because he was afraid. Although Huahua was very angry, she was helpless and could only vent her anger on the silly dog Heizi.
Heizi was beaten so badly by Huahua that he didn't dare to breathe.
What could he do? He wasn't strong enough to beat the big sister, so he had to suppress his resentment. Yuanwu had no choice but to pick up Huahua, and only then was Heizi freed from his misery.
Huahua, it's alright.
He was just worried about you, that's why he didn't take you with him.
There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. If it doesn't work this time, there will be another time. That's easy for you to say.
Ever since he brought you back, he's practically stopped caring about me.
How could that be? Ha 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 ha.
Huahua ignored Yuanwu, jumped onto Heizi's head, and rode off to have fun.
Huahua is jealous. Luckily, it's a cat. Yuanwu was actually jealous of Huahua.
If Huahua were also a great beauty, she knew she would never have been able to get there first. When they were almost at Cheongzhou, Yi Ruijia suddenly changed his route.
He wanted to go back to Hongyang village to pay his respects. He hadn't been back since Blue Star expanded, and since it was on his way, he had to go back.
Passing through Ruyan town, we first went to the town to buy some sacrificial items. Mu Chen was on leave today and decided to go to the market to buy some good meat to treat himself. While browsing the market, he suddenly saw a person in military uniform. Wearing a military uniform is not strange. What's strange is that he felt this person looked familiar. He stepped forward, patted the man on the shoulder, and asked, Hello, comrade, are you from the southern military region? The other person turned around, glanced at him a few times, and then said happily, Old Mu. Upon hearing this address, Mu Chen remembered who it was. Could you please stop calling me Lao Mu?
Okay, Lao Mu, no problem, Lao Mu.
Mu Chen was speechless. Whatever you want, whatever makes you happy. How did you get back?
And you're a second lieutenant now, not bad. Isn't he handsome?
I can't believe it. That greenhorn from back then has become a second lieutenant in the blink of an eye. But that doesn't make sense either. Even if you enlisted that day, you wouldn't have been promoted to second lieutenant so quickly.
I got promoted after fighting a battle.
You went to the border?
No, I went to Dragon City.
Dragon City? No way. I heard that was a beast tide launched by a level 6 mutated beast.
It's a mutated tiger.
Yes, no. Why did you go
back to Longqing and participate in that battle.
According to the announcement from above, that battle resulted in the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of comrades. After Yi Ruizha recounted the whole story to Mu Chen finally understood.
No wonder we suddenly received orders to intensify the cleanup of mutated beasts.
It turns out the goal is to minimize their numbers so that even if a mutated beast breaks through to level 6 and launches a beast tide, the scale won't be too large.
Yes, a beast tide of millions is terrifying. It's unlikely that we'll see beast tides of 1,000,000 in the future.
We've been hunting them every day, and their numbers have decreased significantly.
By the way, are you back home on vacation to visit family?
No, I have a mission to go to Cheongzhou, and I'm just stopping by to pay my respects to Brother Chang and the others.
I'll be continuing my journey soon. I see. Then I won't bother you any longer. You go ahead and get busy. When you're on your way back after you finish your mission, come find me for a drink.
The two exchanged communication stone numbers, and Yi Ruizha continued to purchase sacrificial items. As Mu Chen watched Yi Ruizha leave, he sighed, "It's been a while since I've seen you. You've really changed my mind." After purchasing the sacrificial items, Yi Ruizha returned to Hongyang village and continued his journey after the ceremony. When Yi Ruizha arrived at the port city coastline, he stopped.
This was the closest coastline to Cheongzhou.
Originally, the two places were only 20 kilometers apart by a cross-sea bridge. However, since the expansion of Blue Star, the cross-sea bridge was torn apart and the 20-kilometer strait has become 200 kilometers. Because they lost contact with the inland areas, Cheongzhou experienced a period of disconnection. Later, Guangzhou sent people to Cheongzhou to send communication stones and they were able to re-establish contact. However, one step behind leads to another, and they could only rely on themselves for supplies. Unfortunately, due to insufficient combat strength, Cheongzhou was unable to provide timely support. Coconut City, Deer City, and Shanghai City were successively breached by the Beast Horde. Later, the southern military region mobilized almost all of its level 5 Awaken to cross the sea to provide support, which enabled them to recapture the three cities. Even after the three cities were recaptured, the population had been greatly reduced, from 11 million to less than 1.5 million. The Cheongzhou military also suffered almost all casualties in the battle to protect the people. Fortunately, Cheongzhou's expanded area is only 354,000 square kilometers, and its resources are limited.
No mutated beasts have broken through to level 5.
The level 5 awakened beasts from the southern military region, who crossed the sea to provide support, thoroughly swept through Cheongzhou, plowing the land 7 or 8 times. Even if there were any that escaped, they were only level
1 or 2. No one above level 3 was spared. Only after killing the mutated beasts until they were terrified did they leave Cheongzhou.
From then on, Cheongzhou no longer needed to worry about the sea monsters.
Unless the sea monsters grew legs and could run away and penetrate deep into the inland areas, Cheongzhou could live a peaceful life. Yi Ruizha determined his location on the broken pier of the cross-sea bridge along the coastline of the port city and began to teleport towards Coconut City.
He needs to teleport diagonally upwards constantly to avoid falling into the sea and becoming food for the sea creatures. Fortunately, 200 kilometers is not far, and even if the teleportation is at an angle, it will not take a minute. Upon arriving in Coconut City, one finds only ruins and collapsed buildings everywhere.
Coconut City has been abandoned, and everyone has been relocated to Shanghai City in the inland. Shanghai City is nearly 900 kilometers away from Yecheng.
He needs to go to Shanghai City to find Zhao Yue, the resident official of Cheongzhou, and learn about the mission. When we arrived at Shanghai City, although it had been rebuilt, we could still see traces of the city's destruction. Yi Ruizha's sudden appearance at the city gate startled the city defense soldiers, who quickly raised their guns in alert.
Only after recognizing him as a second lieutenant did they lower their guard.
Yi Ruizha sensed their levels and found that they were generally level 2 or 3, even lower than his own level, which was practically the newbie village within the newbie village. It's only in these beginner villages that rifles still have some use. In the mainland, they would have been gathering dust long ago. A private first class jogged up to Yi Ruizha, saluted, and said, "Comrade, sir, please show me your identification." Yi Ruizha took out his sergeant's ID and handed it to him. After the private opened it and looked at it, he exclaimed in surprise, "Sir, you're from Kyoto?" "Yes, I received orders from the premier to come here on a mission and to see your superior, Lieutenant Colonel Zhao Yue."
"Please wait a moment, I need to verify something."
Yi Ruizha nodded, and the private also took out his communication stone to contact his superior officer, and then reported it up the chain of command. Soon, the private received permission to leave and told Yi Ruizha where Zhao Yue was. Knowing where Zhao Yue was, Yi Ruizha teleported away from the private, startling the soldiers guarding the city gate. Since it wasn't his territory, Yi Ruizha had to honestly enter through the military camp gate first to avoid any misunderstandings. To the sentries' astonishment, Yi Ruizha appeared at the gate of their camp shortly after they received news of a visit from Kyoto. After verifying Yi Ruizha's identity and allowing him to pass, they had another topic to discuss over tea. After arriving at the government building, I was finally able to meet Zhao Yue, led by by a guard. This made Eurasia, who was used to being a bully at home, very uncomfortable. In fact, this was the normal procedure.
He could be a bully at home only because his
unit was a special independent unit with special privileges in Beijing. He wouldn't have these privileges in other military regions, but he would still be given face.
Report. Lieutenant Eurasia from Kyoto has arrived. So fast. Invite him in.
The guard made way for Eurasia to enter, and Zhao Yue also quickly got up from his desk and walked to the door to warmly shake hands with Eurasia.
Welcome, Comrade Yi. I really didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I thought you wouldn't arrive until the afternoon. Please have a seat. Xiaodong, quickly make some tea. You're too kind, sir.
After the two sat down, Zhao Yue didn't exchange many pleasantries and went straight to the point about the main content of the mission.
Comrade Yi, we invited you here mainly because we need your help to conduct a cross-sea survey of several nearby islands. Didn't they say they found the body of the president of a neighboring country?
That's right, but according to the autopsy report, the deceased has been confirmed to be the president of Annam. He died 11 days ago, and his body was intact.
So we have reason to suspect
that someone secretly landed on our territory without permission or deliberately dumped the body on our Chinese territory in an attempt to cause a dispute between the two countries.
It's confirmed that the body didn't drift down from the sea. That's impossible.
There are many sea monsters at sea, and it's impossible for a corpse to float to our coastline intact.
We searched the entire island of Qiangzhou as soon as we found the corpse, but we didn't find any enemy agents infiltrating. However,
we can't cross the sea to investigate our affiliated islands, so we can only ask the southern military region for help. But all of their level 5 awakened are busy clearing out mutated beasts and can't spare the time.
So we had to ask Kyoto for help. So now do I need to investigate all the outlying islands?
If possible, we should investigate as many as possible, but I also know that our sea area is quite vast and has many islands, so it is difficult to investigate them all. Therefore, I hope that Comrade Yi will focus on investigating the Xishan and
Zhongshan Islands. As for the Nanshan Islands, let Comrade Yi decide for himself. After all, they are too far away.
The Premier also agreed that the decision on whether to investigate that island group should be made according to Comrade Ye's wishes. I will try my best to investigate those islands.
After all, they are our territory. We can't just let others land on them and occupy them without us knowing.
Will this work?
It's a vast ocean there.
If we can't find an island to land on, it could be very dangerous.
It shouldn't be a big problem. Surely we can't go thousands of kilometers without seeing an island? It's hard to say. There are only 11 islands that are always above water in the Nanshan Islands.
The rest are reefs and shoals.
It's even
harder to say after Blue Star grows bigger. Maybe some of them have sunk, or maybe a few more islands have appeared.
It's all uncertain. This uncertainty made Eurasia hesitant to make any promises.
If he happened to run out of energy and couldn't find an island to rest and recover, he would really be in trouble.
Xiaodong, quickly go and get the map and the tide data.
Comrade Yi, let me explain the situation of that sea area to you first, and then you can make a decision.
But I don't recommend that you investigate it.
Although it is our territory, the planet has expanded tenfold, and our territory has
expanded tenfold accordingly. We are already too busy clearing out the mutated beasts in the inland areas. It's not a big problem to give up those islands for now. We can take them back when we have more time. This is also the Premier's idea. Even the Prime Minister is suggesting we give up for now.
Yes,
the current international situation is very tense.
Those countries with small land areas that survived this global catastrophe have begun to expand outwards and
annex those countries that have been destroyed.
The Prime Minister's idea is to first focus on stabilizing the inland areas and prevent other countries from coveting us. At this moment, Xiaodong returned with the map and tide data. He spread the map on the coffee table and then stepped aside.
Comrade Yi, look here. This is our Nanshan Islands.
This area is full of reefs and shoals.
These 11 are the islands that are usually above water.
These lines are the distances between each island.
Of course, this is data from before the expansion of Earth.
As for the reefs and shoals,
it is difficult to determine when they are above water.
Sometimes, even at low tide, they will not be exposed.
They only have a chance to be exposed when the tide is extremely low.
Therefore, they are underwater most of the time. This is why I do not recommend that you investigate them. Eurasia stared at the map in silence. There was nowhere to land.
What was he going to do?
Before he could finish his silence, Zhao Yue told him that most of the Zhongshan Islands were actually reefs and sandbars, with only one island that was always above water, which was 5,600 kilometers away from the Xishan Islands.
Eurasia was a little numb.
He thought the investigation would be easy, but it turned out to be a different story, and there was a possibility that he might not return. To see Nakago Island, you would need to rise to over 240 kilometers, but that's unlikely to be the case. Let alone 5,600 kilometers, even this tiny fraction of 600 kilometers might not be enough to see it. In other words, once he goes there, if he cannot find the island immediately, he must return, otherwise, he will have to take drugs to make it back to the islands of the Sego Islands. If it were on land, Eurasia would have enough energy to sustain a round trip of 5,600 kilometers, and even have some left over.
But the key is on the sea. He can only
teleport diagonally, which indirectly increases the distance. This makes him less confident that he can even reach the only island in the Nakago Islands, Tokiwa Island. To put it bluntly, teleporting on the sea is like walking blindfolded. It's impossible to walk in a straight line.
Even if you know
your starting position clearly, once you reach a point without any reference points, your direction will inevitably veer off course.
Satellite positioning has failed, the compass is now off-center, and even the positions of the sun and moon have changed.
Under these circumstances of being unable to locate, a 1-degree deviation of 5,600 kilometers is a deviation of nearly 100 kilometers. When Zhao Yue calculated the result, even he gasped.
If he went, it would be a near-death experience.
He quickly reported the results to the Prime Minister, hoping that the investigation into the Zhongshan Islands would also be cancelled, and he voluntarily asked for punishment. This was his oversight. He originally thought that going to the Nanshan Islands was dangerous enough, but it turned out that the Zhongshan Islands were even more dangerous.
If things went wrong, Eurasia would be lost at sea. At this point, Eurasia could no longer guarantee that he could go to the Zhongshan Islands and Nanshan Islands to investigate. His original confidence was completely crushed before he even set off.
The Premier quickly responded to Zhao Yue's report, agreeing to cancel the investigation into the Zhongshan Islands, prioritizing safety above all else. Zhao Yue breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the Premier's reply.
He was genuinely afraid that the Premier would disagree and insist on investigating the Zhongshan Islands.
If something were to happen to Eurasia, he would become a criminal.
Comrade Yi, since the Premier has also agreed to cancel the investigation of the Zhongshan Islands, then you only need to investigate the Xishan Islands.
Eurasia nodded in agreement and offered his personal opinion. Since I can't go to Zhongshan, if I have the chance, I'll go to the Nanshan Islands to investigate.
I look at the map and the islands of Xishan Islands and Nanshan Islands are quite far apart, but there are more islands in the Nanshan Islands, so there's still a chance.
Zhao Yue immediately and firmly refused. No, although there are more islands in the Nanshan Islands, the journey is longer and the danger is greater.
You cannot go there.
You can only investigate the Xishan Islands.
This is the Premier's order. Zhao Yue used the Premier's name to pressure Eurasia, who had no choice but to agree.
Before setting off, Zhao Yue gave Eurasia kayaks and small boats for his safety, which were available for him to rest on the sea temporarily. However, he repeatedly emphasized that each time one stayed on the surface of the sea, it should not exceed 2 minutes, otherwise it would easily attract the attack of sea monsters.
Do not even try to fight sea monsters in the water.
Many marine creatures have become sea monsters, especially the small ones. They live in groups, and a small group is equivalent to a medium-sized beast tide. Eurasia started from the nearest coastline, which was 270 kilometers away according to the map. 10 times that would be 2,700 kilometers, a journey that should have taken less than 10 minutes, but it took him a full half hour to find the first island. This forced him to abandon his contempt, because the location was far too far off. Even though he was teleporting at an altitude of 10 kilometers, it still took him more than 20 minutes to find it. When he finally saw the first island in the distance, he felt relieved. He was really afraid that he wouldn't even be able to find Xiangzhou on his way back, which would have been a complete disaster. As he got closer, several nearby islands emerged from the sea. After landing on the first island and comparing it with others, he confirmed that this was Ocean City, and that it was one of the nearby islands called Kilianyu. Although it is called the Seven Islands, it actually consists of 11 islands. Some of them are too small to have any vegetation, so they are included in the 7 islands. But when Eurasia arrived, looking down from the sky, he saw more than 11 islands. He was able to confirm this because the newly appeared islands had no vegetation and were all beaches.
With the iconic arc-shaped arrangement of the 7 islands, they are quite easy to identify.
After finding out where he was, Eurasia began investigating the first island.
The Kilianyu Islands were expanded during the land reclamation project by the central government. The first island now covers 31 square kilometers, which is larger than the total area of 18.9 square kilometers after the expansion. After landing on the island, Eurasia began to sigh to himself. Back then, we worked ourselves to the bone to reclaim the sea and build islands, but in the end, a blue planet has expanded and become even bigger than you worked yourself to death. Eurasia was speechless as soon as he landed on the island. The coastline was full of mutated sea lions.
When they saw Eurasia, they roared and sprayed a lot of water to attack him. Seeing how unwelcoming they were to him, Eurasia quickly left. He didn't want to be ganged up on. Teleporting to the center of the island, although there were no mutated sea lions here, there was a large group of giant crabs. Upon seeing the group of crabs, Eurasia's eyes lit up.
These were top-notch delicacies. He had to catch a few to take back for his wife to try. Observe the crabs from the tree.
They are of varying grades, with most being grade 2 or 3 and the larger ones being grade 4. But they all have one thing in common: they look very plump. He set his sights on several several larger level 4 mutated blue crabs, mainly because the crabs had huge claws. Each claw was the size of a faceplate, so they must have a lot of meat.
Having learned from his previous experience dealing with the beetles, Eurasia would definitely attack their joints.
A spatial slicing attack was unleashed, leaving Eurasia and the crab swarm dumbfounded.
Eurasia couldn't cut the crab's pincers, and the crab was upset that someone dared to challenge its defenses.
The crabs weren't going to tolerate Eurasia. They brandished their large pincers and charged at the coconut tree where Eurasia was.
With a few quick snaps, the coconut tree, which was several hundred meters tall,
couldn't even last 10 seconds before being snapped in half by the combined efforts of the crabs.
Hey, I didn't realize these crabs were so fierce. Take this.
During the fall, Eurasia used the 1,000-pound drop technique he had learned from the old man's military camp. He pressed half of a large crab into the ground, splashing mud around it and causing the ground to tremble slightly. This move seemed very powerful, but the crab was completely unharmed, while Eurasia's own feet were sore and his legs were numb. Seeing the crab's large pincers about to swing, he quickly teleported to the top of another coconut tree, immediately rubbing his knees in pain. I practiced for a month, and I still can't kill a level 3 crab.
Wasn't that a waste of my time? That old man tricked me, and that guy surnamed you too. They're all bad people.
Once the numbness subsided, Eurasia no longer believed in the results of his training. He quickly condensed a spatial millstone, but instead of throwing it, he teleported directly to the side of the lone crab and swung the millstone like a greatsword. This lone crab was only level 2, and its hard shell couldn't withstand the attack of the millstone at all. It was cut in half. Seeing that he couldn't withstand the level 2 crabs, Eurasia quickly used one hand to release the millstone, and then used the other hand to conjure another millstone. With 2 millstones in hand, he felt invincible.
The second level crabs on the periphery suffered, as Eurasia, wielding his double plates, frantically cut them in half.
Despite the lack of affection, one half was steamed and the other half was made into a cold dish.
As Eurasia continued his rampage, even level 3 crabs couldn't stop him.
It wasn't until level 4 crabs appeared that Eurasia, caught up in the killing frenzy, was unable to cut one crab in half with a single strike. Seeing that his main course had been served, Eurasia stopped being reckless and instead of cutting the crabs in half, he started chopping at their joints. The change in strategy had an immediate effect. Although a group of crabs surrounded Eurasia, they could not harm him in the slightest. If they got close, their pincers were removed.
Having been disarmed themselves, what was the point of fighting?
The crabs began to retreat in fear, leaving behind a bunch of large pincers. Those at level 4 all left, and those at levels 2 and 3 were even less likely to linger, so they also slipped away. Looking at the crab claws scattered all over the ground, Eurasia's mouth watered. He quickly collected all the level 4 crab claws, leaving the
level 2 and 3 ones behind.
He collected a bunch of crab claws on the first island, and there might be even more good stuff on the later islands. Just as they were finishing collecting the crab claws, the ground shook, and a level 5 crab, the size of a 4-meter-long box truck, suddenly appeared.
Upon seeing Eurasia, it raised its 2 enormous pincers and let out a roar.
Upon seeing this level 5 crab, Eurasia's first thought wasn't to run away, but rather to see if he could remove its claws as well. After all, it was a level 5 crab, which was definitely tastier than a level 4 one. Seeing that the level 5 crab was running very fast, Eurasia didn't dare to slash it with his double swords like before.
Instead, he threw it directly at the joints.
Sparks flew as the crab's joints were cut by the millstone, making it impossible for it to break through the defenses. Seeing that the millstone had no effect, he immediately switched to using the shock field. The crab simply raised its large pincers in front of it, showing no fear, and charged straight at Eurasia's shock field.
The collision produced an even louder sound of shattering glass.
The skill was completely destroyed by the crab, and it only suffered a few shallow scratches on its shell.
This is too hard. Looks like I won't be able to eat the level 5 crab.
You can play with it slowly.
I'm leaving now.
After saying that, it disappeared from the spot, hiding on a treetop in the distance to observe secretly, leaving the level 5 crab in impotent rage. The level 5 crab roared for a while, and when it couldn't find anyone, it walked over to the level 2 and 3 crabs that Eurasia had killed earlier, raised its large pincers, picked one up, and put it in its mouth.
Eurasia was dumbfounded. Aren't those your sons? Why are they suddenly eating them?
My sons really don't waste food. They're eating them one after another with a crunchy texture.
Okay, you take your time eating. I'm going to get back to work.
Eurasia, this foodie, is only now starting his mission. The investigation is actually not difficult. You just need to teleport between the treetops and check the ground for any suspicious items. Eurasia had little hope for the first island, as the central area was occupied by crabs, and even if there were any, they would be destroyed by the crabs. After circling around, just as he expected, the entire island was occupied by these sea creatures that were temporarily resting there. Since he hadn't found anything, he headed to the next island. The second island was similar to the first, except that there were no crabs in the middle, because the second island was much smaller than the first and was entirely occupied by mutated sea lions. The entire island was crushed by these huge, bulky creatures. Apart from the sturdy coconut trees, the ground was practically barren.
barren. Eurasia didn't even bother to look at them and just left.
There was no point in wasting time with such behemoths, mainly because they weren't tasty. The third island is long and narrow, and is entirely occupied by sea lions and walruses.
The fourth island was entirely occupied by walruses and seabirds.
The rest were almost all the same, filled with all sorts of sea creatures and seabirds. Finally, we arrived at Ocean City, where there was no one alive left, and the original city hall had collapsed.
There are many sea creatures on it, and they come in many different kinds.
Almost all the sea creatures and seabirds in the South China Sea region are there.
It seems that this place has been breached by sea creatures. Only the ruins of collapsed buildings and some dried bloodstains can be found, proving that our compatriots once fought desperately here.
Following the map, they eventually arrived at Treasure Island in the west and discovered something suspicious. The sea creatures on the entire island had clearly been driven away by humans, and there were many rotting and stinking sea creature carcasses on the ground. Upon arriving at Treasure Island, Eurasia dared not openly investigate, as there might be enemies present.
To be able to traverse such a long distance, one must either be a level 5 flying creature or possess a flying vehicle such as an airship and be escorted by a level 5 awakened individual. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the island. Eurasia was cautiously exploring the island of gold and silver when suddenly, a figure flashed by in the distance. Eurasia's heart tightened, and he quickly hid behind a rock. A moment later, the figure reappeared. Eurasia looked closely and saw that, judging from the clothing, it was a level 5 awakener from Annam. The awakened one from Annam seemed to sense something, and suddenly turned around, discovering Eurasia who was spying on him. The two stared at each other from dozens of meters away, and the scene froze instantly. Neither dared to move, but the awakened one from Annam clearly had a murderous look in his eyes. He hadn't made a move yet because he hadn't confirmed Eurasia's identity. To ease the awkward and tense atmosphere, Eurasia had no choice but to come out from behind the rock. Seeing Eurasia in his combat uniform, the enemy's awakeners couldn't tell which country Eurasia belonged to, and felt somewhat apprehensive. The two looked at each other and tried to communicate, but because of the language barrier, neither knew what the other wanted to do, and the scene was quite awkward. Damn it, can't you speak Chinese?
He didn't understand the second half of what the other person said, but he understood the first half. After babbling on, the other person launched an attack on Eurasia. Eurasia quickly tried to avoid them, but in his mind he cursed all the women in the other party's family, including their grandfather, grandmother, and granddaughter. Finally, he had a sudden inspiration and remembered English. He quickly gestured and shouted in English, "I soldier, Chinese soldier." Upon hearing this, the awakened one from Annam also stopped, a look of confusion on his face. Seeing that the other party had stopped, it meant there was room for discussion. To be honest, Eurasia wasn't afraid of the other party, but he didn't want to fight before he knew the other party's strength.
"I'm a Chinese soldier. What's with the you again? Who? Right, who are you?"
Eurasia's broken English left the other person completely bewildered, but they understood the general meaning and then replied to Eurasia in fluent English.
"I'm the president's brother. I'm here to look for the president." "Why are you here? What are you doing here?" "Okay, I didn't understand a word. I was just asking you politely in English." "Why did you have to go on and on with such a long string of questions? You really don't know any manners." "What? What the hell? Do you even know what politeness is? Can you speak Chinese?" "Oh no, this is completely irrelevant. What should we do?"
At this moment, Eurasia suddenly had a flash of inspiration and quickly took out the communication stone to contact the headquarters. After some effort, they finally found someone who understood Annamese through the communication stone to act as a translator, which allowed them to communicate with the other party. It turns out that the other party was the younger brother of the president of Annam, and he came to find his older brother, the president. However, he was unaware that his president had been murdered and his body had been discovered. The person on the other end of the communication stone explained the situation to him, and he then learned the result, his face showing sadness and anger. After translation, it was learned that a turmoil had occurred in Annam, and during the power struggle, the president of Annam lost and was hiding to avoid being hunted down. The president's brother searched for many days and finally found out that his brother had risked his life to hide at sea. But unexpectedly, he was still murdered in the end, and his body was deliberately dumped in China. Looking at the other person's appearance, Eurasia felt a little sorry for him. He stepped forward, patted the other man on the shoulder, and said, "Brother, you're already dead anyway, so just take it easy. What else can you do?" The awakened one from Annam looked at Eurasia and saw sincerity in his eyes. A hint of gratitude flashed in his own eyes, but if she knew that Eurasia had actually comforted her like that, she might beat him up first. The other person rattled off a string of words, which Eurasia couldn't understand. Then he saw the other person make a goodbye gesture and fly off to the west. "You're leaving already?" Eurasia followed, and as they approached the coastline, he saw them board a speedboat, which then slowly took off and headed west. Strange, why did he leave without even taking his brother's body? Eurasia quickly reported the situation, and the reply was that he should conduct a thorough search of the island. If nothing was found, he could return directly. After After searching Treasure Island for several hours, covering every inch of the land, they finally found a box under a boulder weighing several hundred pounds.
The box is made of alloy and is very new. It was obviously buried not long ago.
Just as Yiruasia was about to open the box to see what was inside, he sensed danger and immediately teleported away with the box.
The moment they left, the spot was shattered by an energy shockwave.
Yiruasia looked up and saw the president's younger brother, who had been standing in midair, rushing towards him and throwing another punch.
A yellow fist phantom flew towards Yiruasia at an even faster speed. It was too fast, so Yiruasia quickly used spatial compression to slow down the fist phantom's speed and teleported away to 100 meters away again. At this moment, the president's younger brother frowned slightly. Both of Yiruasia's attacks had been dodged, and coupled with Yiruasia's strange disappearance, he had realized that Yiruasia was not an ordinary level 4 awakener. After creating a safe distance, Yiruasia was furious and shouted at the president's brother, "Why did you attack me?" The other party gathered energy in its throat and said, "Hand over the box." "This is not something you can touch. You can speak Chinese? Then why are you pretending you can't? You deserve an Oscar. Want the box? I'm not giving it to you. What are you going to do about it? Come and get it if you dare." After saying that, she made a face at him.
The other party was clearly not someone to be trifled with either. Seeing that Yiruasia refused to hand over the goods, they immediately charged at him. To prevent Yiruasia from escaping, he threw 3 punches in a row, sealing off all of Yiruasia's escape routes. But to his surprise, Yiruasia still managed to dodge it in a strange way. Yiruasia, who had dodged his attack, was still 100 meters away, his back to him, patting his butt and saying in a cheeky tone, "Come on, come on." The opponent seemed unable to bear Yiruasia's insults and provocations, and charged at Yiruasia again. This time, Yiruasia disappeared from his spot the moment he moved, and appeared dozens of meters behind him, slashing out a spatial cut. Upon noticing Yiruasia appear behind him, he whirled around and unleashed a flurry of punches, bursting forth with even greater speed as he charged toward Yiruasia. Seeing that his opponent was obviously not easy to deal with, Yiruasia quickly put the box into his space and teleported to a place dozens of meters above the opponent's head. He then swung his fists at the opponent and used his ultimate move, the shock domain. Seeing Yiruasia mysteriously disappear again and reappear above him, he frowned. Yiruasia was too slippery. He would leave the spot as soon as he made the slightest move, and now he could even fight back against him.
Moreover, he sensed that the attack was quite powerful and chose to temporarily avoid its force.
While dodging, he didn't forget to throw a punch at Yiruasia. He didn't believe that a level 4 person without the ability to fly could dodge it while in midair.
The result was unexpected once again.
Yiruasia, who was in midair, seemed to have anticipated his attack and had already used a spatial barrier before disappearing again to dodge it. He stopped, intending to continue his attack, and coldly asked, "Where's the box?"
"Hey, isn't the box right here? You want it? Come and get it. Beat me and I'll give it to you."
The other person frowned even more deeply. He had just seen the box suddenly appear in Yiruasia's hand and then suddenly disappear. Seemingly guessing what kind of superpower Yiruasia possessed, he asked, "Are you a space-type superpower user?"
"Yeah, your dad is a space-type user. So what, are you unhappy about it?"
After receiving confirmation, the other party seemed to suddenly lose interest in fighting and began to threaten, "You'd better hand over the box, or I'll chase you until you run out of energy. Hee, your grandpa has a whole space full of herbs."
"I'm not afraid of a war of attrition. If you're so capable, then go ahead and chase me. If you don't, you're a coward."
The other person's forehead veins were throbbing, clearly indicating that he was a little angry, and he actually charged towards Yiruasia.
Yiruasia didn't fight him.
Instead, he teleported 500 meters behind him and started posing and flirting with him. Provoked like this, he had never been treated like this before, and immediately unleashed his full speed, so fast that it created a sonic boom. However, before he could reach Yiruasia, Yiruasia disappeared again and reappeared 500 meters ahead, continuing to mock him. After chasing him several times, he discovered that Yiruasia could only run a maximum of 500 meters at a time, so he revealed a cruel smile, vowing to chase Yiruasia until he vomited blood. As Yiruasia teleported, he would look back at his opponent each time. Seeing the cruel smile on his opponent's face, Yiruasia would also reveal a smile of triumph. This time, Yiruasia deliberately teleported an extra 50 meters, seemingly to provoke him, but in reality, he had already set up multiple cutting lines in front of him. When the other party caught up with them, they were caught off guard and were cut by the cutting line, leaving 3 deep wounds that exposed bone. He cried out in pain and quickly stopped to check his injuries.
Yiruasia, watching from afar, was overjoyed.
Although it was a pity that he couldn't cut his opponent into pieces, this made his opponent no longer dare to chase him recklessly. This injury is only a minor one for a level 5 awakened being, and it can heal in a few days. However, leaving these wounds in the middle of a battle could lead to bigger mistakes. The other person was clearly someone with a lot of practical experience, and immediately took out the herbs he carried with him, wanting to take them for treatment. Upon seeing this, Yiruasia quickly conjured a spatial millstone, which teleported behind him and slashed down with his sword. As if he had anticipated this, the moment Yi Ruizha appeared, he turned around and threw a punch that collided with Yi Ruizha's millstone, causing both of them to shatter and disappear. Having failed in his sneak attack, Yi Ruizha, realizing the situation was dire, quickly teleported away.
The opponent was clearly faster than Yi Ruizha.
Before Yi Ruizha could disappear, the opponent threw a punch at him. The punch passed through the spot
where Yi Ruizha had disappeared and struck a boulder behind him.
The boulder immediately cracked open with dozens of fissures and collapsed with a crash. Yi Ruizha appeared 500 meters away, but as soon as he appeared, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood.
Damn it, this bastard's reaction was too fast.
I was only grazed and he made me vomit blood.
He was just trying to lure me in.
Yi Ruizha quickly took out some herbs, wanting to eat them to heal his injuries, but the other party clearly didn't want to give him that time. Helpless, Yi Ruizha had no choice but to teleport away again to avoid the attack.
Yi Ruizha is now facing two problems: either he can wear down the opponent and drag them out, but the opponent seems to be in the same boat, so it remains to be seen who can outlast whom.
Furthermore, it's clear from the few moves we just exchanged that my opponent has far more combat experience than I do. If we continue fighting, even with my spatial abilities, I won't have the upper hand.
During the chase, Yi Ruizha thought of Gong Kaihan's spatial displacement technique.
If he could learn this technique and combine it with other skills, even if he couldn't kill the opponent by trickery, he could still keep the opponent busy dealing with it.
Damn it, I really need to study hard when I get back. It's always good to have more skills.
During their chase, the two also took some herbs to heal their injuries.
At the same time, Yi Ruizha was also considering whether to retreat directly and stop wasting time with the other party.
He has already used all his skills, and his opponent has such high combat experience that it is unlikely that he will fall for it again. You can tell by looking at the energy shield surrounding his opponent.
In other words, the same trick is no longer effective.
After much deliberation, Yi Ruizha realized that his combat awareness was not as strong as his opponent's, so he decided to retreat. His opponent was only traveling at 1 times the speed of sound, so he couldn't catch up with him at all. He turned around, gave the other person the middle finger, and then began to teleport away diagonally. The other party was clearly taken aback when they saw Yi Ruizha suddenly leave so far away, but still decided to grit their teeth and continue chasing. After chasing for about 10 seconds, they were dumbfounded. They could still see Yi Ruizha's men, but they were already dozens of kilometers away.
After chasing for another half-minute, they could no longer see him.
The other party stood frozen in place. He had chased after them with all his might, only to find that he couldn't even see their taillights.
What was the point of chasing them then? Although he was very unwilling, he could only turn back. The trouble was that he would soon be found out by China that he was not the president's brother at all, but someone who was hunting down the president of Annam. He originally intended to use Yi Ruizha to find the box, and then kill him to silence him. The box was indeed found, but unexpectedly Yi Ruizha was a space-type user, so they couldn't get it back. After returning to Qiangzhou, Yi Ruizha recounted the situation to Zhao Yue and also promptly reported it to the premier. After a moment's thought, the prime minister instructed Yi Ruizha to take the box back to Kyoto first, and at the same time assigned a level 5 Awaken to guard Qiangzhou, because the prime minister sensed a conspiracy. Before returning to Kyoto, Yi Ruizha sent a message to Mu Chen, saying that he had to return to Kyoto as soon as possible to report back, and could only decline his small gathering with Mu Chen. Mu Chen knew the mission was important, so she didn't force him and readily agreed to meet again next time. Upon returning to Kyoto, after giving a detailed report to the premier instructed Yi Ruizha to take the box back to the research institute and have the scientists open it. After Yi Ruizha left, the premier tapped his fingers lightly on the table and finally gave Lei Zhanyue, the old man, a request-like order. Old Xing, don't worry about this. I'll handle it perfectly. Old Lei, let me make this clear beforehand. If things don't go well, I won't show you any brotherly consideration. Alright, we're like family, don't you know me? If I don't handle things properly, I'll be too ashamed to face anyone. Okay, you go ahead and do your thing. Bye.
The old man hung up after speaking and did not reply to Premier Xing Zhenyu. That damned old Lei, he won't even give me a moment to chat. The prime minister chuckled and scolded as he put down the communication stone and continued working. Yi Ruizha returned to the research institute and handed the box to two highly respected scientists, Feng Qiwu and Li Mingde. Yi Ruizha was also very curious about the box and wanted to see what was inside. Inside the isolation room, Wu Yixuan, dressed in a full set of protective clothing, first carefully inspected the box. After finding no suspicious potential threats, he nodded to the two teachers outside the isolation room, indicating that he was ready to open the box. Wu Yixuan took a deep breath, slowly stretched out his hands, and gently placed them on the box. With a soft click, the lid of the alloy box slowly opened. Everyone's attention immediately focused on the inside of the box, where a wooden box with an antique feel was placed. Wu Yixuan carefully took the rustic wooden box out of the alloy box and placed it on the specially made operating table. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the wooden box, as if they were gazing upon an ancient piece of history. The wooden box may seem to be made of ordinary material, but the passage of time has left indelible marks on it.
Its color is deep, as if it has experienced the baptism of countless springs, summers, autumns, and winters.
Some mysterious patterns are carved on the lid, with smooth and delicate lines, as if it
was made by ancient craftsmen with their blood and sweat.
The edges of the wooden box are somewhat worn, revealing the wood grain inside, which is the sediment of the years and the witness of time.
Wu Yixuan put on special gloves and gently stroked the surface of the wooden box,
feeling the ancient aura it exuded. His movements were extremely gentle, as if he were afraid of disturbing the secret sleeping in the box.
Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Wu Yixuan slowly opened the wooden box. A musty smell wafted out, and even those standing outside the isolation room could sense its antiquity through the glass. Inside the box, a bone lay quietly. The bone was irregularly shaped and its surface was covered with dense patterns.
The patterns are intricate and complex, like a mysterious painting that is hard to fathom. The moment Yi Ruijia's gaze fell upon the bone, a tremor ran through his heart. The feeling was indescribable, as if he had some kind of mysterious connection with the bone. Suddenly, he noticed a slight vibration in the seal within his space. He subconsciously looked at the seal in his own space, and the inexplicable connection became even stronger. His heart began to race involuntarily, and a strange sense of tension welled up inside him. Just as Wu Yixuan was about to take the bone out of the wooden box, Yi Ruijia suddenly shouted, "Don't move!" Wu Yixuan quickly stopped his hand from touching the bone, and at the same time, everyone looked at Yi Ruijia in confusion.
"Yi Ruijia, have you discovered something?" Li Mingda asked the question that everyone wanted to ask, so Yi Ruijia had no choice but to tell him his feelings and about the seal, emphasizing that, "I don't know why I have this feeling, but I can clearly sense that if you touch that bone, you will definitely die."
Upon hearing this, Wu Yixuan quickly stepped back 2 paces, keeping a distance from the bone.
After thinking for a while, Feng Qiwu said, "Yi Ruijia, I believe what you said, but we can't just do nothing, can we?" "Professor Feng, I don't know how to explain it either.
In short, anyone who touches him will definitely die.
I feel this very clearly. Don't ask me how I know this. I don't even know what's going on myself. Is it okay as long as I don't touch it?"
"I don't know, and it doesn't seem like it will work."
"Touching it will kill me, but not touching it won't work either. What should I do?"
"I'll give it a try." As soon as Yi Ruijia finished speaking, he was about to open the door to the isolation room when the two of them quickly pulled
him back.
After all, he was a space age expert, and if something went wrong, they wouldn't know how to explain it to the premier.
No. You just said you couldn't touch it. Why are you still touching it?"
"Old Feng, why don't we have someone capture some mutated beasts and give it a try?"
"You're right, it's safer to test it with a mutated beast first."
Yi Ruijia shrugged and agreed with the method. Although he had a feeling that the bone might be related to him, it was only a possibility, and he himself was not sure. The only thing he was certain of was that touching it would kill him. Now that both scientists have said they want to find mutated beasts for testing, that's perfect. Gentlemen, I suggest that you also find some ordinary animals that haven't mutated yet, so that you can make a comparison.
"You're right, let's do it this way. Put the bones in the isolation room for now."
"Xiao Wu, what are you still doing in there? Come out quickly, or do you want to see your great-grandmother sooner?" After Wu Yixuan came out, the 3 of them immediately found the newly developed energy lock and locked the door of the isolation room. Speaking of the energy lock, it is a product designed to replace the old electronic lock. It is still in the research and development stage.
It contains simple electronic components made from secret realm ores. Currently, it can only achieve a storage capacity of 1.8 MD and a few simple commands, but it is enough to make an electronic lock.
After locking the door, the group returned to the office and began reporting the need for mutated beasts and ordinary animals to conduct experiments. The response was swift, and the supplies were delivered within 2 hours.
The 3 of them were completely focused on that bone and didn't do any other research.
With Yi Ruijia and the other 2, waiting around was really boring, so they decided to play cards to kill time. 2 hours later, as the group was engaged in a fierce battle, they suddenly heard a commotion. It turned out that the procession delivering mutated beasts and ordinary animals had arrived. Everyone quickly put down their cards and went to the isolation room.
Looking at the various strange mutated beasts and ordinary animals in the cage, Yi Ruijia couldn't help but complain. "What are these things? Why is that porcupine that looks like a hedgehog so small? And that ordinary rabbit, why does it look so lifeless? And these white mice, why are they so different sizes?"
"Lieutenant, that's a level 2 hedgehog. The large mice are bred after mutation, and the small ones are self-explanatory." Feng Qiwu cleared his throat and said, "Alright, enough chit-chat, let's get started on the experiment." To make it easier for the animals to touch the boxes, the table in the isolation room was specially enclosed with glass, leaving only the wooden boxes and the bones inside on it. The group carefully opened the door to the isolation room and placed a small white mouse inside. The white mouse appeared somewhat panicked within the glass-enclosed area, darting around in all directions. After a while, it seemed to notice the bones in the wooden box and slowly approached. Just as its little paws were about to touch the bones, everyone held their breath. However, nothing happened. The mouse
sniffed around the bone and then ran away.
The group looked at each other, filled with doubt.
Could Yi Ruijia's feeling be wrong? Feng Qiwu suggested, let's try putting another mutated white mouse in.
So, a larger mutant mouse was placed in the isolation room. This mutated white mouse appeared even more ferocious. As soon as it entered, it began to explore everywhere, chasing and attacking the ordinary white mice.
However, it seemed
to know that these were its own kind, and after not killing the ordinary white mice and giving up beating its own kind, it began to explore as if to assert its dominance.
Soon, it also discovered the bone, and as if the bone had some kind of attraction, the mutated white mouse rushed towards it without hesitation.
The moment its claws touched the bone, a strange light flashed, and the mutated white mouse instantly became shriveled and then turned to ashes.
Everyone gasped in shock, watching this scene in astonishment.
Yi Ruijia's expression grew even more serious. He knew his gut feeling was correct. Next, they introduced other mutated beasts and ordinary animals.
The ordinary animals showed no abnormalities after touching the bones,
but the mutated beasts suffered varying degrees of injury upon touching the bones. Some died instantly, while others struggled in pain. But they all had the same result. Those who died turned to ashes, and those who survived were emaciated.
It seems this bone only affects mutated beasts, Li Mingde said, frowning. But why are ordinary animals unaffected?
Yi Ruijia asked, puzzled. After pondering for a moment, Feng Qiwu said, perhaps this bone is related to the power of mutation.
Ordinary animals do not mutate and have no energy in their bodies, so they are unaffected.
Feng Qiwu nodded. That's right, but we still shouldn't touch this bone lightly.
We must further study its characteristics and functions.
The group decided to take the surviving animals out first and continue to observe their subsequent reactions. At the same time, they reported the results of the experiment to their superiors and awaited further instructions. In the Premier's office of the State Council, after listening to the report and considering the matter, Premier Xing Zhenyu decided to send 2 teams to Annam to secretly investigate the origin of the bone. Meanwhile, Yi Ruijia, who was seeking advice from Gong Kaihang on the tricks of space transfer, also received a new mission, to go to the Eastern Military Region again to carry out a secret mission.
Upon receiving the order, Yi Ruijia couldn't help but mutter, why is it the Eastern Military Region again? I've only been away from
the old man's clutches for less than a week, and I haven't even had a proper 2 days with my wife before we have to separate again. What was said in jest was taken seriously by Gong Kaihang, who guessed that this so-called secret mission was probably a hoax.
What kind of place is the Eastern Military Region? That's Old Master Lei's territory.
Even dragons have to coil up and tigers have to lie down.
What could possibly require a brat with little combat experience like him to help there? Thinking about this, Gong Kaihang seemed to realize something. Could it be that the old man wants to train this kid again? But he just got back, didn't he?
There's something wrong, a very serious problem.
I'll have to ask him about it later.
After telling Yi Ruijia to hurry back and pack up, he secretly ran outside the academy and used the communication stone to contact Grandpa Lei.
Grandpa, it's me, Xiao Gong. How have you been lately? Are you sleeping well? Oh, it's you, kid.
You're suddenly so concerned about me.
You must be up to no good. Bye. Gong Kaihang was speechless. Isn't this how all opening lines are?
You don't tolerate others at all. You just hang up like that. The old man could be so rude to him, but he couldn't be. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and answer the phone again. As soon as he connected, he heard the old man yelling on the other end of the communicator.
You little brat, are you asking for a beating? You dare call and harass me again? Don't think I can't deal with you just because you're a space age user.
Believe me, I can beat you until you're begging for your life.
Believe it or not, sir, please calm down and let me finish what I have to say, okay? Hurry up and say it. I'm very busy. Hey, you brat from the 4th Battalion, you're too mean. How could you kick me in the crotch?
We're all brothers. You can hit me anywhere, but you can't tear down the ancestral hall. The one from the 5th Battalion did a great job. Yes, that's how you greet him.
Gong Kaihang broke out in a cold sweat. Grandpa, you were so busy watching the show and gossiping about the conflict? You must have been quite busy. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'm hanging up.
No, I'll tell you. It's like this, isn't that brat Xiaoyi supposed to be going to your place on a secret mission? I was just a little curious.
Hey Gongzi, do you think the disciplinary regulations aren't thick enough and want to copy them a few more times? Grandpa, stop playing games with me. What could you possibly need that kid's help with? You probably just want to train him, don't you? Since you guessed it, why are you still asking? Do you want to try it out too?
No, he just got back. He hasn't even had a couple of days with his wife before they have to separate.
They're newlyweds, they haven't even had their honeymoon yet. Isn't that a bit too much? I almost forgot this kid just got married. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have brought him along. Anyway, he's definitely going to train with us.
I think I'll go with that old man. This kid has suddenly become very enthusiastic since he came back, and he keeps asking me about skills. I don't have any missions right now, so I can teach him quickly if I go. You decide what to do.
Anything else? That's all. Look at me. Your call has been disconnected. Damn, I got banned again. Back in the office, Yi Ruijia had already returned to his employee employee dormitory.
When Yuanwu returned home after class, she was overjoyed to see Eurasia back, but her eyes instantly welled up with tears when she learned that he was leaving again.
Why are you leaving again?
You just got back. Yuanwu held Eurasia's hand, her face full of reluctance. Eurasia looked at his wife with heartache and gently embraced her. There's nothing I can do, military orders are absolute.
When I get back, I'll definitely spend more time with you and won't take on any more missions.
Yuanwu knew that Eurasia was just trying to fool her. It was a national mission, and she could not refuse it. It was her duty as a soldier. As a military wife, she had to provide unconditional support, swallowing all her grievances and prioritizing the country above all else. After another tearful farewell, Eurasia repeatedly assured Eurasia that he would return as soon as possible before embarking on his journey to the Eastern Military Region, turning back every few steps. Upon arriving at the Eastern Military Region, Eurasia realized he had been deceived. There was no secret mission at all. It was simply that the old man wanted to train him. He was immediately tortured by the high-intensity training arranged by Grandpa Lei, and suffered terribly. He muttered to himself as he trained, "That old man is too ruthless.
Can't he even give a person a break?"
Yushubin, who was standing far away, suddenly shouted at him, "Eurasia,
were you just disrespectful to the old man?"
Report.
No. Oh no, how can I admit that? I'm not that stupid.
Humph, you just called the old man a dead old man, so it seems you have a problem with him.
Fine, I'll show you the consequences of disrespecting the old man.
Eurasia was dumbfounded, having no idea that he could be discovered just by muttering old man.
What's going on? How could he hear me even when I was speaking so softly from this distance? This doesn't make sense.
Eurasia, this is Yushubin holding a rifle and standing about 200 meters away from him. I heard you went to Cheongjo on a mission and embarrassed our Eastern Military Region.
You clearly lacked reaction time in actual combat. I'll give you some practice now.
After saying that, he picked up his rifle and fired a shot at Eurasia. Eurasia quickly turned to dodge. Those were live bullets, and Yushubin was really aiming them at him.
After dodging the bullets, Eurasia started cursing. Are you fucking crazy? You used live ammunition on me.
Yushubin chuckled and said, I do have a problem, so you'd better stay away. After saying that, regardless of what Eurasia wanted to do, he fired 3 shots in quick succession. Eurasia cursed the madman in his heart.
Who trains with live ammunition? He quickly released a spatial barrier and then teleported away.
Before he could even say he was done playing, he heard Yushubin say to him, the live fire training you're doing is also the old man's idea. If you dare to teleport away from the training ground, the old man will definitely skin you alive. You can try if you don't believe me. Eurasia was truly stunned.
Grandpa, are you serious?
I really don't dare to teleport away from the training ground now.
I can't afford to gamble.
He had tried sparring with the old man before, and the old man even set a condition for himself not to leave the range of 1 meter. But Eurasia could do whatever he wanted except for not being able to use ranged skills. The result is obvious. As soon as Eurasia gets close, he'll be in deep trouble. Moreover, he'll be beaten right after teleporting in, as if Eurasia himself offered his face to the old man for a slap. Whether he launched a sneak attack, used a sleight of hand, or even resorted to a smokescreen, the result was the same. The old man didn't move an inch, but with just one hand, he slapped Eurasia's face into a pig's head, making him question his existence. From then on, he trained diligently and dared not disobey the old man's love for him. On the training ground, all the soldiers stopped training and focused on eating watermelon. After firing a magazine, Yushubin continued to reload. Eurasia was furious but dared not speak out, and could only keep moving around the training ground. After firing 10 magazines of bullets, Yushubin ordered the soldiers who were watching from the sidelines, everyone, go get your rifles, 1,000 rounds of ammunition, and give that brat a good beating.
Everyone got excited.
They were just enjoying the show when they unexpectedly got to participate, and they all rushed to the ammunition depot to collect their equipment. Eurasia was on the verge of tears.
He thought, you're one person, but you've brought over 300 men to fight me. That's a whole battalion. What's the meaning of this? Are you settling a personal score? Or is the heavens jealous of your talent?
Judging from Yushubin's attitude, it was clear that he wouldn't let him off easily. This was a clear indication that he was going to get him, so he quickly made his demands.
Kochu, I demand a bulletproof vest and a helmet.
Before long, the soldiers who went to get weapons and ammunition returned with a roar, and they also brought him a bulletproof vest and a helmet. After he was dressed, Yushubin said, first, you cannot leave the training ground area.
Second, you cannot retaliate, you can only dodge and parry.
Third, those of you shooting outside are not allowed to enter the training ground area.
Understand? Free fire.
As soon as he said that, the whole place erupted in cheers and the sound of bolts being cocked, followed by a barrage of fire at Eurasia. Eurasia knew he couldn't escape this training session and had to go through with it. Luckily, his adorable comrades were silly enough to stand to the side, giving him more distance to dodge and react. More than 300 rifles were firing bullets at Eurasia continuously, more than 1,000 rounds per second, and this was even with the soldiers taking it easy and using burst fire. If everyone were to activate automatic fire, fire. They could fire 4 to 5,000 rounds per second, which would be even more powerful than a Gatling gun. But a rate of just over 1,000 shots per second was enough to give Yi Ruizha a lot of trouble. It had only just begun, and the bulletproof vest had already been hit dozens of times. This was only because his comrades were good marksmen and only shot at the vest. If they had shot at his hands and feet, Yi Ruizha would have lost them. Fortunately, his physique is no longer that of an ordinary person. Even after being hit by dozens of bullets, he was only thrown out of the arena and his blood was jolted by the shock. Well, he was still able to stand up. The moment Yi Ruizha took flight, his comrades all stopped fighting, waiting for him to enter the arena to prepare for the next wave. After standing up, Yi Ruizha coughed violently a few times, looked down at his bulletproof vest which was almost completely destroyed, and raised his hands in surrender. Is this even humanly possible? It sent me flying in one hit. I couldn't even dodge it. Yi Ruizha, if you dare to surrender, you'll be punished as a deserter. You can try surrendering. Instructor you, are you even human? I can't hold on for even a second. How am I supposed to hold on for the rest? If you're so capable, you do it. Yi Ruizha didn't care about anything else and went straight for Yushubin, but he immediately backed down after Yushubin said the next thing. All personnel on high alert. Yi Ruizha has disobeyed orders. Treat him as an enemy agent who has infiltrated our country. Kill him. Wait a minute. I give up. I freaking give up, okay? Yi Ruizha was genuinely afraid that Yushubin would actually do something. The old man didn't joke around with people. They were all crazy. But Yi Ruizha still had to bite the bullet and make the demand. At the very least, they had to replace the bulletproof vest, since the current one was already unusable. I demand to be changed into a bomb suit. Okay. Then he turned to the soldiers and said, after he puts on the blast suit, everyone activate automatic fire. I don't want the bomb suit anymore. I don't want the bomb suit anymore. Can't I just have a bulletproof vest? Yi Ruizha really wanted to cry in the bathroom right now. He wasn't going to let him take any shortcuts or easy ways out. After putting on the new bulletproof vest and stepping into the training ground, the first thing to do is to activate the spatial barrier and compress the space in front of him as much as possible. This way you can at least dodge the first wave of bullets. As for the second wave, that's when the hellish nightmare begins. Under the watchful eyes of over 300 people, no matter where he teleported, someone would immediately shoot at him. He could only compress space and teleport as quickly as possible. But unfortunately, there were just too many bullets, and he couldn't dodge them at all. The second time, he only lasted 2 seconds before being blasted out of the arena by bullets. As Yi Ruizha slowly stood up, he thought, this won't do. I need to make the barrier move with me, otherwise I won't be able to hold on. Seeing Yi Ruizha dawdling, Yushubin shouted at him, you have 30 seconds left. Damn it! You didn't even give me time to think. You want to take your time to think? In a real battlefield, this kind of behavior would be enough to kill you 10 times over. Do you think the enemy will give you time to think? Yi Ruizha didn't dare to argue anymore. No matter what, it was his fault. It was more important to quickly change into the bulletproof vest. While quickly changing into his bulletproof vest, he pondered the method he had just come up with, but Yushubin wasn't going to indulge him and had already started counting down. 5, 4, 3. When the count reached 3, the comrades had already raised their guns in preparation. Hurry up, damn it! Hurry up! Fortunately, he changed into his bulletproof vest at the last second, and regardless of whether he was outside the arena, he quickly activated his spatial barrier. He didn't believe that Yushubin would always abide by the rules. Sure enough, as soon as the countdown ended, he immediately ordered the guns to fire, and Yi Ruizha quickly took cover. The first wave was just like before, and he could easily dodge it. But the problem was that starting with the second wave, there wasn't enough time for him to compress more space. Each time, he could only compress the space in front of him by a few dozen meters. A few dozen meters was just enough for him to teleport and dodge. If he was even a few dozen milliseconds slower, he would get hit by dozens of bullets. However, his current reaction time is only a little over 200 milliseconds. This is the result of a month of training with the old man, but there is still a significant gap in reaction speed. 2 seconds later, Yi Ruizha was blasted away by the volley of bullets again. This time, he could no longer hold back his surging blood and chi and spat out a small piece. He quickly raised his hand to indicate that he was injured and needed to rest. He couldn't help but cry out in his heart, I vomited blood, now I can finally stop training and rest. Whether Yushubin did it intentionally or not, he immediately ordered the treatment team to rush up and treat Yi Ruizha, and told Yi Ruizha that he only had 10 minutes for treatment, and that training would continue regardless of whether he could recover by then. Yi Ruizha just wanted to say, brother, if you have a problem with me, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. I'll accept it as my brother, okay? Other people's training is hard work, but mine is killing me. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Yi Ruizha felt like he was being rushed back to the training ground. Yushubin looked at him expressionlessly, ready to continue. Yi Ruizha said with a pained expression, Instructor you, can you be a little gentler? My little body is about to fall apart. Yushubin remained unmoved. Begin. The soldiers raised their guns and fired again. Yi Ruizha was was on the verge of tears, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue. This time, he decided to change his strategy, shouting while dodging, "Brothers, have mercy. We have no past grudges or recent feuds. Don't be so ruthless." However, the soldiers ignored him, and bullets continued to rain down upon them. Whether it was Yi Ruijia's words that had an effect, or their comrades who were careless and almost got hit in the buttocks by a bullet, they were so scared that their hair stood on end. In a moment of carelessness, he was kicked out of the stadium again. As Yi Ruijia stood up, he cursed and complained, "Who the hell is blind? They almost spanked me." Perhaps his words had an effect, because Yu Shubin stared intently at the soldiers, who were swallowing hard, not daring to say a word or move. The feeling of exhilaration and enjoyment I had just experienced vanished without a trace. "Stop your scheming. You're harming him now. Tell me what the purpose of this training is." "Training involves more bloodshed. Battlefield means more enemy kills. You all better remember this. If I find out any of you going easy on me, you'll all be subjected to a month of hellish training." Yu Shubin's words instantly put the soldiers on high alert, and they all raised their guns again to aim at Yi Ruijia as if facing a formidable enemy. When Yi Ruijia saw this, he almost burst into tears. "Brothers, take it easy. I have a wife who just married into the family. I don't want to die young and leave her a widow." The soldiers initially thought it was going too far, over 300 men bullying one person, but upon hearing Yi Ruijia's words, they instantly lost their composure. "We're a bunch of grown men who risk our lives for our country every day, and we still don't have wives. You, kid, actually have one. If we don't bully you, who will we bully?" They were originally thinking about how to let Yi Ruijia off the hook, but now they've practically turned Yi Ruijia into a public enemy. With a single pull of the trigger, bullets are raining down on him. Yi Ruijia dodged left and right, muttering to himself, "Oh dear, what's going on with you guys? Why are you fighting even harder than before?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he was thrown out of the arena. He felt as if he had been hit by a 100-ton truck traveling at 100 kilometers per hour, and he experienced difficulty breathing. The medical team saw a man sitting on the ground clutching his chest, mouth agape, desperately trying to breathe. They immediately ran over, shouting, "Pneumothorax! Training suspended!" Rushing to Yi Ruijia's side, Yi Ruijia seemed to have found a lifeline and tried hard to speak, but he couldn't utter a single word. "Don't panic. Calm down. Lie down. I'll teach you how to breathe. Breathe in and out. Don't rush." Yi Ruijia, whose face was already flushed from holding his breath, obediently lay down, forced out 2 small breaths, and then forced in another. "Very good. Continue." As he spoke, he listened to Yi Ruijia's lungs with a stethoscope. Another medical team had already prepared some emergency supplies needed to open the airway, and surgery would be performed immediately if Yi Ruijia's symptoms could not be relieved. "Good. Don't stop. If you feel like you're not getting enough air, take a few more breaths. Try your best not to feel any discomfort from holding your breath, understand?" Yi Ruijia, who was fully conscious, gave an okay sign to indicate that he understood. At this moment, his comrades, who were more than a meter apart, surrounded him, looking at Yi Ruijia with concern. Among them, Yu Shubin was the most nervous. Yi Ruijia encountered a dangerous situation during training, which alarmed the old man. As soon as he arrived, he shouted at the soldiers who were watching, "What are you all doing standing around like that? Scramble! Can you even help us?" All the soldiers, including Yu Shubin, retreated to a distance of 5 meters, while the old man stood quietly 2 meters away, waiting. As time passed, Yi Ruijia felt his breathing becoming smoother and smoother, and the amount of air he breathed was no longer as little as it had been at the beginning. His flushed face also faded a lot. The 2 medical teams continued to closely monitor Yi Ruijia's breathing. They did not immediately begin artificial respiration because Yi Ruijia was still conscious and able to breathe normally. There was no obstruction in his throat, and as long as the breathing rate was controlled, the symptoms would likely disappear. After a while, as his breathing became smoother, Yi Ruijia was able to breathe normally and speak. "How are you feeling now?" "My lungs feel very painful." "It's alright, you won't die. Take this powder, and I guarantee you'll be jumping around again in 10 minutes. Yi Ruijia was given level 4 Panax Noto Ginseng powder, which is one of the rarest healing herbs. After being mutated and enhanced, its healing effect is extremely strong, and it can be said to have an immediate effect on some simple minor injuries. Therefore, they usually keep some on hand whenever possible, but most of them are below level 3, and only squad leaders and above are equipped with level 4 Sanchi. Although level 4 Panax Noto Ginseng is precious, no one dared to object to giving it to Yi Ruijia. "Didn't you see the old man standing right next to him? If they don't know what's good for them, they'll find out tomorrow whether the flowers are red or not." 8 minutes after Yi Ruijia ingested the level 4 Panax Noto Ginseng powder, he felt completely fine. The medical team also gave him a thorough examination and, after confirming that he was alright, reported to the old man that Yi Ruijia had recovered. "It's alright, let's continue training." Upon hearing that training would continue, Yi Ruijia immediately felt apprehensive. Ha, what, you have a problem with that?" Yi Ruijia thought to himself, "It's over. I almost died. Can't I stop the old man from training my mind?" Suddenly, an idea struck him. He clutched his chest and said, "Ouch, my chest is starting to hurt
hurt again. The old man didn't look at him, but instead looked at the head of the medical team. The squad leader immediately responded, he's faking it. Shall you go and transfer another battalion over? No, old man, I was wrong. I can't even handle one battalion. If another battalion comes, I'm really going to die. You don't really want me to die on the training ground, do you? It would be better for me to die on the battlefield, right? Not pretending anymore? I'm not pretending anymore. Well, you're smart to back up.
The old man then turned to look at Yushuban. I don't want to see this kid still able to get out of bed tomorrow.
Yes, mission accomplished. Not only tomorrow, but he won't appear before you for the next week.
The old man grunted and left with his hands behind his back, leaving Eurasia bewildered in the wind. He suddenly felt an urge to kneel down and sing conquer to the old man, begging him to let him go. A few hours after Eurasia left the Superpower Academy, Gong Kaihang specifically sought out Yuanwu. Yuanwu's eyes were still red, obviously from crying.
When she saw Gong Kaihang coming over, she quickly tidied herself up and asked, Teacher Gong, is there something you need?
Looking at Yuanwu, who was even more alluring and captivating after her tears, Gong Kaihang couldn't help but feel a strange unease.
He quickly recited the Great Sun Tathagata Heart Sutra in his mind. What a close call. That brat is too lucky with women.
Even I, at my age, can't help but feel envious.
Ahem, that Xiao Su. Teacher Gong, my name is not Xiao Su. Cough cough. It's okay, it's good that I know it was you being called.
Hurry up and get ready, we'll go find that brat later.
Real?
Just a moment ago she looked so pitiful, but now she's transformed into a cheerful young woman.
Gong Kaihang really couldn't take it anymore. The way Yuanwu jumped just now, with that
overwhelming force, made him worry she might jump out of the water. He almost couldn't resist reaching out to catch her, so he awkwardly said, I'll wait outside, hurry up, and went out. Yuanwu excitedly began packing her things, humming a little tune as she did so. A short while later, she came out of the room dressed up beautifully, but almost bumped into Gong Kaihang, who was lingering at the door. Gong Kaihang quickly steadied himself, his eyes unconsciously scanning Yuanwu up and down again. He secretly marveled at how beautiful she was with light makeup. He quickly coughed twice, embarrassed, to cover up his embarrassment, and said, You should take off your makeup.
Why?
Yuanwu blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion.
How could she go to see the man she loved without makeup?
That's a military camp, it's not appropriate to wear makeup there. Gong Kaihang offered a perfectly reasonable excuse.
Oh, I see.
Okay, please wait a moment longer. After saying that, she cheerfully turned around and went to remove her makeup. After she turned away, Gong Kaihang clutched his heart, thinking to himself, silly girl, if you don't remove your makeup, I'm afraid I'll be the first one who can't take it anymore. Yuanwu removed her makeup quickly, coming out in less than 5 minutes. Gong Kaihang grabbed her forearm and started teleporting to get on the road. He dared not grab Yuanwu's small hand, not because he couldn't handle it, but purely to avoid suspicion.
Yes, to avoid suspicion.
Gong Kaihang recited the Heart Sutra several times on the way before he was able to reach the Eastern Military Region smoothly.
Let's go and report to the old man first.
He has a bad temper, so don't say anything out of turn.
Okay, I understand.
Upon arriving at the military region, Yuanwu became extremely excited. Gong Kaihang had to remind her that if the old man chased her away, no one would dare to pity her even if she cried. The old man was fishing by the river when he sensed someone suddenly appear. Without even turning his head, he said, Is that little Gongzi?
Yes, sir. What brings you to fishing today? Isn't this to stop those brats from saying I'm always running to the training ground? I'll just give them a day off. Grandpa, you really love them.
Gong Kaihang couldn't continue the conversation, so he quickly gestured for Yuanwu to greet them. Yuanwu wanted to bow, but Gong Kaihang hurriedly stopped her and told her to use a salute instead. The old man noticed a noise behind him and turned around to find Gong Kaihang teaching a little girl how to salute. Seeing that the old man had already turned around, Yuanwu quickly saluted him with an imperfect posture. Hello, sir.
Oh, good. So you're that brat's wife?
Yes, that's right. You're a really pretty little girl.
You're a lucky boy. Come, sit next to Grandpa and tell me how you two met.
Gong Kaihang was surprised that the old man's attitude towards Yuanwu was so kind, completely different from his usual self. Yuanwu sat obediently next to the old man and began to recount how she met Eurasia. The old man nodded from time to time, offering no comment, but simply listening quietly. After Yuanwu finished speaking, the old man said, You two have had a smooth life, but that brat is now a soldier, so I'm asking you to be more understanding of him.
No, sir, you flatter me.
I know he's a soldier and has to obey orders, and I love how he looks in his uniform.
He's so handsome.
Every time I see him in his uniform, oh well, never mind.
Ha, as long as you don't feel wronged.
Alright, you don't need to stay here with this old man. Xiao Fan, take the girl to the dormitory first and let the young couple choose a room.
Fan Ziwen hesitated for a moment and said, Grandpa, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Our army has always strictly prohibited female relatives from having sex. I've already considered that. They can choose their dormitories from the officers' quarters. Go ahead, you don't need to worry about anything else.
After Fan Ziwen left with Yuanwu, the old man asked Gong Kaihang, Tell me, why did you you insist on bringing this girl here? Looking at her face, her fate is very unfortunate.
Grandpa, she might have a flawless constitution. Pure body? Wasn't it said before that it was a pure power? Gong Kai-hang explained the secret to the old man in detail.
He didn't need to worry about the old man leaking the secret.
To put it bluntly, everyone else might leak the secret, but the premier and the old man would not.
So when I told the old man the secret, he was very relieved.
So that's how it is. No wonder she had such a tragic fate.
You took her with you to protect her, didn't you? Nothing can be hidden from the old man.
I did mean that. Currently, only that brat and I are space type.
If neither of us is around, and something happens, it might be too late to rescue us.
That makes sense.
Being with that brat can indeed speed up her cultivation progress, which is a good thing. Given his energy reserves, without external help, he wouldn't be able to reach level 5 in a year with normal cultivation. As the old man was speaking, the tone suddenly changed.
You must go on missions frequently, right?
Yes, especially after reaching level 5.
There are even more tasks.
I'm sorry to put you in such a difficult position.
Does that mean you won't have much time to teach that brat?
No, there really isn't. At this point, Gong Kai-hang realized something was amiss. The old man seemed to have ulterior motives.
Grandpa, why are you suddenly concerned about this? Stop pretending to be ignorant. You can leave the 2 kids with me. You can come and teach them whenever you have time.
I'll also teach them combat experience from time to time.
Isn't that great?
Old man, you're trying to poach people from the premier.
I can't possibly agree to that. Don't try to intimidate me with old Xing.
If I keep this brat here, believe me, old Xing won't dare to utter a single word.
I believe it, I believe it, I believe it. Alright, it's settled then. Wherever I move, this kid will come with me. I'll talk to Lao Xing about it. You just need to mind your own business.
When you have time, come over and teach him about space-related knowledge and experience. We'll have to rely on you in this area. If you have nothing else to do, get lost and don't get in my way while I'm fishing. After leaving, Gong Kai-hang could only report the matter to the premier, who agreed without hesitation and sounded quite pleased.
Well, the corn wasn't even ripe before it was picked. What stick? You bookie. Old Gong, why are you so resentful? Alright, I don't want to argue with you about this. Why aren't you training the soldiers at the training ground? What are you doing here? I was just about to look for you. What's going on with that girl at the training ground? She said you brought her in. You mean Xiao Su? She's that brat's wife. But you can't bring them in. Now all the soldiers in my battalion are complaining. What am I supposed to do? You're asking me? Go ask the old man yourself. It's none of my business. The old man ordered him to be brought in. What? The old man agreed? No way. The old man has already arranged military officer dormitories for them. What do you think? Wouldn't that cause chaos? That girl is too devastatingly beautiful. How can the soldiers concentrate on training? No, I have to talk to the old man. Oh, good luck. I'll go check on them first.
The 2 then parted ways, each going their own way to pursue their goals. When Gong Kai-hang arrived at the training ground, he understood why Yushuban had reacted so strongly. All 300 plus people were staring at Yuanwu as if they had never seen a woman before, drooling over her. With Yushuban not around, even the training had stopped.
What are you all doing? Haven't you ever seen a woman before?
Startled by the sudden reprimand, the soldiers turned around and saw that it wasn't Yushuban. They all relaxed and then said in unison, with a hint of resentment, "Commander, we want wives too."
Gong Kai-hong's face darkened. Where was he supposed to find them over 300 wives? If you want wives, earn them your own way. Why are you coming to me? Get back to training. Commander, aren't we waiting for him? He's still cuddling with his wife. Just because he doesn't train doesn't mean you guys don't have to train either. What kind of logic is that? Commander, our task today is to train him. Gong Kai-hang finally understood. It must have been the old man who instructed him.
He then turned to look at the despicable couple, finding it unbearable to watch. Yuruasia wrapped his arms around Yuanwu's waist and kissed her every now and then. Yuanwu, on the other hand, wiped the dirt off Yuruasia's face, giggling every time she was kissed, and then playfully punching his chest with her little fists. The 2 of them were so lovey-dovey it was nauseating. No wonder a group of people were just watching from afar and eating melon seeds, and had no interest in training. With this level of saccharine sweetness, it's a miracle that this group of vigorous young men could withstand it, as if the sun were rising in the west and they weren't all hunched over.
Gong Kai-hang quickly went over to stop the 2 of them. You 2, that's enough. What kind of behavior is this? And you, Xiao Su, go back to your dorm right now. Old Gong, what are you doing? My wife finally came over. Why are you kicking her out? You brat, that's enough. Believe me or not, I'll send her back to Kyoto right now. Look at the state of your comrades. What's wrong with them? Aren't they all standing there perfectly fine? This is a training ground. No women are allowed here. Is that so? I'm sorry, I didn't know. Honey, you go back and wait for me to come back. Okay, then remember to come back soon after you finish training. Of course, come on, let your husband give you a kiss before you leave.
Gong Kai-hong's face is no longer just black, it's almost as dark as Guan Yu's. Seeing Gong Kai-hong's red face and thick neck, Yuruasia quickly put on a joking smile and said ingratiatingly, "Old Gong, don't worry, I will definitely train hard and won't delay anything. Gong Kai-hang ignored Yi Ruizha and walked up to the soldiers.
Attention, everyone, assemble. Upon hearing the order, more than 300 soldiers immediately demonstrated their excellent military qualities and assembled in less than 10 seconds.
The battalion commander stepped forward, jogged up to Gong Kai-hang, saluted, and said, "Comrade Commander,
the 4th Battalion is assembled. Please give instructions. How you trained him before. Train him 10 times harder now."
The battalion commander turned around and shouted, "Attention, everyone,
raise your guns and activate automatic fire."
Seeing that things were going badly, Yi Ruizha quickly begged for mercy. Hey, we've been through thick and thin together, you can't do this to me.
Grandpas, your grandson begs you.
Seeing that the soldiers hadn't opened fire, Gong Kai-hang shouted, "Why aren't you firing? If he dies, it's none of your business. Fire!" More than 300 people no longer hesitated and all pressed the triggers hard, and a barrage of bullets shot towards Yi Ruizha. Yi Ruizha quickly conjured a barrier to dodge, and Gong Kai-hang immediately realized that Yi Ruizha's reaction was insufficient. He could only dodge twice at most, and he would definitely be hit on the third time. Sure enough, by the third time, Yi Ruizha had no way to dodge. His pupils dilated. Before, he had only been hit by dozens of bullets, but now he must have been hit by thousands. As Yi Ruizha lay dying, he wondered, when did I offend these bastards? They're really trying to kill me. Seeing that Yi Ruizha had no way to dodge, Gong Kai-hang quickly set up a spatial barrier for him. If he didn't help, Yi Ruizha would definitely be riddled with thousands of bullets.
Yi Ruizha also managed to escape danger with Gong Kai-hang's help, but his entire back was now soaked. Still shaken, he cried to Gong Kai-hang, "Old Gong, if you don't like me, you can beat me up, but don't do this, okay? My heart can't take it."
Gong Kai-hang rolled his eyes at Yi Ruizha.
This is what happens when you don't know your place.
Yi Ruizha said with a bitter face, I know. I promise I won't do it again next time.
If you want a next time, enjoy yourself for now. You guys continue. Just resume your previous training."
Gong Kai-hang said this, but after watching for a while, Yi Ruizha's reaction speed was visibly increasing, and he had to admire the old man. The old man is really ruthless. Only the old man would dare to use this kind of training that could kill him at any time. It seems keeping him around was the right thing to do. Without rigorous training, he won't amount to anything. At this moment, Yi Ruizha had no idea that a group of big shots were going to great lengths to help him succeed as quickly as possible.
Yi Ruizha had not undergone systematic training, but this kind of training, though brutal, was truly effective.
Gong Kai-hang himself didn't want to be less involved, but he had too many tasks and was often out of sight. In addition, Yi Ruizha wasn't afraid of him, and Lin Hongwen was very protective of him.
He was practically fearless in Kyoto.
Coupled with his carefree and irresponsible personality, only the old man could keep him in check and get him to train properly. No wonder the premier immediately agreed and was very happy when he heard that the old man wanted to keep Yi Ruizha. The two of them knew each other well and knew how to cultivate Yi Ruizha properly. Gong Kai-hang is increasingly looking forward to seeing what kind of results Yi Ruizha will achieve on his next mission. After discovering tardigrades on the lunar surface, Zhang Yaochen realized a potential crisis and sent people out to explore while also having everyone join in expanding the underground base, hoping to quickly increase the planting area and help everyone achieve a breakthrough. Through continuous exploration and the advancement of ice warriors, their exploration time has increased to 2 hours. Fortunately, only one tardigrade has been found so far. They speculate that it may have been brought up with supplies during the construction of the lunar base. Although the chances are very low, it's not impossible. As for that tardigrade, its whereabouts are now unknown. As long as it doesn't threaten the base, Zhang Yaochen doesn't bother with it and focuses on developing the base so everyone can break through as soon as possible. Now, everyone in the entire lunar base, except for a few individuals, has broken through to level 5. Moreover, through simulations, they have found that as long as they break through to level 6 and cooperate well, they have a 70% chance of returning to Earth. The only thing holding them back now is the grade of the mutated vegetables.
After continuous cultivation, they discovered that not every piece of land is suitable for growing mutated vegetables.
The land that can allow mutated vegetables to advance can only be a plot of land rich in energy.
Such plots are now too few.
The largest plot is only 6/10 of an acre, and the smallest is only 2 square meters. They have already made the most of these high-level plots of land, which are only enough to supply everyone's daily needs. Once someone wants to advance and break through, the others must give up their share to allow him to do so. Although they had a tough time on the moon, as they expanded their exploration, they discovered that the closer they got to the far side of the moon, the more concentrated the energy and the more advanced the landmasses there were. They are now considering whether to move away from the base, which is a very dangerous decision. Without the protection of the base, they will not be able to survive outside, and moving the seedlings is also a troublesome matter.
Let's all give our opinions. Should we move or not?
Commander, given our current conditions, it's difficult to move everything over. We have too many damaged spacesuits, and we've run out of repair materials.
Every damaged spacesuit is one less we can have. Healing Feng's words silenced the entire room, and even Zhang Yaochen was extremely troubled. Without repair materials, even the most skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice.
At this moment, Tang Duer, with red eyes and a pout, made a difficult suggestion.
Commander-in-Chief, our comrades have been away for too long. Why don't we let them rest in peace?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiqiang angrily roared at her. Tang Duer,
do you know what you're saying? Tang Duer didn't feel wronged. She had actually made this suggestion before.
After several rooms were dug in the underground base to bury the remains of our comrades, everyone agreed to let some of them be laid to rest first, and that's exactly what was done.
Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned.
The bodies of the buried comrades, even though they were already buried, still emitted a foul odor from the rotting corpses, which seeped through the soil and permeated the entire base, making the already poor air quality even worse. The stench itself is one thing, but the decomposition of the corpses produces a large number of microorganisms, which harm the grown vegetables. Vegetables are crucial to their survival. They absolutely cannot be lost. Zhang Yaochen ordered the remains of these dozen or so comrades to be cremated and sterilized. That would have solved the problem. The ashes were also carefully placed in a moonstone box, and the matter would have been over. However, as everyone's level increases, the underground base needs to be expanded, and the room where the martyrs' ashes were placed needs to be dug up, so their ashes need to be moved. The oppressive atmosphere of being on the moon for so long, coupled with the constant work, meant that an urn was accidentally knocked
over while transporting ashes.
This would normally be a very common occurrence, and the ashes could simply be put away again. But 10 days later, in the area where the ashes were, the vegetables grew faster and didn't drop in grade. At a time when everyone was struggling to get enough to eat, there was another mutation and increased production, which was a big deal.
No one dared to suggest using the martyrs' ashes as fertilizer.
They had already given their lives for all of humanity.
Should they continue to be sacrificed for these wretched people even after they die? They genuinely couldn't do it.
If a survival crisis were to occur, they might still do it, but that wasn't the case at the time.
It was just that not everyone could
eat their fill, and they were hungry for 5 meals every 2 days. In addition, their physical condition had improved after the mutation, so it was still acceptable. However, as more and more people break through, the need for food also increases. If the food problem cannot be solved quickly, they will really go hungry 9 times in 3 days. After a difficult decision, Zhang Yaochen still insisted on ordering that the ashes be used as fertilizer and scattered in the vegetable garden.
In Chinese culture, we believe in the importance of a peaceful burial. Even in cremation, we strive to leave something behind.
But now, people are trying to extract the last bit of value from the dead, which is unacceptable to everyone.
Some were so angry that they confronted Zhang Yaochen on the spot, saying that Zhang Yaochen was unworthy of his position.
Zhang Yaochen didn't utter a single word in rebuttal. He had anticipated this when he made the decision. He didn't want to make this decision, but he was responsible for the more than 200 people still alive in the base. He had promised to bring them all home. Therefore, he must be the villain, and only he can be the villain.
Feeling wronged? Were the comrades who sacrificed their lives feeling wronged? Helplessness? Were the comrades who sacrificed their lives helpless? Heartache? Is it enough to make the families of fallen comrades heartbroken? Pain? Is it painful enough for an executor to personally scatter the remains of their fallen comrades as fertilizer?
As the adjutant, He Lingfeng knew very well how much determination Commander-in-Chief Zhang Yaochen had made in making this decision. He could only go to the soldiers one by one to do ideological work. Although the soldiers eventually understood, they still found it hard to accept the idea of squeezing every last bit of value out of their fallen comrades.
This has nothing to do with the idea of defending one's homeland. It's a clash between survival and morality.
In the end, they dug up the remains of their buried comrades and scattered them in the vegetable garden, but the remains still outside the base were not to be touched under any circumstances. Now that Tang Duer has made this suggestion, it will undoubtedly force everyone to relive the pain and pangs of conscience that came before. Moreover, everyone believes that since they have already sacrificed themselves, at least their remains should be returned to their hometowns, rather than being completely erased from the world. Several Earth Element warriors offered a different opinion, suggesting that they dig a tunnel into the area with abundant energy, even if it meant exhausting themselves, to create the tunnel. I only ask that their remains not be disturbed, and that they be left to lie quietly on the lunar surface, awaiting the day when they can be brought home. Their proposal was rejected by Zhang Yaochen for a simple reason. Digging a tunnel that would be at least several hundred kilometers long was not impossible, but time did not allow it. In the end, Zhang Yaochen still forced the order to bring back the bodies of his fallen comrades for use in fertilizer production. The reason is, each of your lives was bought with the self-sacrifice of several comrades, and we absolutely cannot tolerate their sacrifice being
in vain.
Since they have already sacrificed themselves, let them continue to give off their last bit of light and heat even after they die. After explaining his reasons in making this difficult decision, Zhang Yaochen hadn't taken more than a few steps when he suddenly felt dizzy, his vision went black and he fainted. Everyone rushed over to check on Zhang Yaochen's condition. Fortunately, Zhang Yaochen had only fainted due to exhaustion and mental strain, and and he would be fine after arrest.
Only then did everyone realize the immense pressure Zhang Yaochen had been under when issuing the order. Those who opposed Zhang Yaochen's orders immediately felt ashamed.
They asked themselves honestly, they simply couldn't have made the optimal decision that Commander-in-Chief Zhang Yaochen had made. From the moment of awakening, every decision made by the Commander-in-Chief, from the base's survival and food distribution to the weighting of each person's abilities, was optimal, at least under the circumstances at the time. The better the Commander-in-Chief's decisions were, the more ashamed they felt. Now that their Commander-in-Chief has suddenly fainted, they are like people who have lost their backbone, completely forgetting how to act. Only now do they realize how fortunate they are to have an excellent decision-maker. After sending Zhang Yaochen back to his room to rest, everyone silently began to move the remains of their comrades. They all believed that the Commander-in-Chief had already sacrificed too much for them, and that they should finish this difficult task before the Commander-in-Chief woke up. After bringing the remains back, they removed the spacesuits with names still engraved on them one by one, then cremated the remains and scattered the ashes in the vegetable garden. In order to leave something behind for these comrades, the parts of their spacesuits with their names engraved on them were preserved as cenotaphs. With intact spacesuits and plenty of fertilizer, they were able to get through the most difficult period and establish a second underground base 600 kilometers away in an energy-rich area. After several dozen days, they finally completed the tunnel connecting the two underground bases today. From then on, they no longer needed to worry about not having enough food of the corresponding level and could cultivate with peace of mind, break through as soon as possible, and go home together. While everyone on the lunar base was getting through a difficult time, the secret investigation team sent by Prime Minister Xing Jinyu to Annam also made some progress. Two teams conducted a secret investigation for several days and tracked down Bui Tuanhu, one of former President Nguyen Van Quan's political enemies. Ruan Wenshan was able to obtain that mysterious box and bone because Pei Junhui and others conspired to create a false impression that the box and bone possessed mysterious power that could allow someone to break through to level 6 in a short period of time. At that time, although Nguyen Van was besieged on all sides, as the president of Annam, he relied on the support of the government army to forcibly withstand the siege of others. It was precisely by withstanding the attack that Nguyen Van Quan successfully secured the support of a warlord, thus reinforcing the precarious defense line. The power-grabbing faction, led by Pei Junhui, was furious that they failed to take down Ruan Wenshan immediately and even lost his support. Although the world is in chaos now, it is not easy to seize power through a coup, especially to seize power from a respected leader. The longer the siege drags on, the higher Nguyen Van Quan's prestige will become, and the easier it will be for him to gain support.
When they were at their wits' end, they discovered a mysterious wooden box in the Zhoushan Mountains within China.
After testing, at the cost of more than a dozen lives, they discovered that the bones in the box were very strange. Awakened individuals who touched the bones had their powers drained and died, turning into mummies. Since they didn't know the specific function of the bone, Pei Junhui and his group spread the word that they had discovered a mysterious bone in China that contained incredible power that could allow people to quickly break through to the 6th level. However, the prerequisite for breaking through was that the people recognized it and that the monarch had the protection of the nation's fortune. In order to prevent Ruan Wenshan from obtaining this mysterious bone, they decided to contact China and exchange it for China's support. When Nguyen Van Quang received the news, he immediately dismissed it as nonsense. But when he discovered that Pei Junhui and his group had actually started sending people to China to make contact, he knew that regardless of whether the rumors about the bone were true or false, he had to stop them. On one hand, they sent people to intercept those who contacted China. On the other hand, they sent people to seize the mysterious bone. Seeing that Ruan Wenshan had taken the bait, Pei Junhui and his men deliberately led both the team escorting the bones and the team contacting China into Ruan Wenshan's ambush. The escort team, kept in the dark, was completely wiped out and couldn't even protect the bones. Of the liaison team, only 2 people managed to escape. These 2 had barely escaped with their lives when Pei Junhui dealt with them before they could even sit down. After successfully obtaining the bone, Nguyen Van Quang did not touch it. He was not going to believe these rumors. But Pei Junhui and his men's next move made him waver. They launched an unprecedentedly fierce attack, regardless of casualties. Nguyen Van Quang's defenses became increasingly precarious under this relentless and aggressive offensive, and the lines were forced to retreat again and again. The desperate attacks by Pei Junhui and his men, coupled with the immense pressure on the defensive line, prompted Ruan Wenshan to decide to take a gamble. The moment he opened the wooden box and tentatively touched the bone with his finger, he was completely sucked in, and the bone frantically absorbed the supernatural power within him. Seeing that things were going badly, the bodyguard immediately drew his knife and cut off a small part of Ruan Wenshan's finger to free him. From the moment Nguyen Van Quang touched the bone to the moment the bodyguard drew his knife, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. Although Nguyen Van Quang was extremely weak from the draining, he was very excited because the moment he touched the bone, he received an important piece of information. Head to a secret realm in the Kunlun Mountains of China to obtain unparalleled martial martial arts techniques. The bones are the key to unlocking it. Besides this information, Wan Wenxiang also knew that the key required absorbing a large amount of energy and could only be used by someone with good fortune protecting them.
The weakened Wan Wenxiang couldn't help but burst into laughter. He laughed at Pei Junhui and the others for trying to trick him with the bones, but little did they know that they had inadvertently revealed this secret to him. So he immediately abandoned Annam and secretly left with a group of trusted confidants. Wan Wenxiang's actions were quickly learned by the warlords who supported him, who immediately withdrew from the power struggle. Pei Junhui and his forces seized the opportunity to advance rapidly and take over the capital in one fell swoop.
They seized power, but Nguyen Van Quang fled. After an investigation, they learned that Nguyen Van Quang was willing to give up the presidency for the sake of bones, which made them think that Nguyen Van Quang must know some secrets about bones. So they started sending men to hunt them down. They had to get the bones back. Whatever secrets lie hidden in their bones, they cannot let Nguyen Van Quang succeed. They kept sending people to hunt down Nguyen Van Quang. In order to escape the pursuit, Nguyen Van Quang had no choice but to go out to sea, hoping to detour through the South China Sea and enter the Kunlun Mountains. However, the assassins were not willing to let him go easily and pursued him relentlessly. When Wan Wenxiang landed on Treasure Island to rest, he buried the alloy box containing the wooden box under a large rock. As they prepared to leave in their speedboat, the assassins caught up. After a fierce battle, Nguyen Van Quang's confidants sacrificed their lives to hold off the assassins, allowing Nguyen Van Quang to escape. It is a great pity that Nguyen Van Quang himself was seriously injured and died before he could even leave the coastline when he finally made it to Qiangzhou. Before he died, he deeply regretted his impulsive decision to search for the secret. In fact, he had no idea that he had been influenced by the bones, which were guiding him to search for the secret. Then Yi Ruizhe encountered an assassin impersonating the president's brother on Treasure Island, and Yi Ruizhe brought back the bone. In principle, it can be considered as returning the item to its rightful owner. Of the information gathered by the two secret investigation teams, only Pei Junhui and his team discovered the bone. They then used the bone to plot and seize power. Wan Wenxiang escaped with the bone. As for what secrets the bone contained, only the deceased Wan Wenxiang knew. After the two teams returned to Kyoto to restore sight, Premier Xing Zhenyu immediately ordered the Research Institute to increase its research efforts and to find out the secrets of the bones as soon as possible. He didn't believe that Pei Junhui and his gang were so bored that they secretly let Wan Wenxiang steal the bones, and then made up an excuse to try to get them back at any cost. If it was just an excuse, there was no need to continue pursuing Nguyen Van Quang after seizing power. Therefore, Premier Xing Zhenyu was convinced that there must be a secret hidden in the bones, and it was necessary to find out. How could we not be able to figure out what our ancestors left us? While the Research Institute was focusing all its efforts on studying bones, Yi Ruizhe was undergoing his darkest training under the old man's guidance. Because of Yuan Wu's appearance, he has become the public enemy of the entire camp. Who told him to have a wife? Having a wife is one thing, but living with her is another. Living with his wife is one thing, but his wife is so beautiful. It's just asking for trouble. The entire camp had a division of over 10,000 men, including more than 8,000 bachelors, and not one of them didn't hate Yi Ruizhe to the core. So they all developed a tacit understanding. No matter which battalion was assigned to spar with Yi Ruizhe, they would put in 10 times the effort just to vent their frustration. Yu Shuban was left speechless and helpless in the face of this situation. That day, he went to the old man to reason with him, but the old man gave him a thorough dressing down and even gave him extra training. Since they couldn't reason with the old man, they had no choice but to add something extra to Yi Ruizhe's story. From a battalion and a half to a regiment, Yi Ruizhe has been trained every day in shifts, and he complains about the training every day. However, the effect was indeed remarkable. Yi Ruizhe's reaction speed increased exponentially. How could it not go up? If it didn't go up, it would be like being trained to the point of exhaustion. Now, thousands of people are shooting at him with rifles every day. If he's even a little slow to react, he'll be in serious trouble. At first, Yushuban would be cautious, only allowing the soldiers to fire in short bursts. But as his reaction speed increased, especially under the pressure of being on the verge of life and death every day, and after mastering the technique of moving the barrier with him, he became unstoppable. The soldiers no longer just stood on one side shooting at him, but instead formed a circle around him and attacked him from all angles. In addition to reaction training, Yi Ruizhe also has to set aside time every day to study space exchange with Gong Kaihang. The same mockery they used to accuse Gong Kaihang of not being able to learn the space millstone was now being turned around and mocked by Gong Kaihang for not being able to learn space displacement. Spatial displacement is difficult to learn. It is an intermediate level auxiliary skill, and it did not evolve from other beginner level skills. Its starting point was intermediate. Because there are no beginner level skills to refer to, and no gradual learning process, the difficulty of learning is more than 10 times that of beginner level skills. Swapping two spaces seems simple, but it's like being on a congested highway with no space left in front, behind, left, right, and even up and down. If you want to swap the front and rear cars, well, the car in
the middle agree? Obviously, that's impossible. Nobody will let someone who wants to cut in line get through. Even if you know the car in front of you well, I don't. I'll just assume you're trying to cut in. Yiruasia's current situation is like this. He wants to squeeze in but can't, and he wants to surpass others but can't. Although Gong Kai-hang said that spatial replacement is equivalent to exchanging two items that you want to replace among a pile of neatly arranged items, you can't force them together or take them away and put them in another space. Yiruasia understood that the other space was his personal storage space, but he couldn't figure out how to equate it. Space is very unique. It is formless and intangible, yet it can contain all things, whether tangible matter or intangible energy. When matter appears in space, it can be said that the matter occupies the space, but is that really the case? That might be true for tangible things, but what about energy? What about gases? Water can be dyed, and we can still know that its volume has increased through rigorous measurement, but what about space? We can't say that space has increased just because matter occupies it. Space is defined as infinite because it cannot be measured. It also has the plasticity of space. No matter how you treat it, it can be transformed into the shape you want, and it's more obedient than your wife. But it's very stubborn. You can make it move, for example, by placing an item there, and it will move away and squeeze in with other space companions. But if you ask it to change its location, it will absolutely refuse. It will stay in this position, no matter what. Now that they want to change positions, this really stumps Yiruasia. He wants to exchange a tangible substance for an intangible space, but in the principle of equivalent exchange, it doesn't allow it. He can't even let it move its tail. Gong Kai-hang explained it in great detail, focusing on the concept of equivalent exchange. What is equivalent? If you consider them to have equal value, then they are equivalent. The matter was already quite simple at this point, but Yiruasia got stuck in a rut and became obsessed with money, almost dragging Gong Kai-hang down with him. Equivalent exchange. Equivalent exchange. Don't keep worrying about its monetary value. Just believe it's worth it. Since it's all an equivalent exchange, how can we not dwell on its value? I'm going crazy. Just like this stone and this stick in my hand, if you think they're equal in value, then they're equivalent. Of course, those two things aren't worth much. Can you please stop worrying about whether they're valuable or not? Let me put it another way. I have a stone in my left hand and a piece of gold in my right. I think they're worth the same amount, so can't we exchange them? But that's your opinion. Why should a stone be exchanged for gold? I won't. Old Gong, what's wrong with you? Keep talking. Gong Kai-hang looked up at the sky and sighed, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. His student was good in every way, and sometimes he would not let him down at crucial moments, except for being greedy, lewd, lustful, disrespectful to elders, slovenly, shameless. Wait, how come all of these are flaws? Old Gong, I'm asking you, is your life worth anything? Is your wife valuable? Are your belongings worth anything? Is your honor worth anything? Wait a minute, can these things be measured in money? Money is just a way of speaking, a formality. I'm just asking you, is it worth it? That settles it then. Now I'll trade you these things for a stone. Will you trade? That settles it then. You yourself think it's not worth changing, so why should I change it? You're kidding me. I'll kill you, you bastard. Gong Kai-hang drew his ever-present large cleaver and started slashing at Yiruasia. All that talk about gentlemen using words and not fists was nonsense. He'd beat him up first to make himself feel better. After chasing for over an hour, both of them were panting heavily. Yiruasia was lying on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, while Gong Kai-hang was exhausted from beating Yiruasia. Gong Kai-hang had to admire the old man's amazing training. Yiruasia's reaction speed was already comparable to his own. If he hadn't chased Yiruasia until his energy was almost depleted, he wouldn't have been able to catch him. Are you convinced? Are you convinced? Is it still worth it? It's not worth it. Not worth? Another round of wailing and howling erupted. Begging for mercy? I didn't hear it. After beating him up, he continued to ask, is it worth it? Worth it. Worth it. Hey, old Gong, you're being unreasonable. Gong Kai-hang is just being unreasonable, because reasoning is useless. He just wants to beat this brat up. Is it worth it? Yiruasia wisely chose to remain silent. Even if he were stupid, he could see that Lao Gong was simply taking his anger out on him. Not saying anything? You think you can just stay silent? Gong Kai-hang, having had his fill of beating, stopped again, took a breath, and then said, now I'm asking you, if you had understood the concept of equivalent exchange I told you before, wouldn't you have avoided this beating? Now that you've been beaten, isn't the price even higher? So, comparing the past and the present, which was more worthwhile? The previous ones. You're a quick learner. Do you understand now? Very good. Then tell me how you understand it now. You're just looking for an excuse to beat me up. I need an excuse to beat you up. Why would I give you an excuse? An excuse? Yiruasia really wants to say, I want to escape, but where is the end of the world? After beating him up, Gong Kai-hang himself was sore and aching. He never imagined that beating up this brat would be such a physically demanding task. I'm tired. Think about it yourself. Stop being so obsessed with money. You haven't even fully figured out how to make money yet, and you're already thinking about whether it's worth it or not. Those capitalists are just making money out of thin air. air. Get something for nothing? What? You don't believe me? No. If you had said that earlier, I would have understood. Gong Kai-hang was a little confused. What do you mean? Is there something wrong with my teaching? Wait for me, I need to recover first. Gong Kai-hang had no choice but to wait for half an hour. Are you done yet? Okay, I'll start trying now. After saying that, he casually picked up a stone and threw it out, and then began his scheme to get something for nothing. In Yi Ruijia's mind, what is the least valuable thing? It's definitely nothing at all. It's like, I'll take your things, but I won't give you any money. I won't even give you my life. As the saying goes, when your mind is clear, it is very easy to accomplish something. With the activation of spatial displacement, the stone that was still in midair appeared in Yi Ruijia's palm. Look, it's done! Yi Ruijia was so excited he was practically dancing with joy, while Gong Kai-hang was speechless, his mouth agape. After teaching for so long and wasting so much breath, it turns out that it was all done in one sentence. What was the point of all that hard work teaching for so long? He doesn't know whether he should beat the brat up again to vent his anger. I think I'll pass. I'm too tired to beat people up today. After teaching Yi Ruijia spatial displacement, Gong Kai-hang originally planned to return to Kyoto. Before leaving, the old man said to him, since you don't have any missions now, why don't you study the new skills with him? Maybe you'll make some different discoveries. Gong Kai-hang thought about it and agreed. There were no missions for the time being, so going back would be the same. Therefore, he stayed and studied new skills with Yi Ruijia. His research on his new skill has made no progress. Studying multiple space systems together might yield different results, although the other space system doesn't seem very reliable at all. However, he had to admit that Yi Ruijia's understanding was indeed different in some aspects, and he had also learned some different insights about space from Yi Ruijia. The most obvious difference is in nodes and the space millstone. He is indeed not as strong as Yi Ruijia in these two aspects, which is undeniable. Yi Ruijia can now use the space millstone as dual swords, while he can only use a single sword. He has secretly practiced it, not because he doesn't want to be a dual sword boy, but because he really can't do it. Once Yi Ruijia had mastered the use of space displacement, the research on new skills was officially put on the agenda. Gong Kai-hang's previous idea was to compress the outer space and expand the middle space, intending to make the space collapse towards the center. However, the problem was that no matter what he did, he could not make the space collapse, not even by cracking the space. If we compare space to a piece of cloth and the center is pulled along, the surrounding areas will definitely be pulled along as well. The problem is that even if you tear the middle apart now, the cloth will not move at all, and even the center point that was pulled will return to its original state. Gong Kai-hang even demonstrated various methods he had come up with to Yi Ruijia, but Yi Ruijia wasn't thinking about causing the space to collapse at all. Instead, he saw a slingshot that excited him. A slingshot? What do you mean? Here's what I'm thinking. Instead of trying to make it collapse, why not make use of its elasticity? Look, it's stretched so long. In the middle, doesn't it look like a taut rubber band? If we put a stone in the middle, wouldn't it be a perfect slingshot? Gong Kai-hang sometimes had to admire Yi Ruijia's thought process. While Yi Ruijia was thinking about how to make space collapse towards the center, Yi Ruijia was thinking about a slingshot. However, this did give Gong Kai-hang a new idea. Perhaps collapse is not feasible. Since it is not feasible, let's try another method. Just do it if you have an idea, but how to install the stones and where to put them are a bit complicated. Space does have a rebound characteristic, but you can't just reload blindly. What if you accidentally bounce your own bird off? Logically speaking, space compression is the most suitable method because it compresses the space in front of itself, and after release, the space returns to its original position. However, during combat, one cannot directly compress the space in front of oneself. One can only compress the space in a different direction from the enemy to fill the space between the two. It's like the space between 2 points. You can't compress the space between the 2 points, otherwise it's a waste of effort and the distance remains the same. So what can you do? You can only fill in the space outside the straight line between the 2 points to make the distance between them greater. If it were Yi Ruijia before training, he might not have had any good ideas, but now that he can move with the barrier, it gives him endless possibilities. The problem would be perfectly solved by compressing the space from other places. However, Gong Kai-hang quickly rejected this idea. He suggested compressing the space in other areas and moving the components over, which seemed perfect, but this presented a problem. When the compressed space rebounds, it rebounds towards the place that was previously compressed. In other words, the slingshot will only rebound towards the place that was previously compressed. Yi Ruijia didn't believe it, so Gong Kai-hang had to demonstrate it to him. Afterwards, Yi Ruijia praised Gong Kai-hang for being smart. Old Gong, how did you get such a smart brain? If you can't speak, no one will think you're mute. You're so boring. You always have such a long face. You don't even appreciate being praised. Thank you for your praise. Hey, so what do you suggest we do? If we compress the space in other areas, it won't fly in the intended direction, so it's useless. You think you can control space at will just because you're a space-type user? Space is like a flexible rubber mat. All the points within it are fixed. No matter where you move, their arrangement remains the same. The only difference is
notices the change in their distances.
That's true, then how about we use expulsion instead? That won't work either, because we'd have to run a long way to reload.
This won't work, that won't work, so what do you suggest we do? This question really stumped Gong Kai-hang. He thought that changing his approach and developing other skills would be easier, but the result was the same, many problems. To be honest, the idea of a space slingshot is more reliable than his collapse, and he knows it will definitely succeed.
The problem now is how to solve the aiming issue.
In previous battles, I never thought of utilizing the spatial rebound property. I simply compress space as a barrier to increase the distance of others' attacks, giving myself ample time to react and dodge. You get used to it, but the worst thing is that you get used to it, because it's easy to get stuck in your own mindset.
It's not so easy to break out of this mindset now.
The two of them thought about it for several days, but they couldn't come up with a good solution at all. This was Yi Ruijia's daily torture training day.
He could now endure being ganged up on by a whole regiment for several minutes.
The reason he couldn't hold out for longer was mainly because the soldiers' predictions were too accurate.
They had already fired baskets of bullets at the spot where Yi Ruijia was supposed to appear.
If he dared to teleport there, he would definitely be knocked out of the arena. After being tortured for an hour, it was halftime, which was also the happiest half hour for Yi Ruijia. He was working hard to recover, while Gong Kai-hang watched from the sidelines as usual. Yi Ruijia's training was doubled, which can be said to be entirely due to Gong Kai-hang acting as a lifeguard.
Whenever Yi Ruijia couldn't react in time and his life was in danger, Gong Kai-hang would step in.
Yi Ruijia rested, while the soldiers maintained their weapons. They maintained them very carefully. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for cooperating with Yi Ruijia's training, their guns would have been stored away and gathering dust long ago. These days, it's a rare opportunity to bring out old friends and show them off. At that moment, a soldier noticed something unusual while maintaining the gun barrel.
Strange, am I just imagining things? His comrade next to him asked in confusion. What illusion? Could you take a look and see if the barrel of my gun is bent a bit? Surely not. This is a gun. You think a military factory would do something like this? But I just feel like the barrel is a little bent.
Look at yours. His comrade picked up the freshly cleaned gun barrel and examined it closely. After a while, he was also surprised. It really is curved. His exclamation naturally attracted the attention of his other comrades, who all checked the barrel of their old buddy's gun.
Without exception, they all ended up being slightly curved.
They reported the situation to Yushuban, who was chatting with Gong Kai-hang, and Yushuban explained with a smile. Your feeling is correct. The gun barrel is indeed a bit bent. Not to mention gun barrels, cannon barrels are the same.
But Instructor Yu, is this really okay? Did you encounter any problems when you used it before? No, not at all. Actually, it's because our senses have become more acute after we awaken.
The things we see that appear straight in our daily lives are not actually straight. They are only infinitely close to being straight. The same goes for your gun barrels. They're very close to straight, not truly straight. This slight error, with proper adjustment, won't have any impact at a distance of hundreds or thousands of
meters. That's the margin of error.
So the military factory didn't cut corners. On the contrary, they were very meticulous. Otherwise, you wouldn't have only just noticed the barrel was slightly bent.
I see.
Gong Kai-hang listened intently, seemingly thinking about the problem of not being able to aim properly with the new skill.
Old Yu, let's pause training for now.
I need to work on this brat's skills.
Why so suddenly?
The soldier's report just now was somewhat inspiring.
Okay, then the rest of today's training session will be cancelled.
After thanking Yushuban, Gong Kai-hang called Yi Ruijia over to continue studying the new skills.
Why the sudden change of heart? Did the sun rise in the west? I don't have time to waste with you.
The soldiers just came over to report on the problem of the bent gun barrel, and I got a bit of an idea from them.
A bent barrel? No way. Can't you focus on the important points? Isn't the bent barrel a major issue?
This must be a very serious problem.
Can we please ignore the issue of the bent gun barrel? You only mentioned the problem of the bent barrel. I don't care about that. Do you think I care about you? I'm talking about skills. 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 Oh, the inspiration you're talking about is a skill? Please, can you finish your sentence in one go next time? I thought your inspiration was about the gun barrel. Gong Kai-hang was speechless. It was just 2 words missing. Did you have to be so naive about your comprehension? Stop talking nonsense. We're talking about skills now. You mean put the barrel on? Looks like you're not going to stop being stupid. That's right, it's about putting the barrel on. But what's the point of putting it over the barrel? Won't the barrel just fly off with it? The gun barrel was just a metaphor. Who told you to use a real gun barrel? I just said you weren't stupid, but it seems I misunderstood. You're as smart as ever. When Gong Kai-hang teased him for being incredibly clever, Yi Ruijia fell silent. When did Lao Gong become so good at arguing? He wasn't like this before. The gun barrel I'm talking about is a spatial channel. As long as you put on the spatial channel, you can shoot wherever you want.
After thinking for a moment, Yi Ruijia praised Gong Kai-hang. Old Gong, you're amazing.
You actually came up with this method. You're definitely smarter than me.
Gong Kai-hang was initially pleased to be praised for his intelligence, but he quickly realized that being even more intelligent than than that was still being incredibly intelligent.
Ha, what's wrong? Why do you seem unhappy that I'm praising your intelligence? Because it's not something to be happy about. Why? I love it when my wife praises me for being smart. That's you, not me. Alright, we have the method, let's start testing it now.
Gong Kaihang didn't want to continue discussing with Yi Ruizhe whether he liked being praised for being smart, because he was afraid that if they continued, he would also become incredibly smart. The two of them began to compress the space, then built a spatial passage, and then picked up a stone and threw it at the center of the compressed space, waiting for the right opportunity to release the compressed space.
2 pebbles fell to the ground.
Both of them were stunned. They had considered all the problems, but they never expected that the stone would fall to the spot. The two looked at each other, both seeing confusion and doubt in each other's eyes.
Old Gong, why don't you think about it again?
Gong Kaihang picked up the fallen pebble with a somewhat dejected expression and stared at it blankly. He thought he was going to succeed, but he still failed, and he began to doubt whether he had gone in the wrong direction in researching this new skill. Seeing that Gong Kaihang seemed to be very upset, Yi Ruizhe did not disturb him. Sigh, he's getting old, and he can't handle even the smallest setback. I'll try to figure it out myself and not bother him. Let him have some peace and quiet by himself.
Yi Ruizhe walked a few meters away by himself to test the new skill.
I tried dozens of times, but the problem persisted. The stone would just fall to the same spot. Although Yi Ruizhe wasn't particularly bright, he knew that hard work could make up for any shortcomings. If one attempt didn't work, he would try 100. While he was enjoying the test, Gong Kaihang had already left to go back and talk to Yushubin. He was multitasking, chatting and thinking about the problem at the same time. Yi Ruizhe, who was trying it alone, discovered a problem after trying it hundreds of times. The stone appeared to have fallen to the same spot, but it had actually passed through a compressed space, which was the same principle he had used to test the spatial barrier in Hongyang village. It's impossible for a stone to be thrown out and bounce back through space. The bounced stone only passes through the space and doesn't carry it away. When Yi Ruizhe thought about this problem, he suddenly thought of nodes. The node of the stone is at A, and space will not suddenly give something belonging to A to B. This is like throwing a stone with great force. From the moment it leaves your hand, it will fly out in a parabola. The starting point of the stone is A, and the ending point is B. There are countless nodes between them. When the stone passes through these nodes, it becomes C because of the force. But no matter how the pebble's point changes, 2 points remain fixed, A and B. Once it disappears, the pebble will move towards B, and no matter what A becomes, it will always move towards B. Now, if you want the pebble to fly out, it's simple, just change the pebble's node. Having figured this out, Yi Ruizhe immediately began to try it. As the space was compressed again, under his careful perception, the compressed area was densely covered with nodes, almost triggering Yi Ruizhe's trypophobia. The stone was thrown, and it followed a perfect parabola before landing perfectly on the ground. However, Yi Ruizhe immediately noticed the problem. He was unable to select the node he needed in time, and the node of the stone could not be changed successfully. It seems we need to select the necessary points from the dense nodes before we can continue. Meanwhile, Gong Kaihang, who was chatting with Yushubin, also thought of this. However, instead of throwing stones like Yi Ruizhe, he directly searched for the necessary nodes in the compressed space. He encountered the same problem. The nodes were too dense. However, Gong Kaihang quickly came up with a solution. Before compression, all nodes in the middle section were hidden, so after compression, only the start and end points remained, thus eliminating the need for selection. After several attempts, this method proved to be very quick and allowed for the placement of items to be launched at any time. Unfortunately, ideals are often grand, but reality is harsh. Even if the location is changed, the pebble still falls to the same spot. Seeing that he had not succeeded, Gong Kaihang did not continue to make futile attempts, but instead compressed the space in front of him to observe carefully. Since the dynamic method of throwing stones doesn't work, let's try the static method. He compressed the space again, this time only a few tens of centimeters, his target being the teacup on the table. Because the compressed distance was short, he could see it very clearly. Even though the teacup node was replaced, the teacup seemed not to be recognized by the node. When he released the compressed space, the node went back on its own and did not take the teacup with it. The original teacup node returned to the teacup.
So unique? Ha, what do you mean by having personality?
Oh, I was thinking about skills, not that brat.
Really? Ha, you actually quite like him.
I just mentioned that the old man gave him extra training, but he made his wife stand with him, which made the old man a little hesitant to act against him.
You then said that he has personality. This isn't called personality, it's called being sleazy.
The old man giving him extra training is a blessing for him, yet he's always thinking about how to slack off and avoid the old man. Let's put him aside for now and think about the skills. We're just one step away from mastering them.
I'm really impressed with you.
Alright, those kids have rested enough. I'll go check on them.
With Yushubin gone, Gong Kaihang was left alone, which allowed him to concentrate better on his thoughts. He compressed the space again and replaced the teacup node.
Instead of releasing the space immediately, he carefully examined the node after the teacup was replaced. As he looked at it, he subconsciously reached out to move the teacup. As soon as he did so, he froze, his eyes widening in surprise. Because he saw a faint barrier on his hands, as if it were innate and unconscious action, he slapped his forehead and muttered to himself, "I've really caught that brat's influence. How come I didn't even think of that?" So he first took the teacup away, then put a spatial energy circle on it, changed the note again, and finally released the compressed space. The teacup suddenly flew dozens of meters away. Good heavens, it only compressed a few dozen centimeters of space, and the force is so great. Now that the teacup has been successfully moved, the next steps and verifications are very simple. He selected a pebble less than 2 fingers wide, compressed the space, fitted it with a spatial passage, and positioned the exit opposite a stone bench. Because he needed to test the power and accuracy, he only compressed the space by 100 meters as the unit. He originally wanted to compress it by 1 kilometer, but then thought better of it in case the power was too great and caused serious consequences. With everything ready, the compressed space was released and the stone suddenly flew out, then entered the spatial passage and shot towards the stone bench from the exit. The moment the pebble flew out of the exit, it carried some tail flames from air friction and slammed hard into the stone bench. The stone bench was dented by a pebble, which shattered into powder. Upon closer inspection of the stone bench, the pit was less than 10 centimeters deep, but there was a ring at the center point where energy was dispersed during the impact. It seems that there are limitations to the materials used for launching projectiles. We need to find some hard materials to increase their power. He had already mastered the new skill and was ready to go see how far Yi Ruizhe had progressed in his research. When Gong Kaihang saw Yi Ruizhe's progress, he became despondent. "I was still flicking pebbles, while this guy was flicking his space millstone. When did the difference in their talents become so great?" This made him wonder if he had followed in Yi Ruizhe's footsteps and was now behind him. At first, Yi Ruizhe did indeed throw stones honestly, but after throwing many, he realized that it was simply not feasible. In his eyes, this was a complete waste of time. Since throwing stones didn't work, he would try something else. Since throwing pebbles wouldn't work, he decided to try his skills. The only skill he could throw was the spatial millstone, and he succeeded on his first try. Not only was the millstone fast, but it was also incredibly powerful. It almost sliced off the already malfunctioning signal tower in the military camp. After he succeeded, he was so excited that he started trying it repeatedly on the ground, and the power was like a heifer flying in an airplane. Each millstone went hundreds of meters deep into the ground, almost drying up the underground river. After trying dozens of shots, he finally stopped, satisfied, when his energy was almost depleted. He was about to ask Gong Kaihang for credit when he saw Gong Kaihang walk away without saying a word. He quickly caught up with him and excitedly exclaimed, "Old Gong, I did it! I saw it and I succeeded." "Really? That's great. Then your move must be more powerful than mine. Show it to me." "No need, the power is about the same. I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to take a nap." "Oh, well, it's true that older people tend to get sleepy more easily." Gong Kaihang returned to his dormitory and lay on his bed, beginning to question the meaning of life. Yi Ruizhe, on the other hand, continued to practice his new skills with great enthusiasm. The new skill has been named Space Slingshot. It belongs to the intermediate level enhancement skill. When Yi Ruizhe practiced it, he also discovered that it could be used not only to launch millstones, but also to launch himself, although it would be a bit useless. But the speed is really fast. As long as the space is compressed to its limit, the speed is even faster than teleportation. It's just that he doesn't dare to try it. He feels that if he tries it, he'll be burned to ashes by the friction of the air. Because he tried to eject himself when he compressed 1 kilometer, he almost died. Yi Ruizhe stayed with the old man for almost 2 months, and Gong Kaihang also stayed with Yi Ruizhe for almost 2 months. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't have a task, but the premier took into account that Gong Kaihang wanted to develop new skills with Yi Ruizhe, so he specially transferred the task to someone else. But this time it's different. This is a request for help from a country far away in the Middle East. The mission was sent by the king of a wealthy country who traveled thousands of miles to ask for assistance. The task itself wasn't difficult. The problem was that many of their water sources were occupied by mutated beasts. Due to geographical conditions and manpower issues, they tried to drive these beasts away, but other water sources were then occupied, creating a constant back-and-forth struggle that made them miserable. This area is all desert, so building a city to enclose water sources is not feasible. In fact, it would hinder the flow of water. Even if a wall is built, most of the mutated beasts here are poisonous, small in size, and can climb, so it's impossible to stop them. Even with anti-climb fences, they can still burrow through, making it virtually impossible to defend against. Once these venomous mutant beasts occupy a water source, the water will be contaminated with toxins. Their country has very little rainfall, so it takes a very long time to purify the water source naturally. Artificial intervention can speed up the purification process, but it's still too much work. Since the outbreak of World War III, the population has dropped to 7 million. Before the population could recover, a global catastrophe broke out, with mutated beasts invading and the population once plummeted to 3.2 million. These 3.2 million people are already living hand to mouth, and now even their water supply is on the verge of collapse. They, the wealthy wealthy nation, have also considered moving the entire country. Their ideal country is China, with which they have established friendly diplomatic relations. However, the journey is simply too far, more than 20,000 kilometers. Some people still haven't realized this and simply can't make it. To prevent their country from being destroyed, they had no choice but to send people to seek help from China from afar. It took the two level 5 awakened ones more than a week to reach the border of China. For safety reasons, they had to take a detour along the way. If they passed through hostile countries, they would have to take an even longer detour. Once they entered Pakistani territory, the two countries, being friendly nations, finally found some peace and quiet. However, the situation in Pakistan was still turbulent, and they would need to help Pakistan along the way to deal with its reactionary elements. They went through countless hardships on their journey. It was incredibly tough. After receiving their request for help, the officer stationed on the Hwaba border immediately reported it to Premier Xing Jinyu, but the premier did not immediately agree to provide assistance. Because China is now a large and powerful nation with a vast territory, it's not so easy for them to make a trip to help a wealthy country. Thanks to the mutated tiger's early breakthrough and the resulting beast tide, which sounded the alarm for the entire country, 41% of the country has now been cleared of mutated beasts. The remaining areas are almost entirely guarded by level 5 mutated beasts, and it will not be easy to clear them out in a short time. But this is enough to provide cities across the country with a relatively safe buffer zone. We have a little manpower now, but if we're going to support the rich country, those below level 4 can basically be ruled out. But those at level 5 all have tasks of guarding a region, so it's not good to transfer anyone. After thinking it over, we finally thought of Gong Kaihang and Eurasia. Currently, only the two of them can provide rapid support. When the premier wanted to send Gong Kaihang to provide support, the old man directly told him to send Eurasia as well. The reason was simple. After training Eurasia for several months, it was time to see the results. The candidates have been chosen, but the specific support they can provide has not yet been finalized. The envoy from the wealthy country only requested assistance, but they need support for everything: food, drink, clothing, killing mutated beasts, escorting personnel, solving water supply problems, solving planting problems, and so on. The premier probably wanted to say, "Have you come here to buy goods?" But after all, it is a friendly country. Before the outbreak of World War III, the rich country helped China a lot, especially in terms of the economy. It was incredibly generous. If it weren't for the envy of those hostile countries, the special economic zones established by the wealthy nation would have occupied a quarter of China's territory. Huaxia will naturally remember the good friends who helped him during this difficult time. "You were so kind back then, and now I'm so grateful to you." Now that the old man has suggested taking Eurasia along, the premier is actually hesitant. "These are the only two space systems we have, and they are both precious to us." The premier is very reluctant to part with them. Besides, supporting the rich country is definitely a long-term task, which will take at least 1 or 2 months. Otherwise, we simply cannot solve so many problems. However, the old man was right. Young eagles are destined to soar in the blue sky. Besides, he's already at level 4. Judging by the time, Eurasia will be close to level 5 after this mission. What's the point of calling him a young eagle? If it weren't for the rarity of space-type abilities, and for his safety, the old man wouldn't have given Eurasia special training, pushing him to his limits, well, pushing Eurasia to his death. Gong Kaihang and Eurasia received their mission and returned to Kyoto first, while Yuanwu stayed with the old man. Since both of them were going to do international business, it was safest for her to stay with the old man. Prime Minister, Colonel Gong, and Lieutenant Yi have arrived. "Oh, let them in." The secretary turned and invited the two people into the office. Reporting to the premier, Gong Kaihang, Eurasia, reporting for duty. "Okay, sit down." After the three sat down, the prime minister began to explain the main contents of the mission. This time it's a request for help from a friendly, wealthy country. "After much consideration, I've decided to send the two of you together. This mission is very complex, involving all aspects of people's livelihood. The most urgent issue is the water source, so you should bring water with you before you set off. Secondly, I contacted their envoy and King Mohammed bin Rashid of the wealthy country yesterday. Their intention is to have their entire nation relocate to China. I met with my colleagues and we agreed to let them move the whole country there, but considering the long distance, it was not practical, so we declined. Another one is the Camel Kingdom. The envoy from the rich kingdom mentioned it before, essentially offering intelligence in exchange for our support. They said that a secret civilization has appeared in the Camel Kingdom, but they don't know the specifics. I hope you have the opportunity to go and see it. Therefore, your mission this time mainly consists of 2 parts. First, help solve some of the livelihood problems of the rich country. 2, journey to the Camel Kingdom to explore its hidden civilization. Regarding the above 2 points, this is a long-term task, so you should be mentally prepared. Seeing that the mission had been assigned, the two stood up and saluted. "We guarantee to complete the mission." "Well, I'd like to add that the prerequisite for this mission is that you must ensure your own safety. Make your requests now, or start preparing them."
Yi Ruizha scratched his head and said, Premier, could you bring a translator? I can't understand what they're saying. No need.
We've had diplomatic relations with that rich country for so long, and many of their officials speak Chinese, so communication won't be a problem.
Oh, is that so? Then could you bring a cook?
I heard that the food there is all mushy, and I'm afraid I won't be used to it. Those who eat porridge are from India, while the rich countries eat camels.
So, the rich country doesn't eat porridge? Then can I? Hey, Lao Gong, what are you doing? Gong Kaiheng couldn't bear to lose face in front of the premier, so he said to the premier, Premier, we'll go prepare first, and then took Yi Ruizha and left.
Once outside, he yelled at Yi Ruizha, what exactly are you trying to do?
A translator and a cook. Do you want to bring your Sudaji along too? Sure, I'm actually quite reluctant to be separated from my wife. Would you like to see how sharp my broadsword is? Your knife is all dull. What's so interesting about it? Besides, you should sharpen it. Gong Kaiheng took a deep breath and thought to himself, don't get angry, don't get angry, don't get angry, I'm used to it, I can just bear it.
But then he was about to draw his broadsword and roar, I'll tolerate your damn thing. Upon seeing Gong Kaiheng draw his large cleaver, Yi Ruizha immediately disappeared from the National Academy. His reaction training over the past few months had not been in vain, his reaction speed was absolutely top-notch. Before Gong Kaiheng could even draw his sword, Yi Ruizha had vanished. He was starting to regret sending that brat to train with the old man. Because they needed to fill up with water, the two had to go to places with relatively clean water sources to do so. Before setting off, their storage space was already filled with water tanks and buckets. Yi Ruizha's space, after such a long period of refinement, has reached its limit. However, to Yi Ruizha's surprise, refining it into a spherical shape is the simplest. He also received confirmation from Gong Kaiheng that the spherical shape is the simplest and the regular cube is the most difficult, but the regular cube can hold more and is easier to organize, so Gong Kaiheng has always chosen the regular cube. As for Yi Ruizha, he opted for convenience and speed, directly grinding it into a spherical shape. There's nothing else to it, he just realized after breaking through to level 4 that he never had a chance to fully load up his inventory, so why bother? He just went for the fastest way possible. Yi Ruizha's spherical space radius is currently 25 meters, while Gong Kaiheng's cube width has reached an astonishing 500 meters. Moreover, he has a premonition that level 6 will not increase the volume of storage space, which may be the upper limit of storage space. Therefore, he is maximizing the storage space to avoid not having enough room when needed. Now he's encountered it, but is it really a good thing? 125 million cubic meters. Gong Kaiheng was already pretending to be stupid when he filled the empty bucket. Even after deducting the gaps and the items that must be carried, there are still more than 80 million cubic meters. And that's just the empty bucket. He still has to fill it with water. But he would never actually fill it with 80 million cubic meters of water. Even if it wasn't filled with 80 million cubic meters, he still felt like crying. In contrast, Yi Ruizha's space was small. He had already filled the buckets with water and completed the task, let alone empty them, while he was still struggling to fill the empty buckets. Having no other choice, he could only send a message to the garrison troops stationed nearby who had clean water sources. He would send them empty buckets and ask them to fill them with water first, and he would pick them up later. Even with the help of a large number of people, it still took Gong Kaiheng 3 days to fill the water tank, and he only managed to fill it halfway. The two set off from Kyoto, with Yi Ruizha resting and replenishing his energy once along the way. 2 hours later, they arrived at the border of Huaba and found the two level 5 Awaken from the wealthy country. Friends, we are people sent by China to support your country. My surname is Gong, and his surname is Yi. May I ask how you are addressed? Thank you for China's support. I am Abdullah bin Zayed, the Air Force Commander-in-Chief of the rich country. This is our newly promoted Chief Ahmed bin Ali. After the four shook hands amicably, Gong Kaiheng said, Mr. Abdullah, we have brought enough water. Let's not delay any longer. Shall we set off now? Abdullah and Ahmed were puzzled. They saw that Gong Kaiheng and Yi Ruizha were empty-handed, so where did they get water? For the sake of his people's survival, Abdullah still raised a question. Colonel, what about your water? Gong Kaiheng immediately understood his question, which was that he was worried that he was fooling him, so he raised his hand and released a water tank full of water. Lieutenant Yi and I are both space-type beings. This container is filled with clean water, a full 40 million cubic meters. That's enough for you to wash your clothes. They never expected that Gong Kaiheng and Yi Ruizha were both space-type beings, and that they had brought 40 million cubic meters of water. Abdullah and Ahmed were extremely excited and happy. They could even take a bath without any problem, let alone do laundry. We are so grateful for China's generosity. Thank you so much. You have saved our country once again. Abdullah choked up as he spoke, unable to continue. His people had suffered terribly during this time. If they hadn't been truly desperate, who would have been willing to travel thousands of miles to ask for help for such a small matter? Favors are hard to repay, and favors between nations are even harder to repay. They initially considered seeking help from their neighboring countries, but each was embroiled in internal strife and had no time to attend to them. When they heard that the turmoil in China had subsided, they immediately decided to ask China for help. Unexpectedly, China provided them with such strong support, which deeply moved Abdullah, who was concerned about his country and its people. Looking at Abdullah, who was crying his eyes out with snot and tears streaming down his face, Eurasia thought to himself, isn't it said that everyone in the rich country wears a cloth on their head and thinks they are the richest in the world? Why do you look like this? Where is your big gold chain around your neck? Where are your big gold rings on your hands? Without the gold to set you off, you look so thin and bony, like a beggar. Eurasia didn't know that in an era when gold had become practically useless, who would still carry such a thing around? Wouldn't they find it heavy? Besides, their wealthy country has already faced many setbacks, and they don't even have enough water to drink, so it would be strange if they were clean. As for swimming in the sea, the coastline has been taken over by sea monsters, otherwise they wouldn't be so short of water. After Gong Kai-hang comforted Abdullah for a few words, the four of them set off. On the way, the two marveled at the speed of the spatial system, which was simply too fast. Even though Eurasia was only at level 4, he was still many times faster than them. They also took a break along the way to allow Eurasia to recover, but it only took them a total of 2 hours to reach the wealthy country. It took them a week to arrive. Although they spent some time helping their Pakistani friend, they were too embarrassed to mention it. As soon as the four arrived at the luxurious royal palace, King Mohammed bin Rashid immediately received them. When he learned that Gong Kai-hang and Eurasia had brought a large amount of water, the king, who was a little dirty but still dignified, almost shed tears. Suppressing his excitement, the king cleared his throat and said, "Friends from China, your arrival is like a spring in the desert, giving us hope. I must thank you properly." Upon hearing that there was a benefit, Eurasia's eyes lit up instantly. He leaned forward and grinned, "Your Majesty, how do you plan to thank us?" The king was slightly taken aback, then laughed and said, "I will certainly reward you handsomely. Men, bring out our country's specialties." Before the king could finish speaking, Eurasia was already rubbing his hands excitedly, full of anticipation for the gold and silver treasures. However, when the waiter brought out a plate of food, Eurasia was dumbfounded. On the plate were several oddly shaped fruits and some small ornaments that looked like they were handwoven. Eurasia's lips twitched. "Your Majesty, is this the generous reward you spoke of?" The king said in a serious tone, "This fruit is unique to our country and tastes very delicious. This little ornament is also made by our artisans and is very meaningful." Gong Kai-hang almost burst out laughing, but quickly coughed lightly to cover it up. Eurasia pouted helplessly. "Fine, then we'll reluctantly accept it." At this moment, Abdullah whispered from the side, "Your Majesty, these two Chinese friends are space-type ability users, and they brought a full 40 million cubic meters of water. Isn't this reward a bit too much?" The king glared at Abdullah. "What do you know? This is the best our country can offer right now." Abdullah realized that his country had nothing worth giving away now. Gold and such things were practically useless now, and giving them away as a thank you gift would only make them a laughingstock. What they didn't know was that Eurasia really wanted gold and diamonds. Although they weren't worth much now, carrying them around would make one look wealthy. Besides, are they really poor? Eurasia's eyes darted around, and a plan came to him. "Your Majesty, since you are so sincere, we can't just take your things for nothing. How about this? After we help you solve the water problem, you can give us some more substantial rewards." The king hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Very well, as long as you can solve the water problem, I will reward you handsomely." Seeing that the king agreed, Eurasia then actively went to find out the condition of the water source. After some investigation, he found that the water source was in a worse state than he had expected. Currently, they only have 9 clean water sources nationwide, and there are people stationed in patrolling them 24 hours a day, which is barely enough to keep the water sources from being polluted. However, only 2 of these 9 water sources are productive. The rest are oases that depend on the weather for their livelihood, and these oases are almost depleted. The 40 million cubic meters of water they brought could easily feed 3.2 million people for 10 to 20 years if only used for drinking. But that's clearly impossible. Even if they don't bathe or wash clothes, they still need water for cooking, not to mention medical and industrial use. If all the water is turned on, 40 million cubic meters of water would be enough to last a month, which would be a blessing. We can't just deliver water every month, can we? The principle of give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime is easy to understand. You brat, you agree so easily. Mutant beasts are easy to deal with, but what about the pollution problem? Have you thought about it? Let's go take a look first, and then decide what to do. I'm really impressed with you. There are so many problems you haven't considered at all. Do you even know why there's so little water here? Isn't it because of water pollution? You big idiot, you didn't pay attention to the geography, meteorology, and environment classes in the academy 99% of the time. Was it that I wasn't listening carefully? I didn't listen at all, okay? Besides, what's the point of studying geography? That's what he thought, but could he say it out loud? So he argued, I'm busy, my mind isn't on these things. Do you think I believe that? There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Never mind, I'll tell you anyway. First, there's their geographical location.
ocean.
Their wealthy country is influenced by the subtropical high-pressure system, with air currents mainly descending, resulting in scarce rainfall and a dry climate. In the past, they could increase freshwater through methods such as seawater desalination, but that's no longer possible. Secondly, as Earth grew larger, their deserts became even more expansive, making it more difficult to retain moisture. Third, the mutated beasts have taken over the coastline, making it impossible for them to obtain fresh water through the most basic methods, such as distillation. Finally, this place is no longer suitable for human habitation, which is one of the reasons why the Prime Minister previously stated that he could agree to allow their entire nation to relocate.
There are so many twists and turns here?
Yi Ruizha was a little surprised, but Gong Kaihang's next words left him speechless.
These are still considered good.
Take the problem of finding water sources, for example.
Without sufficient human intervention, how long do you think it would take for a river to form naturally?
Even if we find a water source, it might be thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers away.
Do you think they have enough manpower to dig a canal?
Don't tell me about finding oases or anything like that.
That's unrealistic.
An oasis is called an oasis because it's only a temporary water source and can't solve the long-term water supply problem. Therefore, it's inevitable that their few oases will dry up.
Yi Ruizha was dumbfounded.
He hadn't expected that he would be so thoroughly defeated by Gong Kaihang before he even set off to find a water source.
What was the point of searching now? If the water source problem can't be solved, why did the Premier send us here? Is it really just to deliver water?
You have to learn to understand what the Premier means.
The Premier did say that we should help solve their livelihood problems, but do you think the two of us can solve them on our own? The more you talk, the more confused I get.
The nearest point here is only 560 kilometers from Persia, maybe even less.
Wait a minute. You don't mean we should send those 3.2 million people to Persia, do you? Bingo. Damn it. How can you even speak like a human being? What's the point of us delivering water then? Do you remember what the Prime Minister said about the task he gave us? What did the Prime Minister say? I'm really impressed with you.
The Premier said that this is a long-term task and the water delivery is just a prelude.
Isn't the meaning obvious? The Prime Minister doesn't really want us to send people over there, does he? And what happens after we send them over? How long will it take to bring them back?
After we send them over, someone will naturally make contact.
We just need to deliver the people. After that, we will go to the hidden civilization of the Camel Kingdom. Old Gong, is it too late for me to back out now?
Yi Ruizha was on the verge of tears. Sending 3.2 million people across the sea was enough to exhaust him to the point of vomiting blood.
It won't take much time.
I can deliver 1,000 people at a time, but it's very energy consuming.
I can only do it 5 times at most. As for you, let's say 100 people.
If we work 12 hours a day, it will take us 32 days. I think it's 33 days, but it won't exceed 40 days.
We can definitely finish delivering them. Are you even human? Even cattle need rest, right? Working 12 hours a day, you're no longer human. This is slavery. This is exploitation. This is enough to scare you? You're too spoiled.
You should know that our ancestors took 2 whole years to complete the long march.
You should learn from their spirit of perseverance.
Yi Ruizha stared wide-eyed at Gong Kaihang in disbelief. Old Gong, who are you trying to fool?
2 years? Your legs will be ruined.
Besides, don't compare me to our predecessors. What they did wasn't a great feat, but what am I?
Free labor. Are you stupid? Why don't you ask King Mohammed for benefits? You were so shameless before. Let me remind you, you have to ask, and you have to ask shamelessly, understand? Your path to wealth depends on you. What do you mean? What do you mean? Don't you understand? We do the work, so they have to pay us. That's only fair. That's silly. Wooden King didn't have any good stuff, did he? You believe that? No way, he's kidding me? How could a king of a country be without good things?
Even a broken ship has 3 nails.
I think you're the fool. Damn it, are you all cunning and treacherous? You're disgusting. I have to settle this score with him. Why are you in such a hurry?
We need to get him to agree to relocate the whole country first.
If he refuses to move no matter what, we can just go to Camel Country and leave them hanging for a while. Even if they don't agree, they'll have to.
Yi Ruizha couldn't help but despise Gong Kaihang. None of you are good people, you're all rotten to the core.
What do you know? This is called diplomacy. I've already calculated it. If it were a real diplomat negotiating, they would be even more cunning.
Someone like you would only be selling yourself out to help count the money, and you would do it willingly.
Could you please stop stepping on me like that? Give me some face. Giving you face won't put food on the table.
When we go in, we'll tell him directly that the water problem can't be solved.
No matter how much he tries to play the victim, we can't be swayed, understand? Can't you be a little more capable? We'll need you to ask for some money later, so be more alert.
I feel like you're doing the good guy, while I'm doing the bad guy.
You don't need to feel it, it is what it is. Can't you be a little more humble or tactful?
Stop talking nonsense and think carefully about how much is the most reasonable amount you need.
10 small goals?
Gong Kaihang shook his head. No, that's too little.
It's a nationwide relocation. Then let's make 100.
Are you
you sure you're talking about energy stones, and not those gold or something?
It must be energy stones.
Energy stones are just a little money these days. Are you sure they can come up with that much? Just write an IOU. It's not like we haven't done it before.
If there's no money, the whole country can work to pay off the debt.
The best outcome would be if they couldn't pay it off at all. There are 3.2 million people. Even if you exclude the elderly and children, that's still about half of the workforce.
Gong Kai-hang suddenly remembered that the academy's funding seemed to come from IOUs issued by the heir of Hongyu Group, which this guy had gotten. He suddenly had a feeling that this guy's IQ would immediately come online when money was involved. To be honest, he hadn't considered the labor issue at all. He was only thinking about money. Now that Eurasia was proposing to repay the debt with labor, it really made him realize the truth. Then let's do it your way, but it would be best to add a little more. As the saying goes, ask for the sky, then bargain down to the spot.
Eurasia gave an okay sign, and then the two of them wandered around outside for more than an hour before pretending to come back to find King Mohammed. My two friends from China, after investigating for so long, have you come up with a solution?
The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the hypocrisy in each other's eyes, as if to say, the show has begun. Gong Kai-hang spoke first. King Mohammed, I'm really sorry, but we can't help you solve the water problem. We have searched an area of 10,000 kilometers around and haven't found a suitable water source. What should we do?
Is it really the end for our rich country? God, look at your people. They are all on the verge of starvation. Are you really willing to just watch them die one by one?
King Mohammed's wailing and weeping, his deep sorrow and grief, made him seem like a good king no matter how you looked at it. Fortunately, Gong Kai-hang had told Eurasia beforehand that Mohammed would play the victim, otherwise Eurasia would have been genuinely moved. Mohammed howled for a long time without the two of them responding, and he felt that his performance might have been a bit superfluous. But the show had already begun, and he couldn't very well ruin it himself, so he had no choice but to keep wailing. Eurasia curled his lip, thinking to himself, this is so fake.
With acting skills like that, I could do it too.
However, Gong Kai-hang gave him a wink, signaling that he could begin his performance.
Ahem, Your Majesty Mohammed, I have a method. I wonder if you would like to hear it?
Seeing that the two were finally giving him a way out, Mohammed immediately stopped crying and looked up at Eurasia with anticipation. However, Eurasia saw that there wasn't a single tear on his face. Seeing this, Eurasia cursed inwardly, shameless.
Can't you have any professional ethics? You have to go all the way with this act, you know? Mohammed didn't ask any questions, acting as if he was waiting for Eurasia to speak first. So Eurasia had no choice but to say, this is what I'm thinking. Why don't you move your entire country to our China?
Lieutenant, we've considered what you're saying, but the journey is too long, and it's difficult for us to do it.
I'm afraid you'll say you can do it, otherwise how can I ask for a little money? Moo, cough cough, Your Majesty, this is what I'm thinking. If we could help you relocate your entire country, what kind of reward would you be willing to give in return? Second Lieutenant, could you tell me how you helped us relocate?
At this point, Gong Kai-hang chimed in, King Mohammed, we are both space-type beings, and we can help you send people to the other side of the coast little by little. Colonel, I don't know if you're aware, but we have 3.2 million people.
King Mohammed, we are well aware of this.
We have considered this carefully before saying this, but it may take a long time, about 6 months.
Half a year is too long. Can we bring it forward? Ahead of schedule is no problem.
Just provide us with the necessary herbs to speed up our energy replenishment. I think we can finish at least 2 months ahead of schedule.
Only 2 months in advance? That's still too long.
I'm sorry, King Mohammed, this is the fastest we can go. Gong Kai-hang gave Eurasia a seemingly helpless look, indicating that it was his turn to perform. Your Majesty, it's not impossible to speed things up further.
Oh, Lieutenant, please tell us quickly. We are willing to pay a high reward if you can do it. Here it comes, little money is here.
Your Majesty, as long as you provide enough herbs, we can finish it within 2 months by working overtime every day. But this is a very tiring job, and we might both die from overwork. We understand that, and we certainly won't let you work for nothing. Why didn't you say how much money you were offered? Seeing that Eurasia seemed unable to find an opportunity, Gong Kai-hang continued, King Mohammed, sending people to the other side of the coast is only one aspect. It's impossible for your millions of people to keep walking all the way to our China.
Oh, Colonel, you mean you'll escort us all the way into China? King Mohammed is joking.
It's impossible for the two of us to escort so many people indefinitely. We can only escort you to the other side, where others will take over the escort.
I see.
Therefore, King Mohammed, the escort requires a large number of staff, as well as the food, drink, and shelter of millions of people along the way.
This is no small number.
Oh, of course.
So, how much do you two think is appropriate for us to pay?
Gong Kai-hang didn't reply, but glanced at Eurasia. Eurasia immediately understood, raised his palm, and spread his fingers, saying, 50 billion. Gong Kai-hang looked at Eurasia in horror.
Wasn't it supposed to be 200 small goals? How did it suddenly become 500? What terrified him even more was what lay behind him.
No problem, 50 billion is not expensive. The price is very reasonable. Eurasia, who was about to haggle with with Mohammed, was dumbfounded while Gong Kaihang was questioning his life.
Had the two of them misunderstood each other? Your Majesty, please hear me clearly. I said 50 billion energy stones, not gold or diamonds. It's an energy stone. I hope I haven't misunderstood.
Yi Ruizha and Gong Kaihang, who were still raising their hands, exchanged a glance and both saw the surprise in each other. To prevent any discrepancies in size with his own, Yi Ruizha brazenly asked, Your Majesty, I'm afraid there might be a misunderstanding.
Could I have one of your energy stones to examine? That's fine, it's a procedure that should be followed.
After speaking, he gestured to his secretary, who took an energy stone from her briefcase and placed it in front of the two of them. The moment the energy stone was taken out, not only Gong Kaihang, but even Yi Ruizha could tell it was different. This energy stone is huge, 3 times larger than theirs, and it's not a level 1 energy stone, but a level 4 one. Both of them were shocked, but Yi Ruizha must have felt the most complicated emotions.
Damn, they still reported too few.
The secretary was still standing in front of their table, not having left. Although she didn't say anything, her meaning was clear. Bring out your energy stones and let us take a look. Seeing that Mohammed's secretary was still standing there, the two felt embarrassed to linger any longer, so they took out their energy stones from China. The secretary took the energy stone and glanced at it. Both Gong Kaihang and Yi Ruizha could see the disdain in his eyes. After determining the size and total energy of the energy stone on the Chinese side, he spoke. Gentlemen, your energy stones are too small, only about 1/3 the size of ours. In terms of energy level, yours are only level 1, while ours are level 4. If we pay with level 4 energy stones, one of them will be equivalent to 3 million level 1 energy stones for you.
Do you two have any objections? No objections, the two replied listlessly at the same time. 50 billion is 16,667 level 4 energy stones, right? No, wrong.
The secretary turned to Mohammed and said, Mr. Mohammed, there are a total of 16,667 level 4 energy stones.
Only this much? Are you sure you didn't miscalculate? Thank you so much for China's generosity.
You're willing to help us with just 16,000 level 4 energy stones. I'll take the liberty of paying 20,000 level 4 energy stones directly to China, including the cost of the water. My two Chinese friends, we're paying extra energy stones to strengthen the friendship between our two countries.
I hope you don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. The two quickly shook their heads and waved their hands, saying, what's there to object to?
They barely touched their lips before they were about to throw away 100 small goals.
In their hearts, they were thinking, do you need another son? The two were completely taken aback. The rich country was still the rich country it always was, and they never expected to be able to mine level 4 and judging from their tone, there was obviously a considerable amount. At this moment, Yi Ruizha felt a pang of compassion. Should he lend a hand if they were attacked by mutated beasts during their migration? Well, he meant help the mutated beasts. It's understandable that Yi Ruizha thinks this way, but even Gong Kaihang thinks this way, so the two of them can see what the other is thinking. However, they quickly lost heart. Would they dare to move? No, don't say it's morally wrong, Shaw. Money can corrupt people's hearts, and that little bit of morality can be covered up. The only reason they dare not move is because they are soldiers. Soldiers of China. Yi Ruizha looked up at the ceiling to stop the tears from falling, his heart screaming, I enlisted too early. Seeing Yi Ruizha looking at the ceiling with a strange expression, Mohammed asked in confusion, Lieutenant, what's wrong with you? Yi Ruizha snapped out of his daze and covered up his embarrassment, saying, No, I was just marveling at how good your people are to have such a good king. Ha, really? I feel like I didn't do well enough. Gong Kaihang and Yi Ruizha cursed inwardly at the same time. Hypocritical. King Mohammed, now that the matter has been settled, please arrange for your people to gather at the coastline closest to Persia. Okay, no problem. I'll have someone arrange it right away. You two must be tired after your long journey. Why don't you go and rest for a bit? Then thank you, King Mohammed, His Majesty the King. Mohammed had already given them the order to leave, and the two wisely chose to depart. What else could they do but leave and see how extravagant others were? In their restroom, the two of them launched into a rant. Say, I should have set a goal of 2,000 small goals, but they are still so inhumane. Don't even mention you, I'm so shocked I can't speak. But it has to be you. If it were me, I'd only aim for 200 small goals at most. Who could have guessed? Even without the old-fashioned currency, they are still rich. I find it strange that they were able to dig up a level 4 energy stone. You'd better not think about it. They're just rich, not stupid. Do you think they'll tell you? Yeah, right? Wait, how did you become so smart? What do you mean by becoming so smart? I've always been smart, okay? Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. I need to start cultivating. I can feel that I'm about to break through, so I need to hurry up. So you're preparing for a breakthrough so soon? Hurry my ass. By the time we get back, the old man will probably have already broken through, and there might be more than just the old man. You too, you should practice more when you have free time. Your level advancement is the slowest. I don't want it to be like this either. My cultivation speed is already at its maximum, and it's still a long way from advancing to level 5. If you have nothing to do, study your skills. Don't bother me unless you have something to do. After Gong Kaihang finished speaking, he got up and went back to his room, leaving Yi Ruizha alone in the living room staring at the ceiling. As time passed, the two began sending people to the other side of the strait. 11 days later, where Chinese troops were already stationed to receive them. When the Chinese troops entered Persia, the Persian president dared not speak out, because the Chinese were being too bullying. They had barely finished exchanging greetings when the troops turned around and entered their territory. Although they said they were unwilling, their actions betrayed them. As soon as money was mentioned, they immediately lined the streets to welcome them. It's just a matter of borrowing a passage. This kind of favor is too easy to earn. The main reason is that China gives so much. Just for borrowing a passage, they gave 10 small goals. Where can you find such a good deal? Welcome to borrow a few more times. The delivery was completed 5 days earlier than the expected 33 days, mainly because the wealthy country provided too many herbs, over 100 level 3 herbs, 40 level 4 herbs, and 10 level 5 herbs. Having received the benefits, the two felt too embarrassed to not do their job. They could only pretend to eat some level 3 food in front of them to improve their efficiency, but later they felt it was a huge waste, so they started to recover in their tents. Fortunately, the wealthy country doesn't have a space system, and they don't know how long it will take for Yi Ruizha and the others to recover, since space systems are generally difficult to recover from. But being able to tell the rich country more than a month earlier than expected made the whole country extremely happy. Gong Kaihang and Yi Ruizha were even happier. They had secretly planted over 100 medicinal herbs, and they could laugh themselves awake in their sleep. After completing their mission of delivering people, they immediately set off for the Camel Kingdom. After making inquiries and exchanging information, the two obtained permission to enter the hidden realm of civilization. However, Camel Country indicated that they also wanted to relocate to China, which was not something the two of them could decide. They passed the buck to Premier Xing Jinyu and let him worry about it. However, this plan ultimately failed. Firstly, unlike wealthy countries, they couldn't simply bribe you into agreeing, and secondly, their journey was much longer, making migration impractical. Upon entering the hidden realm of civilization, the first thing the two saw was a cluster of buildings in the distance. Those buildings are clearly not from Earth, they're too peculiar. This secret realm is filled with towering trees that reach into the clouds. Each one is ridiculously large, with the shortest one being 5 or 6 kilometers tall. The branches only appear near the crown, and the crown is umbrella-shaped, but the widest crown is only 200 meters wide, which looks very incongruous. The leaves are needle-like, and the tree crown has very dense branches that block out all the light. It looks like an umbrella that can only cover one person, but the handle is hundreds of meters long, which looks very strange. The buildings were all built on these tree trunks, which looked like a huge burrow. At the highest point of the protrusion was a hole, and if you looked closely, there was a door about 2 meters deep inside the hole. Apart from this door, there were no windows or anything like that. The trunks of each giant tree were covered with densely packed structures, which, from a distance, looked just like they were crawling with insects, triggering Yi Ruizha's trypophobia. Judging from the appearance of these buildings, they should be for scouting. I can't understand why they didn't just dig tree holes. Wouldn't that be safer? Can you please stop commenting here? Don't you find those houses disgusting? Why feel disgusted? Every civilization has its own standards and norms. Even our human civilization cannot achieve a completely unified aesthetic. You're awesome. Anyway, I find it disgusting. Hurry up and investigate. I don't want to stay here anymore. The two randomly chose a house and pushed open the door. What they saw was darkness. It was so damn dark. Besides being black, there was also a very unpleasant smell. Upon smelling this stench, Gong Kaihang immediately took Yi Ruizha away. Old Gong, what's going on? Can't you smell the stench? I can smell it, but it's just smelly. What's so special about it? The civilization here has been extinct for a long time. There's no activity, but there's still a stench. What do you think that means? A mutated beast is inside? That's one possibility, but I need to confirm it. Let's go check out other houses. Yi Ruizha had no idea what Gong Kaihang was thinking or what he meant, so he could only follow him around. When they arrived at the second house, Gong Kaihang did not open the door immediately, but instead gave Yi Ruizha a gas mask. Wear it if you don't want anything to happen. Seeing Gong Kaihang's serious expression, Yi Ruizha had no choice but to obediently put on the gas mask. They turned on their power flashlights, pushed open the front door, and with the light, they finally saw the layout inside. Once you see the layout inside, it's more accurate to call it a nest than a house, a completely airtight nest. The interior was completely empty, except for a nest built of tree branches. There were some ornaments on the walls, which were mostly bones tied together with rope, mostly club bones, but also some skulls, about the size of a human. The skulls are all very different in shape, so they are obviously not of the same species. Some have a single horn on their head, while others have horns on both sides, but most of them have a long beak. Wearing a gas mask, Yi Ruizha asked in a muffled voice, "Old Gong, are those birdman bones? How would I know? But I can take some back and study them." After using spatial teleportation to remove the bone, Gong Kaihang immediately took Yi Ruizha away, mainly because the smell was off. Civilization has been gone for so long, so in theory there shouldn't be any smell, but these rooms still have a strong
strong stench. To confirm, Gong Kai-hang went to several more houses, and they all had the same stench. To be thorough, he still took a jar and filled it with some of the stench, worried that the odor was more than just a simple smell. It's understandable if one or two rooms smell bad, but if every room does, that's problematic. Before leaving the house, Gong Kai-hang asked Yi Ruizha to wait at the door for a while, as he was going to collect some bark from the giant tree trunk. To Gong Kai-hang's surprise, the tree trunk was very tough, and his large machete couldn't cut into it. This made him understand why the civilization here didn't dig tree holes anymore. After using a millstone to shave some bark off the tree, Gong Kai-hang continued to lead Yi Ruizha to the other houses. I looked at a lot of houses, and they were all basically the same. I didn't find anything special about them. We followed the tree trunk upwards until we reached the last house, where we noticed something different. Instead of bone ornaments, the house now contains feathers. The feathers were very large, each about 40 to 50 centimeters long. Perhaps because they had been stored for a long time, the feathers broke as soon as they touched the ground. No matter how careful Gong Kai-hang was, he was unable to collect a single intact feather. Finally, the room layout is similar in size, but there is one obvious difference in this room. There is a table here. As for the items on the table, judging from the dust marks on it, they had long been taken away by someone else, presumably the people from the Camel Kingdom. Through this room, Gong Kai-hang learned that there was no need to continue the investigation. After so much time, anything of value must have been taken by the people of Camel Kingdom. All they needed to do was ask Camel Kingdom to share it. Whether others were willing to share was another matter. Before leaving, they still took a large tour of the secret realm. The only thing they found was the wind. It was a very strong wind. Even on a sunny day, the wind force could reach level 7. Gong Kai-hang didn't even dare to imagine that if there was a storm, the wind force would reach level 28 or higher. After wandering around for a while and finding nothing, the two left the secret realm. As soon as they left, their communication stones began to vibrate. Upon listening to the audio, they all revealed the same message. The old man had broken through to level 6, and he had ordered a nationwide gathering of level 5 awakened individuals in Kyoto in 10 days to discuss important matters. The two were overjoyed. Old Gong, the old man has broken through. Yes, we finally have a level 6 awakened. It's time to avenge the mutated tiger. It's still alive? Isn't that obvious? It's still deep in Liangshan and hasn't come out yet, but none of us dare to go in to look for it. Its injuries have probably healed a long time ago. It hasn't launched a second beast tide yet, probably because there aren't enough mutated beasts. It's going to launch a second beast tide? It's basically confirmed that a large number of mutated beasts have gathered in the Liangshan Mountains, and they are all level 3 or higher. However, the number is not as large as during the first beast tide. In addition, we have been sending a large number of troops to cut off the other mutated beasts' routes to Liangshan. So now the level 3 and 4 mutated beasts in the Liangshan Mountains are only 2/3 of those during the beast tide. However, there are 4 more level 5 mutated beasts. Wouldn't that make it very difficult for us to win? That's for sure. After the first beast tide, the mutated tigers seem to have changed their strategy, only recruiting high-level combatants. You can no longer find mutated beasts below level 3 in the Liangshan Mountains. Why is that? Even if it doesn't want low-level participants, it should still have them, right? That's what makes the mutated tiger so terrifying. It kills and eats all the low-level mutated beasts, turning them into nourishment for cultivating high-level combat power. So ruthless. So don't think that everything is peaceful on Liangshan. The situation there is very tense. The premier is worried that the mutated tigers will launch a second beast tide. Many of the troops guarding the area are just blocking the mutated beasts' routes, but they have actually suffered many casualties. However, this matter has been suppressed and not made public. Right now, only our military knows about it. Yi Ruizha pointed to his own nose. I'm also in the military, why don't I know? You, before you went to see the old man, did you know what role you were supposed to play? No, I did contribute a lot during the first beast tide. After all, forget it. All you can do is rely on your space-type ability to cause trouble. This is a big strategy, and your strength alone can't make much of a difference. Do you think the mutated tiger will let me cause trouble twice this time? What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? We're its main targets now. If we dare to show up at Liangshan, what do you think the consequences will be? Yi Ruizha swallowed hard. Being targeted by a level 6 mutated beast, if he dared to go to Liangshan, he would probably be crippled even if he didn't die. There's one more thing, don't blame me for not reminding you. The mutated tiger launched a beast tide right after breaking through, and it wasn't familiar with the power of level 6 yet. Later, I went there once, and it already had a faint domain. Domain? What's that? This is a unified estimate given by the Research Institute. The obvious difference between the 6 levels is probably the domain. The old man probably gathered us here for the explanation of the domain. The old man has a domain now? How would I know? But even if he doesn't, not everyone can have the old man's influence. Let's go, let's hurry to the capital of Camel Kingdom, complete the mission first, and then we'll go back immediately. After arriving in the capital of the Camel Kingdom, the two two found their diplomat and explained their purpose. They wanted the Camel Kingdom to share a study of a secret civilization. As
Gong Kaihang expected, they did not give it to them, but instead put forward a condition that some of their people relocate to China to establish a special zone for the Camel Kingdom. Gong Kaihang knew they were trying to find a way out for themselves. They called it a special zone, but in reality, it was just like the rich country, carving out a piece of land for them as a new territory. This is definitely not acceptable. The wealthy nation has brought its own capital to the project, and China's area is now so vast that it can easily carve out 100,000 square kilometers on the periphery for the wealthy nation. Firstly, this would allow them to share the burden of clearing the mutated beasts, and secondly, they would have to pay rent in the long term. As for whether there would be any other considerations, Gong Kaihang said he couldn't guess, but he was almost certain of one thing: the Prime Minister would not consider allowing them to change their citizenship to Chinese. Gong Kaihang's guess was actually correct. Premier Xing Zhenyu had never considered the idea of allowing the wealthy countries to collectively change their citizenship. Setting aside a piece of land would be equivalent to a concession for the wealthy countries. They are so rich, wouldn't it be good to collect rent? They are almost desperate for money themselves. If a wealthy tenant comes along to pay rent, why wouldn't they agree? Rent whatever you like. We can also provide all sorts of services, just pay the fee. If we don't squeeze you dry, we'll be letting down the hundreds of millions of hungry babies. Although the wealthy nation relocated its entire population, they were not foolish enough to abandon their own country. They left behind 10,000 troops and 30,000 citizens to develop several key secret realms, which are currently their main source of economic income. The premier was not surprised by this. If they really gave up, China could simply occupy it. However, the premier also allocated 5,000 troops to them as defensive support. Of course, the cost would have to be borne by their rich country. Our troops are not free, they are worth one small goal every month. The wealthy country readily agreed, saying it was such a good deal. They even asked if they could send more people. The Prime Minister could only politely decline, saying that they were already at their limit and that 5,000 people was the maximum they could offer. Who wouldn't want to make money? If we weren't good friends and we didn't care about China's reputation, do you think you would have the opportunity to use money to embarrass us? You should know that our ancestors left behind a whole series of tricks to fool people, and you'll never know what you've been fooled about until the very end. Of course, after 5,000 years of verification, deceiving people may feel good for a while, and deceiving them all the time may feel good, but it will leave you with no friends. Although diplomatic relations are just a binding of interests, you still need a few worthwhile countries to befriend. Otherwise, what will you do if you can't find anyone to help you when something really happens? These are all bloody lessons. Gong Kaihang had no diplomatic authority, so he dared not agree to the Camel Kingdom's conditions. He could only leave behind the communication stone, giving the diplomats a headache before they immediately set off back to the capital. However, before returning to Kyoto, Yi Ruizha went to pick up his wife. He couldn't bear to leave his wife there alone. Of course, he also had to pick up his grandfather. As for Gong Kaihang, he needed to take the items from the civilization's secret realm back to the research institute for study, so he did not travel with Yi Ruizha. Yi Ruizha returned to the eastern military region to pick up his wife and father, arriving back in Kyoto only a day later than Gong Kaihang. Perhaps because they had been fasting for more than a month, as soon as the two arrived in Kyoto, after seeing the old man off, they immediately returned to their small home at the Superpower Academy. The old man knew what they were going to do, but he couldn't say anything. After all, the young couple hadn't seen each other for more than a month. After some time apart, Yuanwu seemed to have shed all her naivety. She taught Yi Ruizha 4 lessons before letting him leave. When Yi Ruizha came out, he was pale, holding his waist, and his legs were trembling. It's true that when a man is strong, he needs to lean on the wall. When a woman is strong, she also needs to lean on the wall. Honey, come home early tonight. I'll make you some ox penis soup. Ha, honey, maybe we shouldn't do it again tonight? It's not impossible not to drink, as long as you can handle it. Then I'll drink it, and remember to add extra toppings. Yes, honey, you're so good to me. Go quickly, don't keep the old man waiting. At the National Hospital, when the old man saw Yi Ruizha, whose face had turned completely bloodless in just a few hours, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. You brat, you're way too unrestrained. Grandpa, I'm innocent. I don't know what's wrong with my wife, she just won't let me leave. My brother is numb now. Not only the old man, but also Lin Hongwen, Gong Kaihang, Li Yifei and others couldn't help but laugh. Your wife is too fierce. I'd like to ask you all, is there anything that can help with nourishment? My wife is already preparing a soup with pig penis. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. To be honest, they've all been through similar experiences, just not as extreme. As for tonics, penis soup is the most nourishing, and your wife has already prepared it for you, so just drink it. However, they still felt sorry for Yi Ruizha. Not everyone can resist a wife who was so eager for him. Despite his pitiful state, the old man still asked, after so many times, how effective has it been? Yi Ruizha knew that the old man was asking about dual cultivation, so he honestly
replied, I'm stronger than before.
How many times in total? Apart from the old man, everyone else gasped in surprise. No wonder the kid's face was so pale. And what are the results each time? Well, it gets better each time.
The old man's eyes lit up when he heard this.
Yi Ruijia's energy was extraordinary.
If he had to break through on his own, it would be a long time before
he could do it.
So he said to Lin Hongwen, tell the logistics department to prepare more of the 10-ingredient tonic soup for him, enough for 10 people.
Grandpa, isn't this a bit?
The old man turned to look at Yi Ruijia, sized him up, and asked, you brat, you're young and strong now.
You didn't train for nothing. Keep up the good work.
No way, sir, you're asking too much of us.
What? You're not happy about it? If you're not happy, just say so. I think everyone here would be very happy to help. I'm happy to, I'm happy to, I'm happy to.
The others were speechless.
Old man, you can't joke like that. Alright, enough chit-chat.
Before the others arrive, let me tell you about what I felt after my breakthrough. Everyone sat up straight when they heard the old man was about to get down to business.
Let me first talk about the changes in the breakthrough.
Level 6 is indeed a watershed, just as we speculated in our previous research, but it is not invincible.
First, let's talk about energy reserves. It starts at 50 times that of level 5. Why starting? Because your physical constitution essentially determines your upper limit. Grandpa, wouldn't that mean the enhancement type would be flying to the heavens? It's not that simple.
The physique of the enhancement type seems stronger than others, but that's a result of their use of skills. After level 6, what's needed is cell nucleus enhancement, which requires pushing energy into the cell nucleus.
This is different
from just enhancing the cell wall before.
Moreover, after cell nucleus enhancement, lifespan will also increase accordingly. Don't look at me now, I'm still old and decrepit. If you can't break through to level 6, I will definitely live longer than you. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected that level 6 would have such benefits.
They all secretly resolved to practice diligently from now on, except for Yi Ruijia, who was still thinking about how to get through the night.
That's all for now regarding the benefits of breakthroughs. What comes next is the most important. Breaking through to level 6 grants you an opportunity for enlightenment. The deeper your enlightenment, the stronger your domain becomes, just like right now. After the old man finished speaking, he released his domain, Thunder Domain.
Everyone in the old man's domain felt as if they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, unable to move. Even Gong Kaiheng found it extremely difficult to mobilize his spatial abilities. After the old man withdrew his domain, everyone was soaking wet, as if they had just come out of the water. Now you should be thankful that the mutated tiger failed to comprehend the initial domain when it broke through, otherwise, we would all be dead.
The old man was right. The domain was truly terrifying.
Just a moment ago, they felt as if they were in a world of thunder, with countless bolts of lightning striking them every moment.
Gong Kaiheng quickly raised a question. Grandpa, I went to Lianshan to look for that mutated tiger before. It also had a domain, so why? You mean to say why its domain isn't very strong, right? Gong Kaiheng nodded. He didn't think the mutated tiger's domain was strong at all. On the contrary, it was quite weak.
Compared to the old man, it was worlds apart.
It's very simple. It's about momentum. That's right.
99% of its domains are without power, or perhaps they are just in their infancy.
But once the domain has power, the result is completely different. You just experienced it. My domain can be seen to take shape quickly. It's all thanks to having power in advance. Otherwise, my domain would be similar to that mutated tiger's. So, before we can break through, we must understand the potential. Is that right? Not necessarily. Domains can grow slowly. It's okay if you don't have momentum before breaking through.
But there's one thing you need to pay attention to. Domains are not so easy to comprehend. It depends on how deeply you understand your own power.
Finally, I want to say, at this point,
the old man paused, then looked everyone over seriously before continuing. After my breakthrough, I sensed a blockade.
A blockade targeting Blue Star.
Although the sensation was very slight, it definitely exists.
Sir, what do you mean by that? I can't explain it either. It's like a shackle, locking up Blue Star, or even the entire solar system. Only when we break through to a higher level will we have a chance to figure it out. Everyone present was heavy-hearted, not understanding why they were being blocked.
But one thing was clear, they had no right to know why, simply because they were too weak. At this point, only personnel at level 5 or above are authorized to know about this matter, and it is strictly forbidden to disclose it to others.
Yi Ruijia pointed to himself and asked, Grandpa, should I go out first? You're the exception, but you can't tell your wife, understand? Otherwise, I'll skin you alive. No.
The old man's consideration was correct, but not everyone who breaks through can sense the existence of these shackles like he could. Only a specific group of people can perceive them.
Alright, that's all for now.
As for the extermination of the mutated tiger, we'll discuss that once everyone else has arrived.
You may all leave now.
Everyone else got up to leave, but Yi Ruijia remained glued to his chair as if his bottom was stuck there. Seeing that he didn't move for a long time, everyone secretly laughed and left, leaving him alone there.
As the old man was leaving, he said to Yi Ruijia, You brat, don't take your good fortune for granted. This is good for you. Come on, on, I'll go talk to the girl and tell her to take it easy.
Upon hearing this, Yi Ruizha immediately perked up and quickly led the old man back to the academy. Yuanwu, who was simmering soup with 10 mutated bull penises, heard the door open and immediately turned around to look at the doorway with delight.
Oh, Grandpa, you've come too. Please have a seat. Let me pour you a cup of tea. No need, I'll just say a few words to you and then leave. Oh, okay, please go ahead. Xiaoyu, I'm happy to see you two so loving.
In principle, it's not my place to interfere in your affairs, but it would be best if you could exercise some restraint.
Okay, I understand.
She said she knew, but her hand secretly reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Yi Ruizha's waist. Yi Ruizha quickly grabbed her mischievous little hand, his face contorted with suppressed anger.
Why did you pinch me when the old man was scolding you?
The old man naturally saw their little tricks, but he couldn't be bothered to care and pretended not to see them. Little you, let me ask you something. You weren't always this thirsty. When the old man called her thirsty, Yuanwu's face turned red to the back of her ears, and she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, I just couldn't help it.
Couldn't help it? What's going on?
It's just that I want him as soon as I see him. Yuanwu was so embarrassed that she almost buried her head in her own magnificent figure. It was too shameful.
Is this only true for this brat?
Yi Ruizha was speechless, and cursed inwardly, you old geezer, do you expect my wife to treat everyone like this?
Is it like this all the time? Hands out.
Yuanwu obediently stretched out her little hand, and the old man took her pulse for a while, and also checked her special ability.
If the pulse is normal, then the problem might lie in the superpower.
However, after examining it, there's nothing special besides the fact that it's about to break through to level 2. But this is only about, it's not quite at the final stage yet.
Strange, how could this be? Sir, is there something wrong with my wife? Don't be nervous, it's nothing, it's just strange. Xiaoyu, are you really just unable to resist this brat? Yeah, I don't have feelings for anyone else. Alright, since you're fine, I'll be going now.
The old man got up to leave, just as Yuanwu asked hesitantly in a low voice, Grandpa, how many times do I have to restrain myself?
Oh, this? Well, I wish you a healthy baby soon.
The young couple were taken aback at first, not understanding what the old man meant, but Yuanwu quickly understood. As soon as the old man left and closed the door behind him, Yuanwu immediately pounced on Yi Ruizha, saying in a cute but fierce tone, you little brat, Yi Ruizha, how dare you use the old man to intimidate me? Humph, haha, honey, could you let me get up first? Yi Ruizha was scared because he was all too familiar with the way his wife squeezed his waist tightly with her legs. You wish. More than half an hour later, Yi Ruizha lay half reclined on the sofa, supporting his aching back, his eyes vacant.
Hee, Dalong, come and have some soup. Jinlian, could you spare me for one more night? You want me to go find my second uncle?
Upon hearing this, Yi Ruizha quickly took the soup from Yuanwu's hand and drank it all in a few gulps.
Eat the soup dregs too, don't waste them.
Yi Ruizha was very obedient and ate every last bit.
Seeing Yi Ruizha finish eating, Yuanwu's eyes crinkled into crescent moons with laughter. Dalong, would you like another bowl? Drink!
Yi Ruizha suddenly exclaimed boldly.
Does he dare not drink now? Are you kidding me? If he doesn't drink, you'll have to go find his second uncle?
He'd be facing a vast grassland right above his head. Yuanwu was actually quite helpless. She didn't know why, but now she couldn't help but think about Yi Ruizha all the time, and it was hard for her to resist. 8 days later, Yi Ruizha, with lifeless eyes and dark circles under his eyes, sat unsteadily in the wheelchair that Yuanwu had specially made for him, and was pushed out the door by a happy Yuanwu. Yuanwu wanted to go for a walk, but she didn't want to be separated from Yi Ruizha, so she insisted that Yi Ruizha accompany her. Walking along the paths on campus, the fresh air made Yi Ruizha, who was half dead, feel as if he had come back to life. But as he walked, he felt something was off. This place felt like a romantic spot for couples on campus. Just as he was about to suggest going somewhere else, Yuanwu, breathing heavily, pushed him into the grove. The horrific scene repeated itself, and the little energy he had just recovered was drained away again. After finishing, Yi Ruizha said with a bitter face, Wife, why don't we go back? Don't you want to shop anymore? Are you just strolling around? You're always dragging me out here for some outdoor sex. Yuanwu stuck out her tongue, feeling a little embarrassed herself. Honey, I don't want to do this either, but I just can't help it.
Oh dear, what a tragedy. If you don't want to shop anymore, that's fine, we'll go back now.
Yi Ruizha now understands that during these 8 days and 8 nights, he had been exploited more than 10 times a day. His energy had, indeed, increased rapidly, but his vital energy was being consumed in a very real way.
He now felt like he didn't have a penis anymore. After the two returned, the process, unsurprisingly, began again.
However, this time Yuanwu encountered a different situation. Yi Ruizha, who was lying there letting the women pick his things, suddenly felt a large amount of energy flow into his body, the total amount of which even exceeded the total amount of energy accumulated over the past 8 days and 8 nights.
He quickly opened his eyes and looked at Yuanwu.
At this moment, Yuanwu was tilting her head back, her hair was flowing, and her body was emitting a faint white light, giving people an indescribable sense of holiness. Yuanwu remained in this state for a full 5 minutes before a strange energy suddenly entered Yi Ruizha's body. Yi Ruwasia felt that this was not a superpower, but he also felt that this energy was very familiar, as if it belonged to him. As this energy flowed in, Ruwasia, who was originally half dead, began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. He quickly realized what this sense of familiarity was. It was the vitality he had been forced to cultivate during this period. With his energy restored, Ruwasia suddenly felt capable again. However, after the energy stopped flowing in, Yuanwu seemed to have all her strength drained, lying on him and not wanting to move at all.
Ruwasia didn't care about his own safety and quickly asked, Wife, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Yuanwu replied lazily, Honey, I'm so tired, I don't want to move. Let me rest for a while.
After saying that, he fell into a deep sleep, and even a soft snore could be heard. Ruwasia was speechless. What was he supposed to do? The two of them were still naked.
Sigh, I didn't want to before, but now I can't even think about it.
I'm so sorry to see you suffer, little brother. Yuanwu slept on Ruwasia's body for a full 17 hours before waking up. The moment she sat up, her face immediately turned red.
Honey, how long have I been asleep? 17 hours. Do you know how I spent those 17 hours? I didn't dare to move at all.
Yuanwu smiled gently, leaned down, and kissed him. You've really worked hard, my husband.
Stop talking, get up first. Oh, but you don't. I'm completely numb.
Yuanwu laughed heartily, but this sudden muscle spasm made Ruwasia feel more pain than pleasure. After their lovemaking, the two washed up and then seriously discussed what had happened the night before. After carefully sensing the surroundings, Yuanwu exclaimed with delight, Honey, I've reached level 3.
Ha, level 3?
Take a look quickly. Ruwasia carefully sensed it and confirmed that it was indeed level 3. However, he was puzzled as to why it had skipped a level.
What was with you glowing last night?
Yes, it only started glowing halfway through. Yuanwu blushed a little. She remembered that it seemed that she had suddenly realized that she had a lot of energy that she wanted to release, so it naturally all rushed to Ruwasia. After she had released all her energy, she felt very tired and then fell asleep. She herself didn't realize she was shining, which left her speechless. But she had a feeling that what she had wanted before was related to that white light, and one thing was certain, it would definitely not do any harm. When Ruwasia was told about this, he was also very confused, but he was still happy, finally relieved.
You won't want it forever, will you? I won't, but can you really resist? You wicked Sudaji, how dare you flirt with me? Watch me hit you every time.
After bickering for a while, the two went out for a stroll, both feeling a sense of relief and joy.
As for Yuanwu's ability to glow, and given that it's certain she'll benefit from it, they don't want to talk about it. Who would believe it if they did?
The two spent the day easily, and the 10-day period was over. The meeting to exterminate the mutated tiger was held as scheduled. There were 20 plus 1 attendees in total, and the one naturally refers to Ruwasia. The remaining people are the Chief of Staff, Mr. Lei Zhanyue, Yushuban, Training Instructor of the Eastern Military Region, Fan Ziwen, Mr. Lei's bodyguard, and Li Yon, Deputy Commander of the 31st Division of the 26th Army, a total of 4 people. The 3 people are Xin Jiaxing, Deputy Commander of the Western Military Region, Hong Anbong, Commander of the 51st Army, and Kong Qiaosen, Commander of the 9th Division of the 48th Army, Chao Lin, Deputy Commander of the Southern Military Region, Su Baoyu, Brigade Commander of the 65th Brigade of the 17th Division of the 34th Army, and Xu Xueqian, Battalion Commander of the 3rd Battalion of the same brigade, a total of 3 people. The 4 people are Zhang Huan, Commander of the 41st Army of the Northern Military Region, Lu Guodong, Commander of the 37th Division of the same Army, Ma Jiachuan, Commander of the 13th Division of the same Army, and Wei Yun, Commander of the 2nd Brigade of the 8th Division of the 40th Army. The group consisted of 5 people: Lin Hongwen, Commander of the Central Military Region, Lu Jiahao, Lin Hongwen's bodyguard, Tang Xiniu, Commander of the 79th Army, Zhu Pefeng of the 175th Infantry Regiment of the 22nd Division of the same Army, and Yan Zhangming, instructor of the academy.
In addition, Gong Kaihang and Ruwasia served as assistants in the rescue. The operational meeting was held as follows.
First, secretly evacuate all soldiers and civilians from several nearby cities to prevent the battlefield from shifting or the mutated tigers from retaliating.
Second, the 20 people were divided into 2 teams.
One team, led by the old man and assisted by Gong Kaihang, consisted of 7 people who restrained
the mutated tiger.
The other team of 14 people went to kill the remaining level 5 mutated beasts first and then formed an encirclement.
Third, after killing the remaining level 5 mutated beasts, 6 people were assigned to clear out the obstructing level 3 and 4 beasts.
Fourth, apart from the old man, no one else is allowed to engage in close combat with the mutated tiger in order to avoid entering its territory. 5. After the encirclement is completed, Gong Kaihang will be in charge of rescuing the mutated tiger, while Ruwasia will be in charge of the other 6 people.
If conditions permit, he will also need to participate in the encirclement rescue. 6. The battle time is limited to half an hour.
If the mutated tiger is not killed within half an hour, all members must retreat and wait for recovery before launching another attack. After the operational meeting concluded, mobilization immediately immediately began, with the first priority being the secret evacuation of cities near the Liangshan Mountains. The intelligence of a level 6 mutated beast is no less than that of a human, so it must be carried out in secret in order not to arouse the vigilance of the mutated tiger. The evacuation took 8 days, and the nearby cities had become ghost towns. Even if the mutated tigers disregarded their own lives and forcibly launched a beast tide, they had no target. During the evacuation, the location of the mutated tiger had already been discovered, and the extermination began immediately once the evacuation was completed. The 21 people charged straight in, killing any mutated beasts below level 4 that stood in their way. As they began their operation, the mutated tiger sensed something amiss, revealing a contemptuous smile. Standing atop a mountain peak, it let out a roar and began summoning all the level 5 mutated beasts. The level 3 beasts retreated, while the level 4 beasts remained on the perimeter. Both sides are well aware that the outcome of this battle will depend entirely on high-end combat capabilities. The two sides met quickly. The mutated tiger was slightly taken aback when it saw that the old man who had been electrocuting it had broken through to level 6. No wonder he dared to come looking for trouble. But he only paused for a moment and didn't care at all. When the two sides confronted each other, the mutated tigers were clearly at a disadvantage, as they had too few level 5s. However, the old man did not launch an attack immediately because the mutated tigers were too calm, which was not normal. "I'll go first, you guys cover me, and those level 5 ones are up to Xiao Xiao and Xiao Zhang." After assigning the target, the old man immediately rushed towards the mutated tiger, only to be struck by a bolt of purple lightning halfway there. As soon as the old man made a move, the others also rushed toward their respective goals and tasks. The mutated tiger dared not underestimate the old man, for it was deeply impressed by the old man's lightning and power, and immediately began to deploy its own unfinished domain. The purple lightning bolt, as thick as an arm, immediately shrank to the size of a finger upon entering the mutated tiger's domain. Instead of dodging, the mutated tiger formed a defensive light shield in front of itself to withstand the purple lightning bolt. It knew very well that it couldn't dodge when the old man was still at level 5, and now that the old man was at level 6, it couldn't dodge at all and could only take the hit. The purple lightning struck the light shield, producing a crackling sound, but it failed to penetrate its defensive shield. The old man wasn't surprised. After such a long period of recuperation and training, the mutated tiger was unlikely to be hit by his first strike. At most, it could only serve to restrain it. Just as the purple lightning was blocked, the others followed closely behind. The mutated tiger's defensive shield was partially neutralized by the purple lightning, and now it was attacked by the combined efforts of the 5 people, finally unable to withstand it and breaking. Gong Kaiheng seized the opportunity and immediately used his space slingshot to launch a space millstone, which shot toward the mutated tiger at an extremely high speed. The mutated tiger was astonished, never expecting that this most annoying human could launch such a fast attack. It immediately twisted its body to dodge, and in the process spat out 5 wind blades. One of them attacked the old man to slow down his advance, while the other 4 attacked the 4 people other than Gong Kaiheng. Gong Kaiheng cursed inwardly, "It's that trick again," but he could only hurry to save the person. Fortunately, there was a contingency plan. The attackers were positioned in a 4+1 formation, and the mutated tiger could only attack either the old man or one of the 4+1 attackers simultaneously at a time. Finally, the tiger would pounce in the last direction. The 4 of them together could only withstand 1 wind blade, but now there are 4, and they definitely can't withstand it, so Gong Kaiheng chose to save the 4-person group. When the mutated tiger pounced on the lone human, it sneered, thinking it was about to succeed. But the lone human also sneered. It quickly understood why. It had forgotten about the level 4 kid. Before he could even reach him, Yi Ruizha suddenly appeared and took him away. The mutated tiger curled its lip in disdain at the thought of the human who could jump around. Seeing its expression, Yi Ruizha wanted to complain, but the mutated tiger was indeed capable of ignoring him. "Beast, I am your opponent." The old man who blocked the mutated tiger's attack took the opportunity to get closer and unleashed his thunder domain to suppress the mutated tiger's domain. The mutated tiger turned its head, flicked its tail, and a whip-like shadow lashed fiercely at the old man. The old man dared not take the attack head-on and quickly dodged. It was difficult for a human to withstand the pure energy-based attack of a mutated beast unless he had a shield or something similar. The mutated tiger also took the opportunity to distance itself from the old man, avoiding close combat. This puzzled the old man, as the mutated tiger was stronger than him in close combat and shouldn't be afraid of it. The reason the mutated tiger didn't engage in close combat with the old man was mainly because its own domain was not as strong as the old man's, and it was slightly suppressed. In addition, it clearly remembered that the old man's power was useless. Under this double suppression, it became very passive. As soon as the distance was created, the mutated tiger let out a wide-ranging howl. The sound waves were deafening. Except for the old man, everyone else was briefly dizzy. It seized the opportunity and immediately spat out a huge wind blade towards the nearest group of 4. "Don't even think about it, you beast." Seeing this, the old man immediately cast a purple lightning bolt to rescue Gong Gong Kaihang, who was still dizzy and had to take his place. The two attacks collided, creating a violent energy explosion. The shockwave blew the four-person group more than 20 meters away, but fortunately they were not injured. After rescuing the four people, the old man immediately approached the mutated tiger. He had to force it into close combat, entangle it, and prevent it from attacking the others, otherwise they would be too busy rescuing them. The mutated tiger seemed to know the old man's purpose, and with a contemptuous smirk it immediately retreated, not giving the old man a chance for close combat. The battle on this side has turned into a tug-of-war, but the battle on the other side is one-sided. Several level 5 mutated beasts are being forced to retreat, and in just a short while they are already covered in wounds. In order to avoid being killed by the human camp, they had no choice but to ask the mutated tiger for help. The mutated tiger curled its lip, knowing that it was impossible for it to save the situation, and it couldn't do anything about it. The two battlefields were kept far apart from the start, precisely to prevent the mutated tiger from coming to the rescue. However, the mutated tiger still raised its head and let out a howl. The old man, who was trying to get closer to the mutated tiger, realized something was wrong and immediately shouted to the group of four people beside him, "Get out of the way." Before the four could react, a swift shadow flashed past them, and then the four men's boat had exploded, their bodies falling to the ground. Everyone who witnessed this scene was horrified. They had only been fighting for a short time when one of their own men was ambushed and killed. After successfully launching a sneak attack, the shadow hovered in midair. Everyone looked at the shadow and were shocked when they saw what it was, a level 6 mutated falcon. To everyone's surprise, there was also a level 6 mutated beast, and it was the fastest falcon at that. Now everyone understands why the mutated tiger was so fearless in the face of so many of them. If the two level 6 mutated beasts were of the strength or elemental type, they could still hold their own and have a chance to win. But this was a level 6 eagle of the speed type, and they could hardly react in time. Seeing this, the old man immediately roared, "Everyone, gather together. Deal with the other level 5 mutated beasts first. Xiao Gong and Xiao Yi, you two hold off the mutated falcons." Everyone immediately followed the old man's instructions to attack the several level 5 mutated beasts. The mutated tiger frowned and looked at the mutated falcon. The mutated falcon understood and immediately charged towards them. Just as it was about to move, two extremely thick spatial barriers blocked its path, greatly slowing it down. Then, Gong Kaihang's spatial millstone flew rapidly toward it, followed by 4 spatial ripples from Yi Ruijia's shockwave. Before the two attacks could land, the mutated falcon suddenly leaped upwards, dodging their attacks. It stared intently at Gong Kaihang and Yi Ruijia with its sharp eyes, wondering if these were the two people the mutated tiger had said should not be underestimated. The two of them focused all their attention on the mutated falcon. They were not afraid of its speed, but they were afraid of not being able to hold it back. Seeing that the falcon was being held back, the mutated tiger also tried to pounce on the others, but the old man didn't give it the chance. The balance had been broken, and letting any one of them pass would be disastrous, so they had to stop it at all costs. The mutated falcon glanced at Gong Kaihang and Yi Ruijia, then began to steadily increase its altitude, attempting to break through their obstruction with its extreme diving speed. The two did not stop it from climbing. The farther it went, the safer the others would be. Although they did not stop it from climbing, the two followed closely behind. Being followed by two people and unable to shake them off, the falcon became very agitated. It flapped its wings twice, and a barrage of arrows rained down on the two men, covering an astonishing 200 meters. Within its attack range, there was simply no way to avoid it. However, the two of them didn't bother to dodge it one by one. Instead, they teleported away from the attack range. The falcon seized the opportunity and suddenly swooped down, creating 10 sonic booms. But it was soon dumbfounded. It had only rushed for less than 2 kilometers when it encountered 2 more spatial barriers. Undeterred, it plunged into them, hoping to break through these two strange things with its speed. It certainly has the ability and confidence, but unfortunately, the two old men have no intention of giving it any hope of breaking through. Gong Kaihang continuously released maximum spatial compression in front of it, while Yi Ruijia continuously vibrated the space. This was his only move that could injure a level 6 mutated beast. The eagle was indeed very fast. Gong Kaihang's barrier couldn't stop it for even a second, but it was enough to cause a slight pause. The killing move was all in Yi Ruijia's shockwave field. Seeing the ripples in the space reappear, the falcon had no choice but to abandon its dive and leave the barrier's range. It was furious to be blocked by the two people time and time again, but there was nothing it could do. It was not afraid of Gong Kaihang and Yi Ruijia, but it could not shake them off. It could only make noises to interfere with their teleportation and positioning, but this interference could only last for a moment and had no chance to hurt the two who had created a safe distance. Meanwhile, the mutated tiger was also desperately blocked by the old man. Even though it took the initiative to engage in close combat, the old man risked injury to prevent it from passing. Several level 5 mutated beasts were surrounded and attacked by more than a dozen people using a targeted strike tactic. They were quickly killed one after another, letting out screams. With their subordinates being killed one after another, the mutated tiger and mutated falcon were helpless.
helpless. Even after killing the other level 5 mutated beasts, the human camp still had little chance of winning. Without the support of spatial abilities, even with so many of them attacking the mutated tiger, casualties are very likely to occur. The mutated tiger signaled to the mutated falcon to join it, intending to use a wide-range attack to create an opportunity for the falcon. Seeing that the falcon wanted to join the mutated tiger, the old man began to launch a fierce attack without regard for anything else, with each attack being his strongest attack. The others also took action, determined to severely injure one of the two mutated beasts before they could collide in a desperate struggle, or they would have to retreat. The mutated tiger was beaten by more than a dozen people, dodging left and right in a sorry state. It could choose to withstand the attacks of others, but that would give the old man an opportunity, which was not what it wanted to see. Just as the mutated tiger was feeling very frustrated from being beaten, another huge roar was heard, followed by a massive figure crashing into the dozen or so people. They turned around and suddenly saw a huge, house-sized, level 6 mutated brown bear charging towards them. Everyone was shocked, not expecting that there were 3 level 6 mutated beasts. But they couldn't care less about being shocked now, and the dozen or so people quickly used their attack and defense methods. The brown bear completely ignored these attacks and rammed into the dozen or so people, shattering their offensive and defensive measures. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting the level 6 brown bear to have such thick defense, and they all chose to avoid it. The old man thought to himself, "This is troublesome. I didn't expect there to be a bear. Am I going to die here this time?" The battlefield has been divided into 3 parts, but all 3 are areas where the human faction is at a disadvantage, so retreating is now impossible. The mutated tiger has a wide-range attack, and the others can't defeat it. The falcon can only be held back by Gong Kaihang and Yiruasia. The brown bear has too thick a defense and is not afraid of the attack of more than a dozen people. It simply charges around and makes more than a dozen people unable to avoid it. It's only a matter of time before everyone is defeated. The old man's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He had considered all sorts of possibilities, but he never expected there to be 3 level 6 mutated beasts. Looking back now, those level 5 mutated beasts were merely sacrifices used by the 3 level 6 mutated beasts to wear them down and create opportunities. Everyone, find a chance to leave. That's what they say, but how could the 3-headed mutated beast let them leave so easily? "You brat, go and get the men and leave. I'll hold off this falcon." Yiruasia nodded, and the others shouted, "You all gather together." The 3-headed mutated beasts realized they were retreating and launched a fierce attack, especially the brown bear, which didn't give the dozen or so people a chance to regroup. Whenever they tried to gather, they were immediately scattered by the mutated brown bears. Seeing that they couldn't gather together, Lin Hongwen, Shin Jiaxing, and Xiao Lin exchanged glances, nodded, and immediately rushed towards the brown bear, shouting, "Gather together right now, we'll hold it off." The others were shocked and shouted no, but the 3 of them had already rushed out regardless. "Run! Avenge us later!" The 14 men clenched their teeth, their eyes were bloodshot, and their jaws were bleeding. They all knew what this meant, but if they didn't leave, the sacrifice of the 3 men would be in vain. The 14 men immediately gathered together. As soon as they successfully merged, Yiruasia immediately disappeared from the battlefield of the eagles and reappeared beside the 14 people, leading them away via teleportation. Yiruasia and 14 others left, and the battlefield, which had been barely holding on, immediately fell apart. Lin Hongwen, Shin Jiaxing, and Xiao Lin tried their best, but they couldn't stop the mutated bear's slap. The defensive light shield formed by the 3 of them shattered at the first touch, and the bear's paw slammed down on the 3 of them. The 3 men quickly raised their arms to defend themselves, but the moment they touched the bear's paw, their arm bones shattered, offering no resistance whatsoever. They could only watch as the enormous bear paw fell upon them. The 3 men coughed up mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying hundreds of meters away like cannonballs, crashing into a rocky mountain and kicking up 3 rings of dust. Their bodies were embedded in the mountain for more than 10 centimeters, and the surrounding rocks cracked like a spider web. The 3 then fell helplessly downwards. During their fall, they saw Yiruasia successfully take the 14 people away, and they all showed their final smiles. The mutated brown bear struck successfully and immediately rushed towards the old man. Gong Kaihang also wanted to leave with the old man the moment Yiruasia left, but the mutated falcon did not give him the chance and used all its means to prevent him from leaving. In particular, its interfering calls kept coming in, preventing Gong Kaihang from teleporting to the old man's side for a moment. He was held back for 2 seconds, and in those 2 short seconds, the mutated brown bear had already rushed to the old man's side. Already no match for the mutated tiger, the old man was immediately caught off guard by the mutated tiger, which bit his left arm. The old man kept unleashing lightning into the mutated tiger's mouth, but the mutated tiger refused to let go, even at the cost of injury. Just as the mutated brown bear's giant paw was about to strike, the old man immediately chose to swing his hand and cut off his left arm to escape. However, the mutated brown bear's giant paw was too big. Before he could leave the range of its giant paw, he was struck by it and sent flying to the ground. This palm strike was even more powerful than the previous one. Even though the old man was at level 6 and
had activated his domain and aura, he was still slammed into the ground and lost consciousness. Seeing that the tiger and the bear had succeeded, the falcon was very pleased with itself. It was precisely because of its smugness that Gong Kaiheng seized the opportunity, immediately teleported to the old man's side, and took the unconscious old man away. The falcon was very annoyed, not expecting that Gong Kaiheng would seize this fleeting opportunity. It wanted to chase after him immediately, but was blocked by the mutated tiger. It knew very well that even an eagle couldn't catch up with Gong Kaiheng, so it was better to give up as soon as possible. This campaign ended in a crushing defeat for the human forces. Although they killed several level 5 mutated beasts, they also paid the price of 4 lives, as well as an old man who urgently needed medical treatment. Gong Kaiheng was rushing towards Kyoto with the old man, and only Yun Mengru could save him now. Yi Ruizha and his 15 men retreated to Yi City. When Gong Kaiheng sent the old man back to Kyoto, he wanted to feed him Snow Lotus to relieve his injuries, but the old man kept bleeding from his mouth and could not swallow it at all. As soon as he fed it, the Snow Lotus was mixed with blood. Originally, this expedition was almost a sure thing, and since it involved high-level combat, they couldn't take care of Yun Mengru, so they chose to bring Shuelian instead. But an unforeseen accident happened. Gong Kaiheng was anxious as he watched. He considered performing surgery on the old man halfway through the procedure and forcibly stuffing the Snow Lotus into his stomach, but that was clearly impossible, as the old man's internal organs were all ruptured and none of them were intact. Now all he wants to do is get back to Kyoto as soon as possible so that Yun Mengru can treat the old man. But that's easier said than done. Even for him, it would take at least 12 minutes to get back to Kyoto from the Liangshan Mountains. But the old man's breathing is getting weaker and weaker. After Gong Kaiheng brought the old man back to the academy, he immediately found Yun Mengru and appeared in front of her. "Quick, save them!" Yun Mengru was shocked to see Gong Kaiheng and the old man covered in blood suddenly appear. Without thinking, she immediately began to treat the old man. But when her superpower entered the old man's body, it had no effect. She quickly sensed the old man's presence, and at that moment, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her ears ringing. "Please save the old man." Seeing that Yun Mengru suddenly stopped moving, Gong Kaiheng shouted anxiously, but he saw tears streaming down Yun Mengru's face. At that moment, he understood what was going on, but he wanted to accept it yet dared not accept it, so he grabbed Yun Mengru's shoulders and shook her violently. "Hurry up and treat him. Hurry, don't stop." But all he saw was Yun Mengru shaking her head with tears streaming down her face. At that moment, his mind went blank and his vision turned into a dark void. Dean, the Premier's office of the State Council. Even after the old man and his men started their campaign, Premier Xing Zhenyu continued to work, but the communication stone remained on his desk. While he was engrossed in his work, the communication stone suddenly vibrated. The Prime Minister casually picked up the communication stone, but his eyes never left the document in his hand. But after a short while, the Prime Minister suddenly stood up. Without being hysterical or flustered, he said in a very calm tone, "Mengru, I understand. Take good care of Colonel Gong. I'll handle the rest, understand?" Soon, Yun Mengru's tearful hum came through the communication stone. The Premier slowly put down the communication stone and immediately summoned Zhao Fugua. "Prime Minister, you wanted to see me? Pass on my order. The entire nation is on level 1 alert. Activate contingency plan number 65. Zhao Fugua was shocked. Why were they suddenly going to enter a state of high alert and activate contingency plan number 65? But then he realized that the only important thing right now was to subdue the mutated tiger. He asked tremblingly, "Premier, does that mean we should subdue?" The Prime Minister simply nodded slightly. Upon receiving confirmation from the Premier, Zhao Fugua nearly lost his footing. Although he didn't know if anyone had been killed, he quickly forced himself to stand and immediately went out to arrange all the emergency matters. Soon, sirens sounded across the country, and all parties were mobilized urgently. During the nationwide emergency mobilization, a meteorite with a diameter of 20 meters suddenly entered the atmosphere of Earth and flew towards China. Once a meteorite enters the atmosphere, it is heated by friction with the atmosphere. Ice element immediately cools the outer wall. The sound came from inside the meteorite. Yes, they were the people at the lunar base who were beginning their return to Earth, but there were only 1/10 of them. Because they were unsure if they could land safely, they only selected 1/10 of the team as a suicide squad. After a safe landing, they would send a light signal at the agreed time to let the team know they were safe. Once the team was ready, they would return to the lunar base to bring them back. It's not that they didn't want to all come back together, but the conditions didn't allow it. 1/10 of them was already the limit. In order to return to Earth, they took almost all the oxygen cylinders from their spacesuits with them, leaving only about 20 for the base. They set off 6.5 days ago, and even with so many oxygen cylinders, they only broke through the atmosphere just before their oxygen was about to run out. Fortunately, the base is now self-sufficient. All it needs to do is go to the near side of the moon at fixed times and keep an eye out for light signals from Kyoto. As early as a month ago, when the number of people who broke through to level 6 reached 30, Zhang Aochen and his team had already begun preparations. Originally, Originally, the plan was to use some spaceship wreckage to make a return capsule. However, after such a long period of time, all the floating aerospace materials have long since moved far away from lunar orbit. As for the materials used in the base, since the base needed to be expanded, everything that could be dismantled was dismantled. With no other option, they had to make a hollow meteorite out of lunar rock, and then, with the help of the moon's gravity, use both internal and external forces to send the lunar rock return capsule into lunar orbit. Although the Suicide Squad is drawn by lottery, some members are essential, such as those with ice, earth, and agility abilities.
The 3 ice-type characters are 1 level 6, 2 level 5, and the rest must stay at the base to maintain its basic operation. 2 Earth element personnel were assigned as emergency repair crews.
The 2 agile players are mainly there to increase speed. Initially, they built a return capsule with a diameter of 50 meters, a hollow inner diameter of 10 meters, and a wall thickness of 20 meters. However, after some attempts, it turned out to be too heavy and could not take off at all. Finally, it was reduced to a hollow 4 meters with a wall thickness of 8 meters, and it took 30 people working together inside and outside to make it fly. The interior space is actually large enough for everyone to enter, but then there won't be enough air. Calculations showed that 23 people was the limit, but for safety, only 21 people took off. After they boarded the lunar rock return capsule and took off back to Earth, everyone worked together to accelerate it, but no matter how fast they accelerated, the fastest they could reach was Mach 2. Fortunately, they entered the atmosphere just before the oxygen ran out. Zhang Shueyo is currently using 2 level 5 ice-type units to continuously cool the outer wall, while the others are pushing the return capsule in the opposite direction to slow it down. After being captured by the gravity of Earth, the return capsule accelerated faster and faster, reaching Mach 6 before entering the atmosphere. Although the outer wall did not burn, it was heated to 3000 degrees Celsius and began to glow red and melt.
Commander, we can't hold on much longer.
The temperature is rising too fast. As soon as they entered the thermal layer, Zhang Shueyo, who was constantly cooling down the bulkhead in front of her, shouted anxiously. This was completely unexpected. At only Mach 6, the temperature rose so quickly. They weren't aviation professionals, and in their limited knowledge, they all thought the outermost layer of the atmosphere was polar. But the opposite is true. The thermosphere can reach temperatures
of up to 2000 degrees Celsius, and coincidentally, nobody on the entire base knew this.
They only knew about the troposphere and stratosphere. They'd never even heard of the mesosphere or thermosphere.
Hold on, once we enter the stratosphere, we'll be safe.
At this moment, Du Yanfeng also discovered that the outer wall was melting too quickly. He kept transferring lunar rocks from the rear bulkhead to the front to fill the gap, but it was simply not enough.
An urgent shout came out. Commander-in-Chief, don't slow down, accelerate instead. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold on here either.
We must reach the stratosphere as soon as possible. Slowing down is pointless now. Without computer simulations, they can only rely on their own limited astronomical knowledge to calculate, which is causing numerous problems. At this moment, everyone disregarded the scorching bulkhead in front of them, gritted their teeth, and pushed forward with all their might.
With their help, the lunar rock return capsule's speed was increased to Mach 7, which was already the upper limit.
For minutes later, Zhang Shueyo exclaimed in delight, the temperature has dropped.
We don't need to dismantle the return capsule prematurely.
Even Du Yanfeng was delighted, saying, I've stopped the bulkhead from melting here too.
Everyone except Zhang Yaochen wore a relieved smile upon hearing this. Don't be too happy yet. The danger isn't over.
If we crash into the ground at our current speed, we'll all die anyway.
Once the temperature drops further, Du Yanfeng,
make this damned sphere disintegrate immediately, but it must disintegrate in the sea to avoid harming civilians.
Then we can go home.
When the return capsule entered the intermediate layer, the temperature began to drop rapidly, and the reddish bulkhead at the front turned into black obsidian.
But Zhang Shueyo didn't stop trying to cool things down.
The external temperature had dropped, but the internal temperature was still very high. Du Yanfeng also noticed this and began to move the lunar rocks from the front to the back, allowing the temperature to drop even faster. The bulkhead at the front was quickly thinned to half a meter thick. At this time, Du Yanfeng also moved the lunar rock in front of the pre-embedded pressure-resistant glass to expose several observation ports and open several small ventilation ports at the back. The others quickly went to the observation point to confirm their current location. As they flew rapidly, they soon spotted their enemy island nation on their right, and everyone sighed, what a pity. Because of the angle, it wouldn't hit the island nation at all. These bastards are really lucky. Someone uttered a statement that everyone agreed with, and then burst into laughter.
Zhang Yaochen smiled and reminded everyone, alright, everyone stop laughing. We're almost at our waters. Let's get ready to go home.
Everyone cheered when they heard they were going home. Lin Jianjun, who was observing from the forward observation post, said, Commander-in-Chief, it seems our angle is too high.
We might crash into a village dozens of kilometers from the coastline.
Upon hearing that they were going to crash into their own property, Zhang Yaochen quickly exclaimed, everyone, press down together and lower the angle.
We absolutely cannot hit a single blade of grass in our yard. hard. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
After pressing down several times, Lin Jianjun shouted, "Stop!
If we press down anymore, we'll be hundreds of kilometers away from the coastline." After everyone stopped fighting, Zhang Yaochen went to Lin Jianjun's side and asked, "How far are we from finishing?" "It's not far, about 300 kilometers away from where we can leave." Du Yanfeng, prepare immediately.
Everyone immediately put on their masks and stared intently at Lin Jianjun, waiting for him to give the signal. 2 minutes later, Lin Jianjun suddenly swung his raised hand down and shouted, "Disassemble." Du Yanfeng immediately activated his supernatural ability, and when the capsule was still 50 kilometers from the sea surface, it began to disperse from the back. When they opened a new opening, the powerful suction almost pulled them out of the cabin prematurely. Once the opening was large enough, everyone filed out. As soon as they left the return capsule, the 21 people were immediately thrown about by the speed of Mach 7 and scattered in all directions. Everyone quickly activated their flight abilities and did their best to stop their forward momentum. After adjusting and desperately slowing down for over 40 kilometers, they finally regained their footing. Everyone immediately gathered together, and after confirmation, it was found that apart from feeling a bit unwell, no one was injured. They smiled at each other, then turned to look at their hometown, and tears of emotion streamed down their faces. After a while, Zhang Yaochen looked at his home, which was just a stone's throw away, and said, "Let's go home." When they approached the coastline, they found that there was no one there. The area within 3 to 5 kilometers of the coastline was almost entirely occupied by sea creatures, with very few places without them. "It seems the coastal areas have all been evacuated. Our landing point should be Shazhou East Island near Shanghai. Perfect timing to give Uncle Lei a surprise. Let's go. Let's scare Uncle Lei, ha ha ha." Zhang Yaochen laughed loudly and led everyone to fly towards the Shanghai headquarters of the Eastern Military Region. But as they flew over the Yangtze River estuary and entered the Shanghai area, a few dozen kilometers away, they heard the air raid siren, signaling the highest level of combat readiness. Their hearts sank, and they all exclaimed in unison, "Something's happened." Forget about any surprises or reminiscing, they flew at full speed to the Shanghai headquarters. As they approached the city center, they were greeted by towering city walls and constantly busy soldiers. Having been away for so long, they were surprised to find that Shanghai had built walls tens of meters high, but they were more eager to find out what had happened. Before they even got close to the city wall, a loudspeaker blared from below, shouting, "Who goes there? Stop immediately." Although Zhang Yaochen and the others were anxious, they immediately stopped after hearing the warning and remained suspended in midair. However, the person who was shouting through the loudspeaker exclaimed in surprise because he recognized the spacesuits Zhang Yaochen and the others were wearing. He immediately dropped the microphone and flew towards Zhang Yaochen and the others. Upon approaching Zhang Yaochen and his group, he suppressed his excitement and first inquired about their identities. "I am Li Haitao, the head of the East Gate City Defense Force of Shanghai. Who are you? Please identify yourselves." Zhang Yaochen and the others immediately took off their hoods and said to Li Haitao with smiles, "Little Li, you've really made something of yourself. May I ask who I am?" Upon recognizing the person, Li Haitao immediately rushed over excitedly, grabbed Zhang Yaochen's arms, and exclaimed, "General Zhang, you're still alive. That's wonderful. That's truly wonderful. Alright, we can catch up later. What's the situation now? We just got back and we heard the highest level of alert." "I don't know either. It was an order suddenly issued by the Premier." "The Premier is in Shanghai?" "The Premier isn't in Shanghai, he's still in Beijing." "How did you receive the orders?" "Oh, you just got back, so you might not know yet, but we've discovered a communication stone and are already able to communicate remotely." "Oh, that's great. Please contact the Prime Minister for me right away so I can ask what's going on." "Okay, let's talk on the way back." Li Haitao took out his communication device and reported that Zhang Yaochen and his group had returned. He also explained that Zhang Yaochen wanted to contact the Premier, and the superiors responded quickly. At the same time, it was also very shocking. "I never imagined that after so long, there would still be people alive at the lunar base, and that they would even return alive." The Premier quickly received the report and connected with Li Haitao via communication stone. While waiting for a response from their superiors, Li Haitao taught Zhang Yaochen and the others how to use the communication stones. Now everyone is contacting their own units and also hoping to find out about their families' situations from the military. The moment Li Haitao's communication stone vibrated, Zhang Yaochen immediately picked it up and sensed it. The Premier's voice came through, "Xiao Zhang, is that you?" Hearing the long-lost voice, Zhang Yaochen almost burst into tears, choking back sobs as he replied to the Premier, "Premier, it's me, I'm back." Good. It's so good that you're still alive. Thank you for your concern, Premier. Premier, I just got back and found that we are on high alert. What happened?" At this point, the Prime Minister fell silent. The Premier took a deep breath and said sadly, "Little Zhang, your Uncle Lei." Zhang Yaochen was startled and hurriedly asked, "What happened to Uncle Lei?" "Your Uncle Lei sacrificed himself." "How could this happen? What on earth happened?" The Premier did not reprimand Zhang Yaochen for his outburst. Zhang Yaochen's father and the old man were sworn brothers and former subordinates of of the old man, but he sacrificed himself to protect the old man during World War III. Therefore, Zhang Yaochen was entrusted by his father to his grandfather before his death, asking the grandfather to take good care of him in the future. Zhang Yaochen lived up to expectations, demonstrating outstanding command ability on the battlefield and winning 6 battles at minimal cost. After the war, he was promoted to Deputy Army Commander. After further studies following the war, he took over border defense duties and successfully prevented numerous spy incursions and medium-sized battles, thoroughly stabilizing the post-war border defenses. At the age of 43, he was promoted to Major General. When Blue Star encountered a crisis, he was appointed to command the lunar base and was promoted to the rank of general. His smooth sailing was undoubtedly due in part to the old man's efforts in securing military achievements for him, but the old man was merely icing on the cake. The main reason for his success was his exceptional command ability. The old man usually cared about him a lot, and their relationship was even closer than that of a father and son. Upon hearing of the old man's sacrifice, one can imagine how he felt. The Prime Minister knew it would be hard for him to accept, but he still told him what had happened. When he learned that the old man had died at the hands of 3 beasts, he could no longer contain his anger and, regardless of whether the Prime Minister agreed, declared that he would immediately go and kill the 3 beasts. Xiao Zhang, you need to calm down. Lao Lei is already the strongest fighter in China, along with 20 level 5 experts, including 2 space-type experts. In the end, 4 of them still died on the spot. Lao Lei also couldn't hold on until he came back because of his serious injuries. You are also Lao Lei's son, so you can't be impulsive and make unnecessary sacrifices. After listening to the premier's advice, Zhang Yaochen knew the premier was worried about him, and he calmed down a little, but he still said coldly, "Prime Minister, they're just 3 level 6 beasts. I didn't come back alone. Please allow me to take men to take revenge. I will definitely twist off the heads of those 3 beasts to offer as a sacrifice to Uncle Lei." The premier sensed Zhang Yaochen's confidence, but still wanted to confirm first. "Xiao Zhang, how many of you are back? What level are you all?" "Premier, we have 21 people back in total, 18 of whom are at level 6. Those 3 beasts definitely won't live past tomorrow's sun. I'm telling you, only 21 people came back alive." When the premier heard that 18 of them were at level 6, he was no longer worried that they wouldn't be able to kill the 3-headed mutated beast. Instead, he was saddened. Thousands of people went up, but only 21 survived. However, he was still happy that at least some people were still alive. The research institute monitored the moon 24 hours a day but failed to detect any signs of human activity and had given up hope. But unexpectedly, there were still people alive. Zhang Yaochen realized that the premier had misunderstood and immediately explained, "Premier, only 21 of us came back, but there are still 207 people alive above. We were just the Vanguard suicide squad." "What? There are still 207 people alive? That's great. Zhang Yaochen, I order you to reorganize for now. I will arrange for someone to take you to get revenge later. After you have taken your revenge, immediately report to the research institute so that they have specific research data and bring them home as soon as possible." Yi Ruizhe, who was resting in Yecheng, suddenly received a direct contact from the premier. "Xiao Yi, go to the Shanghai headquarters right now and pick up 18 people to hunt down the 3-headed mutated beast." "Premier, have the old man, Old Gong, and General Lin all returned?" "Old Lei and 3 generals died in battle, and Colonel Gong suffered a stroke and fell into a coma. At present, only the Kyoto authorities know about this, and the premier does not want to tell the other participants about it. We'll talk about it after we finish the extermination. The 3 mutated beasts have already launched a beast tide, threatening the lives and property of the people. We must quell the beast tide as soon as possible." "But that's an order." After ending the call, Yi Ruizhe felt very heavy-hearted. The premier had clearly not told him something, probably because things weren't going well on the old man's side. But the premier had already given the order, so Yi Ruizhe had no choice but to comply. After telling the others that he was going to Shanghai to pick up someone, and then continuing to hunt down the 3 mutated beasts, he set off immediately. After the premier and Yi Ruizhe ended their call, the premier contacted Li Haitao again and found Zhang Yaochen, emphasizing that they should not talk too much, especially in front of the people who would come to pick them up later. He said that he did not want to announce the news of Lao Lei and the others' deaths before the 3-headed mutated beasts were defeated and the beast tide was quelled. Zhang Yaochen immediately understood the premier's intention. He didn't want to dampen morale. The whole country had just entered a state of high alert, and announcing the death of a key minister now would have too great an impact. He estimated that the prime minister would choose to announce the news only after the mutated beasts were defeated, the beast tide was quelled, and the first level of combat readiness was lifted. After ending the call, Zhang Yaochen immediately assembled the team. Actually, there was no need to assemble them. When he dared to shout at the premier about what had happened and the need to pay respects to General Lei, anyone who wasn't stupid would have already guessed what was going on. They immediately ended their calls and pleasantries, assembled, and awaited the next order. Lin Jianjun, immediately keep a close watch on the beast tide over Liangshan, especially especially those 3 level 6 beasts.
I need to know everything about them, even the exact moment they urinated. Lin Jianjun walked to an unobstructed spot and immediately activated his supernatural ability.
A curtain resembling a water screen appeared in front of him. Then, he closed his eyes and focused his mental energy into
the air.
When the energy was nearly gathered, it formed a dish-like shape, like a satellite dish. Suddenly, his mental energy rushed towards Liangshan at an extremely fast speed, exceeding 50 kilometers per second. Soon, when the mental energy reached 500 kilometers, it stopped and began to gather again, forming an enhancer. After completion, it continued to run towards Liangshan. The distance of 11,000 kilometers, plus the time it took to gather his mental energy, took him just over 7 minutes.
He was in a very bad mood.
His mental strength had to cross such a long distance, exceeding his limit of 3,000 kilometers.
But aren't limits meant to be broken?
Even though he was now dizzy and had started to have a nosebleed.
Soon, images from Liangshan appeared on the screen. The beast tide is now approaching Dragon City, less than 400 kilometers away.
Fortunately, Dragon City was evacuated in advance and is now deserted. It is estimated that the number of beast tides is only around 500,000, which is half less than the first one.
However, this beast tide does not contain any mutated beasts below level 3, and its quality is not even in the same league as the first beast tide.
Li Haitao was very surprised when he saw the scene. He did not expect that there would be such a large-scale beast tide, and it was an elite beast tide. What he didn't know was that this beast tide was launched by 3 level 6 mutated beasts.
If many of the mutated beasts hadn't been
eliminated, this beast tide would definitely have been in the millions as well, and it would have been an elite level million-strong tide. Soon, the scene shifted to 3 level 6 mutated beasts, who were leisurely following behind the beast tide, not in a hurry at all. Suddenly, the mutated tiger and the mutated falcon seemed to sense that they were being spied on. They looked up at the sky, but after scanning and checking many times, they found nothing. The mutated falcon even circled in the air for a long time, but the result was the same. Finding nothing, the 3 mutated beasts continued on their way, but they were already communicating with each other in secret. The mutated tiger might not have a clear sense of what it had just felt, but the mutated falcon felt it very clearly. They must have been spied on. The 3 beasts seemed to be quite intelligent. Hearing Zhang Aochen's whisper, Li Haitao quickly explained the situation of the mutated beast. After listening to Li Haitao's simple and quick explanation, Zhang Aochen was very surprised. He did not expect that the intelligence of a level 6 mutated beast was no different from that of a human. This forced him to re-examine the 3-headed mutated beasts. He was furious with the 3 beasts, but he hadn't lost his mind. Instead, he paid them enough attention.
Controlling emotions and maintaining rationality are essential lessons for him as a commander.
I yelled at the premiere before because the news was too sudden, and after spending so much time at the lunar base, I was almost driven crazy by the stress. He has now readjusted himself. He feels that even if the 3 level 6 mutated beasts could live a few more hours, let alone survive until tomorrow's sun, he would feel sorry for the old man and the generals who sacrificed their lives. After regaining control of his emotions, he began to formulate a battle plan. He didn't know how much combat power Huaxia had left, but after understanding the strength of the mutated beasts, he knew that he had 18 level 6 experts. Excluding Lin Jianjun and himself, it would be enough for the remaining 7 people to intercept the beast tide in a 3-on-1 fight. However, considering the abilities of the 3 mutated beasts, he decided to focus his attacks on them. The first target was the mutated falcon. It was too fast, so the 6 of them ganged up on it and took care of it first. The remaining 3 people held off the mutated tiger and the mutated brown bear. If China still has high-end combat power, he can assign these people to intercept the beast tide and transfer the other level 6 personnel to gang up on them. This is just a preliminary plan, and adjustments will be made based on the actual situation. He immediately instructed Li Haitao to contact his superiors and inquire about the remaining combat forces near the beast tide. After inquiring, it was discovered that only Yecheng had available manpower, namely the 14 people who had been evacuated by Yi Ruasia. At this moment, Lin Jianjun said, "Commander-in-Chief, I can't hold on much longer."
"That's enough, you can stop now. This distance is too much of a burden for you. You should rest and recover. I have a basic understanding of the situation."
After Lin Jianjun stopped investigating, he fell backward, but Zhang Aochen caught him with lightning speed. Lin Jianjun was about to say something when Zhang Aochen stopped him, saying, "No need to say anything, I know. You should rest first, we still have a battle to fight later." Seeing this, Li Haitao quickly ordered someone to bring medicinal herbs to replenish Lin Jianjun's strength. Lin Jianjun's condition was too obvious, it was caused by excessive consumption. However, he was still very impressed. 11,000 kilometers. To be able to detect such a long distance is simply like a human radar. Half an hour later, Yi Ruasia arrived at the Shanghai headquarters. When he arrived, he saw a group of big shots, a group of slovenly, smelly, sunken cheeks, but sharp-eyed level 6 big shots. He was secretly astonished. When did our China suddenly have over a dozen level 6 experts? Who are they? What
What kind of uniforms are they wearing? I've never seen them before. Because he didn't recognize Zhang Yaochen and the others, couldn't see their ranks, and didn't even know if they were soldiers, Yi Ruizha didn't salute immediately. Li Haitao quickly introduced the two parties.
Comrade Yi Ruizha, the person standing in front of you is General Zhang Yaochen, the commander-in-chief of the Lunar Interception Base.
He just returned from the moon.
The 20-odd people behind him are also generals.
General Zhang, this is Lieutenant Yi Ruizha, the second space-type ability user in China. He will be the one to send you to hunt down the mutated beasts. A lunar base? Special Class Commander Zhang Yaochen. Young comrade, do you recognize me?
When I was in class at the academy, my teachers said that they were ordered to go to the moon in a time of crisis and save the entire planet.
Don't listen to their hype. I reckon that asteroid will disappear whether we intercept it or not. That's not how it works. Alright, we can talk about this later. Let's get to the battlefield first.
No problem, you all try to stand close together, and then put your arms around each other's shoulders and stick together. Although Zhang Yaochen and the others had doubts, they still did as instructed.
Once they were ready, Yi Ruizha stepped forward, stood next to Zhang Yaochen, and put his arm around his shoulder, saying, "Are you all ready? We're about to set off."
When they heard walk, they thought they were told to move forward, but before they could even lift their feet, the scenery changed completely. Before they could even exclaim in surprise, the scenery changed again. Others might not have noticed it, but Lin Jianjun knew very well that in just 1 second, they had already moved 5 kilometers away from the Shanghai base. At this speed, they can reach the battlefield in half an hour, which is more than 20 times faster than these level 6 awakened beings. It should be noted that the fastest speed of an ordinary level 6 awakener is only 800 to 1000 kilometers per hour, and even the speed type level 6 awakeners can only reach Mach 2 to 3.
At a speed of 5 kilometers per second, that's Mach 14.7.
That's incredibly fast. No wonder they had to wait for him to pick them up. Lin Jianjun was very surprised and wanted to tell others the results of his calculations, but since they were still on their way, he decided to wait until they arrived at their destination. But after only 5 minutes, Yi Ruizha suddenly stopped.
Zhang Yaochen asked in confusion, "Young comrade, why did you stop?"
"Boss,
teleporting you all took a lot of energy. Let me rest and recover first. Where are we? How far have we gone?" Before Yi Ruizha could answer, Lin Jianjun spoke first. "We are already 1,500 kilometers away from the Shanghai headquarters."
"What?
1,500 kilometers?
Upon hearing this number, everyone was taken aback and wondered if they had misheard.
"That's right, in just 5 minutes we have already traveled 1,500 kilometers.
With Lin Jianjun's approval, everyone looked at Yi Ruizha as if he were a monster. At that speed, they wouldn't even be worthy of eating his dust, let alone his taillights.
5 minutes is a journey that took them 2 hours. No wonder Li Haitao said that there are only 2 space systems in the entire China.
This terrifying speed makes people have no desire to compete in speed.
And he is only level 4. If he reaches level 6, what speed will he have? They dare not even think about it.
Yi Ruizha felt a little embarrassed being stared at by them, even though he was thick-skinned.
"Young comrade, are we going to pass through Yi City?" "We can pass through Yi City. Would you like to go to Yi City first?" Didn't Ji Cheng say there were 14 colleagues left? Could we bring them along too?"
"I want to concentrate all the level 6 members to annihilate those 3 beasts, and leave the interception of the beast tied to them."
"No problem.
We're going through Yi City anyway, so it's just a matter of bringing a few more people.
I've brought over 100 people before. When we rest along the way, I can have those of you who can fly take me with you." You can recover during flight?"
"In principle, no, you can just eat herbs, but it's a bit wasteful."
"Then hurry up and eat the herbs. Let's get going."
Without waiting for Yi Ruizha's agreement, he led him into the sky, with the others following closely behind. Helpless, Yi Ruizha had no choice but to take out some medicinal herbs to supplement his diet.
However, this move surprised them greatly. Left with no other option, Yi Ruizha had to explain his superpower to these seniors who had never seen a space-type ability before. After listening to Yi Ruizha's explanation, they finally understood why space-type magic is so rare. It's even rarer than a national treasure, like the SVIP among VIPs. 3 hours later, they finally arrived in Yi City, picked up the other 14 people, and continued their journey. Their heavy mood was lightened considerably when they saw Zhang Yaochen and the others. Half an hour later, they arrived at the deserted Dragon City, which had been completely destroyed by mutated beasts. They were too late. This place was only recently destroyed, so the beast tide shouldn't have gone far. Lin Jianjun, find out where the beast tide went right away. Lin Jianjun immediately flew into the air.
He first closed his eyes, gathered energy in them, and then suddenly opened them. His eyes emitted a dazzling light, but Lin Jianjun's vision was not affected at all. He scanned the area and quickly discovered the traces left by the beast tide. Following the traces, he found that the beast tide was heading towards Shirong City. Once he confirmed it, he immediately reported to Zhang Yaochen, and Yi Ruizha immediately led everyone in pursuit. Longcheng and Xiaorongkang are 630 kilometers apart. The beast tide had only been gone for 2 hours, and there was still more than 100 kilometers to go before before reaching Xirongkang. Yi Ruizha quickly led everyone to catch up with the 500-kilometer distance. When Zhang Yaochen and his group saw the 3 level 6 mutated beasts following behind the beast tide, the 15 level 6 experts immediately surrounded them and started attacking without saying a word. This was a revised battle plan devised by Zhang Yaochen after picking up the people in Yi City. A level 6 expert was to lead the remaining 14 level 5 experts to clear out the beast tide. 15 of them directly ganged up on the enemy, 9 targeted the mutated falcons, and the other 6 were tasked with hunting down mutated tigers and mutated brown bears. Even if you mutant beasts have an innate advantage over humans, I have a large number of people now, and I don't believe that your innate advantage can overcome the strength of numbers. 3 mutated beasts were suddenly surrounded and attacked by 15 experts. They were stunned for a moment, and then they were attacked fiercely. Every move was deadly and they did their best. Especially the mutated falcon, it was surrounded from all sides, with no chance of escape. It's a speed-type mutant beast, neither attack nor defense is its strong point. Now it has nowhere to go, and before it can even react, it's being kicked around like a football. Even the fastest reacting mutated falcon was like this. The mutated tiger and mutated brown bear were even worse off, the only difference being that there were only 3 people ganging up on them, 1 beast and 3 people. War is never about reason. If I can gang up on you, why should I waste my breath talking to you, especially since this is a blood feud? The mutated falcon, being used as a ball, spun angrily, unleashing a barrage of arrows in all directions. This move, while seemingly powerful, was indeed incredibly awesome. However, since it was attacked by people of the same level, its wide range, dispersed attacks were easily blocked by everyone because the attack power was insufficient. After unleashing a wide-range attack, it tried to break out of the encirclement, but it overestimated itself and underestimated the anger of those who attacked it. They would not give it a chance to escape, even if it meant mutual destruction. The mutated falcon had no chance of breaking out of the encirclement, and the mutated tiger was not faring much better. Although it was the strongest in terms of overall strength, it did not have the speed of the falcon and was being held back by the 3 people. It used every trick in the book, but Zhang Yaochen, who was directing from the side, had arranged to avoid or block it in advance. Although there were only 3 people attacking the mutated tiger, Zhang Yaochen's attention was always on it. It was the culprit that caused Uncle Lei's sacrifice, and Zhang Yaochen would never let it go. Once the mutated falcon is dealt with, the mutated tiger's death is imminent. Now, looking at the mutated brown bear, it has the easiest chance and the best chance of escaping. Don't be fooled by its huge size, it is an enhanced type with very high defense and attack. Although it is covered in wounds now, they are all superficial injuries, not even a drizzle. Moreover, the 3 people attacking it had to carefully dodge each time, and dared not withstand its attacks head-on. However, the mutated brown bear's agility is its weakness. In short, it has great strength but can't hit anyone. If the mutated tiger hadn't created the opportunity for the old man, it wouldn't have been able to hit him at all, given its speed. The mutated brown bear wasn't stupid. Seeing that it was completely losing ground, it wanted to escape from the start because there was no chance of winning. However, even with the combined efforts of the 3, it could still be stopped from escaping unless it risked injury to break through. But what would happen after it broke through? It knew its own speed very well, and it would be caught up again after breaking through. Rather than being chased to death alone, it's better to take a gamble, rescue the mutated tiger first, and then the 2 beasts can escape together. A resolute glint flashed in the mutated brown bear's eyes. It suddenly roared, its fur standing on end like steel needles, its muscles bulging, and its power instantly reaching its peak. Ignoring its own safety, it charged violently towards the humans who were attacking the mutated tiger. Its massive body was like an out-of-control heavy tank, with an overwhelming force. Faced with this sudden attack, the 3 attackers had no choice but to dodge. Its roar had just caught Zhang Yaochen's attention. After only a couple of glances, he guessed its intention and immediately pulled 3 people out from the group beating the mutated falcon. They then joined forces with 2 of the mutated tigers to attack the mutated brown bear. The 5 of them worked together to bombard the mutated brown bear. Blocked by the 5 people, the 3 who were originally attacking the mutated brown bear also caught up. With the cooperation of the 8 people, the distance between it and the mutated tiger was widened again. The 3 who were transferred and the 2 who were attacking the mutated tiger quickly returned to their own battlefield. When the mutated tiger saw that only 1 person was blocking it, it thought it had a chance and once again unleashed its full power, trying to break through and escape. Unfortunately, those who tried to stop it risked being scratched by its claws and managed to stop it. When it tried to turn around and run away again, the 2 people who had been attacking it returned and surrounded it once more. Suddenly, the mutated falcon let out a scream. The mutated tiger immediately turned its head and saw that the mutated falcon had been pierced in the chest by an ice sword. The area where the ice sword touched the falcon was rapidly freezing and the ice was spreading. The mutated falcon, already unable to fight back, could no longer hold on and began to fall to the ground. It thought its chance to escape had come when it suddenly lost 3 people attacking it, and like the mutated tiger, it unleashed its full power to break through the encirclement. Unfortunately, as a top-tier commander, Zhang Yaochen could not possibly have overlooked this point and had already made contingency plans. The sudden transfer of 3 people was partly due to the needs of the mutated brown bear, and also to create an opening for the mutated falcon, waiting for it to take the bait. With Zhang Yaochen in complete control of the battlefield, when the 3 of them suddenly left and attracted the attention of the mutated falcon, he had already arranged for 2 people to quickly rush from its blind spot to its tail feathers. The only purpose was to cut off some of its tail feathers, so that it would lose its proud agility. In addition, he arranged for 2 more people to work together to block its escape route. When the mutated falcon spotted the fleeting gap in the defense, it indeed chose to try to break through from that spot. Before it could break out of the encirclement, a small portion of its tail feathers was suddenly cut off. When it looked back, 2 people were already blocking its escape route and had delivered a full-force blow to it. Originally intending to instinctively dive downwards to dodge, it was unable to dodge in time due to the loss of some tail feathers, and its back was hit by 2 full-force attacks. Its spine was suddenly struck hard, causing its wings to falter. Then, a sharp ice sword pierced its chest. The extreme cold of the ice sword immediately froze its internal organs and began to wreak havoc inside its body, causing it to fall helplessly to the ground. As it continued to fall, 6 more fierce attacks struck it, finally ending its life. With the mutated falcon dead, the mutated tiger and mutated brown bear knew they had no chance of escape anymore, so they started fighting like madmen, trading blows to take someone down with them before they died. Is it just a possibility? Despite the men surrounding it dodging and weaving, their positions were all adjusted in time by Zhang Yaochen. It couldn't escape the attack from 3 people before, let alone now that it's being ganged up on by 10 people. It has no chance left, and death is inevitable. It lacked the speed of a mutated falcon, and was quickly ambushed by 4 powerful attacks. A barrage of attacks followed, shattering its entire body, but its head remained intact, though its eyes remained open in death. Seeing that the mutated tiger had already been killed, and in such a miserable way, the mutated brown bear immediately raised its paws in terror and surrendered. The 15 people stopped fighting and surrounded it, waiting for Zhang Yaochen's orders. As long as Zhang Yaochen gives the order, this mutated brown bear will be torn to pieces immediately. At this moment, the mutated bear realized that Zhang Yaochen, who was in the distance, was the real boss, so it quickly prostrated itself before him, howling and begging for mercy. Zhang Yaochen despised this mutated bear from the bottom of his heart and said disdainfully, "Beg for mercy? Do you think I will accept it?" But he quickly calmed down. A level 6 mutated bear was far too valuable. It could protect a quarter of China from the beast tide. As long as you carry it to drive away the mutated beasts in the deep mountains and forests, most areas of East and North China will no longer need to worry about mutated beast attacks. Torn between a deep-seated blood feud and the safety of the nation and its people, Zhang Yaochen hesitated. After some hesitation, Zhang Yaochen could only order the mutated bears to stop the beast tide. The mutated bear immediately shook its head and waved its hands, indicating that it could not do it. "You can't even stop the beast tide. What use are you to me? Kill you." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone prepared to make their move. The mutated bear was so frightened that it lost control of its bladder and bowels, and it cried out repeatedly, begging for mercy. A bear the size of a bungalow begging for mercy looked bizarre no matter how you looked at it. However, Zhang Yaochen realized that he really couldn't stop the beast tide. Helpless, he could only use his mental power to contact Yi Ruizhe and ask him to come over first. Yi Ruizhe was almost going crazy killing at the forefront of the beast tide. He would place a millstone here and a bullet there, and set up cutting line traps everywhere. Relying on his mobility, he fought his way in and out 7 times. Just as they were getting into the swing of things, Zhang Yaochen's voice suddenly appeared in their minds. How can he talk in my head? Is the battle over already? Yi Ruizhe casually tossed out the newly formed millstone and immediately teleported away. The distance was less than 70 kilometers, and Yi Ruizhe arrived at Zhang Yaochen's side in about 10 seconds. "Boss, what's up? I'm busy over there." Zhang Yaochen was speechless. Was this kid really a soldier? He didn't even act like one. Didn't he know how to salute his superiors? However, now was not the time to reprimand him, so he said, "Give me your communication stone, I need to contact the Prime Minister." After the report was sent via communication stone, the Prime Minister quickly called back. "Xiao Zhang, what can I do for you?" "Prime Minister, my campaign is complete, but there is now a problem." "What's the problem?" Zhang Yaochen told the Premier about the mutated bear's surrender, and the Premier gave a reply after a moment's thought. "Send a few people to keep an eye on it, and the rest of you go and quell the beast tide. Then call Xiao Yi." Zhang Yaochen handed the communication stone back to Yi Ruizhe. "The Premier wants to see you." After Yi Ruizhe received the communication stone, he began to arrange for 8 people to quell the beast tide, while the remaining 7 plus 2 people kept an eye on the mutated bears. When the mutated bear saw that 8 of them had left, a thought flickered in its mind, but it quickly died down. It knew that its life was completely in their hands. If it dared to move, it would be beaten to death. The mutated tiger's mangled corpse was still there, and it didn't dare to move at all, so it obediently lay down on the ground and waited quietly. Yi Ruizhe took the communication stone.
stone. Prime Minister, you wanted to see me?
Xiaoyi, come back to Kyoto right away and take Hua Hua there.
See what that bear has to say. Okay, I'll be right back.
Then, without even saying goodbye to Zhang Yaochen, he disappeared from his sight.
How can this kid be so disrespectful? If the old man.
When the old man was mentioned, Zhang Yaochen fell silent, then changed to an angry expression and said, keep a close eye on this bear. If it dares to lay a finger on you, kill it. The mutated bear thought to itself, I dare not move, absolutely dare not move, as long as you don't take your anger out on me. The round trip was only 7,400 kilometers, and Eurasia returned in less than half an hour, with a cat in his arms. Zhang Yaochen was quite surprised when he saw the tabby cat on Eurasia's collar. Why did the premier ask him to bring a cat over? Hua Hua, ask Xiangdai if it wants to die or gobble up. Hua Hua didn't mince words, directly asking the mutated bear, hey, you stupid bear, how do you want to die? The mutated bear saw that a level 4 little guy was calling it a stupid bear, so it bared its teeth and tried to threaten Hua Hua. But as soon as it pouted, it saw the people surrounding it about to attack, so it quickly asked Hua Hua to help it beg for mercy. Big sister, please don't let them kill me. I'll do anything to save me. When a bear, much older and bigger than herself, called her big sister, Hua Hua immediately exploded. Who's big sister? Who are you calling big sister? You're the only big sister. If you can't speak properly, go see your great-grandmother. Then, turning to Eurasia, he said, it wants to be braised. Braised is good. I love braised bear paw the most. Boss, Big Bear says he wants to be braised. The mutated bear didn't understand what too much milk and braised meant, but if you add bite to it, it understands. Does it mean to burn only its paws or its whole body? It didn't want to accept either of them, nor dared to accept them, so it quickly knelt and bowed to the flowers. Even the most naive person could see that this cat could communicate with those humans, unlike itself, which could only listen but couldn't tell them its thoughts. The mutated bear's sudden pleas for mercy made it clear to everyone that something wasn't going on. Zhang Yaochen looked at Eurasia strangely. How did you know it wanted to be braised? That's what Hua Hua said. Hey, this is Hua Hua. Eurasia pointed to Hua Hua, whose head was the only part of his head peeking out from his collar. A cat? But it can't talk. Who says I can't speak? This young lady can not only speak, but also write. As soon as Zhang Yaochen finished speaking, he heard a sweet voice in his mind, with a hint of arrogance, just like that of a teenage or 20-year-old girl. Ha, you can communicate using mental power? Isn't that obvious? Zhang Yaochen was a little embarrassed. He had indeed asked a somewhat unnecessary question. However, he quickly recovered from his embarrassment and asked Hua Hua, are you sure this bear wants to die? Didn't you all want to know how it died? When did we ever say we asked it how it wanted to die? The man and the cat immediately realized what was happening and both looked at Eurasia. Even the mutated bear looked at him with resentful eyes. Ha, really? I thought we'd be eating bear paws tonight. Zhang Yaochen took a deep breath thinking, what's wrong with this kid? He's misinterpreting other people's meanings. However, considering that he was not yet familiar with Eurasia, he held back for the time being, readjusted his mindset, and said to Hua Hua, ask this bear and make it explain why it is targeting humans. You don't need to ask, I can tell you. It's innate. You should ask someone else. It's nature? In other words, if we let it go, it will eventually stand against humanity again? Let me ask. Hey, you silly bear, you heard that too. Hurry up and say it. Sister, beautiful young lady. That's more like it. Pretty lady, I won't stand against humanity anymore. I'll stay far away from them from now on. Is that okay? What do you think? I think it's a good idea. I think you're dreaming. I'm joining humanity. The mutated bear was getting anxious. It was a straightforward bear, and seeing that avoiding humans wasn't an option, it couldn't think of any other way. Since it couldn't beat them, it decided to join them. That should work, right? You think you can just join like that? Who would believe you? What if you hurt someone after you join? Seeing that he still couldn't persuade Hua Hua, the mutated bear broke out in a cold sweat. Finally, an idea came to him, and he hurriedly said, I am willing to acknowledge a master and accept taming. Hua Hua thought about it and decided that the method was reliable, so she told Zhang Yaochen. Zhang Yaochen was a little surprised. Mutant beasts could recognize masters? But he didn't understand this either, so he asked, how does it recognize a master? What happens after it recognizes a master? Will it betray you? Once a creature pledges allegiance to its master, the possibility of betrayal is extremely low. This is a kind of mental bond. Unless the master's mental strength level is significantly lower, there's virtually no chance of it rebelling. Furthermore, it's a bond of shared honor and disgrace. If the master dies, the creature, even if it doesn't die, will be rendered useless, but its death has minimal impact on the master. How many levels must there be before there's a chance to break free from the shackles? Level 5 or above. Then let it recognize me as its master. Can you use mental shackles? Then you can't admit it. Is there any explanation for this recognizing a master concept? Of course. It's too late for you to learn now, so just let it follow this bastard's lead. Does anyone here know how to use mental shackles? Zhang Yaochen fell silent. None of them really knew how, but he felt like he'd been tricked into making the mutated bear acknowledge Eurasia as its master.
master. Actually, we can remove the word feel. Hua Hua was just trying to trick him. She wasn't even familiar with Zhang Yaochen, so why would she let him get away with this? The so-called mental shackles are very simple. It involves the mutated bear cutting off a portion of its mental energy and sending it into the mind of the person it is supposed to be recognizing. The person being recognized only needs to wrap their mental energy around that portion of the mutated bear's mental energy. It's so simple that anyone who hears about it can understand it. From the moment Zhang Yaochen asked how to recognize a master, Hua Hua knew that Zhang Yaochen and his group were a bunch of ignorant bumpkins. It would be better to let Yi Ruizhe have the benefit than to let him have it. Taking advantage of Zhang Yaochen's silence, Hua Hua quickly had the mutated bear hand over a portion of its spiritual power and then had Yi Ruizhe receive it. Although he didn't know what Hua Hua and Zhang Yaochen had said, Yi Ruizhe immediately understood when he heard there was something to benefit from it and quickly accepted the portion of the mutated bear's spiritual power. After the recognition process was completed, he immediately heard the mutated bear calling for its master in his mind. Yi Ruizhe laughed so hard his back teeth were showing and said happily, "Nice needle, nice needle. From now on, you'll be called Xiong De. Remember to call your brother Xiong Er too." "Master, I'm all alone, I have no brothers." "There will be more later, get up quickly, let's go kill the mutated beasts." After saying that, he jumped onto Xiong Da's head and urged it to hurry up and leave. If Yi Ruizhe knew that the old man died at Xiong Da's hands, would he still accept Xiong De as his master? After they left, Zhang Yaochen and his group followed, carrying the heads of the mutated tiger and the mutated falcon. The beast tide isn't over yet, so they still have to go help. After 8 level 6 experts arrived to provide support, the beast tide was unable to advance any further when it was only 20 kilometers away from Shirong City. The flying mutant beasts had all flown away when they were scared to death, which left the non-flying mutant beasts on the ground in a difficult situation. They were caught up with their companions, unable to run away, unable to fight back, and unable to break through. It was incredibly difficult for them. While they were still uncertain about their own lives, a great commotion suddenly broke out behind them. When they turned around, they saw a scene they would never forget. The bear leader was actually helping humans kill them. That wasn't all. Then a few more humans, whom they trembled with fear, came along and joined in the killing. If they could speak, they would definitely utter 3 words. What a terrible thing to do. Level 5 awakeners would be overwhelmed by a large number of level 4 awakeners, but once it's level 6, it's no longer a matter of them attacking, but rather the other way around. Initially, even with only one level 6 and level 5 awakened being, they couldn't withstand so many mutated beasts and could only retreat step by step. But as they charged forward, several more level 6 beasts appeared, and the beast tide began to be killed in large numbers. After more than half an hour, the beast tide was almost half wiped out. The mutated beasts and the beast tide were devastated. Yi Ruizhe stood atop Xiong Da's head, commanding the battle with imposing authority, occasionally shouting, "Xiong De, charge! Knock that mutated pig away! See that monkey? Smash it flat!" Xiong De looked helpless, but dared not disobey, so he could only bite the bullet and do as he was told. Yi Ruizhe himself was too lazy to even move a hand. Looking at Yi Ruizhe's smug expression, Zhang Yaochen couldn't help but complain, "This kid, he's forgotten who he is now that he has a bear." Those around him nodded in agreement. The beast tide was routed and scattered, creating a chaotic scene. Seeing this, Yi Ruizhe stomped his feet anxiously. "Hey, don't run away, Xiong De, hurry and chase that fastest mutant dog." Exhausted and panting, Xiong De inwardly groaned, "What sins have I committed? I should have never provoked humans with that damned tiger." While chasing the mutated dog, Xiong De was mentally plotting how to get rid of this crazy owner. Suddenly, it had a bright idea. It slipped and fell flat on its back, throwing Yi Ruizhe away. Yi Ruizhe drew a graceful arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, getting a mouthful of dirt. "Bear, what are you doing?" Yi Ruizhe scrambled to his feet and roared at Bear. Xiong De blinked innocently, then pointed to his feet. "Master, the floor is too slippery, I slipped and fell." Yi Ruizhe was furious and was about to go up and teach Xiong De a lesson when he found that the mutated dog had already disappeared. "Humph, consider yourself lucky." Yi Ruizhe helplessly patted the dirt off his body. "Xiong De, get up and keep fighting." Xiong De slowly got up, secretly laughing to himself. Just then, a mutated rabbit darted out from the side. Yi Ruizhe's eyes lit up. "Bear, catch that rabbit. I want to eat spicy rabbit head tonight." Looking at the little rabbit, Xiong De was very unwilling, but he dared not disobey the order, so he could only slowly walk over. When the mutated rabbit saw Xiong De approaching, it was so frightened that it ran away. Xiong De deliberately slowed down, letting the rabbit run further and further away. Even if it doesn't slow down, it can't catch up with the mutant rabbit. Right now, it just wants to be lazy and not put in any effort. Yi Ruizhe was so anxious that he was jumping up and down on Xiong Da's head. "Xiong De, hurry up, why are you so slow?" Xiong De pretended to try very hard, and after chasing for a while, he suddenly stopped, shook his head, and said, "Master, I can't catch up. I'm not fast to begin with." Yi Ruizhe stomped his feet in anger. "You stupid bear, you can't even catch a rabbit. I'll stew you when we get back." Xiong De immediately backed down. "Master, I'll chase after it right away. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll catch it for hurry you right now.
Yi Ruizha snorted coldly, "Humph,
Hurry up, the beast tide is about to be wiped out."
While Yi Ruizha and Xiongde were outwitting and outmaneuvering each other, Zhang Aochen and his team had already cleared out most of the remaining mutated beasts.